Chapter 1. Reclaiming assets. Is she awake yet? Not yet. How annoying, this sickly woman. She faints all the time, acting as if she's dying. What bad luck. If it weren't for what her parents left her, who would care about her? Fong Tingwan's eyelids twitched slightly, like waking up from a nightmare. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself in a hospital room, with no one inside. Voices were still echoing from the corridor. She fumbled to grab her phone from the bedside table and tapped on the screen. The date was July 10th, 8 years ago. She had been reborn. The catastrophic flood that could destroy the world was 7 days away. However, there would be disasters one after another, causing human civilization to vanish forever. Fong Tingwan coldly chuckled, listening to the criticisms and complaints outside. Her expression grew colder. Her parents passed away early, and she had been living with her uncle's family since then. Her uncle, aunt, and their spoiled daughter cousin had deceived her out of her parents' inheritance. During the disaster period, they completely ignored her, spoke ill of her, and only gave her minimal food. They used her money, but said she was a burden. In the end, they sold her off to a gang of thugs in exchange for food rations, leading to her being tortured to death. She thought her humiliating death would be the end, but surprisingly, heaven gave her another chance. The past was not wasted. At least it made her understand clearly who these people around her really were. This time, history must not repeat itself. Has the sickly girl woken up? Outside voices stopped. Fong Tingwan immediately turned off her phone and put it back, lying quietly. A moment later, the door opened. Her uncle Yang Dahai, Aunt Li Guizhi, and cousin Yang Wenjing entered. Cousin, Yang Wenjing tentatively asked, and Fong Tingwan naturally pretended to just wake up, opening her eyes groggily. Oh, Awan, you're finally awake. You've truly worried us so much. How do you feel now? Yang Dahai asked, pretending to be worried. She suffered from congenital anemia and often collapsed without warning. Her medical expenses during childhood cost a lot. In her previous life, her uncle and aunt had openly and subtly complained about her condition. Fong Tingwan inwardly sneered. She was indeed stupid before. They were great actors. I'm fine, don't trouble yourselves worrying about me, Fong Tingwan said coldly. The expressions on their faces paused for a moment. Something seemed off. She appeared to have changed. I'm fine now. Let's check me out. Fong Tingwan didn't want to waste more words on them and turned her head, saying indifferently. There were many things she needed to prepare ahead, and she also had some things to make clear with them. Awan, your body hasn't fully recovered. You should rest well. My body is fine, why worry so much? Or are you afraid I'll find something suspicious? Fong Tingwan smirked, despite showing no true joy. They were surely concerned about getting the property she owned, right? Without waiting for their response, Fong Tingwan started to get up and leave. If you want to go home, there's one thing Annie wants to talk to you about. Li Guizhi, seeing her behavior, quickly blocked her way, smiling apologetically. Look at you now. After you return home, just focus on recuperating. We will take care of everything else for you so you can relax. Like those things your parents left you, we can help manage them. Finally, they got to the point. What did they mean by manage? Weren't they just looking forward to wasting them? Thankfully, her mother had foreseen this, ensuring that none of the properties left to her could be touched until she turned 25, or else they would have ruined everything by now. Fong Tingwan sat up straighter and scanned everyone present with calm eyes, though her smile remained icy. You speak better than singers, as if you actually cared about my interests. How could we not consider you? Li Guizhi's forced smile stiffened slightly. The things that belong to my father and mother, your assistance isn't necessary. You're young and don't know much yet. Your uncle and aunt are adults with experience, able to handle these issues more smoothly. I am already 25 years old. I have hands, feet, education, and familiarity with what my parents dealt with. At the very least, placing their assets in a bank to collect interest annually would suffice. Are either of you more educated, capable, or resourceful and influential than me? Fong Tingwan coldly stared at Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi, scoffing inwardly. During her parents' lifetime, these two were parasites, incapable of anything special. Awan, how could you say such things? People like this tend to have inflated egos and fragile emotions. Her words definitely struck a nerve. Li Guizhi was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting her to say that. The smile on her face looked worse than crying, and it was evident that if not for her money, she would have turned hostile by now. She's not wrong. Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a well-dressed man standing at the doorway. The man was impeccably dressed in a refined and formal suit, clearly worth a fortune. He was handsome, with his hair meticulously styled, presenting an air of an elite professional. Who are you? Who gave you the right to butt into our family matters? Yang Dahai indignantly retorted. I am Ms. Yang Yuxing's former legal representative, Jiang Yanchen. I am here today regarding the affairs of Ms. Yang Yuxing's daughter, Fong Tingwan. As he spoke, Jiang Yanchen took out a document. Ms. Yang Yuxing had established a will before her passing. When Fong Tingwan completed her graduate studies at age 25, all assets were to be transferred under Ms. Fong Tingwan's name. But what about us? Does this mean we get nothing from my sister's property? In Ms. Yang Yuxing's will, it was stated that if your independent income or financial contributions towards Ms. Fong do not amount to 1/5 of her monthly income while she was alive, you would have no right to inherit anything, Jiang Yanchen replied coldly. Fong Tingwan almost burst into laughter. Her useless uncle's family had no way of measuring up to her mother's standards. You're just making trouble. This belonged to my sister. And who are you to interfere with our family business? This will must be forged. Yang Dahai snatched the will, glanced at it briefly, then ripped it apart and started shoving it into his mouth. This is just a copy anyway. and it has already been legally certified. Tearing it up is meaningless. Furthermore, even considering inheritance order, Miss Fong Tingwan, as a daughter, would come before you. And since she is an adult capable of independent action, your behavior is quite despicable. Jiang Yanchen glanced at Fong Tingwan and asked, shall I call security? Chapter 2, Stockpiling. That won't be necessary. I think they at least have their own legs. Fong Tingwan slightly tilted her head and smiled as she looked at Jiang Yanchen. You little brat, wait for me. Hearing this, the two of them obviously couldn't hold back. Yang Dehai's face was ashen, pointing at Fong Tingwan while cursing. Fong Tingwan smiled faintly, clearly meaning to not change her words regardless of what happened. Seeing this, the three of them knew that they wouldn't get anything good from her for now, so each person shot a glare at her and muttered something incomprehensible before leaving. This left only the two of them in the ward. Mrs. Yang said before her passing that her daughter has always been quiet and timid, unable to refuse others, so she might find it difficult to resolve matters on her own. Hence, she entrusted me to step in when necessary. Judging by the current situation, her daughter appears to have undergone unexpected changes. Jiang Yanchen's face brightened slightly, evidently appreciating her very much. Fong Tingwan lowered her eyes, unsure how she felt inside. There's no need to elaborate further, nor is there any need to say things like betraying her mother's wishes or lament over being unable to discern people's true characters. Most importantly, just like her, she also inherited those properties at the age of 25. Yet if her mother had considered such matters beforehand, why did she never see Jiang Yanchen appear in her past life? Oh, I forgot to tell you, your mother actually mentioned that if you recognize Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi yourself, then even if their income hasn't reached the required standard, they can still give it directly to you, and it would be up to you to allocate it, including giving it to your uncle and aunt. However, from outside, I heard your position on them, knowing you didn't recognize them, so it became formal processing. That's why, suddenly remembering from her previous life at the age of 25 when they treated her particularly well, enticing her to sign something, but soon thereafter turning cold towards her and withholding her parents' wealth. It was all because of this. Judging from the past life, it seemed that Jiang Yanchen first met with them, Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi, and both deceived her. She again cursed herself inwardly for failing to understand human nature properly. If Miss Fong finds it convenient, today we can go and complete the certification as well as retrieve the things your parents left for you, Jiang Yanchen said. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, attorney. Thank you for managing these things for our family. It's my duty, please don't mention it. Patient in bed 32, pick up the test results. Where are the family members? Outside, the nurse called out. Just as Fong Tingwan was about to get up, she was held down by Jiang Yanchen. I'll go. Jiang Yanchen stood up and walked out of the room. Fong Tingwan smiled slightly. He was quite considerate. After resolving a major hassle, Fong Tingwan lay down and prepared to rest her hands under the covers. But just as she touched the blanket, she froze instantly. She picked up and pulled out what she touched, which turned out to be a smooth and glossy jade pendant. At the same time, it seemed as though she had entered another world, where there was an estate-like structure, spacious and leveled front and backyards. The front yard was a black soil garden with a fountain covering 20 square meters, while the backyard, besides the plain garden, also included orchards, vegetable gardens, lawns, livestock areas, and a 5-square-meter fish pond. Inside the mansion, there were bedrooms, study rooms, game rooms, entertainment rooms, living rooms, reception halls, office halls, kitchens, bathrooms, storage rooms, managers' rooms, insurance safes, and even a small private screening hall and ballroom for holding banquets. Good grief. Fong Tingwan clicked her tongue. Wasn't this place where noble families of the medieval era lived? Except, almost everything inside was missing. It was like a meticulously designed model home without any vitality except basic furniture. Moreover, some rooms couldn't be opened, and currently, the ones accessible were just the kitchen, dining room, living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms on the ground floor. Other doors couldn't be opened, indicating conditions must be met to unlock them. Fong Tingwan stepped out. Space was secured. Now it was time to stockpile. Soon, Jiang Yanchen returned with the test report. After pondering a moment, Fong Tingwan thought it might still be hard to accept for him. Better not mention it. It's strange. Mrs. Yang once said you had congenital anemia, but this time during the test. Jiang Yanchen carefully scanned through the report repeatedly, his expression complex as he stared at Fong Tingwan. You show absolutely no abnormalities, truly hard to explain. Fong Tingwan also paused for a long time. Did she really have no abnormalities anymore? So rebirth could treat diseases too? We should discharge quickly. There's still a lot to do. Fong Tingwan immediately stood up, eager to arrange her discharge. No rush, you just rest. I will take care of it. Jiang Yanchen was reliable and efficient, swiftly handling her discharge papers and walking out of the hospital with her. Can I go get the things my parents left for me now? Asked Fong Tingwan. Certainly, if you wish, you can already visit the notary office today. Let's hurry. Fong Tingwan said cheerfully and was about to call a taxi. Jiang Yanchen helplessly pointed at the hospital parking lot, indicating that she could leave with him. The notarization process went smoothly, and soon, Fong Tingwan walked out of the notary office with 5 property deeds, 5 cars, 10 high-end jewelry deposit slips, and a savings book with 9-digit deposits. This amount of money would be enough for her to live on for those days ahead. Mr. Jiang, attorney, can I entrust you with a few more tasks? Fong Tingwan carefully considered before asking. Go ahead. Fong Tingwan handed over 4 property deeds, for car keys, and all the jewelry deposit slips to him. I want to sell all these items, and 10% of the selling price will serve as your commission. Jiang Yanchen looked somewhat surprised. These are your properties. You have the right to dispose of them in any way. As for the commission, your mother settled everything for me while she was still alive. I am merely doing what I ought to do, so I cannot accept these. I know, but since the amounts involved are substantial, I think it would be quite helpful to have a lawyer assisting me. So, consider this as a renewed entrustment, all right? Jiang Yanchen pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. To be honest, Ms. Yang did me a great favor, so as long as it is not against the law, you can always count on me for anything. Just hearing you say that is good enough. Fong Tingwan smiled brightly, feeling reassured that she could now prepare fully without worries. Next, Fong Tingwan sold all the houses, vehicles, and jewelry except for the one her family had lived in and used before they passed away. She deposited a small portion of the proceeds into her personal bank account for convenience when paying bills in the coming days. The rest of the money, she and Jiang Yanchen went to the bank together and exchanged all of it into gold. In the apocalypse world, gold would become the only universally recognized currency. With no small sum of money involved, they had to visit several banks to complete the exchange. Fong Tingwan then stored all of the gold into her space. It was also by chance that she discovered she could use her willpower to put things into the space and retrieve them at will. Otherwise, carrying such a large quantity of gold would have almost killed her from exhaustion just moving it around. Chapter 3. Coincidence. Even though all these are your properties and you have the right to dispose of them, I shouldn't meddle in principle. Jiang Yanchen looked at her with a complex expression and finally shook his head. I understand what you mean, so I'll be straightforward too. You may think that handling so much property this way isn't a wise move, even if just renting out those houses every month could earn a substantial amount, but things will be different from now on. This is really for my own future. Fong Tingwan looked at Jiang Yanchen and sighed gently. Moreover, if you have some idle capital, I hope you can exchange some too. Gold is indeed a hard currency. I had stored some before. I think it's enough, said Jiang Yanchen with a slight hint of helplessness in his tone. In other words, he thought it was unnecessary. Well, it was inevitable that he wouldn't believe her now. Fong Tingwan smiled and didn't say more. Where do you live? Let me drive you home, said Jiang Yanchen. After Fong Tingwan gave her address, Jiang Yanchen was momentarily stunned. Then a smile filled with helplessness appeared on his face. It seems we truly have an affinity. When Jiang Yanchen parked his car in the parking lot under Fong Tingwan's building and opened the door to the house opposite hers with his own key, Fong Tingwan also widened her eyes in astonishment. Destiny truly was a mysterious thing. After saying goodbye, Fong Tingwan went home and started making a quick list. Today might be a bit too late to go to the supermarket and not necessarily get fresh items. It would be better to start from tomorrow. But some things like daily necessities or skincare products, which might be relatively cheaper online and had more options there, she could buy first through the internet. For instance, daily necessities, skincare products, and clothes, etc. She could order online first, and intra-city orders would arrive the next day. As for meat, eggs, milk, seafood, and fruits and vegetables, it would be better to buy directly at the supermarket and market tomorrow. Fong Tingwan immediately opened Taobao, certain takeout apps, and some grocery delivery software to start placing orders. Among the essentials of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, there was no need to worry about shelter. She lived in a top-floor duplex apartment with only 2 households per floor, and the building was extremely safe and solid, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. In the past 8 years, the security had always been excellent, and there had never been any incidents of smashing and looting. Fong Tingwan had always suspected that there were some high-level important figures living in this community, so regardless of how chaotic the outside world became, they remained untouched. But anyway, it was a good thing for her. In times of danger when she lacked the ability to turn the tide, protecting herself was the best course of action. Who wouldn't welcome fewer troubles? If possible, the weather over the next few months would almost continuously be gloomy and rainy, so she didn't have to go out as long as her car didn't stall from water. Next, solving the clothing problem came first. Fong Tingwan opened Taobao and placed an order for 10 sets of cold-resistant suits that could withstand temperatures below -50°C. The suits featured heating technology that could quickly warm up within 5 minutes. When the batteries inside ran out, they could still be recharged and were very durable. In case of extreme cold weather in the future, such clothing would be life-saving. Then she opened several flagship stores of brands she often wore and ordered 500 sets of clothes for each season, along with 500 sets of underwear and sleepwear, because she didn't know how long the natural disasters in the future would last. Most of the styles she chose were simple, elegant, and durable, and there was no need to overly pursue aesthetics. She then opened the shoe store she had favorited, ordering 1,000 pairs of comfortable athletic shoes and leisure shoes that were wear-resistant, and added another 2,000 pairs of socks for each season. The store owner was delighted and even gifted her 10 pairs of new model shoes. Fong Tingwan expressed her satisfaction and accepted all the orders. Apart from the cold-resistant suits and thermal boots, the rest of the clothes did not require express delivery. According to her memories from her previous life, there was still a week left, and the courier would definitely deliver them on time. Next were daily necessities and skincare products, all purchased in brands she used regularly, buying double the usual quantity for backup. However, the rest was different. Fong Tingwan opened the official store of some daily use brands she often used and began an intense spree of placing orders. 300 boxes each of 4-roll tissue paper. 1 box contains 24 rolls, 500 sheets each. Big tissue paper towels for washing face, disposable bath towels, wet wipes, facial tissues, and various sanitary napkins. Other things could be skipped, but especially toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Their importance would only become clear when needed. This was the kind that she would waste forever and ever without exhausting. Both the toilet paper and sanitary napkins were expedited. The others could come later. Subsequently, toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, laundry detergent, cleaning agents of various types, and personal care and cleaning products. She bought 500 boxes of each. She even bought some indoor fragrance diffusers, air purifiers, and N95 masks, because after the torrential rains, the air everywhere was filled with decayed odors and bacteria viruses. Protective measures must be taken well. In addition, she purchased 100 pieces of each cleaning tool such as mops, along with 10 vacuum cleaners and robotic floor sweepers. Although there was a cleaning robot at home, it was uncertain whether it would still function several years later, and she couldn't repair these appliances herself. It was better to be prepared for all eventualities. She bought 50 sets of bedding and sofa covers each, which would be useful for future washing and changing without fear of damaging them and running out of replacements. As for essential household appliances, laundry appliances such as washer-dryer combos, dry cleaning machines, and electric irons were purchased 5 units each. Refrigeration equipment was also necessary, given the extremely hot weather that could reach above 50 degrees Celsius, enough to burn one's skin upon stepping outside. Multiple standing and wall-mounted air conditioners were installed in the house, along with 100 humidifiers ordered. There were 10 double-door refrigerators and 10 freezers as well. In such sweltering weather, lounging on the couch, enjoying cold drinks while the air conditioning blows softly. How comfortable it felt. Without hesitation, Fong Tingwan added everything to her cart. Going forward, there would definitely be fewer opportunities to leave home, let alone relying on food delivery services. Kitchen essentials must be ready. 5 exhaust fans, various pots, cooking stoves, 20 electric kettles, water purifiers, water heaters, and direct drinking water systems were added to her shopping list. Fong Tingwan rubbed her eyes and took a short rest. There was still much left to prepare, especially items for dealing with extreme cold. She never wanted to experience again those days when people had to huddle together for warmth. Shaking off her slightly numb hand, she continued her mission. A box of large-sized warming patches contained 60 packets with 60 sheets each, making this cost-effective warming wonder indispensable. She decisively placed an order for 100 boxes. Other life-saving heating items like heated hand warmers, hot water bottles, water-heated electric blankets, heated duvets, heated clothing, small heaters, and space heaters were purchased 50 units each. The remaining items were various practical gadgets for daily use. Storage solutions weren't needed in excess since her space already had strong categorization functions and could sort items automatically. Some hair accessories and hair-cutting tools were also worth keeping in stock. Lastly, some necessary hardware tools were added to her list. Fong Tingwan directly purchased 50 complete multi-tool kits, along with extra drill bits and screws gifted by the seller. Chapter 4. The Spendthrift. Upon opening the outdoor survival store, these survival tools were indispensable. Climbing gear, signal mirrors and whistles, outdoor survival knives, and so on had to be stocked up. After a natural disaster strikes, order collapses entirely, and killing or robbery become commonplace. Since body armor is prohibited from being sold, only stab-resistant clothing can be purchased. She found a reputable flagship store and bought 10 sets of soft stab-proof clothing. Ordinary knives would not pierce through it, which greatly lowered the chances of danger. Some defensive knives could not be spared either, and it was better to choose them in person at the store tomorrow. There were also some items to kill time, like televisions, laptops, desktop computers. Each category had 5 units purchased. Most importantly, storage drives were essential since all the country's networks would eventually go down, and reliance on these hard drives would become critical. After browsing for a long time, she decided to buy a certain brand of hard drives with a capacity reaching 200 terabytes. Despite their somewhat high price, she realized her future life wouldn't function well without them, so she decisively made the purchase. In the end, the merchant also gifted her unlimited memberships for video streaming and music platforms, and downloaded all highly rated TV series, animated shows, documentaries, films, various types of music, and single-player games. This saved her an enormous amount of time that she'd otherwise spend downloading content herself, making the deal worth it. Lastly, she opened online stores similar to Tang and Kong, purchasing gaming consoles like the Switch, PS4, PS5, along with stacks of console games. She also ordered several art pen brands and toy brands, purchasing 50 sets of watercolor pens, crayons, pencils, oil pastels, building blocks, telescopes, and more. If there really came a time when she was completely idle, these hobbies and activities could help her pass the time. After clearing her shopping cart, her account balance instantly dropped by over 6 million yuan. And because much of what she bought directly involved collaborations with manufacturers, many goods were provided at below market value prices. As her online shopping essentially wrapped up, the merchants with whom she placed orders successively communicated about inventory scheduling, addresses, and pricing issues. She absolutely refused to have anything delivered directly to her home address, both for being too conspicuous and for keeping her residential location secret to avoid any unnecessary risks in the future. Fortunately, she had already rented a spare warehouse in the suburbs beforehand. After replying individually to all messages, she logged out of the shopping software. Next, she grabbed her laptop, mobile phone, and tablet and furiously began downloading as many novels, audio dramas, favorite up main videos, maps, recipes, guides for planting, animal husbandry, drawing tutorials including those for photo editing, like Photoshop, life hacks, and anything else possible. She used several hard drives and USB sticks. By the time she had finished everything, it was already late at night. Fong Tingwan stretched lazily before promptly lying down to sleep. That was enough for today. Tomorrow still had more work ahead. Early the next morning, after waking up, tidying up, and skipping breakfast, she immediately drove toward the supermarket and market she frequented often. It was time to prepare food supplies. Fong Tingwan first went to the supermarket and directly contacted the storage area. First, drinking water. Almost every new batch of pure water, potable water, and mineral water available was swept off by her. Since she hadn't been able to stockpile enough yet, combining several large supermarkets together resulted in nearly 3,500 cases. She'd need to figure out other methods soon. After all, prolonged flooding disasters would significantly affect water resources, and tap water might not always be reliable. These stored waters could serve as backups, costing 420,000 yuan. Secondly, there were the eatables exclusively purchasable in supermarkets. Primarily, they were grains. She bought 1,000 kilograms of rice, 1,000 bags of flour weighing 50 kilograms each, 200 bags of low-gluten baking flour, 2,000 bags of cornstarch, 1,000 kilograms of millet, and also various coarse grains, each with 500 kilograms purchased. She didn't purchase excessive quantities of these grains since her planned space could accommodate agricultural growth, making bulk purchases unnecessary. In the chilled fresh section, 100 boxes of milk, 100 boxes of yogurt, and 1,000 packets of yeast were bought so that homemade yogurt could be prepared later. She also acquired 500 packages of cheese slices and cheddar. Soft drinks like Coke, Sprite, fruit juices, carbonated water, energy drinks, along with various wines such as white wine, brandy, tequila, whiskey, vodka, rum, gin, etc. These base spirits enabled her to blend different flavors in the future. She also procured fruit wines and glutinous rice wines, each amounting to 100 cases. Various types of instant hot pot ingredients, mutton, beef, and chicken rolls, hot pot seasonings, broth bases, frozen dumplings, Tang yuan, fried food items, along with imported premium Wagyu beef. She even bought 500 portions of these luxury meats she might never dare to indulge in normally. Besides that, there were numerous ready-to-eat foods like canned fruits, meat cans, snacks, dried fruits, all totaling 500 boxes, and an array of seasonings, salt, cooking oils, sauces, yellow rock sugar, cool grass jelly powder, gelatin sheets specifically for desserts. These were also supplied in quantities of 500 boxes. Most importantly, she additionally stocked up on 200 extra boxes of salt, as salt would inevitably become a scarce commodity in the future. Lack of regular intake would cause bodily functions to decline significantly. Since she favored various teas, decaffeinating and mixing beverages always required multiple varieties. She took 100 cases of black tea, green tea, dark tea, white tea, yellow tea, oolong tea, flower tea, selecting every delicious type. When she reached the tableware section, she purchased 500 sets of various utensils and glasses, as well as a variety of differently shaped glass cups. The clear transparency of these glasses was soothing just to look at. She visited several supermarkets to purchase all of these items, quietly slipping them into her special space when no one was looking. By chance, she discovered that this space could both store and retrieve objects by thought alone. Otherwise, she would have had no idea how to transport everything there. Having completed most of her shopping at the supermarket, she immediately drove toward the suburban farmers market to buy seafood and groceries. Needless to say, she bought every kind of vegetable and fruit in massive quantities, and practically bought out all the available pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and eggs. All items with an expiration date were placed in the preservation zone within her space, where time stood still. Whatever condition they were in when placed inside, they remained so forever, never spoiling. The remaining meats, pork, beef, and lamb, were divided accordingly: ribs, vertebrae bones, fatty belly cuts, front and hind legs, and top blade sections for each type. Chicken and duck were also dissected into breast meat, leg pieces, and skeletal remains. Fish were halved or chopped into blocks for storage. Apart from placing a small portion into the refrigerator for short-term chilling, everything else went into her space. Additionally, she bought 500 pounds of spices including peppercorns, star anise, dried chili peppers, green onions, ginger, garlic, etc., scheduling a delivery to her warehouse the next day. Leaving the produce market, she headed directly to the seafood market. The long-lost scent of fresh seafood greeted her, making her crave the taste of seafood for tonight's dinner. Beautifully plump hairy crabs brimmed with roe, stacked high in crates trying to climb over each other. Red bright crayfish gleamed in the bins while giant Australian lobsters and king crabs weighing around 4 or 5 pounds caught her eye. There were varieties of shrimps, fishes, and shellfishes too. She chose only the freshest catch, buying 500 individuals of each species of fish and crustaceans, evenly split between males and females. She ordered 100 each of king crabs and Australian lobsters, and 500 pounds of shellfish. Finally, a fish breeder gave her 3 second-hand, extra-large aquarium tanks along with various tools, which his friend had abandoned upon changing careers. It was a bargain find for her. The shopkeeper even offered helpful tips on maintaining the health of these aquatic creatures, gifting her some seaweed as a bonus. He explained that keeping the marine tank ecosystem balanced was essential to prevent fish deaths. Chapter 5. Miscellaneous items. Fong Tingwan also reminded the boss to stock up on some grain, but whether or not he took her advice was none of her business. These items were transported along with seawater to a warehouse in the suburbs. In the future, whenever she wanted seafood, she could simply kill one on the spot. Big fish give birth to small fish, and there would never be a day when they run out. She then went to the farmer's market and bought 100 chicks, ducklings, and goslings of both genders, 50 bulls and cows of various breeds from Inner Mongolia, 100 sheep of different varieties from Inner Mongolia, 50 piglets of both genders, 10 dairy cows of both genders, and enough space had a large fertile grassland to raise them all. 200 kinds of freshwater fish fry were placed in the pond at the backyard of the space. Besides that, there were seeds and feed, various vegetable and fruit seeds, grain seeds, tree seedlings, animal feed, fish feed, as well as all kinds of medicinal plant seeds. She even bought a lot of fertilizers, pesticides, sprayers, hoes, and shovels for farming. No matter how much stuff she stored, there would be a day when it runs out. The most important thing was to let them sustainably produce. Fong Tingwan spent the whole day visiting these markets, and finally made contact with an address, paid the deposit, and waited for them to deliver the goods. When she drove home, the things she ordered online had arrived. They told her that the urgent items she ordered had already been delivered to the suburban warehouse, urging her to pick them up quickly. Fong Tingwan immediately drove to the suburbs. When she arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, she almost fell off her chair in surprise. Those 1,000 boxes of items plus cold-resistant clothing and thermal boots were piled like a mountain outside the warehouse. All the delivery guys and staff had worried looks on their faces. Anyone who passed by couldn't help but look in astonishment. The turning back rate was extremely high. Sorry. Fong Tingwan hurriedly rushed over, busy first receiving the goods, apologizing to everyone before giving each person a big red envelope. Are you opening a store or? The delivery guy couldn't help but ask. Yes, I am opening a store, Fong Tingwan lied. Fong Tingwan quickly asked everyone to leave. Only then dared she slowly transmit everything into the space. In front of everyone, handling the items like casting a spell was far too eye-catching, certainly attracting everyone's attention. If she didn't want trouble, this was the only way. Afterwards, Fong Tingwan gave everyone even more red envelopes, saying that the things she would receive in the future would be more, thanking them for their hard work. By the time she finished these tasks, it was already dark. After locking the warehouse, she drove home. The high-temperature weather had lasted for over 10 days without a single drop of rain. There really were people online burying raw eggs in the ground to see if they would cook, and everyone was looking forward to a heavy downpour. Fong Tingwan knew that the storm was not far away. Turning on the air conditioning, the indoor temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Taking out the 4 big crabs she brought back, after brushing them clean, she put them directly into the pot for 15 minutes of steaming. Overcooking would make the texture old and affect the taste. Then she began to prepare the dipping sauce. The soul lies in this dipping sauce. Delicious crab meat dipped in the sauce is perfect. After dinner, Fong Tingwan put the dishes into the dishwasher, then planned what she needed to do the next day. Once done, she went to bed early. As soon as it got light, Fong Tingwan got up. Today, she would go to the nearby mountain area. There was a spring there with very good water quality. It might be due to geological structure reasons. The water there mineralized easily and was a famous local attraction. Most tourists came here to collect the spring water, which was also her goal today. It was very hot, so the tourist attractions were completely empty, which was very convenient for Fong Tingwan. After buying the ticket for a small boat from the scenic area and driving it to the deep water zone, Fong Tingwan couldn't wait to extend her fingers and start sucking water into the space. This river was very large. It wasn't easy to notice any obvious drop in water level, and the weather was hot and dry. It wouldn't draw attention. Without any qualms, Fong Tingwan sucked water. The large reservoir in the space took exactly 2 hours to be fully filled. As soon as it was done, she immediately drove the small boat away. Just before leaving, the scenic area administrator kept looking at her with monster-like eyes, probably thinking that someone who comes out to row a boat in such hot weather must be crazy. Fong Tingwan ignored the suspicious eyes of the administrator and asked, "Uncle, I'm planning to invest in a water-based project recently. Do you know where I can buy tools like jet skis?" The administrator suddenly realized. No wonder she came out to inspect the location despite the sweltering heat. "I'm familiar with water projects. My younger cousin is the boss here. He sells those things. I'll arrange and take you there." The shop was just beside the scenic spot, reachable by car in a few minutes. Through introductions, she bought 10 each of jet skis, inflatable boats, assault boats, speedboats, life rings, swimsuits, oxygen tanks, life jackets, and various rain gears. Total cost, 540,000 yuan. Actually, all these purchases were for the impending torrential rain in a few days. Both traveling by car and walking would be impossible, with the water accumulation reaching as high as 2 stories. These things were essential tools for commuting. After paying the deposit to the boss and confirming the address, Fong Tingwan drove directly to the building materials market. Her front door still needed a few more layers of reinforcement. Although security in her previous neighborhood had indeed been good, anything could happen, so safety came first. The outermost door would be fitted with a top-tier smart anti-ride armor door, capable of real-time monitoring, so she could always discover what was happening outside. Inside, another fully protective special-grade door would be installed, resistant to any blunt objects, firearms, or drills. The glass would also be entirely replaced with military-grade anti-explosion glass. After some thought, she decided to install a stainless steel door with barbs on it for the stairwell, isolating her floor from the lower levels. Since her floor was the top one, with 2 households per staircase, after consulting with lawyer Jiang, there should be no major problems. After rounding up all expenses, the total cost would come to 400,000 yuan, with installation scheduled for tomorrow. Money flowed like water. Adding up all her expenses so far, nearly 20 million yuan had been spent. Though it pained her slightly, the sight of all the stockpiled goods gave her a strong sense of security. At noon, she hastily ate a bowl of noodles at a noodle shop before setting out again. Her next destination was crucial, as it provided something essential that many of her purchases would depend on: electricity. Nationwide, power lines would inevitably be damaged during torrential rain, rendering all electrical items useless. Therefore, what she needed to do now was purchase large amounts of electricity-generating equipment. With great hesitation, she bought 3 large 30,000 kilowatt diesel generators, even though she didn't need such massive capacity for home use, but believed they'd be useful later. She also purchased 5 30 kilowatt silent diesel generators, 10 kilowatt ones, 28 kilowatt ones, plus 20 solar panels, and 20 self-water generators. Lastly, she negotiated with the boss for 20 high-luminance waterproof flashlights, confirmed the delivery address, and paid the deposit. Only after finishing all these tasks did she finally exhale in relief, though a nagging feeling lingered that she had forgotten something. Her train of thought was interrupted by a delivery phone call, so she simply drove back home. Several trucks were lined up neatly at the warehouse entrance, including yesterday's courier who had brought the rest of her online orders. The group discussed what business Fong Tingwan might be involved in, since she had bought such a vast amount of goods, including cattle and sheep. The courier already knew her well, and said, "Your store sure sells an eclectic mix of things." Chapter 6, Returning a Favor. Fong Tingwan half-joked, "Hey, it's just about selling some stuff and making a profit margin. Probably the startup of a second-generation rich kid. Money makes them act impulsively." After unloading the goods, everyone was given a bottle of water, and a box of cigarettes was distributed. Once the delivery guy and driver left, they started handling the shelves, packing everything into space. She felt utterly exhausted as soon as she rested at home. These days had been nonstop hustle and hard work. Too tired to move, she ordered takeout to reward herself with a good meal. After eating, she went straight to sleep. In the following few days, she planned to tidy up the space, checking what was missing and adding it later. Upon entering the space, Fong Tingwan was dumbfounded. The poultry placed in the space had defecated all over the yard, and the slightly larger ducklings and goslings actually ran to the fish pond to eat her small fingerlings. Cows, sheep, and pigs were even worse, joyfully running around on the grassland. Setting up fences was absolutely necessary. For now, there was nothing she could do but spend an hour and a half catching all the poultry and livestock. She put the ducks in boxes first, and then tied all the animals to the tree trunks beside the villa, intending to order some timber later to build nests for them. The sea tank's filtration system, base laying, algae scenery design, all handled by the fishing boss. The filtration system of the sea tank was quite powerful. The seafood inside was lively and full of vigor. After plugging it in, all she needed to do was regularly change the water. Finally, she planted the fruit seedlings in the yard. Just after watering them, she suddenly popped out of the space, falling directly onto the ground with both her body and the water pot in her hand. She had been thrown out of the space. This meant that the space had a time limit. People couldn't live inside forever. To prove her thoughts, Fong Tingwan tried again, but no matter how many times she attempted, she couldn't enter. However, she could still see the space and store/retrieve items. Just her physical body couldn't get inside. Looking at the time, exactly 2 hours had passed. It worked well. In case of emergencies, she could still go inside to hide for a while. Recalling the matter of installing a door in the corridor, Fong Tingwan wrapped her coat and walked to knock on Jiang Yanshen's door. The door opened from inside, and Jiang Yanshen's cold and stern face appeared. "Miss Fong, is there something you need from me?" Fong Tingwan spoke directly. "Mr. Jiang, I want to install a steel gate at the stairwell entrance. I am consulting your opinion." Jiang Yanshen looked at Fong Tingwan for a moment, pondered briefly, and then nodded. "I have no objections." Fong Tingwan smiled. "Then I'll be reassured. After it's installed, I'll give you the key, but strangers can't come in freely, right?" "No problem." Surprisingly cooperative, Fong Tingwan didn't hesitate further. Installing the door would naturally benefit him too. She scheduled the master craftsman to start delivering and installing the door in the afternoon. "Mr. Jiang, the weather forecast said that there might be unusual heavy rainfall in the next few days. I suggest you stock up on supplies. If it's continuous heavy rain for a few days, the shops may not open." Jiang Yanshen looked deeply at Fong Tingwan. "Are all the things you've bought recently because of the prediction of heavy rainfall? Aren't you overly anxious?" Fong Tingwan understood his astonishment. After all, he didn't know this would be a world-destroying calamity. She had said all she could say. She couldn't tell him about the coming apocalypse. Otherwise, he would probably think she should go see a psychiatrist. "Anyway, stockpiling doesn't hurt, does it? Thank you for reminding me. I'll go buy some later." Jiang Yanshen closed the door and returned to his room. Fong Tingwan shook her head and also returned home. But shortly after, she opened the door again. Fong Tingwan carried several large bags filled with various vegetables, ready-to-eat food, rice, and meat. In the end, she couldn't bear to completely ignore it. After all, without his help, she wouldn't have the money to buy so many supplies. Consider it returning a favor. She placed the items outside Jiang Yanshen's door before going back. Taking out the business card given by the building materials market boss, Fong Tingwan placed another batch of orders, mainly lumber and materials for constructing cow sheets, sheep pens, and pig pens. Since complex ones were beyond her abilities, she purchased easily assembled stainless steel frames and stainless steel fences, covering the roofs with felt paper. This kind of construction was sturdy and easy to dismantle. After making the call, Fong Tingwan didn't waste any time. She took out the water storage tanks she had bought from the space, connected the faucet with a hose, and placed it into the tank, opening the tap to fill it with water. Next, she pulled out the vegetables and fresh meat from the fridge and got busy. Kneading dough to let it ferment, pickling meat and cooking it, rinsing rice to steam and cook it. All the meat dishes and rice went onto the stove. Once the dough had finished fermenting, bread and cakes were placed into the oven. Flaky pancakes, savory pancakes, chive pancakes, steamed buns, flour rolls, dumplings, and other items went into the steamer or pancake machine. Finally, she began washing vegetables and cooking dishes. Kung Pao chicken, fish-flavored pork shreds, red braised eggplant, spicy and sour potato strips, stir-fried pig liver, broccoli, chili preserved bean curd, dry-fried green beans, boiled fish, mao shui wong, hot pot dish, boiled sliced pork, pickled cabbage fish, cumin lamb, beef, sweet and sour fish, dumpling soup, laver egg drop soup, mushroom soup, mutton radish soup, old duck noodle soup. Once prepared and placed into airtight containers, they were all stored in the space. This way, she could take them out anytime she wanted to eat later. These foods had strong scents, so making them in the future might attract unwanted attention. Before she could clean up the mess from cooking, the window and door installers arrived. Hi, are you the one who requested the doors and windows installation? Yes, please install them as securely as possible. I can pay extra for the installation fee. Got it, no worries. I've been doing this work for over 10 years now. Half of the doors and windows in this neighborhood were installed by me. Actually, I would suggest that there's no need for a corridor door. It's unnecessary since your door is already good quality. There have been several thefts in the area recently, and I live alone, so I feel more secure this way. The payment will be guaranteed, just do as I ask. Since her apartment was on the top floor, she decided to reinforce the security after confirming with her neighbor opposite. Whether it was considered an illegal construction or not, the property management probably wouldn't bother checking anytime soon. As expected, the master craftsman was efficient. In just 3 hours, he completed installing 3 layers of doors for the corridor and entryway, including explosion-proof glass. She tipped him an extra 2,000 yuan for his efforts. Gazing at the fortified house, her sense of unease eased slightly. Placing all the pots and pans into the dishwasher, Fong Tingwan went downstairs to dispose of the garbage and deliver the corridor key to her neighbor across the hall. She knocked a few times, but got no response. It seemed her neighbor hadn't returned from work yet. After disposing of the garbage, she went straight to the delivery station. For the past few days, she'd been constantly dealing with receiving packages and purchasing items online. All small purchases were sent directly to her home, and the busy activity at the delivery point below drew little attention to her. Fong Tingwan gradually gathered everything she needed. Inside her space estate, apart from a master bedroom she reserved for herself, which contained only basic essentials, the other rooms were almost completely filled with goods she had carefully prepared. Just as she was admiring the contents of the space, someone called her name. Miss Fong, let me drive you back. Carrying so many parcels makes it inconvenient to walk. It was Jiang Yanqian. Fong Tingwan didn't hesitate and opened the rear door to get in. Thank you. By the way, the corridor door has been installed. Here's the key. Jiang Yanqian glanced briefly at Fong Tingwan, his smile somewhat inscrutable, as he took the key. Ignoring Jiang Yanqian's appraisal, Fong Tingwan caught sight of the shopping bags on the passenger seat. Chapter 7. Coming earlier than expected. Since I passed by the mall, I bought some urgently needed stuff, Jiang Yanqian said while looking into the rearview mirror. Though he thought she was overly nervous, he inexplicably followed her suggestion anyway. Jiang Yanqian helped carry up a large stack of parcels. When they saw the massive iron door in the hallway, about 10 centimeters thick, Jiang Yanqian was clearly surprised. Thinking about her recent behavior, stockpiling goods, changing doors, she must be someone who lacks a sense of security? Afterwards, both of them went back home. Fong Tingwan returned home and counted everything up. The things that should be bought were all purchased, and the preparations that needed to be made were basically completed. As long as she had no contact with her uncle's family of vampires, it shouldn't be a problem for her to live peacefully for 3 or 5 years. The sound of the phone suddenly rang out. Fong Tingwan frowned at the caller ID. She directly hung up the phone. Soon after, the same number called again. She rolled her eyes and answered the phone. What do you want? How could you ignore me, Wanwan? A somewhat annoying voice came from the other end, and Fong Tingwan could almost imagine the smirking, sycophantic face on the other side. Why should I care about you? Are we even related? Fong Tingwan said coldly. Why so cold, huh? We can be related if you want. The voice on the other side chuckled. What do you want? I don't really need a reason, do I? I just missed you. Fong Tingwan immediately hung up the phone and blocked this number labeled as Xia Jinyu. Xia Jinyu was her college classmate. They had spent 7 years together including undergraduate and graduate studies, during which time he shamelessly chased her for 7 years. Xia Jinyu looked fine but always acted like a spoiled rich kid, reckless and irresponsible, and extremely annoying. He seemed unreliable, as though playing around rather than being serious. Fong Tingwan found him incredibly irritating, but since he never did anything truly outrageous, she didn't completely cut ties with him. In the previous life, after the disaster happened, she never heard from him again. Anyway, his family was pretty wealthy, so his life was probably not too bad. It would be better for her to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with others. Just after blocking Xia Jinyu's call, another unfamiliar number popped up. Are you calling me from a different number? Let me tell you, one call gets you blocked right away. Fong Tingwan answered angrily. Are you Fong Tingwan? Came a rough and unfamiliar voice. What is it? Fong Tingwan instantly became cautious. Do you know Yang Dahai? No. Fong Tingwan frowned in disgust. Why were all these annoying calls coming today? As she was about to hang up, she heard the voice on the other end loudly saying, Yang Dahai, hear that? They said they don't know you. Then there was a sharp cry for help and Yang Dahai's urgent shouts. No, don't hang up. Awan, it's your uncle. Please. Awan, help your uncle, Andy, and your cousin. Your cousin is still young. She cannot fall into those people's hands. Young girl, I see you probably do know Yang Dahai, but just don't want to deal with him. Here's the thing. Yang Dahai owes us money and cannot pay it back. Initially, he used his daughter's information as collateral, so because he cannot repay, he will use his daughter to settle the debt. If you care to help, you can pay off their debts. If not, consider this call never happened. Animals, don't touch me, came the terrified screams of Yang Wenjing. Fong Tingwan furrowed her brows. How could Yang Dahai be so shameless and inhumane as to pawn his own daughter? But Fong Tingwan had no intention of being a big-hearted person. She bluntly said that it was none of her business and immediately hung up. In the past life, how had they treated her? In the past life, Yang Wenjing was sweet and well-behaved in public, but acted high and mighty behind the scenes, constantly making her life difficult and frequently instigating Yang Dahai and his wife to beat and scold her. When the group of beasts forced her to exchange her body for food in the past life, did Yang Wenjing ever help her? Not only did she not help, it was actually Yang Wenjing who proposed this method and helped facilitate it. She wasn't a saint, and she couldn't repay grievances with virtue. It depended on what kind of grievances. Anyway, she simply couldn't bring herself to help Yang Wenjing. Before going to bed, Fong Tingwan filled every container she could find at home with water and charged all her power banks in preparation for unforeseen needs. Although she had prepared enough water, and even though the space could provide internet access, electricity, water, and cooking facilities, the time inside the space was limited. Preparing more would ultimately be beneficial and wouldn't raise suspicion either. After completing all this, Fong Tingwan lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep, sleeping very soundly. Yet in her dreams, she seemed to hear the sounds of thunderstorms. The fierce flashes of lightning and violent storms sounded like they were trying to destroy everything on the ground. She suddenly woke up when the raindrops pattered down heavily, only then realizing that none of this had been a dream. The storm had arrived. But wasn't it supposed to come the day after tomorrow according to the original schedule? There was no time to think much further. Fong Tingwan immediately got up and quickly closed all the windows in each room. The big raindrops fiercely battered against the glass, and even where she arrived slightly late, water had already pooled inside. This was one heavy rainstorm. As Fong Tingwan looked out, she could only see an indistinct foggy scene. She licked her lips and hurriedly grabbed a mop to clean up the water in several places. Just as she was about to go back and listen to some drama broadcasts to fall asleep again, there came a knock on the door. Who is it? Fong Tingwan wondered aloud, perplexed. With such weather this late at night, who would actually visit? It's me, Jiang Yanchen. A familiar voice sounded from outside. Fong Tingwan rushed over and indeed saw Jiang Yanchen standing outside her door, wearing pajamas with a coat draped over him. I noticed a lot of people saying in the group chat that the rain was really heavy, and many places have flooded, Jiang Yanchen explained, exhaling in relief as she opened the door. He quickly continued. Is everything alright at your place? Fong Tingwan asked. Yes, I've made sure the doors and windows are all closed. We'll just have to see how things look tomorrow. Luckily, thanks to your reminder, I bought some essentials, and what you gave me, thank you. Jiang Yanchen finally allowed a faint smile to appear on his face. It's my pleasure. Jiang Yanchen nodded, and for a moment, neither of them knew what else to say. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. As Fong Tingwan was about to bid farewell, she saw Jiang Yanchen hesitantly inquire, Would it be possible for me to come inside? Observing his uncertain manner, Fong Tingwan stepped aside. Yet Jiang Yanchen hadn't expected that once he entered Fong Tingwan's home, he would still need to pass through 2 additional security doors, each designed differently from the others. What is this? Jiang Yanchen appeared momentarily bewildered. Fong Tingwan remained calm and replied, I live alone. It's always best to take precautions. Chapter 8. Prevention is better than cure. It wasn't like that. After the apocalypse came, everyone was in peril. A candy placed here now may seem insignificant, but it could make people who experienced modern civilization wrestle and fight like beasts. Back then, robbery and injuring people had become a common phenomenon. Survival was more important than so-called morality. If you were unable to cover yourself with clothing or satisfy your hunger, how could you maintain your original intention? Prevention is indeed better than cure. Jiang Yanchen rarely found himself at a loss for words. By the way, Mr. Jiang, are you looking for me because of... Seeing that Jiang Yanchen had been scrutinizing her room since he came in, Fong Tingwan grew more suspicious in her heart. It's from your uncle. Jiang Yanchen snapped out of it and took out a document. He's suing you. He has filed a lawsuit claiming that the inheritance left by your mother was unfairly divided, and he demands support and care fees for you and your grandparents. Rumble. The thunder suddenly roared, followed by lightning striking. There was no light on in Fong Tingwan's room, and at this moment, the entire room was dark with a heavy gloom. The clouds pressed down by the window, and heavy rain poured down as if trying to swallow the world. Jiang Yanchen inconspicuously moved a step closer to Fong Tingwan. Noticing his small movement, Fong Tingwan was surprised. Mr. Jiang, aren't you afraid of thunder? As the sky darkened, Jiang Yanchen concealed the brief embarrassment in his eyes, cleared his throat, and calmly said, "No, I'm here to deliver the documents." He spoke about Yang Dehai's actions in the calmest tone possible. However, Fong Tingwan, watching the grand spectacle outside the window, sneered and took the document that Jiang Yanchen handed over. She tore it apart and threw it into the trash can with a flick of her wrist. Then let him sue me. After all, they would soon face problems that money couldn't solve. Seeing her calmness, Jiang Yanchen couldn't help but glance at her several times. He reminded her, "I've investigated, and what Yang Dehai has prepared goes beyond legal measures. It makes sense. After all, he can even pull his own daughter out to pay debts. Why should his niece matter?" Fong Tingwan shrugged indifferently. "But still, thank you for your warning." She looked very composed. Jiang Yanchen frowned and said, "Still, be careful." "Okay," Fong Tingwan responded promptly. After giving the warning, Jiang Yanchen didn't linger any longer, chatted a few sentences, and then looked at Fong Tingwan with an expression of wanting to say something but held back. Fong Tingwan. "Mr. Jiang, do you have anything else?" After doing some mental preparation, Jiang Yanchen finally said, "A bit. I want to ask if your house has a flashlight." Fong Tingwan finally understood Jiang Yanchen's intention. She nodded with a smile and asked, "So you're really afraid of thunder?" The embarrassment in Jiang Yanchen's eyes became even more pronounced. He didn't say anything, and neither did Fong Tingwan force him. She went to fetch a flashlight, one she had specially bought as an imported camping version that could provide 5 days of lighting without electricity supply. After testing the flashlight, Jiang Yanchen was just preparing to thank and leave when there was another rumble sound from outside. His hand ready to turn off the flashlight shook twice, clearly exposing his fear to Fong Tingwan. That face illuminated brightly by the flashlight was deathly pale. "Mr. Jiang, this thunder seems quite scary," Fong Tingwan realized and couldn't help laughing. Seeing her expression, Jiang Yanchen stopped pretending, and only after the thunderstorm subsided somewhat did he admit helplessly, "I experienced an unexpected situation when I was young, so I am quite sensitive to this kind of noise. I didn't expect this heavy rain to come so suddenly. My phone is out of power, there is no electricity at home, and I cannot use music to block out the thunder, so I came to seek your help." Being nearly 6 feet tall, Fong Tingwan felt an overwhelming desire to protect him. "I happen to have downloaded a few movies on my tablet. Why doesn't Mr. Jiang stay and watch a movie with me?" Jiang Yanchen hesitated for only a few seconds before agreeing. As the movie started, to avoid being disturbed by the thunder, Jiang Yanchen watched it very carefully. However, Fong Tingwan's attention was not on the movie. Looking at the torrential rain outside the window, she saw water droplets densely falling on the ground, leaping like a water net. She knew this was the prelude to the end of the world. The end was coming soon. Tired of sitting, Fong Tingwan walked to the window. Suddenly, her expression turned serious as she unbelievably rubbed her eyes. At some point, the heavily overcast sky was swallowed by yellow sand. Half of the sky turned into a sandy and muddy wasteland with swirling dust, while the other half turned into dark clouds pressing down, pouring heavy rains. Sandstorm. And it appeared alongside the rainy day? Fong Tingwan was dumbfounded. Did this happen in the previous life? The world of today was completely different from her memories, but the situation was obviously worse. Bad weather. Jiang Yanchen, who had stood up at some point, furrowed his brows as he stood beside Fong Tingwan and said, "It seems the reckless development by humans and excessive exploitation of nature have caused this severe weather." Fong Tingwan smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. "Mommy, I want my mommy wah." Suddenly, a child's cry echoed from downstairs, the voice very faint. If one wasn't careful, it could be mistaken for the rain outside. Fong Tingwan reacted, Duo Duo. Duo Duo was the child living downstairs in her building. Her family used to be well off, but unfortunately, Duo Duo's father got addicted to gambling, which not only ruined their savings, but also shattered the warmth and harmony of their home. But why was Duo Duo crying so desperately in the middle of the night, calling for her mother? After a while, the crying continued without stopping. Hesitating for a moment, Fong Tingwan opened her door, and just as she was about to step out, she spotted Duo Duo on the staircase. "Duo Duo, why are you here alone?" In their previous life, Duo Duo had always enjoyed playing with Fong Tingwan. Now, seeing her, Duo Duo quickly ran over. Fong Tingwan opened the iron gate, and Duo Duo tightly hugged her waist, wailing, "Mommy, Mommy is gone. I can't find my mommy, and Daddy is also gone. Wah." She cried until her voice cracked, the sound reverberating painfully in Fong Tingwan's ears. After comforting her for quite a while, Fong Tingwan brought her back inside her house temporarily. She poured her a glass of warm water and gently patted her back to help her settle down. After sobbing for a while, Duo Duo finally stopped crying and tearfully recounted the events of the day. It turned out that while she was sleeping, she heard her parents arguing. When she tried to investigate, her father came in with a cup of water, telling her to drink it and go back to sleep, ignoring the adults' matters. And then, she fell asleep. Duo Duo woke up, and Mommy was gone wah. As she mentioned the heartbreaking incident, Duo Duo started crying again. Fong Tingwan frantically consoled her once more, while Jiang Yanchen, sharp-eyed, noticed a string of keys hanging around Duo Duo's neck. He asked, "Duo Duo, are these your house keys?" Duo Duo nodded. Chapter 9, Uneasy Heart. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen exchanged a glance, briefly deliberated, and decided to take Dodo home to wait for her parents to return. After all, although Dodo seemed very familiar with Fong Tingwan, the unfamiliar environment might not be suitable for the 5-year-old little girl. Besides, her house was fortified like an impregnable fortress, making it less than ideal for a young child. Ultimately, Fong Tingwan took Dodo back to her own place. Upon returning, Fong Tingwan smelled a sharp and strong metallic odor in the air, but Dodo acted as if she hadn't noticed it at all. Instead, she ran to the couch, sat down, and motioned for Fong Tingwan to join her. Sister Fong, sit here and look at my drawings with me, Dodo pleaded while looking up at Fong Tingwan. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Tingwan chose to scan the surroundings first. Observing that everything was abnormally clean, no obvious anomalies could be detected, yet a sense of uneasiness crept into her heart unexplainedly. Mr. Jiang, do you smell anything unusual? Jiang Yanchen nodded. Yes. The two looked at each other again, but neither said anything. Finally, they both sat beside Dodo, accompanying her as she drew. Maybe it's just overthinking. Having seen too much of the world's dirtiness in her past life, she guessed that might be why she felt this way. Lost in her thoughts, Fong Tingwan suddenly heard her phone buzzing nonstop. A classmate from her university group chat had sent out a distress message. The rain has caused a power outage here. Our place is low-lying, water has flooded the first floor, and we can't get out. Any kind souls willing to bring us some food? We have nothing left. One more plea for help. Anyone who can help? I just gave birth, and I've run out of baby formula. Could anyone send milk? Messages of similar nature were pouring in nonstop. Fong Tingwan read through them and realized that the locations of two friends without supplies weren't close to her, so she remained silent, quietly following the group chat updates until a friend request popped up. It was Xia Jinyu. His note on the friend request read, "It's raining outside. I miss you." Seeing this message, Fong Tingwan instantly decided to block, delete, and mute him completely. But as she sat on the sofa watching TV, she still felt sick to her stomach, nauseous enough to vomit last night's dinner. What a nuisance. To her surprise, Xia Jinyu created another account and sent another request almost immediately. Do you have any food? Just as Fong Tingwan prepared to repeat the blocking process, another friend request appeared. I don't have any. Can you bring some to me? Fong Tingwan. What kind of bizarre carbon-based organism is this? She'd consider herself a loser if she even gave him a grain of flour. Unaware, Dodo had fallen asleep while drawing pictures. Even in sleep, tear marks lingered under her eyes, making her look pitifully sad. Fong Tingwan covered her with a blanket and glanced at the clock. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Still, Dodo's parents had yet to come home. Leaving a 5-year-old alone at home clearly wasn't normal. What should we do now? Jiang Yanchen asked. Let's take her to my place for now and leave a note by Dodo's door. That way, when Dodo's parents come back, they won't panic, suggested Fong Tingwan. With that, she bent down and gently picked up the sleeping Dodo. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanchen searched for paper and pens to prepare the note that would be posted on the door. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, loud pounding and knocking startled Dodo, who'd only just fallen asleep moments ago. She bolted awake and burrowed tightly into Fong Tingwan's embrace. Wah, it's so scary. Fong Tingwan patted her back soothingly while opening the phone's surveillance app, only to discover Xia Jinyu himself waiting outside the door. Several others stood behind him. They were all her former college classmates, or rather, all Xia Jinyu's disreputable friends. Why is there an extra door in this hallway? After pounding for a while with no response, Xia Jinyu frowned. Such heavy rain. Where could she possibly go? One of his friends turned to Xia Jinyu. Yuka, didn't you say that Fong Tingwan was your girlfriend? Why wouldn't you know if she's not at home? Hearing this, Xia Jinyu's face reddened slightly, though he maintained composure and retorted, Isn't it normal for couples to argue? Arguing. The person responded unhappily. Man, why did you pick a fight with Fong Tingwan right now, Yuka? I saw her take plenty of stuff the other day. If we kick down her door, you could go inside and properly make up with her. You comfort Xia Jinyu, and we'll grab some food, then leave. We won't bother your relationship. What do you think? Xia Jinyu hesitated. The same person added persuasively. On such a rainy night, how scared Fong Tingwan must feel as a lone woman. This is a great chance to reconcile. Just hug her and give her a kiss, and perhaps she'll forgive you. If she's not home, we'll take some food and leave. Better not starve ourselves, right? Xia Jinyu thought for a moment. It made perfect sense. Last night, they all came over for drinks and accidentally got too rowdy. They ate everything edible in the house, throwing what they couldn't finish downstairs at midnight to feed the stray cats and dogs. When they woke up, they realized the weather outside had turned so bad. Xia Jinyu remembered that Fong Tingwan had a habit of stockpiling essentials. All right, let's do it your way. The group quickly sprang into action. Fong Tingwan, watching everything unfold on her phone, felt her face turn green with anger. She shoved Dodo into Jiang Yanshin's arms as he just arrived, then returned to the kitchen to grab a cleaver before heading upstairs. She slammed it onto the floor with a bang and shouted, "Get lost!" Discussing how to break into her house to steal food while considering letting some strange men kiss her? Are they even human? Hearing the commotion, Xia Jinyu and his gang, who were plotting how to kick open her door, turned around to find a knife lying at their feet. They were startled. Xia Jinyu took the lead since he hadn't expected Fong Tingwan to suddenly appear from downstairs and throw a cleaver like that. How fierce. However, due to his friends standing behind him, Xia Jinyu forced himself to act warmly and grabbed Fong Tingwan's hand, saying, Wan, are you still mad at me? I brought everyone today just to apologize to you. Fong Tingwan smirked coldly and pulled her hand away forcefully. She then said to Jiang Yanshin, who was stepping out, Mr. Jiang, these people deliberately trespassed into my home, damaged my door, and attempted burglary. According to the law, how many years would they be sentenced to? Jiang Yanchen understood Fong Tingwan's implication immediately. He answered smoothly. Trespassing and burglary are charged as robbery, punishable by a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyu's followers became disgruntled. Not long after, someone started yelling. What do you mean by burglary? We're here to help our good buddy make up with his girlfriend. Do you even know how to talk? And who are you anyway? Xia Jinyu's lips parted slightly as he responded coolly, a lawyer. Lawyer. Xia Jinyu's friends were shocked. Even Xia Jinyu himself hesitated momentarily before coming to when Fong Tingwan requested. Then, Mr. Jiang, please trouble yourself to visit the property management office later and help me obtain evidence against these suspects. I am calling the police. Chapter 10. Impossible to repeat the same mistake. The door, which she spent so much money on for renovation, had not been damaged by bad weather or destroyed by famished people during the apocalypse. Instead, it was kicked a few times by these individuals. How ridiculous. Jiang Yanchen nodded. All right, it's my duty. You just claim to be a lawyer and you're already acting as one. You accuse us of breaking and entering, and we're suddenly guilty. Xia Jinyu finally snapped back to reality and shouted loudly. Then I'll say you're my girlfriend's lover, and while I was drunk, you two took advantage of the situation to cheat on me. Fong Tingwan was genuinely infuriated into laughter. Her irritation drove her to applaud uncontrollably. If you're going to act like such a spoilt rich kid, why don't you open your imagination and turn into a screenwriter instead, producing some brain-dead web dramas online that must have taken inspiration from you? Huh? Xia screenwriter? The implication being that Xia Jinyu is the founder of absurd thinking, completely brain-dead. You damn fool. The cronies behind Xia Jinyu started hollering. You've got the nerve to shout at your real boyfriend after committing infidelity? Your mother would turn in her grave from shame because of you. At the mention of the word mother, Fong Tingwan's expression soured instantly. She bent down to pick up the kitchen knife off the floor and began advancing step by step towards Xia Jinyu and the others. With lowered brows and fierce fox-like eyes, they seemed to carry with them a storm of wind and rain, and perhaps even a chilling gust from the depths of hell itself. Her whole body radiated icy coldness, causing Xia Jinyu and the others to retreat continuously. You, what are you doing? Xia Jinyu gulped audibly, panic-stricken. I'm taking you to meet my mom, Fong Tingwan said with a casual tone. Let's see if my mom's face has really been entirely disgraced by me. With a crack, the kitchen knife struck the wall fiercely. Being closest to the scene, Xia Jinyu could almost feel the sharp edge of the knife brushing past his cheek before embedding itself into the wall crack. The chilling sensation of the blade grazing his face sent shivers down his spine and made his legs go limp. He nearly collapsed. You. Propped against the wall, Xia Jinyu turned red-faced after struggling for a while before managing to utter. Fong Tingwan, you're insane. Do you know how sick you are, and yet you don't run? Fong Tingwan retorted coldly. Or do you want to be minced into meat paste? Seeing her unapologetic fierceness, Xia Jinyu exchanged glances with his companions and fled helter-skelter. But once they were some distance away, they turned around and yelled threats. You'll regret this. Fong Tingwan sneered and flipped them the middle finger. They cursed repeatedly as they departed. Turning back, Fong Tingwan saw Jiang Yanchen, who wore a complex expression. The ferocity in her eyes lingered for a moment before turning into embarrassment. Sorry, Lawyer Jiang, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. But mother was her forbidden topic, an area no one should joke about. Normal. Jiang Yanchen shook his head and said, I didn't expect you to have such an explosive side. If Ms. Yang were still alive, she'd probably be very consoled. She left behind with the most concerns about you. How could Fong Tingwan not understand? In the previous life, she always acted like a parasitic flower depending on others, giving everything she had to her uncle's family. She witnessed the warmth and cruelty among humans during the end times, striving so hard to stay alive and protect her uncle's family, only to end up being bullied and losing her dignity. Having endured suffering once, having made one wrong decision, how could she possibly make the same mistake again? Sniff sniff. Duo's sudden whimpering broke Fong Tingwan's train of thought. Looking down, she realized Duo's tiny body was curled up in Jiang Yanchen's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Her little pale face dotted with crystalline tears showed that she had suffered from a considerable shock. Both Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen tried to comfort her for a long time, but Duo's cries only grew louder. Finally, Jiang Yanchen pulled Fong Tingwan aside and whispered, Miss Fong, Duo's reaction seems like a post-stimulus response. Post-stimulus response. Startled, Fong Tingwan replayed the earlier incident in her mind before comprehending what Jiang Yanchen meant. She asked cautiously, Are you implying that Duo might have seen part of it earlier? It might be more than just seeing. Jiang Yanchen's expression became serious. I noticed wounds on Duo's arm just now. Initially, I thought they were scratches, but now it's clear they appear to be healed cuts caused by sharp objects. Upon hearing this, Fong Tingwan took a deep breath. Her gaze toward Duo now carried more compassion. If that's true, then we'd better take Duo to my place first, Fong Tingwan said. At least there's something edible at my home. Jiang Yanchen agreed. But before allowing him and Duo inside, Fong Tingwan went back first and locked the room where she stored quite a bit of supplies, leaving out some essentials, then welcomed Jiang Yanchen and Duo in. Unexpectedly, when the door opened, they found Jiang Yanchen holding a medical kit. Seeing the medical kit, Fong Tingwan suddenly remembered how she had forgotten the most important medicine. There was nothing to be done until tomorrow. Only when she was treating Duo's wound did she realize Jiang Yanchen was still there. Checking the time, it was already 11:20 p.m. Feeling Fong Tingwan's gaze, Jiang Yanshan became a little uneasy. Outside, thunder roared. His shoulders twitched once, but staying here for too long wasn't appropriate. Reluctantly, Jiang Yanshan decided to leave. If there's anything, call me. I'm always available. Watching him leave, Fong Tingwan finally felt at ease to continue applying medication on Duo. Don't blame her for being heartless. She grew up in an environment devoid of love and had long cultivated a selfish character. If not, she probably wouldn't have made it past her teenage years. After experiencing the apocalypse, she realized all the more that protecting herself is the only way to survive. Even though Jiang Yanshan had been helpful, she couldn't let him stay under the same roof as her. The storm had just begun. Human nature hadn't yet fully revealed itself, but who knows what the future holds. She could never trust someone unfamiliar with her back. Duo, does it hurt? While applying ointment, Fong Tingwan tried to be as gentle as possible, but Duo still cried out in pain. It hurts so much. Duo whimpered softly. To comfort her, Fong Tingwan fetched a lollipop. Indeed, children were easily appeased. After eating the candy, Duo obediently watched cartoons on Fong Tingwan's tablet. Watching Duo finally calm down, Fong Tingwan thought back to today's actions by Xia Jinyu and others, realizing that her recent stockpiling activities had drawn everyone's attention. If word got around during the apocalypse, she'd become the target for all foodless groups. Outnumbered, this would certainly cause big trouble. With this thought, Fong Tingwan pulled out her phone and found the residential group chat for their building complex. Sure enough, quite a few homeowners were asking for or trading food supplies. She quickly typed a message into the group. Desperately seeking food. High price for food. Chapter 11. First collaboration. Below, an owner quickly recognized her and asked in the group. Aren't you that owner who just stockpiled a lot of food a few days ago? Are you also asking for food? Fong Tingwan replied with a crying face emoji. I originally planned to open a small supermarket to do business, but unexpectedly, a heavy rainstorm suddenly came, and all those things were soaked in the basement. I've lost my underwear in compensation, there is nothing left to eat at home, and my neighbor's child is still at my place. After this message was sent, the group fell silent. What Fong Tingwan wanted was precisely this effect, and she nodded in satisfaction. Then every 15 minutes, she would send another message requesting food. The price went from 5 yuan per steamed bun up to 50. Despite this, no one offered food, but Fong Tingwan didn't mind at all. She slowly increased the price by 5 yuan each time, always adding phrases like, I will pay you back when I make money, or, I'm using my credit card on installment. Continuing steadfastly for an hour, someone finally knocked on her door. With a look of utter starvation on her face, Fong Tingwan deliberately opened the door with weak steps, only to find Jiang Yanshan standing outside. He pointed at the plastic bag on the ground, and then went straight back into his apartment and shut the door. Fong Tingwan. Upon looking down, she realized that the plastic bag outside her door was not the one initially brought by Jiang Yanshan. It clearly contained several more steamed buns. For a moment, Fong Tingwan was somewhat amused yet inexplicably moved. She tried returning the items, but after knocking repeatedly on Jiang Yanshan's door without response, she had no choice but to take the food back inside to avoid it being stolen. Yet, once inside, she didn't touch the food in the plastic bag, but instead went into the kitchen to make tomato and egg noodles for Dodo. As long as Dodo was around, she couldn't reveal anything unusual about her surroundings. Fortunately, Dodo proved cooperative by eating heartily, leaving nothing behind, a feat which made Fong Tingwan curious about the child's appetite. Late into the night, after Dodo had fallen asleep, her parents still hadn't returned. Fong Tingwan started feeling strange and went outside to observe through the iron doors, only to discover the note on the door was still there. Leaving a 5-year-old alone at home, and not even coming back, Fong Tingwan muttered under her breath, frowning. The parents here sure are careless. But since the other party wasn't returning, there was little she could do. After locking the iron gate to the stairwell securely, Fong Tingwan went back inside and held Dodo as they slept. However, just as she began to drift off, she heard a faint rustling sound below, something dragging along the floor. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make her skin crawl in the dead of night. Fong Tingwan abruptly opened her eyes, a sudden thought crossing her mind. She pressed her ear to the ground, confirming someone had come from downstairs. But something wasn't right. Hadn't the family found their missing child already and rushed back? Unsettled, Fong Tingwan grabbed her electric baton and quietly opened the door to investigate. Through the large iron gate, she discovered that the note outside Dodo's door was gone. The piece of paper lay discarded on the ground, showing 2 large water-soaked footprints, one pointing inward, the other outward, indicating someone had both entered and exited. And beside the door, there was a large black plastic bag. Suddenly remembering the strong smell of blood she detected when visiting Dodo's house earlier, she dared not look further, closing the door slowly, her back now drenched in cold sweat, her heart thumping wildly. Could it be what she suspected? Breathing heavily, Fong Tingwan ran back to the room, hugging Dodo tightly. It seemed that from now on, Dodo would have no mother. For the entire night, Fong Tingwan hardly rested, indulging in countless restless thoughts. But eventually, she decided that if it was indeed as she imagined, she would raise Dodo and give her a good life. Whenever she felt down, Dodo always acted like a sensible adult and cheered her up. Anything good she ate, she would share half with her. Dodo reminded Fong Tingwan of herself, enduring difficult circumstances every day, yet persevering strongly. Finally, as Fong Tingwan managed to fall asleep while holding Dodo, she heard hurried footsteps outside followed by knocks on her door. Fong Miss. Hearing the familiar voice, Fong Tingwan went out and opened the door, only to see Jiang Yanchen, completely drenched, as if he'd just returned from outside. Fong miss, the water outside has almost reached 2 meters deep. Stay indoors as much as possible recently. In just one night, the water level rose to nearly 2 meters deep. Even saving food sparingly, it wouldn't last beyond half a month. But who knows how long this rain would continue. When Jiang Yanchen went down to take a look, he saw red little snakes floating in the water, obviously poisonous. The idea of swimming to find food was immediately dismissed. If you're short of food, just tell me. I still have extra for one person. Judging from the past 2 days, it seemed that Dodo wouldn't be able to return home. One more person would mean one more mouth to feed, especially such a delicate girl who couldn't go hungry. With that, he turned and headed back to his own place. Watching his back as he twisted the key, Fong Tingwan blinked, her eyes losing some of their coldness. If he ran out of food, he might be the first to target her. She asked gravely. You probably didn't stock up on much food, right? Is it enough? Jiang Yanchen's silence answered her question. I have an inflatable boat. I bought it to play by the river, but it should come in handy now. How about we make a deal? Her icy inquiry made it seem like they were strangers, filled with heavy caution. Jiang Yanchen wanted to explain, but thought better of it, and simply nodded instead. What do you want? He had very little food left. Looking at the dark clouds overhead stretching endlessly, he realized he needed to prepare for at least a month. Seeing he agreed, Fong Tingwan opened the door and gestured him in. After taking the inflatable boat out of storage, she also pulled out a stack of cash. I've got money. Jiang Yanchen's eyes flickered, thinking of how carelessly she'd spent these past few days, assuming she probably didn't have much left. Most parts of the city are likely experiencing power outages now. Cash will be more useful. You can use my money, just remember to pay me back. Of course, Jiang Yanchen wouldn't use her money, only to regret it soon after. She then took out a piece of paper and pen, writing down her need for capsules containing acetaminophen to relieve fever and pain. Filling up an entire page, she handed it over. Buy as much as possible, but remember to hide them well. Avoid crowded places so no one gets suspicious. She also handed him a canister of anti-wolf spray. Most women carry anti-wolf spray. Jiang Yanchen wasn't surprised, but her response was as if she'd been through it. Or perhaps she was just very cautious. Suppressing any doubts, he directly carried the rubber dinghy downstairs. Chapter 12. The Heavy Rain Strikes. Fong Tingwan closed the door, allowing Dodo to continue watching cartoons on the side. She opened a certain app and swiped through more than 10 videos, all of which were discussing how deep the rain had been and how long people had been trapped. Currently, all the city's police force was mobilized to rescue stranded citizens. The news also broadcasted a message advising residents on high floors to stay put and ensure their safety, though there were always a few who defied this warning. A certain live streamer named Tiao Tiao opened his live stream. In one hand, he held a phone stabilizer while wearing headphones, a panda t-shirt, and black shorts. He was descending the emergency stairs. Families, today I'll show you how deep the water is downstairs. As he spoke, his camera turned toward the window outside. The building was above the 10th floor, and in sight, tall residential buildings stood among greenery now drowned under yellowish floodwaters. Drifting debris like tree branches, plastic bottles, foam, and suitcases gathered where the water flowed slower, or around trees with protruding branches. Judging from the situation, the water flow wasn't slow. The streamer, why not take a swim and see how deep it is? For me? No problem. I can swim 800 meters easily. Don't shout, the streamer won't dare. Some spectators cheered him on. At such a time, swimming would truly be an added chaos. Bored, Fong Tingwan kept scrolling down. Someone was live streaming their car being washed away by water, getting further and further until it disappeared. Such incidents likely happened countless times in other parts of the city. There were even those standing on landmarks calling for help, forcing the police to deploy helicopters. It was chaotic, exactly the same as in her previous life. Although the rain arrived 2 days earlier this time, everything remained unchanged. Her VX kept shaking, so she returned to the owner's group chat. Now that the rain had lessened, some brave ones prepared to go out to buy food, asking if anyone needed something. For delivering goods, they charged 2,000 yuan. Why don't you just rob us? You can choose not to buy. More arguing ensued until the person finally set up a delivery group. To act natural, Fong Tingwan joined the group. She spent 5,000 yuan, most of it on transportation fees. The rest went toward rice, noodles, cabbage, and meat. With that amount of money, before the rainstorm, she could have bought a pile of goods, but now, perhaps not much at all. Somebody asked if she regretted losing everything, and she sent a bitter laugh emoji, sharing her grievances, confirming her position before she casually returned to the certain app. She happened to see the Tiao Tiao streamer really swimming in the water, leaving his phone ashore while repeatedly submerging himself to test how deep the water was. Ignorant. Fong Tingwan shook her head, and the next moment saw Jiang Yanchen's inflatable boat gliding by, indicating the streamer wasn't far. Just as she thought about this, the chat exploded with comments. She glanced at the timer. The streamer had already been underwater for over 3 minutes, and someone had already reported it to the authorities. Fong Tingwan closed the live stream, got up to prepare lunch in the kitchen, and soon heard the wail of sirens, meaning the streamer probably didn't make it. After eating, someone knocked on the door. Dodo quickly ran over with her little legs. Upon opening it, she recognized the familiar person and looked up with a sweet smile. Brother, you're back. Good girl, Dodo. This is for you. On Jiang Yanchen's back hung a half-meter tall strawberry bear, covered by a plastic bag to keep it dry. In the current situation, This bear costing 50 yuan couldn't compare with a single head of cabbage. Dodo was easily frightened, so he bought it to keep her company. He put down the items and then descended again. Fong Tingwan carried the things into the house. A large bag full of medicine, some boxes still bearing price tags. A box of ibuprofen, which originally cost 30 yuan, was now priced at 300. The prices across the board inflated 20 to 30 times higher. Are you hurt? Jiang Yanchen carried the inflatable boat and a bag of food upstairs, setting them down as soon as she asked. He lightly smiled and nodded. It's a minor injury, no worries. But your pepper spray did come in handy. On my way back, a few men stopped me and tried to snatch the food. He felt lucky to have fitness and boxing training habits regularly. Otherwise overpowering a few men might have proven too strenuous. Though he said it lightly, the situation then must have been dire indeed. After all, desperation could turn anyone dangerous. Fong Tingwan examined his physique, noticing the taut muscles threatening to burst from his clothes. His strength combined with good character suggested he could protect them against these people and make for an excellent partner. But since intentions remain hidden behind walls, observation was still necessary. I've cooked scrambled eggs and green beans. Would you like to come in for a meal? Seeing how anxious he seemed, she assumed he hadn't eaten. Jiang Yanchen didn't decline. After going back to shower and change clothes, he returned. Walking down the corridor, he noticed the iron door, enhancing his strange sensation. It seemed as though she had foreseen this, implying it'd be wise to follow her lead. Both harbored their thoughts. Jiang Yanchen was having his meal. Feeling bored, Fong Tingwan pulled out her phone again, only to find several video streams condemning the dead behavior of Tiao Tiao. During the rescue attempt by the police, instead of cooperating, the man had pressed a cop into the water, risking death. Not only did he abuse police resources, but he almost caused someone's death, and as a result, he was directly banned from the internet. Moreover, people from the same building resorted to smearing feces on his door and other actions. It was disgusting. Ding dong. Her VX notification popped up. She saw that the items she had asked someone to purchase for her had arrived. Due to the large quantity, the delivery person wouldn't bring them upstairs, so she had to go downstairs to collect them. The elevator had stopped working, so she could only take the stairs down. Fong Tingwan let Jiang Yanchen stay with Dodo while she went down to get the things. The buyer representative was on the 4th floor, and when she went down, there were already many people taking their packages, muttering as they left. Damn, it's so expensive. 3 days ago, I could have bought an electric scooter with 3,000 yuan. Now I can only buy a few cabbages, a few potatoes, and 5 pounds of meat. It's worse than robbery. Keep your voice down. In this building, only he has a rubber boat. Once we finish eating, we'll probably still have to ask him for help in a few days. I know, not only do I not have a salary now, but the vegetables are so expensive. When it was Fong Tingwan's turn, the middle-aged man handling the purchases, who was in his 30s and an experienced fisherman, brightened up upon seeing her. Her skin was fair as snow, her hair thick and glossy, her eyebrows relaxed as she smiled gracefully. She was beautiful, truly beautiful. I didn't know there was such a pretty girl in our building. Here, I'll give you some extra beef. It was difficult to secure this piece. That block of fresh red beef weighed at least 2 pounds. Fong Tingwan softly smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother." Why don't we get any? That's right, we're all neighbors here. One after another complained, all eyeing the other pieces of meat in the fisherman's bag. Their eyes practically screamed for him to hand over everything. How about it? Are you prettier or single? Introduce me to your daughters or sisters, and I'll give you some. The fisherman coldly shot back, shutting everyone up. Forget about anything else. He was 5'7" and 140 pounds of pure fat, not to mention unattractive. He loved fishing, and everyone knew fishermen seldom returned home, so who would dare introduce him? Still, a couple tried to take advantage. None of that mattered to Fong Tingwan anymore. Carrying her stuff upstairs, she thought that the next time Jiang Yanchen went out, she'd ask him to buy some cosmetics to touch up her face. Chapter 13, Assumed. The apocalypse has begun, and this plain face will save her from a lot of trouble. She went upstairs to open the iron gate. Just as she turned the key, she heard fast footsteps coming from behind, so fast that she didn't dare to turn around. Quickly pushing the iron door open and stepping inside, she turned to close it right away, but it was too slow. Her hands pushed against the door, and Xia Jinyu's smirking, yet pleading, face appeared through the gap. Wan, don't be angry anymore. This time, I really came to you for something important. As he spoke, he and his companion exerted all their strength. Jiang Yanchen heard the commotion. Just as he opened the door, Fong Tingwan rushed in directly, heading straight for the kitchen. The door opened, and Xia Jinyu also arrived at the doorstep, grinning and about to step inside, when he saw Jiang Yanchen in his loungewear with a bowl in his hand, clearly indicating he had spent the night here. Instantly, Xia Jinyu's face turned red with anger as he shouted, "Fong Tingwan, are you living with this guy? Didn't you say you weren't dating? Why him and not me? What does he have that I don't? Is he richer than me?" With his rage exploding, the few men behind him looked fierce, ready to throw punches at any moment. Jiang Yanchen noticed Fong Tingwan holding a cleaver. He put down the bowl, preparing himself. "Get out." Just one word. Fong Tingwan lifted the cleaver high. Last time it was a threat, but this time, she truly wanted to kill the other person. At the sight of her, Xia Jinyu's anger diminished by half as he tried soothing her. Wan, do you really think this lawyer would let you murder someone like that? It's illegal. Put it down, and let me hear your explanation. What explanation? What are you even talking about? I'm warning you for the last time. Get out, or I'll kill you and throw your body into the water. I believe the police won't have the time to investigate now. It wouldn't take long before everything fell into chaos. Murdering would become trivial. She wasn't initiating trouble, but neither would she allow herself to be bullied. Such an imposing demeanor shook Jiang Yanchen. She seemed like a hedgehog, bristling with spikes. But when did she start changing? When she came back from the hospital. Or I could call the police because you broke into my house. He added calmly. Xia Jinyu, who had been scared off once, would never return empty-handed again. Licking his dry lips, he said, we just want a proper meal, or maybe you could give us some food. I can't go back, I'm starving to death. I'll transfer money to you. How much? The words of a nouveau riche, which made Fong Tingwan feel physically unwell. You can go downstairs to buy food. There are vendors. Don't waste time arguing with her. I'm dying of hunger. The man behind had been staring at the shopping bag for a long while. The food was there, why couldn't he just grab it? He'd pay later anyway. Saying so, he lunged forward. The rest, starved to the point of delusion, followed suit. Who dares? Fong Tingwan abruptly hurled the cleaver. The cleaver spun a few rotations, heading straight towards their faces. The leading man froze in place, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and he felt an urgent need to urinate. The cleaver grazed past his ear, its handle striking hard against his back. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the blade hitting the ground rang crisp and clear, leaving the big man utterly stunned. You're serious? Fong Tingwan spared no words, immediately grabbing another long fruit knife and handing one over to Jiang Yanchen before targeting Xia Jinyu with her weapon. Jiang Yanchen similarly raised the cleaver. Knowing full well that such an action would result in attempted murder, with a relatively light sentence of 3 years minimum to 10 years maximum imprisonment, he still acted without hesitation. Terrified, the group shoved each other towards the iron gate, crowding together in one spot, none of them able to squeeze out. She had already moved behind them, wielding her weapon close enough for them to feel her breath on their necks. In the final moment, the three pushed out simultaneously, tumbling down the stairs and turning at the corner. Their cries reverberated throughout the corridor. Bang! The iron gate slammed shut with force. Fong Tingwan exhaled heavily, locking the gate firmly. We'd better stay upstairs. It's going to be troublesome if we're tracked. Agreed. The food here will last us at least a month. Jiang Yanchen took the knife from her, picked up the cleaver, and returned it to the kitchen. The remaining food, he stored in the fridge until it was full, then moved the rest next door. An iron gate transformed the top floor into a safe haven. They were now collaborators rather than adversaries. Fong Tingwan implicitly agreed with his approach. Suddenly realizing something forgotten, she hurried to find it. In the corner of the sofa, she found Duo hugging a strawberry bear and sobbing. Fong Tingwan immediately scooped up the child, holding both her and the toy tightly in her arms, her heart aching while trembling with alarm. Duo's tiny body shivered as she clung tightly to the clothes, burying her head in the neck crook and whimpering softly, Mommy, mommy. Don't worry, Duo. I'll protect you. Fong Tingwan's voice was gentle, filled with soothing tones as she patted Duo's back. Not long after, Duo fell asleep on her shoulder. She gently placed Duo onto the bed, covered her with a thin blanket, then took off the key from her neck and walked out of the room. 10 o'clock in the evening. The entire building was quiet, except for the rain pounding against the awning, creating a chaotic sound that made one restless. Fong Tingwan took a deep breath, picking up her electric baton and anti-wolf spray. She needed to see the situation downstairs with her own eyes to confirm it. Otherwise, she couldn't feel at ease leaving Duo here. Just as she stepped out after opening the iron gate, Jiang Yanchen also came down holding a baseball bat. At the stairway corner near Duo's door, there wasn't a single soul. She hadn't taken the inflatable boat, so she couldn't have gone out. Could she have gone upstairs to buy food? Jiang Yanchen continued descending the stairs, reaching Duo's door, where he found Fong Tingwan standing opposite him. Their eyes met, and for a moment, he looked startled. Fong Tingwan had judged from the faintest sounds that he had followed her and waited deliberately. What a coincidence, Lawyer Jiang is also going downstairs. The fragile trust they had just established crumbled instantly. Jiang Yanchen could hear the sarcasm and distrust in her words. He breathed deeply and forced himself to answer despite the discomfort. I guess you might go check on Duo's situation, and I worried about your safety. If it really was Duo's father who killed her mother, encountering such a murderer could lead to unpredictable consequences. This unexpected concern didn't alleviate Fong Tingwan's suspicion. She stared intently at Jiang Yanchen. Jiang Yanchen let her scrutinize him. They stood silently sizing each other up for half a minute. Seeing that he seemed sincere, Fong Tingwan didn't want to waste any more time. She stepped forward, bypassed him, unlocked the door, and explained, the note is gone. I heard dragging noises last night. Be careful, he might be inside. Understood. Jiang Yanchen positioned himself by the door, ready to deliver a powerful blow if someone lunged out. The key fit correctly. After a few clicks, the door opened. Chapter 14, The Fisherman. The living room balcony was left open, and the rainwater mixed with yellow sand had accumulated on the floor. In some sunken areas, there was even standing water. There were no footprints inside. Food still lay on the dining table, covered in long strands of mold. Everything looked just as it did the last time they had been here. As they walked further in, a strong musty smell invaded their nostrils, accompanied by an indescribable stench. As a lawyer, Jiang Yanchen roughly guessed what it might be. Fong Tingwan had already made her way towards the master bedroom from where the smell originated. Having witnessed too many deaths, she was certain that this was the smell of a dead body. She gripped the doorknob and gently pushed it down. Click, click. The door was locked from the inside. Jiang Yanchen seemed startled and raised his baseball bat to stand in front of her. Without any exchange of words, and despite not being particularly close, he instinctively protected her when danger was imminent. Her heart pounding, Fong Tingwan's eyes darted around nervously, her thoughts disordered. There might be someone inside. Jiang Yanchen gestured for her to step back while lowering his voice to ask, "Should we kick the door down? Let's call the police first." It wasn't yet the time when the police would ignore such cases, so Fong Tingwan took out her phone and dialed 3 numbers. "The line is busy, please try again later." Unconvinced, she tried again with a different set of numbers, but the line was still busy. "It seems like they're unavailable, Lawyer Jiang. Do you want to force it open?" Since they had come this far, without seeing the corpse, Fong Tingwan really wanted to burst the door open. With Lawyer Jiang present, she could absolve herself of responsibility. Moreover, she had listened carefully and was sure there was no one inside. The house was eerily quiet. "Open it. Scum like him deserves the full force of the law." Jiang Yanchen indicated for her to move further back and then extended his long leg for a powerful kick. The bedroom door burst open, slamming against the wall before bouncing back, bringing with it a wave of intense putridity. The scene inside was equally shocking. The window was left open, directly facing the wind, allowing rain to pour in and soak the bed sheets. Mixed with blood, the quilt was drenched crimson red. On top of the blanket were limbs swollen from prolonged soaking. 2 thigh bones, and a head, soaked for too long. The skin on the corpse was wrinkled and peeling. Even someone as experienced as Jiang Yanchen in examining crime scene evidence couldn't control his physiological reaction. He furrowed his brow, covering his mouth as he turned aside. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her remarkably composed. "The cuts are from a kitchen knife. Whoever did this mutilated the body. It's brutal." Without going into details, how could the mother of Daodu, who gave birth to his child after years of marriage, be so cruelly dismembered before the child's eyes? In Fong Tingwan's memory, Daodu's mother was undoubtedly a responsible mom and wife. "Don't tell Daodu. She's too young." Jiang Yanchen had already taken pictures with his phone, recording the evidence. He hurriedly stepped out of the room and rushed to the fridge, hoping to find some edible items. When he opened the refrigerator and saw a bloody heart, lungs, and intestines inside, his legs weakened in shock, unable to hold his weight. It was his natural bodily reaction. Fong Tingwan had just closed the bedroom door and witnessed this moment, biting her lip. "Let's go home." "Okay." Prolonging their stay served no purpose, and maybe the police would arrive soon. After closing the door, they went straight upstairs. Having only ascended 3 steps, Fong Tingwan suddenly turned her head toward the bottom of the stairs. The winding staircase was cloaked in endless darkness, revealing no hint of a human presence or sound. Was it her imagination? "What's wrong?" Jiang Yanchen leaned out cautiously, his thick eyebrows knitting tightly. "Nothing." Fong Tingwan shook her head, shifting her gaze back to continue climbing the stairs. Jiang Yanchen followed her upstairs and subsequently locked the large iron gate from the inside. By the time he turned around, she had already shut her own door, as if pondering something deep within herself. But apparently, she didn't want to elaborate further, leaving him no choice but to return to his own residence. Once the noise above ceased, a figure lurking in the shadows beneath the building dared to step out. Wearing a black baseball cap and a black mask, almost entirely concealed except for his sharp triangular eyes, his sinister demeanor was impossible to miss. He approached the iron gate and attempted unlocking it with a piece of wire, but after failing to achieve success for quite a while, he seemed to have woken someone inside. Panic-stricken, he hastily withdrew the wire and sprinted down the stairs at incredible speed, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Fong Tingwan emerged holding her phone, scrutinizing the iron gate for a while before shutting the door behind her. She squatted near the entrance, scrolling through messages in the homeowner's chat group. "Do you know? The fisherman on the 4th floor is dead. Are you talking about the person who bought us food earlier today?" "Yes, that's him." It's rumored that he had hidden so much food that he caught people's attention, though it's unclear why they acted so ruthlessly, killing him and mutilating his younger brother. "Mutilating?" "That's right, cutting off parts." Fong Tingwan glanced at this person's group nickname, Unit 1 to 801 Pipe Repairman. She had no impression of him. However, it was startling that just as the apocalypse began, incidents of food-related violence and death were already occurring. What would come later could only be worse. She squatted for a long time by the iron gate, which remained silent without a single sound. Only then did she feel reassured enough to open her door and return to her room, instantly sending a message to Jiang Yanchen. "Jiang lawyer, someone tried to unlock the iron gate. Under no circumstances should you open the door. Okay, are you alright?" Half an hour later, Fong Tingwan still hadn't replied. 10 minutes earlier, the city had gone black due to a power outage. The low-power generator automatically started up, keeping the living room dimly lit. With apparent calm, she opened a bottle of red wine, held a glass in hand, and stood by the window overlooking the darkened city. The people who appeared so well-dressed during the day would surely transform into demons under the cover of darkness. "Mom," Daodu called softly, one hand hugging her strawberry bear, the other rubbing her sleepy eyes. She walked to Fong Tingwan's side, reaching out for a hug. "Can't Daodu sleep?" Fong Tingwan's voice softened. After putting down her glass, she raised her hand to flatten Daodu's bangs with great tenderness, as if making up for the love lost in her own childhood by lavishing it upon Daodu. Daodu hugged her neck tightly and nodded heavily. Her heavy nasal tone carried a sobbing note, perhaps from having nightmares. Fong Tingwan held Daodu tightly, turned off the lights, and returned to the bedroom, cradling her while soothing her gently. "Don't be afraid, sister is always here." Daodu tightened her grip on her hand and fell asleep not long after. Fong Tingwan also relaxed her nerves and closed her eyes to fall asleep. Early the next morning, she prepared noodles and buns. As soon as she started steaming them, there was a knock on the door. No need to guess who it was. Without Fong Tingwan asking, Daodu ran over to the door with her short little legs, tiptoed, unlocked the door step by step, and when she finally saw the visitor, she stretched out her hands. Brother, carry me. Who could resist such a clingy cutie? Zhang Yanchen picked her up and simultaneously handed over 5 portable gas canisters for camping stoves. Seeing that she was still able to use an induction cooker, his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Your place still has electricity? Chapter 15, at the center of controversy. I do have a generator. Fong Tingwan stirred her noodles, noticing that the other person showed no intention of leaving. She offered politely, do you want to eat? Thank you. Zhang Yanchen readily accepted the invitation. After bringing Duo inside, he closed the door and sat on the sofa playing with her as if he were already at home. Fong Tingwan tightened her grip on the chopsticks while continuing to stir the noodles. She prepared 3 bowls in total. Since Duo was still young and needed more nutrition, she fried an egg for each adult and gave Duo a glass of milk. Duo was very well behaved. Knowing she had lost her parents, rarely causing trouble, her maturity made one's heart ache. Afterward, we could cook and eat together. We should conserve electricity and gas. I checked the weather forecast. The rain may last for over a month. The city's power supply might only be restored after a month. Zhang Yanchen suggested this, taking into account the limited supplies and the increased danger of going out to buy things following the death of the fisherman from the 4th floor. Fong Tingwan ate her noodles without hurrying to reply. If she didn't agree, the iron gate set up at the entrance of the corridor would lose its purpose entirely. On top of this, Lawyer Zhang had not done anything wrong so far, but had even brought many items. More friends mean fewer enemies. It's fine, but apart from the hour before and after meals when you're allowed here, don't come at other times. And don't bring any weapons. Otherwise, I'll show you what else I have that can be fatal, she said, blending both kindness and authority. Seeing his immediate nod in response, Fong Tingwan pushed the bowl towards him. Don't think you can eat for free, wash the dishes. Her tone was gentle, though her words were somewhat cold. Zhang Yanchen bowed slightly, rose to carry the bowls to the kitchen, washed them thoroughly, and wiped down the stovetop cleanly. Watching his actions silently, Fong Tingwan quietly approved. While Duo drew pictures, the two added colors to her artwork alongside her, fully enjoying their time, unaware of the chaos that had already ensued downstairs. An entire night of rain caused the water level to directly overflow onto the 1st floor, heading towards the 2nd floor. The residents on the 1st floor carried stacks of belongings upstairs seeking shelter on the 3rd floor. But due to the incident with the fisherman, who dared take anyone in, despite ringing the doorbell incessantly for half a day, no one answered the door. They could only move upward to the 4th floor. Besides the bloodied scene at the fisherman's place, even the neighbors refused to open their doors. Unable to continue further, they went house by house, knocking on every door. Meanwhile, the building's owners group exploded in discussions. The owners on the 1st floor vented through lengthy texts, furiously criticizing the insensitivity of their building's people, saying they'd wait and see next time someone asked for help. No one responded in the chat group. At this moment, a black avatar with no nickname or comment appeared and joined the owners group, posting a photo immediately. Fong Tingwan opened it to check. Wasn't this her yesterday coming back from the fisherman's place, ascending the stairs? Who took the picture? More importantly, since everyone lacked food now, which bastard was trying to put her at the center of controversy? Without hesitation, she sent a friend request, which was instantly accepted. Who are you? What did I ever do to you? I haven't been provoked by you, but daring to embarrass brother you has consequences. This is just a small lesson for you. If you apologize sincerely right where you stand, we might rush to your home to help drive these people away. As soon as the message was read, Fong Tingwan understood perfectly. It was forcing her into compliance. In order not to be attacked by the residents, she would end up having to tolerate Xia Jinyu and his gang of troublemakers, essentially harboring these pests. She ignored the stranger, instead pulling out Xia Jinyu from her blacklist, then sent him 3 60-second voice messages. The few huddled in the bedroom perked up once they saw the notifications, rushing excitedly closer. Brother you, just like I said, this little girl needs discipline, otherwise she won't listen. She must have been begging for mercy. Brother you, hurry and play it so we can all hear. Xia Jinyu's tail nearly wagged off in excitement. He felt incredibly important, deliberately setting his device on speaker mode, maxing out the volume and hitting play. Xia Jinyu, what the hell is wrong with you? Did your mom forget to open your eyes during childbirth? Before the recording finished, Xia Jinyu turned off the screen abruptly, his face darkening, storm clouds swirling overhead, and his fists involuntarily clenching. TSK. Brother you, looks like you can't handle this chick, huh? Maybe we should visit her again and teach her a lesson? A sudden silence fell. Everyone remembered how the woman had previously thrown a kitchen knife without hesitation. Who would risk going to their certain doom? All right, on Brother Yu's behalf, let's spare her. Fine, she's after all Brother Yu's girlfriend, and as adults, we'll act generously and overlook it. Originally just an excuse, Xia Jinyu interpreted it differently. Yugo, she's sending another message. Hardly suppressing his anger mixed with curiosity, Xia Jinyu couldn't help leaning over to look. Fong Tingwan posted in the building's group responding directly under where others criticized her refusal to share food, labeling her selfish. Everyone, I have a child at home. It's not just me eating alone, and that little food was finished long ago. Look, this is our food today. She then attached a picture, half a serving of noodles, half a cabbage, and the back view of a child. The child is young and needs nutrition. If any of you have extra food, please sell some to me. She added an emoticon of a crying baby, painting a picture of her hardship. How is that possible? You ate all that meat. Yeah, what about the beef the fisherman gave you? Fong Tingwan gripped her phone tighter, her eyebrows slightly furrowing, unsure how to respond. Jiang Yanchen, sitting nearby and observing her expression changes, took out his phone and casually supplemented while typing. If you say you ate it all yourself, they'll only think you're lying. Underneath the accusatory replies, his response came with an image. A kind-hearted neighbor sold me half of theirs. I thought help would arrive soon, so I ate it all. He attached a picture of curry beef spread on a garbage bag. Replies soon flooded in unanimously, directing their anger towards him for wasting food, cursing him disgraceful, and the like. Jiang Yanchen simply turned off his phone, smiling lightly as he said, the more we explain, the less they believe us. Let's leave it at that. Good. Fong Tingwan turned off her phone screen and put it directly on silent mode. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phones, a group of juniors looked at Xia Jinyu with pity in their eyes. Brother Jean went to beg for food and got turned down coldly. Instead, the person handed the food over to the neighbor across the hall. Whether she and the neighbor were just casual acquaintances or something more, they witnessed firsthand during their visit. These two clearly had a better relationship than with Brother Jean. Xia Jinyu scowled darkly, throwing his phone aside. Charge it when the power comes back. After saying that, he entered the room and slammed the door shut. Messages in the homeowners group kept coming in. The residents from the first floor were successfully sheltered by those from apartment 801. Everyone continued trading supplies within the group, but mostly failed to get anything significant. Amidst these small quarrels, things managed to stay relatively peaceful for the day. Chapter 16, just in case. This day seemed longer than an entire year. With the power outage, the backup lighting tools of the owners had depleted their last bit of charge. At night, there was almost no light to be seen. Fong Tingwan pulled the blackout curtains. Inside the room was dim light, not clear enough, but at least there was some brightness. Duo hugged her strawberry bear and lay on the bed looking at picture books, unable to read but enjoying the illustrations. Fong Tingwan watched her being quiet and sighed with relief as she went to the window. She looked at the continuous rain that had lasted for 5 days without stopping. The water level had already risen to the second floor, and if this continued, it would inevitably flood up further. Boom. A sudden thunderclap illuminated half the sky. Except for the standing tall buildings, one could no longer see the trees by the roadside. Even those two-story villas were now visible only as rooftops. The rain kept pouring. The top floor represented everyone's hope. Fong Tingwan felt somewhat uneasy inside. It wasn't until 12 o'clock that she began to feel sleepy. This calm only lasted until dawn. Early in the morning, someone was banging on the door, hitting on the iron skin, making a loud thud sound. Fong Tingwan opened the door at the same time as the neighbor across from her. Both made a shoe gesture. Don't pretend to be dead. We know you're there. Open the door quickly. This top floor belongs to all of us, not just your two families. What's the point of having this door blocking it? Shameless things. We're giving you a chance now. Open it quickly. Otherwise, I will force my way through. Call property management. Let them come and take it down. Someone suggested that, and the crowd outside voiced their agreement. They even dialed the number using speakerphone, deliberately letting the two inside hear it. Fong Tingwan let out a cold laugh and waited to see what would happen. After a couple of beeps, the other side answered. Before these people said anything, the person on the other line irritably explained, the water has risen so high. It's something we couldn't predict. Don't think we don't want to manage cars or houses. We're all trying to contact workers, but who can step outside right now? Several questions in a row left them speechless. What kind of useless property management is this? You just sit around collecting fees, not doing any work, and then questioning us first before hearing what we say. There was silence for a moment. Then, they calmed down and asked with a smile. So what do you need? The residents on the 17th floor of Building 11 installed an iron door on the stairs. Come and dismantle it immediately. Brother, we're trapped on the 3rd floor ourselves. How are we supposed to come dismantle it? Click. They hung up directly. Infuriated, they wanted to call back and curse, but found that the other side wouldn't answer. Growing angrier, the group lost all pretense of politeness, loudly cursing at the door. Exhausted from the curses and receiving no response from inside, they eventually went downstairs. Just before leaving, they were still planning to bring tools tomorrow to pry the door open. Silence resumed. Seeing Fong Tingwan's slightly worried expression, she calmly spoke. This lock won't be able to be pried unless it's blown open, so don't worry about it. She yawned, noticing Duo standing by the door holding her strawberry bear. She went over and took Duo's hand to go back home. She didn't close the door. It was exactly time for breakfast. Jiang Yanchen returned home after fiddling around a bit, carrying a satellite phone, and brought it over to Tang Dao's place. Here, no signals now, but this one can still be used for now. Keep this knife for self-defense, just in case. Fong Tingwan hadn't prepared any communication tools, thinking that trusting others would be futile in such an apocalyptic situation. As for this Tang Dao sword, after inspecting it, she found its edge sharp. Trying to swing it, she could feel the weight and strength behind the blade. She was satisfied. Thank you. Let's eat steamed corn for breakfast. There's milk over there. Having a free nanny at her beck and call, she showed no hesitation. Jiang Yanchen could feel her emotional distance. He quietly cooked and didn't say a word. Although there were 3 people in the living room, it was silent except for Duo building blocks. Ugh. Vibration from a mobile phone. Jiang Yanchen wiped his eyes, opened the phone screen to check, and turned it around to show her. It was from a resident on the 5th floor, privately asking if he could trade food. What does she have to trade? Before he could finish his sentence, a new picture appeared. Fong Tingwan reached over and tapped to open it. It was a gold necklace, approximately 5 or 6 grams, worth about 3,000 yuan. For meat. There's a child at home. Then she laughed. Her daughter is 12 years old, always acting arrogantly due to her wealth. Everyone likely wouldn't give her food, even if they had any. Karma has returned. We'd better not give anyone food, lest we attract trouble. By now, Zhang Yanchen more than once thought that her foresight was very wise. At least the Iron Gate helped keep away a lot of trouble. Alright, let's eat breakfast, duo. Fong Tingwan carried the corn over. After breakfast, Zhang Yanchen tidied up the kitchen as agreed upon and returned to his own house. He didn't close the door either. Taking out previous cases, he sat at the entrance analyzing them, making sure he didn't miss any sounds from outside. As he flipped through the documents, he suddenly paused, stopping on the file of Fong Tingwan's family. It wasn't hard to see that her uncle's family were all vampires, and she seemed to have changed her disposition only after being hospitalized. She wondered what had happened to her. Why did she know the events that would occur in advance and make preparations accordingly? Time travel? Rebirth? The more she thought about it, the more far-fetched it became. The 3 large doors across from them were tightly shut. Duo hadn't called out for her mother these past 2 days, but the word sister constantly rolled off her tongue. Sister, how do you read this character? Sister, I want to eat a lollipop. Sister, call brother over so we can play games together? She had boundless energy. After hopping around the living room, she darted straight towards the balcony. Using her small hands, she tried to lift the dumbbell. With all her might, not an inch could be moved, yet she watched her sister effortlessly complete the task. Her little eyes brimmed with confusion. Sister, what are you doing? Exercising. Fong Tingwan trained daily. The once slender arms now carried muscles, and her strength had increased significantly. She wiped the sweat from her body and spoke gently. Let's watch some cartoons. Sister will call brother after taking a shower. The benefit of the early apocalypse was the endless supply of water. This water came from regular rainfall, safe enough for heating and bathing. The water within her space had a great purpose, so she didn't rush to use it right away. Okay. As soon as Duo saw her sister head to the bathroom, she clenched the smallest dumbbell with both hands, struggling to barely lift it. So heavy. She held it up for just a moment before putting it down, pouting while catching her breath. Moments later, she attempted again, imitating her sister. When Fong Tingwan emerged, she witnessed this scene. With a soft laugh, she took the dumbbell from Duo's hands. You shouldn't rush to train, or you won't grow taller. Duo wants to protect sister. Her childish voice was resolute and forceful. Duo stared at her, seemingly looking through her to find her mother. In an instant, Fong Tingwan understood Duo's intentions. Unable to protect her mother, she wanted to protect her sister. Tears welling up in her eyes. Fong Tingwan never imagined that this little troublemaker had grown so quickly and made her cry. Chapter 17. Unaffordable instant noodles. From now on, I'll help you practice. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a knock at the door. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Tingwan opened the door. Zhang Yanchen held the dishes in his hand. Shall we have celery stir-fried with beef for lunch? Good, brother. Duo moved closer, taking the celery from his hand, and went to the counter to start sorting the vegetables. She is so considerate that it breaks your heart. When Zhang Yanchen had everything ready and put the beef into the pot for a quick stir-fry, the aroma instantly filled the living room. Fortunately, we live on the top floor. Fong Tingwan touched her nose. If others smelled this, they would go crazy. And she also took a bottle of fizzy water out of the fridge. To eat delicious food paired with something good to drink is true enjoyment. Zhang Yanchen looked at her treasure box-like fridge, not knowing how many delicious things she still kept hidden. Would he count as latching onto her resources now? After the meal was done, the few of them started to feast heartily. And downstairs, someone had already eaten everything possible, even salvaging a half-pack of instant noodles from the trash can to recook. But he was still hungry, starving to the point of hallucination, holding his 5-year-old orange cat, his eyes becoming increasingly lifeless. Has anyone reached the property management by phone? Not just this man, but 5 other people gathered together, each one starving. The phone line's completely dead. Depending on the property management will probably only happen in our next life. So what are we going to do? Just wait here until we starve to death. Wait, do you all smell this scent? At those words, 6 young people instantly rushed to the window. They unanimously sniffed the air and revealed greedy expressions. Instant noodles. And with added eggs. Just with these words, their mouths started to drool uncontrollably. Let's go downstairs to borrow some food. The man holding the cat suggested. Good idea. Everyone agreed. They were originally employees of the same company, renting together in apartment 602. All being men, most of the food they stored was instant noodles. Originally, one person would eat 3 bowls per day, which would last more than a week at least. But being all men, they didn't care much at first, eating 2 or 3 bowls at a time, and it was only the 4th day, but there was nothing left in the house. Now the floodwaters had reached the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor residents were already seeking help from upstairs neighbors. However, the people on the 4th and 5th floors were still there. The group descended to the 5th floor, sniffing at one neighbor's home and looking around another, eventually locking onto unit 501. Knock, knock. Who's there? Inside, a family of 3 had split a pack of instant noodles and had just taken a bite when someone knocked on the door, scaring the male head of the household back behind him. Brother, the man joked, maintaining an excellent attitude. We don't have any food left, but we still have money. Can we buy a few bowls of instant noodles to save our lives? There was a moment of silence inside. Then the male homeowner replied. This is our last pack of instant noodles, and we're 3 people sharing it. Sorry. Brother, seriously, we only want to buy 3 packs. Please give us a break. We'll pay you 1,000 yuan per pack. The people outside didn't want to give up, but hearing their companion offer 1,000 yuan per pack, all 5 revealed signs of reluctance. The leader quickly made a shushing gesture. Inside, the male homeowner glanced toward his kitchen cabinet. There was still half a box of instant noodles inside. They had been conserving their supplies. Even if they gave them 3 packs, there would still be 10 left. He was tempted. 3,000 yuan. His monthly salary was just over 10,000. Don't. The female homeowner softly spoke, immediately receiving a hard glare. Afraid of being hit, she could only quickly retreat with the child into the bedroom. The male homeowner was used to making decisions himself. He walked over to the entrance. 2,000 yuan per pack. The faces of the people outside suddenly changed drastically, anger flickering across them. They were suppressed by their leader. All right. The male homeowner opened the door. Seeing that these people were simply dressed, in other words, poor, he looked down contemptuously, sneering coldly. Cash first, then goods. Fine. The leading man readily agreed, and quickly pulled out a stack of money from his chest pocket. It looked like at least 6,000. The male homeowner accepted the money without intending to let them enter, saying coldly, wait. He turned toward the kitchen. As soon as he opened the cabinet door, there was a loud bang, and he felt an intense pain in the back of his head, his eyelids growing heavy. His body fell straight down, completely losing consciousness. Big brother, are you sure no one died? Said the man holding the cat, while reaching out to grab the instant noodles. The others started raiding the kitchen. The leader, upon seeing a family photo left behind, a mother and son, didn't say anything further, collected all the food, and told his group to return home. Inside, the woman waited until the noise outside ceased, confirming that no one was around. She locked the door again and immediately dialed 120. Once connected, before she could respond, came the reply. Sorry, the hospital currently doesn't have anyone available. If you need emergency assistance, please seek it from nearby resources. Very sorry. As soon as the call was connected, a commanding voice came from the other end, and the nurse hung up the phone. The female homeowner was at a loss, staring at the blood on the ground. She cried and tremblingly sought help in the building's owner group on her phone. At this moment, on the top floor, Fong Tingwan was still eating, noticing her phone kept flashing. She opened the building owner's group chat to check the messages. A robbery had occurred involving instant noodles, during which the husband had been severely beaten. Now heavily bleeding and beyond stopping, it was only a matter of time before he passed away. Everyone in the owner's group was trying to come up with ideas to help. Even the culprits from apartment 602 were pretending to be shocked, offering suggestions in the group. Or you could check if the fisherman has a rubber dinghy. We could help get him to the hospital. The woman had no idea these people were the actual murderers. In the group, she repeatedly thanked them, hoping they would act quickly. There was silence in the group for a moment. Fong Tingwan set down her bowl and chopsticks, furrowing her brows. What's wrong? Jiang Yanchen noticed her mood had become somewhat heavy. This owner probably won't make it, Fong Tingwan said lightly. It wasn't that she was targeting men specifically, but some men truly acted purely out of impulse. With it now being the apocalypse, they had nowhere to vent. Jiang Yanchen, having handled countless cases throughout the year, including many rape murders, already knew what would happen without needing it spelled out. Howard's family. 501. Duo suddenly spoke up clearly, her eyes clouded by innocent confusion, saying, Howard once told me that his dad often beat him and his mom. Brother, sister, could you help Howard too? I'll take good care of him. Living in the same building, it was normal for children to play together. Fong Tingwan gently patted Duo's head. Howard's mom is there. Nothing will happen. Of course, this was just to placate the child. Jiang Yanchen had no intention of going downstairs to rescue anyone either. There were obviously murderers in the building now, maybe more than one. Once they opened their door, they would likely draw attention from the killers. It didn't make sense to risk themselves unnecessarily. This thought aligned with Fong Tingwan's own. Duo, come on, let's continue finishing this drawing, okay? He softly coaxed her in a gentle tone. Chapter 18. A gang of rampant criminals. Okay. Duo quickly forgot and moved to her brother's side, continuing to draw. The room was very quiet, and so was the homeowner group chat. Apparently, others also didn't intend to meddle in other people's affairs. The boy's scream wasn't loud, but Fong Tingwan still heard it clearly. She walked to the balcony and looked down through the floor-to-ceiling windows. On the surging river water, a boy was floating downstream, struggling and splashing in the water. The current was too strong, and in the blink of an eye, it carried him away far. Not long after, the boy was submerged by the yellow sandy water. There was no way he could survive. As for that female homeowner, no one knew what had happened to her. When night fell, someone in the homeowner group suddenly posted a photo. The apartment number was 502. Looking inside, there was complete chaos. 2 bodies lay on the ground, naked, with bloodstains on their lower halves. Everyone be careful, stay home if you can. Not only was the female homeowner violated, even the male homeowner. This shows how perverted and disgusting these people are. And the last sentence in the chat records was from the owner of apartment 602 saying they were going to help. The identity of the murderer is obvious without further explanation. This is outrageous. Report it to the police. Line busy. The homeowners were furious, each venting one sentence after another in the group chat, but everyone was likely reinforcing their doors out of fear that this group would come after them. Fong Tingwan looked at the records and pursed her lips. We need to be careful too. These people have lost all humanity. Jiang Yanchen has witnessed the nastiness of human nature and silently preserved evidence, planning to immediately sue these people once the disaster is over. 602. Lu Feng. From now on, every household must pay tribute. If you don't send anything, we will be the first to break into your house. 602 Wang Li. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we will knock on each door one by one. After these two threats were issued, the group chat became silent again. The emergency line was always occupied. Everyone is just ordinary civilians. How could they fight against such reckless individuals? With bated breath, they awaited as time passed. Jiang Yanchen worried that they might come to the penthouse, so after dinner, he stayed here. Fang Tingwan did not ask him to leave. Perhaps because Duo had heard some noise during the day, she was very scared, hugging her strawberry bear, and needed Jiang Yanchen to hold her in order to feel at ease. Otherwise, she would stand silently, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. 5:55 p.m. Brother, I'm wrong. I'll give you food right away. Through the window, the frightened and desperate voices below could still be heard upstairs. It's too late now to know you're wrong. Open the door. The man's voice was deep and carried great authority. Brother, my wife is pregnant, and my child is still young. Continuous begging received no mercy. A piercing sound followed by a pull open of the window and a splash. Looking down from upstairs, Fang Tingwan saw an adult man floating in the water below. Without any struggle, he was swallowed by the yellow river water, dyeing a section of it red. Crying from women and the wailing of children continued beneath until the sun set, and then the sounds finally ceased. Everyone knew what had happened in between, feeling heavy-hearted. Other than offering insignificant sympathy, they couldn't do anything. Even more so, because of the warning example set, everyone obediently placed food outside their doors. For half a day, someone kept knocking on the iron door upstairs. Fang Tingwan completely ignored them, even gripping a Tang knife tightly in her hand. She didn't want trouble, but hoped the other side wouldn't provoke her. Before patience wore thin, the person left. On this round, the group of 6 reaped ample rewards, all returning red-faced and gleeful, sprawled out lazily in the house, smoking and drinking, reveling carefree. If only we knew how pleasant this would be. Why did we endure so much suffering those previous days? On the table piled with garbage, there were stacks of food again, noodles, meat, rice. Almost every household had given their share. Finally, there was no need to work oneself to death for that meager salary. Do you think the police really don't care, or are just overwhelmed? As the big brother, Lu Feng lay on the only couch, took a gulp of beer, and burped. If the police line hadn't been disconnected, I wouldn't dare to act, but the results are good. We've at least secured enough food for half a month. By the way, hasn't that woman upstairs opened her door yet? Wang Li immediately responded, his eyes showing his infatuation with Fang Tingwan. Just one look from the 4th floor, and he dreamt of her every night. She probably didn't hear it. That iron door is thick. I'll tag her in the group. All his brothers saw his intentions, and Lu Feng scoffed. All right, once we catch her, you go first. Big brother Wang Li was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Weren't we all brothers who promised to share happiness and bear hardship together? Lu Feng's counter-question left Wang Li dumbfounded. After hesitating for a long time, he eventually nodded. At 1707 owner, Miss Feng, I want to talk with you. Accept my friend request, please. After sending the message, Wang Li immediately searched for Fang Tingwan's VX and sent a friend request. Fang Tingwan didn't even look at her phone. On the contrary, one of Xia Jinyu's buddies who had been watching his phone closely jumped up in shock and rushed into the room, tearing open the blanket with excitement, but stammering due to it. Brother your girl has caught someone's attention. Xia Jinyu was both hungry and heartbroken from his breakup. Upon hearing this, he yanked the blanket back over his head, muttering irritably. There's no way anyone can chase her. She had never compromised, whether to flattery, threats, or persuasion. The younger man grabbed the blanket again, exclaiming, No, it's those murderers who are after her, the bastards who killed the 501 owner yesterday. Xia Jinyu sat up, his eyes shadowed with dark circles making his fear more evident. Snatching the phone and reading the messages, he immediately replied by tagging the other person. If you dare harm her, I won't forgive you. And who exactly are you? Wang Li asked right back, checking the note which only showed a username with no relevant information. The group chat was silent. Most people were like Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, merely looking at the messages on their phones. You just try? Xia Jinyu threw his phone onto the bed, quickly put on his clothes, and directly pulled out a wolf-tooth mace from the wardrobe. Seeing this, the younger disciple hurriedly followed and armed himself too. But then one person blocked the door, reminding them helplessly. Things are much worse now. There are snakes and crocodiles in the water. We can't swim through it. Let's not get wiped out before teaching them a lesson. The impulsive disciple calmed down. Yeah, brother and besides, she has that huge iron gate, and let's face it, her tough attitude. Who can bully her? Even they had failed on 2 visits. Those guys probably wouldn't fare better either. Xia Jinyu took a deep breath and realized he had been blocked again when trying to send a message to Fang Tingwan. So he used his buddy's phone to post in the group chat. Late, if anything happens, call me. Regardless of wind or rain, I'll be there to protect you. This declaration stood out awkwardly amidst the threatening chat records. Chapter 19, Robbery, Death Penalty. Since Fang Tingwan ignored the people on the 6th floor, she didn't bother with him either, pretending not to see. She turned off her phone and continued exercising. If you need me, call me. It was time to go home. Jiang Yanchen patted Duo's head and left, closing the door behind him. To make things more convenient, he simply moved a sofa bed to sleep near the entrance. Under the torrential rain, the weather was sultry and oppressive. After finishing her exercise, Fong Tingwan's clothes were drenched in sweat. After showering, she went out to check the vegetables on the balcony. In just 4 days, tiny sprouts had started to emerge. Whether they would grow or not didn't matter. What mattered was to mislead others. The group chat was filled with arguments, messages constantly popping up. She took out her phone to pass the time and looked at the chat. Xiaojinyu kept threatening the people on the 6th floor, but instead of being afraid, those people got angry and charged upstairs with kitchen knives and hammers. Occasionally, they sent photos in the group chat. Duo, are you sleepy? Duo was watching cartoons and looked up upon hearing this, confusion flashing in her eyes. The next moment, she rubbed her eyes. Yeah. After shutting down her tablet, she hugged her strawberry bear and walked back to her room. Fong Tingwan followed closely behind, placing a storybook on the bedside and gently read aloud while patting Duo's back. 5 minutes later, Duo fell asleep. Only then did Fong Tingwan get up, quietly close the bedroom door, and open the main door to step outside. Outside, someone was hammering the window with a mallet. It was the iron window that came with the metal door. Roughly 15 centimeters in length and width, it was welded with 2 steel bars, which was one of the only weaknesses of the iron door. At first, Fong Tingwan wanted to fully seal it up, but due to lack of time for customizing, she compromised. With every strike of the hammer, the iron window became severely indented. With the final blow, the iron window loosened. They pulled twice forcefully, causing the window to fall on the ground with a loud crackling sound. Damn woman, you're really inside. They all glanced at each other. Lu Feng clenched his teeth and raised the kitchen knife in his hand. Open the door. Are you sure? Fong Tingwan raised the Tang-style sword in her hand. A flash of cold light from the blade showed its sharpness. Instead of retreating, Lu Feng stumbled backward and almost missed a step on the stairs, only barely caught by Wang Li from behind. Otherwise, he would have fallen flat on his face. Under the watchful eyes of his buddies, he felt humiliated and shouted louder. Sure. If you don't open the door, don't blame us for forcing our way in. Big brother, Wang Li softly called out, throwing an apologetic look towards the window and signaling covertly. Fong Tingwan suddenly burst out laughing and looked at Jiang Yanchen beside her. Jiang lawyer, should we open? Jiang Yanchen stepped to a visible spot outside, holding his own Tang-style sword. His sharp gaze swept across everyone present. All the people outside instantly showed signs of fear. Just with a glance, Jiang Yanchen knew it was unnecessary. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, directly using the camera to record them all, and coolly said, robbery, 3 years or more imprisonment or life sentence. If you rob me, it's death penalty. Lu Feng gulped, immediately hiding his kitchen knife behind his back. This person was a lawyer, an exceptionally skilled lawyer, rumors they'd heard before. Keep going, I'm recording. Jiang Yanchen curled his lips into a faint smile. Although he seemed polite and refined, it made the outsiders shiver with fear. Big brother. Some started to panic and instinctively backed away down the stairs. Go. Lu Feng stormed down the stairs, halfway through, directly throwing the kitchen knife downstairs in anger. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. They'll pay sooner or later. Don't worry, big brother. There's no way they won't eat or drink forever. As soon as they step out, we grab them and do whatever you want. This speaker was Bao, an impulsive youth. Lu Feng eyed him intently and slowly spoke. Then you stay here and keep watch. As soon as they open the door, come get us immediately. Big brother. Bao tried to say something more, but seeing Big Brother leading everyone else downstairs, there was nothing he could do. He looked around and sat down at the stairway opening idly. Out of boredom, he picked up a scrap of paper on the ground. Your daughter is safe. What nonsense. He immediately balled it up and threw it away. Upstairs, Fong Tingwan knew they were guarding downstairs and watched the iron window forcibly broken open. Looking at Jiang Yanchen, she kindly warned, be careful yourself. Objects might be thrown in at any moment. All right, can I go to your place to charge my phone? Jiang Yanchen shook his dead phone, already black-screened, explaining without waiting for a question, to scare them off. My power bank is also dead. In that case, bring everything over for charging. Recalling his help earlier, Fong Tingwan agreed. Also, since she worried he might use this excuse to keep coming over, it was easier to charge everything once. Duo was fast asleep. Both walked quietly. Jiang Yanchen sat down charging his device. Fong Tingwan stood gazing out the window at the continuing storm, mixed with sandstorm. The sliding glass door was covered with yellow sand, which was washed away clean again and again. In the process, it paradoxically became immaculate. Outside, it was pitch black. In the previous life, the heavy rain lasted for about a month, and even though their area was on high ground, it still flooded up to the second floor. The situation in other places must have been worse. It will only get more chaotic. Fong Tingwan indicated for Jiang Yanchen to check his phone. The homeowners had started a new group chat to discuss how to save themselves or plan an escape. After charging his phone and turning it back on, Jiang Yanchen saw many people adding him as a friend, hoping he could uphold justice. His eyelids lowered, hiding his coldness, as he watched the discussion in the group. There were plans to gather young men, intending to catch the murderer from apartment 602. He shook his head and muttered 2 words, naive. Fong Tingwan agreed with this view. The ones on the 6th floor are already hooligans, cruel and ruthless. However, many residents in this neighborhood are families. They have concerns. How can they possibly win? Shaking his head again, Jiang Yanchen glanced at someone who mentioned him, then typed on his keyboard, his response icy. Everything you've said I will record, which later will be used as court evidence. I can offer free legal services for your family, ensuring the maximum compensation. What do you mean? If you don't help, that's fine, but why dampen our spirits? Exactly. Are you just waiting for us to die? Jiang Yanchen sent a helpless emoticon. The group instantly erupted, all directing their anger towards Jiang Yanchen. Mentions of him piled up. He didn't care. Fong Tingwan glanced at him, knowing he wanted these people to face reality, though they would never admit their own incompetence. The argument continued for 3 minutes. In the homeowners group, Lu Feng suddenly mentioned 5 people. Coincidentally, these were exactly the loudest complainers in a smaller subgroup. Those who were still shouting in the subgroup immediately recalled whatever messages they could retract. Lu Feng wrote, "I hear you want to take me down. Well, I'm here. Come on out. 701. Lu Boss, the curtain seller. Brother, I was wrong. I was just going along with the crowd, not really meaning it. I was about to add you as a friend to tell you." Chapter 20, just a step faster. Following the words was a screenshot, showing that he had not approved the friend request. Some people found this behavior disgraceful, but no one dared to speak up. The most vocal few homeowners also quickly came out to admit their mistakes. You still have so much energy, it seems like you still have food. If I don't see any food by 10 o'clock, you know what happens? Lu Feng sent this sentence and then stopped speaking. 5 homeowners played a chain game. All right, big brother. Truly fawning enough. Knowing there was a spy, the small group was dissolved. However, the number of people trying to add Fong Tingwan suddenly increased. She disagreed, and those people kept adding her repeatedly, using remarks to insult her ancestors for 18 generations. They all thought she was constantly in the thoughts of the 6th-floor residents without any issues because she had betrayed the homeowners and received protection. Fong Tingwan didn't bother with them. After rejecting the friend requests privately, the world became peaceful. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the lights inside were already off. After adapting to the darkness, she could vaguely see the scenery outside. Someone built a simple boat out of foam and threw all their suitcases onto the foam. Then, 4 figures sat on it. Observing the silhouettes, they were 4 adults. After sitting securely, they loosened the rope, letting the foam box drift away with the water current. Half an hour later, long paragraphs appeared in the homeowners group. Every word and every sentence was cursing the beasts on the 6th floor and the building's residents for ignoring their deaths. Looking at the nickname 301, Fong Tingwan remembered this person seeing the water rising quickly and wanting to seek help. However, no one in the entire building dared to let him into their home, so he left helplessly. Lu Feng looked at the message and directly ordered Wang Li. "You take someone to guard downstairs. Whoever dares to leave, kill them." Killing slipped casually out of his mouth. Wang Li was startled. "Brother, do we really need to kill?" Their heads were clouded by hunger, and how many bad things they had done these past 2 days made him afraid in his dreams that someone would come to claim their lives. His eyes were heavy with dark circles underneath. Lu Feng glared at him angrily. "If they go out and report us, the police will come. Will you accept the firing squad?" Firing squad. Wang Li mumbled these 2 words, unable to believe or accept it. "Of course. We've killed people, even committed rapes. You were at the forefront. Don't tell me you've forgotten." Lu Feng deliberately brought up. If everyone is united, then it's a group of people. If someone wants to turn against them, he doesn't mind having more blood on his hands. Wang Li, whose eyes are sharp, noticed brother's murderous expression, quickly grabbed another brother and went downstairs. Since then, there was 1 upstairs, 2 downstairs, leaving only 3 people in apartment 602. Just as Fong Tingwan was about to sleep, the tablet connected to Jiang Yanshen's house camera transmitted voices. It was a man's voice, not hard to guess who it was. She quietly opened the door, gripping a Tang dynasty sword tightly, and when she opened the door, she saw Jiang Yanshen startled from his sleep across the hall. Their eyes met, and both did the SHHH action simultaneously. Jiang Yanshen also took his knife and moved to the side of the iron door. Outside, the sound of someone climbing the stairs could be heard. "You, big brother, it's still warm." Lu Feng coldly scolded. "Damn, you're not going to eat it. So why should you care if it's warm or not? Which side does she live on? It should be 1701. All right, on the right, use force. Make sure to throw it at the door, make her sick." "Yes, big brother." As they spoke, a hand as delicate as a woman's reached in, holding a piece of poop wrapped in paper. He was just about to aim when Fong Tingwan raised her blade and struck. With a tearing sound, the hand rolled off from the wrist joint, the fingers still clutching the feces tightly. Bright red blood splattered onto the iron gate, presenting a scattered beauty. Outdoors, the man initially didn't feel intense pain, instinctively pulling back his hand. Seeing his empty forearm and the gushing blood, he opened his mouth wide and bellowed in low tones. My hand, my hand." Excruciating pain led to more fear. He never imagined such consequences, staring blankly at the big brother and at his companions. "Stop the bleeding, stop it quickly." Lu Feng immediately pulled down his sleeve, hurriedly covering the wound at the arm's stump. The other 2 continued bandaging while supporting each other, watching the blood continue to seep through. The companion's complexion turned increasingly pale, his limbs trembled uncontrollably. "Big brother, what do we do?" The man's eyes rolled back white, and under the fear and excessive blood loss, he fainted where he stood, rolling down the steps. "I won't forgive you, I won't." Lu Feng issued his threat and left with the others. The whole process lasted no more than 3 minutes. After they were gone, Fong Tingwan indifferently bent down, and before she could pick up the arm, Jiang Yanshen beat her to it, picking up the severed hand. "I'll handle it." Saying that, he had already turned around. "You're not afraid?" Fong Tingwan was curious. Her reaction just now was definitely not what an ordinary person, especially a woman, should exhibit. Jiang Yanshen didn't even turn his head, his gentle voice seemingly magical, soothing her concerns. "You're just a step faster than me." Fong Tingwan was startled. At the beginning of the apocalypse, humanity had not yet fully exposed. How could a lawyer who upheld justice possibly have murderous thoughts? She expected him to be afraid, to despise or distance himself, but never did she think he would regret being a step behind her. Put another way, would he rather it was him who took the action instead of her? Her mood became uneasy. The next second, as if Jiang Yanchen saw through her confusion, he stood up to explain, I used to be a criminal case lawyer and have seen many murder scenes and bodies, so I'm not as afraid of corpses as you might think. You, on the other hand, surprised me. Exposed? Fong Tingwan hesitated for a moment before saying, I was often bullied when I was little. The more I endured, the worse they got. Sorry, was Jiang Yanchen's sudden apology due to bringing up bad memories? It's fine. Fong Tingwan shook her head. The traces outside were quickly cleaned up. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Back at Fong Tingwan's place, Jiang Yanchen began preparing lunch. Lying on the couch, Fong Tingwan's phone kept buzzing with messages. Upon opening it, she saw that people from apartment 602 were looking for a doctor or some kind of hemostatic drug. For days had passed. No matter how everyone conserved their phone batteries, they had all reached the critical point. No one replied. After threatening in the group chat without success, these people began knocking on doors house by house to find medicine. Being closest to 601, they were the first to be targeted. Living right across from murderers, they had anticipated possible harm, preemptively barricading their door tightly with solid wood tables, fridges, sofas, and wardrobes. Lu Feng knocked a few times, losing all patience, and immediately rallied his brothers to break down the door. Once the door was smashed open, and seeing a heap of furniture blocking the light inside, his anger surged. Burn it! Brother? Wang Li's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he heard. If we burn this building, where will we go? The water outside has already reached the 3rd floor, and we don't know what else is lurking in it. Chapter 21, Opportunity. Yes, big brother, so many lives are at stake, and our food supply is almost gone. Now we can't rely on help from others. If we cut off our own escape route, isn't that just signing our death warrant? Let's go upstairs first and take a look. One after another persuaded him. Lu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. I won't let them off the hook. His voice passed through obstacles, making those inside tremble with fear. Wang Li was left behind to take care of things, while the rest began to knock on doors floor by floor. Those who had secretly seen messages in the group chat had already placed medicine outside their doors. Others, who hadn't seen the messages, opened the door upon hearing knocks, only to have all their medicine and food confiscated. For a time, the group chat was filled with complaints. Does anyone still have food? These gold coins are worth 5,000 yuan. I would trade for some vegetables. Please, we're starving. The message was accompanied by a video showing a family huddled on a couch, cups of water arranged on the table to ward off hunger. This could allow them to barely survive a few more days. Then someone offered 10,000 yuan in cash for food. Any amount would do. The items for exchange became increasingly valuable, but no one responded. Even if there were indeed people with food, speaking up now would be akin to boasting wealth and inviting robbery. In room 602, no one cared about the group messages anymore. Watching his brother lying in bed, blood soaking through the entire bed, his face growing paler, with breathing much heavier than exhaling. Wang Li, having stopped the bleeding, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said gravely, Big brother, if we don't send him to the hospital, he won't make it through today. The bleeding was stopped too late. He has lost too much blood. Not only do we have no way to give a transfusion, but we also lack proper medical facilities and antibiotics. He will definitely run a fever tonight. Find a life raft, anything that floats will do. Let's go to the hospital. Lu Feng stood up. There's one on the 4th floor. He immediately led one person downstairs. Just as they reached the 4th floor, the putrid smell mixed with mold hit their nostrils, causing nausea. Lu Feng covered his nose and rushed into the room, stepping over the highly decayed corpse of the fishing enthusiast. As he stepped on wriggling maggots beneath his feet, a soft cracking sound echoed. The man following behind looked very pale. Since Big Brother went in, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and enter to search. In one of the rooms, various fishing gears were stored, including 2 rubber boats, one big and one small, each carrying one. They walked out and saw water already accumulating at the corner of the 3rd floor staircase. Lu Feng coldly said, You inflate the boat. I'll carry the injured upstairs. All right. 10 minutes later, 6 people had gathered by the window. The larger rubber boat carried the injured person along with Lu Feng, Wang Li, and another person. The smaller one carried 2 people, entering the river directly from the flood buffer zone on the 4th floor. The current wasn't slow. As soon as they let go of the rope, the rubber boat immediately followed the flow. Fortunately, the hospital was downstream. In just a short moment, the rubber boat had drifted several dozen meters away. When the residents of building number 11 saw the rubber boat below, they hesitated to believe until confirming it. Then, they shouted, They're leaving. They've left. It must be them. Now's the chance. Someone suddenly spoke up, and everyone's eyes lit up. Starving to the extreme, the only ones with food were in 602. Now that they weren't home, this was the best time to raid their place. Not just one person thought this. 3 groups met at the door of 602, kicked it open without hesitation, and entered to search. It was chaotic, like a pigsty. After searching everywhere, the best thing they found were only seasoning packets from instant noodles. The group of about a dozen people looked at each other. Have they eaten everything? There couldn't possibly not be a single leftover bit of food in the whole building, right? Did they take it with them? I think so. I saw their 2 rubber boats carrying several large packages, probably food. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned grim. Feeling hopeless, they slumped on the steps. Without food, they couldn't move. Dying of starvation was inevitable. Whatever, sitting here waiting to die is worse than taking a gamble. A man stood up with determined eyes. Is there anyone willing to go with me? We'll swim to the Lotus Mountain supermarket, 3 kilometers away. Once we get there, we'll have enough food to last until the floods end. No one responded. They'd already witnessed the terror of the flood. The man scoffed. None of you will come? Fine, I'll go alone. Everyone returned home. 15 minutes later, they spotted the man through the window. He was carrying a waterproof bag, jumping straight into the floodwaters. In an instant, the figure disappeared beneath the surface. Tingwan Fong, who was upstairs, naturally saw that figure too. When she noticed the man being swallowed by the flood, she moved forward slightly to see more clearly. 2 breaths later, the man's head surfaced from the water. Save me. He tried to swim back, but the current pushed him further away, completely out of control, and after being carried dozens of meters, he directly collided with Building 12, leaving a patch of bright red blood on the gray wall. You can't make it without a rubber boat. Staying here will turn this place into a living hell sooner or later. Fong Tingwan mumbled a few words and turned around, watching Dodo still watching cartoons before she continued lifting weights. The 7th day of the heavy rain. The originally quiet building was suddenly filled with cries and shouts. Not long after, they arrived at the iron gate on the 17th floor. She banged on the iron gate desperately, pleading, Tingwan, my child has fainted from hunger. Please give me some food. I won't take it for free. Here is payment. Saying this, she threw in a thick stack of cash, estimated at 50,000 yuan. The money lay scattered on the ground in a thick layer. Fong Tingwan squatted down, tidied up the money, and through the window saw that the woman was thin from hunger, tears streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. She handed the money back and said indifferently, we don't have any food either, sorry. How is that possible? Look at your rosy complexion. You don't look starved at all. If this amount of money isn't enough, tell me how much you need, and I'll give it to you. Please help save lives. The woman refused to leave, refusing to take the money. Fong Tingwan let go of the money, letting it all scatter on the ground. If you throw more money in, I won't pick it up for you again. Then she turned around. Seeing she was serious, the woman pressed her face against the iron grill, eyes wide with hatred, yelling in rage. You're so conscienceless. Are you not afraid of heaven's punishment? You clearly have food, but watch us starve to death. May you die a horrible death. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Oh, her only response was the sound of the door closing. Unable to contain her anger, the woman actually went downstairs, picked up a pile of garbage, didn't feel dirty or bothered, and shoved it through the iron window. She cursed and scolded for about 10 minutes before going downstairs. Group announcement. At 6 p.m., there will be a discussion about self-rescue on the 10th floor. Those who are interested may come. Fong Tingwan also saw the message, turned back to her room, and half a minute later brought out a mirror, as well as concealer and blush brush. Chapter 22 Leeches. Sit still. Guessing what she was about to do, Jiang Yanshin sat up straight, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes, making it easier for her to paint. Fong Tingwan didn't hesitate, slapping a dark layer over his face in a few quick motions. Looking at his emaciated cheeks, his deep-set brows and piercing eyes, his upright nose, and his thin lips that were slightly pressed together, the charm of this mature man could not be hidden even if he deliberately made himself look ugly. She took a deep breath, looked away, and when she turned the mirror toward herself, she noticed her flushed cheeks and irregular breathing. I'll go change in the room. She quickly got up and returned to her room, closing the door. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time she showed signs of shyness. Jiang Yanshin stood up to play with Duo, hiding his amusement in his eyes. Half an hour later, Fong Tingwan appeared in the living room looking dispirited and lethargic. She pointed to her face and asked, how does it look? Jiang Yanshin carefully examined her. The powder wasn't too heavy. It was hard to notice unless you looked closely. He nodded. Pretty good. We should go join them. Fong Tingwan glanced at the sun already on top of the mountain. It would be getting dark in half an hour, about 6 o'clock. By then, the light wouldn't be bright enough to reveal anything easily. If they didn't show up somewhere, everyone would assume she had food and target her soon, which she did not want to happen under any circumstances. The clock struck 5:50. The hungry tenants had gathered in the corridor and stairwell on the 10th floor, lying down wherever they could rather than sitting or standing. As the two of them pulled Duo downstairs, they saw people everywhere. At the same time, people stared at them. Finally, this family of 3 came down. But why did they appear as gone as ghosts? You're out of food too? Everyone had pinned their hopes on them, but Jiang Yanshin covered his mouth and coughed a couple of times, displaying a weak demeanor. The child is small. We have to prioritize the child. We can barely drink some soup throughout the day. None at all. The man questioned again, unwilling to give up, his suspicion gradually dissipating when seeing their faces. None at all. Fong Tingwan confirmed solemnly, settling down and holding Duo in her arms. As soon as the words left her lips, sighs could be heard from the crowd. What should we do next? Can't just wait to die, can we? Questions echoed among the group, all gazes turning to the male owner of apartment 701. All these people had been rallied by him, naturally looking to him for leadership. But the homeowner also had no idea what to do. Swimming wouldn't work, nor were there alternative transportation methods. Wait, didn't Lawyer Jiang from the 17th floor have an inflatable boat? He thought he'd heard that somewhere before. Just as he was about to speak, someone interrupted. Is there a nurse? Anyone among you who's a nurse? A man suddenly rushed down the stairs shouting twice without response, and tears streamed down his face. Please, anyone knows medicine? My wife had postpartum bleeding. Save her. She might not make it even in a hospital. Why didn't you get her admitted earlier? A hint of guilt flickered across the man's face. His family was poor, and early admission would have required extra expenses, something he couldn't agree to. But now that didn't matter. No one among you is a nurse? Or a doctor? No one from the crowd answered. Furious and humiliated, the man shouted. In such a big building with hundreds of people, not a single nurse or doctor exists. You don't care to save my wife? I'll pay, tell me how much. People looked at him like he was insane, remaining silent. More angry, the man looked at Jiang Yanchen closest to him and furiously questioned. They refuse to save your lives, can I sue them? Jiang Yanchen raised his eyelid, curiously examining this man. What nonsense are you spouting? They have no obligation to save your wife, especially in a life-threatening situation. If you sue them, they can countersue you for defamation and extortion. His words made the man flush with colors of embarrassment and fury. Annoyed, he kicked a white wall and went upstairs. Let's all head back home. We'll figure it out tomorrow. As the sky completely darkened, the homeowner of apartment 701 announced the dismissal and headed downstairs, vaguely feeling he'd forgotten something. After everyone dispersed and returned upstairs, Fong Tingwan wiped off the makeup on her face, showered, lay in bed, and took out her phone. Brother, how's your wife doing? It took 10 minutes for a reply. You're all murderers. Question marks flooded the chat group. You want to fight? This belongs to me. Get out, leave. An abrupt voice carried through from outside the window. Still awake, Fong Tingwan leaned out to listen. The sound was coming from below. Now you chase us out. Isn't that the same as sending us to our deaths? I kindly allowed you to stay in my house. Staying in my master bedroom is bad enough, but you even steal my mother's glucose? She's sick, she'll die without it. She's almost dying anyway, why waste it? You? The commotion grew louder, accompanied by voices of persuasion from downstairs. Fong Tingwan understood from the conversation that the quarrel was between the residents of Unit 800 and one who had taken in a group from the first floor. Taking in a bunch of leeches reminded her of similar situations in her previous life. There were many such cases. People's kindness often led to tragic outcomes for their families, something Fong Tingwan witnessed so frequently that she became desensitized. Thankfully, Jiang Yanchen, their neighbor across the hall, was emotionally detached. If it were some overly empathetic person, she would have plenty of problems to deal with. Knock, knock. Without needing to guess, she knew who was at the door. Duo rushed to open it and threw herself into Jiang Yanchen's arms, sweetly calling out, Brother. Someone call me for help. Wasn't this fast? Just a second ago, Fong Tingwan was praising him, but now seeing his emotionless expression, she stared at him sternly and said, We only have so much food altogether. If you want to help someone, use your own portion. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way, and you don't come over anymore. Better to make things clear before being dragged down. Fortunately, there were 3 steel doors separating them, so even if the hallway doors opened, it wouldn't bother her. That's not what I mean. Jiang Yanchen put down Duo and sighed softly. Despite their interactions over the last half-month, she still didn't trust him, and her first thought upon encountering trouble was to part ways. He suppressed the inexplicable unease in his heart and patiently explained, I just think we should also pretend to be poorer and hungrier downstairs, convincing them that we are truly needy. Otherwise, if we're attacked, it will do us no good, and our food supply can last us no more than 3 days anyway. Ah, that made sense. Fong Tingwan cleared her throat. There was no way she could tell him that she had an abundance of food, so she merely nodded, saying, Fine. I checked the iron doors, everything is secure. You can sleep soundly tonight while I keep watch. After finishing, Jiang Yanchen patted Duo's head and turned to leave. Something about his visit seemed off, but Fong Tingwan didn't care to explore further. She warmed up milk for Duo and went back to bed. Chapter 23. Family? Food. Before they knew it, 10 days had already passed. The heavy rain had turned into a drizzle, and the sandstorm had ceased. As they looked at the surging river outside, everyone seemed to see hope. They went door to door knocking, setting a meeting on the 10th floor for 10 o'clock in the morning. After Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen simply applied some makeup with an air of hardship, they took Dodo downstairs. As soon as they arrived at room 1201, the aroma of meat wafted into their nostrils. For the other residents who had been hungry for so long, it smelled absolutely delectable. Many people were already gathered on the 12th floor. Fong Tingwan held Dodo's hand, subconsciously gripping it a little tighter, her lowered brows revealing storm clouds. Jiang Yanchen noticed something was off about her, but didn't say anything, sticking to the plan to stay within the crowd. Bang bang bang. Someone was pounding on the door, and after a while, it opened slightly, revealing a man with fine eyebrows and eyes. He chuckled innocently. Everyone, what's the matter? Is there meat in your house? The man who had been pounding on the door forcefully pushed it open. With the door fully opened, the others streamed in one after another. In no time, more than 30 people filled the living room, their mouths watering as they stared hungrily at the steamer pot in the kitchen. There was a pot of meat inside. It had been over 10 days since they had last touched any animal products. Sometimes they even wanted to eat their own flesh. Finally seeing some meat made someone itch to go over and open the steamer. Wait, you can't. The male owner spoke too late. When the steamer pot was opened, all gazes immediately fixed on the contents, and simultaneously, they gasped sharply. Because the pot wasn't cooking pork or horse meat. It contained a human arm. The skin was wrinkly, slightly blackened. You killed your mother? That's inhumane. One person roared furiously. Others also realized that both the male and female owners were present, except for the elderly woman. What a heartless act. Eating your own mother. You're a beast. A monster. Insults continued one after another. The male owner protectively covered the female owner, his hands unconsciously touching her belly. With bloodshot eyes, he explained, "My wife is pregnant. My mom volunteered. She said she wouldn't live much longer anyway, and staying alive would just be a waste of food. She was willing to sacrifice herself for her grandson. When we woke up, she had already collided with the wall and died." Everyone's gaze shifted to the white walls where indeed a patch of blood could be seen. The loudest protesters fell silent, but there were still a few who approached the steamer, swallowing saliva to ask, "Can we eat it?" The male owner hesitated for a moment. To avoid being criticized by others, he gritted his teeth and nodded. The man picked up the small arm, placed it on a chopping board, and cut it several times into dozens of small pieces. He gestured for everyone to take some. Seeing that none of them were making a move, he himself picked up a piece, closed his eyes, deeply inhaled, and then placed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he opened his eyes and nodded. "The taste isn't bad. I'll try." As one person led the way, the rest followed suit. Even some kind-hearted individuals offered a piece to Jiang Yanchen and Fong Tingwan. Holding the piece of human flesh in her hand, memories long buried surfaced in Fong Tingwan's mind. A large pot, a dozen or so people playing rock, paper, scissors. Never had she imagined life could be this careless. The loser would be killed and cooked. This phenomenon was common, yet she never thought the seemingly amiable people in this building, the ones who fed stray cats, would behave like monsters now. They were only discussing how to find food, but perhaps they should wait a bit longer. "Why aren't you eating?" A slightly plump man eagerly stared at the pieces of meat in the two women's hands. Too many people crowded around. The amount of meat in the steamer wasn't enough to go around properly, especially for him, whose appetite wasn't easily satisfied. "Here, have it." Both women simultaneously handed their pieces over. The fat man accepted without hesitation, stuffing the meat into his mouth, while dazedly mumbling a thank you. Only after he finished did most people slowly descend to the 10th floor, still craving more. Some were disgusted and untouched it, heading down earlier to wait. More than 100 people packed the staircase. Leading them were the residents of room 1301, Huang Cheng, whom everyone had voted as their organizer. Looking at those who ate human flesh, his face turned grim as he coldly said, "Now, we need to prepare to go out and look for food. Those skilled in swimming and physically strong must voluntarily join us. We'll share the food according to how many go out. If you don't participate, you won't get food. And if things escalate violently, we are not afraid. Even single women can choose to join, risking their lives accordingly, or join the fishing team. Fishing households possess tools. There's a river downstairs, and he saw fish in it before, so it's worth a try instead of waiting to starve to death. Sign up now. I'll participate." "Me too." Without any food left at home, having elders and young ones depending on them, they wouldn't survive much longer if they didn't act soon. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen exchanged glances, silently communicating through their eyes. She would be responsible for taking care of Dodo, while Jiang Yanchen went to search for food. Of the over 100 people, 13 signed up. Huang Cheng looked at the crowd, incredulous. "Do you really intend to seize the food we find?" The silence of the crowd was their answer. After all, many had already died in the flood. Between starving to death or drowning, they had chosen to let others take the risks for them. Huang Cheng wasn't unaware. It was precisely because he understood that he felt disheartened. If that's how it is, then none of us need to live. Everyone go back to your own homes, lock the doors and windows, and see who can survive till the end. Huang Cheng was just about to leave when someone suddenly pointed out the window. "Look, there's someone. Be on guard," Huang Cheng shouted, immediately grabbing a stool from beside him. If it were Lu Feng returning, they'd make him sink in the water. This was what everyone wanted to do. Those people from 602 were too terrifying. With Huang Cheng taking the lead, over a dozen grabbed furniture and stood by the window. Fong Tingwan, looking at the figure bobbing in the water, suddenly caught a gleam in her eye. "Wait, I know this person. She might have information about the situation outside." Now that everyone was trapped inside with no contact with the outside world, they were eager to know when the government would come for rescue. They immediately put down their weapons. Fong Tingwan ran downstairs and leaned out of the 4th floor window, extending a clothes drying rod. "Meng Ling, I'll pull you over." Meng Ling was a professional in Sanzhou, Chinese kickboxing. Because she could fight, she was much sought after in this new world and was a hot commodity among small groups. Back then, the two met by chance outside. Fong Tingwan was so hungry that her head was spinning. If not for Meng Ling giving her food and water, she probably would have died on that scorching night. That kindness could never be forgotten. The current was too fierce. When Meng Ling saw the drying rod and Fong Tingwan, her eyes filled with hope as she attempted to grab it 3 times, but only managed to brush past it each time. Her strength gradually waned, and the figure before her eyes became blurry. She couldn't hold on much longer. Her willpower started to dissipate. "Meng Ling, stay alive. Think about your family." Fong Tingwan yelled loudly, recklessly leaning far out, gripping the window sill tightly to extend the reach of the drying rod. Seeing this, Jiang Yanchen asked Dodo to step aside, then took the drying rod from Fong Tingwan and stretched it even further. Chapter 24, Concealing Wealth. Height is a hard disadvantage. Fong Tingwan silently stepped aside and continued calling Meng Ling. Suddenly, a wave of water pushed Meng Ling into the water. Just as Fong Tingwan was about to jump in, she saw Meng Ling's head abruptly burst out of the water. In that instant, her hand firmly caught the clothesline. Jiang Yanchen quickly pulled back. When they reached the window, Fong Tingwan bent down, grabbing Meng Ling's hands with both of hers, and started lifting her up. Jiang Yanchen was also helping. With great effort, Meng Ling crawled through the window and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Her lips had turned a pale bluish purple from being submerged too long, and her hands were swollen white and wrinkled. The calluses on her hands, soaked in water, had turned yellow and thick. "How are you?" Fong Tingwan squatted down to inquire. "Not dead." Meng Ling suddenly opened her eyes, supporting herself against the wall as she sat. She was completely soaked, without a scrap of food. The others looked at her, their eyes fixed like they weren't looking at a person but rather something edible. Fong Tingwan noticed the predatory glances of these people behind her and exchanged a look with Meng Ling, then asked, "Your home is at least 5 kilometers away. Even if you floated here, it would take a long time. How did you come so suddenly?" "I went to the hospital. The government's designated rescue area was there. There's food and medicine. Many people were rushing to the hospital. While I was floating downstream, I encountered a diversion and didn't follow the intended route. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be dead." This joy of surviving calamity was difficult for her to describe. The water was too fast. If it hadn't been for building number 11 where the current slowed slightly, she wouldn't have stopped either. "Shall we go to the hospital as well?" Someone in the crowd suddenly said, sparking heated discussion. "I think it's worth it. We're not far from the hospital. We should take a gamble." "I agree. Who wants to go?" "Let's all go together." Fong Tingwan, watching their growing enthusiasm, squatted down and helped Meng Ling to her feet. "Let's change your clothes first." "Okay." Meng Ling could still walk Minchang, but after climbing to the 10th floor and sitting to catch her breath, she suddenly asked, Wan, can I stay with you temporarily and leave after resting properly?" "Aren't you going to the hospital?" Fong Tingwan was puzzled. The government indeed issued an announcement, but there are too many people at the hospital. It's overcrowded. Even if we get there, it might still be chaotic. There may not even be any food. I felt that if I didn't deceive them earlier, they probably would have eaten me. Meng Ling forced a bitter smile. She couldn't help but speak the truth. Most of the people in this building had families, so an outsider coming in would just mean more food consumed. "My downstairs apartment is empty. You can stay there. It's inconvenient at my place right now." Fong Tingwan chuckled, deliberately saying something misleading. Meng Ling glanced at Jiang Yanchen, then at Duo, knowing that staying with the three of them might disturb them. She nodded, "All right." Jiang Yanchen understood but remained silent. After resting, the group managed to climb to the 16th floor in one go. It took Fong Tingwan quite some time to finally open the door of room 1602. Looking inside, everything was covered in a layer of dust, clearly having been unoccupied for a long while. Compared to Duo's house across the hall, this was much better. "Thanks, I'll go take a shower first." Meng Ling was drenched and utterly uncomfortable. "Okay, come upstairs if anything happens." Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen turned around, closing the door behind them as they left. They noticed Duo staring intently at their house. Duo, your dad." "Sister, I want to draw pictures." Duo's childish voice interrupted her, and with little legs, she climbed upstairs without showing any signs of unease. After so long, she didn't ask about her parents or shout to go home, as if she already knew the truth and had accepted it. Once upstairs quietly, she began drawing on her sketchbook. Seeing this, Fong Tingwan felt heartbroken. Returning to her room, she fetched some candies from the space and walked out, placing them on the table. Duo, eat some candy." "Thank you, sister." Duo neatly arranged her brushes, unwrapped the candy, and placed a piece in her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. Duo, if you feel like crying, just cry. Suppressing it for too long isn't good for your health. Or if you have anything to say, will you tell sister, all right?" Fong Tingwan was genuinely worried about the little girl. Jiang Yanchen, who was busy preparing dinner, cast her a concerned glance. Under the watchful gaze of both of them, Duo's smile gradually faded. She lowered her head, softly whispering, "Mommy used to always be beaten by Daddy. He beat her until she bled a lot. Mommy would always cry and regret marrying him. Mommy went to heaven, and Duo feels happy. I don't need Daddy, sister, brother. Will you two leave, Duo?" Her crisp voice carried no hint of sadness. Fong Tingwan embraced her and gently patted her back. Because of the rain, she wanted to hold an umbrella for Duo. "I won't. Sister will never abandon you." Duo reached out to hug her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Crying would make her feel better. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanchen continued cooking. Not long after, the fragrant dishes of sweet and sour pork ribs and steamed tilapia were served. Fong Tingwan prepared a portion of rice and 2 eggs for Meng Ling. Concealing wealth was her principle. When she had just descended to the corner, Meng Ling happened to open the door from inside. Their eyes met, and she sheepishly pulled out some compressed biscuits from her pocket. "Here you go." "Where did you hide the food when you brought it in?" "Was no one aware?" Fong Tingwan lowered her voice, cautiously looking downstairs to see someone moving about. She quickly pushed Meng Ling back into room 1602 and gently warned, "There have been incidents of cannibalism in this building. Even if you have food, they mustn't know." Then she placed the rice and eggs down. "Eat something." Clearly, Meng Ling had also been starving for quite a while now. Her face was ashen and lacked energy. "Thank you." Meng Ling could barely continue munching on compressed biscuits. She'd eaten nothing but them for several days straight, so much so that even her breath smelled like biscuits. Now, catching a whiff of the fragrant rice, it dawned on her how truly aromatic plain rice could be. At her current state, even boiled eggs felt akin to the rarest delicacies. Seating herself and hastily shoveling a bite in, she mumbled an explanation through her mouthful. "Earlier at my place, there were people looting, so I hid food on myself. Later, my house got flooded, leaving me no choice but to seek refuge with you." "But what about what you said downstairs?" Fong Tingwan's defenses immediately went up. They were only casual friends. Why would she suddenly come seeking shelter? She had indeed been contemplating forming a team these past few days. After all, in the apocalypse, a lone person facing small teams, like those in Unit 602, stood no chance. It was difficult to survive alone. But she couldn't trust Meng Ling. That's right, Meng Ling replied, lifting her gaze with an utterly sincere expression free of calculation. She smiled and said, my parents aren't home, and I can't get through to them by phone. Thinking it over, your floor is high, and you live alone, plus you're close to me. You can rest assured, I won't stay long. As soon as the rain lessens, I'll go look for food. I won't disturb you. Prior to coming, she hadn't realized that Wanwan already had a boyfriend, making things a bit awkward. Chapter 25, Attempting Trust. Take care then. Fong Tingwan said this, and placed the compressed biscuits she had crammed into her pocket on the table before walking straight to the door. Remembering something suddenly, she added, don't open the door easily. Okay, sure. Meng Ling watched as the door closed, no longer caring about how graceful or ungraceful it was. She started shoveling mouthfuls of rice into her mouth. Upstairs, Fong Tingwan didn't doubt Meng Ling's words. Her character was usually carefree and straightforward, not like someone with ulterior motives. But just in case, there would be no haste in laying out the truth. As night fell, the entire room plunged into darkness. With vision lost, human hearing sharpens. The sound of knocking downstairs floated lightly upstairs. Fong Tingwan, ensuring that Duo wouldn't be disturbed, quietly lifted the blanket and went out. Standing in the living room, she could hear the commotion downstairs more clearly. Who is it? They were knocking on door 1602. Recalling Wang Wan's warning, Meng Ling merely questioned from beside the door. As she prepared to look through the peephole, she suddenly remembered a news report. Someone had their eye pierced while looking through a peephole. Terrified, she stepped back and asked tremblingly, what's the matter? A gentle older brother's voice came from outside the door. Little sister, we're worried about you catching a cold, so we've brought you ginger soup. Open the door and have it. If you get a fever, there might be no medicine. According to common sense, receiving ginger soup from neighbors should be a good thing, but Meng Ling had already broken out in a cold sweat, inhaling deeply and declining politely. Thank you, but I haven't caught a cold. Come now, it's already cooked. Go ahead and drink it for prevention. The older brother continued persuading her and knocked on the door again. The pressure to comply grew intense, causing Meng Ling to fall silent, trying to think of a way out when she heard a familiar voice outside. It was Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen. The two had met each other as they opened the doors and came down together. Fong Tingwan's face showed a warm smile, speaking gently. Why do you bring a mallet for my friend? That mallet, big enough to smash a skull with one blow. The man tried to hide the mallet behind his back, raising his hand to block the flashlight light, staring at the opponent holding a long sword and instantly becoming scared, explaining with a grin. For self-defense, not to harm her. No one would believe that. Two tall men over 6 feet armed with weapons knocking on a young woman's door. Would anyone believe them being harmless? Especially this man who was the first to taste human flesh during the day. Leave, Fong Tingwan said coldly, gripping the Tang knife tightly. By her side stood Jiang Yanchen, also holding a weapon. The flashlight light only reached their profile, carrying an intangible pressure. The two tall men quickly went downstairs. The mallet against the sword, they weren't foolish. Once the intruders left, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen returned upstairs. Thank you. I think you can let her join us. That way, with one more person, we can reduce many dangers. Jiang Yanchen spoke simultaneously with her hesitation evident, immediately stating his analysis. She is trained, at least stronger than ordinary people, and she's pure without malicious intent. Appearance deceives. There was a meaning hidden in Fong Tingwan's words. Before he could ask, she directly shut the door. She put the tools away, then lay down in her room. If even Jiang Yanchen said so, it proved that her judgment of people was correct. Perhaps Meng Ling could become her first partner. Very early the next morning, Fong Tingwan opened the iron gate and went downstairs to knock on the door. After a minute passed, Meng Ling opened the door with dark circles under her eyes, cautiously looking towards the stairway entrance, letting Fong Tingwan enter only after seeing no one around, and quickly locking the door again. Wanwan, did you hear last night? Someone kept crying. It kept me awake all night. She pointed at her own dark eye circles and handed her a glass of water from the water dispenser. I didn't hear anything. Don't scare yourself. Come up and eat breakfast. Come to your place? Meng Ling, noticing her nodding head, felt a little embarrassed. Won't I disturb you guys? Not at all. Breakfast was simply noodles. Each person had an extra fried egg, mixed with legame sauce. Meng Ling often looked up at Jiang Yanchen. What a handsome guy, so cool. According to Wanwan, he's a lawyer, capable of handling both social grace and housework, making a great match for Wanwan. Still, she felt something strange, like Wanwan seemed a bit different from before. The food we have will probably only last until tomorrow. We need to find some more. If we carry the rubber boat down, it'll definitely get taken away. Jiang Yanchen was eating noodles with an elegance indescribable, as though enjoying steak. Fong Tingwan glanced once and quickly looked away, gazing outside at the drizzling rain, feeling troubled. She couldn't reveal the fact that they had stored much more food and needed to follow them in searching for food. It's dangerous to go downstream. It's too perilous for Duo. Duo blinked innocently, obediently eating noodles, not quite understanding what the adults were talking about. You're taking this child with you? Meng Ling couldn't help showing disbelief. Taking such a young child out was almost suicide. She didn't know, but Jiang Yanchen understood. Duo had psychological trauma and couldn't be left alone in a room. Therefore, wherever they went, she came along. Now facing the dilemma, the best solution was, then, 2 people go to find food, while one stays to take care of duo. The order had already fallen into chaos. A single person going out to find food might never come back. Meng Ling immediately raised her hand, showing off her strong muscles on her arm, and enthusiastically suggested, then I'll go for food. Not far from here is a fishing gear store that I saw when I floated here. There are life jackets, and in that shop, there should be small boats or things like that. We can dive underwater to search. These last 2 days, the rain had started to decrease, with the sand settling at the bottom, and visibility improving slightly. Will you stay and take care of duo? Jiang Yanchen quickly made a decision. Fong Tingwan wasn't too confident about this arrangement, so it would be best if he and Fong Tingwan both went. He had already begun thinking about the route. Bang, bang, bang. A knock on the iron gate interrupted their conversation. Jiang Yanchen stood up, opened the iron window, and upon seeing Huang Cheng, his expression eased considerably. I've come to tell you some good news. Someone has just arrived by boat selling food, rice, meat, everything you need. Hurry down and buy some. If you wait too long, you won't get any. Huang Cheng then excitedly ran downstairs. Since the door was open, Fong Tingwan also overheard this conversation. She rose and returned to her room, coming out again with 10 bundles of cash in her hand, handing 3 of them to Meng Ling. Mobile payments don't work now. We need cash to buy stuff. Don't worry about returning it. Buy some filling food as well as items that can be stored for longer periods. Meng Ling fully understood what she meant. Living downstairs, she naturally wouldn't eat together with them, and their relationship became clear. Her face didn't betray any thickness as she nodded, accepting the money. I will pay you back later. Fong Tingwan responded with an affirming sound. Let's go. Jiang Yanchen walked last, carrying duo. The 3 descended to the 4th floor. An electric boat was moored outside. On board were 4 men. 1 man carried a backpack for storing money, while the other 3 each held an axe, a baseball bat, and a cleaver, sternly guarding the edges of the boat. Anyone who dared to snatch would risk getting beaten. Chapter 26. Profiteering in National Crisis. Highest bidder wins. Take it or leave it. The man with the backpack yelled, pulling out a 10 kilograms bag of fragrant rice from a pile of goods, and loudly declared, 1,000 yuan per bag. Who wants it? I'll pay 1,001. Give it to me. The man shouted, waving a stack of bills in the air. 1,500. 3,000. 10,000. The higher they bid, the happier the faces of several men grew. Seeing no one bidding anymore, he took the money with one hand and handed over the rice with the other. Profiteering in national crisis, you'll die without any peace. Someone in the crowd angrily cursed under their breath. The man's eyes sharply scanned the crowd and coldly said 2 words to that person. Pauper. You? All right, tomato-flavored and beef-flavored chips, 500 yuan per pack. I want it. I want it. People rushed to buy them one after another. With hundreds of people there, these few items got snatched up fast, lessening by the moment. Meng Ling watched Wan holding a bag of rice worth 10,000 yuan, her sweat dripping nonstop. It was way too expensive, more than 100 times its usual price. She had thought earlier that she had brought too much money, but now she realized it wasn't enough. It was even less valuable than held banknotes. Vacuum-packed cured meat, 5,000 yuan. 2-pound packs of cured meat. Fong Tingwan saw the price already reaching 8,000. She pinched herself hard and, with red eyes, raised her voice. 10,000. My child needs to eat meat. Please, everyone, let us have it. The crowd looked at her like she was some sort of monster. They thought, isn't money supposed to be inexhaustible and used for burning? Why use so much money to buy a piece of meat? As resentment built up within them, jealousy also surged. All the money they'd spent before was on trading with neighbors. Now the cash in their hands was little. If they spent all their remaining money here, how could they survive afterward? Bidding became increasingly fierce. Meng Ling had spent all her money according to Fong Tingwan's advice. She bought rice, sausage, eggs, lettuce, cilantro, 5 bottles of Leogama chili sauce, and pickled vegetables. Done. The man with the backpack stood up, weighing the fully packed backpack of renminbi, RMB, signaling his buddy to leave by boat, while shouting casually, there will be more tomorrow. What? Aren't you fooling us? They thought supplies were running low and thus paid high prices only to learn there would be more the next day. Swindlers. While the masses cursed, Fong Tingwan and her companions had already carried 3 large bags of food upstairs. Fong Tingwan was walking last, occasionally glancing back when she noticed someone darting forward suddenly. She quickly stepped aside to dodge. In the next instant, Meng Ling delivered a rear kick, sending the man slamming against the corner wall. She stared furiously at the man. I've been watching you for half an hour now. You wanted to rob our things? Living tired of life. What is stealing? Cough, cough, cough. The man clutched his chest as he coughed and sized up the group, appearing weaker than he really was. He felt short of breath. We're neighbors, give me a bit of food. If you don't roll away right now, I'll make you become food for everyone else. Fong Tingwan put down the shopping bag and descended step by step. There were only 4 steps, but seeing her approach made him jump up and run like a bat out of hell down the stairs. The trio continued to climb upward. When did you notice him? Fong Tingwan was surprised by Meng Ling's earlier reaction. She knew Meng Ling could fight, but didn't realize she was that sharp-eyed. Perhaps, as a team member, she was quite suitable indeed. And this young girl's innocence wasn't fabricated. Sighing, Fong Tingwan remarked, having seen countless wolves in sheep's clothing during the apocalypse, she couldn't help herself from changing. He started following us when we came out of the 4th floor. There are others too, but after this warning, probably no one will dare come again. Meng Ling didn't feel anything special about it. Instead, She thought Wan just looked cool then. That kind of boldness is what she wished she could have. Just one look, able to scare the other party until they wet their pants. Fong Tingwan forced a smile and continued walking. Jiang Yanchen observed her test, along with Meng Ling's innocence, which was undoubtedly the perfect teammate. One is strategic and planned, the other blindly obeys orders yet executes them with great strength. He guessed that Fong Tingwan should have also found her answer. Walking to the 16th floor, Meng Ling approached 1602 and took out the spare key she found at home. Wan, later, go down to get some seasonings and bring them up. I see none of you bought them. No need, Lawyer Jiang has them, you be careful. After Fong Tingwan finished speaking, she walked upstairs already. Jiang Yanchen followed, hugging duo. Meng Ling didn't insist, locking the door behind, entering the house, and starting to cook. Upstairs, Jiang Yanchen organized the food neatly, placing them back into the storage cabinet, unable to suppress a slight smirk upon looking at her watching out of the window. You should know what they're coming to sell food represents, right? The supermarket is opened, otherwise, they wouldn't have a place to restock. We just don't know how far the supermarket is. If we had a boat too, it would be better. Fong Tingwan was almost tempted to snatch supplies. After all, that thing is more convenient than a rubber boat. Jiang Yanchen understood her implied meaning and smiled. Don't leave evidence. In case someone sees it, I could still argue in court. Why don't you come along, Jiang lawyer, and teach me how to clear the evidence? Fong Tingwan looked at him with no hint of seriousness in her eyes and smiled. It's safer for 2 people to go against 4, instead of just 1. The rain has subsided. It's best not to do anything illegal before everything settles down. Jiang Yanchen continued chopping vegetables without stopping. Things should return to normal soon. It's impossible. Fong Tingwan looked out the window. Indeed, it had stopped raining and there was no sandstorm. But the apocalyptic weather is unpredictable, and who knows when a disaster will strike again. When it does, the situation will be harder than it is now. And when the next disaster comes, those who let down their guard will die. Jiang Yanchen paused his movements, looked up at her briefly, and his surprise quickly vanished without a trace. Before, he was skeptical, but now he was almost certain. Fong Tingwan indeed knows what will happen next. That's why she prepared early. Although he doesn't know why she can predict the future, following her ensures they won't be caught off guard. If we could directly go to the supermarket to buy things, bypassing the middlemen, we could get more food. The only means of travel now is by boat. Rubber boats are too slow, relying solely on hand paddling would exhaust us. Or, we could take a trip to the all-terrain mall. We'll use a rubber boat, and there should be motorboats available. Fong Tingwan told lies without hesitation, preparing an excuse to retrieve items from her space. Jiang Yanchen nodded, seeing through her completely but playing along. All right. Fong Tingwan didn't notice, squatted down, and asked Duo. Then, can Duo sleep with Sister Meng Ling today? Sister. Duo looked up at her, flashing several emotions in her eyes that shouldn't belong there. After some inner struggle, she smiled and acted obediently. Yes, Duo will be good. Good girl. Chapter 27, putting it in the bag. Fong Tingwan patted her head, tidied up the table, and began eating. Before the meal started, she took Dao downstairs. There were 16 floors in between, and everyone knew there was an iron gate upstairs, so basically no one would come up. She knocked on the door and called Meng Ling to come upstairs for dinner. Today they were having corn braised with pork ribs and sautéed young gourds. Jiang Yanchen's cooking skills were truly amazing. The soup was milky white and smelled delicious, tasting even better. The young gourd also helped cut the greasiness. Dao ate a bowl of rice. Fong Tingwan also made an exception by eating half a bowl more than usual. After finishing, Jiang Yanchen took the initiative to clean up. Meng Ling wanted to help, but was stopped by Fong Tingwan, who spoke frankly. I heard from them that the water is already receding. Now it's 10 centimeters lower than before. Do we still need to fight for food? It's too expensive. I've never eaten such expensive rice in my entire life. It costs 10,000 yuan for 20 kilograms. Just that one bowl of rice is worth several hundred yuan, which really hurts. What if the water level only drops by these 10 centimeters? The price will only become more exorbitant later on. We'll be prepared ahead of time and won't suffer losses. You just look after Dao today. Fong Tingwan said. Just today? What about tomorrow? Meng Ling felt closer to Wan, but there was still a sense of distance. I'll bring. Fong Tingwan had already stood up, went back into the room, took out a waterproof backpack, packed bread and water, as well as 2 waterproof headlamps, and then dragged out the inflatable dinghy she used to pass things around, brushed off some dust, and carried it out of the room. Seeing this, Meng Ling's eyes widened like copper bells, feeling much more at ease with this thing. As the two left, she locked the iron gate and turned to see Dao with red eyes. She squatted down and comforted her gently. Don't worry, Dao, the big brother and sister will be back soon. Liar, Dao pouted with a sobbing voice, then rushed back into the room, pulling the quilt that smelled of her sister over herself, crying even louder. Why am I abandoned despite being obedient? Meng Ling knew a little about her and continued to comfort her. Sister didn't abandon you. Don't cry anymore. Would you like to play a game? Or would you like your sister to sing you a song? Getting no answer, she could only hum softly herself. After 15 minutes, she heard the child's shallow breathing. At the other side now, the sky had completely darkened, and 2 figures cautiously went down the stairs in the dark. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 5th floor. The 2 owners of the 5th floor were long gone. Because their corpses stank horribly, they had been thrown into the river by their neighbors upstairs. Now both doors were wide open, cold wind blowing through, making one's skin break out in goosebumps immediately. The 2 quickened their pace going downstairs. No one lived on the 4th floor anymore, so their actions became bolder. After putting the rubber boat on the water surface, Jiang Yanchen stabilized it. Without hesitation, Fang Tingwan climbed over the window and lightly jumped onto it, picking up the paddle as Jiang Yanchen sat down. They untied the ropes securing the boat, and it began to sway on the water. They paddled silently, following the flow of the current, the rubber boat being pushed out 5 or 6 meters. Relying on the paddles to control direction, the rubber boat quickly disappeared under the moonlight. Upon arriving at the floodwater-covered surface of the all-terrain shopping mall, Fang Tingwan shone the flashlight down, but couldn't see the bottom. She pulled out the diving goggles from her bag. Jiang Yanchen had already tied the rope of the rubber boat to the nearest structure, making sure it wouldn't be swept away. He then took off his shoes, grabbed the flashlight, placed it on his head, took a deep breath, and executed a perfect dive into the water. From the other side, Fang Tingwan found the water a bit murky with low visibility. After floating up to take a few breaths, she managed to find the entrance of the terrain mall. Inside the terrain mall, there were motorcycles, cars, and motorboats, most of which were already submerged. But the motorboats could still function. Since they'd come this far, Fang Tingwan swept the light everywhere inside. Seeing a waterproof upgraded version of an all-terrain vehicle, she smirked slightly and added it to her pocket dimension. When she spotted a military-grade rubber boat, she added that as well. While floating and searching, she reached the backstage area where the cash register was located. Noticing that Jiang Yanchen's light was still far away, she swam upward, took a few breaths, then dove down again. Reaching the cash register, she opened the drawer, letting the bills flow out one by one with the water currents. She put everything in her pocket dimension, then noticed a safe under the table. It was 50 centimeters wide and long. She included it as well. Ding. Upgrade increased by 30 square meters. Wow, this tiny safe is so valuable. Fang Tingwan couldn't help but feel surprised. After catching her breath on the water surface and judging the timing to be about right, she dived underwater once more. After storing 4 motorboats in her space, she rode one red motorboat out of the water, splashing up a wave of water droplets. Mr. Jiang, I found it. Should this be considered emergency avoidance? Under the illumination of the lights, her figure was rather vague, and her voice sounded a bit hoarse. Hearing this, Jiang Yanchen laughed wryly. It counts as stealing. Climbing onto the motorboat and seeing she didn't intend to get off, he quietly inflated the rubber boat, tied it securely to the motorboat behind him, and then took a seat on the back. Let's go. Fang Tingwan twisted the throttle, and the motorboat shot out a great distance. With powerful lights illuminating the surroundings, she immediately began searching for a supermarket nearby. Jiang Yanchen clutched the handle tightly, but couldn't stop himself from colliding with her as she suddenly slammed on the brakes. He quickly sat upright. Fang Tingwan paid no attention, focusing solely on the brightness ahead. 24-hour supermarket in operation. She hadn't expected it to actually be open, but there were too many people around. The glowing motorboat could reflect off the water, showing the heads of people moving on the surface. The closest one belonged to a man with a fat head and big ears. His sharp eyes were fixed on the motorboat as he struggled through the water towards them. There were so many people that the motorboat could only hover at the outskirts. As the man drew nearer, the two prepared themselves for either an attack or a quick escape. The greasy man's hands grasped onto the side of the motorboat, his legs flailing like elephant legs underwater, shouting commandingly, "Sell this thing to me. How much?" People watching nearby were also tempted. They had suffered long enough soaking in the water, ready to pay if they had the chance to buy a motorboat. But since the man's size was intimidating, most chose silence instead of confrontation. A few, however, continued eyeing the motorboat and refused to leave. "I won't sell." Fang Tingwan coldly refused, glaring at the fatty hand on the boat, and warned him, "Back off. Are you daring me? Do you know who I am?" The greasy man roared furiously, half of his body hidden under the water, unable to conceal the pride in his voice. "My uncle is the secretary. Have you even reached out to him yet? Hasn't he forgotten all about you, his distant nephew?" Fang Tingwan mocked with a smile, filled with derision in her gaze. If he were truly valued by the secretary, he wouldn't have come here himself dragging his overweight body to buy food. They were related, but not deeply. In this apocalypse world, such trivial human connections meant nothing. Enraged by being called out, the greasy man turned red with embarrassment and anger, letting go of the food. Instead, he started climbing up the motorboat directly. Chapter 28. Precious, True Feelings. With just one strong move, the motorboat tilted. Another push and both of them would have rolled into the water. The food scattered on the water surface lured several penniless people who fiercely vied for it, crowding in front of the motorboat. If they drove through, they'd directly smash open the heads of these people. But if they didn't, the motorboat would capsize. At a critical moment, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen had the same idea. Both simultaneously pulled out sharp daggers and scissors from their bosoms, making a hard slash at the greasy man's hand. On the snow-white fat meat, fat immediately squeezed out within the blink of an eye, followed by blood spreading and dyeing a small area red. After feeling pain, the man loosened his hands and struggled in the water, still spouting curses. "You are looking for death. I will never let you go. Wait, all of you wait. After the flood recedes, my uncle will catch you and send you to prison forever." "Which secretary?" Jiang Yanchen suddenly asked calmly. Too proper, the greasy man didn't react in time and truthfully replied, "Secretary Liu. The city party secretary, Secretary Liu, right? Involving in black activities like this, even without him coming to find me. I will also bring him to court." Jiang Yanchen coldly described the situation. The man's face became increasingly pale. Finally, from the narrow slit eyes, a few drops of tears were squeezed out hard. I was wrong. Who knew they offended someone they shouldn't? His courage was small, he couldn't bear fear. Jiang Yanchen shook his head. Even searching for evidence was unnecessary. This guy used others' power to intimidate others, which meant that this tiger was indeed powerful enough. He silently noted down this Secretary Liu. Fong Tingwan controlled the throttle and was about to move forward when she heard the greasy man scream in agony. In just an instant, the bright red blood spread further. The greasy man splashed while continuously shouting, "Go away, go away. It's a crocodile." Someone in the crowd shouted, and all the people floating on the water began screaming, roaring, scattering, and running away in all directions. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, being the closest, clearly saw the body rolling under the water, with its brown back, white belly, and 4 distinct claws, plus a long tail. Death roll. After struggling a few times, the greasy man sank straight to the bottom. Bright red blood had already dyed half of the water area. Fong Tingwan nonchalantly steered the motorboat to the front of a supermarket. It was a temporarily constructed supermarket, with things haphazardly arranged everywhere. Those who salvaged these foods were more than 10 staff members. They glanced up and down at the two first before pointing at the labels. There are prices on top. You can choose what you want. Fong Tingwan got off the motorboat and walked onto the corridor. She looked at a small bag of steamed buns selling for 500 and a bag of rice for 5,000. She could confirm that those sailing boats to sell food profited off the markup in the middle. So ruthless. We'll take these. Fong Tingwan picked up 2 bags of food, some bread, packed everything together, and Jiang Yanchen tied them to the back. They spent 50,000 yuan altogether. Others might feel sorrow, but she didn't. Prices skyrocketed nowadays. Money would be less useful over time, perhaps unusable. It would be better to buy stuff now. Excuse me, where did you get this motorboat? My mom had a stroke. Could you help deliver her to the hospital? I'll pay 5 million yuan as a reward. Jiang Yanchen stared at him with uncontrolled furrowed brows. However, Fong Tingwan disdainfully glanced at him, then coldly said, "Your reason is ridiculous. Next time say your wife is giving birth, or your child has a fever and starving. Then come plead with me." Upon hearing this, the rest of the people were immediately tempted, thinking this was the reason they wanted to mention too. As they opened their mouths, the motorboat suddenly stepped on gas, turned sharply, and sped away. Water gushed into several people's mouths, shutting them up. In that direction, there's only one community, right? The man murmured quietly and directly jumped into the water, swimming in the direction they left. One greasy man was sufficient for the crocodile to eat. It wouldn't waste any energy hunting again. This was the best chance to leave. Everyone scattered, leaving the water's surface calm again. Inside the supermarket, after the woman finished moving a box of potato chips, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at the woman in her 30s in front of her. "Sister, if we sell all of them, would the boss return and ask us to compensate? These items cost tens of thousands each. Where do we have so much money? Is it something you should worry about?" The woman ate sunflower seeds and spat them outwards. With such deep water, all goods would be flooded and damaged, or taken by looters, no matter which reason the boss could only believe. After all, the rain flooded the supermarket, yet quite a few goods were saved thanks to them. Split the money. At the mention of splitting the money, everyone's previous concerns vanished, especially when a backpack was opened to reveal nothing but red banknotes, which immediately extinguished any remaining moral qualms. A total of 3 million sold. After I take 100,000, the rest will be split evenly among you all. With 12 people in the store, that amounted to 240,000 per person. Even working for 5 years, their salaries would only amount to 150,000. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, tears even streaming down their faces. Such an event was incredibly fresh, not just nationwide, but worldwide. However, with no signal, everyone was basically operating in single-player mode. Before it gets light, let's check out the pharmacy and get some medicine. Jiang Yanchen noticed a building not far away. He remembered there was a pharmacy downstairs, and likely also a generator. Fong Tingwan merely glanced before turning the throttle and heading over. They arrived at the building in 3 minutes. To avoid being tracked, she steered the motorboat to a more concealed corner and tied it securely before putting on her diving goggles and plunging straight down a meter deep in an upright position. The flashlight illuminated the pharmacy sign, and she dived straight inside. Jiang Yanchen followed shortly afterward. The pharmacy had 2 floors. All the medicine boxes on the first floor floated near the ceiling, the packages swollen white from soaking, though the names were still somewhat recognizable. Jiang Yanchen tore open a box. The pills were sealed in aluminum foil, untouched by water, so he shoved them into his bag without much care. Fong Tingwan went upstairs. Compared to the first floor, there were fewer medicines upstairs. She confirmed that Jiang Yanchen wouldn't come up, then swept her hands across the medicine boxes. The system automatically filtered out the water as she placed them inside, ensuring the drugs remained dry and stacked in the corner. She would organize them when she had time. After collecting the drugs, she swam down to the first floor, where she saw Jiang Yanchen ascending with 2 large bags. She hurried to grab one. It was heavy. Underwater pressure made the objects feel even heavier, as if dragging her beneath the water. Already halfway back, letting go meant starting over, so she gathered her strength and broke the surface, lifting the items onto the motorboat with difficulty before asking Jiang Yanchen behind her, "What is this?" A small generator. Chapter 29, Forced to Eat Dog Food. Jiang Yanchen also put his hand on the motorboat, then helped her get on and turn around. The sky was almost bright. They had to return quickly. After sitting properly, Jiang Yanchen suddenly found himself illuminated by 2 beams of strong light. The blinding lights forced them to block the beams with their hands. After a moment, they finally saw someone moving in the hallway. I said I heard an engine noise, didn't expect it to be a motorboat. There was obvious excitement in the man's voice. Jiang Yanchen hastened to untie the rope. In the final moment, the man grabbed one end of the rope. The flashlight kept sweeping over the items on the motorboat, making these 5 people increasingly delighted. It's meat. And there are drinks. Would you sell them to us? The person holding the rope took out money directly from his pocket. After a while, he pulled out 2 crumpled banknotes, smiling as he handed them over and said, "Thank you." "What for?" Fong Tingwan coldly snorted, drew out the Tang knife, and a streak of cold light slid across the man's face. Snap! The rope broke, and the man stepped back a few paces, shocked at the sight of the 2. "Don't give up a good thing. If you don't give it to us, leave your lives behind." "You can try." Jiang Yanchen stood up, supporting Fong Tingwan's shoulder with one hand and gripping the Tang knife with the other. Staring at each other, his emotionless eyes looked as if he were staring at a dead man. The group of men felt a bit intimidated. The leader gathered his courage to threaten, "If you don't give it to us, you won't leave. You can try." Fong Tingwan had already started the motorboat and left directly across the water surface. In nearby buildings, everyone had heard the sound. Looking out the window and seeing the motorboat, they could only envy. No one dared to go down into the water and could only watch as the motorboat disappeared into the distance. "I've changed my mind." On the road, Jiang Yanchen unexpectedly said this. The motorboat paused momentarily, then continued revving the engine. "What?" Fong Tingwan had already seen their home. "Even if we don't rob others, others will rob us. When necessary, I think robbing is acceptable." Jiang Yanchen had seriously considered it. Survival was the only truth. Otherwise, death would make all these rules seem completely useless. Fong Tingwan couldn't help but laugh. "Mr. Jiang, have you finally realized that the law right now doesn't work anymore?" Hearing her sentiment, Jiang Yanchen did not object. They had already reached the building downstairs. Fong Tingwan asked him to bring the things upstairs, while she herself found a place to hide the motorboat. Jiang Yanchen frowned, obviously thinking such a task should be better handled by a man. However, seeing her persistence, he decided to carry 2 large packages upstairs first. When he was sure her steps could no longer be heard, Fong Tingwan took a look around and let everything drop. With another wave of her hand, the motorboat vanished from its spot. Playing along fully, she dove underwater. As soon as she heard footsteps coming down the stairs, she immediately submerged entirely underwater. Floating back up, she showed a satisfied smile. "It's well hidden, don't worry. Our house is fine too. Duo is still sleeping. Meng Ling is trustworthy." These 3 apparently unconnected sentences contained what Fong Tingwan wanted to know most. Nodding, she carried the items upstairs. Jiang Yanchen carried 2 generators and walked behind her. In the current situation where there was no electricity, everyone cared little about day or night. To reduce hunger, everyone would sleep whenever possible rather than move unnecessarily. At this moment, the building was utterly silent. The 2 climbed to the 17th floor, breathing heavily. Jiang Yanchen returned home to change clothes. Fong Tingwan also immediately rushed to take a shower and then came out wearing pajamas. In the living room, Jiang Yanchen appeared also dressed in pajamas. It was really a coincidence. The 2 of them meeting in pajamas turned out to be identical styles of summer pajamas, one beige and one black. Meng Ling's eyes moved between them, amused yet helpless, forced to eat a big bite of dog food. These foods will split equally. Fong Tingwan had basically bought 3 portions, with both meat and snacks. Meng Ling pressed her lips together. "I don't need so much. Wan, your house has duo. These are yours." She took out several more vacuum-packed meats from the bag, which accounted for half of her share. Her face did not show even a hint of unwillingness or feeling unfair. Seeing this, Fong Tingwan silently returned the items. "You don't need to worry about me." Meng Ling immediately heard the other meaning. Was Jiang Yanchen around, needing her generosity? She dryly laughed. "Then it's settled. You can come take some anytime. All you need to do is take care of yourself. You live downstairs without an iron door, so be sure to pay attention to safety." After finishing the instructions, Fong Tingwan was still worried, so she took out a military dagger from the room. The sharp blade glinted coldly, and Meng Ling swung it around a few times. Finding it very handy, she no longer held back. Wan, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Here's your generator. I've tested it. The waterproof one still works. Do you want me to go downstairs and help you with it?" Jiang Yanchen also handed over a generator. "No need. I can handle it." Meng Ling's eyes instantly reddened at the corners. "Even in such a desperate situation, you're still helping me this way. I really don't know how to thank you." After seeing so much of human nature, she realized how precious true feelings were. "Or, you could go rest. Later, I'll take care of duo. You both sleep well." Fong Tingwan's eyes flickered with caution as she shook her head. "No need. Remember not to turn on the lights at night." Fong Tingwan reminded them, which was already a hint to leave. After staying up all night, she needed rest. Meng Ling thought she might disturb them, so she nodded and took several large bags downstairs. After tinkering for a while to get the generator ready, she plugged her phone in first, then turned it on to call her parents. The 3rd call connected. A surprised voice came from the other end. "Ling, you're still alive? Are you alright? Where are you now? Mom and Dad are very worried about you, but we can't come back." Meng Ling interrupted her mother's sorrowful concern. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm with Wan right now. She's taken me in and given me food. How are you guys?" There was a brief silence on the other end, and the voice became much quieter. "We're at the hospital. It's too chaotic here, and there are murderers. We'll go back after a while. Be good, okay?" "Okay." Mom, you two take care as well. Meng Ling felt her heart tighten. Relax, beep beep beep. Meng Ling was shocked, immediately redialing, but hearing the other end was powered off, she could only hope they hadn't found a place to charge. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, someone had their ear pressed against the door, listening to the conversation inside, then quietly went down the stairs. At this moment upstairs, Jiang Yanqian had already gone back to his own place. Fang Tingwan prepared breakfast first. Today it was steamed corn, meat buns, boiled eggs, and 2 cups of hot milk. When Duo woke up, she ate breakfast obediently, and after finishing, played by herself. After eating, Fang Tingwan lay down to rest for 4 hours. When she woke up, she first sorted the medicine in her space, taking out commonly used painkillers and cold medicine. Then, she took out 2 pounds of sheep hooves, preparing to stew them for dinner. At 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Chapter 30, The Plague. After Jiang Yanqian knocked on the door, Duo immediately ran to open it for him. He was already so familiar with the place that he carried Duo to the couch, sat down, and then saw the sheep's hooves. In no time, he cleaned them up and started cooking. The food he had brought yesterday was still there, all in the fridge here. Seeing that the bok choy on the balcony was ready to be eaten, he picked a small bunch to make soup for Duo. Eating meat every day could lead to vitamin deficiency. Fang Tingwan had already started her training, first doing 100 pull-ups. In her tank top, she showed off the perfect muscle lines of her back. This wasn't something achieved overnight. Jiang Yanqian glanced at her, and his competitive spirit came alive immediately. As a man, he couldn't fall behind. After finishing the big dinner of stewed sheep's trotters, Fang Tingwan stretched her muscles, took out a cup of milk tea from the fridge, gulped it down, and handed him one. Made by myself, don't worry. Are you into drinking this? Jiang Yanqian didn't drink milk tea, but seeing the satisfied sigh on her face, he unconsciously brought it to his mouth. Life needs a little sweetness. In the apocalypse, losing the will to live means we're not far from death. Fang Tingwan reflected deeply. Having experienced the hardships of the apocalypse, those without strong survival instincts thought living was too difficult, filled with constant fear, having only sporadic meals, rather than simply dying. The apocalypse? Indeed. Jiang Yanqian carefully pondered these 2 words while sipping his milk tea, the cup blocking the investigative gaze in his eyes. If it really was the apocalypse, their preparations were still insufficient. After dinner, the 3 of them went up to the rooftop to digest their meal. The storm had passed, and the weather was unusually good for a day. The sunset burned bright red, painting half the sky red, its reflection in the water creating shimmering spots with the ripples. What is that? Fang Tingwan pulled out her binoculars used for reconnaissance, adjusted them, and looked at the water surface, her expression shocked. How could it be? Jiang Yanqian took over the binoculars. When he saw large patches of dead objects through the lens, his expression stiffened. Is there something wrong with the water? The 2 crouched by the wall and looked down. Dead animal bodies floated on the water's surface, snakes, crocodiles, even cows, and sheep. Their eyes wide open, flies flew around them, landing but never taking off again. Water pollution shouldn't happen so quickly. The heavy rain lasted for a whole month, starting early and ending prematurely. The only thing consistent was the water volume. If water pollution really occurred, the entire city would become lifeless. There should be at least another 3 months left. Fang Tingwan went downstairs with Duo in her arms. Jiang Yanqian followed closely. By the time they reached the ground floor, some neighbors were already fishing out the corpses. Even disputes broke out, with people quarreling over ownership after dragging a black goat into the room. 2 men each pulled either the head or the leg of the goat, neither willing to let go. I saw it first, so it's mine. But I fished it up, right? Shouldn't your wife be mine if I saw her first? Do you feel like picking a fight? As the situation escalated towards violence, Jiang Yanqian spotted something strange and warned urgently. These corpses are covered in dead flies, possibly toxic, cannot be eaten. After he spoke, everyone turned to look at them with expressions of shock, disbelief, and mockery. Fang Tingwan frowned. Hey, you monopolize the roof and no one questions it. Yet why do you lie around? If it can't be eaten, give us yours instead. Eating corpses spreads disease, like plagues. You want to die? Don't drag us down with you. Eventually, the whole building will be infected, and none of us can escape. Jiang Yanqian angrily scolded, adding, eat it if you dare. When you finish, I'll come down and burn. Burn what? Of course, the corpses. Watching their family go upstairs, everyone stood dumbfounded at the scene. Don't believe him. They have food anyway. Who cares? How long have we been starving? Even if I'm dying, I might as well eat my fill before I go. But what if there's really a plague? We'll all die? The rain has stopped. We'll be rescued soon. Why commit suicide? You're right, you guys eat. Saying that, most dispersed and returned home. Some remained clustered inside a certain household, skinning the goat and cleaning it before throwing it directly into a large pot for stewing. Who wouldn't rather eat a goat over human flesh? Everyone thought it was fine, even beginning to criticize Floor 17, planning to trouble them once dinner was finished. Fang Tingwan arrived home and did her first task, diluted disinfectant water and splashed it all the way from the 15th floor staircase upwards. She also gave 2 bottles to Meng Ling, telling her to disinfect herself. Meng Ling didn't know why but obediently followed her instructions. Jiang Yanqian anticipated her preparedness, yet couldn't help but worry anxiously. Is the plague very severe? Will it affect us? Fang Tingwan took a deep breath, nodded, and fetched masks from her room. After infection, one will feel utterly weak, then start to rot. We must endure this. We can't leave the house now. It came too fast, and too unexpectedly. There should be enough food for over a month. Thinking of something, Zhang Yanchen immediately went to find vegetable seeds and scattered them in the flower pots he had emptied before. There was no guarantee they would get vegetables later. 2 hours later, those downstairs were still singing and dancing, immersed in their joy when others joined them, unable to resist. A sheep weighing 70 or 80 catties, after removing bones, meat, and innards, didn't leave much meat. They cooked it in a large pot, releasing an irresistible aroma, even more fragrant than usual meat, and tasted no different from normal meat when chewed. Worried there wouldn't be enough to eat, a flow of water pushed through behind the door, bringing some vegetables and cats, which someone had slaughtered and thrown inside. Among the residents who kept cats, one looked at the pot of cat meat, blinking continuously, and finally picked up a piece to eat. If anyone noticed, they'd realize his cat hadn't been seen for quite a while. Everyone returned to their rooms after having their fill. 1 a.m. Meng Ling was already half asleep when she heard a slight click sound, so light that she almost thought it was just a hallucination. She abruptly sat up in bed, gripping her dagger tightly, and tiptoed out of the room. Click. The sound of a key turning quietly was particularly clear. She hardly dared to breathe as she arrived behind the door, hiding her body well while firmly holding onto the dagger, taking a deep breath. The door slowly opened, and the light from outside the stairs stretched the shadow of the man. He first glanced left and right before focusing his gaze on the direction of the room. As he entered, 2 more figures followed him. There were too many people for Meng Ling to handle. Stay alert. The man leading the group turned back to remind them, glancing toward the door, sensing intuitively that a pair of eyes was watching him. He moved forward cautiously. When she saw the figure stop on the ground without moving further forward, Meng Ling stared at the man in front of her. 1-2 act. With great force, she slammed the door shut and fiercely thrust her dagger at the man in front of her. Chapter 31. Just as planned. The man only had time to dodge, but not enough to escape. The cold dagger pierced his chest, bringing a wave of chill. In the next instant, the pain in his heart quickly spread. He kicked Meng Ling away. Damn bitch, die for me. As he said this, he pulled the dagger from his chest and quickly advanced. The door absolutely must not open. Meng Ling had only this thought. As soon as she stood up to block the door, she dodged the man's foot strike with a side step, returning a punch which was easily evaded by him. She quickly calmed down, her eyes sweeping over the faintly shining dagger on the ground. She immediately crouched down, slowing her breathing, her hand gradually reaching toward the dagger. The man kicked fiercely, missing. Big brother, are you alright? This door cannot be opened from the outside. Open the door. 2 juniors outside lowered their voices. Upon seeing this, the man took a step forward, then delivered a horizontal kick, directly kicking the dagger all the way to the living room. Bitch, brother will teach you what wrong means. Not finding anyone, he didn't hesitate to reach for the doorknob. In the next instant, a gust of wind blew past, his wrist being brutally crushed. Bitch, I will never forgive you. Pain made him lose his mind. He kicked over the shoe cabinet and struck something down with one punch. The sound was too loud and chaotic. Fong Tingwan upstairs realized that something happened to Meng Ling and immediately grabbed the Tang sword and rushed downstairs. Zhang Yanchen also held a Tang sword and met her at the iron gate. Just as they opened the door, the 2 people downstairs began to shout. Big trouble. Big brother, those 2 upstairs are coming. We must withdraw quickly. Big brother, hurry. Their voices were low and full of fear. Both knew these 2 were the ones who chopped off the arms of the group from room 602, making them leave. They surely could not provoke them. Seeing half a leg appearing on the stairs, along with the blade hanging by its side, fear gripped them, and their legs trembled. If they stayed, they would die. It wasn't worth risking their lives just for food or a woman. Without hesitation, they ran down the stairs. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen quickly arrived at the doorway. Hearing the clamor inside, she immediately shouted, Meng Ling, open the door. We're here. Bitch. The man had already lost control, punching furiously towards Meng Ling. With the final blow, he tore off her pajama pants. Having adjusted to the darkness and now staring at those slim legs, he became instantly aroused, grabbing her with one hand while unbuttoning his own pants with the other. Let go of me, Wen. Save me. Meng Ling was only half a meter from the door, forced to press against the wall. Reaching out to grab the doorknob, it was just barely out of reach. Behind her, the hard object poked around aimlessly. Clenching her teeth, forcing herself to stay calm, she delivered a powerful kick with her heel. The moment the man winced in pain, she escaped his grip and quickly pushed the door open and rushed out. Fong Tingwan immediately pulled her into her embrace, removing her own coat to wrap around Meng Ling's lower body. She looked utterly disheveled, her hair messy, tears streaked across her face, and her entire body covered in bruises from being beaten. Zhang Yanchen also rushed into the room the first chance he got. Facing the man charging towards him, he tightened his grip on the Tang sword. As the man ran straight towards him, the sword plunged deep into his body. You're murderers. Before he finished his sentence, his body fell flat. You 2 go back into the room. I'll handle the rest. Zhang Yanchen's voice remained extremely calm, showing no sign of having just killed someone. Holding Meng Ling close, Fong Tingwan couldn't help but suspect. Was this guy actually reformed from criminal life? He was far too abnormal. After returning to the room and closing the door, Fong Tingwan turned on the light, drew the curtains, and took a deep breath upon seeing Meng Ling still sobbing. Go wash up. Change into some clean clothes. Meng Ling bit her lips, tears streaming down once more. Growing up, she'd never endured such way, let alone experienced anything like this. Just now she thought she was done for. It's over. Fong Tingwan's tone softened, trying to comfort her. You'll feel better after washing up. Okay. Obediently, Meng Ling went to take a shower. Afterwards, Fong Tingwan opened the room door and stepped out, looking at the dead body of room 1301 tenant with an indifferent expression. They need a lesson, otherwise they'll keep coming up to provoke us. Are you sure the calamity won't end? Jiang Yanqian answered with a question, focusing his eyes on her, without sadness or joy, without probing. He was just asking routinely. Fong Tingwan didn't intend to hide, nodding slightly. Probably. She merely gave an ambiguous answer. A flash of insight passed through Jiang Yanqian's eyes, and he directly shouldered the man, holding a rope and heading straight downstairs. Curious, she followed him down. She hadn't expected that Jiang Yanqian would hang the person on the railing, making it clearly visible to everyone coming upstairs. One move to end it. Jiang Yanqian shrugged and walked upstairs. His eyes were calm, showing no sign of anything unusual. It seemed that in the future, humans would be worse off than now. Do you want Meng Ling to stay upstairs? The trials of these past few days are about over. Meng Ling is absolutely trustworthy. Live with you. Fong Tingwan felt bewildered after she asked. It was strange seeing him constantly speak for Meng Ling, making her feel a little peculiar. Before he could respond, Fong Tingwan regained her rationality. I was just about to suggest that, though it sounded contradictory. Jiang Yanqian did not press further. When they returned to the living room, Meng Ling had already taken a shower. She was all covered up, wrapped in a towel. Seeing them return, her eyes watered again as she softly pleaded. Wen, can I sleep with you? She was too scared to be alone. Having been frightened twice already, she felt like her soul had almost left her body. One more scare, and she'd surely die. Fong Tingwan nodded. Let's go, we'll tidy up tomorrow. After closing the door, Meng Ling followed them to the 17th floor. Watching the heavy and sturdy iron gate close behind her, she immediately felt much safer. On the corridor, she suddenly stopped, pointing at Jiang Yanqian's place. Wen, I can sleep there. Huh. Fong Tingwan alternated her gaze between Jiang Yanqian and Meng Ling, wondering when these two developed feelings. No wonder he kept speaking for Meng Ling. Fine. This agreement carried a touch of gritted teeth. Fong Tingwan opened her own door. Behind her, Jiang Yanqian silently watched her, catching every subtle expression on her face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meng Ling, you've misunderstood. We aren't living together yet. I still live at my place, while you sleep with Wen. Living together? And calling her Wen. Fong Tingwan was struck dumb where she stood. While he clarified they weren't living together, he didn't deny their relationship as a couple. Could it be he helped her because? Her thoughts deepened, and she quickly brought her emotions back under control. Oh, Meng Ling responded, gazing beseechingly at Fong Tingwan who was about to close the door. Fong Tingwan stared at the floor and said, opening the door once more, close it gently. Sure. Meng Ling also feared waking Dodo, lowering her voice as she entered the house, quickly explaining, Wen, I didn't intend to sleep there. I assumed you both slept together, which made coming here inconvenient for me. Chapter 32. Fill up. Need me to help you with the medicine? Fong Tingwan took out bruise oil from the cabinet. Meng Ling shook her head. I can do it myself. All right, you sleep in that room. Sleep soundly, no one will come up here. Fong Tingwan said and indicated she was going into the room to stay with Duo, then fell silent. Meng Ling nodded slightly and went into the next room. She subconsciously turned on the light, but worried about being seen, she glanced at the window. The curtains were blackout, and there was no way to see through. That set her mind at ease. She wanted to sleep with the light on. After applying the medicine, she tightly wrapped herself in blankets before drifting off to sleep. The next day, hearing the news of another death, neighbors from downstairs gathered on the 15th floor and looked at the body hanging on the railing. One by one, they covered their noses and whispered, Isn't there a lawyer upstairs? He actually killed someone. Has he lost his mind? Even if he wants to work, how could he manage with this situation? It hasn't rained for 3 days, and the water only dropped 10 centimeters. The government hasn't taken any action so far, and the electricity hasn't been restored either. It feels like we've all been abandoned. How could anyone risk running to report it? You're right, just keep away from them. That's for sure. Otherwise would we rush up to find death? As people chattered, 2 underlings present yesterday had already fainted with weak legs, rolling their eyes white. Hey, what's wrong? Others quickly pinched their philtrums, but there was no response. Could it be that the mutton we ate yesterday caused problems? My wife got a fever last night after eating, and now she's still unconscious in bed. I ate it too. Why didn't I have any reaction? You're overthinking this. It shouldn't be. Carry him home first. The commotion outside dissipated. Fong Tingwan disinfected at the entrance again upon returning home, finding Jiang Yanqian had already made breakfast. This morning, they had century egg lean meat porridge, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. The aroma of food immediately uplifted their mood. With Meng Ling around, Jiang Yanqian wasn't in a hurry to go back to his own place. After breakfast, Fong Tingwan resumed training while Meng Ling pulled up a chair and sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Yanqian held the binoculars, teaching Duo how to use them. Big brother daddy. Duo softly murmured, tilting her head with big, watery eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Fong Tingwan put down the barbell and took the binoculars to take a look. It really was Duo's father standing on the prow of a boat, beginning to retrieve animal carcasses floating in the water. Things floating on the surface kept increasing. Initially, there were animal bodies, but now there were human corpses as well, densely packed like dumplings being boiled, making one's scalp tingle. Duo was mistaken. That's not daddy. She handed the binoculars to Jiang Yanqian, giving him a meaningful glance. Duo was almost forgetting her parents. Remembering them would only make her sad. Jiang Yanchen, seeing clearly but keeping calm, said, "That's correct. Duo made a mistake. Let's go draw pictures instead." He carefully placed the binoculars aside. Without the binoculars, it was only possible to see an indistinct dot far away. Duo stared at it until her eyes reddened, holding back tears as she returned obediently to sit at the coffee table, pretending nothing happened. However, crystal-like teardrops continuously fell, soaking the drawing paper. Duo. Jiang Yanchen felt heartbroken and hugged her, seeking help from Fong Tingwan with his eyes. Duo cried silently, shaking her body while tightly hugging Jiang Yanchen, refraining from loud sobs. Fong Tingwan came over immediately, picked her up, stroked her head gently, and consoled her in a soft voice. "Don't cry anymore, Duo. Big sister is here. In the future, Big sister will protect you, absolutely not allowing others to bully you anymore. Don't think about the bad guys. They won't hurt you anymore in the future. Mommy will always be by Duo's side to protect you." "Mommy." Duo sobbed louder, clutching tightly onto the small cloth doll her mother had given her, something she always cherished, believing her mother was close. Watching her, the three adults felt profound sympathy for the child. Eventually, she cried herself to sleep. After ensuring Duo was sound asleep, Fong Tingwan's first move was to put the binoculars away. At noon, Jiang Yanchen cooked, and Meng Ling assisted. Fong Tingwan continued her training. Watching the couple seemingly happy, something gnawed at her inside. In the apocalypse, falling in love is equivalent to suicide. She immediately went to take a cold shower in the bathroom, washing off all those mixed emotions. When she came out again, she faced everything calmly. For lunch, they enjoyed braised beef short ribs and cabbage soup. All three enjoyed their meal immensely. People downstairs, meanwhile, caught an alligator in the water, eating it for both lunch and dinner. Even though 5 people were already running fevers, they attributed it to climate changes and didn't consider any plague, continuing to indulge in reckless drinking and eating until evening when everyone dispersed. The plague would burst out within 7 days. Fong Tingwan insisted on disinfecting downstairs after every meal. At night, when she found some free time, she went up to the roof. Basking in the cool breeze, she glanced at the newly installed generator. The fuel gauge was showing only 1 bar of oil left. She unscrewed the gas cap straight away, directing her finger to the opening, and oil flowed out steadily. 10 minutes later, it was full. Midnight, 1 a.m. The entire city was plunged into darkness. Fortunately, the moon hung high in the sky, casting weak light and illuminating a few figures heading upstairs. They hurried, rushing directly from the 10th floor to the 16th floor, locking eyes with each other as they stared at the tightly closed large iron gate. "You go." "I don't dare. They've already killed several people. They're almost as brutal as the beasts in 602. Do you still want to save your son and wife? If so, knock on the door. Right now, only they have medicine." The man took a deep breath, staring at the iron gate and biting his lip. Then he rushed forward, pounding on the door. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Fong, please open the door. It's a matter of life and death." Bang bang bang. The sound was loud enough to rouse Duo, who woke up dazedly. Normally, she slept soundly and didn't hear anything. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Sister, what's going on?" "Don't worry, Duo, go back to sleep." Fong Tingwan patted her head and let her lie down, covering her with blankets. Then she got up and opened the room door. Seeing Meng Ling also stepping out, she shook her head and said, "Go back to sleep. I'll handle this. It's fine. I'm already awake." Meng Ling adjusted her pajamas. The knocking stopped instantly after the door opened. Jiang Yanchen was already wearing a mask by the iron gate and had opened the window. Looking at a few familiar faces, his expression was cold. "What's the matter?" The man seemed like he had grabbed a lifeline, eyes red as he pleaded. "Mr. Jiang, please save my son. He's always been top of his class, obedient and sensible, everyone." Nudged by his companion, the man immediately regained his composure and focused on the main issue. He started running a fever since dusk, and it hasn't dropped. He's already hit 40 degrees Celsius. If it continues like this, he'll surely die. Please give me some antipyretics. Chapter 33, A Matter of Time. "I have money. I can buy it for you." As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of crumpled bills, a gold necklace, and gold earrings from his coat. Not much, just 1 box. Jiang Yanchen's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Without even glancing at the money, he coldly said, "I don't have medicine either, but there is a pharmacy 500 meters away. You can go check it out." "There's no time. Please, Mr. Jiang, if you're willing to save us, I'll work like a slave for you." If it weren't for the iron gate being only open enough to allow a window-sized gap, the man would have already knelt down in supplication. Jiang Yanchen let out a sigh with an expression of helplessness. "It's not that I don't want to. There really is no medicine." Each word was spoken with great certainty. The man fell into despair, sliding down the iron bars of the window. Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling were standing nearby, watching as the people outside kept pleading. They gave Jiang Yanchen a look. It was impossible to help them all. Almost everyone in this building had been infected. They simply couldn't save them all. Moreover, the pharmacy wasn't far, but they knew the water might still be unsafe, so they dared not get wet, pinning their hopes on others. "Mr. Jiang, if you won't give us any, I'll die by crashing myself against your door." The man suddenly stood up, looking very serious about his words. A few others around him also tried to persuade. "Mr. Jiang, it's to save lives. Just 1 box and we will share it. We won't bother you anymore after this. We'll look for more medicine when it gets light." "Yes, we swear," added another voice. "Sorry." Jiang Yanchen shut the iron window tightly and locked it. He motioned Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling to come inside first. But before entering, Fong Tingwan stopped him at the door. She took disinfectant spray from the shoe cabinet and disinfected his entire body before allowing him inside. After shutting the door, the scent of disinfectant became even stronger, filling everyone's nostrils. It was uncomfortable, but better than getting infected. High fever, is it caused by the plague? He asked Fong Tingwan, knowing clearly that she knew the answer. Fong Tingwan nodded. This is just the beginning. People are going to die. The government cannot possibly handle such a large number of people. By the time a cure comes out, this building will probably turn into a dead house. Hearing this, Meng Ling broke into a cold sweat. Imagining the entire building filled with corpses made her eyes well up with tears involuntarily. She worriedly asked, what about the hospital? Would it be better? Fong Tingwan, seeing the distress on her face, guessed that her parents were at the hospital and could only say, it's a bit better there than here. But it wasn't much better. So many patients in the hospital would only make the epidemic spread faster. There was a brief silence. Then she got up and returned to her room, bringing out 2 sets of protective clothing, giving one to each of them. Don't go downstairs or contact others unless necessary. Disinfect daily. If you must go down, wear protective clothing, discard it after use, and then re-enter. Fong Tingwan glanced towards her room and said, Duo's development isn't complete. Her symptoms will be worse than ours. She wanted both of them not to underestimate the situation. Meng Ling nodded seriously. Understood, Wanwan. Jiang Yanchen then got up and went back to his place. Passing through the corridor, he heard no sounds from outside, meaning those people had likely left. Both of them went to sleep, but Fong Tingwan remained standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, wondering how long the iron gate would keep them at bay. Just as she thought that, an object was thrown upwards from below, passing right in front of her eyes. By the moonlight, she saw it clearly. It was a hook. Could these people actually plan to climb onto the rooftop and come down? She urgently knocked on Meng Ling's door. Meng Ling had just lain down and startled awake immediately. What's wrong, Wanwan? These. Fong Tingwan gestured for her to keep her eyes on the window because there were burglar bars outside, which could easily be caught by the hooks. She needed to alert Jiang Yanchen and check the roof while she was at it. If those people realized they had electricity and food, they wouldn't just steal, they might devour them. Why? Because their lack of willingness to share what little food they had caused the collective anger. Knock knock. Jiang Yanchen quickly opened the door, keeping it open with a worried expression clearly indicating he too had noticed something was amiss. Are you experiencing the same? Yes. Fong Tingwan didn't stop, but immediately went downstairs to inspect. After realizing they couldn't throw anything up successfully, she sighed in relief. They keep trying. Sooner or later, they will hit their mark. We need a plan, Meng Ling whispered, her gaze falling upon the Tang knives placed in the kitchen. Brute force might be the best solution for now. Fong Tingwan shook her head, thinking deeply for a moment before murmuring. Or maybe we should lend them our rubber boat. Once they have transportation, they won't focus on us anymore. Wouldn't this seem suspicious given that we haven't mentioned it until now? Jiang Yanchen was concerned this action might raise suspicion among those outside. Fong Tingwan contemplated for a second and came up with a plan. Will you come with me? Meng Ling, you stay and protect Duo. All right. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen swiftly put on protective suits, picked up the Tang knives, and brought along the unopened rubber boat. Jiang Yanchen wasn't surprised to discover she had hidden so many treasures. When they reached the 16th floor, they indeed saw these people throwing hooks. Cough, cough. 6 people turned in unison, their eyes focusing on the 2 individuals whose faces were covered, so only their eyes were visible, identified by the Tang knives. Realizing they had been discovered, each of them looked left and right. We're looking for medicine. They really were looking for medicine, just not necessarily in their homes. Fong Tingwan neither exposed nor cared about it, directly throwing the inflatable boat behind her onto the ground and coldly explaining. This is an inflatable boat we bought for 20,000 yuan. If you urgently need it, I can lend it to you. Just borrowing, though. You must return it after use and share some medicine with us. Are you serious? Sharing the medicine with you isn't a problem. The man immediately went over. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen set down the inflatable boat and silently retreated to the corner of the stairs. These few people watched the duo as if avoiding snakes, their hearts pounding anxiously. Thanks. The man muttered while inspecting, finding no issues with the inflatable boat, and immediately gave his neighbors an assuring glance. Everyone sighed in relief, knowing that their earlier actions had threatened the 2 women. One person stepped forward and smiled. Then, could you also give us a little food? Otherwise, we won't have the strength to row, right? Just something that can fill our stomachs. Greed was inherent in human nature. Some knew when to stop, but others didn't. Fong Tingwan's gaze swept across the 2 who spoke up, and she directly raised the Tang knife. The blade was sharp, flashing with cold light. The oppressive sensation made several people hesitate to speak further. You're welcome to keep trying. When you reach my floor, I'll give you a cut, and whatever happens when you fall isn't my responsibility. I'll be waiting for you on the roof, Jiang Yanchen added coldly, slightly flicking the Tang knife in his hand. The group froze instantly, their eyes revealing fear since both of these individuals were truly merciless demons. A lawyer and a young girl had caused countless troubles for others already. If they hadn't been desperate, they wouldn't have resorted to climbing with hooks. It was too passive. Chapter 34, Barbecue. Fong Tingwan glanced around and called Jiang Yanchen upstairs. They closed the iron gate, disinfected themselves all over, and hung the discarded protective clothing on the side for next use. On the 16th floor, a few people watched their actions and looked at each other in surprise. Is it true? Is it really an epidemic? It seems to be real. Look how exaggerated they were when they threatened us, even talking about killing us, but then avoided us like ghosts. And everyone is getting a fever, which is getting more serious. They all remembered her warning when they were eating mutton. We should have listened to her back then. Forget it. We were starving to death at that time. How could we worry about the plague? That's true. While talking, they took the rubber boat and walked downstairs without suspecting its origin. They needed medicine badly. As long as they could float on the water, they must set off at night. When they reached the first floor, they immediately inflated the boat and rowed into the water by moonlight. They knew where the pharmacy was. When they saw medicine boxes floating on the water, they all fished them onto the rubber boat. They also collected the bodies of other animals, though there might be viruses on them. They didn't want to starve. With Yaoxing psychology, they thought this plague would only cause fever and diarrhea, wouldn't kill people, so eating wasn't a problem. Before they even got to the pharmacy, they had already made good harvests: 2 chickens, 1 duck, and 4 or 5 boxes of medicine, one of which was ibuprofen capsules. One person was left to guard the rubber boat, while the other 2 good swimmers dived down to fetch medicine. The pharmacy had obviously been visited by someone else before. They didn't care much. They just grabbed all the medicine and returned with a full plastic bag. It was slightly bright when they finally came home. There were already people waiting. Among them was a 20-year-old female university student with a ponytail who squatted down and pushed up her glasses, examining what these medicines were used for. She studied pharmaceuticals but hadn't graduated yet. Relying on memory, she identified a few types of medicine. These are all for fever reduction. She had the right of first choice and held the ibuprofen capsule in her hand first. Others quickly extended their hands, 7 or 8 hands scrambling for the medicine. For those who didn't get enough, they evenly distributed 2 pills. After getting the medicine, the man pointed at the chickens and ducks and asked, "Liu, can you check if these chickens and ducks can still be eaten? Do they carry any plague?" The rest of the people also stared at her eagerly. Liu swallowed hard. Without instruments, she had no way of knowing whether these poultry carried viruses, but chicken plagues do exist. Hunger defeated fear. She poked them a few times, smelled and tasted them. Their flavors were no different from usual, so she nodded. They can be eaten, at least when cooked thoroughly. She could get a large share, and then her parents and younger brother would have something to eat. She stared intently as these people, upon learning that they could be eaten, immediately lit the pot and started boiling water to defeather. She rushed back home with the medicine during the gap. From the 17th floor, smoke was visible rising. The electricity in the entire building had been out for a long time, but a few families were still burning gas. But after burning for more than half a month, it had run dry. Now, apart from people, nothing remained, and they began dismantling furniture to make fires. Isn't there a virus? Why are they still eating? Meng Ling stood beside her, puzzled. It's because no one has died yet, Jiang Yanchen replied while cutting potatoes and glanced at the 2 of them. The ship selling food hasn't come for 2 days. Who knows where they ended up? Something came to Fong Tingwan's mind, and she said aloud, "Rather die from poison than from hunger." The process of starving to death is very slow and painful. She had experienced hunger for a few days and witnessed the state of those nearing death due to starvation. It was indeed extremely agonizing. Meng Ling nodded, feeling fortunate that she found Tingwan. Otherwise, she'd be having enough meals now, never knowing when the next meal would come. For breakfast, they ate potato egg sandwiches. Having eaten their fill, they entertained themselves playing mobile games. After resting long enough, Fong Tingwan continued her training, lying on a yoga mat, allowing the sun to disinfect her body. Duo also lay there, her chubby cheeks resting on the yoga mat, utterly adorable. "Sister, can I go play on the rooftop?" "Sure, let's go enjoy the breeze together." Fong Tingwan knew this girl had been itching to go out, so she immediately put away her yoga mat. After some thought, she called out to Jiang Yanchen, "Prepare the stuff. We're going to have a barbecue on the rooftop." "Yay, barbecue. I'll help." Meng Ling started drooling at once. Summer was perfect for barbecues and swimming. Though they couldn't swim, having a barbecue was also fine. Everyone pitched in and got busy as if nothing unusual had happened, enjoying this rare moment of happiness. Fong Tingwan's room seemed like a treasure trove, quickly producing a 3-person barbecue grill, picnic chairs, and a small table within no time. The fridge contained beef, pork belly, frozen chicken wings, and drumettes. Vegetables included potatoes, melon slices, lettuce, and 5-spice chili powder. Jiang Yanchen handled all the preparations, cutting and mixing everything well before placing them into baskets and moving everything up to the roof. There were some styrofoam boxes left by others on the roof, but because they had been soaked in water for too long, the vegetables inside were already spoiled. Jiang Yanchen decided at a glance to bring them home tomorrow to grow some fresh produce. He was responsible for managing the barbecue grill, lighting the fire, brushing it with oil, and laying down the meat. Fong Tingwan crafted a simple lampshade that hung neatly from the wallhead, providing enough light for a small area. The surrounding walls were taller than a person, blocking views of other floors and ensuring they wouldn't be seen. She also brought mosquito coils and insect repellent spray. After setting a few circles of protection against mosquitoes, everyone took their seats. Pouring orange juice, they drank and ate heartily, feeling utterly delighted. Wow, I would have never dreamed that I'd have the chance to eat barbecue under these circumstances. Wanwan, I absolutely adore you. Meng Ling hadn't noticed she'd smeared some grease from the pork belly on her lips, completely consumed by expressing her joy. She puckered her lips to lean closer. But before she could kiss anyone, Jiang Yanchen grabbed a napkin and stuck it on her face. "Clean yourself first before kissing." "Huh." Meng Ling blushed as she wiped her mouth and saw the grease and chili flakes stuck to the paper, making her reluctant to open her mouth again. "Just don't betray me." After such a long period, Fong Tingwan, despite not being emotionless like an automaton, already understood how close Jiang Yanshan and Meng Ling were. She had tentatively accepted them as part of her team. Chapter 35, just can't be soft-hearted. As for what happens later, we'll deal with it later. She didn't dare to trust fully, but at least she gave 7 out of 10 trust points. She hid the smile at the corner of her lips while drinking water and looked towards Duo. This was probably Duo's happiest time in these past 1.5 months. Her little hands were flipping the barbecue and wrapping the meat with lettuce as she handed it over to Fong Tingwan. Big sister, please eat this piece of pork belly that I've been looking forward to for so long. The fat-to-lean ratio is just right. Mom says this kind of meat tastes the best. Knowing they couldn't be discovered by others, she lowered her voice. When Fong Tingwan noticed that she had already accepted this fact when speaking about her mother, she nodded and accepted the food, putting it into her mouth. Duo then continued serving Jiang Yanshan and Meng Ling in sequence. Although they could not make too much noise, the group was still very happy. After eating their fill and drinking enough, it was already 1 o'clock. They returned home, took showers, and each went back to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yanshan came over as usual to cook breakfast. Today's breakfast was egg pancakes and milk. After finishing breakfast, after resting for a while, Fong Tingwan continued training. Meng Ling hadn't trained for several days. Thinking about having to train again after the disaster, she didn't want to move. But watching Wan training every day like this made her restless, so she started practicing herself. Jiang Yanshan would also train at home. Judging from Fong Tingwan's reaction, physical strength seemed to be crucial. He needed to keep up. The 23rd day of the end times. Obvious changes occurred in the muscles of all 3 people. Even Duo, who followed the exercise routine for a long time, had an entirely different energy about her. The people downstairs didn't come up anymore, but judging from the wailing sounds each day, some people had already died without hope of recovery. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Who told them not to listen to advice? When Meng Ling heard another cry, she no longer showed any emotional fluctuations. In these past 1.5 months, the number of people who had died was more than what she had heard about since she was young, leading her to reach a state of numbness. But it made her worry even more about her parents, as she still hadn't been able to get in contact with them after all this time. We should start worrying about ourselves too. Jiang Yanshan tried to ignite the stove several times, but there was no response. I haven't cooked at home, so the house only has an induction cooker prepared. However, both my generator and Meng Ling's are 3000 W, which can power the induction cooker, but cannot power a rice cooker. We certainly can't cook for half an hour and fry dishes for an hour. This method is possible, but not sustainable in the long term, wasting too much electricity. Why don't you bring it over to our place? Our generator is 8000 W. Fong Tingwan said lightly before continuing to lift the barbell. Jiang Yanshan's mouth twitched. If he'd known earlier that she always knew what to do, he would have listened to her advice then, rather than now depending on her for everything. Though he didn't want to admit it, he indeed relied heavily on her during the last 1.5 months, which allowed them to live relatively comfortably. Once the electrical usage problem was resolved, there was nothing else troubling them. Half an hour later, Fong Tingwan put down the barbell. She had just wiped the sweat off her brow when she heard someone knocking on the iron gate. The 3 exchanged glances. Meng Ling naturally shielded Duo. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanshan put on masks first, not wanting to waste protective suits. They decided against wearing them, opting instead to fully disinfect themselves after opening the door, and then stepping onto the corridor where they opened the iron window. Outside, the faces revealed were of a group of people on rubber boats. The man stood closest to the front, his laugh showing his face pale and weathered, his eyes bloodshot red, his lips dark purple, forcing a strange grin which seemed very eerie. Miss Fong, I'm returning the rubber boat, and there's just one condition, alright? Return things with conditions? Never heard of such nonsense. Fong Tingwan coldly retorted and quickly added, then why don't you keep it for yourselves and never return it? With the motorboat now available, this rubber boat became utterly useless. Using it to threaten her now was laughable. Moreover, observing these individuals displaying obvious symptoms, their days were numbered anyway. Seeing Jiang Yanshan about to close the iron window, the man immediately forgot about the previous person's hand getting chopped off and the related danger. While trying to block the closing of the window, his fingers brushed Jiang Yanshan's hand, and he wanted to open his mouth to bite. If bitten, the transmission rate was 100%. Let go. The man clenched tightly onto Jiang Yanshan's finger, preventing him from withdrawing, causing visible panic. The mouth was less than a centimeter away from the finger. Uffed. Fong Tingwan acted with urgency and speed. In an instant, she drew the dagger strapped to her leg and stabbed it directly into the man's mouth. That 20-centimeter blade actually pierced through the man's mouth straight into the cerebellum. What kind of force must that be? In the moment of pain, the man's eyes bulged wide open, and in the next second, he collapsed straight down, dead, without ever knowing how he had died. Witnessing their leader dying right in front of them, the rest were shocked, covering their mouths and screaming. Murder! Murder! They ran downstairs. Fong Tingwan closed the iron window as soon as Jiang Yanshan withdrew his hand and promptly disinfected his hand. She also disinfected his whole body and hers too. Wan, are you all okay? Even though the door was closed, Meng Ling, upon hearing the noise, could only feel anxious and also thought about opening the door. Don't open the door. You and Duo shut all the windows at home tightly. Be careful of the glass. We're fine. Fong Tingwan said calmly, gesturing for him to go to her place. Jiang Yanshan knew she was afraid of having been infected and didn't want to come home and infect Meng Ling and Duo. He turned around and walked toward his own house. He twisted the doorknob and went in. Fong Tingwan furrowed her eyebrows, thinking it would be safer if they took off their outerwear. She coldly commanded, "Throw everything on the balcony," leaving only her underwear on. After a moment of realization, she noticed that she too was essentially naked. But in the apocalypse, it's utterly normal for men and women to live together. When a safe zone can accommodate 10 people but there are 20 survivors, there's no choice. It's even common not to care about bodily functions. If one cared, they wouldn't survive long. Knock knock. Clothes placed by the door. Jiang Yanchen had already recovered his usual demeanor. After placing the clothes down, he went out to the balcony to stir them with fire so they'd burn cleaner. Fong Tingwan just then noticed that since Jiang Yanchen lived alone, this time his room merely had a mattress still wrapped in its original plastic bag. She opened the door, saw the t-shirts and short sleeves, directly pulled them over herself, and put on a new mask, handing another one to him. This plague is fierce. We should be cautious about infecting each other. For these 7 days, let's stay here in case we accidentally pass it to Duo and the others. After speaking, Fong Tingwan went to the corridor to inform Meng Ling and Duo through the door. Meng Ling knew how deadly this plague could be and didn't want them to worry about her. She quickly reassured them. "Rest assured, Wan, I will take good care of Duo. Don't worry about us. If you need anything, I'll bring it to you." Jiang Yanchen's place had been emptied long ago, and the generator here couldn't even handle the induction cooker. Fong Tingwan was grateful that to avoid being discovered, she'd stashed many items under her bed. They could be easily retrieved whenever she needed them. She could simply wave her hand and carry them all when leaving. A gas stove, instant noodles, disinfectant, some vegetables and rice, plus my 2 sets of spare clothes should be enough. Chapter 36. I'm willing. All right. Meng Ling immediately went to grab the items, and once she had them all in her hands, she opened the door. A strong smell of disinfectant rushed into her nostrils, causing her to cough, and she couldn't even see the figure at the door clearly. "Just leave it there. I'll come over to get it myself. Remember to disinfect yourself." "All right." Meng Ling closed the door, and her breathing returned to normal. Seeing Dodo staring at her with big black eyes full of anxiety, she squatted down and gently rubbed Dodo's head, saying softly, "Don't worry, Dodo. Brother and sister are fine. We need to be good and wait for them to come back, okay?" Dodo nodded heavily. When Fong Tingwan returned to Jiang Yanchen's house with the things, he was holding bed linens and ready to enter the guest room. She furrowed her brows slightly and said in a cold tone without warmth, "Just put it by the door. Right now we're minimizing contact just in case." "All right." Jiang Yanchen saw her as if facing a great enemy and didn't dare to slack off, placing the sheets and covers at the entrance. "You can handle your room. I'll make the food." "All right." Fong Tingwan didn't refuse. After all, her cooking skills were edible enough not to starve anyone, while his skills rivaled those of a top chef. It was hard to imagine such a person didn't cook at home, unless it was a talent. Without thinking too much, she went back into the room to start tidying up. After hanging the clothes and changing the quilt cover, she heard the sizzling sound of oil outside. She lay on the bed and entered the space. The cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks on the grassland had grown larger, and now there was a brood of baby chicks. Their dung served as natural fertilizer. Though beneficial, weeds had grown taller than the crops. She needed to find an opportunity to weed the fields. Elsewhere, all the food was neatly stacked as before, retaining its original appearance. A glance reassured her. However, when she looked at the fish swimming in the aquarium and the king crabs, she couldn't help but smack her lips, longing to feast on them. Next time she goes out, she must find a chance to bring them out to satisfy her craving. Knock knock. The knocking sound rang again, and she opened her eyes, returning to the room. "It's mealtime. I'm coming." When Fong Tingwan came out, the food was already set on the table. She touched her mask, and seeing that the dishes hadn't been separated, she turned to go to the kitchen to fetch a large bowl, scooped rice, and divided some of the dish before returning to her room to eat. Jiang Yanchen watched the stir-fried meat with peppers and the seaweed egg drop soup, finding it tasteless. He had never liked eating alone at home. Amidst the city lights, it made him feel lonelier. After eating a few bites, he sealed the dishes with cling film and placed them on the table. The generator at home couldn't power the fridge. When Fong Tingwan came out after finishing her meal, the dishes hadn't been touched much, and he only had one dim floor lamp lit next to the balcony, gazing far into the distance, exuding a sense of loneliness. "Why suddenly so melancholy? You don't have an appetite because I didn't eat together?" Was this sentence double-layered? Jiang Yanchen shot her a look, indistinctly. When can we eat together?" "If we both don't have fevers tomorrow." After Fong Tingwan said that, she went back into her room. She didn't even think about whether Jiang Yanchen would misinterpret it. After all, what she meant was it was hard to trust someone worthy, who also cooks well. Don't let them starve to death. Because for the next one, she didn't know when she would accept another person. Lying in bed, she entered the space. The training during this period obviously worked, weeding for an hour, and she only felt a bit tired. After finishing, she fetched pig manure and splashed it around the roots of the crops, helping them absorb better. Busy doing this, she was kicked out of the space again. Time hadn't changed, but she was utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes, waking up when dawn broke. She hadn't slept so deeply for a long time. Working, indeed, was the best sleeping pill. Jiang Yanchen had already prepared breakfast. He removed his mask, looking spirited. Seeing her open the door, he smiled faintly. "I don't have a fever." "What if I do?" The question was a probe. Even Fong Tingwan herself was surprised and quickly tried to clarify. "There's no need for me to go with you." "No problem, I'm willing." "Willing to do what?" "Jiang Yanchen, why do you seem weird?" Jiang Yanchen stared straight at her, and seeing the increasing confusion in her eyes, sighed. My meaning is, we're partners bound together by life and death now. Why talk in gasps like that? Isn't being alive good? While Fong Tingwan countered with this question, she had already picked up a bowl of porridge and sat down at the dining table, blew on it, and ate. Whether or not he wanted to live wasn't her concern. Regardless, she had to survive since they still had so many supplies, and wasting them would be a pity. And besides, I won't have such good luck to be reborn again. Of course, it's better to survive together. Jiang Yanchen put the pickled vegetables on the table and started eating opposite her. After breakfast, Fong Tingwan rested for a while and then began exercising using his fitness equipment. But time passed so slowly. She missed Dodo a little. After another thorough disinfection of her entire body, she sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping afternoon tea while gazing at the scenery outside. From his apartment, one could see straight across to a block of 10 buildings. The whole building looked eerily desolate. Occasionally shadows would flit by in a hurry. The water level had stabilized, remaining at the window height of the 4th floor. The weather was overcast without any rain or sunlight, with temperatures staying steady between 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, a condition highly suitable for bacterial growth. She took a sip of tea and noticed movement in the hallway opposite. Squinting to focus, she saw someone poking their head out before plummeting straight from the 6th floor. The person didn't fall into the water but instead struck the wall first, flipping around before landing in the water. Within 10 minutes, they floated back up to the surface. It was a dead body, followed by more corpses. In total, about a dozen bodies were thrown down. The water current was slow, leaving the bodies floating around in clusters, giving her chills as she watched them. They're not burning the bodies. This virus will spread far and wide. Fong Tingwan wasn't worried about other people's lives, but rather about her own mobility. If she stayed holed up on the 17th floor forever, her supplies would eventually be discovered. And what dangers that might bring, she couldn't predict. As the number of bodies increased, others started mimicking the behavior. Jiang Yanchen opened the window to look down. People in their building were throwing bodies too. Whoever dares to go into the water now is basically signing their own death warrant. The visible dangers in the water had disappeared, but the invisible ones remained lethal. How long will this last? He instinctively glanced to the side. Fong Tingwan shook her head. I don't know. Time felt distorted. It was completely different from the previous life. However, if judged based on the sequence of disasters, the next calamity would be extreme heat. But we must leave here and find a cool place. Once the extreme heat begins, the temperature would hover consistently between 50 to 60 degrees Celsius day and night. Boiling an egg on the street would become trivial. Setting aside that, living on the 17th floor put them at high risk of developing heat stroke. Where's the coolest place? Right now, there are people downstairs everywhere. Even wearing protective suits wouldn't stop them from rushing toward us. Eliminating all of them would be impossible. They still have at least 100 people alive, and we're few in number. Plus, we have Dodo to take care of. Chapter 37, Government Rescue. Jiang Yanchen carefully analyzed the situation. Ever since that man had tried to drag him down to his death, he began to confront the nature of humanity in this apocalypse. Fong Tingwan nodded. Indeed, given our current situation, it's not yet time for us to leave, but we need to prepare. Understood. Jiang Yanchen replied, the emotions in his eyes indescribable. Things remained peaceful for a few more days. The plague had ravaged the land. On the water surface, corpses floated from an unknown origin, packed tightly one after another, numbering in the thousands. Finally, on this day marking the first month of the apocalypse, everyone saw a sign of hope from the government. It's a helicopter. Finally someone remembers us. Quick, head up to the rooftop. Quick. The sound of the helicopter penetrated through the walls. Many people initially thought it was an auditory hallucination, but upon confirmation, they all rushed frantically to the roof. Other rooftops were already filled with people shouting continuously. We're here, come save us. Over here. The helicopter continued to hover overhead. Someone came up with the idea of burning something that produced thick smoke. Others wrote the large words, save us, on the ground. However, the neighbors of Building 11 were trapped outside an iron gate, anxiously furious. Beasts, open the door, or I'll set fire, and make sure you all die with me. Bang bang bang. The sounds reverberated loudly. Fong Tingwan instructed Meng Ling not to bring Duo out, while she and Jiang Yanchen ignored the commotion and went directly to the rooftop. She remembered clearly that the government could no longer reach far and could only take care of nearby areas, and their position was located at the suburban edge. As the helicopter hovered above, the hatch opened, and a man poked half his body out. He scanned around, suddenly focusing his gaze on the rooftop where Fong Tingwan and her group were standing, before swiftly retreating. Moments later, the helicopter headed straight for Building 11. The man once again stuck out half his body, making retreat gestures. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen both retreated back towards the building entrance. He stood guarding them behind. It doesn't seem like they're here to rescue us. Be careful, don't act impulsively, I'll handle the negotiation. You be careful. Fong Tingwan noticed they all carried weapons, fully equipped, looking more like hitmen sent to eliminate witnesses than rescuers. This wasn't something that happened in the previous lifetime. The helicopter stabilized, and 6 armed Special Forces members disembarked. I'll ask the questions, and you answer truthfully. The leading man held his gun as he asked directly. How many people are there in your community? About 2,000 people, Jiang Yanchen answered steadily, devoid of emotion. The man furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Are all the bodies in the river from your community? It doesn't add up. There are tens of thousands floating into the city center. Jiang Yanchen glanced at her and immediately understood why they had come. Their location was upstream, and with so many bodies washing downstream, it would naturally provoke suspicion. These men were simply investigating the reason. Fong Tingwan stepped forward, speaking gently. There's still a town ahead of us. The population there should be around 50,000. Most are in civilian housing, and it's likely the bodies originated from there. Seeing the man nod thoughtfully, she pursued further, asking, Big brother, when will the government come to rescue us? The man's face revealed reluctance, and he sighed. There are about 10,000 people in the city center, and all military resources are focused there. We can't save everyone, but as long as you hold on, we'll come. This statement sounded more like an assurance. Jiang Yanshen's gaze slowly lowered, his faith in certain things crumbling somewhat. Do you have food? Fong Tingwan smiled and asked. She was wearing loose sleeves, looking like she weighed almost nothing. The man fished around in his jacket and threw over a piece of chocolate. Get on the plane. Just before boarding, the man's lips moved slightly. They both understood what he meant, sorry. The propellers continued spinning, and the helicopter ascended slowly. Listening to the sound fading farther and farther away, those barricaded downstairs sank into despair, hatred intensifying toward those who had built the iron gates. They got rescued. May these bastards rot in hell. No. Fong Tingwan's cold voice pierced through the iron gate, causing the outside to momentarily fall silent before erupting into chaos. They didn't rescue you? Why? Didn't the helicopter stop right on the rooftop? Yeah, what did they say? Are they just surveying the location and we'll be back soon? No. Fong Tingwan raised her voice, and as soon as it quieted outside, she immediately added, They stopped because only this building is empty. They chose to avoid danger. They came here only to find out where the numerous bodies came from. How could that be possible? How could the government abandon us? Are you lying? Why would I have any reason to deceive you? Fong Tingwan retorted coldly. If not for trying to calm them down and prevent a fire which would cause everyone to perish, she wouldn't even bother wasting her breath. They can't even manage the rescue in the city center now. They've told us to save ourselves. I warn you, it's best to burn the bodies to thoroughly kill bacteria. Otherwise the epidemic will continue to spread, and waiting for the government to rescue will be futile. Are you serious? Hey, say something. There was no response for a long time. The group looked at each other, suddenly remembering the contagious nature of the disease. They quickly covered their mouths and noses and rushed back to their homes. Those who had mugwort rubbed it all over themselves and filled their homes with its scent. Those with alcohol sprayed themselves completely and even doused the entrances to their building stairwells. Those who had deceased family members burned the bodies immediately. The people on the other floors, after seeing the helicopter leave again, felt hopeless and couldn't endure it any longer. Some, unable to accept this reality, directly jumped off the rooftops, quickly ending these terrifying days. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanshen clearly saw everything through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's better they didn't come at all. Now that they did, they gave everyone hope of survival only to immediately thrust them into despair, and those who are slightly weaker simply can't bear it. Fong Tingwan spoke frankly. Although it didn't affect her much personally, not speaking would have been awkward between the two of them. It's an issue of timing. Jiang Yanshen gave a faint smile, revealing his helplessness. As he finished speaking, there was a brief silence. I'm going back to my room. We'll head back tomorrow. Fong Tingwan directly returned to her room, locking the door behind her as she entered her private space. These past few days, she'd meticulously organized it. Everything was neatly categorized. The warehouse, fish area, animal area, living quarters, and planting zone were separated and enclosed by fences. Watching the hens and ducks beginning to brood, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As long as her space remained intact, she could survive until natural death. By the next day, the door opposite finally opened. Duo immediately threw herself into Fong Tingwan's arms, eyes red as she murmured dejectedly, Sister, don't leave me behind. Fong Tingwan instinctively glanced at Meng Ling behind Duo. Meng Ling shook her head, indicating her helplessness. Duo wasn't close to her, having barely spoken during these days. She'd eat, then play by herself. Meng Ling had tried to get closer, but still felt a sense of distance remained. Chapter 38, Sleeping on the Sofa. Sister Meng Ling is also very nice. Duo should trust Sister Meng Ling. Fong Tingwan rubbed her head and coaxed a few words before taking Duo inside the house. Jiang Yanshen followed. Meng Ling walked at the back, she closed the door and turned around to see Jiang Yanshen in the kitchen preparing dinner, Wan playing with Duo. She always had a strange feeling that there was a little coldness between them. She got closer to Wan. After exchanging a few greetings, her eyes suddenly sparkled, gleaming with gossip. Wan, did you have an argument with Jiang Yanshen? Nope. Fong Tingwan shook her head. Why do you think so? It feels like your feelings these days haven't improved, but there's been some coldness instead. As she said this, she suddenly remembered something and pulled Wan up. Come to my room. I've got something good for you. Fong Tingwan let Duo play by herself and followed her into the guest bedroom. The room was neatly arranged, showing no signs of the post-apocalyptic situation. Fong Tingwan stood and watched as she rummaged through a box, quietly stuffing it into her hands. A closer look revealed levonorgestrel triphasic tablets, contraceptive pills. In the current situation, getting pregnant isn't suitable. You two need to be careful. Meng Ling continued searching in the cabinet, half her body squeezed into it. Suddenly, she stepped back and shoved another item into Wan's hands. It was a square box labeled Ultra Thin 0.01, refreshing. Fong Tingwan's face turned white then red. After a long while, she finally found her voice again. We haven't reached that point yet. You can keep them. You'll use them eventually. Meng Ling smiled sweetly. What about you? Fong Tingwan wanted to slap herself. How could her brain be full of mush and ask such a question? For the first time, someone gave her this kind of thing. She really didn't know what to say. Forget it. After we split up at the boxing gym and went home separately, I haven't heard from him since, and now I can't contact him either. I guess among all those corpses, he's probably one of them. Meng Ling's lighthearted tone was accompanied by a worried expression. Obviously her words didn't match her heart. He will be fine. After Fong Tingwan spoke, she put the things into her bag, then turned around to go back to the room and placed them carefully. It was time for lunch. Today they were having old duck soup. Although it was frozen, not quite fresh, the taste was already pretty good. They added a cold mixed cucumber salad. The 4 people ate like this. By the evening meal, they ate stir-fried carrots, reheating the old duck soup. Half a month had passed, and Meng Ling was truly bored. Just when she was flipping through her bag, she saw a deck of cards, so she proposed a game of farmers versus landlord to pass the time. Sleeping too much made everyone unable to sleep. Jiang Yanchen and Fong Tingwan had no objections, so together they sat on the blanket to play. The king. As soon as Fong Tingwan's voice fell, she indicated for everyone to be quiet and strained her ears to listen. The night was too still, and the sound of the helicopter came more clearly. The 3 exchanged glances, immediately crawled up, and approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sure enough, a streak of light flashed over their heads. Fong Tingwan glanced at the time. It was 2 in the morning. What could have caused the government helicopter to circle here at 2 in the morning? Impossible for rescue, right? Go to the roof. She immediately picked up Duo and opened the door to go out, the other 2 following behind. On the rooftop, the view became clearer. There were 5 helicopters in total, their searchlights sweeping across each floor. Suddenly, one helicopter hovered directly above them. Fong Tingwan pulled Duo under the eaves. Then, drops of water drizzled down, soaking the entire rooftop in the blink of an eye. Fong Tingwan smelled a strong disinfectant odor. It's the government disinfecting. Then, isn't the plague going to be over soon? Meng Ling asked happily. Finally, they've come. We're saved. Ah, too good. Other people who hadn't fallen asleep yet realized what the helicopters were doing and let out shouts of surprise. More and more people woke up, and their moods couldn't help but soar. But Fong Tingwan's heart sank more and more. When they went down the stairs to a corner, she looked towards the iron gate and gently said, "Tidy up the house. Don't open the door unless necessary. Or I'll sleep on the sofa at your place." Jiang Yanchen explained. No one knows what they're going to do next. If I stay, we'll have one more person. In case necessary, we can buy some time. Although the situation can't be so bad, just in case. Meng Ling nodded in agreement and hopefully looked at Wan. I think it's a good idea. Otherwise, if something happens to him alone over there, we wouldn't even know. Being watched by the 2 of them, Fong Tingwan didn't rush to make a decision, but carefully considered the pros and cons. In the previous life during the epidemic, the government's actions weren't gentle. One might even say forcefully barged in and injected vaccines. This vaccine, she remembered that it wasn't researched so quickly. If he's here, at least he can help push the door. Then bring a few more sets of clothes to change. She took Duo's hand and went home. Meng Ling followed afterward. Not long after, Jiang Yanchen arrived with clothes and his set of 4-piece bedding, practically moving everything out. It was a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Fortunately, the sofa was passable. It was getting late, so they each returned to their rooms to sleep. SSSSHHH. When Fong Tingwan heard the sound, she instantly opened her eyes and saw the sky slightly turning white. She picked up her phone for a glance. 7 in the morning. Who would be sawing the door this early? Sawing the door? She gently pulled back the covers and got up. As she stepped out, she just saw Jiang Yanchen closing the final home door. She rushed forward and while reopening the door, asked, "What's going on?" "Someone is using a machine to cut through the iron gate. From the situation, it will be opened in less than 2 hours. Should we do something?" Jiang Yanchen's brow was furrowed tightly as he turned around and grabbed his Tang Dao, passing hers to her. As all 3 doors were opened, sparks flew outside. At the lock of the iron gate, many iron filings had already been melted by high temperature. "Who is it?" Fong Tingwan asked coldly. The cutting stopped. Quietness ensued outside for a moment. Then a stern, indifferent male voice soon followed. "Residents inside, listen up. We are from the SWAT team. Your privately installed iron gate is against the rules and affects the safety of the entire building. I need to dismantle it now. Please step back." "Miss Fong, don't worry. The iron gate needs to be forcibly dismantled because food supplies will be distributed from the rooftop. Please step back and avoid getting hurt." The familiar voice made both Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen grimace. It was Huang Chung. The current state of the iron gate looked like it couldn't hold much longer. Before they could exchange words, the cutting resumed outside, drowning out the speaking sounds. "Go back home." Fong Tingwan first wrote, "Not infected" on the main gate, then went back and locked all external doors from the inside, finally retreating into the living room, watching the iron gate guardedly. If the other side forcibly opened it, they would be in danger. Notice! Notice! A loudspeaker sounded from the rooftop, audible within a 10-mile radius. "The government is now distributing bread free of charge. Everyone, please queue up in an orderly fashion and go to the rooftop to wait for your share." Chapter 39, Mother Teresa. Repeat. The 3 people inside the room all had grim expressions. If they went out, it meant risking infection. If they stayed in, their surplus of food would no longer remain a secret. The former involved lives and was definitely not an option. "Have breakfast." Fong Tingwan made the decision. "At the very least, we have to wait until the vaccine is ready." All right. The 3 sat in the house. They didn't start any fires, fearing the smell would drift to the rooftop. Instead, they took bread and milk from the fridge and boiled a few white eggs. After eating their fill, the sound of a helicopter came from the roof. Then footsteps echoed down the hallway, thudding as if to shake it apart. Knock knock. Someone actually knocked on the door. Without responding, the person outside immediately shouted loudly, "Miss Fong, aren't you going to get the bread? They say there's bread and eggs. Come out and get them together. Why do you bother remembering her? They must be hiding plenty of food. Go up there now, or else you'll miss out too." The person outside called again, "Miss Fong, remember to call Lawyer Jiang." Then there were only footsteps left. Fong Tingwan exhaled a long breath, at a loss for words regarding Huang Cheng's kindness. In chaotic times, the first ones to be sacrificed are those who act like saintly mothers. It seemed he was heading that way. Forget it. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the helicopter had landed nearby, and 6 SWAT members held weapons. Between them, there were over 10 boxes filled with distributed food, bread, eggs, etc. One by one, "Don't grab, don't cut in line." The man spoke coldly, confirming his protective suit was fine before gesturing, "Begin." Everyone lined up to collect the food. However, when it was someone's turn, he kept staring, unwilling to leave, quietly pleading, "Big brother, I have a sick wife and son at home. Could you give me another bag? This small bag will only last me 3 days if I save it. But if for 3 people, at most 1 day. If you won't come again for 3 days, the sick child definitely won't make it." Everyone hearing this started murmuring, asking for mercy on his behalf. "That's right, officer, his wife and son can't move and couldn't come to claim supplies. Just give it to them." The man coldly swept over them. "There's just enough food here. Want more? Go back and queue again. There won't be anything left if I requie." The man shouted loudly. The man ignored him and gestured to someone next to him. That person stepped forward with a gun. Scared, everyone became silent, and the man quickly bent down and left with his things. After that incident, no one dared ask for more. After collecting their items, they left. Huang Cheng was the last one in line. Seeing the last 2 bags in the box, he pulled out 2 packets of yellow crane cigarettes from his bag. Not to mention other things. As a smoker, he'd already smelled the cigarette scent on the other man. This gift was perfectly placed, so the man turned a blind eye, gesturing, "Take them. Thanks, big brother. Next time you come, I'll have something nice for you." Smiling mischievously, Huang Cheng watched the helicopter fly away. Then he went down to the 17th floor, knocking on the door. "Miss Fong, the bread is outside your door. You can take it." With that, he ran downstairs back home. After disinfecting the last door, Fong Tingwan finally opened it. She looked at the bread on the ground and couldn't figure out her feelings. No matter how much Huang Cheng acted like a good Samaritan, she couldn't deny his kindness towards her. After thoroughly disinfecting the bread packaging, she brought it into her home and put it in the refrigerator. Downstairs. After arriving home, Huang Cheng's cheerful demeanor instantly faded. His family had already died in the epidemic. Now there was only him, and the meaning of these foods had become faint. Huang big brother. It was Lu Yi from upstairs, who had earlier asked the police for an extra bag of bread. He nervously scratched his hair and licked his dry lips, hesitating before speaking. "Our bread isn't enough to eat. Could you spare us some?" "There, help yourself." Huang Cheng smiled faintly, continuing to gaze at the family photo on the table. Lu Yi saw Huang Cheng wasn't paying attention to him, his eyes greedily fixed on the bread. He licked his lips and opened the packaging, stuffing 1, then 2, and eventually 5 pieces of bread into his pocket along with 5 eggs. Bowing slightly, he thanked him. "Thank you, Huang big brother." Seeing him wave goodbye, Lu Yi quickly headed upstairs without looking back. Returning home, seeing his worried wife coming out to greet him, he immediately revealed the full load of food in his pocket. "Huang Cheng, that hopeless goody-goody, he wouldn't say no to anything. I told you I'd borrow from him. You didn't believe me." The woman sniffled, her eyes welling up with tears. "We're saved." Her gaze shifted to the room. Knock knock. "Who?" Lu Yi, startled, pulled open the door and saw Huang Cheng, instantly shutting it again. Huang Cheng quickly blocked it with his foot, explaining without hesitation, "You took too much. I know your family is struggling, but can you at least give me 1 egg and 1 bread back?" How could he survive until the next rescue with only 1 bread and 1 egg? Lu Yi pushed harder against the door, seeing that the other side had no intention of removing his foot. He gave a pitiful look, acting woefully as he opened the door slightly to point inside. "My son is waiting for this bread to save his life. Brother Huang, I beg you to have mercy on the child." In the room painted in a pure blue tone, a boy lay in bed, his blanket almost covering up to his neck, exposing only a ghastly pale face. The boy was already 10 years old, often playing downstairs. When he met Huang Cheng, he always shouted, "Uncle, uncle." Huang Cheng's heart softened gradually. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed. "All right." Then he turned to go down the stairs. The door closed tightly. Only then did Lu Yi relax, putting an arm around his wife and patting her back. "Don't worry, I won't let you starve." There were too many people lacking food. Families of 3, 5, even 7 members existed. The food they received was far from enough to fill their stomachs. And now, their eyes were set on households with fewer people and more leftover food, including Huang Cheng's. He had barely inserted the key into the lock when a huge shadow loomed behind him. 2 hands locked onto his neck, dragging him backwards while others twisted the key open, entering his home to search for food. "That's all I have left. Stop. Release me." "Cough cough, I helped you before." "Then help us fully," the man coldly replied. Only when his companion emerged with the food and the person stopped struggling did he finally let go. Huang Cheng fell like a dead pig, sprawled out on the ground. "There's just 1 bread and an egg left. Screw him, it's better than nothing." The 2 prepared to leave, but the last man paused for a moment, glancing down. Seeing Huang Cheng in such a half-dead state, staring at him and clinging stubbornly to his trouser leg, Chapter 40. Seeking help. Let go. The man struggled a few times, but couldn't shake him off. Give it back. Huang Cheng was already out of breath. Give it back. The man angrily shouted and kicked Huang Cheng directly in the forehead. The intense pain forced him to release his grip. The two of them wasted no more time and went upstairs directly. They searched sequentially, specifically deceiving people into opening their doors for robbery, or just blocking people like Huang Cheng. All the way up to the 17th floor. Miss Fong, open the door. I know you have a child to take care of. I can't eat all this by myself, so I'm bringing you 2 eggs. The man's voice was gentle, showing no hostility. Fong Tingwan opened both doors without making a sound. She quickly checked through the peephole and saw the figures of 2 people, one of whom was hiding beside the door. No thanks, it's unnecessary. Don't be polite, Miss Fong. We're all neighbors here. Seeing that you haven't collected any supplies worries us. You're so beautiful. If you're worried, I'll leave it outside the door, and you can pick it up yourself. The man's brief words unintentionally revealed his ulterior motive. He gave Fong Tingwan the impression that he was only flattering her because she was attractive. Footsteps were heard from outside, gradually moving further away as if heading downstairs. What a clumsy act. Less than a minute later, footsteps from below ascended again, and now the man's voice carried a note of urgency. Miss Fong, these are actually from Huang Cheng. He asked us to deliver them because he's worried about you. If they're from him, why doesn't he deliver them himself? Fong Tingwan's eyes instantly turned cold. Mentioning Huang Cheng meant that the big saint had possibly been robbed first. The man thought his persuasion was working and pressed on. He's downstairs while we're upstairs. Fong Tingwan had already closed all 3 iron gates and completely cut off the sounds from outside. What's wrong? Meng Ling asked while practicing boxing. Jiang Yanchen also threw a curious glance over. The government issuing supplies should be a good thing for everyone. But with too many wolves and not enough meat to survive, we'll inevitably need to fight for enough food. They probably want to trick us into opening the door. The battle for survival had already begun. Human nature. What about Huang Cheng? Meng Ling felt like she was meddling too much, but still explained. I think he's too kind-hearted. He must have been the first one targeted. You hit the nail on the head. That's 9/10 right. Which was exactly what was troubling Fong Tingwan. Jiang Yanchen asked, should we help or not? Helping means facing unknown dangers, but not helping feels hard to justify. Meng Ling meant to help, but she still placed the decision in Wang Wan's hands. In the end, Jiang Yanchen's gaze fell on Fong Tingwan. Not going to save him. His offer to help wasn't sought after by Fong Tingwan, so naturally, she didn't feel guilty. Having said that, she started exercising. Unknowingly, night fell. Jiang Yanchen made red-braised pork ribs, onion-fried meat, and cabbage soup. After eating until they were full, the bread and eggs left in the corner remained untouched. After dinner, they played a while of poker and each returned to their rooms to sleep. It seemed they were living better than before the disaster struck, except for the lack of freedom. However, this kind of life could last at most another half-month. ZZ. The sound of nails scraping against the iron gate made Jiang Yanchen suddenly lose all sleepiness. Not only did goosebumps rise all over his body, but he clenched his teeth tightly. Who was out of their mind in the middle of the night? The sound continued. To avoid waking the others, he quietly got out of bed, opened the 2 security doors, and looked through the peephole. Nothing there. But the sound was still continuing. Resisting the urge to punch someone, he crouched down to carefully identify the sound, which seemed to be coming from the bottom. Who's there? Finally, someone had heard him. Huang Cheng was lying on the ground, his eyes flashing a glimmer of light, trying to speak, only managing to produce a raspy sound like an old-fashioned bellows. Who? Huang Cheng. It seemed the speaker might pass out at any moment, and this voice, Jiang Yanchen couldn't tell if it was truly Huang Cheng's, especially given what happened during the day. His eyebrows furrowed deeply, and he asked sternly, what are you doing here? Water, food. After muttering these broken words, Huang Cheng rolled his eyes back and fell unconscious. Huang Cheng, speak. Are you alright? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Do you have a fever? Jiang Yanchen asked several consecutive questions, receiving no response. Then he stood up and looked through the peephole again, but saw nothing. The slight noise had already awakened Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling. They flipped on the living room lights, and the dim yellow glow barely illuminated the surroundings. Fong Tingwan approached the door. What's the situation? It's Huang Cheng. By the sound of it, he's passed out. He hasn't explained anything clearly, and I don't know if it's some sort of ruse. Jiang Yanchen voiced his suspicion. At this point, they weren't afraid of people, but rather of being infected by those carrying viruses. Opening the door would bring many more dangers. Just ignore him and go to sleep. If you still hear his voice, tell him to retreat to your side. You should put on a protective suit to disinfect, then return the food to him. After that, we will own nothing to each other. Fong Tingwan finished her speech, raised her hand to yawn. Having been used to going to bed and getting up early, she felt very sleepy. Meng Ling also went back to sleep. Jiang Yanchen turned off the light, lay on the sofa, and fell asleep soon. Huang Cheng didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up, it was already completely bright outside. He tried to open his mouth, but found his lips cracked with fiery stabs of pain. Still, this couldn't stop the cramping sensation coming from his abdomen. He was hungry, too hungry. He attempted to lift his hand to knock on the door, but didn't have the strength. All he could do was to try hard to raise it before sliding down along the door, his nails making some sound. Can you crawl over to the opposite side? I'll give you something to eat. Jiang Yanchen watched through the peephole. Uh-huh. It was almost Huang Cheng's whispered voice. He looked at the door across the hallway, which was around 5 or 6 meters away. His brain commanded his hands to move forward while using his legs to push. Each time, he exerted all his energy, Yet the distance he moved was shrinking from 10 centimeters initially to barely inching forwards. It took only half the journey for him to start seeing blurry, being on the verge of exhaustion. From the peephole, Jiang Yanchen observed clearly. He dressed in protective gear, disinfected beside the door first, then opened the door and cleaned around it before closing it again after stepping out. Subsequently, he placed the plastic bag by Huang Cheng's side along with a bottle of mineral water. Huang Cheng spotted the source of life and stared longingly at Jiang Yanchen. With no choice, he twisted the cap off the bottle. Huang Cheng gulped down about half the bottle, regaining some strength, then began tearing the bread into small chunks to eat. Jiang Yanchen, fully protected, watched as Huang Cheng ate almost enough, then turned around and went back inside. After the iron gate closed, Huang Cheng propped himself up and took out 2 eggs from the plastic bag. He tapped them against the edge, peeled them, and stuffed them into his mouth. Unable to swallow, he drank water and managed another one. The pain eased slightly, though tears streamed down his face because of it. Knowing this would happen, I shouldn't have helped them, huh? He exhibited some symptoms of mania. Chapter 41, Kind People. Picking up the bread and eggs, he stuffed them into his shirt and hurried downstairs straight to his home, closing the door behind him. He then found a kitchen knife and sharpening stone in the kitchen and began carefully grinding the blade. Today, there were still people out cleaning. Even though everyone knew Huang Cheng had nothing left, someone else came knocking on his door. Huang brother, are you there? Can you lend me some water? The visitor remembered seeing a full water dispenser at his place yesterday and forgetting to take it away. All right. There was no emotion in Huang Cheng's voice as he pulled open the door, revealing a calm smile. It's right there, help yourself. Great, Huang brother. You're the most generous one in our building. You're such a good person, we all appreciate you. As the man walked towards the water dispenser, he spoke sarcastically with half a smile, not realizing that something was wrong with Huang Cheng's expression. Dong, dong, dong. Which family is chopping bones? Neighboring residents all came out of their homes, wondering who would have meat in this situation. Everyone assumed it was from the 17th floor. Fang Tingwan and her family also looked down from the balcony, curious about who was so bold as to reveal they had food. They soon located Huang Cheng's house. One by one, they started knocking on his door. Huang brother, are you stewing meat? Could you share some with us? We haven't eaten any rich food for so long. I'll trade my bread with you. I'll give you an egg. Not much, just a bowl is enough. Each neighbor wanted to exchange something. Huang Cheng stirred the minced meat in his stew pot, his voice steady. Sure, come back in 2 hours, everyone will get a share. Great, thank you. Everyone gradually dispersed. 2 hours later, Huang Cheng opened the door to his home, observing his neighbors holding pots and bowls, his lips curling up into a grin nearly reaching his earlobes. There's enough for everyone, line up nicely. No fighting, no grabbing. The entire living room was filled with the scent of cooked meat. Neighbors automatically queued up as they eyed the large stew pot. The first person in line was the man who had strangled Huang Cheng's neck the day before. He scratched his head and placed his bread and eggs nearby, nervously explaining, fearing he wouldn't receive any meat. Huang brother, don't be angry with us. Yesterday, I just lost control for a moment. Everyone will get a share. Huang Cheng interrupted him directly, filling half a spoonful of meat followed by soup. The man's eyes sparkled brightly, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Others followed suit, one after another receiving their portions. When it was Lu Yi's turn, his eyes were filled with greed. Huang brother, my family is big, but I reckon your pot is pretty spacious too. He had probably brought the largest pot from his house, scooping enough to take away a third of the contents. There'll be more tomorrow. Take only what you can eat. Huang Cheng said, continuing to scoop half a spoonful of meat and broth. Lu Yi reluctantly carried his pot away, while others waited in line. Eventually, almost everyone had received a bowl. Seeing the empty pot, Huang Cheng took off his apron, turned around, picked up a bowl from the stove, and walked upstairs without looking back. At every level, he could hear laughter emanating from other households. Reaching the 17th floor, he knocked on the door. Lawyer Jiang, thank you for your bread and water. This is a token of my gratitude. There will be more tomorrow. With those words, he immediately went downstairs. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Jiang Yanchen stepped out in his protective suit after disinfecting, carrying his Tang sword outside. Confirming there was no one around, he lifted the pot lid. Having already been disinfected, Fang Tingwan stepped out directly. Her gaze darkened when she saw the pot of soup. Without hesitation, she stabbed her Tang sword into the pot, picking out a piece of meat near where the chicken neck should be. Doesn't it look like a thumb? Jiang Yanchen carefully examined it, and could make out the texture of human flesh. Huang Cheng killed someone and boiled them into a pot of soup? Listening to those fragmented voices downstairs, didn't he share it with everyone? Fang Tingwan nodded, a bitter smile spreading across her face. The consequences of offending an honest person. He gave it to us because we offered him food during the day, giving him no chance for redemption when he needed it the most. Such a person, seemingly kind and selfless to the extreme, sacrificing himself for others, yet when he goes bad, has absolutely no bottom line. No one knows whose neighbor Huang Cheng killed. Jiang Yanchen instantly felt queasy, lifting the lid, and directly took the bowl to the rooftop. After throwing away the pot, he returned to cook dinner. Tonight's menu included scallion-scented fried pork and pickled cabbage spare ribs. They ate heartily, satisfied. Then, the lights flickered slightly in the house. Is it due to insufficient power? Meng Ling asked, taking care of Dodo's meal while glancing upward. Without electricity, they definitely need to descend. Jiang Yanchen also grew rare tension, rising and unplugging unnecessary electric devices, such as the rice cooker and induction stove warming their meals. No problem, let me check. Fong Tingwan put down her utensils, dressed fully in protective gear, and confirmed there was no one around before heading straight to the rooftop. The pot in the corner caught her eye immediately. She found the diesel engine, noticing its gauge was nearly depleted, and refilled it with oil from her space pocket. The 200-liter oil tank, when filled once, could last 10 days to about half a month. Calculating this way, the fuel consumption was massive, and she would need to stock up on diesel as soon as they went out. After filling it up, she headed downstairs, just reaching the corner when she spotted a woman rushing up. The woman's face was pale, gasping for breath as she clung to the staircase railing. Upon meeting each other's eyes, the woman hesitated briefly before recognizing who it was, then inquired with a mournful look, "Miss Fong, have you seen Louis? Your husband?" Fong Tingwan remembered her. She was well known in the building for being overly greedy and slippery, yet unable to bear losses, thus not well liked by others. "Yeah, he said he'd go out but never came back. I've already asked everyone, and none have seen him." She wiped her tears, her body swaying unsteadily. Observing that the woman clearly showed signs of having been infected with the plague, Fong Tingwan took a step back, thinking of Huang Cheng. "I haven't seen anyone. Should I go upstairs or down?" Fong Tingwan gripped her Tang sword tightly, closely watching the person in front of her, ready to act first if any suspicious movement occurred. "No need, I'll search again downstairs." She had searched upstairs first, and now planned to check downstairs next. Seeing the woman disappear, Fong Tingwan then knocked on the door. Jiang Yanchen stood wearing a mask holding alcohol, immediately disinfecting thoroughly from head to toe as soon as the door opened. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol. Fong Tingwan, who had been sleeping these few days and dreaming of soaking in alcohol, found the feeling quite unpleasant. She tossed her protective suit outside, walked into the house, and looking at the now stable electric lamp, explained, "There was slight contact failure in the wiring. I've fixed it." "That's good. Who was at the door just now?" Jiang Yanchen had heard someone speaking earlier. Fong Tingwan didn't conceal anything and told him that it was Lu Yi's wife searching for Louis. "It might be." Jiang Yanchen started, only to be interrupted by loud knocks. The noise was immense, resonating clearly even as it traveled upwards from the 10th floor. Huang Cheng paid no attention, lighting a candle whose warm glow shone on him, projecting a huge shadow on the wall. It looked like a demon as he raised the cleaver high in his hand and brought it down forcefully on the forearm lying on the chopping board. Chapter 42. Everyone is afraid for themselves. Blood splattered, spraying onto his face, his eyes cold and emotionless, his lips tightly clenched. Each swing of the blade was strong, as if he were not cutting a person. In front of the stove lay Lu Yi, eyes wide open in death, his body twisted into an impossible position for any living person. Blood continued to spread from beneath him, staining the pot of soup on the floor with dark red. The next day, people still came to line up. Lu Yi was gone. His wife now served the meat herself. Huang Cheng looked at her and scooped out an extra ladleful. After everyone had received their portion, Huang Cheng took the leftover pot of meat to the 17th floor. "Knock knock. Who is it?" Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen glanced at each other, then simultaneously walked over to open the two doors. Looking through the peephole of the final door, they saw Huang Cheng, looking as though he had lost his soul. The dark circles under his eyes were pronounced, his face yellowish. "I've brought you some meat." His voice was light, devoid of emotion, yet Huang Cheng did not leave like he had yesterday. "No thanks." Fong Tingwan firmly declined, her eyes immediately turning severe. Judging by Huang Cheng's demeanor, she was sure that the next target was likely them. "Wasn't the meat from yesterday good? This one here is specially reserved for you. A small token of my appreciation. Could you possibly exchange your tang knives with me?" Huang Cheng suddenly looked up, staring directly into the peephole. Even though she knew he couldn't see her, the moment their gazes met, Fong Tingwan felt a chill rise from her feet. It was a look filled with resignation to death and deep-seated hatred. No. She was direct and unyielding. She was direct and unyielding. "Then I'll leave it outside the door." After saying this, Huang Cheng started walking downstairs, his steps uneven. Fong Tingwan thought of something, went over, and snatched the tablet from Duo's hand, activating its camera straight away. She had almost forgotten about the tablet since Duo had been playing with it, and in the in-world without power, it wasn't very useful anyway. Soon, the screen displayed the image outside, zoomed in on Huang Cheng gripping a heavily nicked kitchen knife, leaning against the wall, silently waiting. How ruthless. Fong Tingwan shrugged, sighing helplessly. People like him were fine when things were good, but dangerous when they weren't. Judging correctly, Lu Yi must have tried to take advantage, only to be cooked by Huang Cheng. Hours passed without a response. When Huang Cheng finally looked up, he noticed the surveillance camera and muttered under his breath. "Why? I've thought so much about you all. Do you have to bully me? I haven't done anything wrong." As he spoke, he sat down, opened the pot, didn't wash or clean his hands before reaching in and grabbing a piece of pure meat, chewing it slowly. The sound of chewing was amplified by the surveillance equipment, causing both Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen's scalps to tingle. Despite having seen many things in the in-world, even Fong Tingwan found it hard to stomach and handed the tablet over to Jiang Yanchen. He turned down the volume, listening to Huang Cheng's muttering about the reasons for his killings. Self-inflicted calamity. That was all Fong Tingwan said before indifferently glancing away. All three iron doors were shut. Outside, Huang Cheng ate his fill and used the ground as a bed, falling asleep right there. The sky gradually grew darker until it was 10 o'clock. He had stayed there for more than 4 hours, showing no sign of leaving. "Huang brother, why are you here?" A sound came from the tablet, drawing the attention of all three. Duo had already gone to sleep, so the three watched as Lu Yi's wife came to the 17th floor. Looking at the meat in the pot, she licked her lips and asked gently, "Huang brother, have you seen my husband?" Huang Cheng, awakened from his nap, was initially impatient, but upon scanning her figure with his eyes, he sat up. "I'm exhausted after working all day. Can you squat down so I can tell you?" The implications in these words caused Lu Yi's wife to hesitate for a moment before eventually squatting down, her voice lowering. "Speak." Huang Cheng looked at her not particularly pretty face and thought that it had been at least half a year since he last satisfied himself. Suddenly, his hand thrust into her clothes, pinching harshly. "Ah." Lu Yi's wife quickly covered her hands, glancing shyly at the iron door. "There's someone around. Let's go to the rooftop." "What rooftop?" "Right here is more exciting," said Huang Cheng, disregarding everything as he pulled down his pants. Lu Yi's wife half resisted and half complied, her eyes frequently darting toward the meat in the pot. If Lu Yi ran away, she couldn't just keep starving herself, could she? He was the one who started being unreasonable first. Don't blame her for lacking loyalty. Her inner reasoning kept hinting, and she unconsciously squirmed as she was filled below. Both of them acted rather boldly. Watching from within the room, the three individuals wore varying expressions. Meng Ling's face grew redder by the second, her whole body sweating profusely. Unable to endure it any longer, she stood up. "I'm going to sleep." Once she left, the situation became even more awkward between the remaining two, especially as the sounds from outside continued to come through. "I'll go sleep too." Fong Tingwan rose, unable to cope with the situation as she felt waves of nausea. Eating Lu Yi's meat, she submitted to Huang Cheng for more. In the end world, there were many women who became leeches, and most of them only served this purpose. Fong Tingwan thought that if she hadn't died early, she might have gone through the same thing. Taking a deep breath, unable to find peace lying on her bed, she decided to take a shower instead. Jiang Yanchen was forced to listen for 10 minutes until it finally ended outside, but not long after, noises came from somewhere downstairs. It was truly frustrating. After a month of torrential rain and plague, how many people had lost their minds? Yet, Huang Cheng and Lu Yi's wife acted as though refreshed by spring breeze, awakening others' baser instincts. That night, he spent with headphones on. Early the next morning, the sound of hacking bones rang out. Not long after, queues formed again for the meat. The 17th floor remained unaffected. After 3 days, the epidemic worsened, spreading from person to person. Fewer and fewer people could move, and half of those still alive had succumbed directly to the illness. Now, in this building, there were only 50-odd survivors left. Everyone lived in constant fear. People were disappearing into thin air, leaving no trace. Some of the smarter ones realized that the steady supply of meat during this time likely came from the missing individuals. Rumors spread quickly, one telling 10, 10 telling 100, until everyone stayed locked inside their homes, too terrified to encounter Huang Cheng. As for the instigator, Huang Cheng was not doing well. His body had reached its limit. On the verge of death, he took the remaining oil from his home, along with a pile of bloody clothes, and slowly made his way downstairs. When he reached the 4th floor, a moldy stench overwhelmed him. He laid out the clothes, poured the oil onto flammable material, and then lit a match. The fire blazed as he stood amidst the flames, awaiting his death. He had long stopped wanting to live, but in dying, he intended to take everyone else with him. As the fire grew fiercer, smoke billowed everywhere, and he, scorched by the blaze, found himself unable to bear it. Thinking to leap from the window, he discovered too late that the fire had trapped him within its fiery embrace. Facing real death, his fear consumed him. "Help! Fire! Put it out! Put it out!" Chapter 43, Pulling Down. A loud shout instantly attracted the attention of many people. By the time someone noticed, the fire had almost spread to the 5th floor. Some people were thinking of running upstairs or jumping into the water to avoid being burned alive. But there was no escape for anyone if the fire kept spreading. Some people quickly turned on their home water pipes, but the water supply was too weak. Someone tried to open the fire hydrant, only to find it had not been properly inspected and maintained, and thus provided little water. With no other options, everyone started to flee. Fong Tingwan heard thunderous footsteps at the door and checked through the camera. It was from their conversations that she realized a fire had broken out downstairs. What should we do? Should we just wait here? Meng Ling had finally befriended Duo over this period and anxiously looked out the window while holding Duo. Thick smoke rose from the 5th floor but dissipated before reaching higher levels, which was why they hadn't noticed it immediately. Fong Tingwan saw that everyone had reached the rooftop, but even with available water downstairs, they could not get to it in time to extinguish the fire. Waiting meant certain death. "I'll take a look." While Fong Tingwan was putting on her protective suit, Jiang Yanchen was doing the same. "I'll go with you. It's too dangerous with so many people." "All right, Lawyer Jiang, I hope I can trust my back to you." Extinguishing a fire was not a small matter. Fong Tingwan alone would find it very difficult. After putting on their gear, the two opened the door. Looking up, they could already see people peering around the corner, greedily trying to see inside the rooms. Unfortunately, the door closed too quickly, and all they managed to see were 3 doors that they couldn't break into. The pair didn't bother paying attention to them and headed straight downstairs, rushing to the 6th floor where heat immediately greeted them. However, the fire itself wasn't as large due to the dampness after being soaked for a month, though the smoke was extremely dense. Fong Tingwan attempted to descend to the 5th floor, but just after taking a few steps, she felt her protective suit start to shrink. She quickly located a fire hydrant and twisted it open, but the water flow was insufficient. Turning around, she diverted water from her spatial pocket in a position Jiang Yanchen wouldn't see. Thankfully, she had the spatial pocket. As an endless stream of water flowed downward, a path soon opened on the 5th floor, and she stood by the staircase to continue. Jiang Yanchen did not stand idly either. He turned on all faucets in 2 households, flooding the area with water. It didn't matter anymore whether the houses would be damaged by water. The flames did not spread upward, and the people on the roof began to gradually move down. They crowded at the stairway entrance, staring intently at the two of them. If the fire hadn't started, would they have ever come down? They must have stored plenty of food. If we had that food, we could survive longer, don't you think? They have knives. But we outnumber them. The two couldn't hear the whispered conversations, but could see the other's intentions clearly. These people seem like they'd love to eat us alive. Jiang Yanchen bitterly smiled, gripping his Tang Dao tightly with frustration at having to face so many enemies. All of them have been infected except for us. They probably want to drag us down with them. Fang Tingwan anticipated the worst possible outcome, preparing better for what might come. They no longer cared about the fire downstairs as these people had bunched together and slowly pressed toward them. If you dare step forward again, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yanchen stood firm like a towering wall, shielding those behind him. Fang Tingwan didn't plan to stay behind him. Upon entering 601, both stood side by side. Let's settle this peacefully. We only want food and nothing more against you. The man stepped forward barely an inch when the Tang Dao pierced through his heart. The rest of his words were left unspoken. He could only tell them to Lord Yen. And Lord Yen, Fang Tingwan pulled the blade out. Blood dripped from its tip. The excitement in her eyes glimmered. Just killing all of you would let us leave freely. She wasn't worried about anything unexpected happening. Hearing this, Jiang Yanchen's eyes slightly narrowed and responded with a grin. We're on the same page. Charge. Everyone, rip off their protective suits and make them taste our vengeance. Charge. The loud voices rallied their spirits, and one after another rushed into the room. But the doorway was so narrow that only 2 could enter at once. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen each handled one person, taking out a pair each time. A pile of bodies grew at the entrance, obstructing those outside from rushing in further. Are you still human? An elderly man, seeing the corpses of his son and daughter-in-law lying before him, screamed in anguish, tears streaming down his deeply wrinkled face, disbelief turning into fury, his eyes blazing with boundless hatred. This cry stopped the temporarily frenzied group. Walking to their deaths had ceased momentarily. Now everyone gathered behind the elderly woman, looking at the 2 figures inside, 2 gods of death, as their sanity returned. You've actually killed so many people. I'm going to call the police. The police. Yes, we need to bring them to justice. Give my son back. I raised him so hard, found him a wife, but he hasn't even had a child yet. Give my son back. You really are disgusting. Fang Tingwan's eyes were bloodshot from killing, her expression cold as she stared at them with unhidden contempt and mockery. It was you who wanted to kill us and take what was ours. How shameless can you be to try to turn this around on us? She no longer wanted to waste words and glanced toward Jiang Yanchen. The great lawyer stood there like an azura, emitting a bone-chilling aura. Fortunately, he was still on her side. You've killed that many people. It's a fact. We're all victims, and we saw it ourselves. We're witnesses. Do you have any evidence? This counter-question quickly invigorated the group again. Even when one has 100 mouths to argue, they can't undo the truth. But there were a few individuals who quietly slipped away from the crowd. Among the remaining 20-plus people, with the old woman leading, their anger mounted the more they thought about it. In the end, she simply raised her fist high and shouted, "Give my son's life back," before charging straight in. Snap! Fang Tingwan gripped the blade tightly in both hands, delivering a fierce horizontal slash. With a dull thud sound, the old woman's head retained its wide-eyed expression of shouting curses as it rolled down the pile of corpses to rest by the door. You've killed again. Decapitated. Some of those with poor mental fortitude fainted straight away. Run for your lives. People who had just been shouting suddenly realized they could actually die and turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, not a single person was left. Only the pooling blood seeping past their shoe soles remained. The fire is out. You can go home, take a shower, then come back. Fang Tingwan spoke nonchalantly, as though she hadn't just slaughtered countless lives. Jiang Yanchen, following behind her, finally loosened his taut nerves and let out a long sigh. His fingers gripping the knife began to tremble uncontrollably, and even as he ascended the stairs, his legs felt weak. Turning back to see the mountain of corpses, dread rose within him. They had killed, and not just a few. Fang Tingwan must have trained specifically for situations like this, because if order were restored now, they would likely be executed 10 times over. Chapter 44, revealing the bottom line. But he could now be certain that what she said was true. There would be no recovery. As if guessing his thoughts, Fang Tingwan stopped in her tracks and turned to look down at him from a height, saying slowly, "The apocalypse has begun. It will end with 100% certainty. If you don't believe me, within 3 days there will be heavy rain again, followed by extreme heat. Water will evaporate faster, but this is not the end. You changed when you woke up from the hospital. Have you returned after experiencing the apocalypse?" Jiang Yanchen asked seriously. As expected, he was about to learn the most important thing he wanted to know. Such things seemed too fantastic, utterly lacking any sense of reality. Fang Tingwan didn't keep him waiting either, bluntly replying, "I died in a natural disaster a year later. Human hearts are the least valuable things. If we want to survive, we must trust each other. I've always believed in you. It's you who doesn't believe in me." Jiang Yanchen complained somewhat resentfully. Fang Tingwan made an involuntary sound, unsure of how to respond, awkwardly shifting the topic. According to the timeline of disasters, the government will come to administer vaccines in the next day or two. Once the vaccine arrives, getting infected with the plague will be like catching a cold, possibly even less severe. That's when we should leave. She turned and walked upstairs. Jiang Yanqin silently watched her walk toward the door of his house, turning back to gesture for him to unlock it. Smiling, he approached. Good cooperation. Rather than those unnecessary explanations, nothing beats a steady working relationship. Fong Tingwan approvingly nodded, tacitly agreeing with the partnership established between them. From the moment he had killed without hesitation just now, Fong Tingwan let her guard down entirely. Capable in both cooking and battlefronts, people like him were rare gems during the apocalypse. What luck! They'd found one right at the start. Opening the door, the two went inside. Jiang Yanqin gestured for her to go first. After you. Okay. Fong Tingwan did not hesitate and opened the bathroom door. Once inside, she turned on the shower and stood by the door, beginning to undress. From the living room, you could barely make out a faint shadow. Jiang Yanqin rubbed his eyes, shaking off inappropriate thoughts, and turned around to enter the room. Since they were leaving, everything they needed had to be packed. The sound of the shower continued for 5 minutes. Fong Tingwan washed twice. The whole body smelled of fragrant shower gel. She picked up half a bottle of the gel, ready to put it away, but reconsidered and left it alone. When she opened the door, Jiang Yanqin was arranging decorations in the living room. Covering the walls were diplomas and trophies, symbols of his glory. He selected a common banner after a thorough review. Keepsake. Oh, after you finish washing, take your shower gel along. It smells good. A suitable cover for many unpleasant odors during the apocalypse. Thinking of bloodstains, Fong Tingwan wrinkled her nose. All right, now it was Jiang Yanqin's turn to wash. Waiting for him to emerge, the living room air was filled with the aroma of shower gel. Let's go. Calculating the time, dinner should be prepared soon. Returning home, Dodo immediately ran over. A child's sharp instincts detected something. This time, she didn't seek her brother's arms anymore, but rushed into Fong Tingwan's embrace, kissing her cheek. Sister, Dodo learned to draw brother today. Really? Fong Tingwan's heart melted, regardless of anything. A child's innocent heart always provided her solace. Inquiring joyfully, she brought Dodo to the sofa. Jiang Yanqin also curiously stuck his head over. His breathtaking beauty, drawn carelessly, wouldn't be ugly. Wherever. On an A4 sheet was a drawing of a figure with a big head and small body, 5 short strands of hair sticking out of a flat scalp, big eyes with sesame-like pupils, Pinocchio's nose, cherry lips, large ears similar to Tutu's. The body was round, the limbs mere lines. This doesn't look like brother at all. He nearly cried with despair. Meng Ling already burst out laughing while pointing at the corner of the big-faced disc, revealing a minuscule black dot smaller than a sesame seed. Is this my mole? Jiang Yanqin couldn't believe it. Fong Tingwan spun around, almost pressing up against him, their breath mingling as she lowered her gaze to find the mole on the side of his face, and indeed it was there. Unreserved in her praise, Dodo is really talented, such detailed observation. The more I look, the more alike it gets. Oh my, her laughter made her stomach hurt. Truly, aside from that mole, it bore zero resemblance. Dodo seriously explained, I hope brother and sister are both happy. After finishing, she looked around and saw everyone smiling, so she giggled too. The joyful sounds in the room echoed downstairs. The crowd was fuming with anger, but due to the overwhelming force, they didn't dare to act rashly. We'll wait. When there's an opportunity, we'll make sure the people on the 17th floor pay the price. The next day, this chance came knocking. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sound of a helicopter pierced through everyone's eardrums. Day after day, they had waited anxiously, and finally, salvation arrived. Not waiting for announcements via loudspeakers, people rushed upstairs one by one. Hearing the noise, Fong Tingwan calmly ate her cornflakes, peeling eggs. Dodo was also eating obediently. In just 1 month, she had grown a little taller, and her skin remained tender and white. Her chubby baby cheeks were so cute that anyone who saw them would want to pinch them. Her eyes, black and round, no longer held the previous silence, but now sparkled with joy, making her even more likable. Especially Meng Ling, who took on the role of full-time mom. Are we going up after we finish eating? Jiang Yanqin looked at her with concern. Of course, we must get vaccinated. Fong Tingwan urged everyone to finish eating and then changed into protective suits. By the time they reached the rooftop, the helicopter had just landed steadily. More than 30 people immediately gathered fearfully on both sides, keeping their distance. When the SWAT officers came down, they looked somewhat confused. What's wrong? As he asked, he glanced at the 4 people ahead, all wearing protective suits, clearly not infected yet. It wasn't surprising, as there were early prepared individuals elsewhere too. The police, those are murderers. They've killed dozens of people. The bodies are piled up on the 6th floor, all evidence, and we are witnesses. You need to execute them quickly. Meng Ling hurriedly pulled Dodo behind her and covered her ears. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqin gave cold stares without moving. It's true, we all saw it. She even threatened us and cut off an old lady's head, kicking it like a ball. She's a psychotic murderer. Living with us has terrified us. I can't bear to look at her. Each person added another sentence, creating a cacophony that caused headaches. Quiet. The SWAT officer barked loudly, silencing the group. No wonder half the residents were suddenly gone. It was due to deaths. During the past month, they had carried out missions all over and had seen more dead bodies than ants. Who could possibly deal with it all? Moreover, the court had no capacity to handle cases, and neither did he have the authority to execute justice. Line up for the vaccination. Don't make any trouble. Seeing that the SWAT team didn't care about the accusations, these people began to panic, thinking the accused were in league with the police since the residents of the 17th floor had once met with law enforcement privately. Seeing no one moved, Fong Tingwan lost patience, walking straight to the front, facing the doctor who was also well protected. She stepped aside. Chapter 45. Die, but drag someone down. The doctor disinfected her protective suit, then cut a small hole in it and injected her arm. Next were Duo, Meng Ling, and Jiang Yanchen. After Duo was injected, her eyes immediately reddened. Let's go back. After the four had been injected, they went downstairs and only entered home after full disinfection. She took off the protective suit and gave Duo a plum candy. After placing it in her mouth, the sweetness quickly overshadowed the pain, and Duo revealed a sweet smile. Duo, are you scared? Duo shook her head. Duo is 5 years old and can protect herself well. She was just small, not stupid. Some of the events that happened in this building could be deliberately avoided, but others couldn't. Fong Tingwan rubbed her head. Pack your things. We're getting ready to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, there came a gunshot from upstairs. Everyone looked at the special police officer who fired the gun, standing motionless like stakes. The special police did not indulge them and harshly said, I'll count 3 numbers. Those who don't cooperate or think the vaccine given to the murderer is unnecessary for them can go back. Don't blame me for not warning you. Without the vaccine, you won't survive for more than half a month. Some people already trembled and started queuing up, one after another. Finally, the few who screamed the loudest also queued out of fear, watching one by one get vaccinated and go home. Finally, with great difficulty, it was down to the last 5 people. The man sat down, and the doctor actually packed the stuff neatly. What do you mean? Sorry, no more vaccines. The doctor coldly described it, put on the medicine box, and climbed into the helicopter. What? Why didn't you bring more? What will we do if we didn't get it? Are we going to wait to die? The doctor gave him a meaningful look. Why? Why should we not get the injection? The man prepared to rush forward, but was stopped by a cold gun muzzle pointed at his forehead. I said, first cue, then injection. The special police stared at him, explaining kindly. There wasn't enough vaccine. A building could only get 30 doses, sorry. After saying that, he stepped back and waited until he got onto the helicopter and closed the door. So many people died in this building, and they completely didn't care because only 30 people were destined to survive. They just left like that? What are we supposed to do? The 5 people glanced at each other. Who would have known that just due to temporary anger, they lost the chance to live? It's all your fault. Why did you listen to you? Clearly, the ones who could die were those people on the 17th floor. Even if I die, I'm pulling them down with me. We need to plan carefully. They went downstairs, returned home to sharpen their knives, and carefully planned. On the 17th floor, after the vaccination, Fong Tingwan directly asked Meng Ling. We're leaving, still not sure where to go. If you want to visit your parents, we can take you to your hospital before we leave. Can my parents come along? Meng Ling wanted to follow Wan. She knew who to follow to get through these disasters. Seeing the troubled expression of Wan, she understood. With Duo already being a drag, 2 more elderly people would make them even more passive. She had already made Wan worry about her. How could she embarrass her family? She nodded. Then I'll go find my parents. All right. This was an individual's choice. Fong Tingwan divided food from the fridge and allocated 5 days' worth to Meng Ling. Meng Ling thanked her and did not refuse. Without food, she feared she wouldn't survive long enough to find her parents. Everything was packed well, and finally, she asked, Wan, where will you go? How can I find you later? Qingda. It was roughly in this location, specifically Fong Tingwan hadn't decided yet. As long as it's cool, the rest isn't urgent. All right, I'll look for you later. Fong Tingwan gave her a rubber boat. All right, let's wait till dark. Essential items were packed. Fong Tingwan went to the rooftop, turned off the generator switch, unplugged the wires, touched it, and everything disappeared. Then she went home, carrying a hiking bag from the room, most of which contained Duo's things. Her things she kept in space. Looking at the pile of things they couldn't carry, she pulled out the property certificate. This thing might definitely be useless, but keeping it was a memento. Waiting for night to fall, before they went downstairs, the sound of footsteps going upstairs was heard first. The footsteps outside the door were not heavy, just because the 4 were just about to leave quietly, listening quietly as the footsteps stopped outside, hesitated a few times, and suddenly left. Who is it? Meng Ling swallowed her saliva, a little worried. She had no weapon at hand, and chose a carbon steel hammer as a handy weapon. This thing breaks heads easily, giving her plenty of confidence. Don't worry, I'll lead the way, Lawyer Jiang will guard the rear. Fong Tingwan finished speaking decisively, tightly holding the Tang's sword, and continuously opened the iron door. The outside was empty. She first ensured that no one on the rooftop would suddenly rush out to ambush them before continuing her way downstairs. Next were Duo, then Meng Ling. Jiang Yanchen walked at the back, his gaze always scanning left and right. Those people just now definitely did not come by coincidence. Fong Tingwan shared the same thought and treaded softly, almost making no sound at all. Click! The sound of a lighter. They were at the 10th floor and could see faint sparks from someone smoking on the 8th floor. If you ask me, it's best to burn this place down. That way, we don't need to worry about whether we can beat them. After climbing up once and arriving just in front of those people's door, they all lost their nerve and didn't dare knock on it. What do we do after burning it? While hesitating, what troubled them was that they were still alive. To go looking for death would take enormous courage, but unfortunately, they had none. Want to kill us? Fong Tingwan's voice drifted over, ghost-like. The group of men immediately huddled into the corner, so scared they dropped their cigarettes and looked toward the hallway in unison. A sudden burst of flashlight light blinded them, causing them to cover their faces. No, we didn't. We didn't. That's right. They only dared to talk big after all. Fong Tingwan moved downward while facing the men, signaling Ming Ling to take Duo, and continue heading down. Are you leaving? One man covered his eyes, but peeked through and noticed the child's figure. Don't ask too much. If you dare to move, I'll send you straight to hell. Fong Tingwan lightly swayed the Tang sword, its reflected light flashing on the wall, carrying an intimidating air. That silenced the men. As they exchanged positions, Jiang Yanchen took the lead. Arriving peacefully at the 4th floor, he began inflating the rubber boat, placing it in the water as soon as it was fully inflated. Smooth sailing. It was time for Ming Ling to leave. Her eyes expressed reluctance to part with the two, but she also knew the longer she stayed, the greater the chance of being discovered. So without delay, she boarded the rubber boat and tightly gripped the oar. Wan, Mr. Jiang, Duo, please stay alive. In this apocalypse world, that was the greatest hope anyone could wish for. Watching the rubber boat row more than 10 meters away, Fong Tingwan didn't hesitate any longer. After removing her protective suit, she dived headfirst into the water. Chapter 46, Smooth Sailing. Fortunately, we've been vaccinated. Otherwise, the chance of being infected and dying would be 100%. She dived to the 3rd floor position, immediately taking out the motorboat from her space. In that instant, she boarded the rubber boat and sped out of the water. Huge splashes erupted into the night air. You actually have a motorboat, the man exclaimed in surprise. Sister, Duo cried out happily, 2 voices resonating at once. She retreated with her little backpack on her back. Jiang Yanchen tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, preparing for any attack. Duo, get on. Fong Tingwan controlled the motorboat, reaching out to hold Duo's hand. Seeing their intent to leave, the man revealed a hideous expression, stepping forward a few steps, tightening the knife in his hand as he muttered, if only we had a motorboat, we could go directly to the hospital to get vaccinated and survive. 5 people all displayed greedy looks, staring intently at the motorboat, caught between life and death decisions. You guys go ahead first, I'll stay behind. Jiang Yanchen placed his mountaineering bag in a clean corner, casting a cold glance over everyone present. If it weren't for Duo, Fong Tingwan would have fought alongside him, but with Duo around, she couldn't risk it. Her voice carried a subtle tension. Be careful, I'll come back for you in 10 minutes. You won't be able to leave either way. Charge, the man quickly warned them. If we fail to seize the motorboat, we will die. Suddenly, they all demonstrated a determination to fight until the end and rushed forward simultaneously. Even more ruthless, one of them directly threw the kitchen knife toward Duo. It was just a child, these were beasts. Fong Tingwan twisted the throttle, instantly accelerating the motorboat, splashing water everywhere. The knife fell into the water, and the 5 individuals all charged together. The Tang Dao was longer than the kitchen knives, offering enough advantage. Jiang Yanchen locked his gaze on the person at the front, delivering a slash that sent the man's wrist, along with the knife, rolling onto the ground. Pain surged through him as he clutched his hand and tumbled down, regretting his impulsiveness. Upon seeing this, the others took a step back, forming an encircling formation. The leading man coldly sneered, we don't have to kill him, either. A single bite should suffice. Let them also experience what it's like to be infected. Maybe their blood after having the vaccine can save us too. Really? Of course. They all looked at Jiang Yanchen with eyes full of yearning, as if they'd finally found food. Jiang Yanchen paid them no heed, observing closely which one would make the first move. With precision, he stabbed his blade into the throat of one, piercing right through the vertebrae. The strike was brutal yet swift, splattering blood across their faces, its warmth soon fading. Cold, chilling fear set in. Even before the other 3 could react, another one of them lay dead. All 3 began retreating, panic-stricken. Jiang Yanchen had no intention to waste more time. Handling numerous criminal cases, he knew which human organs were most vulnerable and delivered fatal strikes with unerring accuracy. Within less than 10 minutes, all 5 men lay sprawled on the ground. Fong Tingwan circled back after making sure everything was secure, deliberately ensuring Duo kept her head down so she wouldn't see the grisly scene, urging, let's go. The sounds have already attracted a lot of attention. Okay. Responding promptly, Jiang Yanchen bent down to retrieve the climbing bag, not noticing the unconscious man by his feet regaining consciousness. A severed hand was still bleeding profusely. His face was pale, his eyes barely open. At the critical moment, the man lifted his head and viciously rammed it into Jiang Yanchen's ankle, using his teeth with all his strength, tasting blood in a flash. Shit. Jiang Yanchen gave the man one final strike with his Tang Dao, kicking aside the severed head. As he looked down at the blood oozing from his heel, he seemed unfazed, slung his pack, and sat on the motorboat. Their home where they had lived for years slowly faded away into a shadow. The motorboat headed straight towards the direction of the moon. Under the bright moonlight, the ripples reflected on the water, blurring the scenery along the way until it became indiscernible in pitch darkness. 2 hours later, they stopped midway up the mountain. On the ground stood a tall, decayed wooden signpost inscribed with large letters, Government Shelter. Fong Tingwan took out a map to confirm that there was a temple marked on it, a famous scenic spot. Should we go up and rest, or look for somewhere else? She was somewhat concerned about it being a trap. Jiang Yanchen pointed to a pavilion closer on the other side of the mountain. Let's make do with that for the night. There was no telling whether the shelter housed humans or ghosts. They were now hungry and exhausted, ill-suited to confront anyone else. All right, the sightseeing elevator had already stopped working, leaving them with no option but to climb up. They carefully hid the motorboat. Walking last, Fong Tingwan noticed a tear in his protective suit near the foot area. You're injured? Just bitten, no problem. Up until this point, Jiang Yanchen hadn't felt even slightly unwell. Fong Tingwan nodded and continued walking. In 5 minutes, they arrived at the pavilion. The red lacquered pillars and benches had peeled due to incessant rain, revealing battered wooden textures and moldy spots. But at least it was dry. The backpack was placed on the long bench, and Fong Tingwan took out a soft cushion and 3 sleeping bags. Duo was so sleepy that she could barely open her eyes, curling up in the sleeping bag. Not long after, light and steady breaths could be heard. Fong Tingwan continued to take out a medical kit from the side pouch, which had basic sterilization and hemostasis tools. She patted Jiang Yanchen. Sit properly. Jiang Yanchen paused slightly, then turned around and sat down properly. He had already taken off his protective suit, lifting his trouser leg to reveal the blood-soaked heel. The flesh had been bitten away, and it was too late to reattach it. Bear with me. I'll cut away the rotten meat and disinfect it, then apply medicine. All right. Fong Tingwan moved quickly. In this end-of-the-world situation, they couldn't afford to waste time or have perfect conditions. Beads of sweat appeared on Jiang Yanchen's forehead, and he wiped them away, his gaze fixated on her to divert attention. She was focused, and her determined look dated back to the hospital. The hospital, that's where she began to change. From her initial coldness towards him, he figured that he must not have helped her in their past life, and thus this lifetime. He needed to make it up gradually. All done. Go to sleep now. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. All right. Saying sleep, Jiang Yanchen immediately drifted off. At 2 o'clock in the morning, having slept for 4 hours, he woke up and took over. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Fong Tingwan finally awoke, feeling surprisingly well-rested, probably due to the fresh air outside being better than at home. She stretched her arms, watching Duo, who was already eating bread and drinking milk. Jiang Yanchen pointed to a wooden chair. Hers was there. There was no need to wash her face or brush her teeth, but drinking milk without all these preliminaries tasted indescribably bad. We all need to get to Chengda as soon as possible. Fong Tingwan shoved food into her mouth hurriedly. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it. Jiang Yanchen had already begun tidying up the sleeping bags, waiting for her to finish. Afterward, with the mountaineering bag on his back, they went directly downhill. The sun was already high up in the sky, the blue expanse clear and cloudless. Its rays poured down like flames roasting their bodies. In just 2 minutes, they were sweating profusely. Suddenly, Jiang Yanchen felt a blackout before him, and hastily reached out to steady himself. His hand grazed her sleeve briefly before his body lost control and collapsed, subsequently losing consciousness. Chapter 47. Testing. Fong Tingwan was moving quickly. After such a long time of training, she managed to catch Jiang Yanchen's body that was over 1.8 meters tall and weighed about 65 kilograms. Not bad. She could handle it. Big brother, big sister, what's wrong with big brother? Duo, who rarely showed any expression other than her smile, had tears in her large eyes. She tried lifting her brother's arm with her small hands while struggling emotionally. Your brother is fine, Duo, don't worry. He just has a fever and a cold. He'll be better in 2 days. Fong Tingwan calmly explained as she effortlessly hoisted Jiang Yanchen onto her back. Standing at 1.68 meters, she still felt his body dragging on the ground, so she adjusted again, lifting his legs into her arms. Duo, go ahead. Carrying one person was enough, yet she also had 2 heavy mountaineering backpacks. She first stored them into her spatial ring, and then followed Duo as they climbed upward. The government shelter would only serve as a temporary refuge. Getting a fever after vaccination would last for several days, and their weakened condition in the wildlands was unpredictable. Comparatively speaking, it was more dangerous outside. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the temple entrance. 2 rusted iron gates stood before them, slightly ajar with a crack wide enough for half an eye to peek through. They could see a spacious courtyard littered with fallen leaves inside, devoid of any human presence. No one. She attempted pushing the door, which opened without resistance. There were puddles, fallen leaves, open house doors facing a statue of Buddha. Inside, bloodstains on the ground and scattered food packaging bags suggested someone had lived there before, likely involved in some struggle or altercation due to lack of food, possibly leaving this place surrounded by mountains meant death, if not left behind. Feeling marginally relieved, Fong Tingwan carried Jiang Yanchen directly into the temple annex room. Although the room was full of garbage, she sorted through 10 or so before finally settling on the only relatively clean one. There, she placed Jiang Yanchen on the bed. His face grew increasingly pale, sweating profusely all over, on his forehead, nonstop. After searching briefly, Fong Tingwan found clean bedding within the room. She decided to air it under the sun for a couple of hours. For now, she provided him with a thin blanket cover, then assigned Duo to watch over him while she headed straight to the kitchen. This mountain offered little but abundant firewood. She lit the stove and boiled a pot of water, filled an insulated cup, then proceeded to store the items in her space storage system before heading out. 2 hours later, Jiang Yanchen woke up slowly. Looking around at the flaky, peeling walls topped by spider webs in the corners, a musty, rotten smell invaded his nasal cavity. Neither Duo nor Fong Tingwan was present. Attempting to sit up, he lacked the strength, helplessly staring toward the direction of the door. He was abandoned. Although not entirely unexpected, it brought a heart-wrenching sadness, tears uncontrollably streaming down from his eyes. Big sister, big brother cried. Is he too much in pain? Duo turned back and asked, seeing that the older sister remained silent. She hurriedly entered the room and gently touched her brother's forehead, consoling softly. Big brother will feel better, we'll give him medicine. Subsequently, Fong Tingwan walked in and looked at him, immediately knowing he believed she had left him behind. Unable to resist teasing him, she said, if you can't walk anymore, we'll leave ahead. I can, Jiang Yanchen replied seriously and firmly, yet his stubbornness couldn't compensate for his weak physical state. Trying for half a day, only when supported by Fong Tingwan could he sit up. Lowering his head, he admitted dejectedly, go ahead, leave me behind. Do you want to follow me because you think I can help you survive longer, or just because you wish to follow me? Fong Tingwan stared intently, wanting to catch every flicker of emotion on his face. He hesitated first, then realized the underlying depth of her question, answering earnestly, at first, it was because I wanted to help. After all, you're traveling with a child. But now, I simply want to stay by your side, doing what I can. Won't you return home? Don't you miss your family? I wouldn't go back. There wasn't much there for her to reminisce about. Raised in an orphanage, I've relied solely on myself until now. There's no one to miss, Jiang Yanchen replied lightly, almost indifferent, as though speaking about someone else. That simple sentence masked years of hardship. For reasons unknown, Fong Tingwan felt a bitter taste welling up inside her chest. Immediately shoving a tablet into his mouth, watching him wince in discomfort as the medicine was bitter, handing him water afterward. Even after swallowing the medicine, the bitterness lingered, but in the next moment, a piece of candy was shoved into his mouth, instantly filling his whole chest with sweetness. You better get well soon. We need to keep moving forward. It's getting hotter day by day. I already put the bedding outside. I think it'll scorch in this heat. Having said that, Fong Tingwan went to collect the bedding. Even walking the short distance of a few dozen meters, she broke out in a sweat. The house, conveniently shaded by a large tree, was less hot, but not significantly better. Have the extreme heats you mentioned come already? So fast. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Yanchen's gaze drifted towards the window. It was exactly noon, and the reflected sunlight was already dazzling enough to hurt the eyes, visible even in the heated air rising from the stone tiles. Just the beginning. Right now it's about 40 degrees Celsius. Later, it'll reach 60. Fong Tingwan did not hold back anything from telling him. Since leaving the neighborhood, the relationship between the two had grown closer due to the previous answer. Jiang Yanchen held back a smile, revealing the sweetness in her eyes, but as she thought about what was to come, her lips tightened. After a pause, she said, are we destined to lead humanity to extinction? Fong Tingwan nodded. Life is resilient. If we can survive, so can others. And those who make it through till the end will be even tougher adversaries. With that, she told Jiang Yanchen to rest while Duo stayed and chatted with him. Fong Tingwan went into the kitchen. Pondering for a moment, she pulled out a chicken from her space ring, slit its neck, scalded it in hot water to remove the feathers cleanly before throwing it into a pot to stew chicken soup. She added wolfberries and ginseng tendrils, intending to nourish Jiang Yanchen properly. Life in the temple wasn't as comfortable as being at home. There was no air conditioning, no electricity. Without plans for an extended stay, arranging such comforts weren't necessary. Meanwhile, Meng Ling had gone to the hospital. It wasn't overcrowded, rather somewhat desolate. On the 8th floor of the inpatient department, she found her mother, completely wired up with tubes. Hearing her daughter's voice, she struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Ling, Mom, what happened to you? Where's Dad? Meng Ling's hands trembled. She had anticipated an accident involving her parents, but seeing it firsthand was unbearable. Her mother's silent tears answered all questions. My dad, he's dead. Seeing her mother close her eyes, Meng Ling couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Are you the patient's family member? She can't be saved anymore. Do you want us to remove the equipment, or do you wish to take her body away for cremation? The nurse spoke coldly, beginning to dismantle the machines. Seeing her mother gasping painfully for air, Meng Ling quickly grabbed the oxygen mask and replaced it on her face. My mom isn't dead yet. Why won't you save her? All medical supplies are scarce now. If not for her emergency treatment yesterday, you wouldn't even see her alive today. With too many conflicts to handle, the nurse didn't bother to argue further and called the security to escort her out. Chapter 48, Uncle's Family. The security guard, seeing Meng Ling cry with sorrow like pear blossoms drenched in rain, kindly explained, for those who can't be saved, the hospital won't continue trying. They will allocate resources to those who can survive. Your persistence will only cause your mother more suffering. It's not useful at all. Why don't you ask her opinion while she still has a response? Meng Ling regained her senses and looked down at her mother, only to see her close her eyes and her lips move slightly. I'm sorry. Mom, Meng Ling shouted, then turned and walked out of the room. She had no choice. There was no other way. With such a high death rate from the plague, even if she kept her mother alive on life support, all it would do is subject her to torment. It hurts. Too much pain. 10 minutes later, what came out was just a corpse. Seeing her sorrow, the security guard accompanied her downstairs to the 3rd floor, where the flat roof was level with the water surface. There were specially designated yachts to transport bodies for cremation, stacking them into piles of body bags. Meng Ling stepped onto one of these boats and handed over a wad of cash to the driver. She originally wanted to ask questions, but the driver quietly closed his mouth and took her directly to the place of cremation. It was actually just a mountaintop surrounded by water, with numerous charred objects piled up. The original color and appearance of the land could no longer be seen. Here, the driver didn't wait for her to ask and said himself, all the corpses that were floating in the river have been brought here and burned to prevent the virus from spreading. Look, there are many bones beneath. It's impossible to tell how many. Are Dad's remains among them? Meng Ling's eyes watered again, watching as the driver dragged the body to the shore, poured gasoline on it, and set it alight with one strike of fire. After receiving the money, the driver specifically cremated Meng's mother for her, waiting until the body was fully charred. Meng Ling dug a pit, buried the body, paid 3 bows, and then left on the boat. The driver led her to the outskirts of the city. Just as they stopped, a few people approached. "Teacher, we'll give you 10,000 yuan. Take us for a ride," Yang Dehai called out, showing off a stack of banknotes in his hand. "Where are you going?" The driver was tempted, licking his lips. Xinhuan Garden. Upon hearing this familiar location, Meng Ling finally looked up, carefully scrutinizing them, surprised and asked, "Are you Wanwan's uncle and aunt?" "I'm Wanwan's classmate. I've met you during parent-teacher meetings." Back then, Wanwan mentioned that they treated her very well and always took care of them, never expecting to meet them now. "Are you looking for Wanwan?" Upon hearing the name of that despicable person, everyone's face revealed hatred. Yang Dehai patted Li Guiji's hand, signaling them not to rush, pulling at the corners of his mouth to show a look of concern. "Yes, we're just looking for her. But Wanwan isn't at home. They've gone to Qingda." Meng Ling was completely unguarded, unaware that the family had long broken ties. Yang Dehai gritted his teeth angrily. "Actually ran away with the money, little beast. Let's get on the ship quickly," Li Guiji urged, pulling daughter Yang Wenjing onto the boat. Knowing they were acquainted, the driver did not hurry them off. Instead, he waited for them to board before immediately reaching out for the money. Yang Dehai gave it directly. "Uncle, I have an inflatable boat. Let's go together to Qingda to find Wanwan." Seeing her uncle nod, Meng Ling turned and said to the driver, "Driver master, take us back to the hospital first." "All right." Yang Dehai's family glared at Meng Ling with resentment. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Dehai and the others all disembarked, following Meng Ling through several twists and turns to a corner of the hospital. The inflatable boat was hidden here, along with climbing packs. Seeing the food, Yang Dehai grabbed it, hurriedly tearing it open, passing anything edible to his wife and daughter. Finally, he also picked up a bread and sat eating it. Meng Ling remained silent. Waiting for them to finish eating, she pushed the inflatable boat into the water. She supported it while Li Guiji boarded first, followed by Yang Wenjing. Finally, Li Dehai and Meng Ling climbed on board. Once the three were seated, the inflatable boat was full. Meng Ling's face turned pale. "Uncle, maybe we can squeeze? What's it got to do with us?" Yang Dehai snorted and reached for the rope and climbing pack. Meng Ling's expression changed, grabbing Yang Dehai's hair with one hand and smashing his head into her knee forcefully. In an instant, a crackling sound of breaking bones was heard. "Stop! Stop!" Li Guiji hadn't seen such a scene before, rushing out to intervene. Even before she reached him, her mouth spewed curses, releasing all her bitterness and anger built up over these days. "You lowlife bitch, you're just like that nasty girl Fong Tingwan, abandoning the family for your own good life. You dare hit your elders, clearly lacking proper upbringing. Let me discipline you in place of your parents." As she spoke, she raised her palm. Yang Wenjing, sitting uneasily on the inflatable boat, stepped ashore to help her father up, only to see that one hit had already left his nose bloody and his face swollen. Meng Ling looked at Li Guiji right before her, directly grabbing the other's collar and delivering slaps left and right, one after another across her face, until blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Only then did Meng throw her aside, turning to Yang Wenjing and giving her 2 more slaps. Feeling relieved, she slowly shouldered her climbing pack, got on the inflatable boat, and rowed toward the direction where the sun had set. It was so hot. The intense heat Late warned about was already here. She needed to hurry and join them. The 3 people on the shore stared helplessly and finally turned back to the hospital. The sun had already gone down. The air remained unbearably humid. Fong Tingwan sat drinking chicken soup while sweat poured off her like water. Jiang Yanchen was already weak, eating in bed, and by the time he finished, he too had become drenched in sweat, sticky, and extremely uncomfortable. Duo was no different. The little girl sweated a lot too. After dinner, the 3 were like they'd just been fished out of the water, looking at each other. "I see there's a small stream behind us. It should be uncontaminated. I'll take Duo there. You wipe yourself with a towel after, rest for a while, and then take your medicine. Call me if anything happens." Fong Tingwan shook the wireless phone, preparing a bucket of water and a towel for Jiang Yanchen first, before taking clean clothes and heading with Duo to the back. As night fell, the coolness of the stream water was perfect. Soaking in it, she sighed contentedly. "Feels good. Sister, when will brother get better?" Duo, with innocent eyes, wiped her body gently with the towel. Fong Tingwan led her closer, wetting her hair and applying shampoo. "In 3 days, generally 3 days. Will brother be in pain?" Duo showed concern. Fong Tingwan, while rubbing her hair, said lightly, "Not really, it feels like ant bites." The innocent Duo thought it was merely an ant bite, but in reality, it was as if tens of thousands of ants were stinging and biting. Jiang Yanchen had been enduring without showing any weakness, quite strong. After washing her hair came bathing. They used the shower gel brought from Jiang Yanchen's house. As soon as it was applied, their bodies felt dry and fragrant, much more comfortable. Chapter 49, Asking for a Fight. After soaking for a while longer, the 2 turned to go back to the room. The water and towel hadn't been touched. Jiang Yanchen lay in bed, eerily calm. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest indicating breathing, she would have thought he was dead. "Did you take your medicine?" Jiang Yanchen said weakly. "You don't need to worry about me. If anything happens, call me." Fong Tingwan had already put Dodo to sleep before coming to the bedside and poking him lightly. "Do you want me to clean you up?" Jiang Yanchen wasn't asleep. He had lain there all day, and if he only had the strength, he would have gone to wash up too. Right now, he could even smell the strong odor of sweat on himself. With her help, he sat up, and she helped him remove his short-sleeved shirt before reaching out to take off his pants. If she wasn't shy, why should he be? As much as he thought this way, his earlobes instantly turned red. Gently standing up, he cooperated in removing his outer pants, leaving only the somewhat damp underwear. You can wash yourself, then call me in to help with the other parts. Without much thought, Fong Tingwan carried the wet blankets outside to dry them, then brought in the ones that had been previously dried and laid them down. Timing it perfectly, by the time Jiang Yanchen finished putting on his pants, the bed was ready. He heavily plopped down on it. I'm exhausted. It's normal, Fong Tingwan said as she washed the cloth, wrung it out, supported his shoulder with one hand, and used the other to wipe his upper body with the cloth. It went smoothly for the upper part. When handling the lower part, Fong Tingwan started wiping downward from the thigh root. The cloth kept swaying back and forth. Jiang Yanchen quickly tried to think about what they would do after arriving in Qingda. What about Wan Wan? He couldn't think of her. Think about the case. But no matter how he tried to redirect his thoughts, he couldn't escape her image. Finally, the torment was over. Go to bed early. Fong Tingwan took the bucket and went out. All this commotion made her sweaty again. If sleeping in water were possible, she'd have done so already. Returning, she directly went to the next room to sleep with Dodo. In the middle of the night, muffled sounds came from outside the house. There had been none the previous night. Startled awake, Fong Tingwan tightly gripped her Tang sword and walked to the door, seeing a flashlight beam shining around. In that moment, she heard someone shout, "Brother you! This place is so eerie, not a soul around. Let's go back to the boat and sleep instead, shall we?" I'm scared too, Li Jinyu. Thinking about this, the next second, the strong light from the flashlight shone right on her face. She didn't cover it with her hand, but instead coldly ordered, "Move it. Wan Wan, it's you. It's our destiny." Li Jinyu quickly rushed forward. Seeing she was safe made tears well up in his eyes. "When I heard that only 20-some people remained in your neighborhood, I worried that you were gone. And what about that man? If you act recklessly again, Li Jinyu, don't blame me for being unfriendly." Fong Tingwan raised her Tang sword as a warning. The 4 minions following behind immediately took a step back, knowing full well to fear her. Li Jinyu swallowed nervously. "So, are you and him related?" Although he asked, he shone the flashlight around, catching a glimpse of someone inside, child, and looked beside. There, lying apart, confirmed their separation, thus misunderstanding on his side. He chuckled. "Wan Wan, come with us to Qingda? My dad prepared a shelter there for me. Everything's there. No need to suffer anymore." "No." Fong Tingwan rejected him succinctly. "Why are you here? To sleep? Wake up tomorrow and travel." Li Jinyu revealed without reservation, even adding more. "After the power and internet went out, I wanted to find you, but an epidemic broke out. After getting the vaccine, I found out you might have met with an accident. Upon inquiry, no one seemed to know about you, so I left. Are you mad at me? Just go to sleep." Fong Tingwan gestured for them to leave quickly. Her sword also waved slightly. The lackeys quickly pulled Li Jinyu away to look for a place to sleep in the main hall. After some time, everyone understood that Brother Yu was just a puppy dog. But since Brother Yu was protecting them, there was no disdain left for him. Rather, there was comfort. "They probably aren't related like that, Brother Yu. We should take things slowly. Your family has everything. She wouldn't possibly choose that lawyer who has nothing." "That's true. Times are different now. Looks won't feed anyone." "Are you saying I'm uglier than him?" Not at all. Brother Yu represents wealth and beauty together." Their chattering never ceased. Fong Tingwan dared not sleep, guarding outside until they really fell asleep, only then going back to rest on edge. In the morning, when birds chirped, Fong Tingwan opened her eyes immediately, seeing Dodo still sleeping. She glanced at her phone. It was 6 in the morning. She had to check on Jiang Yanchen first. Stepping out and glancing at the opposite main hall, surprisingly, Xia Jinyu and his group truly hadn't come over. Was it because she and Jiang Yanchen slept separately? That initially was just a misunderstanding, wasn't it? Suppressing the revulsion rising within her, she entered the next room. Jiang Yanchen's alertness was stronger. He immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the sound, gripping the Tang sword with his hand placed inside the bed. When he saw it was her, he instantly relaxed. "Are you two all right?" Fong Tingwan shook her head and extended her hand to check his forehead temperature, which was normal already. "How do you feel?" While taking out a capsule to open it, she also opened a bottle of water and handed it to him. After swallowing the medicine, Jiang Yanchen slowly got out of bed and stood up, but his legs were still weak. He sat back down after not being able to take a step. "I guess I need to rest for another day." In this condition, if they had encountered anyone other than Xia Jinyu yesterday, they might have been harmed already. Fong Tingwan agreed with a nod. "Then continue sleeping. I'll go cook." As soon as she walked into the kitchen, she saw someone busy working. However, they weren't using the cleaver skillfully. What should have been shredded potatoes weren't even cut properly. The oil in the pot was heated until smoking, yet Xia Jinyu hadn't prepared anything yet. "Why didn't you let Xiaozhou handle it? His father is a restaurant chef. Cooking home-style dishes should be effortless for him." Fong Tingwan couldn't understand. "Do you, as a rich second-generation person, actually know how to do this?" "I can. Just wait and see me. Let you taste my skills." Xia Jinyu wiped the sweat off his forehead and urged her to leave. Thinking about what the brothers had said last night, that to conquer a woman, one must first conquer her stomach, he decided to start from there. He didn't believe that someone like Jiang Yanchen, a big lawyer living alone, would know how to cook. Fong Tingwan blankly nodded and left the kitchen. Not long after walking away, she saw thick smoke rising from the kitchen. A figure rushed out toward the main hall. Xiaozhou came to the rescue, tidying up the kitchen. By then, he looked very disheveled and couldn't help complaining. Yuka, didn't you say you could do it? It's been too long since I've cooked, Xia Jinyu explained while scratching his head, marking the failure of the first plan. Though these guys seemed unreliable and laid back most of the time, in critical moments, they had managed to survive till now. They weren't unprepared. Among their luggage, aside from a few sets of clothing for changing, everything else was food. They continued gathering supplies on the road, including various weapons. Chapter 50, Rice Soup. Half an hour later, a steaming hot egg pancake came out of the pan. Xia Jinyu took 3 big pieces over and said generously, "Shout for me when you finish eating, okay?" When his friends didn't see him, he quietly slipped a box of yogurt to her and whispered lowly, "I just realized how much I love you during this time, Wanwan. I was wrong before. Forgive me." Accepting the milk meant forgiveness. Fong Tingwan only accepted the egg pancake and replied, "I don't care anymore as compensation." There had been no real harm done previously. Xia Jinyu returned dejectedly to the grand hall and stuffed a few large mouthfuls into his mouth. Xiaozhou sighed. "Yuka, what do you lack? Why bother? You wouldn't understand. It's in hardship where true feelings are revealed." Xia Jinyu's eyes were once again filled with an infatuated gleam. The group looked outside, where Fong Tingwan immediately walked out after delivering the egg pancakes. Everyone fell silent. After finishing breakfast, it was only 9 in the morning. The group was packing things up. Fong Tingwan was paying attention to them. She let out a sigh of relief seeing them about to leave when suddenly there was a commotion below. Some people arrived, and they weren't just 2 or 3. Xia Jinyu clearly heard them too. They both walked towards the temple gate and tightened their grips on the weapons they held. The gate was pushed open, and Yang Dahai stepped in while grumbling. "This broken ship, those damn fools didn't even add more fuel. Now we can't move. We still have over 100 kilometers to go. Is there any gas station around here?" Li Guizhi's last word was drawn out. Upon spotting Fong Tingwan, she excitedly raised her hand, pointing at Fong Tingwan while stamping her feet. "She's here. She's here. Uncle, Aunt." Xia Jinyu saw them and immediately approached ingratiatingly. "It's so good that you're still alive. Duo is also here. Who would have thought we'd meet here? Fate. Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi immediately recognized him as the rich second generation who liked Fong Tingwan and was very wealthy. When he was pursuing Fong Tingwan, he sent them quite a number of nice things. His gaze immediately locked onto the egg pancakes. "I'll give it to Uncle." Xia Jinyu quickly acted, thinking to turn back for some praise when he caught sight of Wanwan's incomprehensible look. "Wanwan, what's the matter? You don't recognize Uncle and Aunt? If you want to acknowledge them, go ahead." With these icy words, she turned around and went straight into the room, closing the door afterward. An egg pancake was split among the 3 people. Having starved for so long, there wasn't enough time to pick a fight with Fong Tingwan. They decided to eat first since the person was right there anyway. "Are there any more?" Li Guizhi wanted to suck every finger raw until her hands peeled. "There are. Xiaozhou, make some more," Xia Jinyu shouted backward. The few members including Xiaozhou stood frozen on the spot. "These foods are our lifelines. It's impossible to give them more." This was the first time the brothers refused him. After going through so much together, Xia Jinyu naturally understood their perspective, but saving face was another issue altogether. "I'll let you feast once we get back." Xiaozhou's expression shifted slightly, last time. In the room, Fong Tingwan watched as the family of 3 waited expectantly at the entrance. She opened the door and rushed to the grand hall, stating plainly, "Xia Jinyu, my uncle and aunt aren't good people. Helping them is your choice, but I must warn you. Be careful that the clay statue crosses the river. One can hardly save oneself." Xia Jinyu didn't know what had transpired between them, but one thing was clear. There had been a major argument, and it was serious. He tried to reason with her. "They are your only remaining family. They are not family anymore. Don't think by flattering them, I will change my view toward you. If it weren't for this reason, she wouldn't even bother explaining herself." Xia Jinyu stared blankly for a while, then silently went into the kitchen. Uncle Yang and the others waited outside for more than 10 minutes. Unable to hold his patience, Yang stormed into the kitchen, finding thin rice porridge simmering in the pot. Not very sticky, not fresh enough rice, and not much either. "Uncle, come and eat." "Eat? Not egg pancakes?" Yang questioned loudly. Li Guizhi directly threw her chopsticks. "Is this soup? This is nothing but watered-down rice broth. Where's the rice? Where?" A spoonful of liquid was scooped up showing only a couple of stray rice grains, barely stronger than plain water. "If you don't want to eat it, it's beyond my control." Xia Jinyu waved his hands, already considering it an achievement to cook some porridge. But how could Yang possibly be satisfied? He smashed the bowl and chopsticks into the pot and rushed toward the side chamber, where Fong Tingwan's room was located. "Fong Tingwan, regardless if your parents gave birth to you or not, we certainly nurtured you. Can you sever the ties that bind us? White-Eye Wolf, even if you refuse to help us, why forbid others from doing so as well? Do you really intend to starve us all?" Li Guizhi's face darkened, her glare directly locking onto the half-eaten egg pancake in Duo's hand. Just as her greedy hand was about to snatch, a sharp blade flashed and pressed against her wrist, scaring her into withdrawing immediately. She was immensely relieved that it was the flat side of the blade. Though Fong Tingwan was heartless, "You would have died long ago without us. You think we shouldn't have raised you with the money left by your parents? Could we have earned so much by working? How much did we actually spend on you?" Fong Tingwan's low, slow inquiry carried a gaze upon the couple who had been beaten until their noses bled and their faces were bruised. Although some swelling had subsided, it was evident the wounds were severe at the time. And Yang Wenjing, her quiet cousin since childhood, also had clear marks of injury on her face. "What nonsense are you spouting? The money wasn't all in your possession. It was Jiang Yanqian who helped hide all of it for you. Do you know how much suffering we've endured because of you? Li Guizhi shed tears of regret, not over tearing her relationship with Fang Tingwan, but for raising her all those years. Yang Dahai echoed her sentiment. We should have let you die back then. Enough talk. I don't want to waste my saliva on you. If you're trying to rob me, consider your capabilities. She waved the Tang knife, moving closer toward the group. Yang Wenjing stood farthest back, stepped on by Li Guizhi retreating hastily. The pain caused her to scream, Mom, let's go. With the blade nearly touching her face, Li Guizhi shoved Yang Wenjing hard, staggering out of the room. Yang Dahai followed, eyes bulging as he glared at the child who'd concealed hatred for 18 years. Truly an actor. 18 years well spent, weren't they? His words held deep meaning. Fang Tingwan always knew the true nature of this family and understood she should hate them. But being rejected by the only family she thought of as precious after years of seeking approval broke her heart beyond repair. Like treating something as treasure, only for others to discard it like trash. Don't try to cry poor after getting what you wanted. Get out. The last ounce of familial affection evaporated. Fang Tingwan's eyes turned cold as ice. This struck fear in the hearts of the trio, silencing them as they retreated into the kitchen. They initially thought, porridge will do, at least there would be something to eat. Yet inside the kitchen, they found an empty pot. Xia Jinyu, what does this mean? Yang Dahai stormed out to shout angrily inside the hall. Chapter 51, Flipping Faces. Xia Jinyu didn't come out, but the other four brothers did. In their hands were wolf-tooth clubs, watermelon knives, crossbows, and even a gun. Be quiet, and don't disrespect brother you, or you'll regret it. The Yang Dahai family instantly became as limp as frostbitten eggplants, weakly walking to the big tree at the corner, leaning against it to catch their breath, while muttering curses under their breath. Inside the main hall, Xia Jinyu, who had just listened to half of the story, realized how ridiculous he had been in initially trying to flatter these two people. Not only did he fail to make Wan like him, but he also made her hate him. This family wanted porridge, and they were lucky not to have been beaten so hard that they threw up the pancake they ate. Brother you, when are we leaving? Zhou was almost ready. Xia Jinyu glanced outside, answering something else entirely. How many days will our supplies last? At most 3 days. Zhou didn't understand why Xia asked this. Then we leave the day after tomorrow. I'm worried if I leave, they might bully Wan. Xia Jinyu blinked his eyes. For my love, I can only sacrifice my brothers now. Brothers, rest assured, as long as I have one bite to eat, I will not let you starve. He was deeply sentimental and righteous, which is why the brothers followed him. Though irrational at times, they understood brother Yu's penchant for puppy love. 2 more days would be enough time to reach Qingda. All right, brother Yu, you must try your best while he's still lying in bed. Zhou encouraged him. Xia Jinyu nodded, looking at his brothers with gratitude. On the other side, Fang Tingwan noticed their intention not to leave, immediately guessing what Xia Jinyu meant. After all, it wasn't the first time. She let out a heavy sigh and walked over with Duo. Did you hear that? Jiang Yanqian didn't deny it. I've burdened you. Otherwise, you could go ahead. I'll chase after you once I get better. His words sounded lighthearted, his expression casual, but his starry eyes clearly revealed the word, no. Why hadn't she noticed before how mismatched his actions and words were? Wait until you're better to leave. Just be careful tonight. If they cause trouble you. Fang Tingwan made a cutting throat motion, subtly avoiding letting Duo see. Duo, having finished eating, was drinking milk and blinking her confused big eyes. All right. Jiang Yanqian tried to sit up, but fell back heavily onto the bed before he managed to lift himself halfway. You can call me for help. Fang Tingwan regarded him as a companion and naturally hoped they could help each other. Jiang Yanqian heard the intimacy in her words and smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, realizing that following her out had been the right decision. As she helped him up, he looked outside. There are more people coming. The flooding has become severe, and most nearby low-lying mountains have been submerged. This temple is the only place left to take refuge on the river. It's normal for more people to arrive, Fang Tingwan said, sticking out half her body to look. The temple gate was open, and 5 people came in. A family consisting of 2 elderly people around 50 years old, 2 young adults, and a 10-year-old child. Judging by their expensive attire and bearing, they appeared successful and likely wealthy. After taking a quick scan of the surroundings, they moved toward Fang Tingwan's group. The young woman had been pinching her nose since entering the temple, frowning and disdainfully examining everything. Upon seeing the 3 of them, her eyes widened in shock. You 3 are a family? Fang Tingwan was about 18 or 20, Duo 8, Jiang Yanqian 25 or 6. Any passerby would find their relation highly improbable. Fang Tingwan showed a look of distaste. Are you sleep-deprived, or did you forget to bring your brain? Having 2 bulbs for eyes and not knowing how to use them? Throw them away then. Wang Yi never expected such harsh words from the other party, turning green, then white, then red with embarrassment, temporarily unable to find a retort. Jinda pulled Wang Yi behind him and spoke politely. She didn't mean it. We're all survivors, so there's no need to be antagonistic. We're here only to ask whether you could share the adjacent room with us. We have 2 elderly people and a child, so we're rather short on energy. As a gesture of goodwill, he took out a gold bar from his side bag. A 200G gold bar, just like that? Gold, to Fang Tingwan, was more practical than cash. With the other side admitting fault, explaining, and even playing up their misfortune, she accepted the gold bar. I can prepare the next room for you, okay? That works too. This family just didn't want to clean themselves because of the dirt, whereas Fang Tingwan had no qualms and got straight to work tidying up. The Yang Dahai family had been watching closely. A 200G gold bar, according to the current market value, was worth at least 80 or 90,000 yuan. Yang Dahai licked his cracked lips and nudged Li Guizhi. Finally, there's something for you to do. A housewife at home, handling cleaning tasks should have been second nature to her. Li Guizhi's eyes gleamed at the sight of the gold bar. With money, they could buy food. So without hesitation, she approached them. Young man, let me help you tidy up. I used to work as a nanny, and I'll definitely make everything clean for you. Plus, I can cook and take care of you. Jinda smiled, but shook his head. No need. Wang Yin looked down on this woman who tried to fawn over them. You're lying through your teeth. If you were capable of cleaning, why would you be holed up in that corner? Being lazy was one thing, but lying was another. It made people uneasy. These words left Li Guizhi dumbfounded and under scrutiny. Lowering her head, she turned around and went back. Fang Tingwan shrugged. All the previous work had been done by herself, so it was shameless for her aunt to say such things out loud. She slipped into the next room. 2 hours later, the room was spotless. Wang Yin's initial resentment vanished completely. She couldn't help but praise, it's really clean. You all rest now. Surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, without food or new clothes, the only thing one could do was to stay clean, to remind oneself of being human. Xia Jinyu arrived with some food. At noon, they were eating steamed buns with pickles. Do you have any food? If so, give it to us. We'll include yours when we prepare meals, which can reduce the likelihood of being robbed. For big white steamed buns and pickles, and he even added a box of yogurt, making no other requests. The fact that there was a portion for Jiang Yanchen indicated Xia Jinyu's animosity toward him had entirely disappeared, confirming Fang Tingwan's thoughts. Nodding, she replied, all right. She then returned to the room and brought out flour, rice, and a piece of cured meat. This is all we have. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, they won't dare to covet your belongings. But be careful of the family next door. Xia Jinyu kindly reminded her. You never know what someone might be thinking. After these past 15 days, he had changed significantly. His sincerity made Fang Tingwan cautious about enjoying his generosity. I don't feel. I insist. Xia Jinyu quickly interrupted her, snatching the items from her hand before walking away. Fang Tingwan had already grabbed a steamed bun and headed to the next room. Jiang Yanchen smiled faintly, clearly having overheard their conversation. Xia Jinyu had indeed become better, but it was uncertain how long this improvement would last. Chapter 52, Not Worth It. Holding the steamed bun, he put it into his mouth. Duo was also eating. After they had their fill and drank some water, it was already afternoon. Fang Tingwan lay back in bed, entering her special space. After putting the gold into the small treasury, she walked out and saw that the 5 square meter fish pond had actually increased by 1 square meter, which meant that gold could increase the area. So if there was more gold, would it be possible to open up other rooms in this space? Her eyes lit up as she looked at the cattle, sheep, horses, chickens, ducks, and geese walking around the yard. Food was becoming less and less, but these animals were literally walking gold. She smiled and opened her eyes, only to find Duo already sleeping beside her. She fanned a bit of wind towards her. The afternoon was when the sun was at its fiercest, with temperatures reaching 45 degrees Celsius. Even though they were on top of the mountain under the shade of big trees, wearing tank tops and shorts would still make them feel sticky and hot. With no electricity, relying solely on fans for airflow, Fang Tingwan thought about going to soak in the stream at the backyard if there weren't too many people around. Finally, as the sun started setting westward, the temperature didn't drop much. The evening breeze that blew seemed to still carry heat, and before long, sweat began to appear on their faces. Can we use the kitchen? Wang Yin poked half her head out to ask. It's communal. Remember to clean up. Fang Tingwan reminded her. Watching Wang Yin take the dishes over, it wasn't long before the aroma of the food spread. They were truly like a well-off family. They placed a table by the side room door, laid out a picnic mat, used white porcelain plates to hold the dishes. The vegetables and meat were not served in the same plate. When the elderly person made the first move, they began to eat. Ever since they arrived, they stayed indoors while Duo stood at the doorway, staring at the little boy. Sister, can I go play with him? It had been over a month, and she hadn't played with any children. She wanted to talk to someone. From afar, Yang Dahai was watching closely. Better not. They are likely first-timers out here, and without having gone through hardships, being too conspicuous might get them hurt. After Fang Tingwan said this, she turned Duo's attention toward the neighboring house. Leaving Duo in Jiang Yanchen's care, she went to the kitchen. Xiaozhou and Xia Jinyu were also there, looking at the messy kitchenware on the table and the grease on the stove. Neither of their expressions were good. Hey, this is for everyone to use. Are you planning to have us clean up after you? Do you even have any sense of public morality? Xiaozhou couldn't bear it. Wang Yin said, sorry, in my house, we usually clean up after eating. I didn't expect you to need it immediately, without any intention of getting up to clean. You think just saying sorry will work? Don't you see the sky is going to turn dark in an hour? Just for waiting for you to cook, should we eat in the dark? How disgusting. As Xiaozhou spoke, she rolled her eyes. Wang Yin's face grew redder. Jinda stood up. Let me clean up. The three of Fang Tingwan really stood there doing nothing, watching Jinda clean. Then, all three cooked together. Some washed, some chopped, and some stir-fried. They divided the food into 2 portions and brought them back to their own rooms. The sky was already growing darker. They ate quickly and washed the bowls and chopsticks with flashlights. Their discontent towards Wang Yin's family grew even more, only waiting for them to leave. Yang Dahai's family wasn't without food. They just wanted others to bring them meals, saving their own for later. But the 3 families closed their doors, and finally the family pulled bread from their pockets, munching on it dry. When the night deepened, a sharp sound came from the neighbor's room. It was the sound of twisting a lock. Who's there? Jinda shouted angrily. No response, and it soon became quiet again. Next door, Fong Tingwan lay beside Duo, sweating profusely. Unable to stand it, she entered her space. Here, it was always at a constant temperature, cool and comfortable. Taking advantage of Duo's sleep, she brought her into the room within the space, letting her have a good night's sleep. Before Duo woke up, she returned to the bed in the side room. Duo woke up within 10 minutes, muttering drowsily, "Sister, I had such a cool dream. A soft big bed, fragrant quilts, just like how it was when we were home. So comfortable." Fong Tingwan rubbed her head gently, not explaining anything, letting her believe it was a dream. Opening the door, Xiaozhou and Xia Jinyu had taken the lead in occupying the kitchen. Wang Yin waited anxiously outside, her patience wearing thin. "Are you deliberately making trouble because I didn't clean up?" Looking at her furrowed brows, Xiaozhou snorted with a laugh. "You're blind? Can't you see we're boiling porridge? Boiling porridge takes time naturally. If you don't want to wait, then leave." "We certainly want to leave, but I feel it isn't worth it that my husband saved all of you. Why should he endure such treatment? Rescued us." Xiaozhou straightened her stiffening posture, her gaze passing through Wang Yin to look at the man behind. Jinda smoothed out his rumpled suit jacket, showing neat short hair, explaining, "I am from the Epidemic Prevention Bureau. The vaccines you injected before were researched by us. Another plague appeared in Qingda, and I'm going there to help." Xiaozhou pursed her lips tightly, neither saying she believed or disbelieved. The epidemic had indeed spread across the nation, affecting not just humans, but also animals. The previous vaccines had been effective, but that didn't guarantee their efficacy would last forever. The same happened in the previous life, so Fong Tingwan wasn't surprised, only curious. "Wasn't anyone assigned to escort you? As national medical staff, they were supposed to have protection during their travels, and with helicopters available, why didn't they take one and instead choose to go by water?" Put bluntly, it was practically asking for death. Jinda hesitated a moment before lowering his gaze and saying, "Experts from all over the country are heading to Qingda. We live nearby, so we didn't dare waste resources." The excuse was barely convincing and could even be considered false. Fong Tingwan turned back into the kitchen. The porridge they had in the morning was rice congee with cured meat dices and green vegetables, flavorful, paired with steamed buns covered in white sugar for everyone. She took 3 portions, and just as she stepped out of the kitchen, the Yang family approached her. The trio stood like a wall, their eyes glued to the buns and porridge, making it clear that if they weren't given any, there'd be trouble. "Give us some. Are you really going to let us starve to death? We're your only family left." Yang Dahai glared at her with red eyes, speaking earnestly and appearing almost hurt. Li Guizhi acted even more dramatically, wiping non-existent tears from the corner of her eyes and sobbing. "Please, Tingwan, we can't bear the hunger anymore. Sister-in-law, we're truly starving." Yang Wenjing, who was already thin and frail, cried so pitifully it resembled the description of a plum blossom adorned with raindrops. Xiaozhou came out holding the food, standing at the doorway for a while and couldn't help but admit that their genetic makeup was decent. 2 cousins, one an ice queen beauty, the other innocent and charming, despite being burdened with lousy parents. Taking a few steps past the group, he glanced back and met Yang Wenjing's eyes filled with affectionate stares, looking like a pitiable little rabbit. Fong Tingwan noticed the subtle tension between them and furrowed her brow. "Move aside." To her surprise, Yang Dahai actually moved out of the way, standing off to the side like an elder member of the family awaiting death. Chapter 53 Gaining Sympathy. "Tisk, you're too heartless. After all, they are your family. There's so much food here, giving them a little won't hurt." Wang Yin interjected, upset. Jinda did not stop her, clearly agreeing with his wife's words. It turned out they were waiting here on purpose, deliberately putting on an act of hardship to gain sympathy from the family. Fong Tingwan sneered and kindly reminded them, "My uncle's family are not good people. Be careful not to become the protagonist in the fable, The Farmer and the Snake." After saying that, she didn't care whether they took it seriously or not and returned to her room with the things. From outside came Wang Yin's intentionally heightened voice. "Once you have a boyfriend, you forget about your family's efforts. Oh well, just wait, I'll prepare some food for all of you." Yang Dahai's family immediately expressed their gratitude. After the bustle outside was done, everyone ate together, occasionally hearing their veiled contempt and disdain. Fong Tingwan let everything pass through one ear and out the other. She wasn't paying attention. After breakfast, Jiang Yanchen tried standing again. This time he didn't fall back down, but managed to make it to the door, where the sun warmed his face, giving him a sensation akin to rebirth. "I feel much better now. Should we leave tomorrow?" Fong Tingwan nodded. "All right, I'll inform Xia Jinyu." She then headed over to tell him. Xia Jinyu chuckled. "Sure, let's leave together tomorrow. You're only 3 people, someone who hasn't fully recovered, and a child. It's bound to be dangerous along the way, and we'll protect you. Regardless of whether we go together or not, you definitely will stick around," Zhou added helplessly, because no one could compete with Yu Ji's wealth. Fong Tingwan thought it made sense. Instead of making enemies, she would rather gain a friend, though she still wanted to clarify her stance. Xia Jinyu saw through her intentions and smiled. "There's an unpolluted stream behind us. Let's catch some fish to add to our dinner tonight." "Good idea." All 4 quickly followed suit. With that, Fong Tingwan's concerns went unresolved. On her way back to the side room, she noticed Wang Yin and Li Guizhi sitting under the eaves, cracking sunflower seeds like village gossip mongers. They glanced at Fong Tingwan while whispering behind their hands. Wang Yin initially acted purely out of frustration, but now her gaze carried hatred instilled by Li Guizhi's manipulative influence. In response, Fong Tingwan cast a look of pity before entering the side room. Can you help me walk around a bit? Jiang Yanchen had lain for 2 days and was feeling sore all over. He wanted to move to relieve the discomfort, but couldn't do it alone. Sure, she agreed without hesitation. Duo trailed behind them with a fan. The trio strolled to the flower bed next to the courtyard and sat down. Sunlight filtered through lush tree leaves, casting golden patches on their bodies. It was hot. The air inside was suffocating due to poor ventilation, and it was also sweltering outside, but there was a faint breeze. Jiang Yanchen supported himself against the flower bed, taking breaks when tired. As twilight approached, clouds burning orange filled half the sky, as if they were really aflame. Today is even hotter than yesterday. Xia Jinyu held up the cleaned crucian carp, which he had retrieved from the back mountain in just 5 minutes. The water on the fish was nearly dried. You sit for a moment, soon it will be ready. Xia Jinyu even gave Jiang Yanchen a rare smile. Wouldn't he want to kill me again, assuming there's something between you and me? Jiang Yanchen asked humorously, observing her reaction to his words carefully. There's nothing going on between us anyway. Having more friends is better than having enemies, especially since they are so many. Fong Tingwan hadn't delved deeply into this issue, and neither would she, because survival in this post-apocalyptic world was the game, not indulgence. Men would just be another burden, and if there were children, well, it would spell doom. A nameless emotion enveloped him, dampening his desire to walk further. So, he simply rested where he was. Half an hour later, the aromatic steamed crucian carp appeared on the table. The 5 fish had been fried until both sides were a golden brown, placed on plates, and then steamed with a mixture of prepared seasonings, filling the air with an inviting aroma. The smell reached the neighboring rooms. Xiao Zhou picked out 2 large chunks and placed them in his bowl. The children looked so pitiful. I'll give them some. Better not. Fong Tingwan suggested mildly, trying to prevent Xiao Zhou from doing this. But Xiao Zhou paid no heed. Since the fish had been caught by them, he believed he could give away whatever he wanted. Yang Wenjing accepted the offering with a rosy blush on her cheeks that rivaled the sunset in the sky. Even Xiao Zhou's ears grew red. Eat first. Once you're done, I'll bring you more. Why don't you bring us too? We have such a big family after all. Yang Wenjing seemed to know nothing about politeness and stared expectantly. It smells really good. I haven't had a proper meal in a month. Hearing this broke Xiao Zhou's heart. All right, just wait. I'll get you some. But considering there were only 5 fish on the table, Xia Jinyu threw down his chopsticks angrily. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I just can't stand seeing her so pitiful. Xiao Zhou looked back, catching Yang Wenjing's watery eyes, instantly softening. You go. Would you allow me to give her my share? Ask her to come over and eat. Xia Jinyu relented. He glanced at Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, thinking that he himself had already helped 3 people. There was no reason for his buddy not to help others, despite disliking this person. Xiao Zhou happily ran over, speaking for 3 minutes before returning with Yang Wenjing and the children. Yang Wenjing sat down and explained, this is Brother Jin's younger brother, Jinhua. Everyone remained silent, without a word in response. Her embarrassment quickly vanished as the aroma of the fish took over. After everyone was full and content, the leftover bits of fish meat, bones, and soup were carefully packed by Yang Wenjing and taken home. Wang Yin clearly wanted some, but only showed disdain on her face before going to the kitchen to prepare other dishes. After everyone was fed and satisfied, Fong Tingwan took Wanwan back to the side room, waiting until Duo fell into a deep sleep. She then brought Duo into the space again, using up all the time she could from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., directly finishing her 2-day quota for entering the space just to get a good rest. At 4 in the morning, the night wasn't as sweltering yet. Though Duo slept deeply for so long, Fong Tingwan found herself unable to fall asleep. She gently pulled the door open and sat under the eaves. Next door, the Jin family was sleeping soundly. Yang Dahai's group, being lazy, laid directly on the flower bed. The heat was oppressive, reducing even insect chirps, and mosquitoes and flies were practically non-existent. It might be because there was something more attractive elsewhere, like a corpse or something similar. Big brother Xiao Zhou, it hurts. The quietness of the night made these soft breaths unusually clear, letting Fong Tingwan immediately recognize the voice of Yang Wenjing. She didn't want to believe it. Yang Wenjing seemed like a well-behaved girl. Though slightly spoiled, she wouldn't stoop so low. Still, Fong Tingwan went over to confirm. Under the bright moonlight, the intertwined figures behind the straw pile near the kitchen were clearly visible. She turned around and walked back inside. The shock stayed with her until the first light of dawn appeared. Everyone gradually woke up. With no phones, they typically went to bed at 8 or 9 in the evening and got up at 6 or 7 in the morning, refreshed and energetic. Chapter 54, Polite Rejection. Apart from Xiao Zhou and Yang Wenjing. Jingjing, are you feeling unwell? Li Guizhi noticed her daughter's complexion was a little off and inquired worriedly. Yang Wenjing's face turned instantly paler as she shook her head to explain. I have a bit of diarrhea. Sorry for putting you through this. Rest assured, there won't be any more hardship later on. Li Guizhi gently rubbed her head. Fong Tingwan retracted her gaze and proceeded to put everything back into the hiking bag. Before she could say anything, Jiang Yanchen spoke up first, thinking along the same lines as her. Let's go separately by motorboat. Judging from Xiao Zhou and Yang Wenjing's reactions, it seems something happened last night. They will take their family with them, and we don't need to put ourselves in danger unnecessarily. The Yang family is like a time bomb. They are too selfish, who knows what they might do. Alright, can you drive later? No problem. When they finished packing up and were about to leave, Xia Jinyu's group had also packed up, along with Jinda's family. It seemed they had silently made plans. Xia Jinyu came closer. Wan, I really don't know how to explain it to you, but I couldn't help it. I understand. Fong Tingwan smiled faintly. That's good. Well then, since everything is packed, let's get going. Xia Jinyu spoke in a commanding tone, leading the way out of the temple while everyone followed one after another. Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi were constantly keeping an eye on Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanshan's backpacks. So much money, they must have already packed it in there, along with gold bars, which are all worth cash. They didn't need much, just enough to cover their expenses for 18 years. They thought it was reasonable. Fong Tingwan wasn't unaware of this, but chose to completely ignore it. Descending to the foot of the mountain, the river water had already receded by 2 steps. Tied onto the side of a tree nearby was a yacht. Xia Jinyu's group directly boarded it. It was clearly theirs. Next to it was a slightly battered yacht, incomparable in quality compared to Xia Jinyu's. Additionally, it had hospital incineration ship marked on it. It appeared this family had already wronged others. Wan, come aboard. Xia Jinyu waved his hand. Xiaozhou had already helped Yang Wenjing onto the boat, followed by Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi. Jinda's family arrived in a rubber dinghy, propelled both manually and automatically. Their choice was swift. Under the guise of going to rescue people, Xia Jinyu didn't reject. We've got motorcycles, we'll follow you. Fong Tingwan held Dodo's hand and followed Jiang Yanshan into the grove of trees. 5 minutes later, the sound of the engine roared. Jiang Yanshan carried the two around the corner. Shall we lead? All right. His ship was already filled with people. Xia Jinyu consoled himself that it was because of the crowd and started the boat. And Jiang Yanshan merely nodded and revved the throttle high, dashing toward the vast expanse of water. Just as Xia Jinyu was adjusting the direction of the ship, the jet ski had become a vague dot in the distance. He hurried to catch up. After they had left, Meng Ling arrived by kayak at the scene. Seeing the familiar incinerator ship, ominous thoughts began bubbling up in her mind as she rushed to the temple. Room after room, she checked each until she finally spotted the familiar milk carton in one of the side chambers. That was the milk Dodo drank daily. She arrived a step too late. Did Wan just leave, or had something worse happened? The Yang family was here too. These demons might already have harmed Wan. After searching all around and finding no bloodstains, Meng Ling laid down on the bed in relief, breathing in the faint scent of tranquility inside, as if Wan was still there. With her entire family gone, except for Wan, she didn't know who else she could trust anymore. Too exhausted, she drifted off into slumber. Fong Tingwan looked towards the direction of the temple, seeing no sign of Xia Jinyu's boat for a long while, and reluctantly shrugged, unable to bear the multitude. She politely declined. Where shall we go? In the boundless river, surrounded only by mountains, Jiang Yanshan unconsciously slowed down. Let's refuel first. Fong Tingwan gestured for him to check. The fuel gauge on the jet ski had only 1 bar left, sufficient for about 20 kilometers at most. Yet, nearby gas stations had mostly been submerged. Fong Tingwan pointed to the road winding up the mountain. Let's try there. After traveling 10 kilometers, they finally located a gas station, though neither showed much joy. Because the gas station was underwater. Their jet ski stopped precisely atop it. Ensuring Dodo remained still, the two disembarked to the edge of the jet ski. Leaning down, they could see the submerged gas pump beneath their feet. Should I retrieve the hose? As Jiang Yanshan asked, he began removing his shirt, revealing a lean and strong 8-pack abs and a flowing mermaid line, enticing one to look further down, even deeper. Fong Tingwan turned away with flushed cheeks. I'll help too. She placed the items on the jet ski, wore diving goggles, and dived underwater. It was approximately 15 meters deep when Fong Tingwan reached the pump, pulling it over and attempting to press it. There was no response. The gas card was present, yet without electricity. Jiang Yanshan also tried the other one, but shook his head. They couldn't leave without doing anything, so she pointed at the supermarket. Jiang Yanshan nodded in agreement. After coming up to catch their breath and ensuring there was no one around and Dodo was safe, they dived underwater again. The glass door was locked, but a nearby window wasn't. She signaled to Jiang Yanshan to go upstream first. Then she grabbed one end of the hose lying on the ground and pulled it upstream. Standing on the roof, she pulled the hose outward. Once inside, there will be no air. I'll go grab things while you stay outside and keep an eye on the hose. I'll go. Jiang Yanshan stepped forward. There's no need to argue. My body is smaller than yours. I can fit through the window. The window measured about 30 centimeters long and wide. It was a ventilation port. There was no way for Jiang Yanshan, who was nearly 6 feet tall, to get through. All right. Jiang Yanshan took out the hose and tied one end to the jet ski. Fong Tingwan also took the opportunity to retrieve an oxygen mask from her bag, making a simple breathing apparatus. After securing it tightly, she submerged herself with the hose in hand. Watching her figure disappear into the water, Jiang Yanshan stepped a few paces forward, his gaze fixed until she disappeared into the window. The supermarket's entrance was locked, and all items were floating on the roof. As she placed the oxygen mask over her face with one hand, she reached for the essentials. Once done, she started stuffing leftover bread and water into her backpack. Just as she paused to take a breath, a nose full of water rushed into her nasal passage. What happened? Is it Jiang Yanshan? Many questions flashed through her mind, but being choked prevented her from breathing or thinking further. It felt like someone was pinching her nose and continuously pouring water down her throat. Unable to open her mouth or exhale. Within half a minute, her face turned red, her body powerless and falling. In the last moment, she flashed into the space dimension. Back in the fresh air, she greedily gulped down large breaths, coughing out several mouthfuls of water before collapsing onto the grass. Her soaking wet body reminded her that she had narrowly escaped death. Thinking of Jiang Yanchen, she didn't believe he would betray her. 10 minutes later, she was ejected from the space. Fortunately, she woke up early today. She clutched her backpack tightly and crawled out of the window only to see a few unfamiliar silhouettes perched on the eaves. Chapter 55. Gloves are rules. The other party had already spotted her and had dragged Dodo out, dangling her half suspended in the water. She had no choice but to swim over. Just now, Wan had just entered the water when a yacht came. There were 8 people in a group, 5 dragging Jiang Yanchen, and 3 holding on to Dodo. With Dodo captured, Jiang Yanchen dared not resist anymore, helplessly watching them place the hosepipe underwater. For 15 minutes, he thought Fong Tingwan must surely be dead. When she reappeared, his eyes unwittingly turned red, revealing a look of guilt. 8 against 1, with a child involved, there was truly no chance of winning. What do you intend to do? She was surprisingly composed, knowing it was all for money and food. All the food, including yours, and the stuff below, you have to hand it over. Otherwise, this little one will be tossed into the water first, the leading man said. The leading man wore a large gold necklace, exposing arms, neck covered in green tattoos, plump and muscular, looking quite intimidating. The rest of the henchmen wore tight pants and tight t-shirts, adorned with various tattoos, displaying a wicked appearance. All right, but you have to let go of the child first. She is still young and cannot be startled. Fong Tingwan spoke, giving Jiang Yanchen a glance. At the instant their gazes crossed, they quickly diverted. A small issue, we don't want to harm a child either, the man gestured, and the henchman immediately returned Dodo. Dodo didn't cry, only with reddened eyes, rushing into Fong Tingwan's embrace. Dodo, be good, nothing is wrong. No matter what happens later, you hide and don't watch, all right? Fong Tingwan squatted down, gently patting Dodo's head. Dodo nodded heavily. Sister, don't worry about me, I know. She began retreating to the edge of the gas station. Several big men saw but acted as if they hadn't noticed, urging, hurry up, everything is prepared. The water from the hose had been drained, and there were several large backpacks. Fong Tingwan walked over, picked up 3 backpacks, and while everyone's attention was on her, she swung the backpacks, splashing water towards those restraining Jiang Yanchen. Their weapons were kitchen knives and watermelon knives. Jiang Yanchen had been waiting for the moment and nearly instantly broke free, kicking each person, quickly rushing to the motorboat side, drawing the Tang sword and tossing one away. Fong Tingwan gripped the Tang sword, letting out a cold laugh from her nostrils. Will you leave your things behind, or will I send you off? Go ahead, we're 8 people, what do we have to fear? The leading man tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, moving a few steps, causing the muscles on his body to shake. Looking strong and quite terrifying, Fong Tingwan directly kicked out, her hand rising as the knife fell. An arm lay on the roof, blood continuously gushing out, turning a part of the waters red. Too swift and merciless, scaring the remaining 7 people into not daring to move. The cut boss held his arm, yelling angrily. Go on, you can't even handle a woman? A man tightened his grip on the watermelon knife, shouting for courage before charging. Jiang Yanchen had already moved closer, flipping the Tang sword's direction, brutally chopping at the man's shoulder. The man fell into the water, thrashing and shouting, my head, my head. It's still there, feel it yourself. His partner saw clearly what happened, feeling extremely creeped out upon rescuing him. Had it not been the back of the blade used, the head would really be gone. Instead, it was now just a bit swollen and painful. With each person having a move, all 8 men lost their resolve. Who could have imagined encountering such fierce opposition? Brother, shall we retreat? Retreat. The man was just about to board the yacht when he saw Fong Tingwan moving faster, jumping directly aboard, tightly gripping the Tang sword, and smiling menacingly at them, as if a demon from hell. What do you plan to do? Leave the things behind, they're ours now. She spoke dispassionately, her gaze fixed on their weapons and the backpacks they carried. Friendly reminder, if you don't send your leader back for bandaging soon, he might not make it. So, will you give us the yacht? The leader tried bargaining, but his movements were fast, hurriedly taking out the chocolates and bread he carried. No fuel left. If you want it, fine. And speaking of what they were doing here, it seemed they were searching for fuel. The leader's face turned more sullen than ever. Would a lifebuoy work? Fong Tingwan nodded and threw down the lifebuoy. The leader put on the lifebuoy, picking up the severed hand, telling his brothers to hurry up and swim. From here to Qingda, it was another 10 kilometers, swimming? Pure nonsense. 7 people swam, each harboring different thoughts. Never expected that. In the end, strength equals rules. Jiang Yanchen once again celebrated the purchase of the Tang sword for self-defense, as well as his habit of boxing and fitness training. Fong Tingwan practiced at home for so long, and finally found use for it. Dodo. After letting him organize these items and take them to the yacht, Fong Tingwan walked towards Dodo. Dodo had been facing away from them, obediently not watching. When she turned around, her little eyes were slightly red. She could guess what happened, but since she didn't see it, the shock wasn't as severe. Sister, I will adapt as soon as possible and won't let you worry about me anymore. With a childish voice full of seriousness, she even rolled up her sleeves to reveal the muscles she had developed during training recently. Fong Tingwan chuckled. Then sister will find Dodo a suitable weapon. Is this one okay? Jiang Yanchen had just tidied up the things these people brought out. One of them was a military-grade dagger, 6.5 inches long, small yet sharp. Upon receiving it, Dodo held it with both hands. Dodo likes it very much. Fong Tingwan patted her head, then quietly began collecting items. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would have protected Dodo so that she could be happy and carefree. If they were at home, she would also let Dodo eat and play all day long. But now they were refugees, not knowing what dangers they might encounter. There would be times when she wouldn't be able to protect Dodo. It was better if Dodo could protect herself. However, Dodo was too young. She couldn't accept or reject such responsibility, so Fong Tingwan remained silent. After tidying up everything, both Jiang Yanchen and Fong Tingwan managed to lift the motorboat onto the yacht as well. They would definitely need it later. As they watched the sun climb to its peak, the two without any shelter already felt their skin burning under the scorching heat. Dodo hid under the seat where it was slightly cooler. Let's rest on the mountain road first. Fong Tingwan pointed to a nearby half-mountain top, which was only as tall as two-story buildings. But there were big trees, and a road circled around it. Perfect for taking a break. Jiang Yanchen adjusted the direction of the yacht. It took 5 minutes to reach the edge of the mountain. After Fong Tingwan disembarked, she carried Wanwan and waited for Jiang Yanchen to secure the ropes. A few types of food had already been laid out on the ground. Potato chips, bread, drinks, chocolates. Fong Tingwan was completely soaked earlier. The journey here involved wind and sun exposure, leaving her body damp and sticky in a rather uncomfortable way. She went to the corner to change clothes. Jiang Yanchen directly removed his jacket first and let Dodo eat. Only after Fong Tingwan returned did he start eating. Chapter 56, A Minor Thing. Watching the pale, muscular body pass by, she couldn't help but linger her gaze for a few seconds. She sat down to eat. It was too hot, and the heat made people drowsy. Duo could hardly hold on, closed her eyes, curled up on the ground, and fell asleep soon. Fong Tingwan also fell into a deep sleep not long after. Jiang Yanchen came and ate quietly, his eyes scanning around to make sure they would notice any slight movement. Otherwise, what had just happened might happen again. From noon 12 o'clock until 4 in the afternoon was the hottest time. After Fong Tingwan slept for 2 hours, it was Jiang Yanchen's turn to rest. She couldn't stay idle. She wandered around for a bit and actually found a small cave. It wasn't large and triangular shaped, with the angle at the top being only about 30 degrees, the bottom width approximately 1 meter wide. Very narrow. Inside was slightly spacious where 3 people could sit and 2 could barely lie down. The only advantage of this place was its coolness. The cool breeze blowing from within rivaled the comfort of an air conditioner set at 26 degrees. When she returned, Jiang Yanchen was awake. She told him about her discovery. Why don't we rest here tonight? Later go to the gas station to grab some things, then continue heading towards Pinkwan County tomorrow. The basements in the city are probably flooded by now. High-rise buildings lack air conditioning. There is no need to go there unless for food. Are we not going to Bishu Mountain Resort? Jiang Yanchen didn't understand why they wouldn't directly head to the nearest option. Everyone wants to go, but we don't need to take that risk, Fong Tingwan said with a bitter laugh. Who knows if we'll run into Yang Dahai and his group. We finally managed to get away from those people. I just want us to survive. But, Meng Ling. Don't worry, she will be fine. Jiang Yanchen started packing up things. They placed necessary items in rock crevices, taking with them the sleeping bags and food supplies as they headed towards the mountain cave. As Duo entered the cave, she contentedly giggled. Sister, it's so cool in here. She stretched her arms out. You take care of Duo here. I'll go back to fetch things from the gas station. The sun was tilting westward, less scorching, making it a good time to go. Fong Tingwan didn't wait for an answer. She had already begun her descent down the mountain. Jiang Yanchen understood that someone needed to protect Duo, but he wanted to protect Fong Tingwan too. Brother, am I useless? Duo asked softly. Of course not. Jiang Yanchen patted her head. Let's practice throwing daggers, shall we? Great. Duo showed keen interest. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan had descended to the shore. She touched the motorcycle and placed it in the water, ensuring nobody saw her as she added a little fuel before throttling off straight toward the gas station. Before descending underwater, she retrieved an oxygen tank from the spatial ring, something that can only be used when no one is around. Properly equipped, after stowing the motorbike back into the spatial ring, she submerged underwater. This time, she had ample time to collect all the food, even trying to locate fuel. With no electricity, she had no other methods. She couldn't possibly fit the entire gas station into the spatial ring, so she gave up once nightfall arrived, surfacing from the water. After securing everything she intended to retrieve and carrying the essentials onto the motorcycle, she prepared to leave. However, the sound of the engine had drawn attention from others. Fong Tingwan turned on the light, seeing an enlarged figure ahead. Instantly, excitement welled up as she shouted, Meng Ling. Blinded by the bright light, Meng Ling raised a hand to shield herself, hearing Fong Tingwan's voice causing her tears to uncontrollably burst out. Is that really you, Wanwan? It's us. Fong Tingwan quickly dimmed the light, leapt into the water, rushing over to Meng Ling who looked haggard, thinner, and more worn than before. Embracing her tightly, she asked, how did you end up like this? Through sobs, Meng Ling recounted how she met her near-death mother after leaving and encountered Yang Dahai's family. Were the injuries on Yang Dahai's group caused by you? Fong Tingwan chuckled, unable to suppress her admiration. So brutal. They were more brutal. They killed the corpse-carrying guy, stole the boat. I was worried they'd hurt you. Why didn't you keep following them? Fong Tingwan briefly recounted their situation thus far. As long as we're safe, that's what matters. Both women hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Once they'd cried enough, Fong Tingwan patted her back. Collect the rubber dinghy. Let's go meet with Lawyer Jiang. All right. Meng Ling had been adrift all day, completely exhausted. Especially upon seeing Fong Tingwan, she felt much more at ease. Together, the two reached the shore, secured the motorbike, and began climbing up the mountain. Reuniting with Jiang Yanchen brought him to smile. You're finally here. Seeing that there was now someone else to look after Duo meant he could focus on protecting Tingwan. Meng Ling thought he was happy to see her back and grinned, giving him a quick hug. I missed you guys so much too. Wow, I almost thought I'd die along the way. What I feared most on the journey was encountering people. Really, if I'd seen crocodiles or snakes, I'd think they were nothing. Jiang Yanchen lightly returned the embrace, soothing her with a gentle voice. It's good to have you back. So hungry, so sleepy. Meng Ling belatedly realized it was awkward to be hugging someone's boyfriend and quickly let go, finding an excuse to sit down. She took out the food she had found over the past few days from her bag. It was all packaged stuff like bread and chips. The only fresh item was the pigeon she had hunted. About the size of a palm, the meat was decent. Probably a domestic one that escaped. I waited half the afternoon for it. She licked her lips and handed it over. Jiang Yanchen took it, already plucked and cleaned, and just needed to make a few simple preparations. He took out a pot, poured in water, added 2 slices of ginger, chopped the pigeon meat into 4 large pieces, and put them in the pot, covering it. The cave can only fit 2 people to sleep. Meng Ling, you sleep with Duo. Before night fell, Fang Tingwan asked them to tidy up inside the cave while she took out 2 hammocks and tied them to the tree trunks. Seeing this, Meng Ling did not refuse. In the evening, they ate steamed buns soaked in pigeon soup. After eating a few bites of meat, everyone revealed expressions of satisfaction. After eating their fill, they all went to bed early. When the sun peeked out the next morning, they woke up, tidied up briefly, and boarded the yacht, continuing towards Pinkwan County. Every day, the temperature remained at a constant 40 degrees Celsius, the sky cloudless. Once the sun came out, it shone continuously all day. Fang Tingwan sprayed sunscreen mist where necessary, wore a hat and clothes, essentially fully covered up. However, after yesterday's exposure to water, the skin around her neck turned blackish red, even flaking off, burning painfully. Jiang Yanchen initially didn't care too much, thinking it was fine for men to tan a bit, but this wasn't just tanning. It hurt. So early in the morning, the two temporarily set up a tent, big enough to shelter 4 people. Departure. Even the wind blowing felt unbearably hot. After only an hour of departure, everyone was drenched in sweat, and they finally saw a gas station on land. There were people moving about. Before disembarking, Fang Tingwan looked at Meng Ling and reminded her, if something unexpected happens, just take the boat and leave. Don't worry about us. Chapter 57, more outrageous than seeing ghosts. Good. Meng Ling sat in the driver's seat. Jiang Yanchen handed her the Tang sword and also picked up the oil can that was originally on the yacht. After the two got off the yacht, about 20 meters away, there were 5 people at the gas station who had already noticed them. Not until the two reached the gas station did they realize it was a standoff, 2 against 5. 4 men and 1 woman. They sharply eyed them up and down. The woman seemed to be the leader, disdainfully asking with her nose turned up, fill up? Jiang Yanchen gently nodded. The woman airily said, 1,000 yuan per liter. The 4 men took up defensive stances, showing that if they tried to snatch anything, they'd better see if their skulls were hard enough. Fang Tingwan was well prepared. While they lacked other things, they certainly weren't short of money. She directly pulled out a wad, at least 100,000. Fill it completely. The woman laughed happily. All right, no problem. She glanced at the others around her. The 4, receiving a signal, using excuses like grabbing brooms or water, unknowingly surrounded the 2 in the middle. The woman started fueling the boat. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen's eyes stayed fixed on the oil drums, as if they hadn't noticed the movements of the remaining 4. Oil kept pouring into the barrels, but as time passed second by second, the woman stopped the fuel nozzle. All filled. For 10,000 yuan. Only these 20 liters of oil could barely be considered robbery, more outrageous than theft itself. Jiang Yanchen slowly capped the cover. Fang Tingwan waited nearby. The woman watched, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Your yacht probably won't go far with just this amount of oil. Do you have any more money? Seeing neither of the two reply, she assumed there wasn't any and smiled even more kindly. Never mind then. I've got some more buckets, so let me give you a bit more, otherwise you'd accuse us of being ruthless. The woman spoke freely while Fang Tingwan gave Jiang Yanchen an expression, telling him not to worry. Coldly, she watched the woman pull out the prepared oil bucket. Let's go. The woman walked ahead willingly. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen walked in the middle, followed by the 4 men behind. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. Meng Ling held Duo tightly, ready to leave at any time. After seeing Fang Tingwan shake her head as a sign, she immediately changed direction. Seeing the boat suddenly departing, the woman rushed forward a few steps. Hey, aren't you filling up? Your companions are still here. Within just 10 steps distance, she even jumped into the water, but the yacht moved further and further away under the sunlight, making her angry clench her fists, turning back to glare at the 2. Fang Tingwan touched her nose. Jiang Yanchen put down the oil bucket and drew the Tang sword from his waist, looking somewhat helpless. Do not provoke unless provoked. In the time it took them to draw their swords, the 5 had already closed the circle, leaving only about a meter between them, tightly surrounding the 2. Behind was endless water, ahead was a human wall. They held hammers, wrenches, and various weapons in their hands, laughing arrogantly and confidently. The woman sighed, saying, I originally thought taking your stuff would be enough, but you guys insist on playing such tricks, so we'll just make sure you leave everything valuable, and your lives. A man added, or, make them come back, leave the yacht, and we'll let you go. 5 against 2. Although Fang Tingwan and her group had knives, to them, it was all for show. Don't waste words. We're waiting to fill up and continue our journey. Without waiting for their babble, Fang Tingwan pointed the blade at the woman directly. This display made the others nervous, and they reluctantly charged forward. Jiang Yanchen no longer hesitated. Yet, after 10 minutes, the five lay in a pool of blood. Fang Tingwan wiped her blade and waved to Meng Ling parked at a distance, waiting for her to dock as she had already gone back to refuel. Lawyer Jiang, trouble you to deal with these bodies. All right. Jiang Yanchen dragged the bodies down to the side of the road. Duo hid inside the tent, unable to see clearly. Meng Ling had already grabbed the oil drum and was busy refilling the yacht. Fang Tingwan first went to the diesel pump and filled all the space's oil drums, including the generator, before adding everything else. Meng Ling also ran back and forth several times, filling the yacht entirely. Once Jiang Yanchen finished cleaning his hands, he came over without mentioning her strange behavior. Fang Tingwan said, "Find barrels to store gasoline." All right. Besides the gas station, there was a two-story small building. Each searched on either side and quickly found abandoned barrels in the warehouse at the back. They filled the 2 oil barrels and struggled to lift them onto the yacht. It was noon. After parking the yacht in a shaded corner, Fang Tingwan told everyone to rest in the small building. At the same time, they looted the items inside the building. The supermarket goods had likely been eaten or sold by these 5 people. There wasn't much left, but there was a gas cylinder that they could take. Fang Tingwan roamed herself, picking suitable items and stuffing them into her storage space. Meanwhile, she placed the remaining oil barrels inside, taking advantage of Meng Ling and others' nap to fill up 5 barrels of 92 and 95 gasoline. Through a ventilation opening in the small building that was barely larger than a head, Jiang Yanchen watched as things appeared and disappeared into thin air, his eyes widening in shock. This was even more absurd than seeing a ghost, something he had never heard of before, but which was undeniably real. Jiang Yanchen was an atheist, yet witnessing it firsthand left him no choice but to believe. If she could return from the apocalypse, then having some kind of space didn't seem all that exaggerated anymore. It took him 3 minutes to process this revelation. He then walked down the corridor, where he saw Meng Ling rubbing her eyes and instinctively blocked her view. "How did you wake up? I noticed none of you were around and got a bit worried." Meng Ling didn't think much of it, feeling reassured upon seeing them safe. "As long as you're all here, I can sleep for a little longer." In the scorching heat, drowsiness kept creeping back. Even Jiang Yanchen yawned unconsciously, turned around, glanced once at Fang Tingwan, and stepped into a room. He lay down on the lower bunk bed and closed his eyes. After refueling, Fang Tingwan aimlessly wandered around. Seeing the glowing light emanating from the safe inside the supermarket, she crouched down and gave it a gentle twist. Click! It opened. And unbelievably, it wasn't even locked. Good fortune had truly come her way. Fang Tingwan couldn't suppress her grin as she opened the 50 by 30 centimeters safe to find stacks of cash and gold jewelry inside. They must have taken these from others. She stowed everything into her space and tried opening the kitchen door downstairs. It opened. That meant she could now cook inside her space. Also, the fenced area by the entrance seemed to have expanded by about 10 square meters, making the chickens and ducks look less cramped. There was so much. If she didn't eat soon, there'd only be more later. She licked her lips, grabbed a duck, and then picked up a packet of pre-mixed seasoning for old duck soup. Walking out of the supermarket, she headed straight for the gas stove to boil water and pluck the duck's feathers, completing each step fluidly. Finally, after cleaning and chopping the duck, she put the meat in boiling water and added a piece of ginger. Waiting until the broth boiled, she skimmed off the foam. Once the time was right, she dumped the seasoning pack in. Ah, white radish. Without white radish, the dish lacked soul. She retrieved some from her space, washed, chopped it, boiled it for a while, and then added it to the pot, sealing it with the lid. The gas station had a backup generator, so the rice cooker still worked. She used their rice to make a pot of steaming rice. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the meal was ready, and they were awake. Chapter 58 Narrow Miss. "Sister, it smells so good." Duo inhaled the air forcefully and threw herself into her sister's arms, her little red face still sleepy-eyed from just waking up. "It's time to eat." Fang Tingwan rubbed Duo's head and called Meng Ling and Jiang Yanchen. On a simple folding table sat a pot of duck soup and white rice. They hadn't eaten a proper meal like this in such a long time. Duo was savoring every bite. Meng Ling stuffed some meat into her mouth as well, and mumbled, "Where did the duck and radish come from?" "They raised one, and I slaughtered it. This radish was hidden in the corner. They probably intended to eat it themselves later, lucky for us." Fang Tingwan lied without batting an eyelash, since she was the only one who had wandered through the entire place and knew the truth clearly. Maybe it was stolen from others. Jiang Yanchen chuckled, opening his mouth. This immediately quelled Meng Ling's doubts. If it were something taken outside, it wouldn't necessarily be seasonal vegetables. Or we can stay here for now. There's electricity. Even without air conditioning, the fan makes it refreshingly cool. Duo nodded. "Sister, Duo also wants to stay here, not in the room, nor on the water." She had long wanted to run around on solid ground. Jiang Yanchen considered various factors. "We are mainly here to escape the heat. It's not too hot here yet, and there is electricity. We could stay for a few days, taking advantage of someone else's resources along the way." Before this, Fang Tingwan didn't lack money, but now obviously more space was needed, so she didn't mind selling some oil. None of them objected, so the decision was made. This large pot of food filled all 4 of them to satisfaction. The leftovers were packed into an insulated box by Jiang Yanchen, who noticed the sun had already set behind the mountain, and the temperature wasn't as scorching anymore. Everyone stood by the gas station, gazing at the sunset beyond the mountain. The light was dazzling, but the heat was tolerable. After standing for a moment, they all went back inside. There was diesel fuel available, so power was continuous. They decided to switch on the air conditioning. Duo was watching cartoons. Fong Tingwan and the three others resumed playing poker again, trying to snatch a bit of joy amidst their sadness. Is anyone here? A voice howled from outside. The three of them froze instantly, put down their cards, and rushed out of the room to stand on the second-floor balcony looking at those people. Only 4 words crossed their minds. Narrow miss indeed. Wanwan, are you here? I was worried about you, looking everywhere for you. Xia Jinyu disregarded everything and jumped off the yacht, sprinting upstairs. Xiaozhou moored the boat and helped Yang Wenjing down. Next came their friends, along with Yang Dehai and Jinda's family. As soon as they disembarked, they gathered in a crowd and moved closer. Seeing Xia Jinyu, who wanted to give her a hug right in front of her, Fong Tingwan took a step back and held out a hand to stop him. Weren't you going to Qingda? That's not the same direction as this place. Xia Jinyu looked at her with deep affection in his eyes, saying, I've been searching for you. I met a man covered in tattoos. He said he saw you heading this way, so I brought them here. Plus, my father asked me to go to Pinkwan County. Didn't expect to be so lucky. Realizing it wasn't deliberate following, Fong Tingwan let out a sigh of relief. Yang Dehai and his group also came up, thinking only Fong Tingwan was here, preparing to say a few things, only to see Mingling. The memory of being punched in the face was still fresh. Yang Dehai pulled Li Guizhi back, wishing he could hide entirely. But Mingling noticed them, smiling innocently. Uncle and aunt, why do you retreat upon seeing Wanwan? Oh, are your injuries not healed yet? She reached out her hand, which startled Yang Dehai. He quickly dragged Xiaozhou in front of him, preferring Xiaozhou's admission of getting beaten to swallowing his anger, and coldly retorted, None of your business. Don't pretend kindness. Uncle speaks so unpleasantly. Though she complained, Mingling moved to stand beside Wanwan, taking on a protective stance towards Yang Dehai's family. No one knows what exactly happened. Xia Jinyu patted his stomach. Wanwan, we haven't eaten anything substantial for the whole day. Is there anything to eat? Fong Tingwan shook her head. Let's split up and look around. Behind this place is the mountain. We might catch some wild game. Xia Jinyu didn't suspect a thing. Having seen blood when getting off the ship, he thought maybe Wanwan's group had already been robbed before arriving. While Xiaozhou followed Yuga downstairs, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Being too love-struck seemed exaggerated. These people clearly had food, but chose not to share. Everyone except him harbored similar opinions, especially under hunger and fear. The discontent grew larger. Indeed, the group started searching everywhere. Even Jin's couple joined in. After several days together consuming communal supplies, they had nothing left. Neither the mountain, the rooms, they missed no spots. Having closed the door, they kept enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner and continued their poker game as if the intruders didn't exist. Still, occasionally, they peeked out, making sure the yacht hadn't been discovered. Before it got dark, they found a pile of mushrooms, most of which were already spoiled, but a small portion remained. They boiled mushroom soup. Wanwan, I brought you some mushroom soup. It's especially fragrant. Try a little. Xia Jinyu held the bowl at the door, always eager to please, firmly believing that sooner or later he would win Wanwan's favor. I'm not hungry. You eat it. And don't bring me any more in the future. Fong Tingwan played a pair of sevens, never lifting an eyelid. She didn't want to give him a response, fearing he wouldn't be able to recover. Xia Jinyu's face slowly fell. He pressed his lips together and, filled with disappointment, turned and walked downstairs. Everyone was eating. Seeing him come back, Xiaozhou quickly pulled him to sit beside him. Brother, we all know you like her, but there's really no need to belittle yourself this way. After saying that, he hugged Yang Wenjing closer. During these past few days, because of Xiaozhou's care, Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi had received many benefits, so they accepted their relationship by default. The two even showed affection publicly all the time. And now, Yang Wenjing shyly patted his shoulder. My sister is different. She has high standards, you see? She paused briefly to explain. Brother, it's not that you're bad. It's just that my sister already has a man by her side. The lawyer? Previously, Xia Jinyu had categorized this person as a friend since he left with Wanwan and had been sharing meals and living space. So jealousy flared up again. Annoyed, yet powerless, Xia Jinyu looked at the pot of mushroom soup and instantly lost his appetite. I'm going to rest for a bit. All right. Xiaozhou set aside the bowl of mushroom soup nearby to save it for Brother Yu. It had been who knows how long since they'd last enjoyed such a hearty meal, and everyone became cheerful. The lively atmosphere echoed up to the second floor. Meng Ling lay sprawled on the bed. When are we leaving? Staying here meant she couldn't stand Yang Dehai's family, and her fists itched. If we leave, they'll likely follow us. Fong Tingwan guessed that given Xia Jinyu's character, he must have people who relied on him now, so everyone would probably go according to his arrangements. I'll take a walk outside. Then I'll check out the yacht. Jiang Yanchen stood up simultaneously. Chapter 59. Use me as you wish. Meng Ling watched the two walk out together. She hugged Dodo and said something that Dodo couldn't understand. I suddenly missed that X a little. I don't know if he's dead or not. Humph. Sister, what's an X? Dodo drank her milk with confused eyes. It's a bad man. How could she teach Dodo these things? Meng Ling patted her head and changed the topic. Let me teach you how to play a game. Outside, when they descended to the first floor, Jiang Yanchen parted ways with Fong Tingwan. As he moved into the darkness, Fong Tingwan wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked into the distance. An extremely hot night was especially suffocating, humid, and near water, making one feel sticky and irritable. Tingwan, are you going to leave me again? Xia Jinyu appeared behind her, as expected. Having done it once, he would definitely not let her leave easily the second time. But she didn't expect that when she turned around, Xia Jinyu looked like a wounded golden retriever, wagging his tail with innocent eyes staring at her. She felt an urge to pat his head. She sighed. Xia Jinyu, what do you like about me? I can change. I just like you, and I can't change that, he said. This old-school dialogue made Fong Tingwan's arms break out in goosebumps. Facing his sincere gaze, she felt unable to escape. There's no point. It won't lead to anything. You like him, right? Xia Jinyu was uneasy, his fingers pinching his own leg, struggling to control himself. Him? Jiang Yanchen? Fong Tingwan subconsciously thought of him because of their connection through the inheritance issue, and they ended up living across from each other. Unknowingly, he had transitioned from cooking at home to staying at home, earning her unconditional trust and compliance, and she liked such a companion. But liking someone, she thought she didn't, though seeing Xia Jinyu becoming increasingly agitated due to her hesitation, she simply admitted, I like him. The shadow in the darkness paused. Xia Jinyu couldn't believe it and retreated step by step, both unable to accept the truth and feeling wronged for himself, while being heartbroken. He took one step back at a time until he reached the door, then went inside without saying a word and closed the door. Fong Tingwan could only hope that this time, he would truly let go. Sorry for using you. She lowered her voice, ensuring that Jiang Yanchen in the dark could hear. She had practiced for so long. If no one had noticed, she would have been doomed long ago. Jiang Yanchen stepped forward with a smile. Happy to be used by you. Consider it gratitude for bringing me along. You can use me anytime in the future. Are you worried you'll have trouble finding a girlfriend later? After asking, Fong Tingwan regretted it. If she had asked earlier, it would have been fine as a joke, but asking now seemed like probing. Before she could explain, Jiang Yanchen deflected for her. In this situation now, who has the time to fall in love? Right after his words, the two immediately became alert and looked toward the direction of the supermarket. Two figures slowly emerged from the darkness into the corridor lights. It was Xiao Zhou and Yang Wenjing. Clearly, the two had just gone through a fierce battle, covered with dried leaves, and still flushed red from exertion. Yang Wenjing clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Jiang Yanchen beside Fong Tingwan, wanting to grind her back teeth to pieces. Why was she so lucky? Born with millions of assets waiting for her to inherit, yet she still had her excellent man accompanying her without needing to trade favors for it? Unlike herself, relying on scraps of money trickling from between Fong Tingwan's fingers just to live comfortably, saddled with selfish parents, and having Xiao Zhou, a mere hoodlum who can't even match Xia Jinyu in looks, much less compared to the lawyer standing before them, and also lacked money. Yet, for survival, she had no choice. Fong Tingwan, if you don't like Yu Ge, reject him clearly, don't string him along. Xiao Zhou threatened, out of respect for Xia Jinyu. Fong Tingwan nodded. Okay, no problem. Be nice to my sister. What phony sympathy. Yang Wenjing's cheeks flushed red in anger. The way Fong Tingwan dispensed charity stung her deeply. Sister, it was the word she hated most, even more so coming from Fong Tingwan's mouth, which annoyed her further. She dragged Xiao Zhou away. More so, it was like fleeing. Jiang Yanchen saw right through. Your sister seems to hate you quite a bit. She was very obedient as a child. I can hardly remember how she turned out like this. Maybe it started with our uncle teaching her to deceive me out of pocket money. Fong Tingwan, reflecting on the past, understood the reasons. Her uncle wanted money and used his own daughter, plus held male preferential views, thus making Yang Wenjing's life equally tough. This family. She didn't really hate them. She only treated them like clowns performing a show for her amusement. Jiang Yanchen followed her back to the room. Meng Ling was already sleeping on the top bunk with Dodo. You sleep in the bottom bunk, and I'll sleep on the floor, he said softly. Fong Tingwan silently returned to bed, closing her eyes. Just as she was about to drift off, she heard a scream from the next room. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? Someone help. Save them, quick. Ling, rest with Dodo and bolt the door. Only open it when we return. It wasn't without reason that Fong Tingwan was cautious. These people simply weren't trustworthy, and they feared it might be a trap. Jiang Yanchen took his Tang knife and went out with her. Everyone outside had already been awakened by the commotion. Xia Jinyu and his group of 5, plus Yang Dahai's family of 3, and Jinda's family of 5, 15 people all gathered at the first floor entrance. The ones in trouble were Jinda's parents. Lying in bed, their faces were as pale as death, drooling white foam with their eyes rolling back. What mushrooms did you eat? Fong Tingwan asked. Xiao Zhou brought over the bowl that was supposed to be Xia Jinyu's. They could have been edible mushrooms, but there floated several white mushroom slices. She picked up one piece, chewed twice, then spat it out immediately while washing her mouth with water. She harshly reprimanded. Meat brown scaled stalk mushrooms, one of the top 10 poisonous mushrooms. Do you even know what you're eating? Wang Yin murmured. I thought they were chicken truffles, so I picked 2. It seems they both ended up in my parents' bowls. Other than being white, these don't resemble chicken truffles at all. Even small amounts can be quite toxic, Fong Tingwan said. Damn it, do you hate my parents this much? Feeding them isn't enough for you. You actually poisoned them, slut. Jinda slapped Wang Yin hard, knocking her onto the ground, yet it didn't ease his anger. However, rationality eventually won over as he approached, pleading quietly. Miss Fong, please, save my parents. Money, I'll give you money. He pulled out a backpack, which contained a whole bag of gold. This momentarily blinded everyone, including Fong Tingwan, who almost confirmed his identity was fabricated. But how could he have so much money unless he was secretly wealthy? You all should take a boat into the city to find a hospital. You may still make it in time. You've all eaten some. The old couple has weaker constitutions, so the effects come on faster, and you should also feel about the same soon. Chapter 60. Are there any other uses? Fong Tingwan pressed her lips to suppress a smile, glancing around. She had been looking for a way to leave them, but didn't expect their actions. She patted her pocket and took out a small bottle of vitamin C from the space and handed it over. Try eating some to see if it helps you hold on until we get to the hospital. Jinda quickly traded a gold bar for the medicine, forcing the vitamin C into his parents' mouths and giving them a little water, but they still threw up. He tried again, but still vomiting. Dad, Mom. The two elders were already unresponsive. Fong Tingwan calmly approached, feeling their pulse, and muttered quietly, "My condolences." Dad, Mom. Jinda fell to his knees in rage, suddenly looking down at Wang Yin, throwing punches at her one by one. It was only when Xia Jinjin and others saw that he wanted to kill someone that they quickly pulled him away. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? He hadn't eaten it, but everyone else had. But it seemed like there wasn't much of a reaction. Doesn't mean everything is okay. Xiao Zhou clutched his stomach, his face looking a bit pale. I feel my stomach hurts. He picked up the vitamin C, popped a few pills into his mouth, and swallowed them dry. The rest also felt uncertain whether it was psychological or real pain. The vitamin C passed between hands. All of them ate it after trying, self-assessing its effects. Wang Yin lay helplessly on the ground, unable to struggle, letting tears and blood mix and flow together. Brother, Jinhua weakly called once, collapsing onto the floor. Xiaohua, Jinda panicked as he held him, finally looking at Xia Jinyu. Brother, I beg you, take us to the hospital. I can't lose my younger brother. Xiao Zhou also felt the increasing reaction in his stomach. Yuga, let's go to the hospital? Okay. Xia Jinyu had not eaten it. He looked at Fong Tingwan, somewhat reluctant to leave, but now everyone was looking at him. Wanwan, are you not going with us? Fong Tingwan shook her head. Yuga, it's this bad now, and you don't care if we live or die? Xiao Zhou, angry, became dizzy. How could he think of women at such a time, ignoring the lives of his brothers? Others also had opinions and revealed hateful looks. All right, let's go back. Xia Jinyu turned his head away. Others who needed to clean up and pick things up were busy. 5 minutes later, everyone was aboard the yacht. Xia Jinyu took one last look in the direction of Fong Tingwan, always feeling that this departure would make it hard to meet again. He had no choice but to leave on the boat. They left behind the half-dead mastermind. Wang Yin struggled to sit up for a while, realizing they didn't care if she lived or died. Her heart grew cold. You're probably laughing at me? She laughed maniacally, like an insane person. I have served them for 3 years. Because I haven't conceived, they kept picking on me and made Jean to divorce me. They treated me well before marriage, but afterward forced me to be a housewife, hitting me on a whim. It's good that they're dead. Good. You little brat, clearly his biological son, but lied to me that you're his brother, making me raise your illegitimate child myself like my own younger brother. She was like an inflated balloon, holding a belly full of grievances, wanting to release them all. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen collected the gold bars and simply dug a pit, burying the two elderly people. Coming back, they found Wang Yin still cursing, so she handed over the furosemide. Diuretic, it can help with urination and detoxification. Wang Yin paused, staring at Fong Tingwan, not understanding why she was saving her again. Aren't you mad at me? Do we even know each other well? Fong Tingwan asked. Wang Yin thought about it, realizing they didn't know each other well. The first unpleasantness happened because of her nasty comments. She whispered, I'm sorry, I just got shocked initially. I didn't think about anything else. Seeing her turning to go upstairs with Jiang Yanchen, Wang Yin hurriedly shouted, Your uncle's family talks ill of you every day. If you meet them again, be careful. Good. Fong Tingwan didn't stop walking upstairs. You should keep an eye on your sister. She has been consorting with Xiao Zhou without precautions. If she gets pregnant, it will likely be difficult for her to survive. Both will suffer. Wang Yin shouted another sentence. Fong Tingwan slowly turned around, smiling and asking, Did you warn her? I meant to warn you. Do not get pregnant under any circumstances. Wang Yin extended goodwill actively, appearing more stable without Jindo around. She took out a box of contraceptives from her bag. I don't need it. You keep it. Fong Tingwan's face instantly turned red, having never thought about this. Jiang Yanchen went down to receive it. Consider it as payment. He took the medicine and went up to the second floor with Fong Tingwan, explaining first, besides contraception, it has other functions. Keep it in case. Huh. Fong Tingwan didn't fully understand. What other uses? Why did you suddenly save her? This didn't seem like her style. The topic shifted too quickly, Fong Tingwan said. I just thought, if someone had reached out at that time, maybe I wouldn't have died. To survive, I ended up doing a lot of bad things as well. Jiang Yanchen wanted to ask her about her past life. What had happened that led her to become so suspicious and cold, even unable to trust others again? There are good people, and there are bad people. Try to trust us. Not only him, but also Meng Ling. After all this time together, Fong Tingwan replied as a matter of course. I've always trusted you too. Good. Jiang Yanchen knocked on the door. Meng Ling, who had been eavesdropping for a while, was the first to open it. She looked at Wanwan expectantly, wanting to hear an affirmative answer, to know she was trusted. But she didn't. Jiang Yanchen slept in the corner, and Wanwan returned to her lower bunk. Meng Ling tiptoed up, and, after a short while, fought sleep no longer and dozed off. Jiang Yanchen's side also emitted a soft breathing rhythm. He must be asleep as well. But she wasn't. Her eyes opened clearly. He had been right. She hadn't fully trusted them yet. Even living together, she was always the last one to fall asleep and the first one to wake up. She didn't dare let her back easily face others. She truly didn't dare. She smiled bitterly, lifting the corners of her lips, rolled over, and closed her eyes. When Jiang Yanchen thought the time was about right, he opened his eyes, gazing at her drowsily, pity evident in his gaze. This night was a secret. In the morning, everything seemed to return to normal. Jiang Yanchen got up early to make breakfast. When he went downstairs, he saw Wang Yin leaning against the wall sleeping, and asked, "Is she dead yet?" With closed eyes, Wang Yin laughed. "Did I disappoint you?" "Not yet. I don't like eating mushrooms. It wasn't on purpose. I thought they were the real ones. I only recognized their images from some online pictures months ago." She opened her eyes, trying to let him see the sincerity in hers. Jiang Yanchen didn't care about whether her words were true or false, but while cooking porridge, he added a handful more rice and cooked an extra egg. Chapter 61, Favor. When Wang Yin saw Fong Tingwan also come down, she quickly got up. However, because she rose too fast, she almost fell over and had to lean on the wall until her vision cleared before explaining again. Apparently, being in the same bed doesn't make two different people. She was ignored by Fong Tingwan just like everyone else. "Are you leaving?" Meng Ling glanced over. "What? Do you still want to follow us?" Jiang Yanchen knew it was impossible. Fong Tingwan didn't respond. The refusal was obvious, but suddenly Wang Yin knelt down with a serious look on her face. "I know I've done a lot of bad things, but I can't leave here. I don't want to die. As long as you can take me away, I will do whatever you ask. We don't need you. They will definitely come back for you." Fong Tingwan said coldly, continuing to wash her face. "You mentioned Xiaojinyu." Wang Yin realized his affection for Fong Tingwan, which is why he would come back for her. Jiang Yanchen stirred the porridge faster, revealing impatience. "I can cook, sew clothes, and soothe children," she stated her strengths. "Sister Jiang can do all that," Fong Tingwan responded lightly, seemingly proud of something. "What about her?" Wang Yin pointed at Meng Ling. Meng Ling directly lifted her t-shirt to reveal the muscles on her forearm. "I can knock you down with one punch. What do you think?" Wang Yin wanted to mention Duo, but realizing this child's importance, she stayed silent. Once the green vegetable porridge was ready, they ate until they were full and started moving items onto the yacht. Wang Yin silently watched them board the yacht and truly leave. Not until the boat became blurred did she fall into despair, then turn and return to the room. One of the rooms belonged to a woman and had cosmetics. Even if she were to die, she wanted to apply makeup and look beautiful while doing so. She didn't know that on the other side, someone had landed ashore, found the gas station, and immediately surrounded the entrance upon hearing voices. "Come out." The rough male voice left Wang Yin perplexed as she tightened the noose around her neck and stepped outside. The bald man had come for Fong Tingwan, but didn't expect to see another woman. Dressed in a red strapless dress that highlighted her curvaceous figure, exposing her pale legs and arms, with light makeup, Wang Yin instantly caught his eye. He swallowed dryly. "Would you like to go with me? I'll ensure you never lack food or drink." Wang Yin understood what he was implying. With her heart previously dead, it sprouted new hope when water was poured on it. "Come in." The bald man grinned as he entered, wrapping his arm around the woman and closing the door. An hour later, Wang Yin walked out leaning on the man, blushing shyly. "By the way, you said you know that woman. Wasn't her name Jiang Wan?" Did they go toward Wang? Wang Yin smiled and nodded, pointing in the opposite direction without batting an eye, saying, "That way. Let's go." We're after them. On board the yacht, they drifted further and further from Fong Tingwan. Even her name was fabricated by Wang Yin on the spot. "In the wind," she smiled. "Thank you for your medicine." Before being scorched by the noon sun, Fong Tingwan and the others reached the next stop, resting until the afternoon before continuing towards Pinkwan County. They rested somewhere else again the following day, traveling both morning and afternoon. Finally, 3 days later, they entered Pinkwan County. The terrain here was higher, and the water only went up to the second floor. You could see fish swimming underwater from below. There was even a faint smell of disinfectant in the water. It seemed that the government had disinfected the water. The fish, although surviving, were scarce. They never entered the city, but instead drove along the edge towards Mayo Mountain. The deeper they went inside, the cooler the temperature became. Sweating less, there was even a touch of coolness due to it being morning. "We came at the right time. This temperature should be bearable even in extreme heat. Find a place to stay first." Jiang Yanchen held the steering wheel, looking around. In Pinkwan, the temperature only reached around 30 degrees Celsius at noon, which was acceptable. They continued traveling until they reached the Mayo Mountain scenic area. This place was not yet open to visitors. All you could see were mountains, without a trace of human habitation. Once reaching the highest peak, a barren mountaintop revealed itself where they aimed to ascend to the Dragon Mother Cave. "You guys go ahead with the stuff, I'll hide the yacht well." Having reached the shore, Fong Tingwan offered. Without putting it in a dimensional space, she worried it might be gone when they returned. Meng Ling questioned, "Why don't you let Lawyer Jiang hide it? It's such a waste of effort to walk back such a long way." Knowing what she intended to do, Jiang Yanchen already cooperated by loading the items on his back. "With so much stuff, it will probably take 2 trips. I'll go first." "Okay, be careful, Wan." Meng Ling carried many things on her back too, leading Duo by the hand. "Let's go, Duo." The physical training they had done before turned out to be useful. Even Duo, after practicing for so long, could climb the mountain on her own without relying on others, steadily moving upwards. Meng Ling didn't feel the strain either. After making sure that no one could see them, Fong Tingwan took everything into her dimensional space and then carried the remaining items onto her shoulders as she made her way toward the middle of the mountain. Rumors suggested that the spring inside the Dragon Mother Cave leaked year-round, and they hoped it was true. Following the path at the top of the mountain, they would soon reach the entrance carved beneath a massive rock with a vermilion door inscribed with the 3 characters, Dragon Mother Cave. Inside, there stood a dragon mother statue worshipped by all, with an incense burner placed in front of it. The incense had already been burning for some time. We'll pitch our tent over here. Fong Tingwan pointed to the side under a shaded boulder. Okay. Jiang Yanchen had already started pulling out their tent pack and began setting it up on the spot. He'd done this more than once. He could erect the tent efficiently without their help. They only had a single 210 by 180 tent, and after securing it firmly with stakes, Jiang Yanchen left the task of inflating the air mattress to Meng Ling. Next, he pulled out the clothes, which smelled musty due to the humid weather, and strung a rope to hang everyone's garments for airing. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan gathered dry wood from around the area, stacking it at the foot of the mountain and constructing a simple stone stove before placing the pot on top. Each person took care of their own tasks. Even Duo helped tidy up. 2 hours later, the fire roared to life. Pouring the duck soup from the thermal box into the pot, he added a few instant noodles, preparing lunch for everyone. As the sun climbed higher, the tent exposed to its light felt hot despite having the windows and door open wide. All 4 of them sat inside, warm but still tolerable. It seems this place won't work either. Meng Ling fanned herself while lying down directly in view of Jiang Yanchen to catch her breath. Duo leaned against something too, exhausted from a day in the sun, lazily blinking as she hovered between sleep and wakefulness. Jiang Yanchen scanned his surroundings. If we stay here, we can watch 3 directions and detect danger first. The downside is the afternoon sun exposure when it's the hottest. When it gets worse, we'll definitely struggle, but venturing into the woods, I think that's even riskier. Chapter 62, Landslide. Apart from the bare mountaintop, the surrounding areas at the base of the mountain were covered in dense woods. These trees hadn't been flooded, and it was possible that some animals might be there as well. Let's stay here for now. Then we can look for other safe places later, Fong Tingwan said after glancing outside. This spot really wasn't suitable for a long-term stay. So, they settled down here. But they weren't the only ones who knew that Mayu Mountain was cool. With temperatures rising to 45 degrees and water levels decreasing, the hot and humid feeling became even more torturous. The nearby residents also planned to move up the mountain of Mayu. When they saw each other, they would exchange greetings before setting up their tents not too far away. Everyone kept to themselves, living peacefully without interfering with one another. Half a month passed, and already over 10 households had settled on this mountaintop. Every night, the 3 of them took turns keeping watch. Tonight, it was Meng Ling's turn. There were 3 people sleeping in the tent, each under their own blanket. Since they weren't at home, there wouldn't be futons either. There was no way to make Jiang Yanchen sleep outside, so all 3 decided to sleep together. At her most desperate moment, Fong Tingwan didn't have a choice of where or with whom she slept. For Meng Ling and Duo's safety, she separated herself from Jiang Yanchen, facing Duo while turning her back to him. Still not sleeping? It was already 12 o'clock. Usually, she'd fall asleep by 10, but out of caution, she chose to sit up instead. Jiang Yanchen also sat up. I feel my heart pounding. Something big is about to happen. In an instant, Meng Ling entered the tent after pulling aside the door. It's actually raining. No wonder I felt a bit chilly today. As she spoke, she shook her head. What weird weather, sometimes sun, sometimes rain, neither too hot to die nor too cold to kill. Achoo. She quickly crawled under her blanket. Fong Tingwan touched Duo's neck, feeling its warmth, which reassured her. Listening to the sound of rain gradually increasing against the tent, making loud noises, made her even less sleepy. Sleep. In this weather, they won't come. By they, Jiang Yanchen meant their neighbors next door. There were only so many shaded spots from the sun, and slowly everyone got closer. Fong Tingwan nodded, just preparing to close her eyes when suddenly a rock fell down, instantly indenting and bouncing off. Is that a rock? Jiang Yanchen confirmed. This is bad. Hurry, we need to leave immediately. Meng Ling woke up with a start, slapping her face twice to gain full consciousness. What's going on? The rocks on the mountain are starting to break loose. The rain's getting heavier. There's a good chance of a landslide. Fong Tingwan explained as she woke Duo, beads of sweat forming unconsciously on her forehead. If they move too slowly, they might get buried here. The rain intensified, battering against the tent as if trying to tear it apart. They packed whatever could be taken into their climbing bags. Anything difficult to carry, they managed to hold by hand. Dressed in raincoats, Jiang Yanchen was the first to step outside. Then Meng Ling, Duo, and finally Fong Tingwan. The tent was surely abandoned now. As soon as they stepped out, lightning struck across the sky, the shadow covering the area beneath 6 tents. Call out a warning. Jiang Yanchen already went to warn the closest neighbors. Meng Ling hurriedly ran to alert others. Fong Tingwan looked around and didn't interfere, merely holding Duo's hand. Duo, don't be scared, just go left. On the left side was a high slope, stone-free, and thus safest. If possible, heading towards the deep forest was ideal. Roots anchored the ground, making it less likely to collapse. How could there possibly be a landslide? Don't drag us along just because you're reckless, came an angry yell from inside one of the tents. Jiang Yanchen retracted his hand and continued warning the next house. In a minute, he warned all, then gazed toward the summit where a flash of lightning illuminated a few loose stones breaking loose midair. Hurry! It started. Meng Ling sped up her run. Those awakened by the warning, startled by a thunderclap, caught sight of the falling debris. They didn't waste time gathering too many things, grabbing just a random bag before hurrying to flee. Regardless of whether it was raining or even hailing, they must take the risk to escape. The rocks began tumbling down in greater numbers. Each thunderclap seemed like a countdown. Boom. Suddenly, the mountain collapsed. In a mere breath of time, all the tents were swallowed. including the family who refused to listen earlier. Under such pressure from boulders and mud, survival was nearly impossible. The rest were still trembling in fear. Thank you. Through the storm, Jiang Yanchen didn't hear clearly but nodded. Go find a place to take shelter from the rain quickly. They needed to keep moving too. Fang Tingwan had already walked far ahead with Duo. The two quickly caught up. Upon entering the deep forest, the trees were large and lush, with some requiring 3 adults to form a circle to hug around them. After looking around, Fang Tingwan decided on a particular tree. Climb up. Jiang Yanchen carried Duo first and ascended onto a sturdy branch. Next came Meng Ling, then Fang Tingwan. Big brother, could you lend us a hand? The one who spoke was a young woman in her mid-20s. Dressed in a strapless top, shorts, and flip-flops, she displayed a pitiful expression while making a gesture of pleading. Another girl, apparently 4 or 5 years younger with a 7/10 resemblance, likely her younger sister, had red-rimmed eyes as she was drenched by the rain like a soaked chick. Oddly, this only added 3/10 to her charm. There are shorter trees over there. You should be able to climb them. Fang Tingwan pointed towards a large tree several meters behind. This tree was only a third as thick as the one they were looking at, but its branches extended horizontally upward starting from knee height. So why don't you two go? Lu Ling shot back, widening her eyes. Her sister Lu Yu cast a resentful glance at her, then turned her pitiful gaze towards Jiang Yanchen. Jiang Yanchen diverted his eyes, unable to hide his disdain. Fang Tingwan laughed coldly. If we go, will you be able to climb? Without further ado, she jumped up, grabbing onto a branch with both hands. As she prepared to thrust upwards, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed her waistband from behind and pulled her down hard. For a moment, it felt like half of her buttocks were exposed. Reluctantly, Fang Tingwan had to let go and land on her feet, immediately pulling her pants up and delivering a swift kick to Lu Ling. Are you trying to die? In that instant, an icy glare filled with murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Lu Ling, ready to counterattack verbally, froze under her stare. Instead of retaliating, she felt an urge to flee. Lu Yu quickly steadied her sister, casting a venomous look at Fang Tingwan. You're so vicious. How dare you hurt Lu Ling so badly? Do you want to kill her? Despite her accusation, her eyes flickered towards Jiang Yanchen, clearly attempting to evoke his sympathy. But Jiang Yanchen stood unmoved like stone, not only showing no compassion, but growing increasingly impatient. With a quick glance at the mountain, he exclaimed, Hurry, we need to get up there fast. Fang Tingwan followed his gaze and saw, in the blink of an eye, lightning strike nearby and whole patches of forest falling down, heading towards them visibly. She could waste no more time. In one swift leap, she climbed the tree rapidly, glancing upward where Meng Ling and Duo were clinging tightly to the trunk. As she climbed higher, she looked back down. Chapter 63, The Viper Sisters. The two sisters also panicked. Before Jiang Yanchen climbed up, they directly used their bodies as walls. You can't go up without us, and neither will you. If we die, we all die together. Seeing the situation, the small tree trunk wouldn't hold them. The safest place right now was only this tree, so they had to climb it. Jiang Yanchen didn't indulge them, coldly glanced over, pulled out the Tang knife, and swung it down. The two sisters, seeing him actually cutting, moved to the left and right respectively, using the gap to let Jiang Yanchen leap onto the tree trunk and stop beside Fang Tingwan. All 4 of them clutched tightly onto the tree trunk. The two sisters stomped on the ground in a hurry. When the mountain floodwaters were almost upon them, the two weren't gentle at all, moving fast like wind. They went up the tree Fang Tingwan pointed at. Fortunately, the tree branches were low enough, and climbing up wasn't a hassle. After the two women clung tightly to the tree trunk, they stared fiercely at Fang Tingwan and her companions. Fang Tingwan didn't even look at them. A lightning bolt struck nearby, illuminating the imminent mountain flood. The soil yellow floodwater, more than 3 meters high, mixed with dirt and rocks, surged forth irresistibly. Rows of small trees were knocked down, and none of the animals in the deep forest were spared. Meng Ling embraced Dodo tightly and closed her eyes in despair. She could only beg at this point. Heavenly Lord, forgive us. Fang Tingwan stared at the floodwater, seeming calm but inwardly nervous, forgetting to breathe. Jiang Yanchen looked at her. When the flood swayed the tree trunk, he extended his hand, his palm covering her hand back, feeling her slight tremble. He chuckled softly. Don't worry, this tree is strong enough. Fang Tingwan wanted to move away, but the tree shook, and the thick tree trunk, as big as an arm, snapped off with an ear-piercing sound. In the next instant, it was swept away by the surging floodwaters, vanishing without a trace. If it were a person, death would be certain. Save, gurgle, help me. A figure thrashed about on the water surface, trying to grab something, but grasping nothing. So fast, before he could finish shouting for help, he had already been pushed tens of meters away. Fang Tingwan recognized the man. He also set up a tent in the Long Mother Cave. Usually, he bellowed at everyone as if others owed him something, even ignoring Jiang Yanchen's call to leave. Being swallowed by the flood was inevitable. But he had incredible luck. The tree where the two sisters were standing hadn't been toppled either. The man collided perfectly with that tree and held onto the trunk, revealing half of his head above the water. The two sisters screamed simultaneously, gripping the tree tighter. This tree simply cannot support 3 people. Release your grip quickly. Lu Yu implored with tears welling up in her eyes. The trunk wobbled violently, looking like it could tear itself from the ground at any moment, as though they would soon be submerged by the floodwaters too. Lu Ling stood on a lower branch of the tree below Lu Yu. Watching the man grasp the tree trunk and attempt to climb higher, his shoulders were exposed already. She realized that once he ascended, they would only become more endangered. She took a deep breath and descended carefully. The man thought someone was coming to pull him up and grinned. Thank you. Thank you. You've saved me, and whatever you want I'll agree to. A villa? A sports car? Or luxury goods? Anything you pick is fine. He made promises without reserve. Lu Ling was already above the floodwaters. Seeing the man clinging to the tree, she extended her hand. The man laughed, only to realize she was prying his fingers open, which startled him so much that his facial features distorted completely. No, I'll give you money. Is 1,500 enough? 2 million. 1 billion. I own a listed company. Whatever you want I can promise you. We just want to live. By now, Lu Ling had broken all his fingers save the last one. Her sweet voice sounded terrifying. Good luck. Maybe you'll find another tree soon. Cheap bitch, I'll kill you. I will. The remaining words were drowned out by the floods, his silhouette quickly vanishing at the end of the mountain flood. Not expected, you're ruthless. It's good we didn't let them up, otherwise this tree couldn't handle it, and they'd surely find ways to push us down. Meng Ling was imagining it and got scared, swallowing hard. Fong Tingwan nodded. Indeed. Jiang Yanchen looked at the Tang knife. Special situations require special treatments. What are you looking at? If you hadn't abandoned us, we wouldn't have done this, damn. Lu Yu's sobbing accusation echoed. Oh come on, what a big divergence. It's you who killed a person and still throw blame at us. Your skin is really thick, isn't it? No wonder you've lived this long. You must have killed quite a few. Fong Tingwan sneered coldly. From more than 10 meters away, she observed these two sisters who, under the night sky, resembled two female ghosts disguised in beautiful and alluring attire, specifically luring men with improper intentions into their traps. Thankfully, Mr. Jiang the lawyer wasn't such a person. Realizing that Jiang Yanchen was looking at her, their gazes met, and Fong Tingwan quickly turned away, feeling as if his gaze stretched endlessly, full of profound meaning. But she didn't want to break through this invisible barrier between them. The two sisters felt pierced at their innermost thoughts and immediately became like agitated cats. What nonsense are you spouting? You carry knives with you. Who knows how many people you've killed? Lu Ling shot back angrily. Fong Tingwan flashed a chilling smile. Not many. Just about 80 to 100. They carried knives with them, had great skills, and looked completely serious, not joking around. The two sisters immediately lost their spirit. The flood would eventually subside, and they would have to descend from the tree. Offending the other side now meant certain death. Thus, the two sisters didn't provoke any further trouble. Likewise, Fong Tingwan wouldn't waste her energy on trivialities with them. From her mountaineering bag, she took out a rainproof cloth, wrapping it around the trunk of the tree to shield off some of the rainwater. Then, she pulled out fresh clothes. With their bodies drenched head to toe, if they didn't change, hypothermia was guaranteed. Dodo should be changed first. The little girl's lips had turned blue from the cold, but she didn't utter a single sound of complaint. Once her clothes were switched and a raincoat put on, she quietly leaned against the tree trunk. Jiang Yanchen moved down another branch to take out his own clothes for replacement without hesitation. Meng Ling and Dodo kept their eyes away. Fong Tingwan simply glanced at him. It wasn't like he cared much for modesty in this situation. Across the tree, however, the two sisters could not help sneaking peeks, though only catching glimpses of exposed arms that were muscular and strong legs full of defined muscles. Their hearts raced involuntarily. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan quickly finished changing herself too, then produced bread, chocolate, and milk. Eat till you're full, Ling, then you and Dodo sleep. How do we sleep here? Meng Ling looked at the thick tree trunk. It might be as thick as someone's body, but sleeping on it seemed quite challenging. She feared falling off. She wouldn't necessarily fall, but the fear was real. Dodo curled up into a ball, silent. We have to stay on this tree for at least a few days. We'll adapt, Fong Tingwan said softly, her expression calm. Earth's environment was going to become harsher day by day. Failing to adapt would mean elimination. Meng Ling instantly understood what Fong Tingwan meant and nodded. Exhaustion would inevitably lead to sleep. Since Meng Ling couldn't drift off, Fong Tingwan fell asleep first. She practically pressed against the tree trunk and fell asleep right away. She needed enough stamina to ensure her survival. Dodo also fell asleep, but nestled snugly in Meng Ling's embrace, behaving obediently without so much as a whimper. Chapter 64, A Plan in Mind. Fong Tingwan slept for 4 hours, and the moment she opened her eyes, she already recalled what had happened before. Wow, Wan, you didn't move at all. Meng Ling, perched on a higher tree branch, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, admiration shining in her eyes. You all sleep, give Dodo to me. Fong Tingwan stretched her limbs, stood up, and took the baby. Dodo woke up without crying or fussing, continuing to sleep nestled there. Meng Ling attempted to lie down and close her eyes, but with emptiness on both sides, she didn't dare fall truly asleep. With her eyelids feeling so heavy, she simply chose to lie face down and hug the tree trunk, hoping it would prevent her from losing consciousness as confusion overtook her. She eventually fell asleep. Jiang Yanchen lay down and quickly fell asleep as well. The dawn was breaking, yet the two sisters dared not close their eyes, hungry and exhausted. The two of them huddled together for warmth, seeing Fong Tingwan. Any fear that other sensory discomforts might amplify dissipated. Do you still have any food? Lu Ling boldly asked. Fong Tingwan glanced around, not replying. To save a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Don't you feel guilty watching us die right in front of you? Lu Yu attempted to awaken some sense of conscience in her. Fong Tingwan rubbed her temple, this time not even sparing a glance. Seated on the lowest tree trunk, she awaited a food delivery. The amount of food they carried was limited, while she could access more from her storage space. However, withdrawing too much would undoubtedly draw attention. After being turned away, the two sisters figured out what she was doing and immediately followed suit, moving closer to the floodwaters like wolves waiting for lambs, filled with hopeful anticipation. But this wait extended until broad daylight. The torrential rain lessened, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun seemed ready to break through. With no one atop the mountain except debris like trunks and rocks rushing downwards, Lu Ling was so hungry that hallucinations started appearing. Seeing something hairy, she directly reached out to grab it. That motion nearly dragged her into the flood, thankfully catching hold of the tree trunk just in time. Sister. Lu Yu quickly descended to help. Escaping death, Lu Ling returned to her perch on the tree trunk, holding a wild mountain chicken whose belly had been pierced by a branch. It held only half a caddy's worth of meat, but represented their only food. How are we supposed to eat this? Lu Ling looked at her sister, and then towards the opposite tree trunk. Dodo sat drinking milk on the tree trunk nearby. Fong Tingwan's luck wasn't bad either, having caught a small wild boar weighing more than 20 jin, enough to last for days without issue. Jealousy burned in the eyes of the two sisters, red enough to make their tear ducts ache. Bitch, if she hadn't fished it out, it would have come to us. Lu Yu ground her teeth, an audible crunch sounding. Lu Ling, knowing that the flow wouldn't reach them regardless, changed the topic. Can you eat it raw? Impossible. Lu Yu rejected the idea without hesitation. Eating raw flesh was worse than starving. Lu Ling didn't press the issue. Drawing the trunk toward her, she began plucking the feathers. Finding it impossible to clean perfectly, she resorted to peeling off the outer skin altogether. Eyeing the blood-red meat, she swallowed saliva and tore a piece of chicken breast with her mouth, chewing and swallowing after a few bites. Fong Tingwan kept an eye on them, realizing the greater the level of acceptance, the higher the chance of survival. These two sisters were indeed extraordinary. She retrieved her knife and skillfully dismembered the wild boar, rubbing salt on its limbs and hanging them on the tree trunk. The innards were removed. What could be kept was kept, the rest thrown downstream. When it was all finished, the two tree trunks were already hung with pieces of meat, sunlight streaming down, making the meat shimmer with an alluring golden hue. Meng Ling and Zhang Yanchen woke up around the same time. Seeing the blazing sun above, though still morning, brought a stifling heat. Meng Ling sighed. Isn't this weather ridiculous? Freezing rainstorms at night, scorching sun during the day. This isn't letting anyone live. Agreed. Fong Tingwan nodded, adding, a disaster like this seems accelerated, giving people no way out. At least my parents left early. Living through this pain wouldn't be any easier. Meng Ling thought of her mother's dying figure, heartbroken but forcing herself to smile. Ailing, remember the sad things. Fong Tingwan wished to console her, wanting to use many words but feeling inadequate. The deceased are gone. Meng Ling understood completely. Let's eat grilled meat. How do we grill on a tree? Zhang Yanchen quietly pulled out a portable stove and looked at Fong Tingwan. I remember you carrying an iron plate. Fong Tingwan's eyes lit up. Yes. Extending her hand into her bag, she conjured an iron plate through sheer intent, regular in size, but large enough for 3 people. For oil, they utilized resources on-site, cutting the wild boar's fat to render lard, storing the extra for next use. Next, the pork belly was sliced, neatly placed on the iron plate, sizzling sounds filling the air, the aroma of meat rising quickly. They always carried seasoning, coating the meat slices with cumin and chili powder, creating a taste so fragrant. The 4 feasted heartily, expressions reflecting their satisfaction. I never expected that we would be able to eat grilled meat at a time like this. Are we making merry in adversity? Meng Ling smiled and said, I feel like if I don't talk more, my language skills will regress. The 4 of them were together every day, so there was only so much to talk about. Once we find a suitable place to settle down, we'll stop and start farming or building houses as needed. Fong Tingwan quietly had a plan in mind. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, reaching the 2 sisters nearby who were eating raw meat. They felt they were almost becoming comparable to wild people, which the self-proclaimed beauties found hard to accept. Could you lend us some fire, please? Lu Ling was willing to humble herself for the sake of grilled meat. As long as she could eat something, what harm was there in bowing her head? Moreover, she had noticed that everyone in this group followed the woman called Wan Wan. If she agreed, the others wouldn't object. Lu Yu felt disdainful but didn't want to keep eating bloody meat either, so she remained silent with her head down. Fong Tingwan cast a glance in their direction, creating an invisible wall of separation. No matter how they pleaded, she acted as if she couldn't hear. Meng Ling was not someone whose heart overflowed with maternal instincts. She simply ignored them. Zhang Yanchen ate a little, then started collecting tree trunks, sometimes even cutting branches directly from trees. Fong Tingwan understood his intention and joined in gathering branches, cutting them into lengths over a meter long, trimming off forks, and tightly tying them to the tree trunk with ropes. They worked on it all day, whether long or short, until they had covered the space beneath the rain cloth with tightly laid wooden strips. Zhang Yanchen walked around, testing it carefully. It felt sturdy enough. This works. Enough room for all 4 of us to sleep. Meng Ling nodded approvingly and lay down. Though still a bit uncomfortable, it was already quite decent. Their wet clothes had been hung on the tree branches to dry and, after a full day, were now dry. They laid them over the wood slats, providing just a touch of softness. The 4 of them slept close together, no longer worrying about falling. The 2 sisters watched jealously, their eyes blazing with envy. They wished they could swim over. The water flow seemed calmer now, and perhaps they could make it across. Exchanging glances, Lu Ling and Lu Yu began moving downward. As soon as Lu Ling dipped her foot into the water, she felt a strong current pulling her. She nearly got swept away, but was fortunately pulled back in time by Lu Yu. Chapter 65, Getting Sick. She climbed up, and her shoes were already gone. The water level has dropped by more than 20 centimeters. If we can hold on, we'll be fine. Lu Ling tried to comfort while suppressing her fear, attempting to emulate Fong Tingwan, but without any resources. She took off her coat, tore it into strips, and used it to tie branches together, barely managing to build a sparse bed of wooden planks for the two of them to sleep on. At midnight, another heavy downpour began, causing the water level to surge instantly and carrying with it many things. The tree trunk swayed even more violently. The large tree where Fong Tingwan and the others were located was unaffected, but safety first, they decided to have someone keep watch through the night. Jiang Yanchen volunteered to take the first shift. As he watched the two sisters clinging tightly to the tree, sobbing uncontrollably, he remained immovable, coldly observing them. "Brother, please help us. You can come sleep with us." Lu Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Starving, exhausted, and gripped by fear, her nerves could not relax for a moment. She was near a breakdown. Lu Ling also hoped that Jiang Yanchen would agree. At least this person was handsome, capable, and able to protect them. But Jiang Yanchen simply turned his head and looked in another direction. Having failed in their scheme, the two sisters could only silently pray. The rain continued until dawn, finally stopping when thick clouds dispersed. Another clear sky stretched endlessly overhead. This fluctuation between cold and hot weather made even the normally robust Fong Tingwan feel an itch in her nose, a sign of an impending cold. Jiang Yanchen seemed better since he had suffered a fever once before. Meng Ling sniffled, as her nose was already congested, and her voice became muffled. "Is there any cold medicine?" "There is." Fong Tingwan handed over the medicine and mineral water. Duo was still sleeping. Something felt wrong. She reached out to check Duo's temperature. Her hand recoiled immediately from the heat. Duo has a high fever. Not bothering to conceal her space ring, she reached inside her bag, pulled out ibuprofen suspension from her space, and measured it into the cap. Then she helped Duo drink it. Duo's cheeks were red like a monkey's bottom, her breathing heavy, her body limp and boneless, like a wilting flower. If no proper care or water was provided soon, she might wilt permanently. This morning, after feeling too warm, Duo kicked her blanket and ended up like this. Meng Ling always slept with Duo and hadn't noticed it earlier, which left her deeply apologetic. "No problem, I've got medicine." Fong Tingwan had already taken all the necessary medications out of her space ring into the backpack. Cold granules, fever patches. She applied the patch to Duo first and prepared the ibuprofen granules next. It would be slightly more effective than the suspension. Jiang Yanchen was already cooking vegetable porridge, adding ginger slices to counteract the cold. "Can you give us some medicine?" Lu Yu pleaded desperately, clutching Lu Ling tightly to her chest. It was like holding onto a furnace. Right now, her older sister was her only family member, and she couldn't let her die. However, neither Fong Tingwan nor the others would forget that Lu Yu and Lu Ling wanted to drag them all to death along with pushing a man into the flood. "You'll need to depend on yourselves." Fong Tingwan continued gathering branches. If possible, she wanted to surround the tarp below as well, ideally constructing a wooden house to improve insulation. "What benefits will we get if you die? Why won't you just save me?" Lu Yu screamed furiously. Fong Tingwan turned and glanced at her coolly. "What benefit can you offer? Will you sleep with him?" She had heard their conversation last night. Even though she knew what they did was normal to survive, it irked her greatly. Jiang Yanchen, unexpectedly dragged into this, quickly explained, "I'm not interested in them." These words utterly silenced Lu Yu. They had nothing but their bodies, and now not even that mattered. What else did they have? "We will serve you. Work like oxen and horses." "I don't need your services," Fong Tingwan said and refused to waste further words on her. "Why won't you use all your medicine to save us?" "Ignored. You'll face retribution, your parents dying, your whole family suffering a tragic fate." She acted like a grasshopper flailing about before its imminent demise. 3 days passed. Each night, it rained heavily, while the sun blazed during the day. Vegetation decayed, releasing an unbearable stench of rot. In such harsh weather conditions, people lost vitality. Lu Ling didn't make it through and passed away. Her corpse started to decompose and breed maggots. The original features became unrecognizable. Lu Yu didn't throw her sister's body into the floodwaters. Instead, she placed the corpse somewhere visible to Fong Tingwan and the group, forcing them to witness firsthand how they caused Lu Ling's death. In the dead of night, she would break into a deep and hoarse cry, her voice echoing through the dark forest, sometimes muttering eerily, "It's because of you that I died. I will claim your lives." Meng Ling was being driven close to breaking point. Though fearless of ghosts, constant disturbance led her mind to wander, hugging Duo, who was starting to recover, leaning against the tree trunk, eyes wide open. Jiang Yanchen wasn't affected at all. Having killed so many people, one more death didn't mean much to him. He kept sleeping and cooking meals as usual, entirely unaffected. Not to mention Fong Tingwan, who slept facing the corpse. Oh no, she could sleep with the body too. As she watched Lu Yu start up again, her hands folded behind her head, she seemed like a boss watching a show. Any attempt by Lu Yu to further terrify them was instantly reduced to making her feel like a ridiculous clown, merely adding some amusement to their otherwise dull days. Defeated, she sat on the tree trunk, her eyes devoid of any spirit as they stared at her unrecognizable sister. Suddenly, death felt like a destination, perhaps even a refuge. Too hungry, too cold, living off rainwater every day, she just couldn't endure it anymore. Every time the thought of death being the end came into mind, it became impossible to suppress. She slowly stood up, tearing her throat with a wild scream. Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yanchen, Meng Ling. I won't let you go. Having said this, she collapsed straight away. Fong Tingwan sat upright, observing her longing for death and feeling a ripple in her heart. Bravery is required for survival, but isn't the same true for seeking death? After watching her figure get swallowed by the flood, Fong Tingwan laid back down. The ears were finally quiet, allowing her some peace. Late, what she just said. Meng Ling gulped, somewhat fearful yet incredulous about superstition. However, the changeable weather now left even her thoughts slightly confused. Tonight was rare, no rain. The moon was very round and bright. One could see a Ling's eyes red from lack of sleep. There will be me guarding if anything comes. Don't worry, sleep fast. Fong Tingwan embraced her down knife and slept. Even though her eyes were closed, Meng Ling could still hear faint noises. Within 10 minutes, she abruptly opened her eyes. Understanding that she really couldn't bear it, Fong Tingwan passed her a small bottle of pills, sleep aids. Just take one. Thank you, late. Meng Ling didn't hesitate to swallow it, and she slept deeply until dawn. Another sunny day arrived. The fiery sun shone down, its rays penetrating through the tarpaulin and layers of wood. Despite the four-sided ventilation, it was still unbearably hot. Even dressed minimally in t-shirts and shorts, sweat kept pouring non-stop. Chapter 66, A Chance Encounter with an Ex-Boyfriend. The breakfast was tasteless. A few of them just drank milk and ate eggs. As the food in the backpacks was running out, everyone silently tried to eat as little as possible. Currently, up in the trees, without exerting physical energy, they could eat less if necessary. After another 3 days, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky started to brighten. The flood had dried up under the scorching sun, leaving only some water in the uneven areas. Jiang Yanchen was the first one to descend from the tree. After stepping down a few steps, though his feet sank slightly, it was only by 2 centimeters, which was acceptable. Come down. He first held Duo in his arms, then helped Meng Ling down the tree, and finally, when he reached Fong Tingwan, he almost dropped her into his embrace, but quickly put her down without showing any signs of awkwardness. Let's go. A strange feeling grew inside Fong Tingwan, but seeing that he didn't have any reaction, she suppressed this emotion, walked ahead to lead the way, heading down the mountain. It was no longer safe on the mountain. They could only return to find their yacht and relocate to a safer place. After being washed by the flood, the forest was devoid of young trees or shrubs, clean and clear, revealing only white rocks. Walking became much easier. They continued forward until the sun climbed to the zenith, where there was no more shade blocking the intense heat. Only then did they stop against a large rock for lunch. I'm going to relieve myself. Me too. Fong Tingwan followed Meng Ling as they stood up. These past few days, with Jiang Yanchen around, they hadn't dared to properly use the bathroom. Once they were out of his sight, they found some obstacles to the left and right to hide behind and handle the situation. Before Fong Tingwan could squat down, she heard Meng Ling scream painfully. Wan, come save me, ah. Fong Tingwan quickly ran over and immediately saw Meng Ling's back. Her waist down had already sunk into the mud pit, only about 3 meters wide and long, but Meng Ling had been pushed from the edge to near the center within a minute, and it had already reached her waist. Time was pressing. Ailing, don't be afraid. Stay calm now. She looked around and saw that all the vines had been swept away by the flood. The trees were bare, so she quickly found a decayed log about as wide and long as a person. She picked it up and threw it into the mud pit. Hold on to it to buy time. Okay. Meng Ling actually wanted to cry. She'd survived so many disasters, and now she was going to die in this small mud hole. It wasn't worth it at all. She wanted to live, so she gripped the decaying wood tightly with all her might. Jiang Yanchen had already arrived with Duo in his arms. Sister Meng. As soon as Duo touched the ground, she wanted to help, her little face full of anxiety. Duo, don't move. Brother and sister are going to save Sister Meng. Be a good girl. Jiang Yanchen coaxed her gently before rushing back to get the rope. Duo didn't dare to move, and her tearful voice kept offering reassurance. Sister Meng, don't be afraid. Sister Fong will be here soon. Quickly, someone has fallen into a pit here. A sudden male voice called out. Meng Ling turned her head and saw 3 men, each nearly 1.8 meters tall, wearing black hiking jackets, masks, holding trekking poles, and upon seeing her predicament, immediately began jogging towards her. Their gear was very well prepared, and they instantly tossed out ropes. Meng Ling clutched the ropes tightly, gradually inching outwards. By the time Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen returned with the rope, Meng Ling had already pulled herself out halfway. Once she could touch their hands, the man pulled his partner and extended his hand simultaneously. Come on, hold my hand. His hand was pale, long, and warm. Meng Ling immediately thought of her ex-boyfriend, that fresh-faced young man, but shook the thought off and grabbed the other's hand, allowing herself to be pulled out of the mud pit. Thank you. No problem. Who would have thought we'd meet like this? I guess you missed me. Xin removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. He stifled a laugh. That look in your eyes, did you miss me? Meng Ling clenched her teeth and exchanged a glance with Wan. This is the bad-tempered, playful ex-boyfriend I told you about. I need to clarify something first. I climb mountains, not play around with women. I couldn't receive your calls because there was no signal, and you unilaterally declared the breakup and blocked me. Xin hurriedly explained. Meng Ling had always assumed he was with some other woman in bed. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen exchanged glances and determined he posed no threat, so they took Duo back. Meng Ling followed along. Xin brought his 2 buddies along, chattering non-stop throughout the journey. Did you also come here to climb the mountain and got trapped? What have you eaten these days? Do you still have food? Annoyed, Meng Ling answered nonetheless. We came here to escape the summer heat. Due to landslides, we had to hide in the trees, and we've run out of food. Then eat ours. For this trip, we prepared a month's worth of food. Xinu acted completely at home, pulling his two brothers-in-arms forward. The skinny one is called Chung Su, the fat one Long Long. Both are hikers I met online. Now we're friends. Here, eat up. The two didn't hold back, taking all the food out of their backpacks. There were bread, compressed biscuits, chocolate and candies, as well as self-heating hot pot. Zhang Yanchen took one for himself and Fong Tingwan, then opened the package and started operating it. Duo got some candies, ate them, and revealed a sweet smile. Thank you, brother. So cute, whose child is this? Xinu rubbed Duo's cheeks, liking it more and more, with stars in his eyes. Meng Ling quickly bumped into him, lowering her voice to explain. She's the daughter of Wan's downstairs neighbor. Her parents have passed away, and she's been following Wan. Xinu sighed with relief, knowing she wasn't Meng Ling's, and liked her even more. What do you plan to do next? We are preparing a raft to leave. If you don't have any other plans, would you like to join us? Meng Ling first glanced at Wan. Seeing that she was fully focused on the self-heating hot pot, she dared not mention the yacht, awkwardly laughing twice to change the subject. I'm so hungry. Xinu realized the relationship among the group and stopped asking further, actively helping Meng Ling prepare the self-heating hot pot. Just like during the times they dated, he habitually took care of her. Meng Ling's gaze and tone softened by 3 degrees. Fong Tingwan saw it in her eyes, realizing she still had feelings for Xinu. If she wanted to follow Xinu, she wouldn't stop her. Thoughts come and go, but loneliness lingered in her heart. What could sincere emotions truly exchange? Zhang Yanchen said. Meng Ling is an individual, an independent person, not someone who must submit to you because you gave her a favor. Actually, she has helped us quite a lot. His words brought back memories. Fong Tingwan recalled everything Meng Ling had done, which had long surpassed the favors owed. She had been too greedy. In an instant, clarity dawned on her. She lifted the lid of the self-heating hot pot and sniffed. It smells good. Just the next second, her expression changed drastically, glancing toward the rear. Behind them were tree trunks thicker than a person and boulders weighing several tons. Even in the unseen corners, a person could hide. Chapter 67, a nerve-wracking night. She felt that someone was watching her. She picked up the Tang knife and slowly walked towards the presence. Zhang Yanchen immediately grabbed a knife and followed her. As they approached the rock, everything grew deathly still, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Fong Tingwan could even hear her own and Zhang Yanchen's slowing breaths as they reached the rock. In perfect synchronization, one moved to the left and the other to the right, flashing around to the back of the rock at the same time. The space behind the rock was empty. No one's there, don't worry. Zhang Yanchen smiled insincerely, gripping the Tang knife tightly. All right, Fong Tingwan responded, though her gaze had already swept over the footprints on the ground. Judging by their size, about a 41 or 42 code, they were made by a man weighing around 120 pounds. Someone had been here just now. They spoke these words only to lower each other's alertness. After exchanging a glance, they immediately began searching their bodies. On the ground was a pile of sand, which wouldn't leave any prints in some areas. After finishing their search within a 20-meter radius and finding no trace of the person, they quickly returned. Everyone had eaten nearly enough. Seeing the two return, Xinu wore a mischievous smile on his face. You two sure finished fast, barely 15 minutes. Meng Ling's face turned bright red, instantly recalling her moments with him. Realizing the misunderstanding, Fong Tingwan coldly said, there are others on this mountain. Isn't that normal? This is a scenic spot, and it's not far from the village. Xin, you didn't see the issue yet. Zhang Yanchen added, but this person is sneaking around, too afraid to show themselves. They might be after our food. Everyone needs to stay cautious. Got it. Xin, you seemed like a rogue, but easy to get along with. He immediately informed his group. Fong Tingwan had already sat down and started eating a self-heating hot pot. Zhang Yanchen sat down too. Meng Ling watched over Duo, her eyes vigilant as she scanned the surroundings. Occasionally birds chirped, tightening everyone's nerves even further. 20 minutes passed without anything unusual happening. You guys rest. I'll keep watch. Fong Tingwan stood up, tightening her grip on the Tang knife as she positioned herself under the shade of another rock. Meng Ling stopped arguing and swiftly pulled out something to use as padding for the ground, lying down with Duo to sleep. Zhang Yanchen also leaned against a rock and closed his eyes. Chung Su and Long Long looked at Xinu. Throughout their journey so far, they had faced many dangers and survived solely thanks to Xinu. Thus, they instinctively obeyed him. You guys sleep. I'll take a look. Xinu had risen, wearing an earnest and serious expression, walking beside Fong Tingwan. Do you want me to take over the watch while you rest? I'll replace you in an hour. Fong Tingwan wasn't being generous. She was tired too, but she preferred taking the first shift. With just one person on guard, the chances of an attack were higher. Men tended to target weaker women, and she was an easy choice. She trusted herself more. Xinu didn't insist, and lay down again. Time ticked by second. Her eyes remained closed, but her ears never slackened. There it was, a sound, so light, coming from behind her. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man over 10 meters away, utterly shocked. He frantically gestured with panic in his voice. She woke up. The man behind them quickened his steps, seeing Fong Tingwan standing up. Terrified, he took a step back, gritting his teeth and saying, "We've come this far. Going back means starving to death. You decide. There's just a woman pretending to be strong. Why fear? Attack." As the two men opened their mouths, the three of them formed an encircling circle around her. Watching her silently, and without fear, all three men hesitated and paused in their tracks. The leader's face flushed slightly red, clutching the wooden stick by his side. It seemed a battle raged inside his mind before coming to a decision. "We don't wish to hurt you. We just need food. We've starved for days, eating only water and raw meat. We've almost forgotten what rice tastes like. We'll leave as soon as you give us some food." Another broader-shouldered man added. Actually, 3 men versus 1 woman should have been effortless, but they held back. Fong Tingwan retracted her killing intent and slid the Tang knife into its sheath. "There's no food, but if you quietly leave, I'll let you go. You better not make enemies out of us." The man shouted furiously. By now, Xianyu and the others nearby had woken up and were ready to help, but were stopped by Jiang Yanchen. "Are you really her boyfriend? She's in danger, and you're just holding her back?" Xianyu genuinely thought this man was nothing but handsome and otherwise useless for listening to her every word. "All you'll do is drag her down. Just stay put and watch." Jiang Yanchen got up himself, gripping the Tang knife firmly and stepping forward. Seeing his imposing presence, the 2 men swallowed hard, nervously retreating and clearing a path for him. With one on the left and the other on the right, each armed with a Tang knife, the atmosphere was charged with overwhelming pressure. The men retreated further, suddenly falling to their knees. "Please, give us some food. When we go back, we will repay you 10-fold, even 100-fold. Seeing how pitiful these people were, Xianyu sighed. "Why do you think they came here? In the city, at least the government distributes food." Meng Ling didn't know how to respond. Was it safer outside the city? It didn't seem like it. Fong Tingwan pointed the knife at the man's eyes. 3-2. Before she could count down to 1, the 3 men bolted off, so fast that they didn't look like starving people at all. They came quickly and left just as fast. The little interruption was over soon. At 4 in the afternoon, when the sun wasn't so scorching hot anymore, they packed up their things and continued along the narrow path. But as soon as they left, those 3 men reappeared in the exact spot. They picked up the pile of trash. Even if only a grain of rice remained, they would pluck it out and put it into their mouths. They would thoroughly lick any grease from the lunchboxes clean. Too hungry. They were so hungry that they had even thought about eating humans, and indeed, they had eaten some. The severely decomposed female corpse hanging on the tree trunk. Each of them had nibbled on it a little, barely managing to stay alive. Otherwise, they would have starved to death long ago. Thinking about it now, if they could eat rice, or even a live human, it must be so delicious. They briefly licked at some flavors, leaning on their canes, then continued following the thick trails of footprints. After walking for nearly 2 hours, by the time the sun set, they still hadn't managed to leave the forest. The original trail had already been washed away. Looking ahead, there was nothing but yellow dirt and mud, leaving them to rely solely on the sun to determine direction. "It'll be dark soon and unsafe. Let's rest here today and continue traveling tomorrow," Fong Tingwan said, immediately searching for an appropriate large tree trunk. Sleeping on a tree branch would be more comfortable. The ground was too damp. None of the others had any objections, including Xianyu, who had unknowingly followed her instructions throughout the journey. With 3 more men around, most of the labor fell to them, collecting dry wood to start a fire and cooking dinner. There was still leftover wild boar meat from the earlier hunt. They placed it into an iron pot, boiled it simply with water, and soon the savory aroma of pork filled the air. Chapter 68, Stir-Fried Tongue. Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling set up a simple plank bed on the tree. By the time they finished cooking dinner, they had also finished setting up 2 trees, which would be enough for everyone to spend the night. "It's time to eat," Jiang Yanchen called out. After the 2 came down from the tree, he handed them 2 bowls of pork soup. There was oil floating on top of the soup. The meat had both fat and lean parts. If it were before the apocalypse, it would have been considered greasy, but now it felt insufficient. Everyone's taste buds had become so bland that they gathered around the fire and ate all the meat in a large iron pot. Satisfied with their meal, Fong Tingwan yawned. "Who will take the first or second half of the night watch?" Xianyu looked at the exhausted comrades helplessly. "We'll take the second half of the night. They're completely exhausted." "Xianyu, how about we take the first half of the night? Tingwan and the others haven't had a good rest for many days." "It's fine, we're not tired." For Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, this had become habitual. Even if there was no sign of danger, someone always kept watch. Meng Ling held Duo in her arms. Ever since Duo was entrusted to her care, she had shared in Duo's blessings and didn't do much otherwise. "Tingwan, just let us take the watch. I don't want to feel useless," Meng Ling said. "Be careful then." Fong Tingwan left her Tang knife and flashlight to Meng Ling. Xianyu also received one from Jiang Yanchen. The 2 sat by the fire and whispered quietly while Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen climbed onto their tree guard post. One on each side, they protected Duo as they slept in the middle. Just tilting their heads, they could see the 2 figures leaning against the fire. "Tingwan, you aren't?" After waiting for a long pause, she asked. "Not what?" "Nothing, it's good like this." Jiang Yanchen smiled. "Let's sleep." The answer was obvious already. Fong Tingwan closed her eyes, shutting everything else out, finding peace within. At night, only the sound of the fire crackling could be heard. Meng Ling and Xianyu watched over half the surroundings each, with nothing amiss until near 2 a.m., when drowsiness reached its peak. Meng Ling's eyes flickered closed momentarily, and her consciousness started slipping. Groggily, she saw a figure approaching, immediately snapping back into full alertness, standing up and shining her flashlight. Under the intense light, 3 men armed with sticks were revealed. "It's you again, really sticking to our tail like ghosts," Meng Ling exclaimed. The trio hadn't expected them to have flashlights, originally intending to stealthily get some food. Being unable to endure hunger anymore, the lead man walked straight up, stretching out his hands. "Either tie us up, or we'll come back again. No way you won't sleep forever." "Then bind them," said Xinu, pulling out climbing ropes. He bound them securely. All 3 men were tied to tree trunks near the fire. They stared pitifully at the pair for a long moment without any response. Then someone blurted out, "Aren't you going to give us something to eat? Watching us starve to death is too heartless." Their stomachs obediently rumbled in unison. "Just wishful thinking," Meng Ling coldly told them. "Impossible. You." The man struggled several times, but couldn't free himself. Xinu patted Meng Ling's small face affectionately and gave her a smacking kiss, unable to resist saying, "What to do? I've fallen more in love with you right now." He wasn't fond of the weak type. Meng Ling right now suited his preferences perfectly. It was just that the timing and circumstances weren't quite suitable. Meng Ling's face flared red. "We've broken up. Keep your distance." That triggered Xinu's playful mood. "You let me stay here with you. Don't tell me you don't want to do anything. Since they're all tied up anyway, would you like to come with me over there?" Such an explicit invitation put Meng Ling at a loss. It was clear she believed they shouldn't be intimate after breaking up. Fong Tingwan sat up, having awakened when she sensed the commotion. "Ling, come up and sleep." Jiang Yanqin also rose and headed down from the tree. Once they arrived, Xinu climbed another tree nearby. There was no trace of disappointment on his face. He had merely been teasing her. However, Meng Ling's heart pounded uncontrollably from being teased. Lying stiffly, she couldn't roll over, and sleep eluded her. Both individuals below clearly noticed this. "Do you think I should keep them?" Fong Tingwan asked softly. She referred to the group of 3, including Xinu. Her team didn't need to grow larger. Fewer people meant fewer resources to manage. She didn't need to take responsibility for too many people. Ling obviously still likes Xinu. Moreover, Xinu is capable, excelling particularly in survival skills. Expertise in lighting fires in different ways, identifying medicinal herbs, and understanding where to find water supplies, etc. We can light fires using lighters, but don't recognize medicinal herbs and don't exercise a full level of vigilance outdoors, hence why we lost our tents and some supplies in the mountain flood, and Ling fell into a mud trap. This is complementary. As for Chung Su and Long Long, they were entirely incidental additions. They might not necessarily stay, so we don't have to rush to make a decision. Jiang Yanqin calmly gave her an appropriate response. The two didn't avoid the 3 men in their conversation, and upon hearing this, the leader of the trio immediately struggled. I want to join. I can do anything as long as I get food." "Me too. I'm strong as a bull and can carry things without a problem." I. Another dragged out his "I" for half a while, but couldn't think of any merit. "If you keep talking, I wouldn't mind cutting your tongues off and stir-frying them for a meal." Immediately after that threat, the 3 men clamped their mouths shut, though hunger gnawed at them. Finally, Lu Ji, the leading man among them, couldn't resist saying, "We're people just like you. Even being cannon fodder works. Please give us a bit of food. We're truly starving to death." The firelight flickered, revealing the ghastly pallor of the 3 men's faces and deepened the dark circles under their eyes. Due to dehydration, everyone's lips were cracked and flaky, some even seeping with blood. In the apocalypse, people like these were as common as roadside grass everywhere. Goodness didn't always bring back good people. Sometimes it brought demons. Fong Tingwan ignored them all, stoking the firewood and gazing at the flames. At 8 in the morning, the sky was fully bright. Jiang Yanqin had preemptively stewed minced meat porridge earlier, adding a touch of salt and shredded ginger for an exceptionally flavorful taste. Xinu and others held large bowls for eating, directly ladling them full and happily munching on the side. Duo also had a box of milk, likely because she drank milk regularly. Despite playing outdoors, she hadn't lost weight, only becoming slightly tanned and losing a bit of her cuteness. Meng Ling ate silently with her bowl in hand. "Where do we go after we finish eating?" Xinu asked casually between bites, his gaze falling on Fong Tingwan. Everyone subconsciously recognized Fong Tingwan as the one who would decide. "What are your plans?" Fong Tingwan asked seriously. "I don't care. I'm an orphan anyway," Xinu said lightly, then poured water into his bowl for a quick rinse, calling it washing the dish before shaking off excess water and turning the bowl upside down to drip dry. Long Long hesitated a moment before quietly saying, "I want to go home. My parents must be worrying about me. It's been so long since we've been in contact, and I wonder how they're doing." His concern was different from Chung Su's indifferent expression. "My home is thousands of kilometers away, impossible to return. I'll go with you guys." Chapter 69, Red-Eye Disease. Xinu looked at him, a pang of sympathy flashing in her eyes, but she quickly resumed her roguish demeanor. "In that case, there's no particular destination anyway. Let's go to Chengda and Long Long's place. We'll replenish supplies while we're there. His family runs a chain of supermarkets." Meng Ling stared intently at Fong Tingwan, evidently hoping to follow Xinu. Compared to the need for Xinu, Fong Tingwan thought only of the trouble of going to Chengda, the bald man, Xia Jinyu, and the Yang Dahai family. "We'll drop him off at Pinkwan, and then let him follow the rescue team back." A sudden mountain flood had left my Yushan riddled with damage. The residential buildings at the foot of the mountain not far away would be significantly affected as well, so there would definitely be rescue teams. "All right, then let's head to Pinkwan first." Xinu had no objections. Long Long was also concerned about troubling everyone too much, so he gladly agreed. Once the route was determined, everyone couldn't help but look toward the three people who were already famished. They didn't have the strength to beg anymore. Let them fend for themselves? Asked Xinu. Beg, please take us with you. We live in Pinkwan City, we can give you money, food. My house has room. My house has medicine. The three were out of tears, their eyes bloodshot, with large patches of white discharge at the corners of their eyes, looking quite disgusting. Moreover, their eyelids were starting to swell. Did you eat something unclean? Fong Tingwan stood up and questioned sternly, her presence commanding. Her sudden serious tone startled everyone, and they all focused on the three individuals. Lu Ji's gaze flickered momentarily before he remained silent. You'd better tell the truth. You've already been infected. Bloodshot eyes are the most obvious symptom. Fong Tingwan had previously noticed their red eyes, but assumed it was due to lack of rest and hunger, not associating it with this illness. This disease isn't fatal under normal circumstances when antibiotics are available, but she only had amoxicillin at the moment. These people had been following them for a long time and might have already been infected. Everyone observed each other, and Long Long suddenly shouted in alarm. Xinu, your eyes look a little like theirs. Me? At first, Xinu hadn't felt anything unusual, but now upon being asked, he realized his eyes did feel slightly uncomfortable, prompting him to lift his hand to rub them. Don't touch your eyes. No one should touch their eyes with their own hands. Disinfect, commanded Fong Tingwan. There was still alcohol left over from the earlier epidemic in her bag, which she took out and sprayed on everyone's hands. While appropriately keeping her distance, she also observed everyone. Xinu, a Ling, Duo, procedure. It seems you've all been infected. Upon being named by Fong Tingwan, the four faces immediately fell. Damn. Xinu turned his head to glare at the three bound individuals. What did you eat? Corpses, stammered Lu Ji. What kind of corpse? A person, a woman hanging from a tree. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen exchanged glances, their faces filled with resignation and speechlessness. That corpse had been dead for half a month already, long rotten and full of maggots, yet these three really weren't picky. It's fortunate that none of you died from eating it. Luckily, we all got vaccinated during the first wave of the plague. Otherwise, you'd probably have died from eating human remains, sighed Fong Tingwan as she asked. Is your family in the pharmaceutical business? A clinic. My family provides injections and IVs on the 11th floor. It definitely wasn't flooded, the man shakily replied. At this point, we have no choice but to bring you along. Without options, but still cautious, Fong Tingwan pulled out masks for everyone, passing them around. She then took out alcohol and amoxicillin capsules, instructing everyone try not to make contact. If touched, it spreads easily. Although it won't kill, it causes eye discomfort and vision impairment. When we meet other groups, we could become someone else's lunch. That wasn't an exaggeration, given the cannibalistic trio right in front of them. After taking the medication and disinfecting, Xinu, having already been infected, no longer feared the three and used a knife to cut the ropes binding them to the tree. We're starving, truly unable to walk further. Give us some food. Lu Ji looked wistfully at the iron pot, where approximately a large bowl's worth of food remained. Give it to them. This will spoil if carried anyway, said Long Long, moved by compassion since they were all humans after all. If it weren't for their soft-heartedness, Meng Ling might have endured more hardship. Nodded Fong Tingwan, tightly gripping the Tang, sword in her hand. If the three behaved obediently, they would all coexist peacefully. However, if they harbored any ulterior motives, she wouldn't hesitate to dispatch them on their journey. They shared one bowl among the three, drinking in turn until the bowl was empty. Lu Ji clutched the bowl, still longing for more. This is your utensil for eating next. Take care of it. Let's go. Taking advantage of the weather not getting too hot yet, Fong Tingwan led the way with Jiang Yanchen bringing up the rear. The group of 10 set off. Following the direction of the sun down the mountain, the path wasn't easy. Some places had stones that could be stepped on securely, others were muddy sand. As Fong Tingwan planted her foot down on a slippery spot, she slid forward. She was afraid of falling, so she could only run on her feet, trying to go towards a dry area. After running for more than 10 meters, she grabbed the tree trunk with one hand and spun around at 300 degrees before barely stopping. She glanced at her palm, which was covered in scratches. The next second, Jiang Yanchen stopped by forcibly colliding his back against the tree trunk. Wan, are you alright? Every part of his body hurt, but all Jiang Yanchen cared about was her. Seeing the blood seeping from her hand, he quickly took out iodine alcohol. I'll disinfect it for you. He pulled out a cotton swab and gently wiped bit by bit. Fong Tingwan wanted to say she was fine, but the words caught in her throat. She had been strengthened by the trials of the apocalypse and had acquired many things in her space, yet she didn't trust people. Step by step, Jiang Yanchen approached her, breaking her defenses. It was too quiet. Under his shadow, her heart began to race uncontrollably. In the end of the world, encountering love wasn't ever a pleasant thing. She didn't want that. Pulling her hand back, she walked a few steps forward and pointed ahead. The slope over there isn't as steep. You should come down from there. Meng Ling held Duo's hand and came down slowly. Sister, does it hurt? Duo shed 2 tears, knowing not to get close because it would infect her sister, standing 3 paces away asking. Meng Ling was worried. Maybe we should let Lawyer Jiang lead the way. Jiang Yanchen chuckled bitterly. Would my injury not hurt? Oh, I didn't mean that. Meng Ling scratched her head awkwardly. Xinu smiled and said, no need for you to say it. Lawyer Jiang will naturally lead the way. As he finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Jiang Yanchen. Jiang Yanchen felt the distance Fong Tingwan suddenly created, staying silent as he stepped to the front. Follow me. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat strange. Meng Ling's gaze shifted between Fang Tingwan and lawyer Jiang, leaving her inexperienced in love affairs, confused. Xianyu patted her head and whispered, "Take it slow, no need to rush." His words seemed more directed at Jiang Yanchen in front. After traveling for 2 hours, there were no further incidents. Chapter 70, Man-Eating Pigs. The sun hung overhead, the temperature reaching 40 degrees. It seemed that after a mountain flood, the heat had been washed over as well. A few people sat under a big tree to cool off. It was like a sweat bath. In no time, they were drenched in sweat. Jiang Yanchen and Xianyu were even more dramatic, their t-shirts soaked through and sticking to their skin. That conspicuous 8-pack abs made Meng Ling blush. Fang Tingwan sat at the farthest position, claiming it was to prevent catching anything contagious. But her gaze couldn't help but look at Jiang Yanchen. She needed this teammate, and this relationship would last the longest. Still, it's probably better to make things clear when there's a chance. For lunch, they cooked a pot of meat soup and some rice. To keep moving on, they needed enough calories. Lu Ji and his group could only watch and drool. After waiting for it to be ready, Fang Tingwan still controlled their portion sizes, ensuring they were just half full. Why? Lu Ji still felt nothing in his stomach, empty inside. Being too full makes you think of other things, and gives you energy to do other things. Fang Tingwan shoveled her food into her mouth, washed the bowl afterward, and put it into her backpack. "If you guys think it's not enough, I can leave you here." Lu Ji and the others immediately obediently lined up. Finishing one hearty meal lasts a lifetime. Being hungry still has another life ahead of them. They knew how to choose. After eating, everyone dispersed to rest. Fang Tingwan originally wanted to find an opportunity, but Jiang Yanchen kept the greatest distance from her, closing his eyes to rest. Later, they still had to continue on the journey, indeed needing to rest. Fang Tingwan sat down, sweeping her eyes around. There were more than 20 tents set up by people at the foot of the mountain before, not including Xianyu and those who hadn't been seen, and it's unknown why Lu Ji and the others are on the mountain. Danger is everywhere. 2 hours passed, and Jiang Yanchen woke up precisely on time, making a slight sound. Fang Tingwan immediately looked over, seeing him pretending to sleep and about to say something. He turned away his eyes. Is he mad? Fang Tingwan didn't know, nor did she have the patience to care. If he wanted to go, she wouldn't try to hold him back either, though this teammate wasn't bad. She closed her eyes to rest. 2 hours later, it was 4 in the afternoon. The air was filled with a damp smell, and the next second, a huge dark cloud covered the sky. Will it rain heavily during the day? Meng Ling stared wide-eyed, like she saw a ghost. The weather recently has been unpredictable, like a bride about to marry. Her temperament makes her family unsure. We must quickly find somewhere to take refuge. Fang Tingwan worriedly looked at the sky. She heard rustling sounds, as if shoes stepping on sand, so she involuntarily looked in the direction they had come from. Jiang Yanchen became alert as well. Xianyu and Meng Ling simultaneously noticed something wrong. The sound grew closer, and a few figures gradually became clearer. They were actually wild boars. Mother wild boar led 5 little boars, each weighing about 30 jin, 15 kilograms, looking for food. They didn't seem to be scared by the sight of humans, and perhaps because they'd eaten human flesh before. Instead, they let out excited snorts upon seeing the people. Be careful, get up the trees quick. Fang Tingwan whispered as a warning, gripping her Tang knife tightly. The piglets weren't scary, but the mother boar looked about 200 kilograms, enormous with strong limbs, the most intimidating feature being those 2 sharp tusks. Lu Ji and the other 3 had already climbed up the trees. Meng Ling was also the first to climb the tree with Duo. 5 of them remained below, facing the charging wild boar with aggressive postures. With this 200-kilogram weight, they could survive a month, all from the boar's meat. The wild boar grunted loudly, focusing its gaze on Long Long, just as they were eyeing it for its meat. It also eyed Long Long, whose body held the most meat. Long Long swallowed nervously. I'm afraid. Climb the tree. As soon as Long Long spoke, the wild boar charged recklessly toward them. Fang Tingwan barely had time to shout before the boar reached her. Clutching her Tang knife, she thrust it towards its neck, but as if anticipating it, the boar braked sharply and used its rear end to ram directly at her. She couldn't dodge it in time. In one blow, she was hurled several meters away, but she stood up instantly after landing, scrambling up to the nearest tree trunk. Her entire body ached, and she realized she'd underestimated this wild boar. It might have already been targeted by people, knowing how vulnerable its neck was. Those people, maybe they'd already been devoured by it, turning humans into food. Be careful, it's not easy to deal with. Its target was Long Long. Avoiding Xianyu, it lunged forward with great force, but Jiang Yanchen missed stabbing it with his Tang knife and almost got struck. Long Long didn't have such luck. He was directly rammed between his legs and then thrown upwards by the boar's tusks, finally crashing onto the ground. Cheng Su held a knife and tried to help, brushing past the boar's face. In the next moment, its sharp teeth sank into Cheng Su's thigh, its fangs piercing through the flesh, breaking bones amid screams of agony. Hurry! Fang Tingwan foresaw what the wild boar intended to do and shouted urgently. At a distance of 5 or 6 meters, the Tang knife she threw landed in the soil. Xianyu and Jiang Yanchen were a step too late. The wild boar had clamped onto Cheng Su's thigh and wouldn't let go. After yanking him twice, Cheng Su fell to the ground. It then ran off with him. The 5 piglets were squealing excitedly as they scampered alongside it. Cheng Su's anguished screams echoed throughout the forest. Xianyu and Long Long remained behind. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen chased after the boar. In the blink of an eye, Their figures disappeared from view along with the boar, leaving only a trail of blood and torn flesh that gleamed with an alarming crimson hue. Xinu wanted to help, but now among those who stayed, only he and Meng Ling could resist. If he left as well, there was no telling whether more wild animals would come after this one boar. Ling, let's change to a bigger tree trunk to hide. After taking Duo down from the tree, Xinu began moving everyone to another tree. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen split up to flank the boar. Despite having 2 legs, they managed to run faster than its 4, and eventually cornered the boar and its piglets in a mountain hollow. They were positioned in a low area, snorting and growling in warning. Realizing the danger, the boar dropped Cheng Su. Pulling its white fangs out from his thigh, stained red with blood, it planted its hooves on the sandstone and stared viciously at Fong Tingwan, making a snapping sound. It already regarded Fong Tingwan as food. One person wouldn't last long. This idea coincided with Fong Tingwan's thoughts. Over 200 gene in weight, subtracting the innards left around 150 gene, 3 months of pure meat consumption. She gripped her Tang knife tightly and gave a glance to Zhang Yanchen before charging towards the boar. A single strike at the large artery in its neck would be enough to take it down. Dodging the boar's furious charge by sidestepping, she drove the blade tip towards the boar's neck. The tip narrowly grazed past the boar's head, cutting a bloody gash from its eye to its cheek, revealing raw flesh beneath. The boar roared, entering a frenzied state and charging even more violently. Relying purely on brute force, it charged wildly. Chapter 71 didn't make it through. Fong Tingwan flipped back and rolled a few circles before crouching. The tree where she originally stood swayed after being struck, and leaves fell rustling. The wild boar, having missed her, turned around and charged towards Zhang Yanchen. Zhang Yanchen dodged. The wild boar charged back and forth between the two of them. Unable to hit anyone, it incurred several knife wounds, making it even more agitated. It faked a charge at Zhang Yanchen, but was actually aiming for Fong Tingwan. She didn't have time to evade. She leaped onto the boar's back, grabbing its mane. With her Tang Dynasty sword, she thrust directly from the boar's shoulder towards its neck. Ouch! 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 The wild boar bounced about wildly and threw her off in just a few moves. As it prepared to charge again, another Tang Dynasty sword plunged into its neck. This time, it wobbled unsteadily towards its piglets, grunting lowly as if speaking its last words. The piglets watched their mother fall and ran around beside her, clearly unaware of what had happened. Fong Tingwan walked over and quickly ended the piglets' lives. The nearby corpses were piled up like a small hill. Zhang Yanchen immediately checked Cheng Su's condition. Having been dragged so far by the wild boar, the back of his head, back, buttocks, and elbows had all lost layers of skin. A large patch of blood pooled around him, and his entire body had turned deathly pale. Excessive blood loss. We must stop the bleeding and perform a transfusion immediately, or he will die. After inspecting him thoroughly, Fong Tingwan frowned, seeing that the boar had bitten through his major artery, the most severe injury. Cheng Su gazed longingly at the blue sky, tears streaming down his face. I don't want to die. As he opened his mouth to speak, blood gushed out, turning his unfinished words into sobs. That's enough. Don't talk anymore. Fong Tingwan was about to return for medicine when she saw Xinu approaching. You can rest assured. I've arranged everything for her. There won't be any problems. Xinu had carried the medicine immediately because he couldn't let go of Cheng Su's situation. Without wasting any time, Fong Tingwan took the medicine and handed it to Zhang Yanchen. Stop his bleeding. She rummaged through the bag, finding a needle and thread. We can only try. His major artery is broken. If we don't mend it, he will surely die. Even if we do fix it, there's no guarantee he'll survive. It all depends on luck. Fix it. You didn't want to watch his partner die like this. Fong Tingwan started threading the needle, ready to reach into the wound. At that moment, Cheng Su grabbed her hand. His body temperature was dropping rapidly due to excessive blood loss. He moved his eyeballs weakly. Save me. Hold him down. It'll hurt a lot. Fong Tingwan no longer hesitated. After sterilizing her hands, she took a deep breath and inserted her hand into his thigh, locating the ruptured vessel and sewing it shut. She had once seen a doctor perform this procedure, but the patient at that time hadn't survived. What she was doing now was nothing but a gamble. By the time she finished, she was drenched in sweat. The rest would be left to Zhang Yanchen and Xinu. Meng Ling and the others arrived shortly after, laying out clean pads and taking out the pre-prepared bandages to wrap Cheng Su tightly, making him resemble a mummy. Cheng Su's breathing stabilized somewhat, and his eyes regained some clarity. Seeing this, Xinu let out a sigh of relief. We should rest here tonight. Fong Tingwan went to handle the wild boar. Xinu leaned over and whispered softly, thank you. Unlike his usual playful tone, this time he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Fong Tingwan shook her head. If we get through tonight, there may still be hope. If not, she didn't need to finish the sentence. Xinu nodded. Still, thank you. Fong Tingwan said no more. She first gutted a small wild boar, cleaned it thoroughly while Meng Ling collected dry wood and built a fire under the pot. The rest was handled by Zhang Yanchen. He sliced the meat and stir-fried it in the pot, adding chili peppers and garlic. Soon, the scent of spiced meat mixed with garlic wafted through the air. It smelled delicious. Everyone gathered with their bowls waiting nearby. There was no rice left, so they could only eat meat. Normally, such richness might feel greasy, but now everyone devoured it eagerly. After finishing one little piglet, everyone went to rest. Xinu and Fong Tingwan took the first half of the night shift. Watching Cheng Su's face turn flushed. She checked his temperature, His body was beginning to heat up and sweat. It was a fever caused by an infected wound. She gave him antipyretics and amoxicillin. The fever subsided quickly. Xinu relaxed a bit. But after only 2 hours, his temperature rose again. This cycle continued throughout the night. Before dawn, Cheng-Su closed his eyes. To prevent his body from being eaten by animals, the group dug a pit and buried Cheng-Su's remains. Xinu maintained an even expression throughout, without much change. After breakfast, he continued following the group. Lu Ji and the others, who had feasted the previous night, were now responsible for carrying the wild boar. As they walked, Xinu gradually fell behind the group. Looking back one last time, tears silently streamed down his face. After another morning of walking, they reached the spot where Fong Tingwan had initially docked the yacht. You guys wait here. I'll go and bring it over. Fong Tingwan put down her things. Under the blazing sun, the water level evaporated quickly. In just a few days, it had dropped by about a meter. At this rate, it would get much hotter soon. She quickened her pace, pulling out the yacht from the corner where she had stored it in the space. Climbing aboard, she inserted the key to start the engine. The sound of the motor echoed through the mountains. Xinu watched as Fong Tingwan drove the yacht over, his eyes wide. You actually have a yacht. Not only had it not been swept away by the flood, but it also looked quite clean. Fong Tingwan had already prepared an explanation. I covered it with tarpaulin. There wasn't any flash flood over there. No one would bother to verify that. Once everyone was on board, Jiang Yanchen took the wheel. They continued their journey during the cooler parts of the day, early mornings and evenings. But with the increasing daytime heat, they decided to set off just after dawn, sleep through the midday heat until 6 or 7 in the evening, then continue traveling when it cooled down again. Without antibiotics, the red-eye symptoms worsened gradually. Xinu and a few others woke up every morning with their eyes practically sealed shut by dried discharge, leaving only a tiny slit for vision. Forcing the gunk open caused intense pain. Duo was afraid of the pain. Her eyes were completely covered by white secretions, making her unable to see. Out of fear, she clung tightly to Meng Ling's clothes and wouldn't let go. Meng Ling herself had become a one-eyed person. Her left eye was less severely affected, allowing her to still navigate. Because of this, their progress wasn't slow. They knew exactly where the safe spots were. Within 2 days, they entered the territory of Pinkwan City. The floods had lasted for 2 months, and under the scorching weather, the water evaporated rapidly. What was once floodwater now receded by almost half each day, leaving behind vast expanses of mud and sand. The houses in the suburbs were mostly filled with mud and debris washed down from the mountains. The yacht could only reach this point. As they disembarked, a group of 4 or 5 people approached them. By their attire, they were locals from the suburbs, staring hungrily at the group's backpacks. Chapter 72, Forced Seizure. One of the men was already in his 50s, with hair that had turned gray. He was so hungry that all that remained was wrinkly skin stretched over bones. His eyes bulged out, looking large and terrifying, and when he saw their bulging bags, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Do you have any food? Spare a little for us. We've been starving for over a month. He was already reaching out to grab something. The moment he touched Tang Dao, he shrank back, staring at the woman in the mask. Are you going to kill us? If you don't fear death, come closer. Our companions have infectious diseases. Fong Tingwan stepped aside to let the circle of people see clearly. Xinu and Meng Ling tilted their heads up cooperatively, revealing their eyes. Once they saw that each of them had become blind, some retreated in fear. Even if there were provisions here, would it be worth risking their lives? But they couldn't let go, all eyes still on the mountaineering bag. The old man, however, couldn't wait. Think about it. If we have food, we won't die before reaching the city hospital. At the very least, we can hold out until the government distributes supplies. If you don't want to starve to death, come with me. I can already smell the meat in their bags. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen exchanged a glance. The bag with the meat was on one of their bodies. Yet how could the scent still be detectable? Had their noses turned into dogs? As soon as the word meat was mentioned, everyone's eyes turned red, and all they could think about was eating large portions of meat. What was there to fear? Now, they feared nothing. Meat. I want to eat meat. I warn you best not to mess with us. Considering these were ordinary civilians, Fong Tingwan kindly reminded them and took out her Tang Dao, sweeping it around in a circle as a deterrent. Jiang Yanchen stood beside her, projecting an imposing aura. So everyone dared only to bully the relatively weaker Fong Tingwan. Are you planning to kill someone? Do you know that killing is against the law now? You'll be executed. The old man showed no fear, suddenly changing from acting crazy to squeezing out 2 tears from his eyes. With his hands clasped together, he pleaded, I'm over 50. Have mercy on us. Just give us a bite to eat. Up ahead, I have an 80-year-old father. Saying this, he truly pointed toward the elderly man resting under the tree. The old man was thin like dry wood, seemingly merging with the tree. His pale, disoriented eyes looked over upon hearing the voice, causing Fong Tingwan to shiver. Truly pitiful, unimaginable what the old man had gone through. Even though his eyes held no will to live, he persisted, enduring. In this era, he would be at peace only in death. Eat me, eat me. The old man's voice resembled an old-fashioned bellows, hoarse and shrill, raising his hand with great effort. Could it be that his lower body was also consumed by others? This person might even be his son. You're too old and tough to eat. You should beg this beauty to give me a bite. Seeing no reaction from Fong Tingwan, the old man boldly stepped closer. If you move one more step, I'll cut you down. Fong Tingwan wielded her knife. Shit, you're choosing the punishment meal instead of the courtesy meal. The old man rushed forward first, his hands clawing. Not for the backpack, but for her chest. His eyes filled with lustful laughter. Fong Tingwan, always on guard, instantly turned cold and slashed down forcefully with the Tang Dao. In the next instant, both claws hit the ground. The severed arm spurted blood. The old man stared in disbelief. My hand. Aya Araha. Pain surged, curling him up on the ground, crying out in heart-rending agony. None of the rest dared make another move. This woman was ruthless, perhaps decapitating them next if they advanced. Lu Ji and others watched, repeatedly thankful they hadn't done anything foolish. Begging was the best course of action. With this precedent, Fong Tingwan confidently led the group away. No one dared approach anymore. However, from behind the house, several pairs of eyes followed their retreating figures, quickly catching up. The old man's bleeding wouldn't stop. The rest, fearing waste, immediately grabbed bowls to collect it. When the old man resisted, 4 or 5 people pinned him down, forcefully extracting every drop of blood. Don't blame us. You even ate your own father. Us eating you would be doing heaven's work. Upon hearing this, any moral condemnation vanished, and they picked up the severed arm and ran to the back to start boiling soup. After losing too much blood and fainting, the old man was cruelly dismembered while alive. It had only been 2 months since the floods had destroyed crops and washed away stored grain. Starvation had reached its peak, and although the government promised aid with great fanfare, it never reached them. There was simply no way out. Xinu and Long Long, along with Lu Ji, had stayed in the mountains and hadn't encountered cannibalism. Lu Ji couldn't help but ask, did he really eat his dad? Fong Tingwan nodded. Otherwise, how could an 80-year-old survive? Indeed, Lu Ji nodded in agreement, a trace of Jiaoxing flashing in his eyes. It was fortunate that Fong Tingwan and the others had food. Otherwise, if they had run into them without it, wouldn't they just have become ready food? Fong Tingwan didn't reply anymore. The top priority right now was to get to the downtown area, so she could inject them with antibiotics. They walked out of the village and kept heading toward the downtown. By the side of the road were remnants of cars, their windows all gone. Only an iron frame filled with mud and sand remaining. It would take about 2 hours to walk to the downtown area, which was 5 kilometers away. At 12 noon, they stopped to rest in a shaded spot. From the houses emerging from the mud and sand, it seemed that this place used to be a village. However, all houses below the second floor had been submerged, only showing their tips. There were also a few 3- or 4-story buildings, with about 4 or 5 places visible. The windows and window frames had all been swept away, and inside they were empty, showing no signs of recent habitation. This place was about 2 kilometers away from the shore. To obtain supplies from the water, one would need to get closer to it. This might be the reason why people left. Fong Tingwan took care of arranging Meng Ling and Duo, applying eye drops to them. After taking some medicine, she then climbed up to the 4th floor. It was at least 5 or 6 degrees hotter upstairs than downstairs, suffocatingly hot, making it hard to catch a breath. In such weather, it was perfect for drying meat. She had cut all the pork into strips, coated them with Sichuan peppercorn and chili, and let them dry under the sun for 2 days. They were now dried meat. Afraid they might spoil, she decided to leave them out a bit longer. After laying out the dried meat beneath the window to dry thoroughly, she glanced outside. Under the blazing sun, the sandstone shimmered with waves of heat. It was unbearably hot, and water was being consumed very quickly. Even though they were prepared, their water supply was diminishing rapidly every day. She hardly drank any, taking advantage of the current absence of others to slip into the temperature-controlled space. Instantly, she sat contentedly on the grass. Comfortable. She quenched her thirst with mountain spring water, cool and slightly sweet, a sweetness that reached straight to her heart. Then she pulled out a strawberry-filled ice cream bar, biting down and bursting the rich strawberry flavor. She licked another bite, filling her mouth with the fragrant and delicious strawberry jam. She was truly satisfied. She wished she could live in this space forever, but it was just a fleeting thought. If her space ability was exposed, her death would not be far off. So enjoying these delicacies quietly on her own was the best course. After having her fill and cooling down, she wiped her face clean before leaving the space and rushing downstairs. Chapter 73. How many people? A group of blind people waited for food, and as usual, Zhang Yanchen took on the heavy responsibility of cooking. The cassette stove was already out of fuel. Now they had to rely on firewood. Fortunately, there was nothing around but a lot of dry twigs, which could be seen everywhere. After starting the fire and putting the pot on, Zhang Yanchen took out the pork. Those who were eating dried pork like Lu Ji instantly felt that the dried pork wasn't appetizing anymore, and they revealed expressions of pain. But when hungry to the extreme, he wanted to eat meat every day, devouring large chunks of it. Now they had to eat it, but after several days, they couldn't bear the taste of meat anymore. He slapped himself. Who am I to be picky? Everyone's gaze shifted over. Lu Ji smiled foolishly. I'm a bit drowsy, just waking up. After we finish eating, everyone will rest and continue the journey at 6 in the evening. Fong Tingwan looked outside. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. Eat. Zhang Yanchen had already boiled the meat slice porridge, first serving Meng Ling and Duo, then scooping 2 bowls and walking over to hand them to Fong Tingwan. Upon taking the bowl, the heat instantly surged toward her face, and within minutes, Fong Tingwan started sweating profusely. Instantly, her appetite was reduced by half. In order to dispel any suspicions, even though she didn't want to eat, she still had to. At our current pace, 15 kilometers into the urban area will take us 2 days. We have been too conspicuous on our way, easily drawing attention, Zhang Yanchen said while tugging at his own t-shirt. Even though he'd been through many life and death situations with this shirt, it still looked stylish. It was worth hundreds of yuan, and its quality was very good. His sport pants also had a small trendy brand logo. Anyway, it all stood out conspicuously. Clearly, they weren't poor. Fong Tingwan's outfit wasn't bad either, standard mountaineering gear, looking fully equipped, and evidently belonging to wealthy people. Meng Ling was also an outdoor sports enthusiast, wearing expensive clothes, not to mention XINU and Long Long. This group together was practically advertising their wealth, like carrying a sign inviting trouble. Previously on the mountain, it didn't matter much, but once entering the city, precautions would need to be taken. Fong Tingwan nodded, agreeing. Also, our climbing backpacks are conspicuous. After finishing the meal, the two of them held up a piece of cloth to shield from the sun and walked out of the room. XINU was responsible for patrolling, because this ruthless person today pulled off the eye secretion, exposing red swollen eyes. He could see most clearly among the group. As he watched Fong Tingwan and others disappear from sight, he pitifully stared at Meng Ling. Unfortunately, Meng Ling couldn't see. Ailing, let's get back together. Let's be companions. Seeing couples going together made XINU undeniably envious. A good horse does not eat fodder twice offered. Meng Ling coldly replied, but her ear roots turned slightly red. XINU leaned in and couldn't help pecking her lips. So sweet. You. Meng Ling didn't finish speaking before being interrupted by Lu Ji. Brother, there are other people here, keep it down. They hadn't touched a woman for so long. They'd forgotten what women were like. Just thinking of Sister Fong made them lose interest in women altogether. What if the opposite party acted like a tiger in sheep's clothing? Their lives might be lost. On the other side, Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanshan continued picking up trash, gathering some clothes that didn't look too bad and were marginally wearable. The two directly changed into them. Instantly, they became indistinguishable from the refugees. If no careful distinction was made, with their already suntanned skin, it would be impossible to tell the difference. They kept searching, and in no time, they gathered several sets of clothes. With sweat flowing and their hair sticking to their faces, they looked even more disheveled, making it easier for others to misidentify them. Are you hungry? An open-hearted male voice suddenly rang out. For Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanshan, it was very familiar. Both lowered their heads and turned around, not daring to raise their eyes. Fong Tingwan hoarsely asked, Hungry? Big brother, do you have anything to eat? Wang Li thought this person looked familiar at first glance. The figure seemed familiar, but upon seeing the filthy appearance, confirmed it wasn't her, dismissively pointing westward. There came a group of people. Their bags are full of food, lots of meat they can't even finish. If you go late, you won't even find scraps left. Go quickly. Was he trying to lure them to rob? How do you know they have it? Zhang Yanshan asked seriously, clenching his fists under his dirty sleeves. They let them go last time because the law and rules still applied, but it doesn't mean they would let them go again now. Wang Li grinned. I saw it. There's plenty of meat and water. If you don't want to starve to death, go fast. He was absolutely sure. Fong Tingwan immediately realized they must have recruited others. The building was full of patients. Even if these people were weak, they were humans after all. How many people did you recruit in total? She sharply questioned and swiftly dashed forward, kicking Wang Li sideways just as he was about to run. She then sat on his back and pinned his hands behind him. You, what are you doing? I was just trying to help you by passing on the message. Don't repay kindness with ingratitude. Wang Li struggled a few times but couldn't break free, surprised at this girl's strength. When he glanced sideways at her face, his eyes flashed with shock, then excitement, and tears rolled down his cheeks. You're still alive. We went back home and found out you had already left long ago. How have you been? His tone and demeanor were like those of lovers reuniting. Fong Tingwan got goosebumps all over and coldly snapped. How many people did you recruit? Wang Li, after a moment of calm thinking, had his answer. Those people are you guys? The big brother should have recognized you, but didn't tell me. His face showed regret, and he immediately volunteered information. There are about 100 people, refugees from nearby villages. They've resorted to cannibalism due to hunger. They've lost all sense of morality. They're definitely heading toward your location now. Don't go back there. His sincerity was plain to see. There was no need for lies. 100 or so people could trample XINU and Meng Ling to death. We must hurry back. Fong Tingwan used a shirt to bind Wang Li's arms and lifted him up to a kneeling position. Let's go. You haven't told me where you went after leaving. How did you end up in Pinkwan City too? As Wang Li spoke, she didn't reply, so he narrated their experiences unsolicited. After they successfully arrived at the hospital, they realized it was crowded beyond measure. The corridors were almost completely filled with people, and even patients with less severe conditions were crammed into the wards waiting for treatment. Their comrade merely had a severed hand, and in that hospital where dozens or hundreds of people died every day, they weren't given priority. They could only wait until the blood ran dry, going into shock and dying. They originally intended to cause trouble at the hospital, but before they could act, an epidemic broke out in the hospital, killing people in droves. They quickly left the hospital afterward. On their journey searching for food and water, they ended up in Pinkwan City, surviving until now thanks to government-provided rations. Fong Tingwan didn't believe the last part. If the government truly distributed sufficient food, there wouldn't be so many starving people eating anything they could find. Chapter 74, Deadweight. Miss Fong, follow us. They're all a group of patients and are nothing but baggage. Wang Li sincerely extended his invitation. They had already arrived in front of the residential building. Fong Tingwan glanced at Wang Li and Zhang Yanshan's hand, then directly went over and pulled him up. Outside the residential building, it was already swarming with people. They surrounded like ants meeting candy, leaving no room to breathe. Some tried to go inside, but Xing Yu and Meng Ling were guarding the entrance. Meng Ling also wiped away secretions from her eyes, her bloodshot eyes filled with intense killing intent, different from malice. This was the kind of deterrent only seen after taking a life. The rest hid upstairs. Lu Ji gripped his dagger tightly, guarding at the stairwell entrance, with two of his brothers beside him. All three had blood streaks on their eyes. Long held duo in the innermost room, barricading the wobbly door. Precisely because everyone was guarding strictly, those people only dared to observe from a distance. Fong Tingwan swept her eyes once and immediately spotted Lu Feng among the crowd outside. Thinner than before, he wore a black undershirt turned white, just standing there gave off a different presence. His biceps bulged alarmingly, clearly not spared much from experiences. Wang Li said, "Miss Feng, as long as I'm here, brother won't make things difficult for you. Follow me without worry. I will definitely treat you well." Fong Tingwan directly ignored him. After observation, there were 11 people around Lu Feng, presumably his henchmen. None of them looked like they were useless. There might be even more of his men hidden within the crowd. She was pondering this when someone suddenly rushed forward toward the gate of the residential building. If one person managed to break through, that would be a breach, surely resulting in uncontrollable chaos. Fong Tingwan immediately pulled Wang Li onto the roof about a meter high, shouting furiously, "Anyone who dares to charge forward will meet the same fate." She raised her Tang knife high, slicing off Wang Li's left arm. Wang Li screamed in agony, clutching his severed hand, unable to believe. "Fong Tingwan, what are you doing? I did everything for your good. If it wasn't for you lot, this wouldn't have happened in the first place." Fong Tingwan stared coldly at the refugees like a goddess of death. Some of them recognized her. It's them. Better save ourselves." A few timid ones, fearing to end up like the old man, quickly fled. Others realized she could actually kill and weren't easily provoked, so began to consider retreat. "Are you not hungry? Think about your wife. Think about your children, your family. Aren't you afraid of each other? Why fear her?" Within the crowd, someone emphasized again and again, "Only they have food. If we leave, we'd either starve or eat our own relatives. Can you bear it?" Indeed, dozens of people stopped, focusing on Fong Tingwan. "Go. She's the leader of this group. Kill her, and all this food will belong to us. Kill her. Kill her." In the blink of an eye, Fong Tingwan decapitated Wang Li. The round head rolled across the ground several times before stopping. Blood spread widely, forming a large puddle. His eyes were still open, as if he couldn't comprehend why Miss Fong had killed him, the one who loved her deeply. He even betrayed his brother in arms. He'll never know the answer now. Lu Feng dashed to the forefront, grinding his teeth, angrily questioning, "You killed my guy? Do you even know what you're doing?" More than a dozen henchmen following behind picked up various weapons, shovels, mallets. Lu Feng held a wolf-toothed club, staring at Wang Li's head, his anger increasing with every second. "Do you know how long he liked you? Do you know how many places he scoured tirelessly for information about you? You knew he loves you yet you still killed him? A woman heartless as you. How can anyone want to guard you?" This was spoken loudly for the residents inside to hear. Meng Ling spat, raising her voice. "How many people have you killed? If not for you, would so many have died in that building?" Stunned by a succession of shocking revelations, the refugee masses hesitated, standing undecided between sides, waiting for their chance to benefit. "You don't know shit." Everyone attacked together. "Grab this tramp alive. I want her to kneel and beg for forgiveness." Lu Feng rushed forward with his wolf-tooth baton. "When I'm done playing with you, I'll send you to hell to keep my brother company." He didn't use full force, worried about smashing her dead prematurely. Fong Tingwan was pulled back by Jiang Yanchun, using her Tang knife to block the ferocious attacks of the wolf-tooth baton. Her palms buzzed from the impact, and she bounced the weapon aside before slashing horizontally, splitting it cleanly in half at the waist. "This sword is so powerful. Let's go then. Better not risk our lives." A few whispered discussions occurred, and they quietly retreated. And Lu Feng, having lost his weapon, naturally realized the futility of fighting. Living up until now was entirely through survival instincts. When weak, endure till death. When strong, run. Turning around, he shouted, "Retreat." The henchmen who were prepared to charge ahead paused, stunned for a few seconds before turning tail and running away. The rest of the people retreated as well. "Should we chase after him and kill him?" Xinu, leaning against the wall, stepped out. By his feet lay the bodies of those who had attempted to storm through. Meng Ling was by his side. Fong Tingwan found herself in a predicament. "If we fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. We have too many burdens to carry." One of the burdens, Lu Ji Gang, descended the stairs, swallowing the words of loyalty he had wanted to express. "Don't chase the desperate enemies." Lu Ji Gang sat down in a quiet spot and seriously offered advice before returning to his worries. "It's bad here. I wonder how things are going in the city." "It won't be good. I hope your family is safe," Fong Tingwan said truthfully. She had left the city center due to the dangerous nature of human relationships there, but didn't expect encountering floods in the mountains. In her memory, indeed, there had been multiple landslides due to continuous rainfall, but since communication lines were cut off, she could only rely on word of mouth for updates. Most of the areas affected were villages. Moreover, extreme heat had arrived. She was seeking relief from the heat, but didn't expect such heavy rainstorms. Lu Ji looked worriedly at the two brothers next to him and fell silent. After Wang Li's sacrifice became known among the villagers, they mostly dared not come near anymore. Some would still watch from afar, waiting for their chances. Xinu sat at the entrance with a dagger, immovable like a mountain. No one dared to force their way in. They finished eating lunch safely and took turns resting before setting off again. Once they left, many people rushed into the house, searching everywhere for food. Lu Feng kept watching them from a distance. Seeing them leave, someone couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, should we just let them go? There's bound to be food in their bags." Leave. Lu Feng interrupted directly, leading the group away. Whether or not they could seize food was irrelevant. What mattered most was Fong Tingwan. Back home, because Wang Li had liked her, he had always given her leeway. But what about her? Not only had she cost the lives of his comrades, but she had also killed Wang Li with her own hands. If he didn't avenge this, he wouldn't be able to face the brothers of room 602. If it hadn't been for rushing a comrade to the hospital, they wouldn't have gone from 5 people to just him alone. Chapter 75, Cement Factory. He and Fong Tingwan, only one of them could survive. He took a step ahead and walked down a narrow path. The original narrow path had already been submerged. This was newly formed. One of his juniors asked, "Brother, are we going to the cement factory? Those people there don't like outsiders much. Even if we go, we won't be welcomed." Previously, after the landslide, when we sought refuge from them, they weren't willing either. If we went there now, it would be just as unwise. Another person echoed this sentiment. Lu Feng knew that person was troublesome to deal with, but over these 2 months, no matter how abundant their stockpile might have been, it should be depleted by now. He gave a light laugh and quickened his pace. As for Fong Tingwan, she followed the footprints on the road, which stood out clearly compared to other sandy areas due to frequent use. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, after about an hour of walking, they caught sight of the factory roughly 100 meters away. The exhaust heat recovery system of the plant soared high into the sky, crisscrossed with pipes of various sizes. Upon approaching closer, they realized the cement factory was built on a leveled-off mountainside, and neither its buildings nor facilities showed any damage caused by natural disasters. Surprisingly, they could even hear the sound of machinery operating from outside. Not only was there electricity inside the compound, but it also featured walls standing 3 meters higher than the mud and sand outside, making it a perfect shelter. Fong Tingwan's eye sparkled. Instead of aimlessly searching for a place to stay, why not build one yourself? But the cement factory likely housed many people. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate to reside here herself. It would save effort. She shouted at a loud volume. "Do you sell cement?" "Sell." The response came almost instantly. A man appeared over the wall and grinned, showing his teeth. "Hello, I am Tan Ming, the dealership manager here. How much cement do you need?" "How much per bag?" Fong Tingwan asked. "It depends on what quality you're looking for. Average is 30 to 40. Medium quality is 70 to 80. Good ones can be 100 or 2. Come in for a look." Tan Ming chuckled while leaning down and speaking to someone else before tossing out a ladder that leaned against the wall. Fong Tingwan slightly furrowed her eyebrows and politely declined with a smile. "No thanks." She wanted to buy some, but there was still the issue of getting it into the space. She would wait until they left and then return later to make the purchase. "Let's go." She turned forward and saw more than 20 figures emerge from behind the sand dunes. Lu Feng led the group and positioned himself on either side, encircling them in the center. "Come inside for a cup of tea before you leave." Tan Ming smiled warmly, but this friendly gesture felt less so because he was pointing a gun at Fong Tingwan and her companions. "Actually, there's a gun?" Xinu was stunned. After all, firearms were prohibited items, but at the same time, he realized that things were different now, and old rules couldn't apply anymore. Lu Ji and 2 others were frightened to the point of weak knees, but still managed to ask, Fong Tingwan, what should we do? Should we take a chance and break through?" Fong Tingwan glanced at him sideways. Although afraid, they remained firmly in her camp. She gave a bitter laugh. "Are you not worried that the first bullet might hit you?" Her words were directed at everyone present. Given their current disadvantage, they'd better not act rashly. Lu Ji immediately cowered, lowering his head. "We'll follow your orders." After spending such a long time together, Fong Tingwan seemed to have become their mainstay. "All right, unless I give the order, do nothing." Fong Tingwan spread her hands, lowered her voice, and became the first to ascend the ladder. Once she climbed over the wall, her eyes widened in astonishment, and unconsciously, she gripped the railing tighter. The height of the cement factory's walls was shockingly 3 stories tall, something impossible to tell from the outside since the factory was situated in a concave area. And judging from the half-circle perimeter she could see, the only access to this place was the single staircase where Tan Ming was standing. It was over 1 meter wide, without railings, and the densely packed steps reached a steep angle of 60 to 70 degrees. One misstep, and you'd fall and break your leg, if not die. If people outside wanted to enter, it was basically suicidal. Tan Ming strode confidently ahead, smiling. "Don't be scared. We've invited you inside mainly because our boss, Mr. Su, wants to meet you. You won't be harmed. Careful." He turned and extended his hand in a gentlemanlike manner, indicating that Fong Tingwan could hold on to him as she descended. Jiang Yanshan acted quicker. He moved beside her and held her hand tightly, silently proclaiming his ownership. Fong Tingwan didn't pull away but instead drew closer, checking if they were following. Dodo was on Jiang Yanshan's back. Thankfully, she still couldn't see and remained calm, clinging tightly to his neck. Meng Ling was being pulled by Xinu, and the two supported each other. As for Long Long and the Lu Ji trio, Long Long and Lu Ji led the way, proceeding cautiously down step by step in pairs. At the very end were Lu Feng's group. This was the first time Lu Feng entered the interior of the cement factory. He was deeply relieved that they hadn't recklessly intruded late at night earlier. If they had, they would have already been dead. "Big brother. I'm scared." A junior member clung tightly to Lu Feng's sleeve, unable to let go. Behind them, there was a long line trailing like chicks following a mother hen. Everyone's speed wasn't fast. They slowly descended, and once everyone had stepped onto solid ground, quite a few collapsed due to shaky legs, sitting directly on the floor. Let's go. Tan Ming didn't pause, continuing to lead the way. Fang Tingwan abruptly pulled Lu Ji up without a word and continued forward. That single tug invisibly gave Lu Ji the strength. He stood up, pulling his brothers along to catch up. The cement factory was vast, with various machines as well as office buildings, dormitories, and even a cafeteria. There were many workers here. Over 150 workers gathered together, bewildered as they watched the strangers approach. Among them, several glances carried hostility. Fang Tingwan was puzzled. Her eyes scanned the faces of a few women, none of whom seemed unfriendly. So where did the enmity come from? She kept walking. As the workers whispered amongst themselves, they automatically formed 2 rows, with someone whistling. Manager Tan, where did this lady come from? She's something special. The man who spoke revealed a string of sinister smiles as he openly scrutinized Fang Tingwan without any reservation. She had curves in all the right places, with muscular arms showing obvious strength. It was clear she could hold her own. The man immediately thought about what such vitality would mean for nighttime activities. There weren't enough women like that around the factory these days. Jiang Yanchen stepped forward, blocking her securely. He glanced sideways at the man who had spoken, his eyes turning into ice blades that pierced straight at the other man. The man stiffened, though he had no reason to be scared. His legs grew weak, an inexplicable shiver ran through him, and his gaze involuntarily dropped. He didn't dare to joke anymore. It was then that Tan Ming stepped forward to explain. Everyone has been cooped up here for 2 months, so they've gotten restless and started speaking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. After saying this, he acted by giving the man a stern look. Old 7, back to the dorm. Old 7 turned and left. Fang Tingwan had heard even more disgusting words before, so she didn't find it particularly noteworthy. However, she noticed that inside the factory, women made up more than half of the population, while outside, among those displaced, women were extremely rare. Could these women have come in from outside? If that was the case, then she, Meng Ling, and Dodo, being girls, were in serious danger. The way those men looked at them felt predatory. Ailing, no matter what happens, you must protect yourself and Dodo, she said quietly. Chapter 76, suffered a bit of loss. Meng Ling's intuition told her it was dangerous. She immediately nodded hard. Don't worry, we won't run into trouble. Xinu added from the side. There's me too. There are us as well. Lu Ji and 3 others said in unison, but very softly. As men, they were all too aware of what these workers had in mind. Fang Tingwan gave them a grateful smile in return. Then I'll leave it to you. You stay here drinking water and eating something while waiting. You, being their leader, go in. Tan Ming just waved his hand, and someone came with water and meat buns. The enticing aroma immediately brought out everyone's cravings. Xinu, Meng Ling, and the others didn't react, sitting on guard against those approaching them. Tan Ming noticed this and gestured politely with his hand. Jiang Yanchen said, it should be me. Our Mr. Su only wants to see her. Tan Ming went straight to the point. Among this group of workers, there was also a guard team. Over 20 people armed with crowbars inadvertently blocked off several roads. Even if they hadn't blocked them, no one could have left anyway. I'll go. Don't worry. Fang Tingwan gave Jiang Yanchen a comforting look before striding ahead. Tan Ming smirked, threw his head back, and quickly followed. Jiang Yanchen had no choice but to sit aside, his fists tightly clenched. He knew she had her own plans, yet going alone was incredibly risky. Or was it that she still didn't trust him? Actually, Fang Tingwan knew about the agreement Lu Feng had made with this so-called Mr. Su, which was why she was seeing her alone. Whether they would succeed in securing everyone's safety and walk out with the cement depended on how things went in the negotiation. She followed Tan Ming to the office building. It had 5 floors, with 7 rooms on each level. On the second-floor corridor beside the door stood a few women whose gazes towards Fang Tingwan ranged from jealousy to pity, and some even tried to catch her attention with signals, their eyes practically bulging out. At the corner of the second floor, a large iron gate was welded shut, a huge lock tightly clasped around an iron chain 2 fingers thick. There was simply no way to open it without the key. Tan Ming took out a key from his neck, grinned mischievously, unlocked it, glanced at her with ill intent before locking it again, and proceeded forward. From the pediatric ward, the other women became clearer, dressed in unsuitable dresses, wearing makeup, varying appearances, but uniformly between 15 to 25 years old. They all had pretty faces. The 3rd and 4th floors were empty. Walking further up to the 5th floor, before even reaching the chairman's office, moaning sounds could already be heard. The volume wasn't particularly low, but the intensity was unmistakable. In this apocalypse, some who formed their own small teams would capture women for their sexual desires. Others clung onto powerful individuals merely to survive. Fang Tingwan saw nothing unusual about this. Standing on the corridor, she waited patiently. Tan Ming's grin momentarily stiffened. He stood nearby, silent for 5 or 6 minutes, then suddenly asked, aren't you afraid? If I'm not mistaken, it's because Lu Feng and your Mr. Su planned to intercept me. But judging by your attitude towards Lu Feng, it seems like you regretted cooperating with him. So, why should I be scared? I'm just curious about what you want. Smart. Tan Ming clapped his hands, sincerely praising her, though he refused to divulge anything more. Sly, strong-willed, and loyal. This was Fang Tingwan's evaluation of Tan Ming, and she decided against probing any further. Propping her chin with both hands, she looked down on the crowd below, seemingly observing them like ants. Jiang Yanchen and the others were among them. His obvious affection for her couldn't be hidden, placing her in his heart and caring for her in every possible way, a feeling she struggled to describe. What are you smiling about? Tan Ming turned his head toward her, finding it strange. Her previous smile was fake, but the last one seemed almost coy. You wouldn't try using yourself to let Mr. Su forgive your team, would you? I thought you weren't that kind of person. What kind am I? Fong Tingwan finished her question just as the office door in front opened. A woman emerged, about 30-something, sporting long wavy hair and wearing a red cheongsam that highlighted her curves perfectly. With her refined and striking features, she was undeniably beautiful. Meng Qi also examined Fong Tingwan closely. This was an exceptional woman, radiating strength rather than sex appeal, the only different individual in this factory, and an unsettling sense of danger arose within her. Clenching her molars, Meng Qi announced, Mr. Su requests your presence inside. Tan Ming had already walked past her. Fong Tingwan kept up. Just stepping into the office, she scrunched her nose, trying to avoid inhaling the heavy stench, and retreated a step as she shifted her gaze forward. There sat Mr. Su, naked above the waist, exposing his belly fat, wrapped below with a bath towel, leaning casually on the boss chair. Tan Ming promptly lit a cigarette for him. He exhaled a puff of smoke, the faint mist surrounding his face. Around 30 years old, his narrow, slanted Danfang eyes appeared unusually deep, as if brimming with tender feelings. Sharp eyebrows, a high bridge of the nose, thin lips. He was handsome despite his weight. Su Zong was pleased with her expression, adjusting the air conditioning and even opening the window to make the room ventilate faster. What grudge do you and Lu Feng share that has made him become my subordinate purely for your life? His voice was gentle, like that of a next-door older brother. In the pre-apocalypse world, how many people would have chased after someone like him? Fong Tingwan felt that the air had cleared up enough and walked in, sitting on a chair that looked relatively clean. We live in the same building unit. They killed a lot of people, robbed a lot of food, and they suffered a bit of loss when they targeted me. If it was just a small loss, Lu Feng wouldn't possibly be so hell-bent on killing her, yet Lu Feng was also unable to deal with her. This woman was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Moreover, she now had her own small team. If she weren't ruthless enough, there's no way she could survive out here. He badly needed someone like her. Su Zong smiled gently, taking a puff of his cigarette and exhaling the smoke. Lu Feng's offer was to serve under me and risk my life for me once he became my subordinate. What about you? If your terms aren't attractive enough, I can't simply let you leave. Though veiled, his words clearly implied that she should trade her body to stay alive. However, he actually wanted to know whether Fong Tingwan could come up with something more tempting than her body. When communicating with someone perceptive, feigning ignorance isn't beneficial for negotiations. So, Fong Tingwan cut straight to the point. What do you want? Su Zong had been waiting for this question, smiling as he replied. Food. I have so many people who need to eat. He paused momentarily, observing her calm reaction before continuing. Originally, I intended to send Lu Feng to find food for me. Can you replace him? What do you want? Fong Tingwan sensed something wasn't quite right. There's a grain depot in the city. Don't worry, I'll provide both manpower and vehicles for you. Additionally, there will be antibiotics. You all have red-eye infections which have worsened significantly. Without treatment, your vision might permanently suffer. Su Zong slowly reminded her. You could also choose to stay behind. Fong Tingwan caught the implication. Either she led a group to raid the grain depot or stayed back on the condition of offering her body. However, if she chose the latter option, everyone but her and Ming Ling might die. But raiding the grain depot wasn't exactly a better alternative either. It was essentially the lifeline of an entire city. They might not even return alive. No wonder Su Zong was still calmly negotiating. Chapter 77. Reaching an agreement. Fong Tingwan was precisely worrying about food and medicine, and since this opportunity could kill two birds with one stone, she smiled and nodded. How many people will you give me, and when do we depart? Tomorrow afternoon, everything is ready. Tan Ming, you go along with them. Su Zong indicated that they could leave. Walking out of the office, Fong Tingwan glanced at the man beside her, troublesome. Dinner and everything else has been arranged. Please. Tan Ming stepped aside courteously, allowing her to descend the stairs first. When they reached the second floor, Fong Tingwan immediately spotted Meng Qi in a bright red cheongsam. Her tall stature made her stand out among a group of women as she approached. Manager Tan. Her crimson lips curved upward, her fox-like eyes oozing flattery. Are you leaving soon? Tan Ming showed respect toward her and smiled slightly while nodding. Yes. Is she coming too? Meng Qi turned her gaze to Fong Tingwan, who, though slightly tanned, couldn't hide her beauty. While not instantly stunning at a glance, she was certainly someone whose appeal grew with time, a kind of beauty that grew more dangerous the longer one looked. Tan Ming's smile had become somewhat forced. Did Mr. Su mention anything else? Where will they stay tonight? Meng Qi was agitated, seemingly unaware that Tan Ming was already annoyed by her overstepping. They'll stay on the third floor of this building. Tan Ming responded coldly, then turned to let Fong Tingwan continue walking. Before descending the stairs, Fong Tingwan looked back at Meng Qi once. She was surprised by the unrelenting sorrow in her eyes. It wasn't hard to tell that this building was reserved for Su Zong's women, and Meng Qi naturally considered all incoming women, including herself and Meng Ling, as rivals. The higher up they stayed, the greater their status. Judging by Meng Qi's clothing, she was likely the most favored woman, making Fong Tingwan her greatest rival by default. Perhaps this could be used to advantage. Fong Tingwan quickened her pace down the stairs. Only upon entering the canteen and seeing Zhang Yanshan and the others already eating did she exhale deeply. After dinner, I'll take you to the medical room. Tan Ming took her through a special channel to pick up lunch without waiting in line and quickly served 2 dishes and 1 soup. They sat next to Zhang Yanshan. Fong Tingwan looked at her own plate filled with braised beef cubes, stir-fried pork belly slices, and egg-filled soup. In contrast, Jiang Yanchen had shredded potatoes, shredded meat, stir-fried cabbage, barely enough for a fist-sized meal of rice, and a bowl of soup where only a hint of oil and seaweed could be seen. This portion, meant for an adult male, would hardly suffice even as a snack. This was how everyone in the factory ate. Only Tan Ming, who passed by a specific window, received an exception. Manager Tan, my people won't be able to work if they can't get full meals. Fong Tingwan didn't touch her chopsticks. Tan Ming replied smoothly. I'll bring you all back to get some more. The others looked at Fong Tingwan. Seeing her nod, they followed along to get more food. Jiang Yanchen was the last to rise, his eyes brimming with worry. What should we say? Don't worry. Fong Tingwan had already begun eating. After finishing the meal, they followed Tan Ming to the medical room. After receiving antibiotics injections, night had fallen. A loud ding-ding-ding sound echoed throughout the cement factory, reverberating persistently. That's the signal to turn off the lights, Tan Ming explained, leading them directly to the office building. Lu Feng and the others are staying in the employee dormitories. If you also choose to stay there, accidents might happen. Mr. Su hopes you can all live peacefully together. Fine. Fong Tingwan agreed readily. How they convinced Lu Feng would be their business. Upon stepping back onto the second floor, Meng Qi stood in the hallway waiting, dressed in a red chong sam, with loose hair, looking rather intimidating. Jiang Yanchen stepped forward, meeting her eyes straight. Their eyes locking, Meng Qi realized that the two were possibly a couple, causing her to quietly sigh in relief. Let us know if you're missing anything. I'll send it up if I have it. Neither Fong Tingwan nor anyone else responded. However, Lu Ji and the rest weren't as good at containing themselves, glancing involuntarily at the women they saw. Tan Ming merely nodded to acknowledge their presence before continuing upstairs. Room 301 to 302 was assigned for them to stay in today. Inside, 4 bunk beds lined the room, designed for 8 people. Fong Tingwan and her team slept in room 302. The public toilet was located at the corner between the second and third floors. Once inside the room, shutting the door and flipping the switch revealed dim light emanating from a 30-watt bulb, just enough to make out the interior of the room. 2 beds were already made with bedding set, water provided on the table alongside some candies. It appeared prepared specifically for Dodo. No wonder all the women willingly attended to Su's own. They enjoyed preferential treatment compared to the workers, serving just one person, and not every day at that. Was indeed an attractive offer. Wan, what exactly did you discuss upstairs today? Meng Ling had been curious but hadn't yet found an opportunity to ask. Fong Tingwan opened the door and, seeing that Tan Ming had already left, led Meng Ling and Wan next door. Following the antibiotics injection, everyone's conditions improved slightly. Sitting either at the edge of the bed or in chairs, each of them greeted her arrival with solemn expressions. She's someone who can take down a 200-pound wild boar without batting an eye when killing Wang Li. Fong Tingwan got straight to the point, revealing the conditions she had agreed upon with Mr. Su. There will be dangers on this journey. Without my permission, do not act rashly. Do you understand? Lu Ji and the other 2 nodded simultaneously. Xin asked, will he agree to any conditions Lu Feng sets? Considering how much Lu Feng hates me, only handing me over for him to deal with after the task might temporarily keep him in check. Fong Tingwan chuckled lightly. Xin said, then why do you still agree? There are too many people here. Overwhelming numbers could easily take your life. Are you not going to help me? Fong Tingwan asked faintly yet seriously. If you wish to leave, I can arrange at any time. We're not leaving. Lu Ji and the others nodded heavily, their eyes filled with determination akin to that of aspiring party members. Xin immediately clarified. Of course we'll help you, but we need to plan ahead. Meng Ling added, I'm definitely on your side. And as for Jiang Yanchen, there was no need to ask. Before he could even open his mouth, Fong Tingwan already smiled. That's settled then. Follow my instructions, sleep early, and remember to lock the door tonight. Then she walked toward Jiang Yanchen. Jiang lawyer, could you do me a favor? Sure. He replied far too readily. Fong Tingwan looked up at him, meeting his gaze brimming with deep affection, which made her heart race, and she quickly averted her eyes. Everyone tidied up and went to bed. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen stood around the corner, surrounded by walls so they wouldn't be seen. Facing each other, the dim yellow light shone down, casting a soft, hazy glow around them. At 180 centimeters and 170 centimeters respectively, both well-built and good-looking, they stood like a scenic picture. Meng Qi couldn't resist whispering softly, you two really make a perfect pair. Fong Tingwan heard her, having anticipated this comment. Given her level of suspicion, Meng Qi would surely come to confirm if she and Jiang Yanchen were indeed a couple to dispel any doubts. Should she take the initiative and kiss him? Could she kiss him? Her previously calm heart suddenly began to leap wildly, yearning to burst out of her chest. Chapter 78, Selfish Independence. Looking at her, with her red lips slightly parted, Jiang Yanchen was overtaken by impulse and suddenly leaned down to peck her lips. After the kiss, he panicked and didn't know where to look, feeling the overwhelming love he couldn't suppress anymore. He stammered in explanation, Wan, I didn't mean to. I thought I wanted. I understand. Fong Tingwan raised her hand to cover his mouth and looked down at Meng Qi who had been watching from afar. Have you had enough? Meng Qi didn't hide her intentions, stepping out openly. I never expected your relationship to be so good. Does Mr. Su know about this? Mr. Su, if a woman he fancied already had someone she liked, for instance, women workers with boyfriends, he would simply leave them alone. You care about him so much, but why do you tolerate all your neighbors? Don't get mad. I'm purely curious. Do you not want to leave? Caught off guard by the barrage of questions, Meng-Chi fell into deep contemplation before she could grow irritated. Her smile faded for the first time as her lips drooped downwards. She lowered her voice to ask, "Are you leaving tomorrow? How is it outside? Will I survive if I leave? I also want to go, but I ended up here because I had no choice. There's food and water, and life isn't too bad." She compared her situation with the workers in the dormitory building, yet she still longed for the outside world. Fong Tingwan noticed her dilemma and thought for a moment, saying, "I can help you escape. I don't know what it's like out there, but the cement factory is on an open space. With the sun shining all day, it will only get hotter, which you must have felt already. You can take your time to consider and give me your answer tomorrow." After finishing her words, the two turned back upstairs. Meng-Chi quickly returned to her room, unable to calm the excitement in her heart. 1-1. Jiang Yanchen suddenly blocked her in the hallway entrance. "Did you just use me to gain her trust? Was there nothing else between us?" His urgent and expectant gaze was intensely hot. Fong Tingwan suppressed her emotions that shouldn't be there, pinched herself to regain composure. "I'd rather we stay this way, bound by interests instead of emotions, so betrayal won't happen. Fine, whenever you need me, I'll cooperate." Jiang Yanchen took a few steps and went into his room. The sound of the door locking resounded. Fong Tingwan leaned against the wall, her hand placed over her chest. Her heart was still racing. Seeing his sad face after being rejected, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Adding the two lifetimes together, it was the first time she felt this way, making her somewhat bewildered. Hurrying back to her room, she lay down immediately. Various plans formed in her mind, only to be discarded until they seemed nearly perfect. Only then did exhaustion overcome her, and she closed her eyes, falling into a peaceful sleep. At 7:30 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the windows. The heat from the opened window blew inside, offering no respite from sleepiness. 1-1. Meng Ling's eyes were much better, with secretions only present around the corner, no longer as red. Dodo's eye secretion was flaking off. "What's wrong? Am I going with Dodo and you all, or should I stay behind to take care of her?" This was what she wanted to ask yesterday, but didn't get the chance. "The road is dangerous, and I'm worried we'll become a burden." Meng Ling could manage, but Dodo couldn't. Fong Tingwan thought of Meng-Chi. "I'll see later." After a simple wash-up, they left their room. Jiang Yanchen and the others also came out. He merely glanced at Fong Tingwan, staying silent as usual. He spoke less and less. Fong Tingwan watched his retreating figure, letting out a light sigh. Tan Ming personally came to pick them up. When they approached, Meng-Chi was still standing in the corridor, though her hostility was gone. Tan Ming paused briefly and arranged things with a smile. "Miss Fong, taking children along is unsafe. Mr. Su instructed that Meng-Chi takes care of them. Is that acceptable to you?" This was exactly what Fong Tingwan wished for. After their exchange last night, at least Meng-Chi wouldn't mistreat Dodo. Meng-Chi thought about it overnight and had already made her decision, smiling and replying, "Sure thing, but I want to move upstairs. It's inconvenient having kids down here." "No problem." Tan Ming's smile didn't reach his eyes. This woman was ambitious. If it weren't for her looks, she would have been given to the other workers long ago. Meng-Chi was startled by Tan Ming's expression. It was like a coiled viper ready to strike. She bowed her head. Underneath the surface, tension simmered. "Let's eat." Tan Ming's words broke the silence as he led them downstairs. Dodo pulled Fong Tingwan with one hand and Meng Ling with the other. Knowing her sisters had important matters, she promised earnestly, "Sisters, don't worry. I'll wait patiently for your return." Fong Tingwan patted her head affectionately. "Good girl, Dodo." Meng Ling's eyes reddened. Having taken care of her for so long, she considered Dodo as her own little sister. After breakfast at the cafeteria and antibiotic shots, they returned to the dormitories. To ensure they would be well rested in the afternoon, they decided to continue sleeping. When they woke up in the afternoon, Meng-Chi had already moved to room 303, waiting for them at the door. "Thanks for the trouble." Fong Tingwan handed Dodo over to her, placing the child's hand in hers. "Don't worry, I'll wait for your return." This was considered Meng-Chi's agreement to cooperate. Fong Tingwan didn't say much more, following everyone else down and circling around to the back of the cement factory. Tan Ming had prepared 2 pickup trucks and a large truck for transporting cement. More than 50 people waited nearby. Apart from Lu Feng's group of about 10, the rest were workers. All men, they wore the same blue uniforms of the cement factory, standing together in a dark mass. Lu Feng's group stood farthest to the left. Seeing Fong Tingwan approach, he couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Clenching his molars made his jaw muscles tighten, exuding a silent murderous intent. This only confirmed Fong Tingwan's thoughts. On this trip, besides guarding against others, she also needed to watch out for Lu Feng. "Are all preparations ready?" she asked with a smile, ignoring Lu Feng. A man relying solely on brute strength still wouldn't be enough to match her. Even in terms of physical power, she wasn't inferior. Ever since the apocalypse began, she'd never slacked in training. She learned a lot from practicing boxing with Meng Ling. Seeing that neither group started arguing, Tan Ming let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Let's separate into different vehicles. We're about to depart." At his command, the workers began boarding the vehicles. Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yanchen, Lu Feng, and Tan Ming boarded the first pickup truck. Jiang Yanchen sat between them, his hands crossed on his knees, gazed straight ahead, using his body like a mountain shield to block Fong Tingwan completely from view. Lu Feng couldn't see her. His fists tightened and loosened repeatedly before he finally shifted his gaze to the window. The vehicle started moving. Fong Tingwan saw Xinu and Meng Ling seated in the middle pickup truck, while the remaining 4 had taken the large truck. she wasn't overly concerned. Before finding food, no one would be at risk. The upward-sloping cement road led high up. Leaning back, she watched as the height steadily increased. Reaching the top, she closed her eyes briefly. Not being able to control the steering wheel herself gave her palpitations. Fortunately, they successfully drove onto the sandy terrain. Looking back, she noticed a downward slope constructed along the wall, partially buried under sand and gravel. But this location was remote, almost impossible for anyone to discover. Additionally, at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, there were several people defending with a rifle. Anyone daring enough to come would likely lose their life even before getting close. Once the large truck was fully down on the sandy ground, the pickup truck sped up, racing across the desert-like landscape. In the blink of an eye, the cement factory's walls had turned into faint silhouettes. Traveling at this speed, they should arrive at the city around 10 o'clock. It was very quiet inside the car. As time passed, drowsiness crept in. Not 10 minutes after departure, Fong Tingwan closed her eyes to rest. Jiang Yanchen just needed to turn his head slightly to see her peaceful sleeping face. With her eyes closed, it was impossible to see the indifference held in her gaze. Friend, friend. He carefully repeated these words in his mind, feeling nothing but sorrow and growing curiosity about what she had experienced during the apocalypse. As the vehicle jolted, not long after, he too closed his eyes. Lu Feng had been waiting for the perfect opportunity. Just as he pulled out his dagger, a warning came from the co-pilot's seat. His lips moved silently. Do you want to die? Lu Feng looked grave. He wanted to live, yet he also sought vengeance for his brothers. If he made a move, the brothers in the truck behind would die as well. After hesitating multiple times, he finally retracted the dagger, continuously reminding himself, don't rush. After everything is settled, Fong Tingwan will be at his mercy. Fong Tingwan's lips curved slightly. The fleeting smile seemed like a mirage. The car slowed down, starting to twist and turn. When Fong Tingwan opened her eyes, tall buildings caught her sight. On the ground, people were picking through trash, losing the dignity they once had. Like beggars upon seeing food, fights over scraps broke out frequently. They continued forward. The municipal grain warehouse was in the south of the city. Entering through the north gate, Fong Tingwan took out the map and pointed to the location of the grain storage. How do you plan to raid it? This belongs to the government. Even though the rules may have faded during the apocalypse, offending the government was undoubtedly a bad idea. I'll inform you of our plan later. Please be patient, Tan Ming replied with his standard smile. Glancing at her briefly from the rearview mirror, he returned to studying the map. Everyone had a copy of the map. Several people in the large truck, like Lu Ji, couldn't wait to disembark and return home. The places they passed by were often just one street away from their houses. But jumping off the truck would mean abandoning their comrades. A mutual glance passed among them, and they chose to stay seated without moving. The vehicle proceeded for roughly 20 kilometers before stopping on the east side of the Dijing Hao Yuan residential complex. In this neighborhood where apartment buildings and villas coexisted, the apartments were in front, while the villas were all built halfway up the mountain, surrounded by high walls. The greening and protective nets were well maintained, and the fences were widened to prevent landslides and floods. These were the most expensive houses in Pingquan City. They truly got what they paid for, as developers had predicted natural disasters from the start and implemented necessary defenses. From their angle of view, they could still see people playing golf, taking walks, exercising, not significantly affected by the turmoil. Why are we here? Lu Feng asked impatiently, as only the pickup trucks had come here. He didn't know where the large truck and his brothers had been taken, so he was very worried. Tan Ming waved his hand. They're fine. All we need to do is figure out where the food in this villa complex is hidden. What do you mean? Could it be that the grain isn't in the grain warehouse? That would concern the lives of all the people in the city. Why were there so many refugees then? Fong Tingwan was slow to understand. Tan Ming stopped playing dumb and spoke frankly. Mr. Qian lives here. Before the flood started, he bought all the grain from the temporary workers at a high price and stored it in his own warehouse. It was him who caused so many deaths, leaving everyone to starve. Taking it from him isn't too much. Don't feel guilty. People like him specialize in black market trades. Now he sells the grain at exorbitant prices to the rich and lets the poor starve to death. If we get our hands on the grain, we can distribute it to those who need it. We're doing a public service, helping the people. Besides the workers in blue uniforms, none of the others were listening to his brainwashing. So that's why people in the villa area could live such comfortable lives, because they'd hoarded all the food. Fong Tingwan deeply understood. During her travels after the apocalypse began, she'd observed that often the most selfish people live the most carefree lives. Let's go. There's a back door over here. Tan Ming led them along the wall until they saw an exclamation mark painted in paint on the wall. Pushing aside some weeds on the ground, he revealed a dog hole. This was the back door. The faces of several people fell. The security here is very strict. Everyone must be careful, Tan Ming warned. He signaled for the driver to crawl through first. Next came Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yanchen, Xinu, and Meng Ling. Then Lu Feng followed with 2 of his junior brothers. Finally, Tan Ming went through with 2 workers last. Once inside, the 10 of them found themselves in a small forest with dozens of osmanthus trees. The dense leaves provided perfect cover for them. The 10 split into 3 groups, each standing separately. Tan Ming pulled out a map and handed each of Fong Tingwan and Lu Feng a flashlight. 3 blinks means retreat. 4 blinks means the location has been found. A quick response confirms receipt. If there's no response, it likely means someone's already dead. In that case, the rest should retreat. He finished by smiling. Team 1 will be me, Fong Tingwan, and Jiang Yanchen. Team 2 will be Lu Feng, Xinu, and Meng Ling. The remaining 4 will form their own team. Let's move out. Seeing the glance from Fong Tingwan, Meng Ling held back her protest. Chapter 79, pushed out to save. Everyone dispersed. Jiang Yanchen led the way ahead. Fong Tingwan covered the rear, and Tan Ming was safely protected in the middle. It was broad daylight now. The more they hesitated, the easier it would be to get caught. They walked openly under building number 3. When security approached, they quickly slipped inside. Take a good look. Grab anyone who seems suspicious. Yes. The low growls came closer, then entered building number 3. Fortunately, there was no power outage in this wealthy neighborhood. The elevator was still usable and just happened to arrive at the first floor. Otherwise, with walls on all sides, once the security guards came in, they'd be finished. The 3 slipped inside, Fong Tingwan frantically pressing the door close button. As the doors were about as wide as her palm, the security arrived. The lead guard stared at her. His expression turned from confusion to shock. An angry shout echoed. They don't belong to this community. Quickly grab them. The security immediately rushed to press the elevator switch, but it was too late. Seeing the elevator continue to go up, the lead guard quickly exited building number 3 and took 8 people through the manual side passage to rush upstairs. Meanwhile, other patrolling security personnel quickly surrounded the building. Seeing the direction of their movements, Lu Feng revealed a hint of smugness. Serves them right. Do you have a problem? What's in it for you if they get caught? Do you want to die? Xinu scolded while leading the way ahead. Meng Ling also shot him an annoyed glance, wishing to hit him. I'll be happy if she dies. Lu Feng made no effort to hide his emotions, laughing even more contentedly. Meng Ling couldn't hold back and delivered a punch. As she was about to throw another one, Xinu pulled her back, stepping on struggling Lu Feng, and looked down at him. Hey, stop provoking my girlfriend, or I won't hold her back. I'll kill you. Lu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out a dagger, rushing forward furiously. Xinu immediately stepped back, holding out his hands to show. You brought this upon yourself. Meng Ling had been practicing boxing since childhood. Though she didn't participate in competitions, she was far from being a show-off fighter. Combined with her recent training, her fists were harder than stone. Lu Feng's chaotic attacks were all blocked by Meng Ling. In a moment of shock, a punch landed squarely on his chest. What was that feeling? It was as if his heart stopped beating, and every bone hurt. How? How is this possible? He had consistently trained himself, conquering his subordinates with brute force, so why was he useless against a woman? Meng Ling massaged her fist. You're just blindly attacking, fooling around those guys. Hey, if I can't win, how can one win? I'm really worrying for nothing. Smiling, she took Xinu's hand, immediately transforming into an affectionate couple, and happily continued moving forward. Lu Feng lay there for a few seconds, realizing that if he didn't follow them, he might not get out. He immediately followed. A gentleman takes revenge when the time is ripe. At this moment, in building number 3, there were a total of 27 floors in the residential buildings. Without hesitation, Fong Tingwan pressed buttons for the 15th, 21st, and 27th floors. She wanted to confuse the security personnel, buying time to come up with a plan. Each floor only had 2 households per elevator. When the elevator opened, she would check for any place to hide. After knocking on 6 doors without response, and seeing the elevator continuously going up while hearing hurried footsteps from the emergency staircase, they could only retreat to the rooftop. The rooftop offered no place to hide at all. What should we do? Tan Ming panicked, already pressed against the wall, still unable to figure out why they encountered setbacks from the start when everything seemed fine. The more he thought about it, the more despair grew within him. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he suddenly came up with a scheme. They didn't see me just now. You 2 confess, and I will hide. If you expose me, the kid will not survive. He stopped smiling, hastily found a corner, curling his body into it, not minding dirt or disorder. Then he used some tattered rain covers to block his silhouette. Fong Tingwan silently observed, glanced away, and then turned her attention to the approaching security guards climbing upstairs. There were a total of 20 men, limited by the elevator's capacity, not because they only had so many people. The lead security guard held an electric baton, inspecting them carefully. What are you here for? To find food. Fong Tingwan kept her head low, pretending to be a frightened young girl, tightly clutching Jiang Yanchen's sleeve, her whole figure shrinking in fear. Jiang Yanchen immediately understood. Swallowing, his speech faltered. We live across the street. We saw that people here don't lack food, so we snuck in. Where did you enter from? The voice of the security trembled. Daijing Haoyuan claimed that even flies couldn't get in. If the bigwigs found out, they'd be fired, surely. Without leaving here, they'd starve to death. Take them away. Such a large-scale intrusion was definitely discovered. He could only take them to the security office first. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen obediently went along downstairs. Safe for now. Tan Ming peeked his head out, deeply exhaled, and dared not descend again. He hid in the cool area, eating cookies as he waited for nightfall. Drip. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Security directly had the 2 lead the way, asking them to show how they got in. When they reached Osmanthus Grove and saw the fresh dog hole, his eyes widened. We've got a traitor here. You block it immediately. I'll go find Manager Qian. He escorted Fong Tingwan and the other down. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at 202 Building 2, where the words Property Management Office were written on the door. The security guard knocked first, then pushed the door open upon hearing someone inside. Manager Qian, we caught 2 intruders from the opposite neighborhood who have come due to severe hunger. I just noticed there's a dog hole in Osmanthus Grove. It's freshly dug. Not sure if it's for coming in or escaping out. Did you dig it? Qian Hongwei was portly with beady eyes that darted over the two figures before landing on Fong Tingwan's chest. Despite her loose gray t-shirt, it couldn't quite conceal everything. No, it was already there when we came. Jiang Yanshan's voice grew colder as he pulled Tingwan behind him. Qian Hongwei, noticing this, chuckled. Intrusion can lead to a criminal sentence, at least 3 years. But if you don't want to go to the police station, I have a solution. Pure intimidation, Jiang Yanshan knew clearly. Maximum 15 days followed by a fine, and that was only assuming the police station hadn't been flooded since most were located on the first floor. Still, he played along, asking, what solution? Now hooked, Qian Hongwei leered more boldly at Fong Tingwan, not even trying to hide his lustful intent. If she spends the night with me, I'll guarantee you both food, drinks, and even let you take some with you. Can I stay too? Fong Tingwan timidly spoke up. This person likely knew where the food supplies were. Perhaps she could obtain what she desired. Late. Jiang Yanshan didn't understand what she intended to do. The man's intentions were so obvious. This call resonated deeply. Fong Tingwan hesitated, startled. I want to survive. Was it an evasive answer, a reply to Jiang Yanshan's own question, or perhaps both? His shoulders slumped in disappointment. All right. Chapter 80, the best timing. Little Wong. Qian Hongwei called out, and immediately the door was pushed open. Security guard Little Wong nodded humbly and asked, what's the matter, manager? Escort this person out, and on the way, get some rice, flour, and also a bit of meat. Qian Hongwei waved his hand generously and indicated that he should close the door while leaving. Little Wong first looked stunned, then understandingly nodded. All right, follow me. He gestured respectfully with a welcoming motion. Jiang Yanshan did not move. His eyes shifted towards Wan. Emotions flashed through them, intertwined with conflict, and he opened his mouth hesitantly. Fong Tingwan interrupted him first. Go, it will be fine. Then she cast a meaningful glance at Little Wong. Judging from the tone, it seemed that Jiang Yanshan would not easily obtain food, but if he could find a place, it wouldn't be bad. Jiang Yanshan understood her intentions, but still felt uneasy inside, unwillingly turned around to close the door. His heart began to become restless. Hurry up. Little Wong was taken aback for a moment. His eyeballs rolled around. Okay. The further they walked, the more remote it became, not heading to the warehouse at all. After passing through the secluded path, there were about a dozen people waiting ahead. It appeared that it wasn't just about driving him away with food. Instead, they wanted to beat him. And the more food there was, the harder they would hit. Jiang Yanshan held a hand over Little Wong's mouth, and with one foot, knocked him down. Using his forearm against the man's chest cavity, his leg entangled around him, he whispered, what does Qian Hongwei want to do? Little Wong could only make sounds of woo woo woo, indicating that he should let go. Once free, all he needed to do was shout brothers, and they would come running. At that time, this man would get what he deserved, Little Wong thought as he ceased struggling. But he hadn't expected that as soon as this man let go, he pressed a knife against his neck. Cold, the icy blade pressing against his neck, made Little Wong break out in goosebumps all over. His voice trembled. Qian Hongwei likes messing around with women. Jiang Yanshan's eyes darkened, like a vortex ready to swallow everything into shreds. Where's your grain warehouse? It's in the basement of building number 6 in the villa area. With so many people, won't that amount of food be insufficient? Jiang Yanshan calculated. 3 high-rise buildings, each with 27 floors, with 2 households per elevator considered as only 2 people per family. There were over 300 people already. There were 21 villas, averaging 3 people each, which makes at least 60 people, plus security and cleaning staff, making the minimum 400 people in total. Little Wong avoided eye contact. Jiang Yanshan pressed the blade closer, a trace of red immediately flowing down along his neck. Little Wong shouted desperately, I'll tell you. Buildings 18 to 21 in the villa area are unoccupied, but they have surveillance and round-the-clock protection. All our food has been bought from General Manager Qian for a high price. Having obtained what he wanted, Jiang Yanshan searched around, his gaze landing on the tree vines. He directly tied Little Wong to the shady side of the tree trunk, then used Little Wong's own clothes to gag his mouth. He went to the 3rd buildings downstairs. Seeing about 10 security guards on the ground floor, he left the numbers 18 to 21 on the tree before sneaking off toward the villa district. At this moment, upstairs, Qian Hongwei directly went out, dismissed the security guarding outside, then came back, locking the door behind him. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, he said, Sister, you're probably still a virgin, right? It will hurt a bit, just bear with it, and after that, I'll definitely make you feel ecstatic. He couldn't wait to undo his shirt buttons, exposing his protruding belly. Fong Tingwan sat on the sofa and was taking off her coat too. Seeing this made Qian Hongwei instantly feel like his nose might start bleeding. Although he didn't see the real goods, his intuition told him it wouldn't be small, and it was soft. Thinking of this made him even more excited. He sped up removing his pants. In no time, he was completely stripped. Fong Tingwan took a glance and curled her lips mockingly. Even calling yourself a little pepper seems a bit exaggerated. Where exactly are you, anyway? Qian Hongwei's flower-like smiling face immediately drooped, turning furious instead. Watch me conquer you. He lunged forward, the greasy smell from his body making Fong Tingwan feel sick. Suppressing her discomfort, she twisted Qian Hongwei's arms and pinned him on the sofa, her knee pressing against his spine, her arm wrapped tightly around his neck. Where are the food supplies in your neighborhood? Fong Tingwan asked with a laugh. Lying flat, Qian Hongwei's arousal had already subsided. Annoyed, he said, feed me and I'll tell you. Looks like it needed something special. Fong Tingwan lifted him up, threw him onto the chair, and pulled out a rope from the space dimension, tying him to the chair afterward. Then she grabbed the scissors from the penholder and smiled eerily. Since it's useless anyway, I'll help cut it off for you. She walked forward slowly, as if the Grim Reaper was about to transform him into a woman. Thinking that he would never be able to be with a woman again, he tried to squeeze his legs together, but the ropes bound him too tightly. When his member was touched, his psychological defenses finally collapsed entirely. Inside buildings 18 to 21 of the villa complex, Qian Hongwei almost shouted it out, but no one outside could hear. This room was soundproofed according to his specific instructions. Fong Tingwan had seen the soundproof windows early on, smiling. Then how do we get in? Just go in. Qian Hongwei answered too quickly, which sounded more like an attempt to cover up. Then you'd better come with me. Fong Tingwan wasn't sure about the situation on the other side. If he didn't go with her, it would probably be difficult to proceed. Qian Hongwei was already on the verge of tears, but as long as he could leave, he would be saved. Only then did he realize how naive he had been. Fong Tingwan tied a rope around his brother's hands. Although it was troublesome, it was definitely sturdy. If he tried to run or made any inappropriate move, Fong Tingwan would make him regret it for life. After getting dressed, Qian Hongwei was forced to put his arm around her shoulders. He no longer had any improper thoughts at all. As they walked down, someone immediately came forward. Qian Hongwei. The man looked at Fong Tingwan, his cheeks slightly red, looking bashful, clearly having just been abused. How hateful that fatso was. Just because he was a manager, how many people had he ruined? Even when eating meat, he didn't let them taste a drop of soup. Ow! The brother was pulled hard, causing Qian Hongwei's face to flush with pain. He wanted to curse, but was forcibly restrained. He glared fiercely at the person who had approached and coldly ordered, "Scram, is this your business?" He wrapped his arm around Fong Tingwan and walked toward the villa area. Looking at the two as if they were conjoined twins, the man spat on the ground. "So what if you have some stinking money?" "All right, even if we don't want to live, others do. Where's Brother Wong?" "Don't know. Go find him." As they talked, Fong Tingwan heard them. Seeing Qian Hongwei's expression turn sallow, it was clear he had never heard such thoughts from his subordinates before. His anger reached its peak. Judging from the conversation, Zhang Yanchen must have escaped already. Fong Tingwan continued to pull him along. Meanwhile, Xianyu, Meng Ling, and Lu Feng, after a few detours, also arrived at the forest. Avoiding the security guards, Meng Ling pointed at the tree trunk. "What does this mean? 18 to 21. Isn't that the villa area? All the food must be there, right? It should be left by Zhang Yanchen. Should we go?" Xianyu murmured to himself, unsure. "Let's go first." Meng Ling glanced at the sky. They were already very close here, and it was completely dark now, which was the best time. Chapter 81, Between Brothers. The yellowish streetlights lit up beside the road. This was the coolest time of day, with many people out for a stroll. As they passed by Qian Hongwei and saw him holding another woman in his arms, some couldn't resist making jokes. "Hey, not bad for you, Qian Hongwei." The man's envy was clear in his voice. Qian Hongwei gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "Let's keep running." He quickened his pace. The longer he was stared at, the more the threat below became evident. Finally, they arrived at the gates of Villa number 18. He paused. "I'll give you 100 pounds of meat and 100 pounds of rice for free, no charge. Just go already, all right?" This was already a large amount, and he believed it would be a tempting offer. Fong Tingwan blinked her eyes and moved her fingers slightly. "Don't push your luck too far." Qian Hongwei almost ground his back molars to dust, just waiting to be saved, so that he could make this wretch grovel and beg for mercy. "I haven't seen anything yet." Fong Tingwan had already surveyed everything, full coverage surveillance, an alarm system. If anyone got close, they'd be spotted immediately. With such strong protective measures, she concluded the target was indeed here. The issue now was how to get inside. Tingwan. Zhang Yanchen emerged from the shadows. After ensuring no one nearby noticed them, he whispered softly, "I've checked around these few villas, but there's not only surveillance, but also guards inside the houses. It's impossible to break in just with the two of us. We should find somewhere to eat first." They hadn't eaten in hours. Without energy, their minds wouldn't think clearly. Fong Tingwan looked around, but before she could speak, Qian Hongwei interjected. "I live in building 17. Why don't you come over?" Qian Hongwei's laugh sounded a little fake. "Sure." Fong Tingwan readily agreed and followed along. Zhang Yanchen stayed slightly behind, watching as the two walked side by side. Closing his eyes briefly, he suppressed the urge to kill Qian Hongwei on the spot. At the front door of building 17, Qian Hongwei pressed the doorbell. A moment later, a 40-something-year-old woman, wearing an apron, came out. Her hair tied up neatly, she had a plain and honest demeanor. She greeted them warmly. "Manager, you're back. Mr. Qian is just about to have dinner." "Who are they?" Qian Hongwei replied smoothly. "My girlfriend and her brother." "Come in quickly then." Without much thought, the woman opened the iron gate, leading them in toward the dining room. As soon as Fong Tingwan stepped in, she started observing the luxurious interior design, gold gleaming everywhere, showcasing opulence. The dining room featured a round table meant for 10 people, where currently sat only 2 individuals, a young and beautiful woman around 21 or 22 years old. Dressed in a revealing black strapless dress, her pitch-black curly waves framed her delicate features, though her almond-shaped eyes radiated disdain for everyone present. "Just sit down and eat." She rolled her eyes. Qian Hongwei gripped Fong Tingwan's hand tightly, but still grinned as he called out, "Brother, sister-in-law." Qian Ansue, about 40 years old, dressed in casual loungewear yet maintained a composed demeanor, forked a piece of steak into his mouth. His gaze landed momentarily on Fong Tingwan, then returned to normal. "Let's eat." All right. Qian Hongwei obediently took his seat. By this time, the maid had already set additional cutlery. While eating, Fong Tingwan quietly pieced together their relationships in her mind. It was evident that Qian Hongwei was scared of Qian Ansue, who owned all 4 villas. The access to food would surely lie within this villa. They needed to locate the key. She exchanged a glance with Jiang Yanchen. So, is this your new girlfriend? Qian Ansue gently wiped his mouth, casting a fleeting look at Fong Tingwan. Yes, Qian Hongwei nodded emphatically, glancing once at his sister-in-law, who promptly shot him a dirty look. The dynamics among the 3 left Fong Tingwan even more perplexed. So you are? Qian Ansue turned his attention to the alleged brother. Surname Fong. Jiang Yanchen acknowledged with a nod. Mr. Fong, please stay downstairs in the guest room tonight. Qian Ansue rose and left. Immediately after, Mrs. Qian also ascended upstairs. That left the 3 of them alone, along with a lavish feast of dishes spread out on the table. Roasted abalone drizzled in soy sauce, steamed sea fish seasoned with fragrant garlic, fresh and vibrant vegetable salad paired with dry red wine. While outside others went hungry without food, they were enjoying extravagant meals. Excuse me, what degree of doneness would you like? Asked the maid, holding tongs. 7/10 done. Qian Hongwei answered casually. Same for them. All right. During the wait, Fong Tingwan wasted no time in picking up an abalone, biting into its soft, aromatic texture that lingered pleasingly in her mouth. The sea fish only contained a light drizzle of steamed fish sauce, infused with scallion oil for a tender and smooth bite. Each dish was richly flavorful and appetizing. Slightly greasy, a bite of salad or a sip of red wine refreshed her palate. So good, it was hard to stop. Jiang Yanchen was also eating, though compared to Fong Tingwan, who stuffed food haphazardly into her mouth, he remained more composed and dignified. Qian Hongwei, watching Fong Tingwan, suddenly found his appetite returning. After eating a piece of steak and 2 pieces of abalone, washing it all down with a glass of red wine, he asked, "Will you sleep upstairs with me?" Of course. How else would they approach Qian Ansue, or find the keys unless going upstairs? After wiping her lips, Fong Tingwan followed him upstairs. Jiang Yanchen understood Wanwan's purpose, yet he still couldn't suppress his uneasiness. The nanny said, "Mr. Fong, your room is here." She opened a door. Good. Fong Tingwan tied Qian Hongwei outside the bathroom and closed the door. One could still see him bound to a chair. Only then could she relax and take a comfortable bath. After finishing her bath, she pushed Qian Hongwei to the side of the bed, lay down, and just as she closed her eyes, she heard moans from the next room. Startled, she sat up. Seeing Qian Hongwei acting as if it was nothing unusual, she held her forehead and said, "You're really so different from your brother." "So that's why she chose my brother," Qian Hongwei suddenly blurted out. Seeing that she was still listening attentively, he seemed to struggle before continuing. "She was someone I originally brought in from outside. After coming here and sleeping with me, she left the room. Not even half an hour later, I heard noises from the next room. She became my sister-in-law. Deliberate, arranging for her to sleep next door and making such a big racket on purpose." Fong Tingwan pitted him and gave him a glance. "Did you just pick her up off the street?" He didn't say anything, but large tears streamed down his face. "What? Saying random things could hit someone where it hurt. Or you tell me how to get inside, and I'll move everything. Then teach your brother a lesson." Fong Tingwan blinked her eyes repeatedly, as if urging him to tell her quickly. Qian Hongwei looked at her like she was an idiot, and then closed his eyes, not because he had gone dumb, but because he was just reminiscing about something sad. Fong Tingwan covered her head and went back to sleep. When it was nearly midnight, she opened her eyes, feeling refreshed. She saw that Qian Hongwei had already fallen asleep. Quietly opening the door, she immediately caught a faint whiff of cigarette smoke. It seemed he had just finished a cigarette. "You're awake." Qian Ansue stood in the dim corner. He stepped into the light. Fong Tingwan first noticed the slippers, ankles, towel wrapped around waist level exposing his abdominals, all sculpted and powerful. His smile was mischievous, as if luring others to sin. "You hate the manager so much, but there's no need to take pleasure in stealing his woman." Fong Tingwan genuinely pitied the person inside the room. "Would you be willing to go with him?" Qian Ansue asked, his voice filled with mockery despite the smile. Chapter 82, The Ungrateful Wolf. Schwer told me that he didn't feel anything when it happened, but I'm different. Follow me and I guarantee you'll have a great time. What do you think? As he spoke, Qian and Sui pushed open the door of a room. Fong Tingwan stood still and smiled, saying, "I don't think you're anything special, especially in terms of character. Bullying him is no skill." She looked towards the staircase and saw Lawyer Jiang already standing there, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. "I'm having fun too." Qian and Sui revealed his smile without hesitation. His hand, hidden in the darkness, raised to take a puff of a cigarette. He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. "My parents had high hopes for him, but in the end, he relies on my resources to boss around. Without my money and power given to him, he's nothing. Have you thought it through?" Perhaps Schwer followed Qian and Sui after hearing this sort of rhetoric? Fong Tingwan felt it wasn't that simple. She glanced at Jiang Yanchen, tilted her head slightly as a hint to him, then showed coquettishness. "Can you be a little gentler?" Seeing this, Qian and Sui's blood rushed upwards and immediately invited her in first. The room was a study, but not just a study. The cluttered long table, chairs in front of floor-length windows, even under the dimly romantic yellow light. Fingerprints scattered chaotically could be seen, indicating something improper occurred here. Qian and Sui walked last, preparing to turn back to close the door when a knife suddenly pressed against his neck, pushing him against the wall. "What do you want to do? How did you get into your granary?" Jiang Yanchen cut to the chase, kicking the door shut with his foot. Fong Tingwan strained to listen while rummaging through drawers looking for keys or something similar. After turning everything upside down, she found a set of keys. Attached were car keys and a door lock key. She also found an access card. For villas, surely there would be keys? Could it be a fingerprint scanner? Fong Tingwan stared directly at his hands. Jiang Yanqian asked a few questions. The blade nicked his neck, but Qian and Sui did not utter a single word. Killing someone now will still land them in jail. Qian and Sui was confident. If they wanted food, they would keep him alive. What is the safe? Fong Tingwan had already found it behind a bookshelf spanning the whole wall. It was 1 meter tall and half a meter wide. Clearly, it held a lot of things. After closing his eyes briefly, Qian and Sui opened them, his gaze calm and emotionless. Childhood memories. Hold on a moment. Fong Tingwan opened the door, glanced left and right. Under Qian and Sui's deliberate arrangements, the corridor, and indeed the entire villa, was completely silent. When she entered the room again, she happened to see Qian Hongwei cutting the ropes with a small knife. As their eyes met, Qian Hongwei swallowed hard out of fright, hiding the knife in his hand and weakly protesting. I just wanted to use the restroom. You don't need to go anymore once the ropes are cut. She untied the ropes binding him to the chair and brought him to the study. The two brothers were bound together, facing each other. Qian Hongwei couldn't even lift his head. Qian and Sui was full of disdain, struggling but failing to break free. Enraged, he coldly rebuked. What exactly do you want to do? I only want food. If you give it to us, we'll leave your limbs intact. If not, I'll have to resort to some unconventional methods. Fong Tingwan leisurely replied, stepping forward with the knife. Qian and Sui's hand shrank back instinctively, while Qian Hongwei was motionless as if his soul had been taken away. When his hand was stretched flat on the ground, he said, 321924. Qian and Sui's body trembled, and confusion flashed in his eyes. Password. Jiang Yanqian tried the password, and with a ding, it opened. Fong Tingwan approached. At the bottom layer were 10,000 cash yuan, Rolex watches, gemstone necklaces, gold bracelets, rings, and 3-piece necklace sets. The gold necklace hung down like a spider web, large at the top and becoming smaller, adorned with diamonds, extremely exquisite. The bracelet was a pair carved with dragons and phoenixes, representing good fortune, and the rings were also paired. Fong Tingwan picked them up to examine them. There were initials engraved. She turned to look at Qian Hongwei, whose red-rimmed eyes seemed to recall painful memories. Are these your parents' belongings? Your parents or his? From the cold demeanor of Qian and Sui, it was clear he was adopted. The deceased things, take them if you want, Qian and Sui said lightly. Fong Tingwan naturally wouldn't be polite, continuing to search. At the bottom, she found several documents. When she held them, Qian and Sui's eyes suddenly flared with hatred, shouting, they're dead, so what's the point of looking at those things? I like reading them anyway. She tore them open. Some old yellowing documents, plus 2 family portraits. One was presumably from Qian and Sui's childhood. The Qian parents both looked prosperous, while the frail Qian and Sui appeared malnourished, dated March 21st. There was another family portrait including both Qian Hongwei and Qian and Sui together. Mr. and Mrs. Qian sat close together, with the infant Qian Hongwei cradled in their arms, looking far more like a family compared to Qian and Sui, who stood alone in the corner. The date in the corner read, September 24th. So was the password related to both of their birthdays? Qian and Sui didn't know. Was the safe something left behind by the Qian's parents? She continued reading and noticed 3 sheets of paper, ripped out from a primary school Chinese homework notebook, but carefully preserved. Mom, Dad. The crooked writing was locked into a frame. Just like me, I was arranged for them, and I didn't want this kind of life. I'd rather be back at the orphanage. Fong Tingwan glanced at Qian and Sui, quickly taking in the scene, her fists unconsciously clenching. Qian and Sui's memory was pulled back to when he was 8 years old. It was his 2nd year after being adopted when his mom got pregnant. His dad was so thrilled, circling around his mom every day, forgetting parent-teacher meetings, forgetting soccer practice with him, even forgetting his birthday. He thought that if it were a sister, he'd love her too. But it was a brother, crying endlessly with just a poke, leading to scolding from his parents. People always said the younger son looked exactly like his parents while he himself was picked up from somewhere. In his youth, those words pierced like thorns, festering deep in his throat, eventually leaving scars that would never heal. Does everything I do fall short because of bloodlines? Qian and Sui murmured, unsure who he was asking. Qian Hongwei suddenly sneered. Our parents told me the company would go to you, so I could eat as I pleased. Life was happy. I've never thought of competing with you for the company. All doubts had answers, and his gaze dimmed. You don't deserve the surname Qian. If they knew early on that you're such an ungrateful wolf, they should have left you at the orphanage. It's too late now. Didn't you keep asking me why our parents went a Huaihai Expressway? Why they couldn't be saved after the car accident? Qian and Sui wasn't planning to wait for Qian Hongwei's reply and continued. You're about to graduate, about to enter the company, and the 8 years of work I've put in is easily within your reach. So why not? Don't look at me with that stare. I made sure they wouldn't suffer. One hit was all it took to crash and kill them. You're a white-eye wolf. Mom and Dad loved you so much. By the end of his shouting, Qian Hongwei grew weak, his body drooping lower, yet his eyes hardened even more. Chapter 83, Secret. It doesn't matter, I won. Qian and Sui looked up and saw blurry images of his parents in his eyes, tears streaming down. In Qian Hongwei's mind, it was like the weasel wishing the chickens a happy new year. He thought about how their parents' good reputation, built up over a lifetime, had been ruined by this ungrateful wolf stealing food, getting involved in black market affairs, causing chaos everywhere. and it would only get worse. Talking and talking, it all came down to money. If there wasn't a company, if there wasn't so much money, perhaps he would also have a good older brother. Qian Hongwei said. All door passwords are his palm prints. You're an incurable idiot. Qian and Sui angrily rebuked. These grains are worth at least tens of millions. You refuse to eat or drink them, and instead give them away. Are you crazy or don't want to live anymore? He looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. Zhang Yanchen had already separated the two people, taking Qian and Sui away. Fang Tingwan quickly followed. When they reached the front gate of villa number 18, Zhang Yanchen pressed the man's hand on the door, and with a ding sound, the door opened. 3 people also came out inside the villa. The leading man held an electric baton in his hand. Seeing Mr. Qian being coerced, he immediately raised his baton and called out, "Help! There's danger at Unit 18. Receive." Arriving immediately, responses from various parties came through the radio. Qian and Sui didn't expect that they would actually walk into the trap willingly, and laughed, saying, "As long as you stay with me, I can let bygones be bygones and let him leave, ensuring you'll live comfortably. Or, let us go in first. There are just the 2 of us, we won't take much. Or, I will break one of your legs first, preventing your escape, which would make it easier for us to deal with them." Fang Tingwan smiled innocently, but spoke grimly. Others might not really be able to take much, but Wanwan speaking this way. Well, Zhang Yanchen could only say it depended on how much. Qian and Sui remained unmoved, and even signaled the security guards to find opportunities to rescue him. But before he could think for 2 minutes, he was knocked down on the ground. A dagger rose high, piercing toward the thigh, and in an instant, the pain spread throughout his body. Qian and Sui's brain went blank, groaning after several seconds. "Stop. I'll open. I'll open." It would have been better earlier. Zhang Yanchen lifted him up and walked forward. The security guards dared not move forward, leaving a path for the 3 people who directly entered the hall without seeing any food. It's in the basement and upstairs rooms. His feet hurt too much. Qian and Sui just wanted to get rid of them quickly. "Don't rush. Open the door." There was a high-tech palm print lock on the basement floor. Without a matching palm print, it couldn't be opened. After placing his hand on it, the click-click sounds finished, revealing a small gap in the iron door. "You keep an eye on him." Fang Tingwan pulled the iron door and stepped inside, only to be dumbfounded once she entered. In the middle were 6 pillars supporting a 90 square meter space. Starting from the left, there were vacuum-sealed bags of rice, 50 kilograms per bag. From the east wall to the west wall, there were about 30 bags. 15 bags stacked high with 5 per row, making over 2,000 bags of rice. This was more than 100 tons. Saving food, it could feed over 20 million people in Pinkwon City for a few days. Not to mention the vacuum-sealed wheat flour and noodles nearby, all in large bags. Another 100 tons, which she unhesitatingly stored into her dimensional space. The moment she walked out of the iron door, she shut it, preventing anyone from seeing the inside. "You go upstairs, I'll keep an eye on him." Zhang Yanchen stood at the foot of the stairs voluntarily. Fang Tingwan nodded and climbed upstairs. The first room was filled with instant noodles of various flavors piled right up to the edge of the door, which wouldn't have closed if it weren't opened outward. She took them all. The second room contained sausages, chocolates, compressed biscuits, similarly packed to the brim. Fang Tingwan started doubting whether Mr. Qian had also come back in time to store such quantities. The third room was lived in and contained nothing special, so she returned downstairs. They continued moving to number 19. Seeing her take nothing visible, Qian and Sui was very satisfied. Things weighing hundreds of pounds were hard to carry around, instant noodles being light but still occupying space. He said, "Why don't you stay and work as my bodyguards? I'll pay you 100,000 per month, living in a villa, driving sports cars." "You still have sports cars?" Fang Tingwan's eyes lit up. "Of course. Best to persuade them." Qian and Sui proudly boasted. "G-Wagon, Rolls-Royce, whatever you fancy driving. What do you say? Would you stay? Let's see." Fang Tingwan was already heading down into the basement. It was also full of rice and wheat flour down there. Such things were the best to fill stomachs during the apocalypse, and she naturally took everything. There were different items upstairs, including cooking oil, leaganma, Sichuan peppercorn, garlic, and all sorts of seasonings. In another room stood a large freezer filled with frozen beef and seafood. As they exited number 19 intending to go to number 20, suddenly there was a violent disturbance outside. The voices were extremely clear. "All treasures are inside. Let's break in and just grab them. He has exhausted all my family savings. I must get my capital back. Charge." A crowd surged forward, exposed under the dim yellow light. All that could be seen was a sea of moving heads. There were at least 100 people. Fang Tingwan noticed workers from the cement plant in blue uniforms among them and glanced at Zhang Yanchen. "Mr. Zhang, let's go first." They had taken 2 houses, it was enough. The chaos of the crowd would perfectly conceal the fact that she'd taken everything. Qian and Sui struggled to lunge forward. "No, we can't take this. I bought it, it's mine." Zhang Yanchen covered his mouth and dragged him back to villa number 18. The housemaid had already woken up, just untying Qian Hongwei's ropes. She then saw a knife stuck in Mr. Qian's thigh and was so scared her voice trembled. You let Mr. Qian go, or I'll call the police." "No need." Qian and Sui waved his hand and sat on the sofa by himself. "Go ahead and grab as much as you can." "Are the car keys downstairs?" Fang Tingwan asked. Thinking they wanted to use a car for escaping, he didn't suspect anything and nodded. "The password is 000321. Getting what she wanted, Fang Tingwan went downstairs with Zhang Yanchen right away. "Take me along." Qian Hongwei hurried after them a few steps. Fang Tingwan looked up at him and shook her head. "You're truly pitiful, but the fact that you've hurt many women remains." Qian Hongwei couldn't find any words to refute and could only helplessly watch them leave. Then, behind him, came his brother's scolding voice. Idiot, did you see? Now that the food has been looted, we'll starve to death. Mr. Qian, I think they are coming. Let's hide upstairs quickly. The housemaid stayed calm, hearing sounds, and immediately went to help Mr. Qian. Qian Hongwei also reached out to help when seeing his brother like this. They climbed upstairs, hiding in a secret room inside the study. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Fong Tingwan spotted 6 cars, her eyes gleaming brightly. There were SUVs, sedans, sports cars, nanny vans, and even 2 motorcycles. All were top-tier models owned by someone who clearly enjoyed luxury. Mr. Jiang, do you know my secret? Looking into each other's eyes, Jiang Yanchen didn't hide anything. If your secret is about having a dimensional space, then yes, I probably know about it. Chapter 84, Underground and Above Ground. Could you please turn around for me? Fong Tingwan asked helplessly, knowing it was inevitable. But if the space were a jade pendant, then things couldn't be generalized. Jiang Yanchen turned around obediently. Fong Tingwan did not hesitate. She moved 6 cars into the space's lawn, making sure they wouldn't be disturbed by animals. Only after doing so did she relax and proceed to the adjacent tool room, where she stored a wall of cycling suits, protective gear, and helmets in her bag. On the ground lay various sized toolboxes filled with screwdrivers of different shapes and sizes, as well as wrenches. There was also a 50L bucket of gasoline, a container of lubricating oil, and a case of glass water, all items usable for vehicles. There were also jacks of various sizes, which she took possession of without reservation. Unable to resist, she remarked, being rich is great. Though the words might not sound pleasant, it was undeniably realistic. In the apocalypse, when water and vegetables were as valuable as gold, the first to die would inevitably be the poor. What's next? Jiang Yanchen had already locked the basement door from the inside. The people out there assumed the food was in the other villas, so no one came here. Fong Tingwan shrugged. Of course, we eat a good meal first. What do you want to eat? Thinking about how long everything in the space had been stored, her mouth began to water. Seafood, Jiang Yanchen suggested tentatively. Hey, I was thinking the same. Let's have all-you-can-eat seafood. The feeling of sharing this bounty felt quite nice. Fong Tingwan took out pots, pans, chopsticks, bowls, a bucket of water, and then proceeded to pull out lobsters, shrimp, blue crabs, hairy crabs, king crabs, filling the table completely. There was still much more left that couldn't fit on the table. Gout-inducing package. Jiang Yanchen smiled lovingly at her. We can't finish all of that. You put them back, and whenever you feel like eating them, I'll secretly make them for you. Secretly from them? Fong Tingwan's heart surged with excitement, but also a hint of guilt since Meng Ling and Duo had been following her for such a long time. Sensing her thoughts, Jiang Yanchen reminded her, it's best not to. Okay, Fong Tingwan nodded vigorously, letting him start cooking first while she put the rest back. All these were what she fancied. If everything was just steamed, eating too much could become boring. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yanchen asked her to take out garlic, bird's eye chili peppers, vermicelli, lemon, and sauce. Knowing she had all of it, he set to work confidently. He faced away from her, asking for items which Fong Tingwan passed over. As there was no place left, she brought over a table from the tool room and placed a portable stove and steamer pot on it. Jiang Yanchen started by steaming a blue crab, 2 female hairy crabs, and 5 or 6 small shrimps. Simultaneously, he chopped some chilies and garlic, adding a little soy sauce, a touch of coriander, stirring until the aroma filled the air. Placing that bowl aside, he cleaned the king crab, carefully removing its shell intact and cleaning it thoroughly before pouring hot oil over it until it turned red. He mixed the crab roe with 3 eggs and poured it into the crab shell, watching it gradually solidify under high heat before placing it in the steamer for low steam. The ones he steamed earlier were done, and he placed them on a plate, pushing it toward an eager Fong Tingwan. Eat first. Men who cook are really handsome. Fong Tingwan praised genuinely, especially since he was already handsome. Every single move of his was visually appealing. Wait, hadn't she missed something? Aware that she was staring, Jiang Yanchen couldn't suppress a smile and worked even faster. He divided the crab legs in half, covered them in flour, and fried them in oil. Then he removed them and cooked them in scallion and ginger oil, frying them together until aromatic. Fong Tingwan was savoring the tender crab meat, the spiciness of the chili pepper, and the salty taste of soy sauce. It was truly a delicacy. The steamed egg slipped into her mouth, dissolving immediately upon entry. She simply couldn't finish everything. Let's eat together. All right. Jiang Yanchen sat down and began peeling the shrimp, offering them to her. In contrast to their deep affection, upstairs Meng Ling and Xianyu were practically going crazy, forgetting about their hunger altogether. The doors of the 2 villas lacked fingerprint scanners, and neither Mr. Qian nor Manager Qian could be found. They decided to ram a hole into the wall with their cars instead. When everyone saw the rice, they went wild, rushing inside and shouldering bags as if they wished to sprout 8 hands. There was plenty of rice, but most people could only manage carrying 2 bags. However, the workers from the cement factory were different. They used to carry up to 5 bags of cement at once, so lifting 3 was nothing. Upon being discovered by the workers, Tan Ming maintained a cheerful smile and directed them. Carry as many as possible. Whoever carries the most gets the largest share afterward. The workers dressed in blue clothes worked with vigor. Finally, Lu Ji saw Meng Ling and made his way through the crowd to her side. Where's Fong Tingwan? Meng Ling shook her head. Don't worry about Wang Wan. With Lawyer Jiang around, nothing bad will happen. Then should we secretly stash some rice? Seeing no one paying attention, Lu Ji proposed. After all, they didn't live at the cement factory permanently. Yes. Xianu gave him a look, nodding toward Lu Feng. His group were all carrying grains, clearly not reliable enough to stay loyal. Lu Ji went to find the other three. After discussing the plan, each person carried 2 bags and walked out. As the scene became chaotic and the amount of rice was decreasing, Xiao Wang pointed at Tan Ming's nose and questioned, "Who are you? You're not from our neighborhood." Everyone who had been grabbing things stopped their actions and looked at the group of strangers. Silently, they gathered together, forming an Wuxing Bowei circle. There were only 30+ security guards, and without Mr. Qian's protection, they had to fight for the supplies too. But what gave these people the right? They wielded electric batons with intimidating presence. Tan Ming waved a hand without any tension. "I admit I'm not from your neighborhood. Since you found out, don't blame me for showing no mercy." He paused briefly and raised his hand. Do-do-do. A few deafening gunshots rang out. The workers in blue clothes aimed their guns directly at Xiao Wang. "Now, drop everything in your hands. I'll count from 3 to 1. Those who don't leave this room will have to blame me for being ruthless." 3, 2. No one wanted to die, so they all ran as fast as they could. The security guards were human too, squeezing out with the crowd, but one stepped beside Tan Ming. For so many people to invade the digging Hao Yuan under his watch was unprecedented, even during the previous floods. Xiao Wang stared fixedly at one person and mumbled a question. "Lao Lu, are you a traitor?" Lu didn't deny it, explaining, "My sister and brother-in-law, my parents, they're all at the cement factory. They're still waiting for food." "Sorry, Brother Wang. Then don't these people need to eat?" Xiao Wang had a lot of questions to ask about professional ethics, but as he opened his mouth, he heard a bang. His chest went numb, and then after 2 seconds, excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Tan Ming's final word trailed off. Xiao Wang fell straight down, warm blood gushing from his chest. He could feel life slipping away, eyes wide open with hatred as his breath finally ceased. "Manager Tan." Lao Lu wanted to say something, but thinking of his starving family, he could only apologize silently in his heart. After witnessing this, Xianu reevaluated Tan Ming, but quickly withdrew her gaze and obediently carried the rice. Meng Ling also walked by, carrying rice. Chapter 85. Universal Agreement. "Manager Tan, where are Wan Wan and the others?" They were on the same team. There should be some clues. Though knowing they were strong, Meng Ling still couldn't help but worry. Tan Ming instantly recalled his own embarrassing situation, then heard that Manager Qian had taken Fong Tingwan away. He knew clearly what had happened as a man and could only express it tactfully. "They must have hidden somewhere. We'll go look for them later." "All right." Meng Ling didn't miss his guilty, eye-dodging glance. She looked back at Xianu and walked out of the villa. Xianu was carrying 3 bags and holding 2 buckets of oil with one hand while following. Once they were out of sight, they turned into a cache of forest. Lu Ji and the others had already put the rice they carried there. Adding to what Meng Ling and Xianu had carried, there were a total of 13 bags now. Meng Ling said, "We'll go look for Wan Wan. You guys figure out how to hide this rice first. Don't move it. Manager Tan might suspect something. Leave someone here to watch over." Xianu reminded and followed Meng Ling's steps. Lu Ji and the others left behind their brother named Su Er, whose family ran a clinic. The rest continued to move the supplies. Manager Tan realized they went looking for Fong Tingwan when he saw no one around. After all, she was their leader. He indifferently rubbed his chin, glanced around, and finally frowned. "Where's Lu Feng?" Not even his more than a dozen brothers were seen. "Go find them." Manager Tan had a bad feeling and led his people to the south gate, which was the closest to Villa 21. Old Six followed. Meanwhile, in the basement, Fong Tingwan ate until her stomach was full and round. She belched after patting her belly. "Comfortable. Shouldn't we go out now?" She was still thinking about Meng Ling and the others. Later, she separately steamed some seafood and packed them into disposable boxes, made the dipping sauces ready, and prepared everything to bring back to share with them. Jiang Yanshan finished cleaning up last. "Let's go. If you want to rest upstairs so it will be easier to explain things." He swung the things in his hand. Fong Tingwan nodded, following him as she waited for him to check if no one was around before confidently walking out. She reminded herself not to rely too much on him, warning herself against becoming like a daughter vine. The two didn't go upstairs. Instead, in the room downstairs where Jiang Yanshan slept, they used quilts to create an invisible barrier between them. Each lay down on their respective side. When Meng Ling and Xianu came several times to see them in the room, Xianu rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you inform us? We've been searching for you." As he complained, he noticed the seafood on the table and licked his lips. Upon seeing that Wan Wan was alive, Meng Ling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled while glaring at Xianu. "Lower your voice. They probably don't even have time to blink. But where did all these come from? Stop pretending." Xianu nudged Jiang Yanshan's shoes with his foot. Jiang Yanshan placed his hands behind his head, turning to look at Fong Tingwan, who was still trying to recover, and smiled. "I cooked you a meal. It's a rare big feast I managed to find, for replenishing your strength. I won't hold back then." Xianu couldn't wait. "Leave some for them." "Got it." The servings were counted by person. Xianu took 2 portions, shelling them and handing them to Meng Ling. Meng Ling ate heartily, feeling good. The sound of chewing was especially clear. While eating, Xianu updated them about their condition. After entering, they were looking everywhere. Then they kept avoiding the security guards, finding out there were traitors among them from the cement factory. Everything seemed logical afterward. "They've got it. Let's stop eating and go find Lu Zilonglong and the others." Fong Tingwan jumped straight up suddenly. While sleeping next to Jiang Yanshan, who had discovered the secret, she hadn't shown any sign of suspicion. However, She pretended to sleep until confirming that Jiang Yanchen was genuinely asleep before relaxing herself. Her nerves tightly strung. She had been awake every time Xinu or others came in, but she continued feigning sleep since no one entered. We'd better go. Xinu wiped his hands, packed everything neatly, and set off. Meng Ling followed. As the four left the villa, the sky outside began showing signs of dawn, and everything was silent. Even nobody was waiting for them. Something felt amiss to Xinu. Our stuff is over here. They needed to grab it first. In the Kasha forest? You guys go find Luji first, and take the seafood with you. Over there, I reckon the cement factory folks are around. I'll go hide with Lawyer Jiang, then signal using a flashlight. If we can't see each other when it gets bright, we'll meet at the south gate. Fang Tingwan intended to store the goods inside her spatial pocket as hiding it physically wasn't realistic. Jiang Yanchen agreed. You go left, we go right, making it faster. Okay, last corner. Xinu worried about Long Long, and determined to ensure the program remained safe. Absolutely, he wouldn't let anything happen to Long Long again. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen rounded towards the Kasha forest. Ensuring no one was watching, they placed 10 bags of rice into the space pocket. Looking at the remaining 3 bags, Jiang Yanchen understood what she intended to do and placed the seafood on top. Their perfect coordination deepened the uneasy feeling in their hearts. Fang Tingwan lowered her head and thought for a moment, then silently headed towards the tall building without saying a word. Not even 10 minutes had passed when they spotted flashes of light near the south gate. 3 long, 2 short. They'd found it. The 2 immediately hurried over. At the south gate, Tan Ming was there as well. Seeing that the pair were unharmed, his eyes darkened indistinctly. Lu Feng fled with his people, taking more than 20 bags of rice. If I ever catch him, it was an open threat. Fang Tingwan shrugged. It wasn't me who carried it off. We're all still here. Hiding them would be useless anyway since we could have just taken them back and received our share. It made sense, which is why Lu Feng had chosen to run away with his group. Get in the car, we're going back. Tan Ming turned to leave. Wait, let me leave my people here. Their homes are nearby. Fang Tingwan nodded toward Long Long. You stay behind and find a way back to Qingda. Xinu. Long Long sounded a little scared but trusted Xinu fully. I'll go with you. So they're the 3 of them. Fang Tingwan gestured towards Lu Ji and the other 2. Since these 3 weren't significant members, bringing them back would only mean more mouths to feed. So Tan Ming quickly agreed. All right. This time, Fang Tingwan, Jiang Yanchen, and Meng Ling took the first vehicle. Xinu and Long Long sat in the one behind. Lu Ji and the other 2 were simply left on the spot, watching as the cars drove away. Su Er's eyes suddenly watered. Even though we haven't been together for long, I'll miss them so much. Fang brother, me too. How could Lu Ji feel otherwise? But he understood the situation clearly. We're not strong enough. Following them would only slow them down. Let's head home first. We need to survive first. Once they come out, they will surely look for us. They needed to return and carry the rice back, or else going home without food would also mean death. When passing through the osmanthus forest, the 3 searched around a corner and found not only the 3 bags of rice, but also some cooked seafood. Sister Wanwan truly remembered us. Su Er whispered hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. Though Lu Ji didn't say anything, he kept it in mind. We'll store up supplies at home and wait for them to come. Agreed. Everyone consented. Chapter 86, Halfway Robbery. On the way back, there were 2 rows of people on each side of the road, helplessly watching as the big truck drove past. Everyone knew it was food inside, but looking at the group on the truck, most didn't dare to act. However, a small number of them had already been eyeing their target for a while. As the pickup truck was about to leave the city, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Tan Ming, who was wearing a seatbelt in the front passenger seat, lunged forward slightly. In the back, Fang Tingwan didn't have time to react. When her head hit something, it didn't hurt because Jiang Yanchen's hand was blocking her. Her head hit between 2 chairs with a loud bang, and he let out a muffled groan. Things weren't over yet. The car ran over something, losing control of the steering wheel. After turning almost a full circle, it crashed into the wall hard. At the critical moment, Jiang Yanchen bent down and pulled her into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. He reached towards Meng Ling. Bang! The left door was completely dented. If someone had been against it, their bones would have shattered. Thankfully, Jiang Yanchen had pulled her just in time. Fang Tingwan reacted quickly too. As she threw herself forward, she pulled Jiang Yanchen along with her. His breathing, heavy and warm, brushed her face. Something wasn't quite right, and her flushed ears immediately returned to their original color. Are you alright? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Her gaze and tone revealed unbridled worry. Jiang Yanchen let her help him sit back upright. Clutching the bruised part of his waist, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Shaking his head, his voice strained with suppressed pain. I'm fine. It was an obvious lie. Wan. Meng Ling had been watching outside and tugged at her. Turning back, Fang Tingwan saw a group of people surrounding both the pickup and the large truck. There were 3 rows of tire spikes laid out on the ground, spanning an entire road. If not for those, the vehicle wouldn't have drifted into the wall. Tan Ming looked at the bloody driver who had triggered the airbag upon collision, then stepped out of the vehicle and glared coldly at the group of hooligans. What do you want? Food. Best let your men put away their guns. That way, fewer lives will be lost. Otherwise, the first one to die will be you. The man speaking was known as Brother Hu. With sharp features, standing at 185 centimeters, clad in a black tank top, showing off his bulging muscles, covered in tattoos from head to toe, including a coiled dragon around his arm. He stood firmly, making a gesture of pulling a trigger while indicating Tan Ming look toward the high-rise in the east. There was a sniper directly aiming at Tan Ming from that position. He could feel the burning sensation between his eyebrows, knowing that at any moment, a bullet might pierce through. Workers instinctively gathered together, ready to confront the encircling group, waiting for his order. Put down your weapons and let them take it. Food could be retrieved later, but he didn't want to die. The workers hesitated. However, they remembered that if Manager Tan refused, their families back at the cement factory would endure great suffering. None dared voice dissent. Most of the people working at the cement plant had family members, either parents or siblings, and there were some who were single. Watching the rice and cooking oil painstakingly moved by everyone disappear into the alleys, their eyes reddened with anger, but they restrained themselves. Returning empty-handed meant death. Hu Gu. A man stepped forward, aware that everyone addressed him as such. Unfazed even under Tan Ming's stare, he confidently walked up to Hu Gu and bowed his head. I want to join you. Hu Gu clearly felt surprised. Taking a glance at Tan Ming's grim face, he laughed and patted the man on the shoulder. Ha, no problem. We at Tigerhead Gang welcome you warmly. Go ahead, help carry the food with us. Was it really so easy to get in? One by one, the group began to feel tempted and stepped forward. Tan Ming's molars practically crunched in frustration, his attempts at intimidation now utterly useless. Those who understand the times are heroes. Our Tigerhead Gang doors are wide open for all of you. Those who wish to join, come and help us. Brother Hu provocatively stared at Tan Ming and mocked him twice with derisive clicks. A significant portion of the people followed Hu Gu. The rest still had loved ones they cared about. Seeing fewer than 20 remained, Tan Ming took a step back and leaned against the truck. Brother Hu's attention shifted. Are you Fong Tingwan? But his gaze was fixed on Meng Ling. They had never met, yet somehow, he knew her name. Fong Tingwan immediately thought of Lu Feng and cut Meng Ling off. Yes, that's me. Oh ho, your presence is indeed different. Get down, follow us. Someone wants to see you. Hu Gu opened the car door and his gaze lingered on her body, unable to move away. The stronger her resistance, the greater satisfaction during the subjugation. He chuckled more happily thinking about it. Jiang Yanchen interjected immediately. I'm coming too. Meng Ling also spoke up without delay. So am I. No problem. You're both welcomed, Hu Gu said casually while walking to the larger truck, whispering something inaudible before having his accomplices forcibly drag the driver down and replace him. Tan Ming watched, fists clenched tightly, and turned to Fong Tingwan as she got out of the car. Find a way to leave signals. I'll try to rescue you. This was clearly a food robbery. Fong Tingwan understood but kept silent, as she indeed needed outside help. No problem, don't break your word. The three of them had barely stayed for 30 seconds before they were already surrounded by members of the Tigerhead Gang. Xinu and Long Long had initially wanted to follow, but Fong Tingwan stopped them with a single glance. After the final few bags of rice were moved, Hu Gu ordered someone to drive away the large truck. He walked at the very back. The alleys on both sides were flanked by tall buildings, dark and cool. As they walked forward, there were no distinctive landmarks, only leading to a fork in the road. It was hard for anyone following from behind to leave any clues. Meng Ling's shoelaces came undone, giving her a reason to squat down and tie them. Hu Gu stood nearby, towering over her, squinting as if ready to snap her neck at the slightest hint of trouble. This gave Fong Tingwan an opportunity. She took out a small lump of clay from her pocket, rolled it into a sphere less than 2 centimeters in diameter, and tossed it into a corner. Just one tiny ball, nearly impossible to notice unless examined closely. When Meng Ling stood up, Hu Gu scanned the area, searched the ground thoroughly, and crushed the mud ball under his foot. Smirking, he suddenly turned cold and issued a warning. Don't try anything funny again. I'm not a good person. All right, Hu Gu. Meng Ling obediently nodded. Her appearance fell under the sweet category, though extensive boxing training lent her eyes a natural killing intent. Hu Gu clearly didn't trust her and barked coldly. Hurry up. His sharp gaze swept over Fong Tingwan. The group ahead had already disappeared from view, so they quickened their pace. Hu Gu followed behind, his keen eyes monitoring every movement. The three exchanged glances and decided against stopping again for any excuses. They left the alley and entered the underground mall, turning several times until reaching a pitch-black door. Passing through, it grew even darker inside. Hu Gu, accustomed to navigating the darkness, took a few steps and turned right, where a security door appeared. Blocking the others, he input the password. After 6 beeps sounded, the door clicked open. Upon reaching the first floor, they found a storefront-style layout, empty, with the concrete floor covered in dust, revealing no signs of human passage. Chapter 87, delivered to the doorstep. However, after they walked past, footprints were left on the ground, which was strange. And at a glance, there was no sign of stairs. After several twists and turns inside, Fong Tingwan realized that Brother Hu was circling them, so she stopped trying to memorize the route and just followed along. After 10 minutes, they entered a slanted corner, and the stairs were in a dark corner. They had to go up entirely in the dark. Meng Ling stepped into empty air, her body falling backward quickly. Her hand flailed and grabbed onto a strong arm. Brother Hu pulled her back, and she ended up in his arms. He swallowed hard and said, keep up. Ha. The next moment, Fong Tingwan grabbed her. Be careful. Meng Ling's heart calmed down, and she slowed her steps. They successfully reached the corner. Light from the hallway spilled out, illuminating a copper security door, newly installed with screws tightly embedded into the wall. There were face and fingerprint scanners. Brother Hu moved forward again. With such tight defenses, it was confirmed to be their den. At the second floor position, there was another door, outside which was a construction site, with footprints, but clearly an incomplete neighborhood under construction where not a single person could be seen. At the corner between the second and third floors, there was another door. Worry flickered in Fong Tingwan's eyes as the door opened. She walked in first, sensing someone on the hallway. She stopped. Since they'd arrived at the place, Brother Who wasn't keeping such a strict guard on them anymore, walking ahead, and at the corner when he peeked out, someone shouted, "Brother Who, you're back. Keep watch, things might not be peaceful lately." Brother Who continued moving forward. Only when Fong Tingwan and her group came over did they see 6 people at the entrance of the hallway. They had radios strapped to their waists and held weapons. Anyone daring to storm in would get beaten to a pulp. It seemed this Brother Who usually mixed with the mafia, able to procure so many cool gadgets. What she most lacked were precisely these kinds of self-defense items, so she glanced a little longer, quickening her steps to catch up. The third floor of this building was also shops, without any merchants yet moved in. Every level upwards, 6 people guarded, and an extra door appeared. Even a mosquito couldn't enter without asking for permission. Meng Ling gripped Wan Wan's hand tremblingly. Wan, what are we going to do? She couldn't help worrying. Don't rush. Fong Tingwan glanced at Lawyer Jiang and inwardly admired him. His expression didn't change at all. Each floor had 5 households, doors all open, offering clear sight of the men inside smoking cigarettes or chatting idly, who upon seeing Brother Who would stand up and greet him. Brother Who would simply respond with an before continuing upstairs. Fong Tingwan saw cement factory workers dispersed on each level. Gathering them together wouldn't be an easy task. They kept walking up until the 8th floor, entering Suite 801. 801 and 802 were connected, north-south ventilated, equipped with sofas, an open kitchen, and even a mahjong machine on the balcony. Lu Feng leaned against a windowsill directly facing the main door, a cigarette dangling from his lips, brows furrowed as he drew cards, glancing at Fong Tingwan briefly before playing another card. 9 bamboo sticks. Brother Who went straight over and stood behind Lu Feng, casually asking, "Who's winning?" Lu Feng replied, "Shuang Niu is. This guy's luck is incredible." The man called Shuang Niu, almost 1.9 meters tall, with solid muscles on his arms. His smile made his mouth and nose seem even bigger. "Today I'm letting you win, Brother Lu. I'll play a few hands." Brother Who rubbed his hands and gave Lu Feng a shove. Lu Feng laughed and got up. "Then whether you win or lose is up to you." The few of them discussed jovially what cards to play, etc. Fong Tingwan and the others stood for about 3 minutes, seeing no one paying attention to them. She simply walked over to the sofa, picked up an apple on the table, went to the kitchen to wash it, then took a bite. Crunchy and sweet, not bad, ailing. She gestured for Meng Ling to eat too. Meng Ling was a bit hungry and took 2 apples, walking over. "Phew, Fong Tingwan, you're really not scared at all, braver than I thought." Lu Feng chuckled as he looked at her, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "I guessed it was you long ago, just didn't expect you to know them." Given the obvious good relationship between the two, if it weren't for Lu Feng, Brother Who wouldn't have especially invited them to follow along. Fong Tingwan only judged from Lu Feng's reserved manner that there must be something else he wanted her to do. Lu Feng hadn't anticipated meeting an old buddy from middle school here by coincidence. Since the other party had done well, they immediately formed an alliance, planning to pull off a big deal. "How about helping us take over the cement plant?" he asked. "Take over? As in the way I understand it." Fong Tingwan pondered. The weather still maintained temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. The cement plant had electricity, and compared to manually playing mahjong here, heading to the cement plant would indeed be a good choice. Brother Who added during a break. "If you can accomplish this, I'll let you go." This time, Fong Tingwan took the lead, first dealing with Mr. Qian and his group, or else the security at the villa wouldn't have collapsed so easily. Those people wanting to loot wouldn't have been able to do so effortlessly. A capable expendable asset wouldn't be killed outright, it'd be a waste. Fong Tingwan understood this clearly. In the battle between the two factions, she could have simply reaped the benefits as a third party. However, even now, it seemed like that option was still viable. Smiling, she suggested, "How about I go persuade Mr. Su to leave first? If he agrees, everyone can live peacefully together. How great would that be? Feel free to use any method you like, but we want everything from the cement plant, including the women." Lu Feng's grin sent chills down her spine. Those women were meant to pacify Tigerhead Gang and absolutely couldn't be taken away. "All right, understood. When do we depart?" "We'll wait for Tan Ming to pick us up. By the way, she needs to stay behind." Brother Who cast a sinister look at Meng Ling, his Adam's apple rolling twice. Meng Ling broke out in goosebumps, shrinking behind Wan Wan. At this moment, she desperately wished Xi Yu were here. Fong Tingwan extended her hand to shield Meng Ling, coldly warning them, "No way. My people are all coming with me. You may send someone to follow us, but if you insist on keeping anyone, then I'll stay and go down fighting." With that, she revealed a grenade in her hand. When did she grab it? Meng Ling wondered nervously. Zhang Yanchen knew she had retrieved it from her dimensional space. But when exactly? Brother Who immediately stood up, unconcerned about knocking into the mahjong table. "Fine, no problem." The building had only just been completed, and its facilities weren't fully operational yet, making the impact of one grenade unpredictable. Still, their location must remain concealed. "Let's go eat." He walked ahead. Lu Feng followed alongside Shuang Niu, who cast a puzzled glance at the bomb before hiding his confusion when Fong Tingwan covered it back up. Fong Tingwan and her group walked last, prompting Meng Ling to whisper curiously, "Where did you get such dangerous things?" "I got it from one of Mr. Qian's decorative items. It's fake." Back then, Fong Tingwan thought it would be useful for intimidation but didn't expect to need it so soon. She leaned closer to Jiang Yanchen and whispered quietly, "We need to find their ammunition depot. There's no way we're leaving without doing something significant." "Okay, do you have diarrhea-inducing medicine?" Jiang Yanchen already had a plan in mind. Fong Tingwan pulled 2 boxes of laxative spirits from her pocket. Chapter 88, Seduction. Jiang Yanchen opened the medicine box, folded the instructions, then opened the capsule and poured the powder into it. After finishing everything, he handed over the instructions to Fong Tingwan. "When the time comes, I'll cover for you with Meng Ling." To ensure everything goes without a hitch, Fong Tingwan put it in her pocket. "All right." As for the medicine box, Jiang Yanchen went straight to the bathroom and lit it on fire with his lighter. Once it was completely turned to ashes, he flushed it all down. "Why are you still here?" Buffalo, waiting impatiently upstairs, saw them still sitting there, immediately flaring up in anger. "Go downstairs." This irrational anger caused Fong Tingwan to look at him several times more closely. Meng Ling smiled and explained, "Stomachache. Wait a bit. We will go down soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yanchen walked out from the restroom, covered in sweat, really looking like someone suffering from stomach pain. Buffalo had no words, signaling them to walk ahead. The dining area was on the 5th floor. Tiger Gang had over 40 people, plus those from the cement factory, making nearly 70 in total. Suddenly having so many more people caused the 5th floor to become unbearably noisy, some even shouting where they stood because they didn't get chopsticks or bowls. "No bowl. Do you expect us to eat with our hands?" "Shut up. Do you think you're here to be treated like kings?" Following these outbursts, the blue-shirt workers and Tiger Gang members formed 2 lines, brimming with hostility, ready to fight. Brother Tiger watched silently, pulling out his gun. "You guys can eat after we're done." He pointed towards the workers of the cement factory. "On what grounds?" One dissenter started, but before finishing was pulled out of the crowd by Buffalo. Taller by a head and with a bulkier build, Buffalo pinned the man against the wall without a word and delivered a punch to the stomach. "Ow!" The man let out a muffled groan, feeling his blood and chi churn violently, pain forcing him to curl up. Lacking Buffalo's strength, he fell straight to the ground, whimpering in pain. Seeing this, the rest quickly backed off, not daring to speak further. Upon this, the Tiger Gang man who was shouting loudest moments ago snorted derisively through his nose and laughed. "Know your place. Do you know what you are?" While the previous words were tolerable to some extent, this one sentence rubbed everyone's self-esteem raw. "If it weren't for the food, would we even be here?" "Yeah, without food, we're leaving." Brother Tiger waved his gun, sweeping past the few most vociferous ones. "Who among you knows how to cook? Our chef didn't know how many there'd be today and has made too little. No need to be angry. Slap one and offer candy." Although everyone was still outraged, they all compromised for the sake of eating, glancing awkwardly at each other. I can too." Jiang Yanchen, Fong Tingwan, and Meng Ling all stepped forward. The kitchen wasn't very wide. 3 people made it quite cramped. Brother Tiger pointed at Jiang Yanchen and Fong Tingwan. "The 2 of you cook, and you," pointing to Meng Ling, "come eat first." Meng Ling looked helplessly at Wan. "Don't worry, eat." Fong Tingwan comforted her by gently patting her hand and walked into the kitchen with Jiang Yanchen. The kitchen was open, and there were already 3 dishes set on the counter. Pork stir-fried with shredded potatoes, plain stir-fried cabbage, mapo tofu. The scent had everyone's salivating ants crawling out hungrily. Tiger Gang members came one after another to serve themselves food, almost finishing it. The workers from the cement factory surely wouldn't have any left. Cooking enough food for 30 people is actually labor-intensive work. Another worker, who usually cooked at home, could only be angry watching the situation. High-pressure rice cooker used for cooking, when would it be ready? If it didn't cook, there would be no meal. So, he started rinsing the rice immediately. Speaking of vegetables, there were only potatoes and cabbage, along with 2 caddies of meat. All the tofu was already eaten. Jiang Yanchen started tearing the cabbage. Fong Tingwan peeled the potatoes. With the division of labor done and preparations completed, Jiang Yanchen placed the large iron pot on the gas stove, added water to boil, then added potato strips to scald for 5 seconds before scooping them out. Next, he sautéed chopped green onions, garlic, and peppers until fragrant, then added the potato strips and fried them while stirring, pouring vinegar in which instantly spread a rich aroma. The group from Tiger Gang eating already looked down at their own plates of soy sauce-soaked potatoes with diminished appetites. The woman in her 40s responsible for their meals usually served passable food, but it truly couldn't compare. Everyone began eagerly awaiting the next dish. Jiang Yanchen placed the meat in the pan to sear and extract oil, then added dabanjiang, fermented bean paste, and garlic to stir-fry, mixing with bok choy. Soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce were added before covering it with a lid to simmer for about 5 minutes. Upon uncovering the lid, a concentrated sauce fragrance wafted around. The soft bok choy was entirely coated with soy sauce, its color and flavor looking particularly appetizing. Tiger Gang was eating plain stir-fried bok choy, just simple bok choy fried with oil, containing only the taste of vegetables and salt. Not bad skills. Brother Tiger sincerely praised, standing up first to scoop 2 servings and inviting. "After you're done, come eat together." He took the plate first to Meng Ling. Lu Feng clearly opposed this, considering Meng Ling wasn't exactly a good person, but seeing the invaluable brotherhood, guessed that objecting wouldn't help anyway. After dishing out the food, Jiang Yanchen poured in the uneaten egg drop soup and retasted it. Then, he gave Fong Tingwan a look. Receiving the hint, Fong Tingwan added the medicine, stirred it evenly, and poured it back into the pot. Time to eat. The workers scrambled to line up. After serving themselves, Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanqian joined Brother Tiger's table. Taking a few bites, Fong Tingwan found her appetite waning. Indeed, after having fine cuisine, her palate had become picky, craving only seafood. This wouldn't do. She kept eating. After the workers had served themselves, the members of Tiger Gang saw that there was no food left for them, so they decided to try the soup. Wow, it's delicious. The rest followed suit, tasting the soup. Even Brother Tiger and his crew each had a bowl. Fong Tingwan and her companions also drank some. After everyone was full, Brother Tiger arranged for Fong Tingwan and the two others to sleep in room 803 with him, a 3-bedroom apartment. Brother Tiger willingly gave up the master bedroom for the two girls, but before closing the door, he lingered and looked fondly at Meng Ling. Meng Ling gave a coy smile, then immediately changed her expression after closing the door, covering her mouth as she felt nauseous. What's wrong? Fong Tingwan worriedly patted her back to soothe her. Meng Ling waved her hand and lay down on the bed, expelling a foul breath. I just batted my eyelashes twice, and he was already smitten, wanting to go to bed with me, treating me exceptionally well. I thought I might be able to use him since I noticed he liked me, but I didn't expect such a strong reaction. Meng Ling regretted it. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have acted recklessly during dinner. She wanted to help, not always be a burden. Before, because there was Dodo, but now without Dodo to take care of, she still felt useless. Fong Tingwan, lying beside her, understood her thoughts and sighed in relief. If even Meng Ling could reach this level, how could she not trust completely? We can find out where their weapons cache is. I'll go. The Meng Ling who was just claiming regrets sprang up like a coy fish, opened the door, and went out. Sure enough, she found Brother Tiger still waiting for her on the couch. She gestured an okay sign behind his back. Fong Tingwan slightly pulled the door to leave a crack open. Chapter 89, in hand. Brother Hu, why aren't you sleeping yet? Meng Ling deliberately softened her voice. Her smile was sweet enough to melt anyone's heart. Brother Hu stared with wide eyes. Though he had done well for himself, there were no women around him. He thought only of his first love, and she looked just like the moonlight in which his dreams resided. Without thinking, he blurted out, I'm waiting for you. For me. Meng Ling revealed an expression of surprised delight as she walked a few steps toward the water dispenser to get a drink. Brother Hu grunted loudly and leaned against the wall nearby. Do you have a boyfriend? She thought of XINU, feeling a bit guilty, and her smile dimmed slightly. Do you? Brother Hu was already growing anxious. Meng Ling startled, knowing she couldn't let this opportunity pass. Wiping her eyes hurriedly, she pressed on until her eyelids reddened. He went missing. Watching a beautiful woman cry, Brother Hu frantically searched his chest for tissues, directly asking, Would you be my girlfriend then? Fong Tingwan was utterly astonished. This straightforward approach was too straightforward. Zhang Yanqian watched silently. For a moment, he admired Brother Hu's courage and directness, unlike himself who guessed the answers but kept them bottled inside. If it were possible, he'd never say them aloud. Just like a clearly doomed lawsuit that he couldn't possibly risk his career over. Confessing to Wanwan would gamble on their current ambiguous distance. Wanwan would definitely sever ties, and he didn't dare take the chance. I don't know you well enough. Meng Ling quickly replied with the reason she'd been preparing all along. But Brother Hu saw hope. It's okay, you can get to know me better. Sit down, I'll tell you about myself. Holding her cup of water, Meng Ling sat down next to him. Brother Hu started recounting from the day he dropped out of high school. As he spoke, his hand began to reach behind Meng Ling. Fong Tingwan opened the door, and the creak caused Brother Hu to pull back his hand. Both simultaneously turned their gaze to her. I need to find Zhang Yanqian for something. She walked straight to the opposite room. Meng Ling exhaled in relief and pulled back slightly. I don't want them to think I've changed my heart so quickly. It's fine, I understand, said Brother Hu without any further inappropriate actions. Seeing Meng Ling nodding again to signal they could relax, Zhang Yanqian closed the door. Muted chatter outside was still audible, though unclear. It should be good enough. An hour had passed since dinner. The medicine should have taken effect by now. Fong Tingwan had roughly counted at least 50 people who drank the soup today. When everyone's strength wanes, it will be the perfect time to go looking for the ammunition depot. Now everything was ready except the final step. Yes, Wanwan. What is it? Why do you seem strange? From the moment Fong Tingwan entered, she felt something off about his mood. Reaching up to touch his forehead, you're not feverish. That brief touch untied a knot in Zhang Yanqian's heart. Just like that, he was content. Grabbing her hand, he placed it back down and moved to the window. Inside the room was dark, and outside was also pitch black. Only under the pale moonlight could vague silhouettes be faintly seen. Due to the darkness impairing sight, hearing became sharper. Below, the sound of flushing toilets could be heard. Also came murmurs of disturbance. I'll go first, I can't hold it anymore. So can I? I'm going downstairs. The noise below grew increasingly chaotic. Meng Ling came knocking on the door saying, he has gone downstairs to check. Fong Tingwan opened the door. The living room was empty. Did you ask anything? Yes, he said that I could go anywhere in the entire building, except for room 403. Meng Ling's laugh faltered. They were on the 8th floor. Without good reason, going to the 3rd floor could easily expose them. You stay in the restroom, keep Brother Hu distracted. Fong Tingwan exchanged glances with Zhang Yanqian before rushing down the stairs. Downstairs had descended into chaos. Someone unable to contain themselves resolved the issue right in the corridor. The stench was overwhelming. Seeing the lone woman, Fong Tingwan appear, everyone immediately shielded their white exposed bottoms, even hiding their heads. Fong Tingwan rushed down holding her stomach, pretending as if searching for the restroom, all the way down to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, there were over 10 people. Among the 5 doors, only room 403 remained unopened. Yet some suffering from stomach pain stood guard at the door. Fong Tingwan climbed back upstairs, her face red as she retreated. Jiang Yanchen had already found a way into room 503. Following behind opportunistically, she stepped inside, seeing 2 people lying unconscious on the couch. Are they dead? She asked while entering the master bedroom. No, they're just knocked out, replied Jiang Yanchen. He extended his head to peek out the window and lowered his voice. Do you have your rock climbing rope? Yes. Turning around and looking back, she suddenly produced a rope. Jiang Yanchen swiftly tied it securely onto a chair, then bound it to the bed legs, ensuring its firmness before cautioning. Be careful. Yes, Fong Tingwan, due to her flexibility, was the most suitable one to descend, and someone would also need to be stationed above. After securing the rope tightly around her waist, she put on gloves and slowly edged downward alongside the windowsill. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, confirming that nobody was inside, she carefully neared the window. As the window was locked, she adjusted herself towards the balcony. Because someone was smoking, the balcony door was open. She untied the rope and hid in the corner. After quickly going inside, she retrieved a night vision device from her storage space. An essential tool for mountaineering, it was something she had acquired as well. After putting it on, she could see that among the 3 rooms, only the master bedroom was locked up tight. Pulling out a piece of wire, she inserted it into the lock and started working it. In the apocalypse, she had learned many survival skills. Breaking into locks was just one of them. Sometimes, to get food, she had no choice but to do sneaky things. With a click, the door opened. She darted inside without hesitation. The next second, the front door swung open, and a man entered, scanning the room before noticing the balcony door was left open. He immediately shut it, then went to check the handle of the master bedroom door. It was still locked, and it hadn't opened. Relieved, the man clutched his stomach and rushed out, closing the door behind him. Fong Tingwan closed her eyes, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and then looked at the pile of steel cases stacked inside the master bedroom. She opened one at random, and it was filled with bullets, about 20 boxes in a stack. Opening another one beside it, she found rifles and handguns. She didn't move the cases. Instead, she sent everything into her storage space and replaced it with rocks she carried there. It took her about 15 minutes to finish. Hurrying over, she opened the balcony door again, tied the rope tightly, and tugged to test its firmness. Jiang Yanchen immediately pulled her up. The next moment, the door opened. A man's silhouette walked straight to the balcony, opened the door, and sat down on a stool, lighting a cigarette. Then another shadow entered. Brother who told you not to smoke. Yet here you are? Just 1 stick a day, that's rare enough. The man puffed away, creating a swirl of smoke. His companion watched him, then turned back to check the bedroom door, which remained locked. Relaxing slightly, he said, Damn, my stomach hurts again. That guy's cooking must have messed us up. Shut up. Auntie's meals didn't cause any issues after we ate them for a month, but that man's single meal poisoned us. Anything unusual? Brother who pushed the door open, just in time to see the unextinguished spark of his subordinate. In an instant, he charged forward and kicked him hard. Can't you hear me when I give an order? He followed up with several brutal kicks. Chapter 90. Enjoy when you can. The medicine was not strong, and about 2 hours later, the floor below became quiet. When Brother who returned, the living room was already empty. He wanted to knock on the door but remembered his underling's warnings. The most venomous hearts belong to women, and that he shouldn't be deceived. So he withdrew his hand and laid down in the master bedroom. Early the next morning, Fong Tingwan and 2 others got up early to wait for food on the 5th floor. In the morning, they had congee with pickles. People came one after another, looking at Jiang Yanchen with hateful eyes. Didn't you have diarrhea? We did, Jiang Yanchen responded without even turning her head. But looking at their appearances, they didn't seem at all weak, making it impossible to confirm, so the others could only suppress their anger. Brother who also came downstairs, he ladled some porridge and sat beside Meng Ling, saying, You need to stay. The 3 of them had discussed it last night, whether it was because Brother who had taken a liking to Meng Ling, or if one of the 3 of them had to serve as a hostage. Meng Ling had to stay behind, facing danger alone. Xianu and the others hadn't come yet. Fong Tingwan was uneasy but couldn't think of a better option. Jiang Yanchen was suitable to return with her to the cement factory, where she would provide cover. Meng Ling's eyes reddened, and she asked softly, Can I go too? Seeing Brother who shake his head, she immediately sat straight, speaking very seriously. Then you must promise me that Wan and the others will be safe. Lu Feng and Water Buffalo could barely bear to watch anymore. Had this woman forgotten her own identity? And here she was making demands. I'll rip your tongue out if you keep blabbering. Water Buffalo leaned over the table, his shadow completely covering Meng Ling's small frame. The oppressive atmosphere and murderous aura were no joke. Meng Ling instinctively moved closer to Brother Hu. This stirred Brother Hu's protective instincts, and he shot a glance at Water Buffalo. That's enough. I've got my own plans. Then his voice softened by 3 degrees. Don't worry. As long as they remain loyal to the Tiger Head Gang, I won't let anything happen to them. Meng Ling pushed the pickles towards Brother Hu, knowing that his gaze was fixed on her made her almost want to vomit. But just by sacrificing herself, she could ensure everyone else's safety. She endured. Water Buffalo unwillingly sat back down, gripping his chopsticks tightly. Lu Feng observed silently, never expecting his brother-in-arms to turn into such a love-struck fool. Since he couldn't rely on him, Lu Feng knew he had to depend on himself. Once Fong Tingwan returned from the cement factory, he would make her suffer worse than death. At the thought, beads of sweat dripped down Fong Tingwan's face. The reason Lu Feng had survived for so long was that he always prioritized his own interests. If not, he wouldn't have abandoned his brothers time and time again, nor attached himself to the cement factory, basically, just for food and survival. It was his nature. Fong Tingwan didn't even consider him a threat. After finishing her kanji, she stood up. Is the car ready? Yeah, those people from before have already gone back. If after you return, they bring people back to snatch food, I won't hesitate to hang her on the wall first as an offering to the heavens. Brother Who put down his bowl and chopsticks, casually spewing harsh words. As he stood up, both Lu Feng and Water Buffalo also rose. Keep eating. Brother Who gestured to his two underlings to keep an eye on Meng Ling, then exited the door first. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanshan followed him downstairs. They had just reached the third floor when Water Buffalo suddenly used a black cloth bag to cover their heads. It was already dark inside. Now it was pitch black, but they could confirm that they didn't continue going downstairs once they reached the third floor. After roughly half an hour of winding around, they heard the rumble of a rolling gate being lifted. Blinded by the bright light, the blindfolds were then removed. It was a road, with an alley behind them, and towering skyscrapers above. Fong Tingwan quickly glanced around, confirming that none of these buildings were the ones they had been in. It was incredibly secretive. She wondered if Xine could find them. Go ahead. In front of them stood a white SUV worth around $10,000, still with its protective film intact. Brother Who tossed the keys to Zhang Yanshan. He directly opened the driver's side door and climbed in, inserting the key and starting the engine. Fong Tingwan also got into the passenger seat, turning her head to stare at Brother Who. Protect Ailing well. Her parents died soon after the natural disaster began, and she has been alone ever since. She needs protection. Brother Who stiffened momentarily, taking a while to force out a single okay. As the car drove far away, Zhang Yanshan finally turned to look at her. Do you trust Brother Who? It's an apocalypse world. There are good people and bad people. It depends on which side we stand. Plus, he's a bit of a male chauvinist. If I reveal a tragic backstory, he might protect Ailing a little more. What's your plan? Zhang Yanshan had refrained from asking until now. Fong Tingwan reclined her seat. Lying flat, she looked at the scenery outside the window, lost in thought. Persuade Mr. Su to give up the cement factory. That could work. Zhang Yanshan nodded in agreement, glanced left and right at the people watching them, and stepped on the gas pedal. Let those people choke on dust. There was enough fuel, and the air conditioner was on inside the car. It felt absolutely refreshing. Fong Tingwan took out the cashews, pine nuts, and walnuts she had bought at the supermarket from her space pocket and placed them on the central box. She also took out some spicy chicken feet and hot sticks, these little snacks. As she was taking them out, tears streamed down her face. It's been a long time since I've dared to take them out and eat them. What do you want to eat? Zhang Yanshan was completely confused and blurted out without thinking. If it was just the two of us, wouldn't this be enough to eat until we die? Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement. Without hesitation handed him the shelled cashews, watched him eat. Then she ate one herself. Good. But if it's just the two of us, we'd be so lonely. Living would have no meaning at all. Was that what you were thinking back then, Wanwan? Zhang Yanshan's hands tightened on the steering wheel, though his nervousness didn't show on the surface. Fong Tingwan answered while eating, her voice muffled. When I saved Dodo, my thoughts actually changed. She could live well alone, but it seemed like she lost her motivation to live. And when encountering danger, being alone was utterly desperate. Though she knew for sure that no one would come to save her, deep down she still hoped. Sister Jiang, if something happens to me, would you definitely come to rescue me? Her smile looked like a joke. Definitely. Zhang Yanshan responded word by word, his lips curling into a happy arc. Her words already acknowledged him as an important person. That was enough. Fong Tingwan fed him as she ate, and occasionally said a few words. No matter what, he always answered her sincerely. At the hottest part of the noon, the car's air conditioner struggled against the rising heat, with the water tank temperature skyrocketing. They could only stop at the cool spot at the foot of the mountain and wait for the sun to set west. On the way, she took out beef jerky and ice cream. Eating it under such weather truly revived the soul, especially when there were flavors to choose from: strawberry, mango, chocolate, and matcha. She could even taste each one and put it back. One should enjoy life whenever possible. Zhang Yanshan ate while observing the surroundings. Basically, no one would come here. At 3 in the afternoon, it wasn't so hot anymore, so the two continued their journey. They drove straight to the back door of the cement factory, but as soon as they got close, 6 people pointed guns at their heads. Chapter 91. Back to the cement factory. Fong Tingwan said, "We need to see Mr. Su. We have big news." They had already received the order. If Fong Tingwan returned, they were to be let in. After confirming that there was no one hidden in the car and no contraband items, they would be allowed inside. Each time they drove up this slope, Fong Tingwan held her breath, and when they finally reached level ground, a crowd of 70 or 80 people had already gathered around. Tan Ming got the message and hurried over from the office building. Once he confirmed it was really them and that there were only 2 people, he suppressed his desire to interrogate them immediately and urged, "Mr. Su is waiting for you in the office building. Follow me." The workers wanted to ask about those who had gone with them. Had they already started their happy life where food and drink were abundant? Could they go next? The cement factory had run out of food for a day now. For a whole day, all they drank was thin porridge with potatoes, and they could only eat until they were 3/10 full. In the scorching sun, not a single one of them wanted to stay another minute. If it hadn't been for the barriers outside stopping them, they might have rushed out long ago. Their eyes involuntarily fell on the SUV. With a car, how could they fail to reach the city center? But Jiang Yanchen didn't get out of the vehicle, but instead drove straight to the foot of the office building after Tan Ming got in. Hiding in the shade, he locked the car before ascending the stairs with Fong Tingwan. When they reached the third floor, Fong Tingwan didn't see Duo, and a flicker of unease passed through her heart. Let's go. Jiang Yanchen pulled her gently. It was very likely that Duo had been locked away. It was, after all, a powerful tool for coercion against them. In one swift movement, they climbed to the 5th floor. Suzong had been waiting in his office for a long time. His meticulously styled hair had a few loose strands, his stubble hadn't been shaved clean, and while he still looked formally dressed, the calm and ease he previously exuded had vanished, replaced by agitation. How did you come back? He asked urgently. Sitting on the couch, Fong Tingwan wanted a drink of water, but found some tea dregs tinged yellow. She wrinkled her nose. They let us return to negotiate with you. Jiang Yanchen naturally seated himself nearby, blocking Tan Ming. Tan Ming glared fiercely at Fong Tingwan. Negotiate? Negotiate what? They've stolen all our food. Do you know how long we planned for this? For an instant, he directed his anger toward the two of them. Fong Tingwan looked calmly at him. You trusted Lu Feng wrongly. How is that any of our business? It came down to one simple fact. They had only caused trouble for themselves. Tan Ming, caught off guard, clenched his fists tightly. Impatient, Suzong waved his hand. Stop arguing. What's the negotiation about? You should give up the cement factory, said Fong Tingwan before being cut off mid-sentence by an angry outburst. Impossible, Tan Ming shouted angrily. Leaving the cement factory means death outside. Fong Tingwan gave him her first proper look since entering. He was still the same person, but his eyes revealed far more than before, lack of confidence and fear. Having witnessed the world outside, he dared not leave anymore. Suzong sat down, placing both hands on the table, and said impatiently, you can either leave or listen. Tan Ming stepped back and chose to remain silent. Fong Tingwan continued, you've probably noticed, the weather outside has been getting hotter. Before, the cement factory was indeed a great survival fortress, but after half a month, it will turn into a steaming oven. And your supplies have already reached their limit. Leaving is actually your best option. Did they promise anything? Suzong needed food. Without it, venturing outside wouldn't benefit them. Of course, as always, businessmen operated with conditions attached. No promises. You can choose to lead everyone away and find a cooler place, or stay here. They have a warehouse full of weapons, pistols, rifles. It would take them minutes to attack the cement factory. The reason they sent me is because those things are precious. Using them would waste them, so why not try negotiation first? This was what Fong Tingwan had guessed correctly. Duo is with Meng Qi. I'll give you my answer later, said Suzong. He seemed suddenly 10 years older, waving weakly and spinning his chair to face the window. No one could read his expression. Fong Tingwan added, 500 caddies of rice is our bottom line. They stole thousands of caddies from us. Tan Ming's voice became quieter and quieter. If it weren't for the robbery, there'd be no need for such a choice. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen had already left the office and descended to the 3rd floor. Meng Qi had been holding Duo's hand for over 10 minutes. When she realized the sisters had returned, Duo silently began crying, suppressing her sobs. Tears as large as beans streamed down her cheeks faster than she could wipe them away, soaking her collar. Her chest heaved up and down as she tried to catch her breath. Watching her like that, Meng Qi felt her heart break. Finally spotting someone familiar, Duo struggled to run over. Her nose and eyes were completely red from crying, and she threw herself into Fong Tingwan's embrace, clinging tightly to her real sister. Afraid to make too much noise. After all, she remembered the quietness of their neighborhood in case sounds attracted danger. She dared not cry loudly. Good girl, your sister is back. Sorry to have kept little Duo waiting for so long. This won't happen again. Fong Tingwan hugged her tightly, unable to control the flow of tears that streamed uncontrollably. When she had previously chosen to leave Duo behind, it was out of pity and reluctance, but not as intense as when she didn't see her. She thought she had already become cold-hearted enough. Yet no matter how strong her rationality was, it could never match human nature. She took a candy from her pocket and placed it in Duo's mouth, resisting the urge to kiss Duo's forehead. Is it sweet? Duo's yearning was diverted by the question. After tasting it, she revealed a sweet smile. Strawberry flavor. There are more. We can have them every day. Fong Tingwan consoled the child, and then looked at Meng Qi. Do you mind if we sit in your room for a while? Meng Qi hesitated and glanced at Jiang Yanchen. In the end, Jiang Yanchen stayed in the corridor, while the two entered the room. There was a 1.8-meter wide bed with a pink Patrick Star blanket, and a few cute rabbit plush toys were placed at the head of the bed. The table was also pink, the cups were all pink, and there was a wall full of Duo's paintings. Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yanchen, Meng Ling, and Duo. On the left side, there was an empty space, which seemed intended for Meng Qi. In just a few days, Meng Qi had reached this level, showing that she was not a bad person. Thank you. Fong Tingwan paused and stated her purpose. This time, Suzong and the others are moving away from the cement factory. If you're willing, you can come with us. If not, I can give you food, including the car downstairs. Meng Qi's eyelids perked up with joy, but they soon drooped. But I can do nothing. I might hold you back. People grow. Fong Tingwan did not intend for her to remain as a mere ornament. In desperate situations, people unleash abilities they've never had before. So I'll go. Meng Qi solemnly nodded, flashing a conflicted look before finally making up her mind. As Duo ate the candy, she laughed suddenly, realizing later that it might not be appropriate. She blinked her big, appealing eyes. Do you like Sister Meng Qi? Fong Tingwan asked. Duo nodded. Alright, then why don't you and Sister Meng-Chi pack your things, and I'll talk to Brother Jiang? Fong Tingwan handed over 2 candies to Duo before walking out. Chapter 92. Human nature is realistic. Standing in the corridor on the 3rd floor, one could see the cement factory not far away. It was filled with huge pipes, and at the end of the pipes was a gray warehouse 3 stories high, topped with blue iron sheets. Since the cement factory had already ceased operations, there was no one in sight to the southeast. Jiang Yanchen asked, "Shall we act after dark? What about the iron door on the 2nd floor? Or are we climbing down with ropes again like last time?" Fong Tingwan thought for a moment. Climbing down with ropes might be safer. What do you think? Alright. For the 3rd floor rooms 301 and 302, they arranged that each person would stay in one room. Fong Tingwan let Duo sleep with Meng-Chi first. As dusk fell, she quietly opened the door, noticing the dim surroundings, with yellow lights in the corridor and darkness enveloping the entire office building. This indicated that the cement factory had indeed reached its limit. Lu Feng and the others didn't know, yet they were eager to move in. She touched her nose, masking a trace of malicious glee at the corner of her eyes as she pushed open the door to Jiang Yanchen's room. "Are you reassured?" Meng-Chi and Duo had been waiting for a long time, agreeing to go to sleep after 10 o'clock, which happened right before 10. Duo assumed that the brother and sister were in love, wanting to sleep together, so she felt she shouldn't be around, much like how her parents went to the same room only after putting her to sleep. That night, her mother left without putting her to sleep first. After that night, she never saw her mother again. "Good girl Duo, let your sister hug you." Meng-Chi noticed her about to cry, quickly embracing her while closing the door to comfort her inside. At this moment, 2 figures were slowly descending along the exterior wall, silently landing. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen walked along the wall. The cement factory was secure and fortified, but the guards had become slack. An hour after nightfall, they lay asleep on the steps. Their snoring was faint, but particularly clear in the quiet night. The 2 headed directly to the warehouse. There were 3 large warehouses, but only one entrance frame remained, with no iron doors. After all, even if thieves came, they'd steal something valuable. A bag of cement costs around 100 yuan at most and 30 yuan at least. Even carrying 7 or 8 bags wasn't worth much money. No one was guarding them. The first warehouse was too conspicuous. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen chose the last one, by the southeastern corner, eerie with cold air, slightly cooler. Clear it out. The base of the cement was covered in blue glue, then arranged horizontally and vertically in 50s. In total, 15 units were placed, roughly calculating at least 300 tons. Jiang Yanchen suddenly wondered how much space her special place could hold. Fong Tingwan bit her upper lip, looking troubled at the piles of cement. Clearing it out would definitely not be an issue, but the space where cattle and sheep lived outside would certainly have to decrease. "You guard outside first." Jiang Yanchen turned and walked out. Fong Tingwan immediately entered her space, seeing that the villa lacked enough room for placement. The basement had cars parked inside. Currently, only the external area could suffice. She needed to expand her space. Otherwise, there would be no room for bricks or tiles later. Considering this, she reduced the size of the livestock enclosure, driving the animals inside, while looking perplexed at their new offspring. In these 2 months, the chickens and ducks had hatched 2 batches of chicks. The cows and sheep bought had also given birth to 1 or 2 calves. With the space smaller, it became slightly crowded. Expanding her space was urgent. Hold on a little longer. As her consciousness returned to reality, after putting all the cement into her space, half an hour had passed. Looking at the empty warehouse, only marks of their existence remained on the bases. If people from the cement factory saw it, they would surely think it was ghostly. Otherwise, who could possibly carry away so much? They then proceeded to the second warehouse, clearing out 3 spaces until it truly couldn't fit anymore. Fong Tingwan had to let go. "Let's leave it here for now and head back." Jiang Yanchen nodded. Both climbed back to the 3rd floor via the rope. Jiang Yanchen took care of the final tasks while Fong Tingwan returned to her room. She woke up in the morning due to the radio broadcast, hearing Tan Ming's voice continuously calling for everyone to gather at the office building. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and got up to pull the door open. Duo immediately rushed over. "Sister." She clung tightly to her leg. Fong Tingwan picked her up, rubbed her head, and looked down. Everyone except those guarding the gate had come, gathered below, talking loudly. Most were asking when they would get food. Suzong walked to the 2nd floor. Looking at these workers, he showed pity, suppressing his sorrowful feelings. He cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." The crowd immediately quieted down, all raising their heads to look at him. I'm planning to leave the cement factory. Those who wish to leave with me can register with Manager Tan later, pack your belongings, and we will depart at 10 o'clock. After Suzong finished speaking, it seemed like all his strength was drained. He leaned both hands on the railing, looking down at the people below, and then at the cement factory, leaving behind only desolation. The family business, how could it come to this in his hands? The crowd below erupted instantly. "Mr. Su, where can we go? Will there be food? We haven't even had breakfast." "That's right, we can't starve outside." Each voice rose higher than the last, and in their eyes, there was only eating left on their minds. It wasn't wrong. When a person is hungry enough, they won't think of anything else. Suzong consoled himself with a bitter laugh. "After I leave, the Tiger Gang will take over here. They have food, so you can stay if you want." He just thought it would be a good way out, but hadn't anticipated such a huge reaction. "Tiger Gang? Aren't they the ones Manager Tan said stole our food? They also took away some of our people." Yes, how could they come here? Unless Mr. Su doesn't really want to leave, but is being scared off by them. No wonder those two could drive back. They came to threaten us. I'll stay. At least there's food, some security. With so many of us, should we fear them? One after another chimed in agreement. Tan Ming stood beside Su Zong, watching the scene unfold. His molars were grinding down. If not for these people, just the stockpile at the cement factory could feed Mr. Su for years, yet he never expected this group to turn into ingrates. He shouted in anger. Quiet. Su Zong remained calmer. Is anyone coming with me? There was silence below. Su Zong smiled as he looked around. Good. He turned his head towards the group of women upstairs. No matter how tough conditions became, he had always treated them well. What about you all? The women huddled together and chose silence, a rejection. Su Zong couldn't help but lose his smile. Turning with a dejected expression, he ascended to the third floor. As he glanced at Fong Tingwan's group, he saw Meng Qi. Her lips moved slightly, but he did not ask the same question again. Can you drive and take us with you? In the end, only Tan Ming followed him. Fong Tingwan looked at Tan Ming. Sure, but there will be toll fees. Money? No problem. Just scraps of paper to him. Tan Ming gestured for her to follow upstairs. Chapter 93. Teammate. Fong Tingwan followed him up to the 5th floor, entering room 505 alone. The room had 2 heavy locks. After Su Zong unlocked them with a key, he pushed the door wide open to let in the light and went straight to the bed to open the curtains. This room was more like a collection room, with calligraphy, jade decorations, jars and vases, as well as a safe. All these are things I collected before the catastrophe. Afraid that someone might get bad intentions, I put all of them here. You can choose too. They would be considered as the road fee for him and Tan Ming. I want money or gold. Fong Tingwan wasn't interested in these antiques. They were truly worthless now. Su Zong anticipated this reaction. These items he once cherished had become nothing but junk. He then opened an insurance cabinet as tall as a man, resembling a fridge. The top 3 layers were stacked with cash. Stacks of 100,000 yuan each, conservatively estimated at over 1 million. Su Zong stepped back. How much do you need? Can I take it all? Don't worry, we'll pay for it. We've still got 5 bags of rice, a bucket of oil, and 2 pieces of cured meat. Whether it's worth it depends on how Su Zong sees it. He thought for a while before nodding. I'll keep 100,000 yuan. Okay, no problem. Fong Tingwan fetched a jute bag to load it in. Carrying the heavy sack, her gaze involuntarily dropped, and she couldn't help but smile slyly like a cunning fox. What is below here? Actually, I also have some treasures to trade. A spark of shrewdness flashed in Su Zong's eyes, first asking, what is it, then adding, all gold and jade. Wow, gold. Fong Tingwan's eyes gleamed as she gently said, we have all kinds of camping gear, of course, and bullets too. Su Zong himself has a gun, but indeed bullets were in short supply. Even those guarding the perimeter outside actually only have 1 magazine's worth of bullets. His expression shifted momentarily, almost forgetting about this. He opened the bottom layer. Inside were more than 10 silk brocade boxes. On the top layer were jade bracelets and strings, various glass-like textures, or pure green, floating flowers included, clearly very valuable. Fong Tingwan's target was beneath. Opening it, there were golden pishio, mythical creatures, weighing at least several dozen grams. She opened another, finding a large golden bracelet weighing over 50 grams. There were more than 10 smaller ones. The most valuable one was a golden cicada figurine, palm-sized. When she tapped it with metal, it was solid. She weighed it on her hand. A little over 4 pounds. Su Zong directly told her, if you want this, give me 100 rounds. Not that many. Although Fong Tingwan was indeed moved by the item, placing it in her storage could add at least 50 square meters of space. Who knows, it might even open other rooms. But 100, that was too much. 80, my lowest limit. Su Zong didn't mince words. Deal. Fong Tingwan refused to let go of the golden cicada, placing it along with the money. Then she walked out of the room carrying a bag of goods, where she exactly saw Tan Ming. Their eyes met. His gaze naturally fell on what she was carrying, his smile stiffening instantly. How could you take so much? It's mine, Su Zong said behind Fong Tingwan. Come on, what do you want? Tan Ming passed by Fong Tingwan, lowering his voice. Don't be too greedy. Mind your own business. Fong Tingwan walked away with big steps. When Tan Ming entered the room, he saw the tightly shut insurance cabinet and looked at the 2 gold ornaments and 100,000 yuan on the table, his eyes dimming slightly. Take it. This is more valuable now. Su Zong gestured that he didn't need to be polite. If not for seeing Fong Tingwan carrying a whole bag of items, perhaps Tan Ming really would have been delighted to obtain these things. Smiling, he accepted them. Before leaving, Tan Ming took back all the guns he left for the workers, then sat on the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Meng Qi and Duo were there as well. For people crowded into the back seat. While no one was watching, Fong Tingwan filled the gas tank. She watched the group of workers gazing wistfully from behind, their figures growing smaller and smaller. Reaching the top, they saw members of the Tiger Head gang blocking the way. There were about 50 of them, crowding the area so tightly there was no way through. Above was the blazing sun, making everyone feel restless. Behind them were 3 big trucks and 5 off-road vehicles, probably carrying everything they owned. Huge Brother Hu and Lu Feng led the pack, Meng Ling standing beside them. She tried to step forward, but Shui Niu yanked her back, muttering some warnings under his breath. Huge Brother Hu cut to the chase. Is it settled? Fong Tingwan got out of the car and nodded. The cement factory is yours, let my people go. Shui Niu showed no sign of loosening his grip. Huge Brother Hu chuckled lightly. Fong Tingwan, I think you're pretty good. Why don't you stay? He glanced at Meng Ling. After all the sweet talk he gave her during the day and night, she still didn't want to stay. So he decided on a fallback plan, to keep Fong Tingwan and her team together. That wasn't part of the original plan. Lu Feng quietly clenched his fists. Fortunately, he had prepared an ace. Thank you, but no need. Fong Tingwan declined politely. Meng Ling struggled as well. Let me go. Xue Niu glanced at Brother Hu, and after seeing his nod, he released her. Meng Ling stumbled a few steps and rushed to Fong Tingwan's side. Get in the car. The backseat was crowded with 4 people. Seeing them, Meng Ling felt a bit surprised, but she knew there must be a reason for Wang Wan bringing them along. Duo instantly hugged Meng Ling tightly. Su Zong held on to Meng Qi. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat eerie. Jiang Yanchen stepped on the gas pedal and left through the gap opened by the Tiger Head gang. Glancing into the rearview mirror, his furrowed brows didn't relax one bit. They won't let us go so easily. Fong Tingwan had expected this. Spotting a fork in the road ahead, she asked Jiang Yanchen to take the other pre-planned route. The tension inside the car heightened even more. About 5 minutes into the drive, Fong Tingwan noticed the reflected gleam in the sandy ground up ahead and smirked coldly. Here they come again. Spike barriers. They might have fallen for it once, but not twice. Jiang Yanchen slammed on the brakes and stopped just before the spikes. Tan Ming was anxious. Can you deal with it? Just relying on us definitely won't work. Meng Qi, all you need to do is protect Duo and yourself. After giving her instructions, Fong Tingwan already got out of the car with her Tang sword in hand. Jiang Yanchen followed. Su Zong and Tan Ming were carrying guns, and they handed one over to Meng Ling. As soon as everyone got out of the car, they didn't see anyone at first, but then hearing an "Awu" coming from behind the hill, there came Xianyu. Meng Ling immediately pounced onto him, hugging him tight and asking in a choked voice, "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. It was really hard to find you. We were going in circles. In the end, we discovered that building hidden among several tall buildings. Before we could enter, we saw them preparing to move out." Xianyu explained while patting her back, offering silent comfort. "When we saw someone lying in wait here, we guessed they might be trying to ambush you, so we dealt with them first." Subsequently, Long, Lu Ji, and Su Er all emerged. Chapter 94, Slap in the Face. Didn't you already go back? Fong Tingwan was very surprised, but seeing them again brought her uncontainable joy. Lu Ji said, "We ran into Brother Xian on our way downstairs and learned that you were taken. He helped us search, but when we finally reached their hideout, we just saw them preparing to leave, so we followed, leading us right to the cement factory. Thank goodness you came." Meng Ling had recovered from her tears. Everyone was about to say something more to express their happiness when Jiang Yanchen interrupted. "Let's move first. We can talk in the car." There's another car behind," Lu Ji added. "Not sure what it's for. It seems to be carrying a lot of food." Xianyu pointed towards the sand dune. "Send 2 people over." Fong Tingwan had already climbed into the off-road vehicle. Xianyu's group originally had 1 vehicle. Now Lu Ji and Su Er went to take the other one loaded with food. Su Zong sat in the back seat, watching Fong Tingwan come with so many others. He slowly realized just how troublesome a guest he'd invited into the cement factory. The cement factory could have stayed calm longer, or endured a little more time, but now, it was too late. What role did Fong Tingwan play here? The fisherman? The 3 vehicles drove away successively. After the cement factory was completely buried by the sand dunes, they had driven 10 kilometers away. Fong Tingwan made Jiang Yanchen stop the car. The cars behind stopped in order as well. "Bring 5 bags of rice and oil," Fong Tingwan instructed, indicating that Su Zong should follow her. The 2 walked to the rear of the sand dunes, unseen by others, their conversation unheard. Tan Ming felt uneasy at heart, fearing Fong Tingwan might badmouth him. But as he watched bags of rice being loaded onto the car, his expression turned conflicted. Mr. Su had been good to him. 5 bags of rice equaled 500 caddies, enough for him to eat alone for a year, and if conserved, even longer. Mr. Su couldn't drive, couldn't cook, didn't know how to do many things. Bringing Tan Ming along was like dragging a burden. Lost in thought, Tan Ming had already sat at the wheel before anyone noticed. As soon as the trunk closed, he started the car. Upon hearing the engine rev, Su Zong had already finished loading all the bullets into his backpack. Inhaling deeply, resolute, "Tan Ming won't betray me. I trust him." As soon as they emerged from the sand dunes, Su Zong looked at Tan Ming immediately. Eye-to-eye contact revealed Tan Ming's guilty smile. In the next moment, the tires spun in the sand, leaving grains flying behind them, the car driving away without hesitation. Watching the white car shrink into the distance until it became nothing more than a white speck, Su Zong chuckled bitterly, not expecting this embarrassment to come so fast. "Can I join you, Fong Tingwan?" If he had stayed, death was merely a matter of time. Recalling something, Su Zong handed over his backpack. Inside were 80 rounds of bullets, plus the gold bars he'd brought out. It was heavy. A glimmer of interest flashed across Fong Tingwan's eyes, but she still turned around to check the others' opinion first. Since they were now all partners, she had an obligation to consult them. "Should we accept him? Or you could let us take you to the government's rescue station?" Su Zong offered reluctantly, since safety was all he cared about anyway. This made Fong Tingwan even more tempted, but she didn't intend to take everything from him, giving 500 grams back, saying, "Keep this. The road ahead is long, and this amount wouldn't last you." Without letting him think twice, she shoved it back into his backpack. Using the opportunity, she placed it inside her personal space, then called out, "Get in the car." Seating herself in the front passenger seat, she cast a glance toward her personal space. The fish pond that was originally 10 square meters had expanded to 30. Nice. The little fishes swam even more happily. She leaned back, pleased, looking forward. Are we really going to let Tan Ming get away with this? Meng Qi, having known Fong Tingwan for so long, found it hard to believe she'd tolerate it. Su Zong also sent her a hopeful gaze, secretly wishing he'd see Tan Ming fall into Fong Tingwan's hands. Fong Tingwan smirked at Su Zong through the rearview mirror. What he took wasn't mine anyway. These words stabbed Su Zong's heart like daggers, leaving it utterly torn. The car moved forward. On the other side, Tan Ming appeared in the refugee zone. The white SUV drew immediate attention. Everyone recognized him as the manager of the cement factory. Manager Tan, why are you here? Tan Ming smiled. The cement factory is now open. There are thousands of tons of rice and cured meat. First come, first served. If you want to go now, head to the rear mountain path to enter the factory grounds. Is there really rice? I don't dare dream about meat anymore, but some food would be satisfying. Can we really go inside? We've been refused before. But hey, I crave some meat. Starved to the point where they fantasized about eating each other. Enduring just one day was difficult. Suddenly hearing about rice and meat left everyone with bright eyes. Excited voices rippled throughout the group. To them, the cement factory, which survived both the flood and landslides, was their safest haven. It's true, but whether you can get in depends on if you want to live or not. I'll go tell others. The earlier you come, the more likely you'll be able to stay, Tan Ming said with a grin, then stepped on the gas pedal, forcing those who wanted to block the car to move aside before speeding off. The Tiger Head gang wants to occupy the cement factory? Fine, let them have it and see if they can handle it. He chuckled meaningfully, spreading the word everywhere he went that there was food and drink at the cement factory. On the other side, Fong Tingwan and her group had already entered Pinkwan City. Without the presence of the Tiger Head gang, there seemed to be even more people around. They were searching for food everywhere and quickly moved away when they saw two cars drive in. They drove unimpeded into the downtown area and went straight to the basement of an apartment complex. Shining the headlights inside revealed moss growing on the ground along with some leftover garbage, but no people. To avoid being seen, they chose to enter through the basement. Parking near the staircase, they each carried some supplies upstairs. Su Er's clinic was on the 12th floor. The elevator was broken, so they had to climb the stairs. They hadn't encountered anyone until the 11th floor. An elderly couple in their 70s lived there. They seemed resigned to death, having moved their bedding to the stairwell where they lay. There were empty bread bags and other trash scattered around. When they saw people, the old woman's milky white eyes lit up. Dear children, could you give us something to eat? She practically begged as she crawled toward Fong Tingwan's feet. Fong Tingwan swiftly sidestepped. The woman only managed to touch her pants leg. No. She continued up the stairs without hesitation. Please, we're starving. Just a little bit. You have so much, just give us a little. Before the old woman could finish her plea, Su Er cut her off. Just die quickly then. Before the disaster, weren't you two the most disruptive ones? Day in and day out, either yelling at my house or cursing downstairs. There wasn't a single person in the entire building who didn't hear your curses. Chapter 95, The Old Lady. Su Er got angrier and angrier, his lips trembling. Lu Ji explained for him. This old couple doesn't like anything they see, always finding fault. Both the residents here and the property management have suffered a lot from them. Moreover, during their previous arguments, they were even more fierce than young people. Don't ask why he knows. Back then, when taking the elevator, just because there was a little rainwater on him that wet the floor, he was scolded by these two all the way up to their 18th generation ancestors. Good people don't live long, but pests last 1,000 years, and that's exactly what they are. Su Eryu stormed upstairs, afraid of getting sick from anger. The two elders were still arguing, but no one was listening anymore. Upon reaching the 12th floor, a plaque could be seen that read, Su's Traditional Chinese Medicine. Su Eryu opened the door and entered. An entire wall was covered with banners praising miraculous cures and more. Noticing that everyone was looking, he smiled and explained. During the epidemic, my parents said it was time for us to practice medicine as a service to humanity, so they left with the medicine, leaving me in the care of Brother Lu until now. He didn't know whether they were alive or dead, but their chances seemed slim. Fong Tingwan patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort, and walked into an open room where shelves of traditional Chinese medicines, Western medicines, and disposable syringes could be seen. My parents combined traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Su Eryu murmured as if he had been asked this countless times before, answering numbly. I haven't inherited anything. I'm not good at learning. If you yourself don't believe that you can excel, others won't expect you to either, do you understand? After Fong Tingwan finished speaking, she turned around and left. Jiang Yanchen and Lu Ji had already taken out supplies and started cooking. Su Eryu sat together with everyone. Fong Tingwan looked at the ordinary door, her expression darkening slightly. Xinu, let's go upstairs and check. If no one is there, we'll temporarily block the staircase entrance, just in case. I think it's a good idea. Otherwise, we won't sleep soundly at night. Xinu called Long Long and Su Eryu along. Meng Ling and Meng Qi took duo to the room, while Su Zong sat on the sofa, unsure of what he could do. Everyone busied themselves with their own tasks. As dusk fell, the stairwell entrance had been blocked by sofas and chairs, and the aroma of dishes drifted through the rooms. The fragrant steamed rice, perfectly cooked with a soft texture, along with a pot of fried cured pork, was nothing short of a heavenly delight for everyone who hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Su Zong had already served himself and sat down quietly, making himself as inconspicuous as possible. Those airs of being a boss definitely mattered less than survival. After eating their fill, Xianyu and the others cleared out the next door apartment, which was unoccupied, so they naturally moved in. That night, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen took the first watch, sitting on chairs in the corridor. She held a map of Pingquan City that she had taken from Su Eryu's house, examining it carefully and tracing several spots with her fingers. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yanchen asked. "I'm considering where would be the best place to build our base, or find a ready-made place to stay. Not only do we need to guard against natural disasters, but also other people. So should we choose a location within the city or outside? Within the city, there are more people, which means more danger. Outside the city, there are no suitable places. It's exposed under the sun, certainly not as cool as a basement in a residential complex. Or shall we go down to the basement?" Though she spoke mostly to herself, she believed it was actually feasible. Su Eryu's building happened to be surrounded by several complexes, receiving sunlight for less than 8 hours a day. If they were to move into the basement, it might work. "I agree, but this residential area is still inhabited. In the event of an earthquake or collapse, we'd be in great danger," pointed out Jiang Yanchen, compelled to consider many things due to the numerous natural disasters. He made a valid point. Fang Tingwan thought for a moment. "Then, why don't we look around in the next few days?" she suggested. Since they currently had no destination, staying here was fine too. "Okay." After Jiang Yanchen agreed, both fell silent. It felt peaceful just to be together like this, as though each provided the other with a solid fortress. After everything stabilizes, don't feel burdened. Their voices broke the silence of midnight simultaneously. Fang Tingwan chuckled. "I want you by my side. You understand, women in love, no matter how they used to be, will inevitably change a bit. There'll be disagreements, conflicts, and all I want is to survive. I don't wish to reproduce. To give birth in this era is unfair to the child. Neither do I want to, but without medical conditions now, I'd consider vasectomy if I had the chance." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jiang Yanchen blurted out all he had kept inside, shedding his former reserve. He didn't regret losing his rigor, but rather, anticipated Late's response eagerly. "Take it slow? It's my first time dating." Fang Tingwan laughed bitterly. She wanted to, but shortly after becoming an adult, she was forced to divide assets, then underwent the apocalypse, thoroughly understanding human nature and dared not love again. Only Jiang Yanchen, he truly was too good for her to refuse. It's also my first time." Jiang Yanchen chuckled lightly, awkwardly rubbing his fingers. "They used to call me a bookworm, but later I learned to be more worldly." "Is that so? Can't tell." Ha ha. At that time in the dorm, the two seemed to have opened up a floodgate of conversation, chatting at the door for over 3 hours. They drank a bottle of water and ate quite a bit of snacks. When they calculated that it was time, Fang Tingwan put the garbage into her spatial ring. The ones guarding the second half of the night were Xianyu and Mengling. Seeing the obvious change in the atmosphere between the two, Xianyu grinned. "Hey, something's going on between you two, huh? Care to share? Are you together now?" Mengling nudged him, quickly trying to save the situation. "Go to sleep. Just ignore him." Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen nodded in unison and went back to the room. Early the next morning, Lu Ji and Su Eryu were cooking. Everyone understood. Fang Tingwan didn't keep idle people. This was their chance to shine. Meng Qi took care of Duo. The rest were all busy with their own tasks, except Su Zong, who stood there, at a loss. "What do you need me to do?" "Mr. Su, you might not survive long like this," Lu Ji joked. Su Zong suddenly understood why Tan Ming had abandoned him, and sat down silently. After breakfast, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen planned to go out. "We'll climb down with ropes, and we'll signal when we return. In the meantime, you all need to guard well," Fang Tingwan instructed as usual. Now she had great confidence in everyone's abilities. All right. The two descended from the 12th floor to the 11th floor, then climbed through the window, only to see the old couple defecating in the corner, a truly nauseating sight. Looking at the filth around the room, it was incomprehensible how these two, despite being so close, were unwilling to move around. "What are you staring at? Did your mom not let you poop when you were born? You've probably been smeared with shit on your face. Don't act so smug." The old lady cursed, her voice full of energy. Fang Tingwan's expression darkened immediately. She walked over and directly drew her Tang sword, pointing it at the old lady's forehead. Startled, the old woman fell onto the pile of feces with a loud plop. TSK. Chapter 96. Hoisting oneself by one's own petard. Fang Tingwan coldly sneered, watching the old woman turn an unpleasant shade of pale. Her mouth, full of wrinkles, moved but not a single word came out. They were just bullies who preyed on the weak and cowered before the strong. All their previous arrogance stemmed from people tolerating their age in a law-abiding society. But things were different now, which was why this old couple didn't dare go downstairs. The old man tried to help, but Jiang Yanchen's Tang knife wasn't for show. He pointed it immediately at him. "Don't move." The two elderly people huddled together, rarely encountering such humiliation. The old woman had been arrogant for too long, and her current disheveled appearance filled her with shame and anger. Her triangular eyes blazed with fury, but she rationally chose to lower her head. "We're old, so our words don't always come out right. It's not what you think. Please don't take offense." The old man echoed her words. "Yes, your sudden appearance scared us." As they spoke, Fang Tingwan looked at Jiang Yanchen and asked as if addressing no one else. "They found out. What should we do? Shall we throw them off the building?" Jiang Yanchen nodded, his soft voice delivering a chilling response. "I think that would work. Anyway, the death of two people isn't such a big deal these days." The two elders trembled all over, genuinely terrified. They quickly dropped to their knees and cried while begging for mercy. "We're sorry. We saw nothing. Please let us go." We don't have many days left anyway. We swear we won't tell anyone about seeing you. They continued pleading. Fong Tingwan sheathed her Tang knife. If I hear you insult us once more, I'll cut out your tongues. The old couple immediately clamped their hands over their mouths, shaking their heads violently to indicate their compliance. Not because they wouldn't, but because they dared not. Let's go. Killing two defenseless elderly individuals would bring them no real satisfaction. Fong Tingwan felt it unnecessary. Jiang Yanchen followed suit, sheathing his weapon. After descending the stairs, they directly went to the basement. Fong Tingwan pressed a button on her key fob, flashing the car lights twice and illuminating the space. Fong Tingwan glimpsed something and took out her flashlight, revealing numerous footprints amidst the thick layer of dust. Driving around is still too conspicuous, Fong Tingwan said as she got into the passenger seat. Jiang Yanchen got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and glanced through the rearview mirror at many waterlogged cars, all of which couldn't be started. Perhaps someone was lurking in those corners. It's not much of a threat. Ordinary people posed no concern to them. It was relatively cool in the basement, but stepping outside made them feel as if they'd entered a steaming cauldron. The sunlight instantly scorched their exposed arms. Though the air conditioner was running inside the car, it felt hotter than before. It was merely 9 o'clock in the morning, yet the ground already shimmered with rising heat. No one ventured outside, but from within the buildings, sounds emerged, accompanied by people peering out. It's a car? Hey, could you take me to Qingda? I have money, I can pay. The voices grew fainter, yet they continued ignoring it and began their search. At this time, at the cement factory, since last night, the workers had all been sitting outside the office building waiting, refusing to use force but persistently shouting about hunger and demanding food. Their shouts even infiltrated Brother Hu's dreams where he was relentlessly chased by others seeking food. Undisturbed sleep aside, upon hearing the same cries early in the morning, he clenched his fists and stormed out. He lived on the 5th floor, looking down at a sea of restless people below. Black and ominous clouds loomed over them. Lu Feng and Water Buffalo woke up in the neighboring room. Water Buffalo, being large and robust, felt the heat more intensely, his clothes drenched in sweat despite only wearing a tank top and shorts. Brother, I think it's hotter here than back home. There was no need to care about the people down there. They weren't part of Tiger Gang. Lu Feng agreed, exactly. His men had been sent to block Fong Tingwan since yesterday, yet they hadn't returned or sent any updates. Initially planning to leave after capturing Fong Tingwan, he feared that whoever drove away with the food supplies might leave them starving. So he decided to stay for the moment. Brother Hu also sensed something. Glancing east at the rising sun and westward towards the scorching heat, he cursed, shit, Lu Feng, this place may be great according to you, but did you see that? The sun shines here nonstop. It's hot, alright. That wasn't the end of it either. So many people relying on him for sustenance. There are about 150 people in the cement plant. Adding ours makes 200 people. How much will that consume daily? Even if there are 2 truckloads of food, it definitely won't sustain everyone. I didn't know the cement plant had already run out of food. No wonder Fong Tingwan accepted so readily. She planned this whole thing. Lu Feng immediately transferred his anger. All because of Fong Tingwan. She must have struck some deal with Su Zongda, leaving us with all the troubles by taking only him along. Shui Niu chimed in. I thought she wasn't a good person from the start. Brother, let's go catch her. Otherwise, I can't swallow this. Come all this way and just go back. Tiger Brother said, then looked at the walls around them. This place was indeed very secure, but just as he was hesitating, many people suddenly appeared on the mountaintop. They crowded together, seeing there was really a slope leading down to the cement factory, and rushed forward without hesitation. There were no railings on either side, and someone got pushed, falling off. The screams echoed as a person fell like a water balloon and immediately formed a pool of red when they hit the ground. Then came the second, third. Hundreds of people were scrambling to get down. The ones falling were like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Some bodies piled up on the sides, while those who had luck landed on others' flesh, cushioning their fall so they didn't die, getting up and continuing to run toward the office building. All the trucks were parked next to the office building. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were occupied by Hu2 gang members. Seeing the scene, some immediately went to block the iron doors on the corridors with various objects. Open the door, open it. Let us in, the workers shouted. Hold the position with guns. Don't let anyone in. Tiger Brother urgently urged his men to move to the adjacent weapon storage room. Shui Niu opened the boxes and froze when he saw nothing but big rocks inside. How could this be? Lu Feng quickly opened the others. Rocks too. Brother, we guarded these properly, but we don't know when someone swapped them out. The guard paused for a moment and immediately said, only Fong Tingwan's group could have hidden here undetected. The last time they'd used the weapons was only days ago, just when Fong Tingwan and her crew had arrived. Did they hide them in their stomachs? Tiger Brother knew they were suspicious, but these were guns, not small trinkets. How could so many have been moved away unnoticed? Hold the line for now. In just 10 minutes, when he stepped outside again, the office building was surrounded tightly, and everyone was shouting for food, even throwing stones at the 2nd floor. Now it was impossible to leave. All they could do was retreat to the 3rd floor and try to think of another plan. Chapter 97, A Favor Along the Way. In the outskirts marked on the map, untouched by mudslides and nestled against the mountains, a residential area was situated far away. Jiang Yanchen drove about 30 kilometers and parked under a large tree. The weeds that had sprouted after the heavy rain had already turned yellow due to the intense heat of the past few days. The shade under this tree persisted because the roots were deep enough to keep the tree alive, although the leaves had started turning yellow. It was just a matter of time before they withered. Fong Tingwan got out of the car, took a sip of ice water, then handed him a bottle. She looked toward the entrance of the complex ahead. It was 12 noon, the hottest part of the day. From here, there were 5 buildings in total, with no signs of movement whatsoever, seemingly uninhabited. Fong Tingwan retrieved a sun umbrella from her space, but before she could open it, Jiang Yanchen took it over, opened it for her, and gestured for her to come under its shade. Fong Tingwan moved closer, her heart pounding erratically. She didn't like this feeling, so she took a deep breath and quickened her steps toward the inside. Even as they appeared, they had already drawn attention. When they entered the compound and went down into the underground garage, someone came down from upstairs. The garage was divided. The first 3 buildings connected while the last 2 were linked together. As soon as they turned the corner, both felt cooler despite the heavy, dusty smell, like someone had run fast across the ground stirring up dust. Fong Tingwan covered her nose and immediately turned on her flashlight. Under the bright light, those hiding became clearly visible. A few heads behind the white sedan quickly ducked back, but it was too late. They were already discovered and stepped out altogether. 12 men appeared, each holding rudimentary cold weapons, knives. Their leader was called Huang Bing. He assumed these strangers were rescuers at first, but then realized otherwise. Without wasting time, he asked bluntly, "Why do you have a car? What brings you here? If you're planning anything bad, we won't let you do it. We're just looking for a place to escape the summer heat. Since it's yours, we'll go." Fong Tingwan directly dismissed the place. It wasn't as good as she hoped. Having people around would only add trouble. Turning to leave, just taking a couple of steps, Huang Bing panicked and hastily shouted, "Wait, can we borrow your car? We'll give you food in return." Jiang Yanchen gave them a grave look and shook his head helplessly. "If you still have food, why don't we just take it?" Though said jokingly, it scared the 12 men into gripping their knives tightly. Huang Bing, with his group advantage, replied without fear, "You can try. He's just reminding you not to reveal that you have food so easily. It's easy to get robbed." Fong Tingwan explained patiently, unusually tolerant, then asked, "What do you need the car for?" "My wife is due in a month. I have to send her to the hospital in Qingda. There's no way to make it without a car." Huang Bing's worry was genuine. "What do you want? We'll do our best to fulfill your requests." After exchanging glances, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen understood each other's intentions. Long Long and Su Zong also needed to be sent to Qingda. Since they planned to head there soon anyway, doing this favor seemed reasonable. She agreed. "All right, we'll trade places in the rear underground garage. Regardless of what we do, we'll leave each other alone." Fong Tingwan didn't intend to stay long, and whether or not anyone remained once everything was settled was inconsequential. Huang Bing gathered everyone together for a quiet discussion and nodded in agreement afterward. "All right, then bring your people down, and we'll take a look back there." Fong Tingwan continued walking outward. Huang Bing called on his people to carry down their belongings from upstairs. The garage at the back was smaller, crowded with cars and garbage. A bit of clearing made it livable, not damp even with the rising heat, but barely had Fong Tingwan taken a few steps when she noticed a big problem. There was a longitudinal crack spanning about 5 meters on the wall adjacent to the mountain. The outer wall had fallen, exposing bricks within. "This will collapse if shaken." Sighing, Jiang Yanchen commented. "Enclosing the whole place outside will be a major project. I think Daijing Haoyuan isn't bad. We might just stir some trouble going there though." Fong Tingwan chuckled bitterly. "I originally wanted to choose that place. It's high elevation and sturdy enough. But since these places could barely work, you're right. What if the next disaster is an earthquake?" She didn't experience it in her previous life, but this one already showed changes she didn't dare bet against. Jiang Yanchen nodded approvingly. "Then let's go there. The security knows us too, and not them. Besides, Daijing Haoyuan probably won't be suitable now." They discussed plans as they walked back toward the gate, where Huang Bing was already helping a pregnant woman wait under the tree. The pregnant woman was heavily swollen, moving slowly with a pale face drenched in sweat. Fong Tingwan had almost wanted to cancel the plan, but seeing this scene, she bit her lip. "Help them. It's on our way anyway." Jiang Yanchen knew she feared helping the wrong people, but the man looked decent enough, and the woman genuinely appeared simple and honest. The others were waiting nearby, and when they saw the two approaching, their faces still carried goodwill. "Thank you so much. You're truly good people, unlike those we encountered before. You are blessed." Words of blessings flowed incessantly. "Can we take 2 more? I'll accompany my wife." Huang Bing had already figured out what he would offer in exchange. "Besides the food we need, the rest of the bag of rice can be yours." He sounded a bit worried. "Get in the car." Fong Tingwan took the front seat. After Huang Bing helped his wife into the car, he reminded the others, "Be careful and wait for government rescue. After I get there, I'll try to contact you." "It's fine. Don't worry about us. Just take care of your sister-in-law and stay safe." Smooth sailing all the way. Only when the car drove far away did the voices of those people fade. It seemed these people hadn't experienced hunger after the natural disaster yet. Otherwise, things might not have been so harmonious. "Haven't you been robbed here?" Fong Tingwan asked curiously, glancing at them through the rearview mirror. Huang Bing immediately opened up. "We've got land behind us, a market. Because it's far from the city center, people usually stock more food at home. When we realized the heavy rain wouldn't stop, we went out and bought more food, harvested the vegetables from the fields, and have been saving it. Originally, the occupancy rate here was low. Once the rain stopped, many moved away. Now only 20 or so households remain. That explains it. With fewer people, there wasn't much to fight over. And since every household had stored food, naturally, there would be no need for theft." The car continued onward, reaching the underground garage of a residential area at 4 in the afternoon. "I'll go upstairs and call them down." Jiang Yanchen got out of the car and entered the staircase entrance. Chapter 98, Too Lazy to Babble. I'll go up with you. You wait down here for a moment. Fong Tingwan held the key in her pocket and asked before leaving, do we need to lock the car? Her sixth sense warned her of danger. When she heard Huang Bing say they should lock the car door, she hesitated for a moment but still said, never mind. You all come downstairs and wait on the first floor. Jiang Yanchen also walked back and opened the car door to make it convenient for Huang Bing to support his wife. After locking the car, as the four of them were walking towards the basement stairwell, she stopped first, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on the ground. The footprints scattered all over the floor almost covered the whole hallway. It was unknown how many times they had gone back and forth to create such a scene. But on their first day here, there were no footprints at all. It wasn't safe to leave the two people alone on the first floor. You go up and take what you can carry. I'll stay and keep watch. Jiang Yanchen offered voluntarily. If she went, she could bring everything, especially the medicine from Su Er's house. Fong Tingwan nodded and went upstairs. On the 12th floor, after climbing up, she was just slightly out of breath. The old couple was no longer lying in the corridor, but had returned to their room. Hearing slight noises, the old lady pulled open a crack in the door. Their eyes met, and she quickly explained, I didn't say anything. Her expression darkened instantly, and she rushed forward, blocking the door crack with the handle of a knife before the old lady could firmly close the door. With one strong thrust, the old lady fell back on the ground, exclaiming, old man, run fast. When the door was fully opened, Fong Tingwan clearly saw the situation inside. Besides the elderly couple, there were 5 young men. They looked unkempt, with dirty beards, tangled hair, and filthy clothes. But Fong Tingwan immediately recognized the red stains, blood. They looked like common beggars by the roadside, yet each had fierce eyes, and upon being discovered, they burst into derisive laughter instead. Remarkable courage. We thought going upstairs would have been somewhat troublesome. Now capturing you will save us the trouble of making them come. Let's do it. Grab her first and enjoy ourselves. The 5 men held watermelon knives around 30 centimeters long, with damaged edges that made slashing motions. They aimed either at the neck or stomach positions for lethal stabs. Having lived through the apocalypse, they didn't underestimate women. However, they still underestimated her. As Fong Tingwan saw them rushing toward her, she drew her pistol and shot one bullet into each man. The first man was struck in the forehead, his eyes wide open in death, lying dead straight. The second and third men were hit in the heart, feeling the hot liquid gushing from their chests, their fingers turning cold. Of the remaining 2, one was shot in the neck, the other in the abdomen. Only the man who was shot in the abdomen was still alive. Witnessing his comrades losing their lives so swiftly, he crawled backwards, tears streaming down his face as he stared at the woman in front of him. Yellow urine mixed with crimson blood spread larger, and the pungent odor was unbearable. Don't kill me. I can give you all the food we have. We have cars and women. There's enough for you to last a long time. Where do you live? While asking this, Fong Tingwan had already searched the bodies of the few men and found a set of keys. Holding the keys and looking up, she smiled sweetly at the elderly couple. As if the next person she was about to kill was them, the couple hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces as they buried their heads into each other's necks. We haven't seen anything. Haven't seen? Then how are these people together with you? Didn't you say that we came down with ropes? Fong Tingwan already knew the answer in her heart, but while staring at them, she asked again, do you want to die painfully or quickly? We live in the brick factory in Jayavlich. The man clutched his abdomen and, using all his strength to finish speaking, became even paler. If his bleeding didn't stop, he might really die soon. Save me, and I'll take you there. We didn't, it was them forcing us. We just wanted to survive. Please, spare us. We don't have much time left. The old lady also began pleading. The 3 voices were too loud, and she rubbed her ears, sensing someone behind her. She turned around and pointed the gun at them. No, it's one of our own. After hearing the gunshot, the people upstairs were alarmed. After discussing it, they decided to send Xinu down for inspection. As soon as he came down, he saw a pile of corpses, those 2 white-haired elders, and the barely living man. He was both shocked and bewildered, suddenly pointed at by the gun. He almost fell. Fong Tingwan retracted the gun, a bit guilty. Are you all right? I almost died under your hand. Xinu rolled his eyes with resentment. What happened with them? They've probably been watching us for quite a while. They tried to get upstairs while we weren't there. After briefly explaining, Fong Tingwan prepared to end the man's life. Anyway, they had obtained the location name. If you don't save me, you'll never find the brick factory. It's well hidden. The man exhausted himself saying this and could no longer keep his eyes open. Xinu, do you know first aid? As for Fong Tingwan, she didn't mind much except for one thing. Bricks. They were just what they needed. I'll go upstairs and tell everyone to come down. We're changing locations. All right. Xinu didn't hesitate, immediately walking over to the man's side. Seeing Fong Tingwan pass over the hemostatic medicine, he opened the package and shoved 2 pills into the man's mouth before proceeding to remove the bullets, stop the bleeding, and bandage him. Fong Tingwan had just landed on the 12th floor when everyone gathered in the corridor. Those gunshots had been terrifying. Is Attorney Jiang all right? Meng Ling asked. Fong Tingwan shook her head and recounted how, after agreeing to Huang Bing's terms, they realized it wasn't suitable and decided to relocate to Daijing Haoyuan. Long, Suzong. Let's pack up and go. Can the car seat 6 people? And there's a pregnant woman. It might not be comfortable for her, right? Suzong was used to sitting alone in the back. Previously, having 3 people squeezed together was uncomfortable. This time with 4. If something happened to the pregnant woman, there would be more trouble. Mr. Su, given the situation, bear with it for now. It won't take long to reach Qingda, but staying here is too dangerous, Meng Qi said gently. Su Zong didn't reply immediately, but he quietly started packing things. Yet, when he saw Meng Qi's alluring figure, he couldn't resist inviting her. Xiao Qi, why don't you come with me to Qingda? Staying with them, enduring wind and rain, it wouldn't suit you. He spoke softly, avoiding the others. Meng Qi thought about her days living outside. At least now, she didn't have to trade her body for food anymore. Back when she was following Su Zong, the harder she worked, the more she got. But even if she went with him again, wouldn't her fate be the same? No, we'll get married, Su Zong solemnly promised. Meng Qi gave a bitter smile. Mr. Su, I know you're not used to suddenly being alone, but that's not a reason for marriage. Given the current situation, even marriage certificates are meaningless. After speaking, she picked up her things and walked out. Chapter 99, Brick Factory. Besides the original supplies, this time there were also extra Chinese and Western medicines. Su-air had almost emptied the medicine cabinet at home, packing 2 suitcases as tall as a half-person. He kept some back for his parents, in case they returned and couldn't find medicine. After all preparations were done, everyone agreed that it was too much trouble to move things from the corridor, so they decided to go down using ropes instead. Lu Ji went first, followed by others one by one. Fang Tingwan went last. Looking at the pots and pans left behind, she quietly stored them into her space, along with a sofa set worth over 20,000 yuan. No matter whether sitting or lying down, it was extremely comfortable. Leaving it here would be such a waste. She directly placed it inside her space and then walked to the window, descending to the 11th floor. Xinu had already wrapped the person like a mummy. He won't die temporarily, but if he has a high fever tonight, it's hard to say. As long as we can make it to the brick factory alive, let's go. Everyone continued walking downstairs. Fang Tingwan looked at the tightly closed door, knowing that the elders had hidden inside. She knocked on the door. There was no response, but soon came 2 dull bangs. Then someone shouted from downstairs. Someone jumped from the building. It's those 2 old bastards, jumping from my place. Shit, not only did they defecate in front of my house forcing us to leave, but now who will buy my house? The man kept wailing. Someone replied to him. Are you buying another house? Did you live in someone else's bought house? By now, everyone had accepted the current rules. Fang Tingwan glanced once and started walking downstairs. Meng Ling, who went down earlier, told Zhang Yanshan about the situation upstairs. His furrowed brows finally relaxed when he saw her. Next time, wherever we go, I'll go with you. His concern was written all over his face. Fang Tingwan nodded and smiled. All right. All the items were loaded into the car. Xinu stood beside and said, why don't we all go together, just in case. You 2 may need help. Meng Ling nodded in agreement. The little Dodo in her arms also revealed a reluctant look, but Dodo dared not say anything, fearing her sister might get angry. So she stayed quiet, making sure her sister felt reassured. In the back seat of Fang Tingwan's car, 3 people were already seated. Long Long had gained some weight, leaving just a palm-sized gap, and still, they didn't know how to squeeze in more. Besides, there was already someone lying on the side. In total, 13 people, 2 5-seat cars, 1 patient, and 1 pregnant woman took up significant space. Zhang Yanshan walked around and shouted, there's still a minivan over there. He tried to open the door, but failed after pulling several times. Fang Tingwan approached and opened the door with the key ring she found in her pocket. With a click, the door opened. She entered the old minivan and found a business card with the address and phone number of the brick factory. It was located in the direction of Qingda, just slightly detouring for about 20 kilometers more. Shall we go? Now we have a vehicle. Lu Ji could drive, so he drove while Su-air accompanied him. In Xinu's car were Meng Ling, Dodo, Long Long, and Meng Qi. Although Su Zong disliked the minivan, he still got in rather than sit near the pregnant woman. He worried about bumping into her. Jiang Yanshan's car, meanwhile, had an injured man and Mr. Huang with his wife. He drove out of the basement first, then Xinu followed, and finally Lu Ji. As the 3 vehicles drove out, they drew quite a bit of attention. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun wasn't so scorching hot. They drove nonstop for more than 30 kilometers onto a rural road, continuing for another 10 kilometers until they spotted a blue and white signpost, Jaya Village. The village was nestled in the mountain hollow, part of it covered by mudslides. The road looked covered with layers of yellow soil and gravel, but there were also tire tracks. The closer they approached Qingda, the less affected by the mudslide it was. Follow the tire tracks. Zhang Yanshan glanced at the couple Huang Bing in the rearview mirror. The road was bumpy, and despite him driving as slow and carefully as possible, it was still uneven. If you feel sick, let me know. Okay. The wife of Mr. Huang nodded and clutched tightly onto her husband's arm. Once they drove onto the muddy land, the car began to sway. Fortunately, this segment was only about 200 meters long. Once uphill, they reached a cement road which wound its way to the halfway point of the mountain where they spotted the location of the brick factory. It was built between 2 mountains, facing the direction unaffected by the mudflow. There were actually only 2-story residential houses, plus a large earthen dam and an iron shed where brick-making machines lay. Beside it were piles and piles of ready-made bricks. Just as the cars turned off, a group of people walked out from the house. 2 men, 5 women, and 2 children. Judging from their appearances, these 5 women seemed like local villagers, pale and malnourished. Despite appearing between 20 to 30 years old. Who are you? One woman coldly interrogated them. Just as the 2 men were about to turn around, Fang Tingwan drew her Tang knife and pointed it at them. Don't move. We've encountered some of your people. He's injured. and we're bringing him back as per his request. The group behind her froze in surprise, assuming she was going to confront them forcefully. Thankfully, the man was still unconscious. Xinu and Zhang Yanshan carried out the injured man. Recognizing him as one of their own, the brick factory workers quickly changed their attitudes. Please come inside. Inside, the space was cramped. There was a stove, a pot, a table with oil and seasonings, and a brick-laid bed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. From the yellowed bedding and clothes, it was clear this was where the men stayed. There wasn't any room to sit, so Fong Tingwan took a glance and stepped back outside. Xinu and Zhang Yanshan gently laid the injured man onto the bed. Seeing the severity of his wounds, several women immediately gathered around to care for him. A man in his 30s introduced himself as Old Wan. His face was weathered and dark, resembling a man who had endured much hardship, and his voice was raspy when he spoke. Thank you. I don't know what happened. Where are the others? Without hesitation, Fong Tingwan replied. When we arrived, everyone else had already been killed. He was the only survivor. We saved him, and he asked us to bring him here, promising us food in return. She delivered her words with unwavering sincerity. Old Wan took a deep breath, accepting the reality before him. It's too late tonight. Why don't you stay and rest for the evening? I'll prepare some food for you. You can leave tomorrow. Do you mind if I take some bricks instead? Fong Tingwan smiled. We won't be resting tonight. We still have matters to attend to. The environment at the brick factory was far from suitable for living, but some houses in Jaya village hadn't yet been submerged by water and should suffice for temporary shelter. No one objected to her plan. Old One hesitated briefly, then nodded and grinned. Sure, our truck is still operational. Take as many bricks as you need. Let's go, Fong Tingwan shouted, prompting everyone to spring into action. As she made her way around to the shed, she studied the machines, tapping her chin thoughtfully. You want this? Zhang Yanshan glanced back. Old One was watching them intently. Chapter 100. The honest one is the most disgusting. Fong Tingwan nodded, thinking while carrying bricks. How could she take them away? There were only 2 men and a few women here with no fighting skills. If Fong Tingwan wanted to take the bricks by force, they wouldn't be able to stop her. But there were Dodo and a pregnant woman on their side, so it wasn't appropriate for blood to be shed. Not in a hurry. Zhang Yanshan nodded and kept carrying bricks. While they were busy, Old Wan's wife had already started preparing dinner. Living in the mountains, they had no shortage of wild game, especially after the mudslide, when surviving animals appeared around their area. They had captured many of them alive and raised them in enclosures. To entertain their saviors, she brought out a wild mountain chicken, weighing over 4 catties. The chicken squawked miserably, attracting the attention of those carrying bricks. It's a wild chicken. You licked his lips. We haven't had a good meal in ages. Shall we join them for dinner? Old One shouted from the house. Saviors, would you stay for dinner tonight? Everyone looked at Fong Tingwan. Although what they ate every day was already pretty decent, compared to the wild mountain chicken that they usually couldn't eat, the temptation was immense. Seeing everyone showing signs of wanting to eat, Fong Tingwan nodded and replied, then thank you very much. Why don't you go help? He walked over, and Fong Tingwan lowered her voice as a reminder. Make sure the chicken is edible and not poisoned. Nodded in agreement with her caution. After lighting a fire to stew the chicken, the fragrant aroma soon spread through the air, tempting everyone's appetites. Suzong took a deep breath. That smells amazing. Indeed, the flavor made with firewood is unmatched. Lu Ji agreed. The bricks in the truck had been loaded up to more than half, and Fong Tingwan brushed the dust off her hands. Let's take a break. We'll continue eating and then work some more. After finishing speaking, she walked to Huang Bing's wife. Are you feeling all right? Any discomfort anywhere? Huang Bing's wife shook her head. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Her complexion looked fairly good, rosy, except for the large belly, which still made people feel uneasy. Fong Tingwan nodded, walking to the eaves where Zhang Yanshan handed her a small stool. She sat down to catch her breath. Just as she took a sip of water, she heard a couple of dry heaves from behind. She turned to look at the heaving woman, who seemed to be around 25 or 6 years old, pale-faced with signs of pregnancy. She covered her mouth, standing frozen in place. Old Wan's wife furrowed her brow and asked sternly, Are you pregnant? But I haven't even gone inside yet. Old Wan quickly explained, his eyes locked on his wife, clearly saying, It's not my fault. I really didn't. Maybe it's not mine. These 2 sentences carried too much information, leaving Xinu and others momentarily stunned. Go find a pregnancy test tomorrow at the foot of the mountain, Old Wan's wife said, her face dark, glaring at Xiaoxi with hatred. Xiaoxi's face turned green and white, covering her mouth as she rushed out of the room. Fong Tingwan stood up and followed her. Xiaoxi ran to the corner opposite the wall, where there was a flat, smooth stone. It seemed that no one usually came here. She buried her head in her knees, her cries broken and full of restraint and fear. Would you like to try? Fong Tingwan handed her a box of pregnancy tests. Fortunately, she had picked some up at the pharmacy before. Xiaoxi looked up, seeing what it was, her eyes red and swollen. She clenched her teeth and went to the restroom. A while later, she returned looking dazed and dispirited. She sat down against the wall immediately, exuding an overwhelming sense of despair. Could you help me? Fong Tingwan sat beside her, patting her back. Tell me what you need, and I'll do my best. With just this small gesture, Xiaoxi lost control, sobbing into Fong Tingwan's arms. Her frail body trembled. She began narrating intermittently. Fong Tingwan understood. Xiaoxi was originally a villager from below the mountain. Due to a natural disaster, she came up for refuge. Old One was a brick factory worker living with his wife, overseeing the brick factory. They offered to let her stay if she slept with Old Juan. For food, for survival, she had agreed. However, once Old Juan's wife found out, she cursed and beat her, treating her like a dog. Now with the baby on the way, Old Juan's wife surely wouldn't let her go easily. Thank you. After we finish eating, please leave as quickly as possible. Old Juan has already set his eyes on you all. Xiaoxi slightly tilted her head, tears smearing her face, looking quite pitiful. Now she understands why Xiaoxi gave her that look today. Fang Tingwan smiled and patted Xiaoxi's back. We'll stay longer because we're afraid there isn't enough food here. With so many people, Old Juan definitely wouldn't want us all to stay. But you and the other two sisters can eat well for at least a year without issue. Xiaoxi took a deep breath. Thank you. She couldn't say more, getting up to walk out of the fence just in time to see Old Juan coming. Old Juan spread out his arms, and after she obediently rushed into his embrace, he patted her back. His hand intentionally or unintentionally touched her chest strap, and he smiled as he said, "Don't be afraid. Even if you're pregnant, I'll protect you." But elder sister. Xiaoxi didn't finish her sentence before Old Juan led her toward the wall. No, she. Fang Tingwan was not there. After pushing her against the wall, Old Juan started being improper, saying, "Let me see if you're really pregnant." I just tested it." Unable to struggle free, Xiaoxi felt a tightening in her lower body, and her face turned red. "In that case, I'll help you get rid of it." Then there were sounds that could not be described. Fang Tingwan's face turning both green and red. Leaning against the wall, she could hear Xiaoxi's crying more clearly. She thought for a moment and decided to make some noise, clearing her throat. The sound behind her immediately stopped. Old Juan angrily burst out, seeing Fang Tingwan there. He shifted his eyes, then quickly walked toward the house. Xiaoxi came out afterward, tightly gripping her clothes. "Thank you. It's impossible to keep helping you." Fang Tingwan spoke honestly. Once they left, Xiaoxi would likely face an unfortunate fate. Xiaoxi mumbled a response and moved forward. The chicken stew was ready. Old Juan's wife gave the first bowl to Huang Bing's wife, looking at her large belly and smiling warmly. "Eat more, nourish your body. You're probably around 8 or 9 months, right? Why are you still running around?" "Thank you." Huang Bing's wife held the bowl, not in a hurry to eat. "We're just going to the hospital and happened to come here to bring you all back." She and Huang Bing did not know the truth yet. Her words left no loopholes. Old Juan's wife didn't fully believe it, but she smiled and returned to distribute the chicken soup to others. Everyone got a bowl of rice, a bowl of soup, and a few pieces of chicken. The women from the brick factory sat by the bed and started eating. Xinu and Lu Ji sat under the eaves eating. Meng Qi's curvy figure leaned against the wall, and Lao Shan, another man from the brick factory, kept staring at her without moving his eyes. Now, he even leaned over and handed her a bowl. "Here, eat more. This woman is mine." "Back off," Su Zong angrily yelled, handing over his own bowl to her. Chapter 101, Act Separately. Meng Qi saw Su Zong in this manner for the first time. She was flattered and quickly declined. "No need. Mr. Su, you eat. Call me Su Zong. I am your man now. I am serious about getting the marriage certificate. Once we get to Qingda, we'll go get it first." Su Zong solemnly finished speaking, standing next to Meng Qi and blocking old Shan's unfriendly gaze. "The Civil Affairs Bureau should be closed by now, shouldn't it?" Meng Qi sent chicken into her mouth, her emotions unclear in her eyes. "In that case, let's go to my house, then bring your parents over to witness it." Anyway, he is determined to marry her. Su Zong isn't throwing a tantrum or being jealous. He has thought this through. Meng Qi neither refused nor accepted. After finishing the meal, the sky was about to get dark. Old Juan enthusiastically invited. "It's going to be dangerous going down the mountain with dark and slippery roads, especially with kids and pregnant women. Why don't you just sleep here? I will have someone tidy up for you." He looked at his wife. Old Juan's wife immediately took Xiaoxi and 3 other women to the neighboring room. The bed made of bricks, there was cleaner than the one on the men's side, with clean sheets and quilts. They changed the bedding and went next door. 13 people, including Fang Tingwan, squeezed in this room. Huang Bing and his wife slept on the left side for convenience during nighttime, followed by Su Er, Long Long, Xinu, Jiang Yanchen, and Su Zong. Then were Meng Qi, Meng Ling, Duo, and Fang Tingwan. By 10 o'clock in the evening, almost everyone had fallen asleep. When everything was quiet, and only snoring could be heard, chaos began next door. That chorus of groans became louder and louder. It sounded as if several women were involved, suggesting they were having wild fun next door. This also made the men and women living nearby more and more unpleasant. In the pitch-black night, a particularly loud slap echoed, followed by Meng Qi's angry scolding. "What are you doing?" I couldn't control my hand." Su Zong sat up, wanting nothing more than to block out his ears. He hasn't touched her in so many days, and hearing those alluring sounds from next door made it even harder for him to restrain himself. Meng Qi slapped him again, hitting back all the resentment she had accumulated. Su Zong wanted to retaliate at first because he'd never been hit like that before, but things were different now, so he swallowed his anger and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." Before Meng Qi could reply, next door suddenly started shouting something along the lines of not feeling well enough. Someone came knocking on the door. They couldn't sleep anymore. One by one, people got up. Xiaoxi rushed to the door, wearing a long t-shirt reaching her thighs. She seemed so hurried that it was inside out. She said, "Does anyone know first aid?" "What happened?" Fang Tingwan got up to put on her shoes, while Jiang Yanchen immediately followed. Before stepping out, he turned around and said, "You guys keep sleeping. Xinu, stay awake and watch over." With reluctance, Xinu crawled out of bed, guarding the door, grumbling that in such a remote mountainous area, there's probably no spirit around who would cause trouble. Next door, As soon as they opened the door, the strong scent of post-coital odors assaulted their senses, sharp and nauseating. Fong Tingwan covered her nose as she entered and saw blood seeping from the man's abdomen, his face pale white. The loose pants he wore revealed part of his legs. You guys really are good. You killed him. She hadn't expected these people to be so idle, leaving them nothing but carnal desires. There's no hope for him, nor was there any need. If they'd known this place would have been easy to find, she wouldn't waste her hemostatic medicine. She had previously worried about him waking up and exposing them, which now seemed redundant. Is he really beyond saving? Lao Wan asked with a hint of longing and joy in his voice. Yes, said Fong Tingwan, then hurried outside to breathe some fresh air. Jiang Yanchen was about to follow when Lao Wan called him. Brother, give us a hand. Would you please help throw him off the cliff? For fear they mightn't see clearly, he lit up a flashlight. No thanks, Jiang Yanchen directly rejected and walked fast out of the room. The saying, mountains with poor conditions tend to produce unkind people, isn't just an idiom. Within 10 minutes, Lao Wan and Lao Shan each lifted the body, one by head, the other by feet, and carried him out. Lao Wan's wife shone a flashlight as they approached the farthest right cliff and tossed the body down. Having witnessed all of this, Fong Tingwan closed her eyes, hiding all her emotions. Aren't you sleepy yet? Lao Wan questioned at the doorway meaningfully. Seeing both nodded, he grinned. You're welcome to join us anytime. Jiang Yanchen felt goosebumps. Fong Tingwan took a deep breath and watched the door close, shortly afterward resuming its lively atmosphere. She beckoned Jiang Yanchen to walk toward the back. At the back was a pig pen housing 2 pigs and a coop with 5 chickens, making noise upon noticing human presence. However, these people were too preoccupied to care. That doesn't make sense. Xiao Shi said there's plenty of food here that could last a year. Diminishing the light from the flashlight cautiously, she began looking for the cellar. Jiang Yanchen was searching too. Logically, it shouldn't be far away. But despite searching the backyard for half an hour, by the time all the commotion indoors had ended, they still hadn't found it. We'll have to stay another day. Fong Tingwan had decided to stay because of the food. After all, it was food on the surface, so she could take things out of her spatial ring without drawing attention. Should I deliver supplies to Huangbing first? They could wait, but every extra day for the pregnant woman meant an increased risk. Jiang Yanchen believed they could act separately. This way, we won't delay anything. Okay, be careful when going alone. Fong Tingwan handed him the pistol and bullets. Come back safely. Hug. Jiang Yanchen took the gun and opened his arms. He smiled easily, as if this hug was just between friends, right? After some mental preparation, Fong Tingwan stepped closer and hugged him. It lasted less than 3 seconds. Before Jiang Yanchen even mustered the courage to fully embrace her, they parted. He gave a wry smile. Go back to sleep. All right. Fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, everyone would have seen Fong Tingwan's face turning crimson. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Jiang Yanchen set off with Huangbing, his wife, and Long Long. Su Zong changed his mind. Though Meng Qi didn't want to leave, he stubbornly insisted. I don't keep useless people around. Fong Tingwan kindly reminded him. What should I do to stay then? Su Zong's spirit was high. For Meng Qi, he was willing. Trap some game, like rabbits or mountain chickens. Anything edible is fine. Fong Tingwan pointed at the traps in the corner of Lao Wan's room. There were only traps. How could someone catch anything just with them? Su Zong didn't move. Go before they go too far. With a grim look, Meng Qi urged him. She'd made up her mind to start anew and didn't want to see Su Zong anymore, lest he remind her how desperate she'd been to survive. I'm going. Motivated by this remark, Su Zong went into the house to fetch the trap, asked Lao Wan about its usage, and headed up the mountain. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, the weather grew hotter. People either stayed indoors or sought shade under the trees. While no one was paying attention, Lao Wan and his group disappeared up the mountain. Fong Tingwan watched half the hillside covered by trees, unable to spot Lao Wan anymore. Chapter 102, Strike First. Fong Tingwan jumped off the stone slab and walked out from the shady spot, looking at the anxious Meng Qi. She asked with a smile, Do you want to go find Mr. Su? No, I won't. Meng Qi declined quickly but soon regretted it in her eyes. Tense, she scratched the position of her tiger's mouth, hesitating for a moment before finding a suitable reason. We still need to go. He stayed because of me. If anything happens, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. How good of an excuse to come and find Su Zong. Fong Tingwan didn't expose her intentions. After instructing Xianyu and Meng Ling to watch over everyone, she led Meng Qi down the path into the mountain. The cement road only went as far as the brick factory. After that was a muddy dirt path with grass so tall it reached above one's head. As soon as they stepped inside, they could feel the hot air emanating from the grass, suffocatingly oppressive. Meng Qi wore sportswear and managed to keep up initially, but after 10 minutes, she couldn't see Fong Tingwan anymore when looking ahead, and below she could only see the shrinking brick factory. The thought of turning back crossed her mind. Evening? Where are you? Up ahead. Fong Tingwan's voice sounded at least 20 meters away. She was standing at a more open area where a fork in the road lay. There were no footprints on the ground, but the direction of the flattened weeds indicated the left way. The faint traces to the right were probably where Su Zong had gone. Meng Qi eventually caught up, hands on her knees gasping for breath. Evening. How much further do we have to go? Fong Tingwan glanced up briefly. We haven't even reached halfway yet. It seemed like they had arrived at the top, but another peak lay ahead, stretching endlessly. With each step forward, there seemed to be no end. Meng Qi glanced up once more and felt more desperate, longing to turn back. Suddenly, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly, Su Zong. The sound echoed through the mountain ravine. Fong Tingwan sighed helplessly and exhaled a breath of turbid air before calming her irritated mood. Evening. Aren't you here to find Su Zong? Why was Evening upset? Meng Qi realized something and abruptly covered her mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were looking for Uncle Wan and revealed our position. What should we do? Right at this moment, Su Zong heard the shout and replied, I must stay. He has pride. He won't leave until he catches whatever it is. Meng Qi explained anxiously while watching Evening worriedly, fearing she too would be forced to stay behind. Fong Tingwan neither got angry nor distressed. Her original intention was to investigate whether Lao Wan and his crew had any secrets in the mountains. Since their cover was blown, she shrugged carelessly. Then let's search openly. They headed to the left. Meng Qi sped up her steps despite being drenched in sweat and feeling weak in her legs. Afraid of stopping or saying more words, she kept pushing forward. Not long after, Fong Tingwan heard the sound of running water. Walking a little further, she spotted a half-meter wide brook. The stream had a flow roughly as wide as a palm. It would likely dry up soon. Squatting by it, she could feel the coolness upon touching the water. Taking a sip, it tasted sweet. She smiled. Watching her made Meng Qi shiver slightly down her spine. Gulping down several handfuls of water helped calm her thoughts before she finally asked, Evening, what's special about this water? Doesn't it taste good? Fong Tingwan washed her face with the water, stood up, and looked upstream along the creek. Withered leaves blocked the view, but the source shouldn't be far off. From here, looking down the mountain, the distance would be about a kilometer, neither too far nor too close. It's sweet, Meng Qi honestly said, exhausted, drinking till she was full before regaining some clarity. Let's go find Su Zong. Fong Tingwan began heading to the right. Su Zong clearly wasn't familiar with the task he was working on, muttering curses while tinkering around. The distance wasn't very far. Meng Qi quickly followed. After the two women walked away, farther upstream from the brook, Old Man Wan and Old Man Shan emerged from behind a dead tree. Old Man Wan's frown deepened, growing increasingly irritable. Finally, he cursed, Damn, what's wrong? Old Man Shan wiped saliva from the corner of his mouth, recalling the sight of the two women sweating earlier. His lower body tensed momentarily. Seeing Old Man Wan glare at him, he immediately justified himself. They didn't discover us, so why worry? It's not right. Think about it. Could all those people possibly have killed Laoli themselves? Otherwise, why wouldn't they take Laoli straight to the hospital instead of bringing him back? They must be trying to snatch our food. As Old Man Wan spoke slowly, considering these hypothetical scenarios, the more he considered them, the more fear grew within him. Did Laoli betray us? Old Man Shan let out an incredulous exclamation regarding such matters affecting their life and fortune. He cast aside his thoughts of lust and meticulously contemplated. If Laoli disclosed our location, then they're not just here for the bricks. It makes sense why they're still here. It's greed for beauty that caused this trouble. What was the point of leaving them behind last night? Old Man Wan bitterly regretted it, punching the tree trunk hard in anger, letting out cries of pain, and uttering a few curse words. What do we do now? Old Man Shan asked. Strike first. Old Man Wan turned and climbed upward, with Old Man Shan quickly following. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the morning had passed, and Su Zong was nearly dozing off while squatting by the trap. Not a single bird feather, let alone a rabbit, had been spotted. In order to stay behind, he gave up guarding the trap and wandered around looking for rabbit holes or bird nests. Fong Tingwan passed by and noticed the animal trap placed in the pit. She wanted to compliment Su Zong on knowing how to dig a pit to make a trap, but it seemed he hadn't even bothered to cover it with a single leaf. Unless the little animals were blind and stepped into it willingly, it would be hard for anything to fall into this trap. Su Zong's anguished screams echoed. Meng Qi heard and rushed to the source of the sound in a panic, almost instinctively calling out, Su Zong, are you alright? The figure running did not show any sign of fatigue, and Fong Tingwan ran even faster. She surpassed Meng Qi and soon saw Su Zong wildly running down the hill, tears streaming down his face. Snake! Snake! Upon hearing the word snake, Meng Qi became so frightened that her legs went weak. Fong Tingwan's eyes lit up when she noticed a completely black snake following after Su Zong. Estimating its size and length, it weighed at least 4 catties, approximately 2 kilograms, making it quite a rare catch. This snake mistook Su Zong for prey and relentlessly pursued him. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Tingwan dashed horizontally and caught the snake's tail with one hand, spinning it above her head. After swinging for about 10 meters, she stabilized herself, having successfully dazed the snake. Gripping it by its throat, she watched as its tail coiled around her arm, chuckling, dinner tonight. From the moment Fong Tingwan caught the snake to holding it firmly in her grasp, only 3 or 4 minutes had passed. Meng Qi, still stunned from what just happened, regained her breathing slowly, pointing at the snake, her voice trembling. Is that all? Seeing Meng Qi's admiring gaze directed towards Fong Tingwan, and remembering his own earlier embarrassing display, Su Zong's head sank low in shame, feeling like he'd lost all dignity as a man. Just knock it unconscious, but don't attempt it lightly. It could be venomous. When Fong Tingwan was the hungriest, she'd grab whatever she could find and eat it immediately. Afraid? Death was scarier. What happens if we get bitten? Meng Qi approached cautiously, touching the snake's body, its icy and rigid texture giving her the chills. Just 2 bumps. Chapter 103, Undercurrents. Meng Qi didn't think it was that serious and was eager to try. Fong Tingwan cooperatively took off the snake's tail, wrapped it around Meng Qi's arm, and then handed her the part of the snake 7 inches from its head. After Meng Qi gripped it, she breathed deeply and smiled. It's actually not that scary. Suzong originally wanted to say that a wound appeared on one spot while a lump showed up at another, but seeing Meng-Chi finally overcoming her fear, he felt even more embarrassed, so he held back his words. Where did you encounter the snake? I'll go check if there are any snake eggs. This mother snake chased you relentlessly. It must have laid eggs. Fang Tingwan almost forgot how snake eggs tasted. I'll go with you. Xiaoqi, can you go back by yourself? Suzong was a little worried. Meng-Chi was suddenly full of confidence and proudly said, no problem. As long as she could do this, staying would no longer be an issue. She had to succeed. After they saw her walking down the small path and leaving the mountain, the two began their climb upwards. Suzong quietly led the way in front. Climbing about 100 meters, standing about 5 meters away, he pointed to a few large stacked rocks. I stood right there, and it came out from inside those rocks. The snake was as thick as his forearm. It shocked him so much that he lost 2 of his 3 souls, and he was still scared now. Fang Tingwan moved closer and took a small flashlight from her pocket, something she just got from her storage space. It fit neatly into her pocket, and Suzong probably wouldn't suspect anything, so she confidently used it. In a few cracks between the stones, she found a snake hole. She probed inside with a thin stick, but after only half a meter, the stick hit a bend. She sighed. There's no way to retrieve it. Let's go back. If there were tools like hose or something, or if no stone were pressing above it, it might have been possible. The downhill road was fast and not tiring. When Meng-Chi descended the mountain holding the snake, Meng Ling, Xin Yue, and others were so astonished that their mouths could fit an egg. Was this really the beautiful and alluring Meng-Chi? Everyone's perception instantly changed. Lu Ji gave her 2 thumbs up. Sister Chi, 666. That big snake, I didn't dare to grab it. Xiaoqi, aren't you afraid? Although Meng Ling had experienced a lot, seeing such a large snake still made her shiver. Duo even shrank into Meng Ling's arms, unwilling to look, muttering under her breath, snake, snake. Xinu, can you handle it and take care of it? With a pitiful look, Xinu glanced at Meng Ling. I don't know how to deal with snakes. This thing needed its head chopped off, its skin peeled. He was too scared to admit it, but he was really timid. Lu Ji and the others were all city kids who hadn't eaten snake meat before and definitely couldn't handle it. They all stared blankly at each other. You caught a snake? Hearing the sound coming from downhill, Old Wan and others followed them down the mountain. However, after looking around and not finding Fang Tingwan and the rest, his expression dimmed slightly. Where are they? They're looking for snake eggs up ahead. Meng-Chi answered. Old Wan immediately became anxious. Was it snake eggs or grain? He grabbed Old Dan. You take care of the snake. I'm going to check on them. Nothing bad should happen. There was meaning behind his words. Old Dan understood the hint, approached Meng-Chi, and when his rough hand reached for the snake, it inadvertently grasped her arm as well. Had it not been for her worry about losing face in someone else's house, Meng-Chi would have slapped both of them hard, but she forced herself to suppress her anger. Old Dan noticed her lack of resistance and grew even more presumptuous. Though all he needed to do was detach the snake's tail, he ended up groping Meng-Chi's arm instead. After receiving the snake head with a sly smile, he leered at Meng-Chi's fingers, slender and pale, and commented flirtatiously, Young lady, come to the fence tonight, and I'll give you some extra food. Not necessary, thank you. Meng-Chi quickly walked to the water tank, dipped water, and started scrubbing her hands furiously. Lu Ji helped scoop water. The place the snake crawled over smelled awful. But compared to Old Dan, Meng-Chi found the snake's odor easier to tolerate. Are you back? Did you find it? Old Wan's voice carried toward them. Meng-Chi turned and saw Suzong had already arrived behind her. Seeing her continuously washing her arms, Suzong rushed over in panic, almost tripping on his way. When he noticed her hands turning red, he was concerned whether she'd been bitten, quickly squatted down, examined her arms closely, and asked anxiously, Were you bitten? Where? Let me suck the venom out for you. You think this is a TV drama? Lu Ji mocked him but lowered his voice as he explained. She wasn't bitten, but touched by Old Dan. Screw it, I'm cutting off his hands. Suzong was furious, trying to get up, but was pulled back by Meng-Chi. Don't ruin things for Tingwan. Meng-Chi had been enduring it all for the greater good. Suzong immediately suppressed his anger when he saw Fang Tingwan approaching, asking, Do you have any soap? Yes, here. Fang Tingwan went inside, took some soap from her bag for Suzong, and then walked outside to wash her own hands. Old Dan and his companions were experts at slaughtering snakes. They nailed the snake's head to a wooden stake, slit its throat, and then peeled its skin. Watching the pinkish-white flesh of the snake twist and contract with every muscle movement caused everyone to feel uncomfortable. To strengthen her courage, Meng-Chi forced herself to watch, despite her stomach churning. She fought the urge to vomit. Suzong, as a man, looked absolutely twisted. Especially when Old Dan took out the snake's gallbladder, directly scooped up half a bowl of white liquor, and threw it straight into his mouth, taking a sip of the white liquor before swallowing it down. What a visual impact. Meng-Chi couldn't help but rush to the corner, holding the wall as she dry-heaved. Seeing the younger sister like this, Old Dan roared with laughter. This is a good thing. Then he cleaned the snake's internal organs, fetched a cutting board, saying that snakes shouldn't be cooked inside the house, or they would bring bad luck. They must be cooked outside. Old Wan killed a chicken. Today we're having dragon phoenix soup. Old Wan's wives cheered. Only Xiao looked gloomy, taking advantage of no one noticing her. She walked back and sat behind the fence, looking to the right where there was just a cliff several dozen meters away. She slowly stood up, walking to the edge and sitting on it. She could see the bottom of the 100-meter-high cliff. Lying there was a body. Would one survive such a fall? Would limbs break, leaving them in painful survival? What's wrong? Fong Tingwan leaned against the wall head, smiling at her. When did you get here? Xiaoxi was startled, but seeing it was her, she sighed with relief. Things were fine yesterday, but today I'm seeking death because Old Wan's wives are giving me trouble? Fong Tingwan was guessing, but she hit the nail on the head. Old Wan said he would help me, but he told his wives that I'm pregnant. If I don't abort this child, the brick factory won't keep me. It's either her or the child who can stay. An unwanted child, she could abandon it, but how to safely terminate the pregnancy without issues? Her eyes, suddenly brimming with hope, turned towards Fong Tingwan. Do you have any abortion medication? Fong Tingwan shook her head. No. Xiaoxi needed these people to rely on for survival. The possibility of betrayal was too low, so there was no need to waste more time. She turned and left. Xiaoxi wanted to say something, but stopped, sitting for over an hour until hearing the call for dinner. Then she went out. A mix of chicken and snake stewed together had a fresh and savory taste. Everyone gathered around the stove eating, warm and lively, none showing signs of the underlying tension. Just a plate of fragrant greens mixed with preserved duck eggs was enough. Old Wan and his crew just ate some of the greens. Chapter 104 Feasible. Fong Tingwan called out to Meng Ling, seeing her turn her head. She quietly reminded her, don't eat the century egg. As for why not to eat it, Meng Ling did not ask out of tacit understanding. Her smile deepened further. Noticing Old Wan staring at her, she slightly raised her voice. Don't worry, Lawyer Jiang will be fine. That was true. Neither was Fong Tingwan worried. But when thinking about that hug from that night and the inexplicable sense of security it brought, her ears turned red just recalling it. Old Wan noticed this and felt utterly relieved, especially when he saw both Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling picking up the century egg subsequently. Although the snake meat was fragrant, there wasn't much meat on it. While they were eating, a pile of bones grew on the ground like a small mountain. Old Wan's wife served everyone soup with a ladle, ensuring every bit was consumed. Everyone had their stomachs filled to bulging capacity, then began chatting leisurely by the firewood. Actually, living here isn't bad. There are mountains, water, and wild game. Once the natural disaster passes, you can return home. Isn't that great? Lao Shan took a bowl of white wine, his face turning rose, his eyes misty as he looked at Meng Qi and smiled. It's too dangerous outside. Here is very suitable. Su Zong clenched his teeth, pulling her closer to his embrace, and kissed her directly to assert his ownership. We still need to get married. Lao Shan laughed awkwardly, touching his chin where stubble was growing, suddenly saying, I'll go shave. Meng Qi's expression changed instantly. Let's sleep. It's late. Lao Wan also got up, walking over towards Lao Shan. Lao Wan's wife tidied up the mess simply and returned to lie down in the room. They usually wouldn't sleep so early, but today was clearly planned differently. Lu Ji found it strange and wanted to call them over for another chat, but was interrupted. You too. Xiaoxi opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but before the words could be spoken, she was pulled inside by Lao Wan's wife. After they went in, Lu Ji and others immediately felt their eyelids heavy, rising to return to their rooms. Su Zong pulled Meng Qi along regardless of how she resisted, refusing to let go. Sitting down after entering the room, he said, Xiaoqi, how exactly do you want me to behave for us to get married? Haven't I improved? You don't really love me. Meng Qi lied down, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, tears sliding down as she whispered through sobs. You're just obsessed with possession. She wanted Su Zong to explain and hoped for a genuine answer about his love for her. But after 2 minutes, snores sounded from behind her, and unbelievably, Su Zong was asleep. Jerk. Lu Ji and Su Er were also sleeping, and their snoring sounds were particularly loud. Xiaoqi, didn't you eat the century egg? Fong Tingwan hadn't noticed anything unusual at Xiaoqi's inn, but was sure that neither Ling nor Xinu had eaten any. Living together for some time, everyone's habits were well known to each other. When Xinu heard her question, he immediately realized the century egg might have been tampered with, yet since he disliked eating it, he hadn't even touched it with his chopsticks, avoiding drowsiness entirely. Meng Qi tried sitting up while uncovering the quilt, intending to speak, but her head felt dizzy. After crashing back onto the pillow, she lost consciousness. This confirmed Fong Tingwan's suspicions. Seeing shadows moving under the door, she warned the two of them to check. Following that, she yawned and climbed into bed lying down. I'm so sleepy. Xinu and Meng Ling silently joined her on the bed. Dodo hadn't eaten the century egg and thus wasn't drowsy. She kept her bright eyes wide open looking at Sister Meng Ling on the left and Sister Wan Wan on the right. If Old Wan or the others spotted them being awake, who knows what would happen? Fong Tingwan covered Dodo's lips to keep her quiet, signaling with a shushing gesture, lowering her voice. Let's play a game. Whoever opens their eyes first loses. Dodo smiled confidently. She'd surely win. Turning her back toward Fong Tingwan, she half closed her eyes pretending to be asleep. After an unknown duration, Dodo cautiously peeked, only to see the door opening, moonlight casting long shadows stretching across the room, as if two large monsters were charging at her. Scared, Dodo quickly dove back into the covers, reaching out to hold hands with Meng Ling and Wan Wan's sister, finding solace from their grips. Hey, one kid left. Lao Shan asked. Should I try her first? We have plenty of time later. Let's deal with these men first. Lao Wan wasted no words. His eyelids had been twitching all day, worrying that delaying longer would result in unforeseen accidents. Taking out a polished sickle from behind him, he carefully aimed it at Xinu's neck, testing it up and down. Xinu couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. The boys next to him were sleeping soundly, so why pick on him? When would Fong Tingwan act? Helplessly screaming in his mind, I'm gonna die. On the third swing, Old Wan threw everything he had into it. Xin couldn't wait anymore, kicking the sickle upwards and immediately rolling backward with agility. Under the faint moonlight, Old Juan's distorted features were clear to see. You actually didn't eat the century egg? Good acting, Old Sean. Old Juan finally understood why his eyelids had been twitching all day, and he let out a sigh of relief. He stretched his limbs, and they cracked with the sound of bones popping. Old Sean was ready to deal with Su Zong, who always ruined the moments between him and Meng Qi. But there was no rush for those sleeping. He would handle the current one first. He leaped onto the bed, stepping directly on Su Zong's body. Su Zong only slightly furrowed his eyebrows without any sign of waking up. The two surrounded Xin, unaware that in the corner, Fong Tingwan had already woken up. Attack! The moment Old Juan shouted, he felt a chill on his neck. After the piercing pain came searing hot liquid flowing down, scorching every inch of his skin. Without Old Juan, Old Sean was no match for Xin. He was kicked off the bed, and then with a leap, Xin kneed Old Juan in the chest, snatching the sickle. He stroked the blade. TSK, it took some effort. It's so sharp that you might suffer less. How could this be? I clearly saw all of you eat the century eggs. Old Juan believed everything was foolproof. Since the highly effective sleeping pills inside couldn't be tasted at all due to the strong flavor of the eggs, they were impossible to detect. Old Sean also had an expression full of regret, tears streaming down his face. We were wrong, just confused for a while, thinking you were going to harm us, so we struck first. Don't act. It's useless. Xin threw a bucket of cold water on them. Old Juan stared hard at Fong Tingwan. I've seen many cases. Yours is truly amateur. Wanting reasons isn't as useful as figuring out how to save your lives from me. Fong Tingwan was smiling, but her eyes betrayed no joy. Her gaze dropped to Dodo curled up in fear when she flashed a hint of panic, urging Xin, take them outside. Held at knife point, neither Old Juan nor Old Sean resisted as they walked out of the room, dropping the sickle to the ground with a crisp clang. Under the moonlight, their disheveled appearances were more visible. Xin asked, what do you say? Shall we throw them off the cliff? He thought it was quite feasible. Chapter 105, Domineering at Home. Fong Tingwan nodded. All right. Anyway, they're no longer of much use. As she said this, she moved the Tang knife, but before she could swing it down, the door behind her opened. Old Juan's wife, Xiao Shi, and 3 other women along with 2 children rushed out, fully dressed, clearly not having slept. Old Juan and Old Dan also visibly relaxed a great deal. Old Juan's wife rushed out, pulling the little boy and knelt before Fong Tingwan. Her eyes were filled with tears as she cried and wailed. We let you stay here, giving you good food and drink. Please have mercy on us, elderly and women, and spare them. Without them, we can't survive either. We only acted out of fear that you would harm us first. We haven't truly hurt any of you. Please show some compassion. Old Dan's wife followed suit, pleading and begging while bowing repeatedly. The volume of their voices escalated higher and higher. Xin looked uneasy, his scalp tingling, and he coldly remarked, you almost slashed my neck with your knife. If I had been unconscious, I'd already be headless now. How dare you speak these words so easily? Only because our attempt failed. Had it succeeded, you'd all be dead by now. Why send us away just for bricks? And why go through such a grand effort? He couldn't comprehend. He truly couldn't understand. Bullshit. You wanted our food. Old Juan roared furiously, his eyes locked firmly on Fong Tingwan, as if by shifting the blame to them, they could survive. Fong Tingwan held the knife in one hand, touched her nose with the other, and pointed to a machine not far away. I initially only wanted that thing. It was your own lust for more that ruined everything. Old Dan turned his head aside and remained silent. Please, have mercy on them. Without them, the rest of us women won't survive. Xiao Shi underwent an internal struggle, her hand instinctively touching her stomach, knowing she had no choice. Fong Tingwan stared at her and coldly laughed. If I kill both of them, I will leave enough food for you. But if I don't, then I'll take it all. Choose wisely. For the sake of the child, she left them a small bit of leeway. Xiao Shi was instantly swayed. With food, what purpose did men serve? But Old Juan made his decision first. The stuff is near the spring at the mountain. Just walk upward from where you drank water last time, and you'll see it. The machine, you can have it if you want. That broken machine might function on diesel, but who needs bricks anymore now? Old Dan only wanted to live. Seeing the women remain silent, Fong Tingwan shouted, Ling, tie them up for now. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Meng Ling had been awake all along. Hearing the call, she stepped out with the rope and immediately bound the 2. Go to sleep. Fong Tingwan took the 2 back into the room and glanced at Xin. Stand guard tonight. Why is it always me? Xin glared at Old Juan and Old Dan, angry enough to kick one of them. Sitting on the bed grudgingly, he reluctantly kept an eye on them. Fong Tingwan went to sleep without worry. Early the next morning, the rumbling of an engine woke everyone. Fong Tingwan quickly ran out and saw Jiang Yanchen getting off the car. She involuntarily stepped forward a few steps. Jiang Yanchen directly spread open his arms and walked towards her, thinking, aren't friends allowed to hug each other? They embraced briefly before parting. Jiang Yanchen smiled wryly and said, I sent them to the hospital and came back. Long has returned home safely. Xin sighed in relief but still felt a little sad inside when recalling the events. Fong Tingwan gave a brief overview of the brick factory situation. Since their choices were clear, they would leave today. Lu Ji and Su Zong accompanied her and Jiang Yanchen up the mountain to retrieve the food. The others packed the truck full, then hoisted the machine onto the vehicle. Old Juan's wife spent the entire night pondering how to save Old Juan, finding no solution. They helplessly waited until dawn, watching as everything in their house was taken away. Following the stream upstream, Fong Tingwan and her group arrived at its source, a cave. Its entrance, about 2 meters high, was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Upon entering, she activated the elevator system and found a hidden treasure trove inside. It measured around 10 square meters, spacious with a reduced water level exposing sandy areas covered in many packaged food bags. At a steady temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius, cool and refreshing, the place was perfect for storing food. Though the stream's water flow had decreased, the remaining amount was sufficient for 8 or so people to survive. If the stream doesn't dry out eventually, living here wouldn't be bad at all. Take it. Inside the bags were meat, vegetables, although slightly spoiled, still edible. In total, there were 5 large bags plus a bag of rice. After bringing it down the mountain, they placed everything into the car's trunk. Old Wan's wife, red-eyed, pulled the 2 children out, pushing them toward Fong Tingwan. You may take it, but please leave a little for the children. They are young and still growing. We adults can endure hunger, but the children cannot. Xiaoxi followed behind her, clutching her belly as she softly pleaded. Please leave some food. I'm pregnant, and if I starve to death, that would mean 2 deaths. Before last night, Lu Ji and the others still felt sorry for these women, who resorted to selling their bodies just to have something to eat. But last night they almost died. These women thoroughly deserved it. If not for their help in drugging them, Old Wan and Old Dan wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Since they were the ones who harmed others first, why should anyone be kind to them? Our deaths don't matter, but they are all pitiful. Old Wan, contrary to his strong will to survive from the previous night, now lowered his head as if wishing to die for the sake of obtaining food. Xianu paid him no heed and immediately swung the sickle. All right then, if you die, I'll definitely leave food for them. As the blade was about to fall, Old Wan suddenly knelt down, his body trembling. Take it. Take everything. Xianu sneered. With the supplies loaded, everyone climbed into their respective vehicles. Jiang Yanchen went to drive the truck, leaving first. Next was the black SUV, previously the one Lu Feng had filled with food, driven by Xianu with Meng Ling aboard, along with Lu Ji and Su Er. Fong Tingwan drove the minivan with Su Zong and Meng Qi inside. Before departure, Xiaoxi approached the bedside, wanting to say something but unable to get it out. Take care of yourself. She'd said what needed to be said, and Fong Tingwan started the car. Can you take me to the hospital in Pinkwan City? Xiaoxi finally gathered the courage to ask, faintly remembering hearing them mention Pinkwan. No. Fong Tingwan glanced back to see that Old Wan and Old Dan had already freed themselves from their ropes, glaring at her with hatred. She pulled out a gun and shook it. It's best if I never see you again. The car drove away, leaving Xiaoxi standing there. Old Wan rushed over and grabbed her neck tightly. What did you tell them? Was it you who leaked our information? No, it wasn't me. Better not be. Regardless of her pregnancy, Old Wan threw her on the ground. Old Dan asked, should we chase after them? Forget it, can we even fight them? Let's just figure out how to solve tonight's meal. Old Wan didn't dare to cause any more trouble and remained aggressively domineering only within their small circle. Chapter 106. Not worthy of trust. The brick factory buildings receded behind them as their convoy arrived at the foot of the mountain. As for what would happen on the mountain, it wasn't even in Fong Tingwan's consideration. Su Zong woke up in the morning and immediately noticed something was amiss. His consciousness only lasted until he decided to change his attitude. However, Meng Qi was mad, very mad, and a whole morning of coddling did not help. Qi, get lost. Meng Qi snapped coldly, indifferent and unapproachable. Recalling the past, the 2 people had switched roles. Now Su Zong was the one trying to please her, constantly hitting walls and discarding all pride and dignity. With patience, he coaxed her gently. I'm sincere. Fong Tingwan glanced at the 2 from the rearview mirror before switching the car's radio channel. Soon, the speaker emitted crackling sounds, then settled into silence. Dear citizens, this is the Rescue Command Center of Qingda Municipal Government. If you do not have food, please head to the city center of Qingda, where food will be distributed daily to ensure your safety. This message repeats. It had only been 2.5 months since the apocalypse began, and so far, disasters included floods, sandstorms, plagues, and landslides in some regions. More severe weather was expected. The government's food supplies wouldn't last long. Listening to the mechanical female voice repeating over and over again, Su Zong couldn't understand. Fong Tingwan, isn't it better for us to go to the rescue camp? We don't need to fight. He hesitated momentarily as he spoke further, realizing that it might not be appropriate. If the others hadn't initiated trouble first, they wouldn't have retaliated, and they certainly didn't aim to kill anyone. Everyone goes to the rescue camps. Do you think the food supply will last how long? The more people there are, the fiercer the competition becomes, explained Fong Tingwan as she unscrewed the cap of her mineral water bottle, took a sip, and shrugged indifferently, saying, I could drop you off at the fork ahead and give you 2 days worth of food. It's no problem walking to Qingda. It was only about 30 kilometers from here to Qingda, which was walkable enough. Meng Qi snorted coldly at once. If he goes, I won't. I won't either. I'm just curious. Su Zong softly cooed, having grown accustomed to coddling her, and finding it less bothersome than before. Fong Tingwan pursed her lips, thinking that if she weren't worried about Lu Ji's amateur driving skills, she wouldn't have minded letting him drive while sitting between the couple. What a torment. On the way, nothing noteworthy happened. Fong Tingwan occasionally switched the radio channels, sometimes even hearing cries for help on the public channel, followed by kind-hearted rescuers stepping up. This was quite normal. But upon hearing these voices, Su Zong furrowed his brows slowly and muttered to himself, why do I feel like the rescuers aren't good people? Can you tell? It was rare for Meng Qi to say anything decently, yet her tone was still dripping with mockery. Fong Tingwan turned seriously towards Su Zong from the rearview mirror, intrigued, and smiled, asking, "How so?" Asking for addresses, the number of people, even specifying gender and supplies. When they mentioned 5 men and 2 women, the person answering seemed to suddenly become a bit cold. But once they learned the food could last 7 or 8 days, they immediately said, immediately. They're rushing too much. Su Zong analyzed seriously. Meng Qi had doubts from the start, but now realized. Then wouldn't they be in danger? The current situation can only be dealt with by taking care of ourselves. Su Zong dismissed any thoughts of leaving this team. Fong Tingwan did not reply. They had already reached level ground, and the speed of the front car picked up. She pressed the accelerator to catch up. Upon entering Pingquan City, someone noticed them, but with the lingering intimidation of Hutu Gang, Tiger Head Gang, none dared to approach rashly. After effortlessly entering Daijing Haoyuan, Imperial Scenery Garden, it was clear that everything had deteriorated drastically compared to how it was half a month ago. Without security personnel, the population had decreased significantly. Dry grass and fallen leaves had covered the cobblestone roads. Occasionally, one could see movement below buildings, but the overall state of people appeared lackluster. They drove directly to the 21st villa. As the gates opened, evidence of destruction inside revealed the house had been emptied and vandalized. Still, this isolated villa behind a singular accessible road had a back courtyard. If they fortified it with walls, it could reduce chances of unwanted intrusion and keep it low profile. After the 3 cars successively parked in the rear yard, Fong Tingwan got out of the vehicle, joining others waiting in place. Is this where we stay? Meng Ling worried that the Qian brothers would cause trouble. The others shared the same concern. These 2 brothers previously swindled so much money. How could people here possibly let them go? Fong Tingwan turned to push open the villa door, and a gust of dust rushed at her. She waved the dusty air away and sized up the empty space inside. Let's clean up. I'll go with Lawyer John to your home to fetch some stuff. She looked at Su Air. Had they known they'd return, many things wouldn't have been necessary to move. But reconsidering, if they hadn't moved those items, they might be gone upon returning anyway. All right. Meng Ling had already led Duo inside, followed by Xianyu and Lu Ji. At this moment, it became evident how much more could be accomplished with many hands. Each person doing a little meant less work overall. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen had already left the villa area in the SUV. Before they went far, Zhang Yanchen spoke first. Don't call me lawyer anymore. It makes things seem distant. Yanchen? Aiken? Fong Tingwan asked. Aiken, Zhang Yanchen replied, then questioned, what do you want to go fetch? Furniture like sofas, beds, stuff like that. The villa is empty, and if we're going to settle here, how can we live without those things? But how will we get them back here? Fong Tingwan gazed out of the window. Without a vehicle, it was indeed inconvenient. They were large items, too bulky for an SUV. Where would they find a truck? The Tiger Head Gang, Zhang Yanchen suggested, glancing at her. Their eyes met, silently reaching an understanding. Previously, Lu Ji had specified their location, so when they bypassed the tall buildings ahead and entered the basement, they found an exit leading to low-rise housing. Once there, they got out and began searching around. There were still plenty of vehicles parked in the underground garage, most having been submerged in water. When the Tiger Head Gang controlled this area, they had taken quite a few cars when they headed to the cement factory. There should still be some left over. After patrolling half the area, Fong Tingwan heard Zhang Yanchen call her. Hurrying over, she wasn't disappointed. 3 brand new trucks stood nearby. 2 4-meter-long cargo boxes on 4-wheel heavy-duty trucks sat idly by, plenty of room for couches. Can your space hold all these things? Zhang Yanchen was curious since she had already packed a lot inside, yet she seemed confident. Do you really want to know? Was it genuine curiosity, or did he actually desire something more? In the blink of an eye, Fong Tingwan erected walls within her heart, shutting him out entirely. The fragile trust between them shattered once again, leaving everything icy. Zhang Yanchen hadn't expected one sentence to unravel all the progress they had made. His eyes reddened slightly, as though cast down from his pedestal, feeling the suffering of earthly existence. Fong Tingwan stared at him in confusion, unprepared for his strong reaction. Her discomfort showed. You were better before. Her words fumbled. Zhang Yanchen's gaze shimmered faintly. He whispered softly, am I truly not worthy of your trust? Chapter 107. Action. Once it involved space, that was Fong Tingwan's bottom line. She could not fully trust anyone, including Zhang Yanchen. But the wolf suddenly wagged its tail, making her uncertain whether she should hit it or coax it, especially since this person rarely showed such a vulnerable side. She took a deep breath and reminded herself, don't ask about it in the future. That tall wall was an insurmountable chasm. Zhang Yanchen nodded. All right. After speaking, he turned his back and walked straight ahead. Seeing the off-road vehicle no longer at its original spot, he said nothing and stood there waiting. At this moment, he looked like a golden retriever wagging its tail for mercy. Fong Tingwan clearly understood the change in her attitude to want to comfort him, but she forcefully suppressed all the possibilities of letting her guard down. After putting the 2 vehicles into her space, she sat in one. The key was not in, so she used tools to remove the shell, pulled out 2 wires and tried to connect them a few times. After the engine made a few sounds, it became stable. It was good. Get in the car, she called out. Zhang Yanchen got in the passenger seat, and his gaze fell towards the window. He really gave off vibes of a dutiful young wife. Fong Tingwan ignored it, driving all the way to Su Air's building downstairs. She parked the car in the underground garage and headed upstairs. Those corpses were already gone. As she and Zhang Yanchen continued upward, they encountered a sofa cabinet blocking the hallway entrance. which she directly took into her space. Once upstairs, she also placed Su Er's bed and sofa into her space. Her space was nearly full, leaving the herd of cattle and sheep with much less room. She still needed more gold, but it wasn't clear if it was an illusion. The mother sheep's belly seemed round and full, looking ready to give birth. The grassland appeared to have expanded a little. Wouldn't it be possible that as animals increased, the space grew larger? She estimated the distance, left a marker, then exited the space and called on Jiang Yanqian to head upstairs. Moving so many items up and down definitely required time. Going back now would draw too much suspicion. Upon reaching the 28th floor, she took out barbecue tools, charcoal, and other things. Shall we enjoy some seafood? She was craving again. All right. Jiang Yanqian rolled up his sleeves, ready to start. The greatest benefit of letting him know about the existence of the space was that a pile of food had a chef to handle it. He first opened the oysters, prepared the garlic sauce after, soaked the vermicelli, then began roasting them for her. Next were the scallops. Then, cleaning fresh squid thoroughly, he skewered it onto the grill and brushed it with his homemade barbecue sauce. Before long, the sound of hot oil sizzling could be heard. Jiang Yanqian was truly adept at cooking, both deft and extremely delicious. Fong Tingwan had already eaten 2 oysters, followed by some scallops, eyeing the large octopus bigger than her palm, doused with a bright red chili sauce. Taking a bite was a sweet, savory, spicy flavor combined, soft and glutinous. Even eating half of it was still not enough. You eat some too. After indicating that he should have a taste, she took out mackerel fish and prepared some wasabi soy sauce, waiting for the mackerel to be roasted and dipped in a little wasabi, instantly cutting through the greasiness. So comfortable. Lying on his sofa afterward, life felt simply blissful. Sleep a bit, we'll go back when it gets dark, and if you're hungry, we can always have another meal. Jiang Yanqian pointed to the lobster still roasting beside. Okay. Feeling full brought drowsiness. Holding a cushion tightly, she yawned once and fell asleep. When her rationality wasn't online, she wasn't so guarded against Jiang Yanqian, almost as if her body had adapted to his presence, trusting him unconditionally. Jiang Yanqian analyzed himself. Only then did his mood improve slightly. While eating the oysters, he pondered. If soft tactics don't work, try something hard. As evening came, the glow dyed half the sky red, fiery, and exceptionally beautiful. Fong Tingwan woke up feeling the warmth of the light, watching the clouds in the west as if they were adorned with golden light. In her youth, she dreamed of watching sunsets and sunrises with her lover. Was this dream fulfilled now? Turning her head to look at Jiang Yanqian, only to find him staring at her intently. Sensing her private thoughts had been glimpsed, she hurriedly urged, "We should go back now, otherwise they'll worry." After finishing the last bit, she put everything back into her space. Just before leaving, she snuck away the man's sofa, finding sleeping on it very comfortable. Going downstairs, she returned the original furniture, blocking the 11th floor corridor, as if they hadn't been there. Descending to the basement, she climbed into the cargo box. Jiang Yanqian sat in the driver's seat, suddenly feeling the car sway, noticing the extra weight at the back. Fong Tingwan placed and adjusted one item at a time until all sofas and beds were properly arranged. Only then did she jump out of the truck bed, lock it securely, and hop into the passenger seat in front. Let's go. Jiang Yanqian connected the wires to start the car, exited the basement under the fading sunlight, and drove back to the Daijing Hoiwen Building 21. The car had just stopped when everyone gathered around. Seeing the truck driven by Xinu, they exclaimed delightedly, "Where did you get these?" With this thing, they would only need one car from now on, which was fuel efficient and safe, with no worries about accidents happening to the people in the back. Basement, unload stuff. Fong Tingwan did not say much, just unlocked the back door. When everyone saw the fully packed furniture inside, all they could do was admire the two people's efficiency and strength. With more hands, it took only a little over an hour for everyone to move everything into the rooms. 2 or 4 people moved at a time, while keeping an eye on the truck. Since they were going to be staying here long term, everyone cleaned the place thoroughly. The 4 rooms upstairs were divided up. The master bedroom, unanimously agreed upon by everyone, was given to Fong Tingwan. Duo would sleep with her, while Jiang Yanqian got the room next door. Across from the master bedroom was where Xinu and Meng Ling would stay. Upon learning this arrangement, Fong Tingwan's eyes lit up. She stared so intently at Meng Ling that she began feeling awkward until Xinu interjected. "Anyway, it's not our first time sleeping together. We'll stay together to save space." This reasoning left little room for argument. The room next door would house Su Zong and Meng Qi. What happened today? Fong Tingwan really wondered. In the morning, those two were arguing fiercely, but now they were sleeping together? Meng Qi couldn't articulate her thoughts, her face turning red. On the other hand, Su Zong repeated Xinu's excuse. Downstairs, there were only 2 rooms, one for Lu Ji and the other for Su Er. After the room arrangements were settled, the food was also ready. Tonight finally brought fresh cabbage cooked by Lu Ji. Beef stir-fried with cabbage along with a seaweed egg drop soup made for a hearty meal. After everyone was full and satisfied, they sat around on the sofas. 2 sets of sofas. There was no TV, so placement didn't matter. If only we had electricity. Xinu could barely remember when was the last time he watched TV. Others chimed in agreement. I will look for a generator later. Until then, we must build a wall surrounding this place. It has to be at least a meter wide, and we have to use rebar. Fong Tingwan even thought a meter wasn't thick enough, as they faced unknown dangers ahead. Reinforcing the walls further seemed prudent. Lu Ji laid out a map on the table, pointing uncomfortably at the cement factory's location. The Tiger Head Gang is stationed there. We won't be able to get cement. I'll handle it with Aiken. Chapter 108, Getting the Scoop. Oh my, Chun, you two became so close after just one outing? You made facial expressions and gestures, looking like someone who had just gotten a juicy scoop. Suzong also cast a curious glance. Meng Ling wore an expression of indifference. After all, they had walked so many roads together. Even Duo revealed a delighted smile. Fong Tingwan's ear roots turned bright red. Before Jiang Yanchen could explain, she quickly steered back to serious matters. In the west of Pingquan City, there is a sandpit near Yanzi Go. After we unload the bricks tomorrow, send a few of you to haul sand. As soon as serious business was discussed, everyone immediately became serious. There were now 4 men, 2 women, and a child. All supplies are stored in the basement of the villa. There must be someone guarding them. Otherwise, Su Er, Meng Qi, and Ling, you 3 stay home with Duo while we 3 go haul the sand. You carefully analyzed, deeming this arrangement most appropriate. Suzong opened his mouth, but, remembering Fong Tingwan's words about not keeping useless people, he suppressed the urge to speak up. I also want to go. I need some training, Meng Qi seriously said. Of the 3 women, she did not wish for herself to be utterly worthless except for her looks, since that would only lead to being left behind. Suzong felt deeply ashamed instantly. 2 people can stay at the villa. I'll give you guns. Fong Tingwan wasn't overly worried. Despite their arrival causing a stir, the ordinary people wouldn't dare approach, and with the government notification to move to Chengda, the population had already been halved. All right, let's decide it here. After finalizing the decision with authority, she dismissed everyone to rest. They all went upstairs together. Just before Meng Qi entered her room, Fong Tingwan called out to her, Xiao Qi, Ling, come to my room for a moment. The 3 entered the room, leaving Suzong and Xianu glancing awkwardly at each other, feeling a little guilty. Inside, after sending Duo to wash up, Fong Tingwan rummaged through her bag, pulling several boxes from her space and handed them over, for each, to 2 people. Wan. Meng Ling clenched the box uncomfortably. Meng Qi's face hardened. Pregnancy at this moment isn't a good thing. With raging passions running high, I'm warning you, should any of you get pregnant, you must leave the group. Fong Tingwan spoke heavily, having witnessed how much suffering a woman endures during 10 months of pregnancy. Not to mention, the current situation is inappropriate for childbirth. And after giving birth, true hardship begins, endless in its scope. This was why Xiao Xi's unpredictability also drained away what little goodwill Fong Tingwan had left. If you can't even protect yourself, why bring a life into the world to suffer? When Meng Ling and Meng Qi left the room, burdened by heavy hearts, they quietly returned to their own rooms, the night silent. It had been long since Fong Tingwan last held Wan as they slept. As she prepared to leave in the morning, she patted Duo's head and offered her some candy. Duo didn't accept it, rolling up her sleeves and showing off. Sister, look at my muscles. She proudly rolled up both sleeves, flexing to show her muscles. Wow, impressive. Have you been practicing all along? Fong Tingwan didn't expect her determination to be this strong, having persisted for such a long time. Yes, I don't want to slow sister down. Duo grinned. It was unavoidable for such a young child to mature too quickly, and Fong Tingwan turned around, searching through her bag. She took out a small 12-centimeter dagger. It's dangerous, you have to be careful. She didn't offer empty assurances or say things like, you're just a kid, I'll protect you, because there was no guarantee she could avoid death someday. Oh well, thinking too much again. Sister is leaving. Meng Ling led Duo into the basement. Xianu and the others had already unloaded all the bricks and then drove off toward Yanzi-go. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen set out to find steel bars, while cement had already been stockpiled in space. There was a marked location on the map, a town 50 kilometers away hosting a steel factory covering 7 or 8 mu. With the route decided, Fong Tingwan started driving. Just as they left, 2 people slipped into the villa, having monitored them day and night. Seeing these people continually moving supplies inside meant there was definitely food within reach. Given that just 1 man, 1 woman, and a child remained behind, the duo felt fully confident in overpowering them. After climbing in through a window into the kitchen, the 2 had just divided a piece of scallion oil pancake when they turned around to see Meng Ling pointing a gun at them. Startled, they raised their hands, dropping the pancake, and pleaded pitifully, Sister, we're wrong. We just came for something to eat. In a peaceful society, why do such weapons exist only on TV? Shaking legs in fear, when Meng Ling approached, the 2 thudded down to their knees, bowing and begging forgiveness. We're really sorry, we'll leave right now. Su Er, tie them up. Meng Ling glanced outside, relaxing only once confirming no one was around. Su Er promptly tied them up and obediently asked, Sister Ling, what's next? Just gag them and throw them over there. Meng Ling walked over, patted the scallion oil pancake on the ground to get rid of the dust, and neatly placed it back in a bowl. The man realized something was amiss and began to struggle. Meng Ling bent down to look at their faces. Oops, I should have let you eat first. This rat poison is pretty potent, Su Er quietly added. Previously, 1 pill killed an entire nest of rats. Only now realizing this, the 2 men wanted to vomit but were gagged with socks and could only wail pitifully. Meng Ling didn't bother paying attention and went back to hold Duo's hand, continuing to hide. After pulling the 2 men into a corner, Su Er took turns resting with Meng Ling. Meanwhile, over at Xianu's group, the sandpit was built at the foot of a mountain, open and desolate, leaving only heaps of sand lying around. Sand isn't valuable, nor in demand, so they smoothly backed the vehicle up beside the pile of sand and started shoveling it in with their spades. As for Jiang Yanshin's group, after driving for 2 hours, they finally saw the steel bar factory. At first glance, the ground was covered with steel bars, but a blue steel frame shed covering 500 square meters seemed to conceal countless dangers, making the two of them hesitate to approach. Even under the sun protection and outerwear, the blazing sun of midday still felt scorching hot. Fong Tingwan glanced at the temperature. It had already reached 50 degrees Celsius. It was suffocatingly hot. Let's take cover somewhere cool first, and then observe the situation later before going inside. Jiang Yanshin nodded, getting back into the car, where even blasting the air conditioning did little to help. The fuel gauge has hit bottom. He drove the car back. About a kilometer away, there was a house that hadn't been buried by mudslides. They parked the car in its garage and went up to the 5th floor. This building had long been vacated, all valuables taken away, leaving behind a note that read, "Strangers keep off. This is my home." The door had long been broken, and there were many signs of vandalism left in the house. The 5th floor was still relatively clean despite the heat. Fong Tingwan took out an ice cream and handed him one. Matcha flavor, the perfect summer heat remedy. While eating, she also took out the binoculars and focused on the steel bar factory, spotting a fleeting shadow. There's someone. Chapter 109. Everything goes smoothly. Jiang Yanshin took the telescope and had a look. The person was a worker with a t-shirt that read Yuanxiang Cement Plant. He wandered around for a bit, found a wooden board about half a meter long and wide, then looked for some paint. It wasn't clear what he was writing, but soon he put up the sign on the steel bars. That angle directly faced the gate, and Jiang Yanshin's group could also see it. 10,000 per ton. Too expensive, usually only a few thousand. Fong Tingwan clicked her tongue. Her eyes revealed a smile. If it was just about money, things would be much simpler. She didn't have anything else, but she had searched for 1,000,000 in renminbi. Before the sun went down, the two drove to the steel plant's entrance. The engine had barely turned off when a group of people came out, 11 men, young and old, all pale-faced due to hunger. Seeing the two of them, their eyes lit up. The factory manager wiped his hands and extended both palms. "Welcome, welcome. Are you here to buy steel?" Jiang Yanshin shook hands with the manager politely. "Yes. How much steel do you have left?" "About 10 tons. Do you want all of it?" The manager feared losing this big deal, so he quickly pointed at the sign to explain. "If you take more, we'll give an 80% discount and give you 200 caddies of wire as well." Fong Tingwan not only wanted to reinforce the wall, but also the basement and the villa. If possible, she wanted to build a perfect barrier. 80% discount, 800,000 RMB. The money in her space was more than enough. After pondering, she said, 600,000 RMB, I'll take it all. Even though the money was plentiful, there might be other uses ahead. Moreover, haggling is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Confirm, really confirm you want all? Everyone was stunned. 600,000 is still quite a lot. The manager couldn't believe it. Under such circumstances, if it weren't for everyone needing money for meals and wages, plus currency devaluation, they wouldn't dare quote such high prices. But since they were foolish, oh no, rich patrons, they certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. All right, load it all onto the car. Fong Tingwan returned to the passenger seat, taking out her personal backpack, putting all the cash inside before getting out. The workers started up the crane, something that hadn't been used until now because there was still oil. Outside, they worked enthusiastically. Inside, the manager brewed a pot of tea, invited the two to sit down, and smiled while asking curiously, "Why are you buying so much steel? Do you need workers? We can help out. The pay is whatever you think is reasonable, providing food and accommodation would suffice." These two didn't seem short on either money or food and drink. They had been hungry for a long time, and if they joined up with these two, maybe they'd get to eat. "No thanks." Fong Tingwan coldly refused, not wanting to say more. She rested back in the chair, closing her eyes. Although Jiang Yanshin smiled, it felt distant. Knowing too much isn't good for you. The manager's face instantly froze, and after laughing awkwardly twice, he went to supervise the work at the door. At midnight, everything was finally fully loaded and secured. The workers were sweating profusely, but seeing a stack of banknotes piled up like a small mountain on the table immediately revitalized them. Thank you. If you need any help, come find us. We'll always be ready." The manager laughed loudly while shooing them away. Neither Fong Tingwan nor Jiang Yanshin planned to stay longer. They counted the number of workers present, then double-checked the cargo box one last time. There was no place for anyone to hide inside the fully packed box, so they drove off confidently. Because the goods were heavy, Jiang Yanshin didn't dare drive fast. Additionally, the road had bumps, so it took nearly 10 minutes to cover just a kilometer. When they reached the town and nobody noticed, Fong Tingwan jumped out of the car and placed the steel bars into her space. Instantly, the car became much lighter. "Feels great." Jiang Yanshin sincerely sighed. Fong Tingwan remained silent, as she hadn't managed to reach 12:30 without being tired. Her eyelids were feeling heavy. "I'll sleep for 2 hours and then wake up to replace you." "All right." In the dead of night, the truck maintained its light on, traveling slowly at 40 miles per hour consistently. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yanshin woke up Fong Tingwan. Dawn was just beginning to break. They were near the entrance to Pinkwan City. Fong Tingwan put the steel bars back and covered it with dozens of cement bags on the surface. Then, she returned to the passenger seat. It was just a short distance away, so there was no need to switch drivers. But as Fong Tingwan looked at him, she felt warmth in her heart. The villa was strangely quiet, but looking at the piles of sand and stones on the ground, it was clear XNU and the others had safely returned. Neither of them spoke, but both breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the car stopped, a beam of light shone over them. Recognizing who it was, XINU yawned. you're back. Everything all right? No issues, replied Jiang Yanchen. A meal is left on the table for you. Eat after finishing or wake up in the morning to eat. Xinu continued talking as he turned off the flashlight and walked out. He needed to ensure no one had spotted the truck following them. Seeing him like that, Fong Tingwan also relaxed, walking indoors to find thermal lunchboxes on the table containing rice and fried cured pork. Only cured meat can be preserved for a long time. As for fresh food, probably only the pig from the brick factory. Before, it was in the trunk, making the car smell like pig waste. Once they arrived at the villa, it was directly locked away in Building 21. In the middle of the night, they could still hear snoring from next door. They also needed to build 2 enclosures, a fish pond. Everything stored in space had to be moved out, and the generator too. No one was going to eat. All they wanted was sleep. Duo would sleep with Meng Ling, leaving Fong Tingwan lying in bed alone, her mind working until the last moment. 8 o'clock in the morning. Fong Tingwan's biological clock woke her on time. After washing up and going downstairs, she saw Jiang Yanchen had already prepared breakfast. Eating clear broth noodles. Each bowl contained 2 slices of green vegetables and a fried egg. Staring at the oil droplets floating on top of their bowls, everyone felt content. Evening, what should we do next? Meng Ling asked. Everyone's gaze shifted towards her. The wall needs reinforcement. Don't skimp on the rebar, the stronger the better. Fong Tingwan thought for a moment. Reserve some for reinforcing the basement. If the above ground falls, we can hide there and then dig a tunnel just in case. Huh? Do we really need to go this far? Suzong scratched his head. This seemed excessive, almost like an ancient emperor fearing assassination. Xinu chuckled. Or you could go back to Qingda? Seeing Meng Qi glaring at him, Suzong quickly lowered his head, looking dispirited. Just asking, doesn't mean much. Fong Tingwan felt the need to explain. We have to guard against outsiders and the Hutu gang. We must prepare everything fully. It's for everyone's safety. Why don't you draw up the plan and we'll follow it? Meng Qi agreed. The more work done, the safer they'd feel. Okay. Having finished the last sip of soup, Fong Tingwan finally noticed 2 men drooling in the corner. Meng Ling suddenly remembered and recounted how the 2 had intruded yesterday, then asked, they know our secrets. It would be safer to kill them and silence them. Xinu, take them outside. Chapter 110, Monster. Xinu immediately obeyed and walked over. The 2 men were scared awake instantly, struggling with whimpers. We can't get all the work done by ourselves. Better keep them for labor. Fong Tingwan paused, considering that the workload was too massive. With 8 adults, it would take ages to complete. The others had no objection. Those 2 men, out of fear for their lives, agreed as well. For strength, Jiang Yanchen served noodles to the 2 without eggs. It had been more than half a month. They hadn't enjoyed a good meal. A fresh, aromatic bowl of noodle soup surpassed even the most exquisite dishes, leaving the 2 reminiscing about the past as tears slid into their bowls. As long as you give us food, we're willing to work for you until death. One of the tall, thin men shouted firmly. My name is Zhou Hai. I am 24. The other man, shorter by a head, unwilling to be left behind, quickly chimed in. I'm called Zhou, also 24 years old, strong and hardworking. We are from the same village, they said simultaneously. Finish eating, then start working. Fong Tingwan didn't want to hear any nonsense. Yes. With 2 extra hands, they were now 10 people. Lu Ji was the only one who knew how to lay bricks. He taught Jiang Yanchen and Xinu, and these 3 were responsible for laying the bricks. Meng Qi and Meng Ling took care of mixing the cement by pouring sand and cement together, then digging a hole in the middle to add water. There was an ample water reserve at Dijing Haoyuan, so pipes could still produce water. After stirring evenly, Su Zong and Su Er delivered the cement mixture to Lu Ji's group. Fong Tingwan led the Zhou brothers in rolling steel bars into grids to stick onto the original wall before proceeding with bricklaying. Each person performed their assigned task diligently. By noon, the temperature reached an exaggerated 51 degrees Celsius. Even though they had some shaded spots, everyone was drenched in sweat, faces tanned black and red from the sun. Meng Ling and Meng Qi were careful not to mix too much cement. Right as it was used up, they heard Fong Tingwan call out. Take a rest, continue this afternoon. A roughly 10 square meter section of the wall was starting to take shape, but this courtyard was nearly 200 square meters in size. Back at the villa, Jiang Yanchen continued cooking. Everyone lay on the floor. In this harsh weather, only the stone floor offered some relief. Because of the extreme heat, lunch included rice, cold mixed celery, and vegetable soup, followed by lying down on the floor to sleep. Duo, seeing her elder brother and sister completely exhausted, sat alone in the cool spot of the yard holding a dagger, taking on the responsibility of guard duty. At 6 in the evening, the sun set westward. After having dinner and resting, they resumed building the wall. They worked straight until midnight, woke up after sleeping for 2 hours, and continued until 9 in the morning. As the weather began to heat up again, after finishing meals, they returned indoors to rest. Duo naturally took on the defensive task without needing to adjust her schedule. She sat on the 3rd floor balcony, where she could see almost a 260-degree view, with a whistle in hand, ready to blow it in case of any situation. She didn't nap all day. By 7 in the evening, everyone finally started getting up for dinner. Sister, there was no one during the day. Duo proudly tilted her head upward, awaiting praise. Fong Tingwan rubbed her head. Good baby. Go have a nap after dinner. Continue tomorrow. All right. Duo also felt useful. From what she'd seen and heard, Duo understood why her late Wanwan's sister kept so many people around. After dinner, everyone continued working. For a whole month nonstop. 5 layers of bricks, 3 layers of steel bars turned the villa's fences into 3-meter-high walls. Looking from the outside, they were impossible to scale, let alone covered with broken shards of beer bottles. With the completion of the walls, they no longer needed to endure irregular days and nights. Close to the west wall foot, they built 2 pens covering an area of about 20 square meters. The 2 pigs were driven into the inner enclosures while the outer space was designated for chickens. On Fong Tingwan's request, next to it, they dug a 5-square-meter pond and attached a pipe to draw water into it. Roughly finished, Fong Tingwan gazed at the weakest point, the gate. Contemplating methods for reinforcement, she decided to go out with Jiang Yanchen. Daytime temperatures already reached 65 degrees, where eggs could fry on the ground. Therefore, during the day, they all stayed on the first floor of the living room, which was cooler. The basement was planned to be further developed later for rest. At 6 in the afternoon, after supper, Fong Tingwan leisurely drove the large truck without destination. After casually wandering for about half an hour, ensuring no one paid attention, she glanced at the map and drove into the decoration material mall. This place had 3 buildings connected by corridors. On the first floors were materials like flooring and doors, all residential use. Thus theft-proofing was minimal. They continued ascending to the second floor. There sold curtains. No one remained. The glass doors had been shattered, with dried bloodstains visible on the floor. Unbothered, Fong Tingwan entered as if browsing like a customer, selecting curtains. The light inside the rooms was too intense. Curtains must be selected that block out the light. She looked at several options, finally choosing the most eye-catching ink bamboo leaf pattern curtains. Very elegant. Jiang Yanchen helped take the curtains down and then selected a nearby, full ink landscape picture. Continuing to browse, whenever they saw something they liked, they took it. Then they went up to the 3rd floor, which was also the top floor. The top floor had water heaters, refrigerators, electric fans, nothing but appliances. Even in the evening, temperatures were still 40 degrees. They could only sleep naked on the ground to get any rest. Fong Tingwan had long wanted to install an air conditioner, but there was one big issue. We have too many people. Even with a generator, we don't have enough diesel fuel to run it. Using an air conditioner consumes way too much electricity. But if they didn't use it soon, they'd all end up cooking alive eventually. Let's set up an air conditioner in the living room where we can all sleep together. That's why we built the walls, right? Staying in the basement would be much cooler. Fong Tingwan refused verbally, but her hands acted obediently by grabbing a cabinet-style air conditioner. Seeing the electric fans and refrigerators, she hesitated, unable to move forward. Let's look for photovoltaic panels. With this strong sun, those things will work perfectly, Jiang Yanchen suggested. Fong Tingwan immediately clapped her hands together. Hey, how come I didn't think of that? Let's go. There wouldn't be any here. She returned to the truck and searched the map thoroughly but couldn't find anything. It can't be that there are none, right? She searched again, still finding nothing, suddenly remembering something. She stared at Jiang Yanchen and asked, didn't we see photovoltaic panels on our way to Ma Yin Mountain before? Maybe we could dismantle them and use them ourselves. At that time, they could only see the solar panels on the mountain as the area below had already been flooded. This idea might work, but a round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Don't rush. Let's go back and ask Lu Ji first. Jiang Yanchen remained calm. It wasn't surprising that Fong Tingwan was in such a hurry. It was because of this sweltering weather. Suddenly, her eyes caught something on an advertising board, the 3 words shade net in small letters. Without hesitation, she jumped out of the truck and walked straight over. Jiang Yanchen followed closely behind. It turned out to be a warehouse over 200 square meters, locked with glass doors. Fong Tingwan managed to squeeze through the narrow gap, her slim figure fitting perfectly. In the corner, she spotted 3 large bundles of shade nets and quickly put them into her storage space. Strange. Monster. Chapter 111, a near miss. Is someone there? Fong Tingwan instantly pulled out her gun and flashlight, shining towards the source of the sound, but she could only see a shadow running away. If anyone found out she had this space, she'd be utterly screwed. She sped up and chased after it. In the blink of an eye, the shadow disappeared from Jiang Yanchen's line of sight. Wan Wan. He called anxiously, but the sounds inside grew fainter. It wasn't good. Wan Wan was in danger. In that moment, he panicked and picked up a stone to smash the glass door. The stone bounced back, leaving the glass completely unscathed. There were no more sounds coming from inside. Jiang Yanchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the situation. He gripped the stone tightly and struck the lower left corner of the glass with its sharp edge. At one blow, the glass shattered, cutting his hand painfully as pieces fell onto him. He didn't care, rushing straight into the warehouse. It was too dark, with stacks of goods creating a maze-like interior. All he could hear were faint noises ahead, so he quickened his steps. Wan Wan. No response. That meant it wasn't Wan Wan. He steeled himself, unsheathing the Tang knife he carried with him. He moved silently, careful not to make any sound. As he got closer, the noises became clearer. Suddenly, his expression turned grave as he turned the knife upward. The blade pierced flesh, emitting a tearing sound. Warm liquid ran down the blade, soaking Jiang Yanchen's hands. He immediately stepped back as a sharp dagger fell vertically from above, clattering loudly when it hit the ground. If Jiang Yanchen had reacted any slower, he would have been attacked by surprise. He withdrew his blade and stepped back. The body, now unsupported, rolled onto the ground just as a light shone over them. It was Fong Tingwan. After chasing the figure for a while and realizing how fast they were, she had simply switched off her flashlight, deciding to play a game of cat and mouse. Are you alright? She came over. She could only see the back of the corpse, with yellow hair dyed on top and wearing a white tank top. Kneeling down, she rummaged through the pockets and found a set of keys, but nothing else. Based on his appearance, skinny, yet glossy skin, he must have been hiding food somewhere. Be careful, there might still be others. Jiang Yanchen stayed vigilant, listening intently. Though it was quiet now, they couldn't confirm that the warehouse was empty. Fong Tingwan kept alert as they moved forward. She turned on her flashlight and examined the area carefully. Footprints in the dust led to a steel gate ahead. Jiang Yanchen offered her a helping hand. Let me do it. Fong Tingwan handed over the keys. After trying a few times, the door opened. As soon as the iron door swung open, Fong Tingwan shone her flashlight inside. Inside was a 20 square meter space with an 18 decimeter wide bed. On it lay two naked women, their hands locked in iron cuffs. Their hair was matted with dirt, covering their faces, revealing only their pale chins and bodies beneath. Jiang Yanchen quickly looked away, scanning the rest of the room. There was rice, various instant foods, noodles, self-heating pots, ham sausages, and trash. It was clear they'd lived here for a long time. Upon seeing another human being, one woman had already gone mad, her eyes blank as she played with her toenails. The other, who had pretended to be dead until then, suddenly realized they weren't dangerous. Seizing what felt like a lifeline, she lunged forward only to be dragged back by the chain. Save me, save me. I'm Wang Lisha, the owner of Lisa's Curtains upstairs. They killed my husband, and I've been held captive, tortured daily. She cried as she spoke. If you save me, I'll give you money. Anything. 1 million, 2 million. Judging from her demeanor, she clearly had no idea how drastically the world outside had changed. The crucial question was, who are they you mentioned? Besides the guy with yellow hair, who else is there? There are 2 more thugs. The 3 of them always sneaked around here. Thinking about all the suffering she endured, she wouldn't have survived if not for thoughts of her family and children pulling her through. Suddenly, a wave of heat swept across their backs. Both Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen turned at once. Fire was roaring at the entrance. This place was full of flammable materials. Within moments, the entire warehouse lit up. F***CKU. You're going to die, haha. The mocking voice of a man came from across the fire. Ah, help me. I don't want to die. Wang Lisha shouted, struggling furiously against her chains to no avail. The fire spread rapidly. With no clear escape route in sight, Fong Tingwan glanced around desperately. Look for an exit, she ordered, turning to Wang Lisha. I can cut your hands to save you. Your choice. 3, 2. She counted quickly. Chop. Just as Wang Lisha closed her eyes, she experienced intense pain at her wrist, making her almost pass out from agony. Fong Tingwan threw her a piece of clothing near the bed. Stop the bleeding. Let's go. Wang Lisha didn't care about the pain. She just wanted to live, running out first. There's a door up ahead. She rushed forward to lead the way. Fong Tingwan hastily scooped all the food on the ground into her space, and then ran out. Aiken, she called urgently. As soon as she saw a Molotov cocktail thrown in from outside, she instantly retrieved her gun from her space and shot at the glass bottle midair. With a bang, the bottle shattered, and the gasoline spilled onto the goods, catching fire immediately. Had it fallen on Jiang Yanchen, even if he survived, his burns would have been severe. Jiang Yanchen noticed the deep concern in her eyes, rushing over to hold her hand and run toward the door. Indeed, there was a rolling shutter door behind. After unlocking the lock below, they tried to lift it, but it wouldn't budge. Something blocked it from the outside. A man's mocking laughter came from outside. Die, you whore. We treated you so well with food and drink, and you dare betray us. We'll kill you when we get in here too. Wang Lisha stepped back in fear, lowering her head in despair. As the fire raged on, thick smoke filled the area, choking them until they couldn't breathe. All 3 of them had crouched down, trying their best to ram against the door several times, but it wouldn't budge at all. What do you plan to do? Even now, Jiang Yanchen still calmly looked at her. We could use a car to crash through the door, but what about her? Wang Lisha noticed this and realized she wasn't worth sparing. However, due to her extreme physical weakness and significant blood loss, she fainted outright. Fong Tingwan shook her several times, but Wang Lisha wouldn't wake up. Fong Tingwan directly put her into her space and then retrieved an off-road vehicle from her space. She hopped onto the passenger seat, taking out her gun. Jiang Yanchen started the car, revving the engine a few times before muttering, "Let's crash through." The car quickly reversed, then charged forward with great speed, easily smashing through the door. The 2 young men outside hadn't reacted in time and felt sudden chest pains. Before they could even understand why, both fell to the ground, their eyes unblinkingly staring upward. Fong Tingwan was still angry, kicking the corpse as she said, "We almost died here." If they'd failed, Fong Tingwan could only sigh at having been reborn with such good equipment. It's over now. Jiang Yanchen hugged her gently. Chapter 112, Unexpected Joy. Although not as afraid, Fong Tingwan did not push him away either, waiting for 3 or 4 minutes before Jiang Yanchen reluctantly let go. The fire was growing larger, spreading from the first floor to the second, with thick smoke covering half of the sky and turning it black. Fong Tingwan had stored her car in a spatial ring, then walked around to the front of the truck, where she put Wang Lisha back into the real world and applied a hemostatic drug to stop the bleeding on her hands temporarily. After breathing fresh air for half an hour, Wang Lisha gradually woke up. They were no longer at the building material city. She could only see the thick smoke in the distance. Wang Lisha didn't think she would still be alive, and her hands were already bandaged up. After countless nights and days, she could finally smile sincerely. Thank you. Where are you planning to go? Can you send me to Qingda? That's where I'll have money. The main reason Fong Tingwan saved her was because she saw the shadow of those women who had been imprisoned after the apocalypse. generating a little compassion within her, that's all. Do you sell these things? Do you know where we can find solar photovoltaic power generation panels? Wang Lisha thought about her hazy brain for a moment and suddenly said, there should be some at my maiden home. Someone went there to install these things before, and I even told my mom not to install them. Now thinking about it, if we have electricity, we won't worry about power outages, will we? It cost several 10,000 yuan back then, and she had complained to her parents for a long time. We saved you. As a thank you, take us there. Using someone's gratitude for personal gain, Fong Tingwan felt absolutely no problem with it. Wang Lisha nodded. I want to check on my parents too, let's go. The truck only has 2 seats, so Zhang Yanchen came to drive, while Fong Tingwan squeezed in with Wang Lisha in the front passenger seat, following her directions. After leaving the city and getting onto the national highway, they drove about 20 kilometers onto the country road. Another 10 kilometers later, they saw more than 20 households of 2-story houses on the halfway mountain. Photovoltaic boards were installed on their roofs, and as the sun set, the photovoltaic panels flashed with light, like silent waving hands. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen glanced at each other, a glint flashing in their eyes. Removing one household's photovoltaic panels would be enough. They didn't come here wrong, and neither did they save the wrong person. The vehicle stopped steadily on the concrete dam in the center of the village. A few people got off. Wang Lisha pointed ahead. That's my house. Let's rest there for one night first. We can dismantle it tomorrow. It's almost dark now. All right. There wasn't a better choice right now, so they walked straight to the wooden door of the house in front, an old-fashioned one without any locks. Wang Lisha pushed it open directly, shouting, Dad, Mom? No one responded. Something seemed off from the moment they entered. It was too quiet. There was no sign of life in the entire village. Wang Lisha suppressed the unease in her heart, fortunate that her right hand was functional. She rummaged through the TV cabinet and found candles on the side. It was too dark to make out faces. They could only sense someone was in front of them. She asked, Do you have a lighter? Yes. Since no one could see, Fong Tingwan took out a lighter from her space ring and lit it. Seeing Wang Lisha had candles, she lit each one in turn, handing one to each person. 3 black shadows crawled up the wall, resembling evil spirits, ready to swallow them up at any moment. The atmosphere was suffocating, cold. Every step made the chill increase behind them. It was as if someone was staring at them. Even in her own home, Wang Lisha felt fear and walked behind Fong Tingwan. When they reached the living room, they could see incense burning on the walls and a black and white portrait hanging on one side. Fong Tingwan's gaze didn't linger as she headed towards the staircase at the back. The stairs were tiled, and beneath a layer of dust lay darkened bloodstains. As they climbed upstairs, a pungent odor became increasingly noticeable, strong enough to hit Fong Tingwan's senses, making her feel nauseous. Wang Lisha suffered more, leaning against the wall and vomiting the water she had just drunk, tears streaming down her face. Are my parents, are they dead? Zhang Yanchen quickly went upstairs and returned after 2 minutes, his expression grave. He simply said, Condolences. In the living room upstairs lay 2 bodies. From the food in their mouths and the decomposed state, it was evident they were killed over a food dispute, analyzed to have died at least 2 months ago. Wang Lisha leaned against the wall, sliding slowly to the ground, her heart feeling icy cold as she sobbed miserably. If only I knew. I would have brought my parents to the city. Dad, Mom, you're gone. What's the point of me earning all this money? Suddenly remembering something, she rushed to the stairwell and turned, diving under the stairs. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen were confused but followed her, squatting under the stairs. They watched as she moved the coal pieces aside and shifted the innermost board, revealing a hidden door. It was locked by a cheap lock costing only a dozen yuan, which could be easily pulled off. But clearly, no one had discovered this. Can you pull it open? Wang Lisha couldn't do it with one hand, so she looked at Zhang Yanchen. Zhang Yanchen stepped forward, and with 2 strikes of his knife, the simple lock came loose and fell off. He pulled open the wooden door, revealing a staircase inside. It was too dark to see clearly. After Wang Lisha went in first, Zhang Yanchen and Fong Tingwan followed her. Inside, there was a cellar. With an area of 10 square meters, it was piled high with 20 bags of urea filled with rice, preserved meat that wouldn't spoil over long periods, at least weighing over 100 kilograms. There were also 3 large bags of potatoes, 3 large bags of sweet potatoes, a bag of ginger, and Chinese cabbage stacked as high as half a person's height, each likely 7 or 8 kilograms, totaling several hundred kilograms. Moreover, there were 100-liter water barrels containing 3 barrels of baijiu. The cellar was fully stocked. Your parents probably had food which others wanted, so they were killed for it, Zhang Yanchen said. Wang Lisha couldn't control her tears anymore. She said, My parents must not have told them about this additional cellar we had. Even if they had given up their food, they might still not have survived. Now, she was all alone. Wang Lisha slumped onto the ground. You guys can take the stuff and go. What about you? Fong Tingwan asked. I don't care. Wang Lisha suddenly felt that life held no meaning. So here are your options. 1. I'll empty this food and bring you along to our base where we have plenty to eat and drink, and it's very safe. 2. These foods serve as your payment for our help and will be left here. With all the food right before her eyes, Fong Tingwan had no reason to refuse. I'll go with you. Wang Lisha was a businessman who quickly weighed the benefits. She needed medication for her injuries, which they had. She needed protection, and they were strong. She was willing to give up the food to ensure her safety. Then we'll move it tomorrow and sleep here tonight. Fong Tingwan thought it was a bit safer here. Zhang Yanchen nodded. There's a room next door with blankets and such. All right. Zhang Yanchen and Fong Tingwan went out again and passed through the main hall. when they suddenly felt cold chills. Instinctively, Fong Tingwan grabbed Jiang Yanshan's arm, her hand trembling slightly. Aren't you scared of living people? So why are you afraid of dead ones? Jiang Yanshan took her hand into his. Warmth transferred, soothing Fong Tingwan's slightly frightened heart. To put it another way, she kind of reminded him of a ghost. Chapter 113, A Heap of Gold. Upon entering the room, it appeared to be where an elder lived, exuding a kind of aged atmosphere. Inside the wardrobe were 2 sets of bedding with a heavy mildew smell, damp even to the touch. Jiang Yanshan carried 1 set, while Fong Tingwan took the opportunity to place 3 sleeping bags into her backpack. Before returning to the cellar, Jiang Yanshan fiddled with something outside to make it seem like there was nothing unusual, then they safely descended. The air in the cellar wasn't well circulated. They extinguished the candle and laid out a bed on the ground. Wrapping themselves in their sleeping bags, the 3 went to sleep. In the cramped space, Fong Tingwan opted to sleep facing Jiang Yanshan rather than Wang Lisha, who occasionally sobbed softly. Unable to use candles, she lit a small flashlight, admiring up close the good looks of lawyer Jiang. She couldn't help but lick her lips when she noticed his throaty Adam's apple move, causing her to panic and close her eyes. Go to sleep. Jiang Yanshan's voice had a hoarse quality. They slept soundly until morning. After rubbing his numb arm, Jiang Yanshan got up first and opened the cellar door. Should we start moving things? With Wang Lisha around, Fong Tingwan could only obediently help carry stuff. After transferring all items into the cargo box, they occupied 1/3 of the space, having spent the entire morning doing so. After parking the car in a shady area, the 3 rested near a household on the roadside. This house looked much cleaner, free of dust, making it more acceptable. Sitting down to drink water, they ate some shredded pork bread before taking a nap on the couch. This village, situated halfway up the mountain, had been long deserted, presenting no danger. When the afternoon cooled off, the 3 climbed to the rooftop. Wang Lisha could only pass tools, as she was handicapped with only 1 hand. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanshan dismantled the solar panels and stacked them aside. Once they finished dismantling 20 panels, night fell quickly. They wouldn't stay another night, so Wang Lisha took Jiang Yanshan to dismantle the inverter, the grid-connected machine along with the batteries. Fong Tingwan was left to carry things. Time was tight, the task significant, but Wang Lisha didn't dwell on it. Fong Tingwan directly stored the solar panels into her spatial bag, and then released them back into the cargo box, finishing everything at once. She then headed to find Jiang Yanshan and the others. By the time everything was dismantled and moved, it was already 12 midnight. Leaving by truck after 3 days of labor, Jiang Yanshan continued driving for another hour, returning to Pinkwon City. Upon entering the city, Wang Lisha suddenly asked, "Where are you heading?" "Daijing Haoyuan." Fong Tingwan saw no need to hide the destination from her. Having grown up here and running businesses, Wang Lisha knew this neighborhood very well, asking again, "Could you let me go home briefly? There's still money and jewelry, everything I've worked hard for in my half-life." Because of her single-minded focus on making money, she even dared not get pregnant, only to end up in such circumstances. Location. Jiang Yanshan noticed Fong Tingwan's glint, responding gently. "Drive straight ahead, turn left at the 3rd intersection." Wang Lisha focused intently on the road. Following her directions, Jiang Yanshan arrived quickly under an apartment building. Though unclear whether anyone was upstairs, it was evident that this complex had previously been considered high-end. "My home is on the 8th floor." Without an elevator, they had to climb by foot. Worried about possible danger, Wang Lisha hoped someone would accompany her upstairs. "I'll guard the goods, you 2 go." Jiang Yanshan guessed Fong Tingwan agreed. Wang Lisha turned back, seeing Fong Tingwan giving her a thumbs up, silently saying, "Great. Perfect teamwork." Climbing the stairs, Wang Lisha was already exhausted by the 3rd floor. It was only with Fong Tingwan half-dragging her that they managed to reach the 8th floor. Fingerprint lock. After Wang Lisha unlocked it, pushing the door open, tears welled up instantly in her eyes. The man who waited for her by cooking meals was no longer there, but there was also good news. There were clear signs that no one had broken into her home. Seeing the doors of the households downstairs being smashed open, I thought my home hadn't escaped disaster either. Luckily, Fong Tingwan closed the door, addressing Wang Lisha straightforwardly. "You promised me a reward." Now, Wang Lisha found living far more important than money. Opening the study door, beneath the desk stood a square safe. After entering the password, it opened. Stacked neatly in 2 layers inside were 10 bundles of cash, estimated at over 2 million yuan. Tucked within the gaps between the bills were gold bars. 10 bars marked 500 G each. "Can the gold be mine?" Fong Tingwan's eyes sparkled brilliantly. "Space upgrade. Do you want the gold? There should be more." Wang Lisha rose and went to the room, saying before leaving, "First put these in your bag." Fong Tingwan nodded, placing the gold directly into the spatial ring. She mentally commanded, "Expand warehouse. Expand warehouse." To her astonishment, a new storage area did indeed open up, measuring about 100 square meters. What? It became instantaneously spacious. After putting the cash away, Fong Tingwan contentedly headed to the master bedroom next door. Wang Lisha then found her 2 ancient-style gold bangles, each weighing about 50 grams, along with a gold necklace, earrings, and her husband's heavy gold chain. She kept only the pai xiu that he frequently wore, giving everything else to Fong Tingwan. This added about 200 more grams of gold, but Fong Tingwan didn't use it immediately. She stored it away in her space. After all the valuables were taken care of, Wang Lisha began gathering clean clothes to change into. Her gaze flickered over her left hand from time to time, her expression growing sorrowful. Once they had finished packing, the two headed downstairs and returned to the car. From there, they went straight back to Daijing Haoyuan. The villa's door had already been reinforced with steel bars, and there were guards at both entrances and exits. The person opening the door tonight was Xianyu. Seeing them return safely and noticing an additional person with them, Xianyu felt somewhat surprised. Who is she? Zhang Yanqian briefly explained the general situation before instructing someone to unload the cargo. When they saw the contents of the cargo box after moving everything inside, their eyes widened upon spotting the food inside. Wow, there's so much, Xianyu exclaimed, knowing this would feed everyone for quite a while longer. However, with one more person, the rooms would need to be redistributed. Originally, Lu Ji and Su Er each had a room on the first floor, but after the Zhou brothers arrived, they shared. On the second floor, Fang Tingwan observed the two couples unwilling to separate and realized they'd have no choice but to let Wang Lisha sleep in the attic on the third floor. Wang Lisha agreed without complaint, even though she'd need to use the bathroom on the second floor. As Wang Lisha carried her belongings up to the third floor attic alone, Lu Ji voluntarily came to help arrange the bedding for her. He noticed her dirted state and smiled kindly, offering. The bathroom on the second floor isn't being used right now. You could take a shower. Thank you, but my husband just passed away. I may never accept anyone else. Wang Lisha coldly rejected his advances. Lu Ji sighed, finding himself speechless. Everyone's busy with their own matters. I just thought you looked like you could use some help and wanted to lend a hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not particularly interested in women anyway. He didn't have strong needs in that department, unlike those who became aroused just at the sight of a woman. Clapping his hands together, he walked straight back downstairs. Wang Lisha instinctively glanced at her left hand again, then looked toward a makeup mirror by her bed. In its reflection, she clearly saw the grime on her face. How could anyone possibly fancy her? She sighed inwardly. Chapter 114, Carefree Life. Fang Tingwan and Zhang Yanqian's rooms both came with bathrooms, so after taking a comfortable shower, she went downstairs. Dinner was already ready. Before this, who would have thought that a company CEO, Su Zong, would personally cook in the kitchen? He brought out a big pot of stew. There were cured ribs, potatoes, sweet potatoes, flatbreads. The red color looked pretty good. The smell was also decent. CEO Su is cooking now. Fang Tingwan chuckled as she asked. Meng Qi glanced at him, her eyes long devoid of anger, and even explained on his behalf. Everyone worked hard today, but he didn't do much, so he decided to cook for everyone. It's his first time, I don't know how it tastes. Her tone subtly suggested everyone should say something nice. Lu Ji was the most cooperative. It smells great. If I didn't know better, I'd think this guy is a master chef. I'll try a bite. Xianyu directly picked up a piece of rib and placed it in his bowl. After blowing on it twice, he put it in his mouth, then had to pant several times due to the heat. He gave a thumbs up afterwards. Delicious. Su Zong revealed a satisfied smile. At least, he was useful, especially in front of Little Qi. Her sweet smile made his heart race. Little Qi, try some. Okay. Meng Qi also tried one bite and praised without hesitation. Mr. Su is very skilled. This is delicious. Then have some more, said Su Zong, patting his head. Su Er brought out the rice while Xianyu fetched the bowls and chopsticks. Eat. Let's eat. Su Zong called out, looking towards the staircase. Everyone's gaze followed. It was Wang Lisha. She had washed her hair and face, revealing delicate and beautiful features. Her curly hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, gentle and elegant. She wasn't the same person from when she looked like a beggar before. Lu Ji silently swallowed his saliva, set down the bowls and chopsticks, and called out, let's eat. Okay. Wang Lisha found it difficult to adapt to this big family. Before the disaster, she could speak confidently. Now, after having gone through so much, even laughing seemed forced. As everyone took their seats, Fang Tingwan was the first to pick up her chopsticks, prompting others to start eating. Wang Lisha only had her right hand, so her bowl was left on the table. As she was observing all the dishes in the pot, a piece of rib appeared in her bowl. Lu Ji gently said, what would you like? I can help serve it for you. No need, my hand works fine, replied Wang Lisha. She had previously thought this man showed no interest in her, but now suspected he had ulterior motives. Standing up to fetch food herself, she placed it into her bowl, lowered her head, and began eating. Although she wasn't entirely comfortable, she could manage just fine by herself. After rejecting Lu Ji twice, he didn't press further and focused on his own meal. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Duo came back and continued to sleep with Fang Tingwan. Before sleeping, she took out small dumbbells and started lifting them, making the muscles in her arms look perfectly toned. Sister, how am I doing? She proudly rolled up her sleeve to show off. After practicing for quite some time, there was progress. Fang Tingwan patted her head. You're awesome. Now go take a bath and sleep. Okay. Duo went to bathe, while Fang Tingwan pulled out the curtains from her storage space, swapped the old ones with new ones, threw the old curtains aside, and hung up the fresh ones. They now looked much cozier. After walking out of the room, she knocked on Zhang Yanqian's door. Zhang Yanqian opened the door, letting her in, and then closed it behind her. In the next instant, 2 doors across from each other opened. 8 pairs of eyes stared at each other, all sensing the drama. Xianyu signaled for quietness with 2 hand gestures before quietly creeping closer to the opposite door. As soon as Fang Tingwan entered, she turned him around and handed him the curtains. Do you want me to change them for you? Yes. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to come over. How could Zhang Yanqian let this opportunity slip away? Seeing others pairing up, he also wanted to move rooms, freeing up one for the others. But he dismissed the idea for now. Fang Tingwan quickly found a chair, stood up, removed the Roman rod, and took out the old curtains. She was fast, wanting to finish and return to sleep. Within 20 minutes, everything was done. She left the remaining curtains there, saying, "I'll give these to them tomorrow, good night." You're leaving already?" Jiang Yanchen instinctively asked, recalling their last agreement. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Good night." Fong Tingwan hastily opened the door, noticing the empty hallway before turning back into her room. On the other side, after hearing the door close, the four people dared to speak. Should we create an opportunity for them? Xinu felt that, if we don't lend a helping hand, it might be hard for Jiang Yanchen to chase after Fong Tingwan. Why? Meng Ling didn't understand. They just haven't openly confessed yet. Not really. Fong Tingwan is too composed. She doesn't want to do anything other than survive and live well. Neither falling in love nor having children aligns with her goals. Xinu saw through it clearly. Recalling everything that happened, Meng Ling indeed agreed. So what do you plan to do? Create opportunities. I'm going to bed now. I'll think about it more later. Xinu knew the direction, but not the specifics. After the two left, Su Zong, who had remained silent, started to take off his clothes. Meng Qi wasn't the kind to feel bashful, and with the darkness, she couldn't see anything anyway. You two, don't end up having a baby. Xinu couldn't help but turn back to remind them. The voice wasn't loud, but Fong Tingwan heard it. At this point, she was already so sleepy that her eyelids were closing, leaving her no time to think about it. Duo, after taking a shower, obediently laid down beside her to sleep. At 6 in the morning, the sky began to show its first streaks of white. Fong Tingwan promptly opened her eyes. Having gone to bed early, she woke up on time, feeling refreshed. She went into the bathroom, looking at her reflection in the mirror, 2 shades darker. From the space, she found some facial cleanser, washed her face, then used a mud mask again, waiting for 15 minutes before rinsing off the grime on her face. She looked a bit whiter, then applied a sheet mask. She lay still for 15 minutes, peeled it off, and cleaned her face. Using toner, essence, and cream made her skin smooth and tender. This effect might not last long, but continuous use would definitely bring results. Now, the villa just needed to slowly stock up on a few more things, nothing urgent. She yawned and stepped out of her room. Jiang Yanchen was also awake. Morning. Today, we're going to hang up the sunshade net, and then we'll make a trip out. I'll bring the generator back, and then we can gradually set up the solar panels. Fong Tingwan directly addressed the matter at hand. It seemed like there was nothing else to say between the two except for these practicalities. Okay. They walked straight downstairs and entered the kitchen. Being too familiar with each other's routines, they shared an almost unspoken understanding. Breakfast was done, and they didn't exchange more than 10 words, all of which were related to the food and preparation. For breakfast, they had scallion oil noodles, complemented by fermented Napa cabbage strips that balanced the richness. As everyone came down, they simply took their own bowls and served themselves noodles. During her time in the warehouse, Wang Lisha's life was inhuman. Opening her eyes meant being humiliated, and even closing them did too. Last night, even in her dreams, she was struggling. Now, as she saw everyone and smelled the aroma of scallions, she felt that those days were truly over. Here, Lu Ji handed over his well-mixed bowl of noodles. Thank you. Wang Lisha didn't accept it, stubbornly serving herself and mixing her own noodles. Chapter 115 Reality. Lu Ji stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth, feeling like slapping himself twice. He cursed at himself for being stupid. If the person doesn't accept your goodwill, why bother to push forward so much? Pitiful. Yes, that's exactly how she looks. After finishing breakfast, let's hang up the shade nets. Fong Tingwan pointed at several large rolls of black sunshade nets in the corner. It was because of these that they almost got burned to death. All right. They all responded in unison. After eating noodles, Xinu, Su Zong, the Zhou brothers, Su Er, and Jiang Yanchen started hanging the nets in the yard where they were exposed to sunlight. Fong Tingwan didn't join them. As they said, there were already enough men, and the women could just enjoy themselves. Meng Ling exercised early in the morning, and Duo and Meng Qi followed her closely. The practice helped keep the body strong and pass the time. Meng Qi was learning enthusiastically. After hanging the shade nets, the courtyard suddenly became stiflingly hot. Though it wasn't as glaring as before, due to the walls and shade nets blocking the wind, it felt like a steamer inside. The plants that weren't along the road couldn't bear it, but people could go down to the basement where it was cooler. Fong Tingwan, standing by the door, was already sweating profusely. In the fish pond that still hadn't been stocked with fish, 2 pigs had half their bodies lying in the water. Let's go. After finishing up, Jiang Yanchen came down to drive the truck. You're going out. Xinu climbed down from the wall via the stairs, looking at them. Just setting up the solar panels isn't enough. We're going to get a generator. Fong Tingwan was already in the passenger seat. Jiang Yanchen drove out through the iron gate. As soon as they went out, the sun directly scorched them. It was like the temperature on the skin when using a magnifying glass. It seemed ready to roast their hands and quickly burned their arms red. Anyway, I wasn't white before, now I'm even darker. It was only the start of the sun's rays. Yet Fong Tingwan looked at her forearms which were darkening and reddening and quietly took out an extra piece of clothing to cover herself. Jiang Yanchen turned his head toward her, noticing the changes on her face right away, and teased her with a smile. Did you apply a facial mask? Huh? Yeah, my skin hurts from the sun. Originally, Fong Tingwan didn't care much about dressing up, and this morning she wasn't sure what she was thinking, only realizing that compared to Meng Ling and Xiao Qi, she was darker. Especially after Wang Lisha showed up with a face that was clean and white as if she had never seen the sun. In contrast, she appeared like charcoal. In her previous life, everyone was dark, so she never cared. Now, however, she thought it was necessary to shield herself a little bit. Do you have enough masks? Can you give me some too? Jiang Yanchen was even darker than her because he didn't care. Always driving made his hands nearly African-colored, although his face condition was much better. I do. I'll give some to you when we return. Fang Tingwan had hidden quite a few for herself. After saying that, silence fell within the car. As the vehicle moved forward, neither of them spoke again. When they arrived at a concealed underground garage, Fang Tingwan threw the generator into the trunk, then walked toward the residential building. After visiting a few households, she found an aquarium. 1 meter long and 20 centimeters wide. She grabbed dozens of small fish fries from her space's fish pond, added water, and it was perfect. Only after doing this did she let Jiang Yanchen see. You wanted to build a fish pond just to raise fish? Jiang Yanchen finally understood. One of the purposes of the shade net must also be for raising fish. Chirp chirp, quack quack. As sounds came from behind the fish tank, Jiang Yanchen leaned into the car to take a look. Baby chicks and ducklings? He was astonished to the point of not knowing how to express himself, his gaze gradually becoming grave. Fang Tingwan noticed his emotions were off and readied her gun. A killing aura appeared, and Jiang Yanchen realized and chuckled. If you can guard yourself this way against me, shouldn't you fear that someone else might easily deceive you? Understanding her concerns, he felt both relaxed and delighted. She wasn't disliking him, she simply didn't dare to trust him yet. He moved forward. Fang Tingwan, perplexed, subconsciously reached towards the Tang Dao, a type of sword. As he approached, she drew her blade to press against his neck. What are you planning to do, Jiang Yanchen? I won't show any mercy. The tip of the blade pierced into his neck, and scorching blood trickled down along the edge of the blade. That dazzling red color fiercely impacted Fang Tingwan's eyes. As she saw the blade penetrating deeper, she observed his unwavering gaze. Suddenly, she yanked the blade back. In the next second, Jiang Yanchen wrapped his arms around her, unable to resist burying his head in her neck, whispering deeply, Wan, I will never betray you. As long as you want, my life is in your hands. Fang Tingwan remained motionless. Her heart was caught between an angel and a devil who were contrary to each other. The angel said, accept him, after such a long test. Haven't you seen enough into his heart? He loves you, and you love him. Things are stable now, a good life is also possible. Dating doesn't necessarily lead to pregnancy or having children. The devil said, don't challenge human nature. Did you suffer enough in your previous life? Does he love you now? And will he continue loving you later? Fang Tingwan closed her eyes briefly, raised her hand to embrace him back, suppressing voice stuck in her throat like a rock. If you dare to betray me, I will definitely kill you without hesitation. Never. Jiang Yanchen answered with unusual firmness. They hugged for a while, and only reluctantly did he let go, climbing into the driver's seat. The entire way back, his lips kept curving upward in a smile. Fang Tingwan saw this and felt joy welling up inside her. When they returned to the villa, it was dusk. The clouds on the horizon seemed set ablaze, blood red. Under the glow, the once lush greenery of Daijing Haoyan now lay covered with dry leaves. Life was gradually fading away. However, the lawns around the 21 villas were still holding out. Meng Ling would sprinkle water every night, giving enough moisture to the plants so they wouldn't wither as quickly. Fish, chickens, and ducks. Xinu, who had helped carry things, jumped down from the car, astonished. Where did you find them? Not everything is dead yet. We just came across them by wandering aimlessly. Put them in the enclosure fast. Also bring the generator. Move it to the backyard. Also, bricks, cement, and rebar. After lifting and placing the generator, everyone worked together to build a temporary machine room that could shield it from wind and rain. After these tasks were finished, Suzong also prepared the food. It was another big pot stew. Seeing that everyone's spirits were obviously not as high as yesterday's, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. I only know how to make this. It's fine, it's very tasty, eating more like this is actually good. Xinu graciously scooped up a large bowl of rice, winking at a few people and lowering his voice. Praise him if you want him to keep cooking. Now that there was someone cooking, the rest of the group could be more relaxed, right? Lu Ji immediately chimed in. Delicious, I love it, hope to eat it every day. Su'er didn't know how to fake enthusiasm. He never enjoyed eating much anyway. The Zhou brothers always had low presence, focusing solely on their work and eating without worrying about anything other than filling their stomachs. Meng Qi said, tomorrow, I'll help you cook. Hearing this, Suzong instantly became happy. Wang Lisha was still adjusting to using only her right hand and wasn't yet accustomed to it. As everyone sat together around the dinner table, laughter filled the air as though no disaster had occurred. They were simply friends having a gathering. But after finishing the meal, when darkness fell, it brought everyone back to reality. Chapter 116, Figure. Originally, they planned to install the generator tomorrow, but everyone had been without electricity for 3 months. It was unbearably hot and boring. Unable to resist all the requests, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen went to the generator room to connect the wires. After half an hour of fussing around, Fang Tingwan flipped the switch on the generator, and at that very moment, the fridge lit up. Everyone crowded in front of the refrigerator, looking at the glowing screen, shedding tears of excitement. Lu Ji wiped his face. Finally, we can turn on the air conditioner. Every night after sleeping feels like being soaked from water. I'm already sleeping on the floor, yet it's still unbearable. Who isn't suffering? I want to hug a Ling while sleeping, but I directly don't dare to. It's like hugging a coal fire. Xinu stared at Meng Ling, causing her face to turn red until he chuckled mischievously. That's enough. Stop showing off. There are us single dogs over here. Su-air rolled his eyes dramatically and deliberately avoided looking at Xinu and their group. Why don't you just form a couple among yourselves? Xinu laughed playfully. His eyes squinted meaningfully as he looked at several of them. Among the single women here, there's only Wang Lisha. Thinking about such matters gave her chills. Whoever touched her, she'd kill them. Even though these people had indeed helped her. In that instant, many evil thoughts flashed through her mind. But no one was actually talking about her. Su-air actually glanced at Lu Ji, as if having intentions to try something. But how could he do this with his own brother? Then, looking at the Zhou brothers, he patted his face. Xinu, stop saying nonsense. We have pure, brotherly friendships. Exactly, Lu Ji chimed in. The Zhou brothers didn't say anything. They were satisfied as long as they had food and shelter. Now that they had electricity, they were incredibly grateful that they came here that day. Otherwise, they might have died somewhere out in the wilderness. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen returned and overheard their conversation. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Yanchen's crotch, feeling puzzled. Did he lack desires? As if guessing her thoughts, Jiang Yanchen coolly responded, I only have feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Fang Tingwan's ears slightly reddened again. She gave him a sidelong glare. Don't even think about it. Sister Wan, Brother Chen, you two are simply amazing. Following you has been the right choice. Lu Ji's eyes were full of admiration, genuinely admiring their skills. Su-air also followed suit, glad that he decided to help Lu Ji that day, or else by now, cooped up alone at home, he'd be close to starving to death. Even Xinu initially stayed behind because of Meng Ling, but now truly respected them. Meng Ling had known of Tingwan's and Attorney Zhang's capabilities early on, making herself feel somewhat useless since all she did lately was babysit. Meng Qi felt even more inferior, believing herself utterly useless. Suzong thought rather simply. Later, with electricity, he could use the rice cooker, which would make things much easier for him. He then realized that despite having electricity, internet wasn't likely available, so he wanted to learn how to cook. Tingwan, when you go out next time, could you find me a cookbook? Does that mean you intend to take charge of cooking from now on? Fang Tingwan asked with a smile, glancing at Jiang Yanchen. This was his responsibility, but someone sharing the burden would be good since otherwise, he was constantly exhausted. Wait a moment, did she pity him? I don't have much strength, so I'll just focus on cooking. Suzong tried other chores, but being pampered all his life, everything was hard to stick with except for cooking. Plus, it wasn't particularly labor-intensive. Alright, it seemed like Fang Tingwan's storage space didn't have one currently, so she would look next time. Turn on the fans at night and sleep, and only light lamps if necessary. Fang Tingwan looked at Wang Lisha with intent to remind her, especially since you're on the third floor. Wang Lisha's mental state hadn't been great, almost drifting away mentally. She only nodded upon hearing her name. Oh. This situation was somewhat worrying, prompting Fang Tingwan to glance at Meng Ling. Understanding the hint, Meng Ling nodded. They turned off all appliances unnecessary within the villa, leaving only the refrigerator. Before going back to their respective rooms, each grabbed a fan. Anyway, if Big Sister Fang could get a generator, why not a fan? And blackout curtains too. After everyone set up their own rooms, opening windows, drawing curtains, opening doors, and once the wind picked up, turning on the fans provided instant cooling relief. Lu Ji and the others slept together, with two fans aimed directly at them. Originally needing 1 to 2 hours to fall asleep due to the heat, now they believed they'd only need half an hour. Lying in bed, Lu Ji still muttered, if only we had our phones, with internet access. I do have a phone. Zhou Hai rummaged under his pillow, pulling out his black mobile phone. The screen was dark, but this device symbolized hope, so they kept it nearby and even brought its charger along. It's been 3 months, but we still don't know if it works, Zhou Hai mumbled while plugging his phone into the charger. He pressed the power button, but there was no response, and the phone screen remained pitch black. Let's wait a little longer and see. They continued waiting. Meanwhile, upstairs, Fang Tingwan took out her tablet and started watching a cash TV series. Duo was watching cartoons on her phone nearby. There just seemed to be something missing as she watched. Fang Tingwan got up and opened the door to go next door. Jiang Yanchen's expression lit up when he saw her open the door, still thinking about what had been asked earlier that day. Now in the evening, she was here again. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice low and deep. Is Duo asleep? Fang Tingwan shook her head. Not yet. Do you want to come over and watch a TV series? As she spoke, she walked inside, looking around before picking out a cardboard box. She removed the lid and began filling it with dried fruit, cashews, pine nuts, walnuts. When she finished filling the box, she turned around and noticed Jiang Yanchen's troubled face. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm not forcing you to watch. I just came over to find an excuse to get some snacks. Then, she stepped past Jiang Yanchen, only to hear him quickly respond. Sure. Fang Tingwan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, amused by how strongly he reacted to her little teasing. Jiang Yanchen changed into his sleepwear and followed her over to the other room. The people in the 2 rooms across were left flabbergasted. With nothing else to do, everyone had their eyes glued to the progress of this couple's romance. You lost. Xinu grinned and held out his hands. Come on, pay up. Suzong had bet that Fang Tingwan wouldn't leave her room tonight, and with each loss meaning fewer rounds, he grudgingly took a step back. You also gambled that they'd spend an hour together. Did you win or lose? 10 minutes. Would you say that's closer to an hour or a whole night? Xinu's gaze was fixed sharply on Suzong's pocket. Suzong shoved Xinu out of the room. Get lost. Hey, growing some guts there. Xinu lowered his voice. If Wan found out they were betting on her, she'd be absolutely furious. Inside the room, an episode of Detective Stories was already airing. Watching the trio bicker without any romantic feelings between them, Fong Tingwan envied their friendship. Why did relationships between men and women always have to spark love? For all her complaints, she still felt a bit secretly proud inside that such a tall, abstinent godlike man like him liked her. After all, if she wanted a figure, she had one. While she teased herself, she did feel somewhat smug knowing someone like him liked her. Chapter 117, I'll go and save. Dressed in loungewear, her collarbone clearly visible, with a wheat-colored skin tone and well-built muscles, she certainly looked strong. Fong Tingwan was munching on fragrant pine nuts, satisfying her taste buds, but other desires started to grow, her gaze revealing no hint of concealment. Don't look anymore, I might not be able to hold back. Jiang Yanchen had already endured for a long time. He even broke out into a sweat from tension, wiping it off with a tissue as he leaned back slightly with his legs crossed, and continued watching TV, trying to distract himself. Sure enough, Fong Tingwan stopped looking. Her eyes wandered around. Then she couldn't sit still and got up to walk to the window. The light in the room had already been partially blocked by an old curtain, ensuring that nothing leaked out. Looking outside, the moon was exceptionally round and bright, illuminating the 3-meter-high wall where a shadow appeared. Ai-chun. Her voice turned serious, and Jiang Yanchen quickened his pace as he walked over, his gaze darkening when he saw the figure outside the window. It's inevitable that someone would follow us. What do you plan to do? Judging by how this person climbed over the glass-shattered wall, it seems they've been planning this for a while. The question is whether it's an individual or part of an organization. If it's the former, she wouldn't have much to worry about. But if it's the latter, their villa might not be safe. The tunnel had only been dug 3 meters deep, just reaching the perimeter of the wall. If someone were to throw a torch inside, it would all be ruined. Oh yes, she almost forgot. She needed to prevent arson. Not only did they discover this intruder, but Lu Ji downstairs also spotted him. After charging their phones, they began searching for a signal within the room. The window was the most suitable position for contacting the outside world. When Lu Ji raised his phone and caught sight of the fleeting figure on the wall, he immediately put his phone away and instructed everyone to stay quiet. Once they were sure they hadn't been discovered, Zhou Hai remained to watch, while Lu Ji, Su Er, and Zhou Zhou quietly exited the room and formed a pincer movement around the wall, carefully moving along the wall edges. Seeing a rope slowly descending next to them, Lu Ji clenched his fists tightly. Zhou Zhou was reminded of his younger self, except this man didn't have the same good fortune as encountering Meng Ling, the kind-hearted girl. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the man was quickly tackled, his mouth covered, and pressed onto the floor. Then another figure jumped on top of him, squeezing his internal organs almost out of place. In pain, he tried to whimper but was threatened. If you make a sound, I'll send you to your grave. This wasn't said lightly at all. There were still people outside assisting him. After hearing no sound for a while, they worried something had gone wrong. Thus, he put on extra thick sports shoes with height-increasing cushions, impenetrable by glass, and slowly ascended the rope. Upstairs, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen silently observed as the man climbed to the wall. Just as he prepared to descend, suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the 3rd floor, lasting only a second. But this brief second was enough for the man to realize his accomplice had been restrained, causing him to hastily climb down the outer side of the wall. Panicking and moving too fast, his foot grazed the glass shards. Despite his grunt, he sped up his retreat. Lu Ji, go after him! Fong Tingwan shouted and rushed down the stairs faster. Jiang Yanchen followed immediately behind her. Duodu watched her cartoon, suddenly noticing the figures were gone. She rose with her tablet and walked out, just catching sight of Sister Meng going upstairs to the 3rd floor. She then went to knock on the opposite door. Sister Qi. After some time, Meng Qi opened the door, her face flushed and looking flustered. Upon seeing Duodu alone, she quickly picked her up. Where's Wanwan? My brother and sister went to catch the bad guy. I'm scared to sleep alone, Duodu explained obediently. Meng Qi patted Duodu's back to comfort her. Then, she noticed Meng Ling storming down from the 3rd floor and approached her, asking, what happened? She turned on the light. Meng Ling replied, seething with anger. Despite having monitored everything closely, something still went wrong. Downstairs, continuous soft noises were heard. Meng Ling watched as Xinu emerged, and they both descended together. Meng Qi returned to the room with Duodu to calm her down and let her sleep. Downstairs, with curtains installed on all 4 sides, plus a fence and shade netting shielding them, they lit a dim yellow lamp. Though not very bright, it illuminated the interior of the villa. The man was completely wrapped in soft rubber, effectively preventing any glass cuts. His first reaction was not to assess his own predicament, but to stare at the light, his eyes wide. You actually have electricity, and there's cured meat, potatoes. Where did you get all this? Zhou Zhou and Zhou Hai had tied the man up. Seeing his confusion, they could only silently look at Meng Ling. Since Fong Tingwan wasn't present, Meng Ling was the one in charge. Meng Ling stepped closer. How many of you are there? Without hesitation, the man answered, around 10. Where's your location? Meng Ling's expression grew grim. Late evening, they were only 4 individuals, which would be disadvantageous if they went, especially without knowing the enemy's weapon configurations or anything else. East City Peach Stream Garden. The man added, we can live together. We have food and weapons, and we're pretty capable. This time sneaking in, we wanted to talk about cooperation and also persuade you to surrender. Tisk, so shameless. You climbing over the wall at midnight was to discuss cooperation or to steal things. And who do you guys think you are? Xinu mocked coldly, and from his words, it was clear he belonged to a self-organized team, brimming with confidence. Meng Ling didn't have time to think more. Hurry, let's go. Leave them here. Xinu pulled her aside. Do you trust Su Zong and Mengqi? What about Wang Lisha, plus these two brothers? If we leave and they just lock the door, what would we do? These people had joined too recently, and without going through life and death situations together, they couldn't be completely trusted. Meng Ling and he leaving one behind wouldn't be enough to intimidate, so she took a deep breath. Understood. They had to stay and guard their home. Elsewhere, Fang Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen quickly caught up with Lu Ji and Su Er. They looked at the figure running under the moonlight, dropping equipment all along the way. He discarded heavy items strapped on him as he walked, showing them the way. When they saw the entrance sign of Taoshi Garden ahead, the four exchanged glances and snuck inside. Taoshi Garden had a total of 8 buildings, each 21 floors high. In the darkness, some faint sounds could be heard. Fang Tingwan walked in front, following the sound until she stopped by the entrance of building number 5. Be careful, she said while taking out her Tang-style knife for protection. Zhang Yanchen carried one too. This weapon was almost always with them. Lu Ji and Su Er hadn't taken anything special. With the duo by their side, they felt quite safe. At the bottom of the stairs, they grabbed 2 sticks thick as arms and followed Zhang Yanchen closely. 2nd floor, 4th floor, 8th floor. Fang Tingwan stopped when she heard voices upstairs. What? Why did you provoke them? This voice sounded familiar. We didn't have any food left, right? I just thought maybe Xiao Bao and I could borrow some from them, but we were found out. You go, what should we do? Will Xiao Bao be killed if he's captured? Li Jinyu stared at this person, feeling both angry and helpless. I'll go save him. Chapter 118, Meeting an Acquaintance Again. Fan. Li Jinyu saw a familiar figure step out of the darkness into the candlelight, her face becoming clearer inch by inch. He froze in place, losing all sense of perception for a moment as he stared at her, a tear rolling down his cheek. He had changed quite a bit since their last meeting, transforming from a rich young man into a strong-built adult. Even the white undershirt he wore couldn't hide the muscles that covered his body. His suntanned demeanor exuded an even stronger air of intimidation, though the sight of this tough guy shedding tears didn't seem to fit. How did you end up here? Fang Tingwan's eyes passed over Li Jinyu and landed on the Yang Dahuai family. Compared to before, they looked a little darker, but otherwise unchanged. Her gaze settled on Yang Jingwen's small belly. Although only 2 months pregnant, it wasn't hard to see the signs of her pregnancy on her face. Yang Jingwen hid behind Xiaozhou. The Jinda brothers were also present, making a total of 16 people. Fang Tingwan thought of Wang Yin, unsure whether she was alive or dead. Xia Jinyu had already enthusiastically invited Fang Tingwan to sit on the sofa. Noticing Zhang Yanchen standing behind her in pajamas, his mood turned heavy. Are you two together now? In just these 2 months, he was uncertain if something had happened between them, given how much time they spent together. Zhang Yanchen also wanted to know the answer, so he looked expectantly at Fan. Fang Tingwan nodded, recognizing Zhang Yanchen's anticipation. She didn't want to disappoint him and decided to cut off any notion Xia Jinyu might have about her. It was unnecessary to turn childhood affection into obsession. These past 2 months had been eventful for Xia Jinyu as well. After a few seconds of wry laughter, he sat next to the sofa. What happened after you separated? We lived on a mountain for a while, and now we're staying in Pingquan City. Fang Tingwan spoke succinctly, raising her eyes to look at the man climbing the wall. What about you guys? Realizing that they knew each other, Jiang Xiang felt awkward, fidgeting with his nose and head, but was relieved to learn that Xiao Bao should be fine. He let out a dry laugh and acted foolish. Li Jinyu explained. After arriving in Qingda, we found out my entire family had left. Back then, money could still buy food, so we stocked up enough to last half a month or so. When the government opened relief stations, we moved there and stayed for about a month. But then chaos broke out, food shortages pushed everyone outward, and eventually, we ended up in Pingquan. Fang Tingwan rested her forehead, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. Yeah, it's not just us, said Xia Jinyu regretfully. We ran into cement factory workers looting food along the way. I took a look. Their factory is impressive. It's built like an arched fortress with underground digging. The workers say it stays cool inside, but only contributors can live there. How exactly does that work? Fang Tingwan asked, surprised. It's over 70 degrees outside. How could an exposed cement factory still be livable? They constructed a dome-like fort and dug it into the ground, which reportedly keeps it cooler. Xia Jinyu elaborated eagerly. However, this monologue was interrupted by Xiaozhou. Fang Tingwan, now that you're settled here, do you still have food? All of us are acquaintances, so please help. Xiaozhou no longer hesitated about Xia Jinyu being around and requested directly. Once we find some, we'll share with you. Fan, there aren't many of us left. Your sister is also pregnant and needs proper nutrition and rest. Why don't we go back to the villa with you? Yang Dahai, abandoning his former arrogance, humbly smiled and softly suggested. Li Guizhi echoed him. Yes, we admit we've been wrong, and we'll definitely treat you better now. Consider the 18 years we raised you, and let us go back with you. Living in a villa with ample food was clearly appealing, not just to them, but also to others present, especially Jiang Xiang, who'd seen firsthand how luxurious the villa was and was now more eager than ever. But Fang Tingwan realized there was no point prolonging the conversation anymore. Standing next to Zhang Yanchen, she smirked coldly and scanned everyone. For old time's sake, I'll take care of your friend properly. What do you mean by that? Xiaozhou pressed further. Xia Jinyu stood up too. Initially, his plan was to follow Fang Tingwan, wanting to stay close to her. I mean, we should keep our distance from each other. Fang Tingwan turned to leave, but someone shouted a reprimand. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for not giving brother you face. With Xiaozhou shouting loudly, 10 men immediately surrounded them. The scene clearly indicated an intention to force compliance. Go back. Xia Jinyu growled lowly, but not one of those men stepped back. Anyone could see that Xia Jinyu had lost control, attempting to join Fang Tingwan's side, but forcibly pulled back by Xiao Zhou. Xia Jinyu struggled futilely, looking disbelievingly at them. You're not following me anymore? Silence greeted him, confirming the truth. Fang Tingwan saw through Xiao Zhou's scheme, an attempt to use Xia Jinyu to soften her resolve. However, it wouldn't work. Watching them pull out knives, sticks, and clubs, all she had to do was draw her gun. When the gun was pointed at Xiao Zhou, he pulled Xia Jinyu in front of him as a shield. Fang Tingwan, what do you plan to do? Don't test my limits. Fang Tingwan chuckled lightly, glancing meaningfully at the Yang Dahuai family. Especially you guys. The Yang Dahuai family had no doubt that she would shoot. Seeing Fang Tingwan and her companion come out, Lu Ji followed behind them. However, no sooner had they left when Xiao Zhou took Xia Jinyu and 7 or 8 men and followed them. Upon descending to the first floor, just as the two walked outside, there wasn't a soul around. Under the moonlight, not even a ghostly shadow. Shit. Xia Jinyu, your fondness is dog crap, utterly useless. Xiao Zhou spat, pushing Xia Jinyu upstairs. Regardless of anything else, the only possible way to control Fang Tingwan were Yang Dahuai's family and Xia Jinyu. They couldn't be abandoned unless absolutely necessary. After they went upstairs, the group hidden on the first floor, led by Fang Tingwan, emerged. Lu Ji and Su Er, unaware of the old ties, silently followed back without a word. On the way back to Villa number 21, with lights still on in the first floor, everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance. Xiao Bao was bound tightly, leaning against the wall, and sat upright with effort. Wah wah wah. What did they do? Fang Tingwan merely glanced at him and said softly, throw him out the door, give him some water and food so he doesn't starve. After she finished speaking, Xianu dragged him to the entrance and added another rope to prevent his escape. Then they closed the door on the first floor, leaving only their own people inside. Fang Tingwan explained encountering Xia Jinyu and the current predicament to everyone. They've set their sights on our villa and food. We don't know when they might suddenly attack. We need to hurry up digging the tunnel, whether it'll be used or not. We must have an escape route. She had to ensure absolute security. As for the outside world, she had plans. Starting tomorrow, no one should leave the villa. Let's focus on defense first. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Back in the room, everyone slept soundly. Chapter 119, agreeing to the conditions. With the deterrent in place, there was no way Xiao Zhou and his group would suddenly attack. Fang Tingwan also slept soundly and got up at 6 in the morning when it was just starting to get light. The temperature outside had already reached 60 degrees Celsius. The moment she stepped away from the fan, sweat began to pour, so she went downstairs. Suzong was already preparing breakfast. We're having meat buns and eggs for breakfast. His body was covered with flour, and the steamer was already heating up. Clearly, he'd gotten up quite early. Fang Tingwan walked out the door and saw Xiao Bao, drenched in sweat, lying on the grass against the wall. His eyes flickered with many emotions, and he made some unintelligible sounds. Fang Tingwan walked around him to check on the chickens, ducks, and fish in their enclosures. The survival rate was good. Only one small fish had died, which she picked up and threw into the duck enclosure to feed them. After seeing the ducks eat the fish, she grabbed 2 more fish from her space storage and tossed them in. It's time to eat. Zhang Yanchen called her. In the living room, the table was laid with 30 fist-sized meat buns, all white and fluffy. When you split them open, they were filled with savory meat filling, and their aroma filled the air. With one bite, the mix of bread and meat immediately stimulated the appetite. There's nothing else to say, Mr. Su. Your skills in making buns are truly impressive. Xinu teased him by calling him Mr. Su, while giving him a thumbs up. Realizing it was a joke, Suzong didn't mind and smiled sheepishly. I'm glad you like it. He might not be good at much else, but after watching a few times, his experience with buns was evident. On another plate, there were 12 boiled white eggs, 1 per person. Duo got 2. As the sound of cracking eggshells filled the air, Xiao Bao outside collapsed helplessly onto the ground in despair, waiting to be fed. But when they finished eating, no one as much as glanced at him. Fang Tingwan instructed Lu Ji and Su Er to reinforce the gate with steel bars again. This time, unless a tank came, no regular car could break through. Wah wah wah. The noise of machinery was loud throughout the morning, leaving Xiao Bao famished to the point where he couldn't even crawl. He looked like a dead fish with his eyes rolling back. Finally, Fang Tingwan deigned to spare him a glance. You'd better behave. I can still keep you alive. If they let him go, it would reveal that the villa had power, inviting more trouble. And if they killed him, it would give Xiao Zhou a righteous reason to launch an attack. So they had to keep him. She asked Su Er to bring a cup of water. Removing the cloth gag, Xiao Bao's jaws had gone numb from being tightly sealed. He drank the water greedily but lost a few drops, wanting more. As soon as he saw Su Er approaching with the cloth, he quickly turned his head and cried loudly, "Let me go. I won't dare do anything bad anymore. Or untie me. I'll work for you. I'll do anything. Please don't torture me like this." Physically weak was one thing, but his mental state was nearing collapse. Fang Tingwan gestured, and Su Er immediately tightened the gag. The outdoor chores were handed over to Lu Ji and Su Er as she went downstairs. First was the garage, containing a truck, an SUV, and a van. Further left was the fortified iron gate behind which lay the basement. TSK, she thought she should add some decoration to cover it up. Otherwise, it always seemed suspicious, like someone hiding something big. She pushed the door open and walked in. It was brightly lit inside. Except for Duo playing upstairs, everyone else was here. The The walls were reinforced once again with steel rods and cement. On the left, a circular tunnel had already been dug, 1 meter in diameter, too low to stand but high enough to crouch and move forward. It was only a little over 3 meters long, easily visible within. The Zhou brothers were working hard to dig, while Xianyu and Meng Ling took out the dirt inside. Su Zong and Meng Qi built square plots of land on the floor for planting vegetables. Fang Tingwan also took out seeds for cabbage, cilantro, scallions, and a few types of crops that would mature in about a month. She divided the soil into rows and scattered the seeds accordingly. The basement could maintain a steady temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, perfect for growing vegetables. In just a few days, the sprouts had already grown as tall as fingers. Soon, fresh vegetables would be available. Fang Tingwan sprinkled a few radish seeds to the side, planning to stew in old duck soup later. She was still contemplating her menu when suddenly a shadow loomed over her, startling her. Wasn't he supposed to be mixing the cement to build more columns for the basement? Why had he suddenly come over? Do you think we should raise a dog? His eyes clearly conveyed one message. I want one. I don't know where to find a dog now. They've probably all been eaten by people. These days, people wouldn't tolerate seeing a living creature. Not true according to Fang Tingwan. Naturally, Jiang Yanchen also thought about it. Having a dog could guard the house well, but it might also expose our location. Let's leave it to fate. Everyone did their own part, and Fang Tingwan followed Jiang Yanchen in working together. By the afternoon, Lu Ji came down shouting, Sister Wan, they're here. It was expected, though later than Fang Tingwan had anticipated. Everyone returned from the basement to the first floor. Su Zong was cooking, with Lu Ji and Su Er helping out, while the rest were picking vegetables, each doing their part. Fang Tingwan, on the other hand, walked to the front gate with Jiang Yanchen. The iron gate was wrapped with thick steel bars. From inside, they could see everyone outside, but those outside couldn't see in clearly. Xiao Zhou stood very close, examining the villa with eyes filled with a strong desire to possess it. If we seize this, we'll never worry about food or drinks. He muttered quietly. The more than 10 people behind him heard clearly and immediately agreed. Zhou Gu, we'll follow your lead. Yeah. Xiao Zhou had left Xia Jinyu at Taoshi Garden to guard their home, fearing he might ruin things. Seeing Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen walk out, he immediately took a step back, forcing himself to look friendly. Fang Tingwan, let's cooperate. It's not a good idea for you all to keep hiding in there anyway. Xiao Zhou had observed them all day. Their reluctance to come out must mean they were afraid, and if they were afraid, negotiation would be easier. What conditions do you propose? Fang Tingwan asked patiently, noticing Xiao Bao wriggling and trying to crawl over. She gave a glance, and Jiang Yanchen immediately carried him off to the backyard. It became quiet. Though Xiao Zhou did hear the noise, the fewer mouths around, the better, and it gave him a reason to enter the villa, right? You give us food, and we provide protection when your people come out to look for supplies. This statement, interpreted another way, meant that once Fang Tingwan handed over the rice, she would essentially be providing them with food. His so-called protection was nothing but an empty promise. She laughed. Since you don't seem sincere enough, let's just forget it then. As Fang Tingwan turned to leave, Xiao Zhou quickly shouted, You make the proposal. Fang Tingwan turned back, calmly saying, I can only give you 10 kilograms of rice now, after which we can search together and split the fines equally as a sign of our sincerity. In return, I expect you to find me a dog, any breed, but I want a puppy. What a harsh condition. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Zhou didn't have much time to deliberate as Fang Tingwan was about to leave again. He hurriedly shouted, Fine, I agree. Good, I'll wait for you. Fang Tingwan walked back to Jiang Yanchen's side, whispering, I'm worried they might collaborate with others against us. Chapter 120, Escaped. She never fought an unprepared battle, nor did she want to offend anyone at the moment and lose all retreat routes. In the living room, everyone looked at the two of them unanimously, with worry all over their faces. Xianyu asked first, What should we do? Jiang Yanchen glanced at Fang Tingwan and knew that she was seething inside. He explained, They are in the dark while we're in the light. Let's keep the peace for now. Starting from tonight, the two of you will take turns keeping watch, and I will give you weapons. Fang Tingwan eyed the Zhou brothers. She didn't trust them fully. She took out the gun, not just to guard against outsiders, but also to be cautious against insiders. If the gun fell into the hands of the Zhou brothers, they might not even know how they would die. Besides, there was Wang Lisha, who seemed to be daydreaming right now. Zhou Hai, being the elder one, had seen many people and understood her concerns from her gaze. We have food and shelter now, we don't covet things that don't belong to us. And though everyone listens to you, you haven't forcefully required anything from us. You've always been the ones going outside, risking your lives to find things for everyone. With these reasons alone, we won't have any improper thoughts. The others naturally followed without question. Fang Tingwan didn't say whether she believed or not, just nodded. Let's eat. It had been a day and a night, and apart from drinking 2 bowls of water, Xiao Bao hadn't eaten a bite. His head was dizzy, his lips were chapped, and he smelled the fragrance of dishes leaning against the backyard. He moved like a worm on the ground, struggling to reach the door. Using all his strength, he knocked on it slightly. The sound wasn't loud, but for them on high alert, they immediately stopped what they were doing. Xianyu rushed to open the door and kicked Xiao Bao when she saw him. Behave, or you'll die. Please give me some food. He regretted coming over the wall, wishing he'd never come if this was the punishment. I'll behave, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do. Xianyu didn't even let him finish speaking, closed the door, and sat back down asking, What should we do with that guy? It can't go on like this forever. The muffled voice of Xiao Bao talking could still be faintly heard. After finishing the last bite of her meal, Fong Tingwan didn't reply to Xinu. Tonight, it's me and Yanshin first. Tomorrow, Lu Ji, you and Zhou Hai. The day after tomorrow, Su Er, you and Zhou Zhou. For the extra day, either Xinu or Su Zong could decide on their own. After the meal, Fong Tingwan scooped half a bowl of rice and poured a little soup over it before heading to the backyard. The grass in the backyard had been flattened by Xiao Bao rolling around. He lay on the ground, chewing on grass as he looked up, his eyes flashing with hatred instinctively. However, upon realizing it was their leader, his hatred quickly faded into weakness. Eat. Fong Tingwan placed the bowl down, untied his hands, and sat nearby watching him eat. Even for a 2-year-old, the amount of rice with the soup was too little. In just 2 big mouthfuls, the rice was gone. Reluctant to let go of the bowl, he licked the soup clean before leaning against the wall and asking, "Will you keep me locked up like this forever? What's the point? Keeping me here serves no purpose." "You're right," Fong Tingwan agreed. Seeing the hope in Xiao Bao's eyes, she smirked deeply. "This place isn't where you can just walk in whenever you want. Of course, I won't let you die, just keep hanging by a thread. It's fine. You specially." Before he could curse, Jiang Yanshin covered his mouth, kindly reminding, "I don't want to cut out your tongue, it's too bloody." Xiao Bao, who was originally humming angrily, immediately became quiet, believing they definitely would carry it out. With the world quiet again, Fong Tingwan looked at the bowl without any intention of touching it. It was Jiang Yanshin who took it, washed it thoroughly, and put it away. They all went to sleep. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanshin were on the 3rd floor balcony, able to see most of the villa at a glance, and the remaining part could be seen through the windows directly. Wang Lisha was upstairs in the attic. After the incident of turning on the lights, she basically stopped speaking and slept early in the evening. Not worried about being found out, Fong Tingwan set up a table and chairs on the balcony, took out various snacks, and also pre-prepared braised pig trotters. The chestnut-brown pig skin looked soft and glutinous. Taking a bite, the sauce burst in the mouth, truly stimulating the appetite. There were also pickled chicken claws, spicy and fragrant, perfect for boosting the appetite. She propped up a tablet, dimmed the light so it wouldn't be noticed under the moonlight. Seeing her eating spicy foods, Jiang Yanshin had already prepared watermelon juice for her beforehand to alleviate the spiciness. Everything should have been perfect, but some discordant sounds came from downstairs. Although the volume had been deliberately suppressed and overlaid by the sounds of a variety show, Fong Tingwan amplified it unconsciously. Moreover, given her current situation with Jiang Yanshin, she felt awkward enough to dig herself a 3-bedroom apartment. Jiang Yanshin had also heard it and asked solemnly, "Do you have headphones?" His motions of cutting watermelon were a bit stiff, especially with the person he liked around. He was still young after all. Fong Tingwan quickly found 2 pairs of headphones from her stash. However, the variety show could only connect to one device, so she linked one pair and handed a headphone to Jiang Yanshin, amplifying the sound. Finally, those sounds were suppressed. She shifted her focus to the tablet. It took about an hour for things downstairs to settle down. Everything was ready. The two ate and watched the variety show while occasionally discussing a few sentences, not mentioning the awkward moment just now. They passed the time leisurely throughout the night. When the sky brightened, the balcony was restored to its original state. Fong Tingwan stretched her body lazily and gave a satisfied yawn. "I'll go back and sleep for a while." "All right." Jiang Yanshin followed her down the stairs where they met Su Zong and Meng Qi upstairs. "You woke up pretty early." Fong Tingwan rolled her eyes and entered the room. Meng Qi looked at Su Zong. Did Fong Tingwan just roll her eyes? Su Zong noticed and glanced at Jiang Yanshin. "What's going on? Keep it down tonight." Jiang Yanshin was already holding the door open as he reminded them. "Don't call us unless necessary. We're catching up on sleep." The door clicked shut, and Meng Qi's face turned instantly red as she pinched Su Zong's arm hard. "All your fault. I didn't know they were upstairs." Su Zong wanted to cry but couldn't. This situation made their heads hit repeatedly. They quickly went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Soon after, Xinu and others came downstairs. After finishing breakfast, the Zhou brothers who were supposed to dig tunnels in the basement went down. Lu Ji followed Su Er shortly after. Xinu and Ming Ling fed the pigs and ducks first before carrying water to the basement to water the vegetable field. The seedlings had grown taller, with leaves about the size of fingernails. In the courtyard, Xiao Bao was alone. He had spent the whole night trying to wear out the rope until it snapped, but there was another one. His hands cramped from overuse, leaving him too weak to keep his eyes open. He drifted off to sleep. When Xiao Zhou arrived with his people and called out several times at the iron gate, there was no response. Could he have escaped? Yang Jingwen asked. Chapter 121, No Accompaniment. How is that possible? Xiao Zhou couldn't believe it, but instinctively wanted to go in and check. If they really left, wouldn't that make things easier for them? He still hoped such a good thing would happen. Take one more step. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fong Tingwan yawned on the balcony. Her nap was disturbed, and she was very upset. Xiao Zhou saw her and gave an awkward laugh. I called you, but there was no response. I thought something might have happened. He found a proper excuse and came down. Let's go. We agreed to find food together. Fong Tingwan saw that Jiang Yanshin from the next balcony also stepped out, rubbing his eyes, then turned around and said to him, all right. The two returned to their room. 20 minutes later, each wearing black sportswear and holding a Tang knife, they went downstairs. Breakfast was still left on the table for them, small steamed buns and eggs. 10 minutes were enough for them to eat. After they walked out by unlocking the door, they locked it again. Xiao Zhou brought 5 people, Yang Dehai's family and Jiang Xiang. You're bringing her even though she's pregnant? Fong Tingwan looked at Yang Jingwen's small belly again. It was only 2 months, not yet showing. She kindly reminded Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi, before 3 months, the pregnancy should be carefully taken care of. How can you let her endure this kind of hardship? The two remained silent, looking at Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou gazed deeply at Yang Jingwen and sighed. I don't want to, but she sticks to me, fearing I'll leave her behind. Yang Jingwen kept quiet, agreeing with his statement because, in her view, Xiao Zhou could betray even Xia Jinyu. What about her? Moreover, since she was now pregnant, there was nothing else to offer, which had already deteriorated his attitude toward her. She had to do something. Just don't slow me down, let's go. Fang Tingwan got onto their minivan and sat all the way in the back. Jiang Yanchen followed after. The two sat stiffly, gripping their Tang knives tightly, exuding an aura that made Yang Dahai and Li Gui somewhat nervous, so they chose to sit in the front row. Jiang Xiang drove, while Xiao Zhou sat in the front passenger seat. The remaining spot near Jiang Yanchen caught Yang Jingwen's attention, but upon seeing it, confusion clouded her face as she glanced questioningly at her parents. These two elders simply looked out the window, pretending not to notice. Well, Yang Jingwen wasn't surprised anymore knowing how selfish her parents could be. She quietly moved to the back and sat down. As she was about to sit close to Jiang Yanchen, it was as if thorns grew from her body. He immediately leaped up and jumped to the trunk, spotting a small stool where he promptly settled down. Disdain practically radiated from his expression. Yang Jingwen's features contorted instantly, wanting to curse, but hesitated, finally opting to stick closely to one side of the seat, leaving a large gap between them. Xiao Zhou glanced back and noticed the awkward atmosphere among them, expecting the family situation to improve, but instead, worsened without their presence. His lips curved into a chilling smirk. There is a residential area far out, about 30 kilometers away. People from there mentioned they had surplus food. Shall we head over? Too far. By description, it was a suburban area. Fang Tingwan thought of Huang Bing's neighborhood. There's nowhere else left, let's go. For Xiao Zhou, this was merely a notification. The car continued moving without any sign of slowing down. After leaving the urban area filled with high-rise buildings, they drove straight along the main road. Residential houses and complexes occasionally appeared, becoming increasingly remote. This broken-down minibus had poor air conditioning. To save fuel, it only ran on one gear, resulting in only slight cooling up front while the rear experienced none. Windows were open, but the hot wind rushing in only added to the discomfort. It was still 4 in the afternoon. Can you turn up the air conditioner a bit? Fang Tingwan's underwear was already soaked, sweat continuing to pour out endlessly. Sitting at the back, Jiang Yanchen felt worse. He couldn't help but think how comfortable it was back home, just enjoying the fan breeze. Xiao Zhou chuckled lightly. If we use more gas, there won't be enough fuel to get us back. Just endure it. Fang Tingwan briefly looked at Xiao Zhou, then glanced towards Yang Jingwen. Her reactions were even more pronounced, having already vomited twice outside the window. Pale as paper, devoid of energy, it seemed like she might faint any time. That wasn't the main issue. Looking down at Yang Jingwen's groin, the dark jeans had stained red, a miscarriage warning sign. Xiao Zhou, her condition isn't good. It would be best to take her to the hospital and get some medicine. Given the direction they were heading, it was clear they were going to Huang Bing's neighborhood. The people there lived peacefully, and Fang Tingwan did not want to disturb that balance, certainly not through her interference. Xiao Zhou looked at Yang Jingwen's lower body, contemplating before saying, hospitals have long been stripped clean. Do you know where we can get medicine? No. Fang Tingwan shook her head. Yang Jingwen immediately looked at the stain on her crotch, her eyes darkening momentarily. She hadn't anticipated this day coming. No matter how calm she tried to remain or convince herself, she couldn't suppress the trembling. At 19, she had never encountered anything like this. Her only option was to look pleadingly at her parents. Yang Dahai was also frightened, pulling out Li Guizhi to switch seats with her. From start to finish, fear filled him, with not a word of concern uttered. What little affection existed before was completely wiped out in this world of chaos. Li Guizhi had only heard of such things, never really seen them. But in the current situation, pregnancy was simply an unfavorable matter. She murmured softly, maybe it's better if it happens. At least their daughter could still stay with Xiao Zhou, and they could keep waiting for food and drink within the group, without having to endure hardships outside. Yang Jingwen saw through their indifference and could only turn her pleading gaze toward Xiao Zhou. My lower abdomen hurts. Xiao Zhou's face softened with concern, even moving directly from the front passenger seat over to hold Yang Jingwen gently, soothing her tenderly. It's okay, don't worry. I'm here. Jiang Xiang, let's go back. Okay. The car reversed its direction and did not return by the same route. Jiang Xiang turned on the air conditioner to bring down the temperature inside the car and took a shortcut to go back. Unfortunately, this shortcut wasn't easy. Potholes kept appearing along with various obstacles. Combined with the excessive speed, the rear seats felt like being on a roller coaster. Yet Xiao Zhou claimed that they were racing against time with death itself. But such bumpy conditions made Yang Jingwen suffer the most. From a slight discomfort at first, her pain grew into intense throbbing, worsening her complexion as she continuously whimpered. Not good, Zhouge. We're out of fuel. Jiang Xiang cried out, stomping hard on the accelerator but receiving no response. As the minivan slowed to a stop, it happened to halt exactly at the east gate of Dijinghao Yuan. Xiao Zhou glanced at the surrounding area, his expression turning grim. There are still 5 or 6 kilometers to Taoshi Yuan. How will we manage? His eyes flickered towards Fang Tingwan, almost reproaching her for allowing the use of the air conditioner. Jiang Xiang echoed him. It's all because they insisted on using the AC. Now our villa is just a few hundred meters away. Shouldn't we go there first to save her? There lay their true intent. Bringing Yang Jingwen along was just a way to force an abortion, providing an excuse to enter the villa. A well-thought-out plan, though quite ruthless. Sister, please save me. Over the years, Mom and Dad have wronged you, and I am truly sorry for not standing up for you. But the child is innocent. I don't want to die either. Yang Jingwen sobbed uncontrollably, already weak, her cries making her seem even more pitiful. Fang Tingwan looked at her and shook her head. About a kilometer to the east is a pharmacy. Though it has been looted, you might still find some life-saving medicine there. We won't accompany you. Chapter 122, Negotiating Again. Fang Tingwan. Yang Jingwen was filled with fear, urgency, and excitement as she reached out to grab Fang Tingwan, but missed. The momentum forced her to lunge forward, stumbling awkwardly, and the next moment, she fell hard to her knees. The asphalt was scorching and rough beneath her knees, and though it hurt, it was nothing compared to the pain below her waist. Her thighs were already soaked. She looked pleadingly behind her. If Fang Tingwan really left, she might die. Dad, Mom. Yang Dahai had already witnessed Fang Tingwan's coldness, yet he still attempted an appeal. Regardless of what happens, we are still blood-related family. Can you truly stand by and watch your younger sister die? Wan, please do this for Annie. Save Jingwen. Li Guizhi cried loudly while slapping her thighs, making a big show but without real effort. Yang Jingwen closed her eyes momentarily, then turned her gaze towards Xiao Zhou, who stood there, completely indifferent to her and her child's situation, and any warmth in her eyes faded into iciness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Tingwan. Jiang Xiang said, "We're all family, why push things so far?" It was as if refusing would make it Fang Tingwan's fault. Moral coercion can only work on someone with morals. Unfortunately, Fang Tingwan lacked them. You should have come earlier, there'd be more hope. Afraid they'd follow her into the villa, Fang Tingwan called to Jiang Yanchen. Let's check out that pharmacy over there. The two of them truly left. Seeing his efforts towards Yang Jingwen's family yield no results, Xiao Zhou kicked Yang Dahai in frustration. You still claim to be family, leaving some room for sentimentality. I think your family doesn't even measure up to a stranger. Thinking about how he hadn't managed to deceive Fang Tingwan, his anger grew. He cast an impatient look at Yang Jingwen. What about you? I really need medicine and a doctor. Yang Jingwen endured immense pain to form those complete sentences. Where are we going to find a doctor now? Jiang Xiang, let's go find some medicine, Xiao Zhou said, grabbing a crossbody bag from the passenger seat and heading east. Jiang Xiang watched Yang Jingwen sweat profusely in pain, illuminated by the waning sunlight, which wasn't as hot as daytime, but still caused discomfort. He called out to Yang Dahai. Move her somewhere cooler, hide her until we return. He thought they were genuinely searching for medicine. But after walking with Xiao Zhou down one street, they began climbing stairs. From the third floor, not too close or too far away, they could see Yang Jingwen's family clearly. Zhou Ge, aren't we supposed to search for medicine? Forget it, replied Xiao Zhou as he pulled a bread roll from the bag and tossed one to Jiang Xiang before casually unwrapping his own and taking a bite. These three people have always been useless, leeches, relying on us for food. If it weren't for Li Jinyu's soft heart, I would have driven them out long ago. Isn't she your woman? Jiang Xiang had known since joining the group that Yang Jingwen was Brother Zhou's woman, something everyone acknowledged. Little did he expect Xiao Zhou to say, women are abundant these days. I could just give them a piece of bread, and they do as I ask, even more obedient than Yang Jingwen, without throwing tantrums. Xiang, remember this. Women must never be pampered, or they'll grow more and more demanding. As Xiao Zhou spoke, he kicked open the bedroom door, lay down on the bed, and instructed, watch out for Fang Tingwan returning. Call me when she does. Since familial ties held no power, only the bitter trick remained. If that didn't work either, keeping this family around was unnecessary. Jiang Xiang, having heard Xiao Zhou's speech, inwardly despised such a person, but because they needed him to save Xiao Bao, kept quiet and continued watching. Yang Dahai wasted no time, immediately moving Yang Jingwen into the living room of the adjacent first floor where there was a sofa. No sooner had Yang Jingwen lain down than red blood soaked through the white cushion. Drenched in sweat from the unbearable pain, she had no strength left to struggle. All she could do was turn her gaze towards Li Guizhi. Mom, help me. How could Li Guizhi face such a scene? She was frightened witless, wildly waving her hands like a fan, retreating as she waved. I don't know how to handle it. Let's wait for them to bring a doctor. Even her own mother treated her like this. Only now did Yang Jingwen realize the fragility of kinship and that she shouldn't have relied on them. Forcing herself upright despite the pain, she leaned against the wall step by step, reaching the TV cabinet where she found scissors, then made her way toward the back room, shutting the door behind her while saying, go back and find Xia Jinyu. What will you do? Yang Dahai was already stepping outside the house, pretending to care with hollow questions. Li Guizhi followed closely. If only they hadn't had her, their marriage would have seemed so loving. Yang Jingwen no longer harbored any hopes, closing the room door behind her, gambling her life, alive or dead. It was solely up to herself now. After Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi exited the room, they quickly headed towards Taoshi Garden without pause. Seeing them, Jiang Xiang urgently called out to Xiao Zhou. It's fine, let's wait for Yang Jingwen. Xiao Zhou was in a semi-sleep state, too tired to keep his eyes open. He urgently needed a nap to replenish his strength. Jiang Xiang, seeing him fall asleep, moved an elderly chair to the balcony and lay down on its side. He positioned himself so he could just see the room where Yang Jingwen was located. Meanwhile, at Taoshi Garden, Fang Tingwan led Jiang Yanchen into the second unit of the building, climbing all the way to the top floor. They rested for 5 minutes before heading downstairs. Only when they reached the 10th floor could they hear sounds from below. The group had been eating their meal, and after finishing, left 2 people as guards while everyone else went to sleep. After waiting about an hour, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqian alternated taking half-hour naps, restoring their energy. Then both gripped their Tang knives and headed downward. They eliminated the 2 guards stationed outside, and Fong Tingwan signaled Jiang Yanqian to wait. She would go in first. With the candlelight illuminating the living room, 2 figures could be seen lying there. As Fong Tingwan prepared to deal with one of them, Xia Jinyu suddenly spoke. "Don't hurt him." His voice woke everyone else, who now held clubs, forming a line against Fong Tingwan. Xia Jinyu had been sitting in the corner. He moved his fingers slightly, easily breaking free from his ropes. His eyes met Fong Tingwan's, filled with deep affection glowing in the flickering candlelight. Sheathing her knife, Fong Tingwan looked at the men, recognizing 2 of them as Xia Jinyu's brothers, while the rest were unfamiliar. "You just let Xiao Zhou act recklessly? You did come to save me." Xia Jinyu answered irrelevantly, feeling deeply moved, even seeing hope. But the next moment brought a cold bucket of water over him. "You pose a threat to us. I've come here to kill you." Fong Tingwan wasn't joking. Realizing that Xiao Zhou wouldn't cooperate peacefully, she decided to make the first move. Xia Jinyu's eyes darkened slightly as he gave a bitter smile. "Xiao Zhou is selfish and ruthless. None of us agree with him anymore. Now, let's negotiate again." Before she could speak, Xia Jinyu continued. "We'll stay out of each other's ways, but in necessary situations, we can be allies. And during dire moments, we expect some help from your side." Chapter 123, Ruin. Obviously, we're not the ones who need help. From beginning to end, Fong Tingwan's voice was cold and ruthless, leaving none of Xia Jinyu's enthusiasm intact. This feeling was too heavy for her, a burden, especially since she was already together with Jiang Yanqian. She didn't want to give Xia Jinyu even a sliver of hope. "So that's why I say, in necessary situations, Wan, lend a hand." Xia Jinyu almost begged. In his eyes, it seemed like Xia Jinyu was striving for everyone's benefit. In reality, what he was fighting for was the connection between himself and Fong Tingwan. He didn't want to sever it completely. "What's the point?" Fong Tingwan shook her head, turned around, and proactively walked over to Jiang Yanqian's side, intertwining their fingers as she reminded him halfway through. "Xia Jinyu, Zhou could return at any time." "I know." Xia Jinyu understood his brother very well. After watching the 2 disappear into the darkness, he clenched his molars tightly and closed his eyes. Time after time, she left right before his eyes. "Brother Yu, what are we going to do?" Previously, everyone thought Xia Jinyu was too gentle and incapable of achieving great things. After rallying behind Zhou as their leader, Xia Jinyu became authoritarian, acting as though he were truly king. This displeased many people. They no longer sought food but only planned on taking over the villa, which led to a dwindling supply. Their dissatisfaction grew larger, and now they leaned towards listening to Xia Jinyu. Xia Jinyu said, "Sleep first. He might not return today. We'll talk tomorrow." His mind was entirely occupied by Fong Tingwan, leaving no room for thoughts of Zhou. When Fong Tingwan reached the 1st floor, wanting to let go, she found his grip firm. Turning her head to look at him, she saw Jiang Yanqian revealing an expression of rare grievance, questioning her. "So you use me and then discard me?" "No, it's just too hot." She responded curiously about the warm temperature, his palm with its thin calluses making her heart beat faster. Because of this, even though they were descending the stairs, she was sweating all over. "All right." Jiang Yanqian reluctantly loosened his grip. Seeing his wounded expression, Fong Tingwan softened her heart, heatedly pulling his hand back again. "Let's go." Just walking along, the couple navigated the small alleys. When they heard voices, Jiang Yanqian had already pulled her against the wall. It was Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi. The 2 had walked themselves completely tired, yet still hadn't seen the gate of Taoshi Park. Li Guizhi sat down on the ground, pounding her calves. "I'm exhausted. Can we really go back like this?" "What's there to fear? Xia Jinyu is a good person," Yang Dehai spat out, using the word good derogatorily. After speaking some miscellaneous words, Li Guizhi suddenly asked, "Will Jingwen be alright? Since she has been abandoned by Zhou, let her die if she must. It's better than having her looking down on us with one nostril raised. We're her parents, not her slaves." Yang Dehai's voice contained anger as he spoke. Li Guizhi also realized that ever since Jingwen followed Zhou, her eyes no longer saw her parents. She treated them like servants, and sometimes they wouldn't even have food to eat. Having such a daughter, the 2 had silently decided long ago that it would be as if they hadn't born her. Seeing the 2 rest for a moment and get up to leave, Fong Tingwan stepped into the moonlight, continuing forward holding Jiang Yanqian's hand. Truly, they got what they deserved. If Zhou didn't return to Taoshi Garden or go find Yang Jingwen, there was only one possibility. He went to the villa. Worried about something happening at the villa, Fong Tingwan hurried with Jiang Yanqian toward the villa, being cautious when reaching the iron gate. Once Xinu opened the door, she quickly entered the villa. "Is everything okay?" Xinu shook his head. "Nothing serious happened. How did you fare outside?" Fong Tingwan sighed with relief, briefly telling everyone what had happened earlier in the day. "So now we can leave the villa?" Lu Ji scratched his head. "Though it's pretty safe inside, with plenty of food and water, it feels suffocating. Is the tunnel ready?" Fong Tingwan stared at Lu Ji. "Don't let them do all the work alone. Everyone should participate in digging. Finish sooner so we can rest easier." Okay, Lu Ji obediently replied. Everyone had finished dinner, saving portions for both Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqian. With the exception of Lu Ji and Zhou Hai who were supposed to keep watch overnight, everyone else had mostly gone to sleep. Returning to her room, Fong Tingwan took a shower first. At this point, outside, Jiang Xiang had already seen Fong Tingwan and the others return to the villa. He could only turn to the person in the room who had just woken up. Zhou Gu, what's your plan? Plan? What plan? He yawned, once again pulling out food from his bag, and while eating it, looked toward the opposite direction, where it was pitch black. Go see if Yang Jingwen is dead or not. Jiang Xiang followed suit with whatever objects he had in hand, finding it incomprehensible how Zhou Gu had become this way. Had he lost the desire to rescue Xiao Bao, or find alternative ways to seek food? There's still a large group of people waiting for food at Taoshi Garden. His mind was a mess, and suddenly something hit his head. He looked down to find it was a half-eaten chocolate bar. You don't want this? How scarce resources were now. Xiaozhou turned back, staring at the half-chocolate block, spitting out a few times. It's expired, bitter and sour. If you eat it, you'll definitely get diarrhea. If you want to eat it, go ahead. He carried in his bag enough food for 5 people for 3 days, a large portion of the group's supplies. Before leaving, he had promised to return with food. Yet here he was wasting it? Jiang Xiang picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. It was a bitter coffee-flavored chocolate, not expired. When they reached the first floor, Jiang Xiang took out a candle and lit it. By the flickering light, they followed the bloodstains and pushed open the door behind the TV. As soon as they opened it, an overwhelming stench of decay greeted them. Then came the sound of flies flapping their wings wildly. Dead. Xiaozhou covered his nose and ran outside immediately. Jiang Xiang held the candle and saw Yang Jingwen's ghastly state. Her pants were already off, something lodged in her lower body, her whole body crawling with flies. On the exposed parts of her skin, tiny maggots squirmed incessantly. The weather was getting hotter, and without notice, the flies were multiplying. A bad sign indeed. After living together for so long, at least Jiang Xiang asked, what if we burn her? If you want to burn her, go ahead. I'm not touching her. Xiaozhou couldn't hide his disgust, and even rushed onto the road. Every breath of air felt like it would make him vomit all the meals he'd eaten over the past few days. That smell truly made one retch. Yet, Jiang Xiang wrapped the body with bedding and dragged it to the street outside, then lit it with the candle. The bedding quickly caught fire, along with Yang Jingwen's corpse. The sound of popping maggots crackled, even louder than firecrackers going off. Do you still want to save Xiao Bao? Jiang Xiang asked, though he had little hope. Of course. Let's go now. Xiaozhou grinned and led Jiang Xiang to find beer bottles, then brought out the gasoline he'd been hiding. They filled each bottle halfway with gas. If he couldn't have it, then he'd destroy it. Chapter 124, On Fire. After a day of jotung, tossing and turning, she was still somewhat tired. After going upstairs, Fong Tingwan first took a shower and then began her skincare routine. Having persisted for several days, her face had already undergone significant changes. Her skin became much fairer and tender. Though it couldn't compare to how it was before the apocalypse, she was already quite satisfied. When she came out, she didn't see Duo in the room, so he must have gone to someone else's room. Everyone knew their own rules. By the time they were about to sleep, they would naturally send him back. Thinking of that little Zhou, Fong Tingwan felt uneasy and decided to go downstairs and check. Lanjia, why are you coming down? Lu Ji was holding a bowl and cup walking from outside in. Xiao Bao hadn't eaten all day, only given 2 bowls of water. Both his body and spirit weren't as good as yesterday, but he was still begging for mercy. Couldn't sleep, so I came down to take a look. He didn't say what he was worried about inside, nor was he sure whether little Zhou would come over, not wanting to cause them panic. What a coincidence. Zhang Yanchen also arrived, with Duo. It turned out they went to his place. His concerns matched those of Fong Tingwan exactly. He originally planned to go to his room to find him, while on the way delivering Duo back. When he got there, he discovered that Jiang Yanchen wasn't in his room, so he immediately guessed that he had come downstairs. Be more vigilant at night, and keep an eye on that one in the yard. Jiang Yanchen gestured towards Lu Ji, implying that after so long, it was likely that people from that side would try ways to rescue him. Chenggu, Wanjie, both of you can rest assured. Dahai and I will be keeping a tight watch on the lower floor tonight. Even if a fly comes, we'll know. Lu Ji made a small joke, waving for him to go upstairs. Just now, it was clear that Jiang Yanchen's eyes kept glancing at Fong Tingwan. This deep night provided such a good opportunity. How could he not quickly prompt? On the way upstairs, Jiang Yanchen intentionally walked over and held her hand. They'll find out sooner or later anyway, so just consider this as an early spoiler. He chuckled and came close, looking full of flattery. Fong Tingwan couldn't stand this kind of behavior, giving him a resentful glare but still letting him hold her hand. Downstairs, the two of them stretched their necks to look up, trying to confirm their progress. Did Chenggu succeed? I don't know either. Let me take a look. Don't crowd, don't crowd. The sound of whispers kept coming from downstairs. Outside, little Zhou and Jiang Xiang had already approached the villa. Zhou Gu, how do we rescue him? His heart was completely focused on this matter. Xiao Bao was his brother, trapped inside, and no one knew how much torture he had endured. This villa was very tightly surrounded, but relying on just the two of them, Jiang Xiang was somewhat concerned. Looking up, amidst the pitch-black night sky, he couldn't make out the shape clearly. Use him. Zhou Gu raised the oil bottle in his hand. The sinister smile on his face that Jiang Xiang didn't see clearly. However, based on trust and loyalty, he followed along with Zhou. He rummaged through his bag, taking out a lighter and pressing it gently. The flame burst out instantly, and he nodded contentedly. Throw these bottles in. As soon as he said this, the 2 bottles in his hands were already thrown into the courtyard of the villa, followed by another 2. Zhou Gu, surely you're not planning to set fire, right? Jiang Xiang realized belatedly, but Xiao Bao is still inside. The bottles were still in his hands, and he hadn't thrown any yet. In fact, he had already started stopping Zhou's actions. Who would have thought that Zhou suddenly got angry and kicked him, knocking him onto the ground? Stop being sentimental. Just do as I say. While saying this, he kept throwing bottles inside. Having finished throwing the others, he started grabbing the 2 bottles from Jiang Xiang's hands. If he didn't let go, another kick followed, using full strength, showing no consideration towards Jiang Xiang as a brother. The last 2 bottles of gasoline were also thrown inside. Next was the lighter they had tested earlier. Once lit, it would be tossed in. Little Zhou, are you crazy? Isn't Xiaobao still inside? He yelled loudly, almost breaking down. That was his brother. Zhou didn't care, but he did. At that moment, Jiang Xiang suddenly burst out and snatched the lighter from Zhou's hand. Go, I'm begging you. Let's go inside and check first. We cannot harm Xiaobao. Check my ass. This place is sealed like an iron bucket. If I don't create some disturbance for him, where are you going to ask people for help? Give it to me. Zhou impatiently moved forward to snatch it. Soon, the two started wrestling with each other again. Just as Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen reached the entrance, they heard the sounds coming from outside the villa. Both quickly understood the situation. Jiang Yanchen rushed down the stairs. Duo, go find Meng Qi's sister. After giving instructions, she also turned around and headed downstairs. The gasoline was being thrown inside one bottle after another. By the time Fang Tingwan arrived, it was already done, and the pungent smell spread immediately. This group of idiots, they want to destroy this place. With today's dry weather, once this gasoline catches on fire, the open flames would ignite immediately, and the fire would be uncontrollable. Their intention was to burn them alive here. Lu Ji gripped his gun tightly. They must still be around. I'll go look. Zhou Hai is following behind me too. Jiang Yanchen didn't stop them, but now the pile of gasoline was the key. The sound of crackling had drawn Meng Ling and the Zhou brothers downstairs. Meng Qi also stood at the stairwell corner, holding Duo. Only Wang Lisha in the villa remained in her room. Jiang Yanchen turned back and ran, fetching a container to get water. None of you just stand there. Quickly find something to carry water. Apart from Meng Qi heading down with Duo, everyone else grabbed whatever they could find. Pots, pans, and all kinds of kitchen utensils. Fang Tingwan turned towards the storeroom, remembering that there seemed to be a hose in the space. It was a freebie with some purchases made earlier, but now it came in handy. The fight outside was nearing its end. Jiang Xiang had no intention of resisting, only attempting to bring little Zhou back to his senses. Zhou, calm down. Let's go back and think this through. There are still so many of our brothers waiting. He knew nothing about Taoshi Garden, but for now, little Zhou was still his leader. However, after returning, he definitely intended to report on what happened today in detail. A person like little Zhou wasn't suitable to be the boss. Stop babbling. I'm determined to destroy this place today. They'll have no choice but to show up. He already had the advantage, and Jiang Xiang hesitated too much, so naturally, the final victory belonged to little Zhou. But the lighter had been thrown somewhere and couldn't be found. If you want to stay, don't stop me, he threatened. Seizing another opportunity, he pulled out another lighter from his backpack, lit it, and tossed it into the gasoline. As the gasoline met the flame, it ignited with a loud bang, instantly lighting the entire villa as bright as day. Water splashed everywhere as they frantically carried the pots inside and out. But the fire was too fierce, and one pot of water made barely any difference. Fang Tingwan came over with the hose. Connect this to the faucet, and spray water towards the outside. It'll be faster. Everyone scrambled again. The two boys stayed to secure the connection while the others extended the hose to direct water at the flames outside. However, the fire was too large, and the impact of a single basin of water was minimal. Chapter 125, Fire Rescue. After everything was prepared, Jiang Yanchen turned on the faucet. The fire outside had already spread, but luckily they were quick enough that it was still under control. The pipe was too small, and with such weak water pressure, it was hard to put out the blazing fire. Meng Ling frowned as she approached. Wan, what are we going to do? There were animals and plants in the yard. If anything got damaged, they would be heartbroken. Go fetch water. There was no better solution at the moment. Fang Tingwan didn't waste any more words, turning back and grabbing 2 basins before rushing into the kitchen. Others followed suit. Back and forth they went, pouring one basin of water after another, until the flames outside finally began to slowly diminish. Halfway through the watering, Wang Lisha finally ambled down. Seeing them busy at work, she joined in without hesitation. Lu Ji and Zhou Hai were walking around from the outside when they encountered 2 people who had just finished fighting. Jiang Xiang flipped over and got up from the ground. When are we going to save Xiaobao? Not in a hurry. Let's wait for them to come out. He found a secluded spot and sat cross-legged. He waited like a fisherman patiently for his benefit. Privately, he believed that those people would surely lose control of the fire this size. When they escaped from inside in disarray, he could take advantage of the situation and recruit a few individuals, strengthening his own power. Lu Ji and Zhou Hai crept silently toward this side, using sounds from within as cover. By the time they were noticed, both sides were already close. It's really you two. Truly despicable. How dare you destroy our home? I'll blow your brains out. A gun loaded against the chamber. Xiao Zhou was scared stiff. This was the apocalypse. Whoever had the stronger fist had the right. Seeing Xiao Zhou pinned down, Jiang Xiang turned and ran, only to realize that Zhou Hai had deliberately surrounded him from behind, blocking his way out. The fire in the courtyard was mostly extinguished. Fang Tingwan collapsed onto the ground, taking a long while to rest. How come Lu Ji hasn't returned yet? Even though the fire was completely out, he was nowhere to be seen, which worried her. Just as she was muttering this, Zhou Hai came in, approaching Fang Tingwan quietly, saying, We've caught someone. What do we do with him? He was having a headache about this situation. There was already one person confined in the backyard, and now another one. She got up and walked outside following him, but retrieved a Tang dynasty knife from her space, gripping it tightly. Zhou Hai, he didn't trust, especially during such chaotic times where unexpected situations arose the easiest. It's him. Lu Ji was pointing his gun directly at his head outside the villa. It was Jiang Xiang, only him alone. Xiao Zhou fled. Taking advantage of Lu Ji's distraction, he broke free and ran away, disappearing instantly into the night. Lu Ji raised his gun and scanned the surrounding area once, but couldn't find his figure, so he gave up. He briefly informed Fong Tingwan about the situation. That bastard is too slippery. I lost sight of him for a second. Fong Tingwan withdrew the Tang knife and walked beside Jiang Xiang. No problem. They will come soon. He grabbed a rope and tied Jiang Xiang up. He hadn't entered the villa and wasn't aware of the situation inside, so it was possible to let him go. However, he also couldn't let him off easily. According to Xia Jinyu's character, he should have managed to gather a lot of things, but where to confine him left Fong Tingwan troubled. Where's Xiaobao? What have you done to him? His first sentence was an accusation filled with hysteria. Fong Tingwan ignored him, letting Zhou Hai gag his mouth. You two shouldn't stand outside anymore either. Bring him to the entrance first. In a little while, Xia Jinyu's group would arrive. Leaving Lu Ji and Zhou Hai outside would not be safe. As for that, Fong Tingwan took out a piece of cloth and covered his eyes and ears. If he can't see or hear, then waiting for some time would suffice. The fire in the yard was put out. Everyone was tidying up, and none of them saw Fong Tingwan. Noticing the gate was open, Zhang Yanchen also came out. Forget about it for now. Bring him inside and tie him up. All of you come in as well. All right. Lu Ji agreed, covering Jiang Xiang's eyes and ears with Zhou Hai, and providing a bonus service by gagging him, saving everyone from his noise. Jiang Xiang was bound next to the door, and the yard was mostly cleaned up. Roughly looking around, the sunshade was destroyed, but nothing else appeared significantly damaged. Once lights were on, they'd check again carefully. Bad luck. How did we encounter such bastards? Lu Ji couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. After extinguishing the fire, everyone was dusty and dirty-faced. Fong Tingwan sat by the dining table and briefly recounted the events outside to everyone. Xiaozhou has probably gone back to call for reinforcements. They will be here soon. We need to prepare as well. Someone seemed to have been called. Meng Qi also ascended with Duo. The little girl was well protected, entirely unaware of what had happened outside. She pulled her to sit nearby, and the girl complied well, sitting contentedly in his arms. This is too passive. If it had been any later, we wouldn't have reacted in time, XNU said as she handed over the water. Everyone reached out to take it. During the fire extinguishing, everyone was drenched in sweat and had long been parched. How about we make a preemptive strike? Lu Ji suggested hesitantly. He'd witnessed Xiao Zhou's cunning and didn't trust those people. Fong Tingwan remained silent all along, but Jiang Yanchen saw through her mind. She still wanted to give them another chance. This coincided with his thoughts. Let's think about how to negotiate this time. The losses were for everyone. Though Fong Tingwan was the leader, she wasn't dictatorial and gave everyone enough respect. He remembered the puppy from last time that Xiao Zhou failed to acquire. Perhaps Xia Jinyu could manage it. And there was also the sunshade. The damaged items should at least be compensated. As for the others, it was merely a matter of food and supplies. Or let them bring some bells here. She was just pondering when she suddenly heard a sound, making her jump up. Duo stared at her with big, innocent eyes. What's wrong with Sister Wanwan? She gently patted Duo's hair, which was as soft and smooth as before. Did Sister scare you, Duo? No. The little girl shook her head obediently. Jiang Yanchen had somehow come by and stood next to her. I want to create an alarm device, and the bells they find will be useful. His eyes and face were full of earnestness. That item might not be easy to find. I'll try my best though. She was just stating the fact. Now that bells were practically useless, production was already scarce before the apocalypse. Whether or not they can be found completely depended on luck. It's not urgent. Let me figure out what I need first, Jiang Yanchen explained. When the fire broke out earlier, he discovered the flaw. If people didn't hear the sounds upstairs, he would have to shout floor by floor, wasting too much time. But with an alarm device, things would be different. Chapter 126, Escape. The old electrified method won't work anymore. That thing's sound is too loud. If it were used, everyone around could hear it. But he thought he could use ancient methods instead, using bells to replace the noise. Coincidentally, he had seen such videos before, and now they came in handy. On the other side, after Xiao Zhou broke free, he fled all the way back to Peachbrook Spring. Someone was guarding at the entrance, but let him pass boldly. A shadow stood up in the darkness. Where's Jiang Xiang? The voice was so familiar, sending a chill through his heart. He turned to run, and simultaneously, everyone stood up, holding sticks to surround him. What are you going to do? Start a rebellion? Look at me, have you gone mad? Someone nearby raised a torch, illuminating faces in the light. They haven't gone mad or started a rebellion. It's just that you, Xiao Zhou, have lost the support of the people. From now on, I will take charge of this team. He took a few steps forward, reaching beside Xiao Zhou. I'll ask again, where's Jiang Xiang? You two went out together. Why didn't you come back together? Xia Jinyu still held onto a sliver of hope, hoping that Xiao Zhou hadn't done something unforgivable, leaving room for redemption. But the next second, Xiao Zhou's words hit him like a thunderclap. He's not coming back. He was captured by your old flame. He suddenly stepped forward. Xia Jinyu, aren't you powerful? Rescue Jiang Xiang and Xiaobao. What have you done? Xia Jinyu felt slightly panicked, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. When Yang Dehai returned and told him about what happened outside, He never expected that Xiao Zhou would be so cruel towards Yang Jingwen and their unborn child. For the first time, he considered banishing someone, letting them fend for themselves. Save people. After finishing his rant, Xiao Zhou started to laugh hysterically, like a lunatic suffering from madness. He stopped laughing when he tired. It's nothing much, I just set fire to that villa. But I didn't expect them to have such good fortune, managing to put out the fire and capture the foolish Jiang Xiang. I see you're really insane, incurably so. Xia Jinyu growled through clenched teeth. Calling over 2 trustworthy men to subdue him, Xia Jinyu then gathered the others. Everyone rest well tonight. Tomorrow we'll go check things out. Jiang Xiang and Xiao Bao are our brothers. No matter when, we cannot abandon our own brothers. He and Xiao Zhou were 2 different kinds of people. Xiao Zhou always followed the philosophy of self-importance, starting to indulge himself once he gained ability. Xia Jinyu was different. In Yang Dehai's words, he was a good person, often thinking about others more than himself. Everyone was exhausted after being awake all night. After discussing, only Lu Ji and Zhou Hai were left to keep watch overnight, while the rest returned to their rooms to rest. Looking at her reflection in the mirror with a face full of soot, Fong Tingwan felt somewhat helpless. Her shower had been wasted. After washing herself again, she climbed into bed, hugged Dodo, and spent the whole night sleeping soundly. She woke up late, as did everyone else in her villa. Where are the others? It seems you're alone. When she descended the stairs, she saw Su Zong busy in the kitchen. In the scorching weather, even with the fan on, he was drenched in sweat. The others haven't woken up yet. Lu Ji and Zhou Hai went up to catch some sleep. Seeing that the food was almost ready, others began to descend one by one, and she decided to go outside. The raging fire last night originated from the middle of the yard, making it the most severely burned area, darkened entirely. The sunshade canopy was mostly burnt down, only a few parts still hanging. Most plants were scorched dry, and the remaining ones drooped lifelessly, but there wasn't much loss in terms of animals. Since they discovered the fire in time, the flames didn't spread further, though it caused significant disturbance until dawn. Looks like we need another sunshade when negotiating conditions, Zhang Yanchen said by his side. Hearing his teasing tone, Fong Tingwan ignored it. Let's go back and eat first, we'll deal with this later. He reached out, and she naturally extended her hand, initially not giving it much thought, until the group's scrutinizing gazes came upon them. Fong Tingwan grew weary of explanations and sat down to eat directly. As usual, they ate buns for breakfast, Su's best specialty, but with a different filling this time. He also made porridge, showing impressive improvement in culinary skills except that the porridge was a bit hard. First time cooking, mistakes happen. No problem, keep improving. Xinu hurried to comfort him, afraid that he might abandon cooking because of this one failure. He laughed hee-hee, showing no sign of fragility Xinu thought he had. Today they still ate buns, Su's most skilled trick, but with a new type of stuffing. He also cooked porridge, showcasing remarkable culinary progress. The only flaw was the porridge was slightly hard. First time boiling, slip-ups happen. No big deal, just keep trying, everyone consoled. Xinu quickly reassured him, fearing he might give up cooking after this blow. He chuckled hee-hee, showing that he wasn't as fragile as Xinu had feared. After breakfast, he called people to clean up the yard. That was when they remembered about Xiao Bao, who had been left behind and spent the night outside. No one knew how he was doing. Meng Ling and Meng Qi watered the plants and filled the remaining animals' water supply, while Xinu discussed with the Zhou brothers to see if they could find another sunshade. He went to the backyard, where a figure lay on the ground, seemingly dead or alive. On closer inspection, it became clear his chest still rose and fell. Fong Tingwan kicked him lightly, then removed something that had been stuffed into his mouth. Please give me some water, I beg you. Spare just a little bit. Under the scorching heat, his lips were peeling, and his cheeks flushed an abnormal red. Lying there like a dying fish, the man exuded no vitality whatsoever. Zhang Yanchen carried him over to a shady spot downstairs and fed him a bowl of water, restoring some life to him. It was fine as long as he wasn't dead. Fong Tingwan didn't care further. Then he circled back to check on someone else in the front yard. He's been shouting all along. I don't know what he's saying. Be careful when you go near him, Meng Ling whispered as she approached. Fong Tingwan also heard her. As she came from the back, her voice was crystal clear. Zhang Yanchen came out with half a bowl of water, walking ahead. Zhang Yang's mouth hadn't been gagged, so drinking water was relatively easy. What exactly do you want to let Xiao Bao and me go? Just tell me. Anything within my ability, I will do my best, Zhang Yang said, unable to see clearly and shaking his head continuously. Fong Tingwan actually admired him. Even at this moment, he still thought of his brother, a quality rare in people, certainly beyond her capability. What about Zhang Yanchen? She instinctively glanced at him but quickly turned away after realizing how dangerous her thoughts were. I'm not in a hurry. I'm waiting for your friend to come and rescue you. They must have what I need. Friend. Zhang Yang gave a cold laugh. He didn't think Xiao Zhou would specially come for him or bring things to exchange. Fong Tingwan still seemed too naive. Chapter 127, Negotiation. After lunch, they all went to the basement where it was cool. During the hottest time of the day, going down there could both beat the heat and get work done, achieving 2 goals at once. Everyone had long been accustomed to this kind of life. Big Sister Wan, the people have arrived. Let's go. It had become a habit over these past few days that even in the daytime, there would be 2 people staying upstairs. She glanced at the time on her phone. It was 6 in the afternoon. This timing was just right. It was still light outside, and not too hot. He and Zhang Yanchen walked upstairs together, while the others continued doing their unfinished tasks. Brother Yu, will they release the people? Today, they were here to rescue their comrades, and everyone looked at him eagerly. Xia Jinyu paused for a moment. I'll do my best. His mind was somewhat unsettled. When he had left, he had already resolved to return to Fong Tingyuan no matter what. But standing outside now, he felt a slight hesitation. This hesitation appeared as doubt in the eyes of the others, revealing that Xia Jinyu didn't feel confident either. The iron gate of the villa opened, and Fong Tingyuan and Jiang Yanchen stepped out, seeing quite a few people standing on the opposite side. The scene was rather imposing. Speak. Her voice carried a hint of coldness, and her attitude towards Xia Jinyu wasn't good. Wan, let's talk. He came straight to the point, his understanding of Fong Tingyuan deepening day by day. I know you want to keep things separate, but this is clearly impossible. Not knowing where she was one thing, but now that they had found her, how could they avoid any interaction? Jiang Yanchen took a half step forward, standing roughly level with Fong Tingyuan, affirming his position. Xia Jinyu saw his movement, but paid no attention, continuing to speak on his own. Wan, it was wrong of the brothers earlier. I apologize on their behalf. He was trying to connect with her, which in the eyes of the group behind him meant Xia Jinyu lowering himself for them. I saw it, but I won't accept it. They truly had endangered her safety, and such incidents tend to happen more than once. Fong Tingyuan wasn't self-righteous enough to keep a bunch of potential bombs around herself. Do you have anything else? If not, we'll go back. He referred to them, obviously meaning her and Jiang Yanchen. Fong Tingyuan hadn't noticed the change, merely feeling the discomfort of the heat outside. Where would he rather be than comfortable indoors, with a fan? Yes, Jiang Jinyu quickly said as he saw them about to leave. Xiao Bao and Jiang Xiang are our brothers. I won't abandon them no matter what. Wan, tell us your terms. When asking for help, one should adopt the proper demeanor for doing so, and Xia Jinyu was currently handling it well. His eagerness was meant to show Jiang Tingyuan that he was open to any conditions she set. Naturally, he hoped she'd say more. The more she said, the deeper the ties would grow, until one day they were inseparable. His brothers didn't understand his intentions and naturally thought everything he did was out of loyalty. Of course, some of it was true. Xia Jinyu couldn't deny what he had said just moments ago. Fong Tingyuan carefully recalled the content of yesterday's meeting. Since you're being so sincere, bring over a small dog. Any breed will do, as long as it's alive. As for the sunshade, Xinu and his team went out today, but failed to find it. Still, his hidden space had one prepared just in case, intended for extremely hot days. They could simply come up with an excuse tomorrow to go out and retrieve it. This item wasn't easy to find, and waiting for Xia Jinyu would only waste time, so she mentioned nothing about it. After pondering a bit more, she added, and bells, any kind that makes sound will do. Whenever you find them, bring them over. Speaking of letting her decide, Xia Jinyu stood there patiently awaiting her words before stepping back and turning to ask Jiang Yanchen. Do you have anything else you'd like to request? She was observing his thoughts, but she missed it entirely. That's enough, as long as they stop disturbing us. He harbored private thoughts, unwilling to see Xia Jinyu taking advantage of reasons to keep coming over. Fong Tingyuan turned her head upward and spoke. Once everything is gathered, we can release the person captured last night, but not the one who snuck in before. He still hadn't decided what to do with Xiao Bao. If he hadn't seen what he shouldn't have, she would have preferred to let him go, but keeping him around would only cause trouble. Clearly, there were a lot of things to think about after they returned. You must let Xiao Bao go. He's our brother. We need to rescue him. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd of brothers behind Xia Jinyu raised their hands in protest. He laughed apologetically, turning around to calm them down. After the commotion subsided a little, he turned back. Wan, Xiao Bao made a mistake in judgment. I promise he won't approach the villa anymore. Your promise doesn't count. I'll release him when I've made up my mind. With the negotiation wrapping up, Fong Tingyuan became impatient and cut him off without further ado. The conditions have been stated. If you want to save them, bring the items over. Xia Jinyu lingered unwillingly, but he paid no attention and directly took Jiang Yanchen's hand to leave. The villa door opened, and Jiang Xiang suddenly rushed out, flailing his arms and legs. The group outside looked on anxiously, but by the time they moved forward, the door was tightly shut. Once we're done, take him back. This had been Fong Tingyuan's deliberate move. The group outside claimed loyalty as brothers, but had betrayed Xia Jinyu just like that. How could they trust them? And with such betrayal so recent, there was no way they believed the so-called brotherhood spoken of. But this man absolutely couldn't be in their hands. It could only serve as a display of his sorry state. All right, Sister Wan, Lu Ji said, dragging the man away. Once home, Xia Jinyu immediately went upstairs to shower. He had sweated quite a lot standing outside for so long, and the stickiness made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Duo was playing at Meng Ling's place. With her busy schedule during the day, Duo mostly spent time with Meng Ling, but every night, if she was around, the little girl would definitely come back. When he came out of the bathroom, all he wore was a loose sleeping gown. Taking advantage of Duo's absence, he entered the hidden space. Inside, the chickens, ducks, and geese were growing fatter, though some had been taken out 2 months ago, leaving more room now. The vegetables planted were thriving, well-nourished, with rich soil, green and lush. Fong Tingyuan thought that next time she went out, she should bring back some vegetables to eat. Those near the pool edge were already nearly overgrown, so after pulling them up, she'd plant some other seeds. As she thought this, she stepped out of the hidden space. Wan. It was Jiang Yanchen's voice knocking on the door from outside. She went over and opened the door, asking, "What is it?" He also wore pajamas, with slightly damp hair, clearly fresh out of the shower. "Are there any face masks left?" he awkwardly asked, feeling somewhat strange about a man specially coming over for a mask, which seemed a bit off. But today, seeing Xia Jinyu didn't look as dark-skinned. It wasn't anything major. He just felt uneasy inside. Chapter 128, Outing. There is. She seemed a bit unprepared, and her response was stuttering. Why don't you come in first? The man lifted his eyes, and the burning gaze fell on her, making her face instantly red. Fang Tingwan followed his gaze. Her pajamas were too loose. For coolness, she had deliberately undone the buttons above. From Jiang Yanshan's perspective, he could see an expanse of scenery. She quickly covered herself and turned back. I'll go get your mask. She had stockpiled a variety of masks with different functions, but mainly for hydration and repair. She selected 2 types from them and took them out, then went outside and handed them to Jiang Yanshan. He had already returned to normal, taking the 2 boxes of masks and tossing them lightly. Why don't I still go inside? I also have something to tell you. At this moment, parading around the market with 2 boxes of masks would indeed be inappropriate. She originally planned to find Jiang Yanshan as well. Xiaozhou was like a time bomb that needed quick resolution. Just didn't expect him to show up first. Is it about Xiaozhou? They were in sync. Jiang Yanshan had this idea too. Besides getting the mask, he also came to talk about Xiaozhou. He had just thought of a way. Come in. She stepped aside and let him in, and after Jiang Yanshan entered, the door was closed. At the same moment, a person's door opposite opened, both people widening their eyes, sharing a smile. They smelled the gossip in the air. It looked like there'd be some drama. Isn't that small generator at your place? His gaze was intense, and Fang Tingwan immediately understood his idea. Let's go out tomorrow. Her answer avoided the question, but she already had an idea. It appeared they would need to pick up quite a few things this time. And they must go out once. Influenced by Xia Jinyu and Xiaozhou, they had been eating away at their resources for several days now. After discussing the main matter, Jiang Yanshan didn't want to leave, and he weighed the mask in his hand. I will just patch it here. Thinking of it, parading around the market with 2 boxes of masks was indeed a bit excessive, and she didn't stop him. Jiang Yanshan put on the mask, and she went over to think about her ideas. Last night's fire gave him a reminder. This extreme heat would continue for a long while, water evaporating, and fires would increase. The villa lacked a fire extinguishing device now. She planned to make one for him. After being informed by Jiang Yanshan and completing his skincare routine, he looked at himself in the mirror. His face was indeed whiter, softer, and smoother, even gleaming with a slight luster, and he didn't seem as dark as before. Sister. Duo had grown a little taller and stronger. After playing, she returned on her own. Since it was daytime and Jiang Yanshan was still in the house, she hadn't locked the door. Duo opened the door and walked in herself. Brother. He didn't expect Jiang Yanshan to be in the room, but when he saw him, he was especially delighted. Brother, carry me. He extended his 2 little hands, waving in front of Jiang Yanshan, looking very cute. Jiang Yanshan reached out to pick him up. Holding him all the way downstairs, it should be time for Su Zong's meal. This big boss was quite reliable. After voluntarily taking over the cooking, he really cooked every day on time and with attention to detail. Not only were the 3 daily meals on schedule, but his cooking skills had also improved quietly. Su Zong, what are we having tonight? Xinu held a bowl and teased, and he didn't get angry. My specialty dish, pot stew. Oh, Xinu showed a lack of enthusiasm. It was indeed his specialty, but it appeared too frequently. But he still liked it. The mixed aroma of various ingredients was very tempting. With everyone gathered, Meng Qi got up to serve the food, and Su Zong lifted the lid off the pot. Inside were cured pork ribs, potatoes, and some dried, rehydrated green beans. Although it was also a pot stew, it was somewhat different from what he did before. As soon as the dishes were served and cooled down, the whole house was filled with fragrance. With Fang Tingwan starting to eat, everyone began eating. The vegetables in the basement are growing pretty well. When they grow a little more, I'll cook them for you to try. In the post-apocalyptic world, vegetables were the most precious thing. While meat could be stored long-term, vegetables, exposed under such weather, wilted in no time. Though they didn't worry much about food, fresh vegetables were hard to come by. In fact, Su Zong had always been thinking about those vegetables. There was no way. Recently he lacked dietary fiber. After finishing the meal, except for the person keeping watch downstairs, only Su Zong and Meng Qi stayed in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Everyone else returned to their rooms. Not tired today, she spent some time watching a tablet with Duo before sleeping. A good night's rest. The next morning, after finishing washing up, she went downstairs to eat breakfast. Jiang Yanshan happened to open the door at the exact time they met. What a coincidence. He greeted while rubbing his sleepy eyes. Have you decided where you're going yet? He followed behind as the 2 went downstairs together. It doesn't matter where we go, as most of the stuff will be taken from the space anyway. Fang Tingwan didn't really care, so she didn't give it much thought. Moreover, it had been 3 months since the apocalypse began. There were quite a number of people living around here, and everything worth scavenging might have already been scavenged. Let's head outside the city. He wanted to check out the mountain, thinking of taking some fresh vegetables while he was at it. All right. Without hesitation, Jiang Yanshan agreed, and in the midst of their conversation, they had already made their way downstairs. Today, we're having noodles. Su Zong had prepared the noodles with halal sauce and boiled eggs. Since they were planning to leave, they ate faster than usual. At noon now, it would be impossible to walk outside. They'd need to rest somewhere, which greatly slowed their progress. So every time they went out, they aimed to leave as early as possible. After finishing their meal, they tidied up, ready to leave. As always, Fang Tingwan tightly gripped her Tang knife before heading out. This time, the 2 of them drove the off-road vehicle out. Since it was morning, they hadn't turned on the air conditioner. Instead, both windows were rolled down all the way, letting hot winds rush inside. Perhaps we should turn the air conditioner on. Before long, Both of them were drenched in sweat. If they kept going like this, they wouldn't even have the strength to search once they arrived at their destination. Fong Tingwan sat in the passenger seat close to the control panel, and she promptly switched the air conditioning to its highest setting. As soon as the cool wind blew in, she felt refreshed from head to toe. He let out a deep breath, feeling much more comfortable. While driving toward the outskirts, they occasionally stopped if they spotted something they needed along the way, but practically everything in this area had already been emptied out. After checking 2 places and finding nothing useful, they decided not to waste any more time and headed straight toward the city's outskirts. They hoped to find something there. The car moved swiftly, but the farther out they went, the worse Fong Tingwan's premonition became. What used to be lush trees were now completely defoliated due to the high temperature. Some of them had dried trunks, clearly already dead. Chapter 129, Desiccated Trees. It was quite normal in the city for trees to wither like this. Before the apocalypse, they were originally planted for ornamental purposes and taken care of daily so they could grow robustly. But now, neglected, they had already dried up long ago. Unexpectedly, even the forests outside the city were in a similar condition. Except for some deep-rooted big trees, the rest could be used as firewood. Zhang Yanqin did not expect such a desolate scene. Let's look around. She gripped her Tang knife and walked deeper into the woods. Things improved further in. In some areas, one could occasionally see some green. Going even deeper, the greenery became more apparent. Finding a secluded place, he entered the space and picked out some vegetables. Looking at the green vegetables in the bag, she felt extremely delighted. It seems we can have a good meal tonight. Moving forward, the green became increasingly evident. There should be signs of animal life there. Surviving in the post-apocalypse world wasn't easy for anyone. Those who hadn't crossed him wouldn't meet her relentless pursuit. It was about time. She turned back, reaching the car when Zhang Yanqin still hadn't returned. Taking advantage of the delay, she put the small generator and the sunshade inside. There is a patch of green deep in the forest. The periphery is mostly dry and many trees have died. The two had taken different routes, but what they saw was roughly the same. Let's go back then. Fong Tingwan started walking toward the car, and Zhang Yanqin pulled her. Tingwan, stay alone a little while longer. His yearning gaze made Fong Tingwan soften momentarily, and inexplicably, she agreed. All right. Her smile couldn't be suppressed, and her mood was particularly good. She moved closer and closer to Zhang Yanqin. He didn't refuse. Instead, growing bolder, he hugged her tightly. When will days like this end? He reached out to push against her neck while rubbing against it. Let me hold you just for a bit. It won't come soon, so we must all have a strong determination to survive. He didn't worry about himself. Even going against the tide, he would live on well. Neither was he concerned about Zhang Yanqin, who definitely didn't seem suicidal. The heat would continue for an unknown duration, followed by various natural disasters. Food would become tighter and human nature harder to predict. Extreme heat. Would there be extreme cold? He suddenly remembered that he hadn't survived the extreme heat in his previous life, and he knew nothing about what would happen next. If so, looking at the mountains full of trees, Zhang Yanqin probed from his embrace. Are you thinking of? Yes. If extreme cold really came, these dried-out trees would play a major role. Coincidentally, there was still room in the space, and they could begin storing them bit by bit. It was unclear if the space could suck in these trees. Zhang Yanqin never imagined he'd turn into a lumberjack one day. We don't need to rush. Doing it bit by bit is fine. Even in his memory, it lasted a long period. At least after the last flood receded, he had lived continuously under extreme heat. Zhang Yanqin went to chop down trees. An axe had been left in the car. Fong Tingwan quietly retreated to a hidden spot, opened the space, and began to suck in the dry wood. Her heart was anxious, but seemingly it really worked, though slower. As they returned at noon, the sunlight was fierce, but the air conditioning inside the car dulled its effect. There were still quite a few dried trees left in that grove, and Fong Tingwan calculated coming back another day to take more away. Is there a residential building ahead? Should we check it out? He wanted to design a drainage system but lacked materials in the space, so he decided to visit a store. On their way out, he mentioned it to Zhang Yanqin, and surprisingly, Zhang actually kept it in mind. Let's go take a look. Parking by the roadside, Fong Tingwan got off and directly walked into the nearest building. After searching a few households, she found some pipes, which although limited in length, would work Menchang. These places had been deserted long ago, some homes having been plundered so many times that almost nothing remained. Fong Tingwan continued exploring without hesitation, finding a few other households and piling up pipe pieces of varying lengths before heading downstairs. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Yanqin, apart from the pipes, he also carried down a doghouse. Tingwan, come help. He called her. This was a large doghouse, evidently designed for a large breed like a husky, equipped with a shade tent and ventilating windows, among other features. It appeared the former owners had liked dogs a lot. Fong Tingwan joined him in lifting it, and the car could barely fit it. The two traveled along the road, searching until finally arriving back at the villa before evening. Back already, how did it go? Lu Ji approached to help, assisting Zhang Yanqin to lift the dog cage down. Brother Chen, you really plan to raise a dog? When he heard them ask Xia Jinyu to look for a puppy earlier, he already thought it was unbelievable. Now, with even the dog cage brought back, it seemed their decision was set. Let's see if fate brings us one. Whether we can find one is still uncertain. At this time, how easy could it be to find a living thing? The two chatted briefly and casually unloaded all the stuff from the car. The day's gains were quite good. Everything except the trees was brought back to the villa. A small generator and a sunshade net were retrieved, along with the vegetables. Despite the journey, some of the greens had wilted a bit, but they were still usable. Additionally, There were those pipes and some breads and chocolates. Part of them were taken out from Tingwan Fong's space, while another part was found outside. There was also some meat and rice. The supplies in the villa were almost depleted, so he decided not to make extra trips, preferring to gather everything in one go. You go inside. After being busy all day, I feel clammy and uncomfortable on my body. I'll take a shower and come down for dinner. Su Zongjian cooked punctually. His bustling figure could be seen in the kitchen. With him around, Jiang Yanqian saved a lot of effort. Brother Chen, why don't you go up too? We'll handle the installation of the shade tent. Xinu was already setting up the shade tent. They all truly admired Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqian. He spent all morning yesterday just looking for a sunshade umbrella, but ended up only bringing back a few loaves of bread and a bag of rice. But when these two went out, they easily returned with what they needed, like the shade tent. All right, then you do it. I'll go up first. He also felt uneasy, wanting to shower as quickly as possible, so he didn't decline Xinu's offer. The two of them climbed upstairs together. Duo was just opening the door, and upon seeing them, she ran toward them. Big brother, big sister, you're finally back. Duo missed you. She knew better than to rush over and hug them since Tingwan Fong had told her about it before, so she obediently stood at the front and observed the two of them carefully. The little girl's bright eyes shone with cuteness as she looked them up and down repeatedly. Chapter 130, Exchange. After dinner, Fong Tingwan went to see Xiao Bao. His condition was clearly worse than the previous days. When he saw her come, except for his eyes that were filled with yearning, there were fewer other movements. He neither shouted nor cursed. Give me something to eat. His voice was hoarse. It looked like he hadn't had much water today either. His whole body was gaunt, with sunken eye sockets. In Fong Tingwan's hand was a bowl with half a bowl of rice, meant for him. She put the bowl on the ground. Eat. Xiao Bao's eyes lit up when he saw the food. He crawled forward using both hands and feet, grabbing the bowl without chopsticks, shoveling food directly into his mouth by hand. The bowl wasn't large, and there was only half a bowl of rice in it. For an adult at level 2, it was just 2 bites. After eating all of it, he still didn't feel full, and his hunger became even stronger. Could you give me some more? I beg you. I'm almost starving to death. Fong Tingwan took back the bowl and then stuffed his mouth again. When she returned, everyone else had gone upstairs. In the first floor living room, only Su Zong and Meng Qi were left. Tonight's watchmen were them. Be careful. Call us if anything happens, Fong Tingwan warned them. There shouldn't be any issues tonight, and they also have weapons. She could relax somewhat. You don't need to worry, Wan. We'll keep a good eye on things. He didn't want to remain a mere ornament forever. During this time, he kept exercising with Meng Ling, becoming much stronger than before. Su Zong realized he lacked skills. If it weren't for Fong Tingwan's kindness, he wouldn't have led such a comfortable life, and whether he'd even survive was questionable. On regular days, while not cooking, he'd join their work and exercises so as not to lag behind as a useless burden anymore. Fong Tingwan didn't say whether she believed him or not, going straight upstairs. Duo was watching cartoons, hugging her strawberry bear. Although the lights in the room were on, it was still dim, unable to do other tasks. Sister, you're back. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the little girl ran over to hug her. Sister, look, my muscles have grown bigger. Already dressed in a tank top and shorts, her arms exposed outside. When she exerted herself, the muscles on her arms bulged. Fong Tingwan noticed that those 2 muscle lumps did seem slightly bigger. Duo is really strong. Praised, the little girl was especially happy, pulling her towards the bed. Sister, I've been practicing with the knife you gave me. Wait till I grow up. Once I grow up, I can protect you. Through all the bumps along the way, though some matters were avoided as much as possible, she still knew the dangers outside, knowing her sister has always been protecting her. All right, sister will wait for Duo. Her eyes seemed to glisten with tears. Having not felt familial affection in both lifetimes, there was a budding sentiment rising within her. She patted Duo's head. Sister will sleep now. It was late, but despite being tired, she wanted a good night's rest. Duo will sleep with sister. Duo turned off the tablet, lying down in her embrace. They slept well through the night. She woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning, Fong Tingwan's normal waking hour. Since there was no need to go out, she slept until natural awakening, feeling physically and mentally refreshed. When she went downstairs, the meal was already prepared, and the others had also come down. In the morning, they ate sandwiches, toast with eggs and ham inside, and milk. There's no lettuce, so there's none in the sandwich, but I cooked bok choy, so if anyone can accept it, it can be placed between the sandwich layers for better taste, Su Zong chuckled. It's already quite nice. No one blamed him. After washing their hands, they began to eat. Just as Fong Tingwan sat down, Zhou came running in. Wan Jia, someone's outside from Taoshi Garden. He had just gone out to feed the poultry and spotted the figures outside the door from the crack, then crouched near the door to take a closer look. There were about 5 or 6 of them, and the leader was the same person who had negotiated last time, so he recognized them. Just as she bit into her sandwich, there was salad dressing inside, probably brought back by someone last time. Apart from the lack of lettuce, this sandwich tasted just like the ones bought outside before the apocalypse, especially since the egg was cooked exactly how she liked it. Soft yolk. Zhou Jinyu coming over to exchange at this time was annoying. Jiang Yanqian noticed her wanting more, so he passed over his portion. I'll go out. Xia Jinyu was standing on tiptoe peering in. At this early hour, his Wan should be here. Just as he thought this, a shadow flashed by, and he quickly retreated. Jiang Yanqian opened the door and walked out, followed closely by Xinu, Su Zong, and Lu Ji. 4 against 5, numerically not too weak, but on the other side, they also had a dog. Coincidentally, that was the dog Zhou Jinyu encountered yesterday with his group while searching for food. With great effort, he and 3 other people managed to catch it. The dog was skeletal thin, obviously having gone without food for a long time. They paid it no mind, intending only to use it as an exchange for a person. Seeing Jiang Yanchen come out, Zhou Jinyu's expression fell. Why is it you, Wanwan? He let me come out, so just tell me whatever you need to say. Jiang Yanchen lied through his teeth without a flicker of hesitation. Go fetch Wanwan, I want to speak with her. He specifically got ready this early morning because he wanted to see Fong Tingwan. Jiang Yanchen furrowed his brows. Is there something important? If not, go back. Holding the dog's leash, he knew what Summer Jinyu was here for, but seeing Fong Tingwan was impossible. You go, save our buddy first. They all knew their leader had love on the brain. Even those who joined later had heard tales about it. But none expected him to grovel like this, groveling and groveling again. What about the items we asked for? Jiang Yanchen didn't want to listen to his nonsense. The longer they dragged on, the less favorable it would be for her. 1 dog and some bells in exchange for a human life. We're already being reasonable. If you continue stalling, we may not offer these terms anymore. All of them were supporters of Jiang Yanchen taking charge, and besides, they had no particular good feelings towards Xia Jinyu, so naturally they helped him now. You go, quickly make the trade. Jiang Xiang is our brother. Although Xia Jinyu usually looked carefree, he was in fact deeply loyal and righteous, except when around Fong Tingwan, which triggered his head-over-heels mode. Reluctantly dragged by everyone, he had no choice but to attend to business first. When he approached holding the bag, he spotted it immediately. These are Wanwan's bells. Xinu took the bag and opened it, examining its contents. There were over 10 bells, large and small, and after testing each one, their sounds weren't too loud. Jiang Yanchen glanced briefly, unfazed. He indeed had similar thoughts in mind, but his strategy was still unrefined, needing further research. With time aplenty, he could also keep an eye on the bell matter himself. The main focus was on that single dog. Finding a live creature wasn't easy at this moment, making it edible prey. Thank you. Jiang Yanchen personally went over to take the dog, grabbing the leash from Xia Jinyu while opening his mouth provocatively. It was me, she told, if you want the bells and the dog. He wished to affirm his position and weight in Fong Tingwan's heart, so Xia Jinyu would give up hope. Chapter 131, Rescued. As long as Wanwan is happy, I'm willing to do it. With the item in hand, Jiang Yanchen completely ignored it. Go and bring the person out. Lu Ji and Xinu quickly ran inside and came out shortly after, dragging someone with them. These are your people. Take them away. Xinu despised Jiang Xiang for his actions that night, which had almost led to their deaths. Jiang Yanchen didn't bother with any more talk. Once the exchange was complete, he turned around and went back to the villa. Lu Zong took the dog leash, placing him in the doghouse. Jiang Yanchen kept those bells himself. As Jiang Yanchen walked out, the other 3 also returned to the villa. Jiang Xiang was completely covered up, only having his face mask removed when leaving the villa, but his mouth was gagged and his eyes were blindfolded. It was still recognizable as him. Jiang Xiang, how are you? A swarm of Xia Jinyu's men rushed forward, removing his blindfold, the gag from his mouth, and the ropes on his body. This isn't human. How could you torture Jiang Xiang into this state? He had clearly lost a significant amount of weight, his cheeks sunken, and the vitality he previously displayed was gone. But relatively speaking, his condition was not bad. His stay in the villa was short, and he ate more than even Xiaobao did. Though he wasn't fully fed, at least he didn't starve too much. What happened in the villa? Someone asked, with others holding their breaths in anticipation. Being covered for so long, his eyes couldn't adjust to the sudden brightness, stinging painfully. He had to close his eyes for quite some time before opening them slowly. Even with just a little light, it took several minutes to fully adapt. I don't know. He sounded somewhat dispirited. When I was outside, they blocked my eyes and ears entirely, so I couldn't see or hear anything. King hell. Someone cursed, knowing they had worked hard both to save Jiang Xiang and to find out what had happened in the villa. Now, all that effort seemed wasted. But with Xia Jinyu present, they dared not curse too openly. Just a few words to release their anger would suffice. Xia Jinyu frowned with annoyance. Today was certainly off to a poor start. All right, let's go back. There was no time to waste. He would have to leave again soon. This situation was different from Fong Tingwan's. They had enough food supplies stored safely, but the other supplies had been almost exhausted. The last bit remaining had been largely wasted by Zhou. With insufficient grain left, they now had to venture out every day. After being full-fed, Fong Tingwan descended to begin researching the fire-extinguishing device. The establishments they found yesterday were placed in the basement, where it was cooler to prevent the pipes from deforming. His task was simple, to connect the pipes near infrequently used faucets within the house. If a fire broke out unexpectedly, they could quickly connect the water hose and use another end of the pipe to swiftly douse the flames. The solution was straightforward, so they could act fast. Fong Tingwan was connecting the pipes in the basement while Meng Qi and Meng Ling came down to help. With Lawyer Zhang watching upstairs, we decided to come down here. Meng Ling helped with connecting the pipes while Meng Qi first watered the vegetables. Vegetables they planted earlier were already sprouting, bok choy, cilantro, and the earliest planted crops had grown tall and would be edible in a few days. Later planted radishes had also emerged. Feeling bored, the two began chatting. Xinu went out with the group, including Lu Ji and Su Zong. Su Song needed to train himself. It wasn't useful to stay behind if the goal was merely cooking. Going out is better. We can't just sit around eating until there's nothing left. Though there were things in his space, it was impossible to keep taking them out indefinitely. Zhou Hai also went out. Meng Ling expressed some concern. He was the one who caught the man, and due to special circumstances, decided to keep him. For now, there shouldn't be an issue. If they're smart, they'll realize following Wan Wan is the best choice. Meng Qi finished watering the vegetables and joined them in connecting the pipes. He did not connect everything fully but divided it into a few long segments, leaving some parts separate. Different locations where fires could occur would need different lengths of pipes, so adjustments could be made on-site when necessary. She merely wanted to prepare beforehand. This might not necessarily be used. Once completed, some pipes were placed on the first floor and second floor. After finishing these tasks, everyone descended. Both Zhou Zhou and Jiang Yanchen were in the living room, with Duo sitting beside Jiang Yanchen drawing pictures. Wang Lisha should still be in her room, rarely coming down except for meals. She gave a meaningful look, and Jiang Yanchen followed her upstairs. Several pairs of eyes downstairs stared upward. Even Duo ran over asking, "What are big brother and sister doing?" "To sleep. Isn't it supposed to be sleeping at night? Is sister very tired?" Meng Ling hurriedly tried to divert attention, realizing she had said something wrong. Teaching this child such things, what was he thinking? Yes, sister is very tired. Duo's little head was filled with big question marks. She clearly saw that her sister had slept well last night. What's wrong? Back inside, Jiang Yanchen closed the door behind him. Solar panels. His intuition told him that these things might be useful. Wang Lisha's hometown had quite a few, so maybe there were some in the surrounding villages too. Perhaps they could go look for them. Then we'll set off tomorrow. It was already late in the day, and the temperature outside was getting higher. If they went out now, they might not be able to return tonight. Alright, let's go out tomorrow. She also had this idea and had another thing to discuss with Jiang Yanchen. The villa's fence can be heightened even more. The current height could still be climbed over by people, and the glass on top could potentially be avoided. There couldn't be another incident like Xiaobao's. They must find ways as soon as possible. Do you have any good ideas? I plan to hold a meeting. Wait until Xinu returns tonight. He turned to look at Jiang Yanchen, seeing that the other person was staring at him intently. They were standing very close, and his hand was holding onto his. She hadn't realized when the two had become so intimate. Once she realized, she quickly pushed him away. I'll go check on Duo. His footsteps were flustered, showing he was avoiding something. Jiang Yanchen's lips slightly curved upward. Fang Tingwan was blushing. A sound came from upstairs, and Meng Ling immediately darted out. Seeing Fang Tingwan, they smiled. So quick. Meng Ling subconsciously spoke without thinking. It wasn't surprising she jumped to conclusions, since Fang Tingwan's face was red as she descended the stairs. Meng Qi warned her, signaling not to say nonsense, but then pulled her into her room. Inside the wardrobe, there was an unopened package. Wan, take it. All your instructions we remember. Meng Ling also nodded. Fang Tingwan was right. It wasn't suitable to have children at this time. There's nothing. You misunderstood. He refused, not taking the item Meng Qi handed over, his face turning red as he left. The two looked at each other, presuming she was simply shy. Chapter 132, Finding Fruit. Su Zong was away, and Jiang Yanchen cooked lunch, which included preserved pork stewed with Chinese cabbage, along with rice. Wang Lisha remained the same as always, eating silently on her own without a word. In the morning, Jiang Yanchen had given water to Xiaobao. After finishing the meal, she also went to feed him again. In the afternoon with nothing to do, he stayed in his room watching a tablet, while Duo was drawing. Each of them occupied by their own activities. Snacks were placed nearby, and later Jiang Yanchen joined in. When Xinu returned at night, they were all covered in dust, but couldn't hide their joy. We found some good stuff. He opened the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Inside there were apples, pears, and sugarcane, all prepared in bags after being peeled. After the apocalypse, it had been so long since they last saw fruit that they didn't even bother washing them, just wiping them casually before eating. Today we were lucky, finding a cellar. Xinu, excited, wanted to quickly share it with everyone while continuing to work. It should have originally been a cold storage room, but it had been pried open by others, and everything that could be taken was already gone. It's just that Mr. Su was meticulous and managed to find the door to the cellar. When we went in, we discovered a lot of fruit. Most other things didn't keep well, and were already rotten. Ultimately, these were the only ones that were still good. The group of 3 or 4 boxes of fruit was quickly moved. It's just experience. I used to do similar things. People who did business always liked having fallback plans, so he followed this idea, and indeed found the cellar. Seeing the fruit reminded Fang Tingwan that there were still plenty of fresh fruit stored in the space, seemingly including seeds. Perhaps they could cultivate a few plants. Jiang Yanchen patted their shoulders. I've saved your meals, go ahead and eat. The group returned to the living room and exchanged a few words, mostly about the exterior wall of the villa. There's no rush now, everyone think it through carefully. You can also take a look when you go out. Let me know once you have an idea. She didn't want to act blindly. If they're going to do something, then they'll do it well. When it got later, and completely dark outside, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Inside the villa, only a few dim lights lit up, with strong curtains against external prying eyes. Thus, from the outside, nothing could be seen. Only then could they feel at ease. The next day, after breakfast, the two set off. Starting from the national highway and transitioning onto the country road, they finally arrived at the small village from before. Neither were familiar with the roads in the village, so they could only start searching here. Inspired by Xinu, he also took a look at various cellars, but most had already been emptied with little results, leading the two to prepare to leave. How unlucky. We took such a task, but this barren place has nothing useful for us. Is someone there? The two hurriedly hid near the wall. The last time they came through, there were no more inhabitants in this village. Apparently, these people were outsiders too. It's all because of the new guy. He insisted this place has solar panels, but look, not a single one exists. The duo muttered and walked away. Once the voices disappeared, they stepped out cautiously from behind. They were also looking for solar panels, indicating that they weren't the only ones interested. But it wasn't clear who those strangers were. Looks like we need to hurry our steps. Judging by what those two said, the opposing side is probably another group, and the number of people should be considerable. I estimate they sent many people looking for these items. Fong Tingwan walked towards a front yard where there was space enough, close to the road and the edge of the village, the best place to bring out their car. As they left, far off, they saw a black SUV parked by the roadside, which should belong to the two individuals they'd encountered earlier. On both sides of the road stretched fields. These places must have once been full of crops, but now extended endlessly in sight without any obstruction. When will such days come to an end? When will the crops grow back? At present, people were plundering what little grain remained from before, but these supplies would only diminish with consumption. If severe weather does not return to normal soon, humanity will truly face extinction. Realizing he was looking at her, Fong Tingwan said, I don't know. In the previous life, he never returned to see the end of the apocalypse. In fact, he even doubted whether the apocalypse would ever end. I know. I'm just reflecting, he responded confidently. He asked her, but trusted her reply entirely. Upon the sudden restoration of post-apocalypse order, it seemed as though he'd never experienced any significant emotions regarding the matter. If you're feeling uncomfortable, say it out loud. Don't suppress yourself unnecessarily. He chuckled. Rest assured, I'm fine. He realized that dwelling on useless matters only invited misunderstanding. Soon, the pair spotted the shadow of the next village. Looking ahead, they noticed solar panels scattered across different homes. Though few in numbers, it was still a reward. Fong Tingwan drove the car to stop near the closest household. He went to knock on the door. Both the outer gate and inner doors were open, revealing a disheveled courtyard. Looks like they met the same fate. He shared the same feeling. It wasn't just this one house. When they entered the village, the first 5 or 6 households were all in the same state. Let's go inside and wait for a while. He pulled Fong Tingwan further into the house. Given the scorching heat at its peak, climbing onto the roof right now was definitely not a wise choice. The walls of these houses were somewhat thick, yet even with all windows and doors wide open, stifling waves of heat still came relentlessly, making the air sticky and unbearable. It might be an illusion, but Zhang Yanshan felt that the temperature had risen slightly in the last few days. I'll check if there's a cellar. He turned away as Fong Tingwan took out a fan from her space pocket and handed him one. Along with it, she also passed over an ice cream. Zhang Yanshan accepted them gratefully and started searching every room, focusing primarily on the kitchen. Rural households usually kept a food cellar for storing produce. Vegetables stayed fresher in summer than in the refrigerator. Indeed, after searching around, he found one. It was located behind the cluttered side room, where piles of debris concealed it quite effectively. After finishing her ice cream, Fong Tingwan also stood up to join him. Let me handle it. The entrance was small, only allowing one person through at a time. The so-called cellar. Underneath was nothing more than a dugout pit measuring just a few square meters. There were potatoes, sweet potatoes, a few Chinese cabbages, and some green beans stored inside. Although the quantities weren't abundant, Fong Tingwan knew better than to overlook such a find. The cellar being too small, no assistance was needed. He simply jumped in. The temperature beneath was noticeably different from outside. The moment he entered, a wave of coolness hit, refreshing his whole body. Zhang Yanshan moved forward a few steps, deliberately turning his head to make sure nobody was watching. Once confident no eyes followed him, he swiftly absorbed everything inside into his personal space. Subsequently, he climbed back out of the cellar. It wasn't very deep, which meant that he couldn't stand upright inside the cellar, but it was easy enough to leave. Grabbing the edges on both sides, he lightly jumped up and was immediately out. Thus, their efforts yielded fruits hidden safely in their portable spaces, ready for another discovery ahead. Chapter 133, Luoyuan Base. Alright, Zhang Yanshan had been standing with his back to him the whole time, and only turned around when he spoke. It was cooler here than in other places. Fong Tingwan intended to eat something here, and then go out when it got cooler. Zhang Yanshan stood still, evidently with the same plan. There seemed to be an increasing sense of voice between the two of them. What do you want to eat? Zhang Yanshan was very confident in his stockpile. Sandwiches. Thinking of the sandwiches made by Mr. Liu, he really wanted to eat one. Zhang Yanshan should be able to make a better one. In this situation with only 2 people, she particularly enjoyed it. She set up the table and chairs, laid out all the ingredients needed, and even took out 2 cups of cola. With ice inside, drinking a mouthful in such weather refreshed her completely. It was truly an unparalleled enjoyment. Zhang Yanshan got to work. Making a sandwich was extremely simple. He cooked the ham and eggs, and also added chicken cutlets. The washed lettuce was laid down directly. After squeezing full of sauce, he covered it with another slice of toast to complete a sandwich. He first handed it to Fong Tingwan, and then proceeded to make the next one. After devouring 3 sandwiches, she felt satisfied. Then, without letting Zhang Yanshan see, she took out another cup of cola, sipping slowly as she waited for him. Just now, he had been doing the cooking. Now he started eating. When her cola was finished, she turned her head and offered another cup to him. As if he had anticipated this, Fong Tingwan turned her head at the exact moment, but they never asked about space matters again. After they finished eating, she retrieved the trash into her space. After 4 o'clock, the temperature outside began to slowly drop. Only then did the 2 of them come out from behind. They were about to go to the roof to fetch the solar panels, but as soon as they stepped out the door, they bumped into a group of people. Besides the two who just spoke, there were 3 more belonging to the same group. All 5 were grown men. Among them, one, in both height and bulk, was obviously heavier than the others. His entire body was covered with muscles. Just looking at him was intimidating enough. People like this were always highly sought after in the apocalypse because they were stronger fighters than ordinary people. Hey, look, there's a woman. Looks like our luck is pretty good today. The man laughed heartily, his face full of coarse beards. His sticky gaze made them feel extremely uncomfortable. With 2 people on their side and a female, from their perspective, this was a gift sent right to them. The bearded man stepped forward a few steps. Seeing that Fong Tingwan had some resistance, he attempted to soothe her. Sister, don't be afraid. We're from the Luoyuan base. It's especially cool there, and we have food. I can take you there. The term base wasn't unfamiliar. In her past life, she'd heard people mention it. But isn't it a bit too early? The disaster had only occurred for 3 months, and already a base had appeared. Everything was changing. It made sense that the base would appear ahead of schedule. Since it's so great, why did you come out? Fong Tingwan turned her head to glance and blurted it out. That man was caught off guard, unable to respond. It took a long while before he regained his composure and pulled himself together. The base needs electricity. We came out to gather materials for generating power. No wonder they were eyeing the solar panel. Sure enough, it was exactly what he expected. How about it, little sister? Want to consider going to the base with me? What does it take to go to the base? Jiang Yanchen was curious too. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten that there was another man beside her. He looked decent. If he was interested in the base, recruiting him as a follower should be fine. Not much. The man stroked his chin, sizing them up. If you hand over everything tangible, your car, and this little sister, I'll take you there. Mr. Jiang clenched his fists. These beasts couldn't stay alive. The first 2 demands could be endured, since they weren't really planning on giving anyway, but the last one was unacceptable. Hearing them casually discuss Fong Tingwan infuriated her. The opponents were totally unaware of the impending danger and were still indulging in their own schemes. These 2 looked rosy-faced, had a vehicle, obviously didn't lack food, and had this young girl. Submitting her after playing with her would be a significant contribution. What they didn't say was that living in the base required contributions, and the more you contributed, the better you lived. Once this large amount of supplies was intercepted and brought back, the several of them could enjoy themselves for a few days. The man's expression grew increasingly lecherous as he thought, making everyone physically uncomfortable. How about it, little sister, come along with your brother. I assure you, I'll treat you well. Fong Tingwan felt nauseated by him and grabbed his outstretched hand, twisting it forcefully. With the Tang knife, she wielded upward and downward. The man lost his breath instantly. The remaining 4 were initially laughing, but they were vigilant. They quickly formed a circle, trapping the 2 of them inside. While Fong Tingwan dealt with the man fishing for her, Jiang Yanchen had also taken care of the nearest man. Then each took out 1 more, leaving the final person to notice the wrong situation and break into a run. Fong Tingwan didn't say anything and directly pulled out her phone, firing a bullet at that woman. Let's go dismantle the panels. She appeared calm and composed, not looking like someone who had just killed someone, especially with the corpse still in the yard, and she didn't care. Jiang Yanchen was even calmer. Having done this so many times before, he was already very experienced. With their previous experience, dismantling the solar panels went much smoother this time. There were 5 families in the village who had installed solar panels, and they dismantled them all without spending too much time. This time with no outsiders around, he put everything into his space tonight. After finishing everything, the 2 of them drove back, scavenging some more items along the way. Since considering the possible extreme cold weather later, he had been consciously collecting wood and coal. By the time they returned to Villa 21, it was already late. Back already. Xinu opened the door, and Ming Ling came out to greet them. How is it you 2? Tonight should be. Fong Tingwan calculated. Tonight should have been her and Jiang Yanchen's turn to keep watch, but they weren't there. No problem, we'll take over first. They had privately discussed that Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen didn't need to keep watch. After all, their abilities were really strong. Every time they went out, they always brought back plenty of good stuff, and not using such capabilities would simply be a waste. Food is reserved for you in the kitchen. If you don't want to come down, you can take it upstairs to eat. Ming Ling said this as she went over to fetch it, handing each of them a portion. Xinu helped unload the car on the side, while Fong Tingwan took out the food she found on the 5 people in the basement, as well as from the bodies and cars. Green beans, this is a good thing. She hadn't seen them since the apocalypse started. Indeed, following Fong Tingwan meant not only eating full meals, but also enjoying quality food. All right, I'll take these upstairs to eat. After hustling all day, she felt sticky and needed to shower quickly. Ming Ling had handed her 2 portions of food, but originally, she only intended to take 1 since she wasn't sure about Jiang Yanchen's choice. However, after thinking for a moment, she decided to take both. Chapter 134, Little Zhou ran away. These 2, how are they progressing? Why do they still seem so distant? Xinu pinched his chin thoughtfully, though he was somewhat anxious. Are you worried about whether Lawyer Jiang can succeed? We can't lose this, right? He had some concern because he still had a bet with Mr. Su. What success? Jiang Yanchen, when did he come in? Did he hear what I said? Xinu felt extremely awkward, nearly digging 3 bedrooms and a living room into the floor with his toes. He had just finished moving everything but the last load when Jiang Yanchen moved it all by himself, leaving him nothing to do, so he returned early. Originally, he couldn't help but comment on something, but unexpectedly the main person heard it. No, I was praising you. He laughed nervously and hurriedly invited him upstairs. Go to sleep earlier. It made no sense, but he didn't want to bother, so he didn't ask anymore. When he got back to the room and opened the door of the adjacent room opened, and Duo's little head popped out, revealing a sweet smile when she saw him. Brother, you're back. Duo missed you. He opened the door slightly and sneaked out, then dove straight into Jiang Yanshan's arms. Jiang Yanshan picked her up and naturally noticed the bowl in his hand. Is this for me? Duo remembered her task only then. She had forgotten due to excitement at seeing Jiang Yanshan earlier. She stuck out her little tongue. Sister told me to give this to brother. She was afraid brother would be hungry. He looked up at the door, which Duo had closed earlier, and couldn't see anything. But based on his understanding of Fong Tingwan, she should be taking a shower. After holding Duo for a while, Duo obediently got down from Jiang Yanshan's arms. She knew that her brother was tired and wouldn't throw a tantrum. Brother, go back and rest soon. Duo is also going to sleep. Jiang Yanshan watched her go inside, and only went back to his room after the door opened and closed again. Fong Tingwan came out and saw Duo sleeping soundly, her big eyes twinkling as she appeared incredibly adorable. He also lay down and hugged Duo to sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, waking up exactly on time, Duo wasn't by his side, but there was the sound of water from the bathroom. Stretching lazily outside the hall, he went into the bathroom to brush teeth and wash with Duo. Sister, are you awake? Did Duo disturb you? The little girl was brushing her teeth while asking. It's sister who woke up herself. I wasn't disturbed by Duo. Fong Tingwan explained. Downstairs, Suzong was making breakfast. On this matter, he was particularly diligent. As long as he was in the villa, he took care of all 3 meals every day. Mengqi occasionally helped, but usually just as an assistant. This big boss had recently improved greatly, increasingly adapting to the rhythm of life in this post-apocalyptic world. Today we're eating Su Boss's signature buns along with milk. Mengqi's entire body was covered in flour, but that didn't hide her joy. As he reached up for the milk, jealousy struck him. Why drink milk suddenly? This thing was absolutely a luxury these days, and he grabbed the package to glance at it. Oh, Lu Ji understood and also became happy. Fong Tingwan thoughtfully pondered. Could it have gone bad? Sure enough, the next second, Mengqi spoke. This milk's expiration date is 3 days away. It would be a waste to throw it away. He guessed correctly indeed. Other people came downstairs one after another, and breakfast began. Taking a bite out of a bun, the meat aroma mixed with vegetable fragrance filled his mouth, and the bun's skin was especially soft. It was truly delicious. Mr. Su really had excellent skills in making buns. Today, after eating 2, he poured the milk and greedily drank a big gulp, noticing a walnut taste with a hint of sweetness. While he was enjoying his meal, there were 2 barks of a dog from the distance combined with knocking sounds at the door. Zhou immediately stood up and rushed to the door, peering through the crack. Sister Wan, those people from Taoshi Garden are here again. There was no need for him to run over to deal with them. He simply shouted from the doorway. Having eaten his fill, he stood up to go out, and Jiang Yanshan also stood up to go together with him. There was a lump in his stomach. What was the meaning of that? How many times had Zhou Jinyu visited? Go back. I'll handle it with Aiken. These days, without work, Zhou and Zhou Hai took turns guarding near the gate. He saw that Zhou hadn't eaten enough earlier. The villa door opened and closed again, and upon seeing Fong Tingwan, Zhou Jinyu grinned, sauntering up like someone worth little. Wan, these are the bells I promised to find for you. He spread out his hand, and on his palm were 2 bells. Fong Tingwan accepted them and shook them gently. They rang with a pleasant sound. Any more? She asked straightforwardly. Such items weren't common. They certainly couldn't always be found easily. Clearly, Zhou Jinyu had kept a few after finding them before, just looking for an excuse to visit her again. He was quite capable. None left. Zhou Jinyu lied without blushing. Actually, he still had a few hidden on him. But if he handed them out now, he wouldn't have an excuse to visit later. All right, I've received them. Rest assured, she didn't feel like saying much, turned around, and walked back. Wan, you make the demands regarding Xiaobao's situation. He'd had good fortune these past 2 days and had managed to find quite a bit of food with his team. There should be enough for the next person as well. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, nothing was cheaper than people, yet nothing was more valuable than them too. Jiang Yanshan stepped forward and asked, that kid sneaked in late at night to steal. Why do you think we would let him go? I can offer compensation. After going back, Jiang Xiang had been bringing up Xiaobao's matter again and again, supported by other brothers. It forced him to swallow his pride and open his mouth about it. How do you plan to compensate us? Xia Jinyu momentarily lost his words. If it were pre-apocalypse times, he could have easily tossed over a stack of cash. But now, the little food left in their group would only last for a few more days. If the other party wanted too much, why don't you name it? Not letting him go. Jiang Yanshan refused without hesitation. He'd rather deal with more trouble than to have anything to do with Zhou Jinyu. Wan, you state your demand. At this moment, Jiang Yanshan didn't want to talk anymore either. Fong Tingwan, do you have electricity? Her sudden question completely froze Zhou Jinyu's mind. No, Zhou Jinyu answered honestly. All power systems had collapsed, and those who could afford to use any weren't ordinary people. Then do you need a generator? She spoke softly so only those nearby could hear, ensuring none of Zhou Jinyu's men within earshot could understand. He returned her query with another. Do you have one? Fong Tingwan nodded. A low-power one isn't useful for anything. What's your condition? I need a higher-powered one. These things tend to break after being used for a while, and she currently didn't have any backup in her storage space. Having an extra one wouldn't hurt. Zhou Jinyu hesitated. Finding generators nowadays wasn't easy, and fuel was even harder to obtain. Moreover, trading a big one for a small one seemed utterly absurd. Fong Tingwan could guess his thoughts. Exchange a big one for a small one, plus Xiaobao. Zhou Jinyu's eyes sparkled. So you agree to release Xiaobao? Waiting for your news. Alright Wan. But listen, little Zhou is missing. Though he hadn't fully mustered the courage, seeing Fong Tingwan about to leave prompted him to blurt it out almost instinctively. Chapter 135, Wang Lisha visits. After getting up this morning, the two brothers guarding Zhou noticed that the rope binding him had been broken, and he was nowhere to be found. They searched nearby, but came up empty-handed. He specifically informed Fong Tingwan so as to remind her to be careful. Zhou's escape happened under his watch. Knowing his vengeful nature, trouble was sure to come back his way. Let him go. Fong Tingwan felt quite helpless. She should have known that Zhou Jinyu wouldn't harm Zhou. After all, he was Yang Daha's definition of a good person. He is your brother. I won't interfere with whatever you decide to do. Zhou had been intent on seizing the villa, and there were other enemies. It appeared that staying up at night needed to become a regular practice. Though reluctant to leave, Zhou Jinyu eventually walked away with Jiang Yanchen due to Fong Tingwan's impatience and the brother's urging. This older brother is quite persistent. Despite the current situation, he still comes here often. Clearly, he truly cares about you. Fong Tingwan sharply picked up on what Meng Ling meant. You're saying he came every day, including yesterday? Meng Ling nodded. Yesterday, right after you left, he came, delivering 2 bells. She had already forgotten about that matter, only remembering now because Fong Tingwan mentioned it. After thinking carefully, she remembered having placed those bells carelessly near the entrance. Looking again, they were indeed there. So, she handed them over to the two who had asked for them. Here are the 2 bells. Aren't they what Attorney Jiang needs? You can take them to Attorney Jiang. He carried the bells upstairs and knocked on the door next to theirs. Jiang Yanchen was changing clothes when he heard the knock, so he quickly pulled on a tank top and opened the door. Evening. How did you end up over here? Upon opening the door, he welcomed her in and closed it behind her before showing confusion. Are you here to pick something up? This was already accepted by both, and neither found fault in this routine. Fong Tingwan tossed the bells at him. How exactly are you planning to set up your alarm system? Jiang Yanchen agreed that such an arrangement was necessary since the living environment was worsening day by day and dangers were growing. An alarm system would enable everyone to stay alert faster. I've sketched out some basic ideas, though they are rough and need more work. As he reviewed the drawings, each area of the villa was clearly planned. Still, some parts depicted in the messy sketches remained incomprehensible to him. Jiang Yanchen leaned closer to Fong Tingwan and said, These are my sketches for the alarm design. They show where each line should run. Though it seems simple, it's actually very difficult. He enthusiastically explained while Fong Tingwan could make little sense of it all. The plans were chaotic. If they followed this layout, not many bells would sound properly. Jiang Yanchen asked, Is there a rush? She shook her head. No urgency. Just thought about it. As for that base those few people mentioned, I still want to take a look. Fong Tingwan took cashews and pine nuts from her bag, slowly eating as she thought about what series she should resume watching later. She recalled that a mystery drama she started hadn't reached its conclusion yet, so she'd continue watching it later. She was rather curious about the plot moving forward. It really should be inspected. Jiang Yanchen began but then paused, shaking his head, though Fong Tingwan understood his meaning. But she wasn't overly concerned. Her visit was mainly to check the progress of the base construction and see if anything was worth borrowing inspiration from. The two were speaking when they heard a knock on the door, though it seemed not intended for their room. Fong Tingwan instantly guessed it might be her own room. Whoever it was remained unknown. She got up and tidied the trash, but left the cashews and pine nuts for Jiang Yanchen. Jiang Yanchen, seeing this, smiled sweetly. Opening the door, she was met face to face with Wang Lisha, whose expression looked troubled, staring at her, but unable to say a word. Fong Tingwan glanced down, noticing that she wore a loose skirt. Lifting her eyes, Wang Lisha nodded. Could you spare me some essentials? Fong Tingwan understood immediately. Women always have certain needs each month. She had prepared ahead of time and put them aside specifically, but she forgot to mention this to Wang Lisha since she joined later. Follow me. Fong Tingwan personally guided her there. Wang Lisha was unfamiliar with the villa and had been subdued since arriving. Except for meals, she mostly stayed confined to her room, never exploring the villa. At the end of the second floor was a row of cabinets, the lowest shelf holding all sorts of feminine hygiene products. Fong Tingwan pulled one out and handed it to Wang Lisha. Go ahead. If you don't like coming each time, you can grab more and store them in your room. Fong Tingwan gently reminded her. Although not particularly familiar with Wang Lisha, she didn't wish to inconvenience her too much. Since she was already out, Fong Tingwan thought it best not to return and instead go take a look at the basement. Who is it? What's the matter? She was just thinking about him, and as soon as she turned around, she saw Jiang Yanchen coming as well. Wang Lisha, he's got something. Fong Tingwan didn't say more, but a blush crept onto her cheeks. Jiang Yanchen seemed to understand and didn't press for further questions. And where are you off to? Seeing his direction wasn't heading back inside. They had been waiting to binge-watch some shows together. I'm going down to check on the vegetables. He turned around, and Jiang Yanchen followed him into the basement. Fong Tingwan watered all the plants there. They were growing splendidly. Lush Chinese cabbage, lettuces with leaves already sprouting, and other plants also thriving hard. Good. If things kept up like this, fresh vegetables would be ready to eat soon. Duo had originally been playing on the first floor and now ran downstairs too. Seeing them, Duo stretched her little arms wide and came running on her short legs to hug Fong Tingwan. With all the busy schedule lately and her frequent trips outside, there hadn't been much time spent with Duo. Clearly, the little girl missed her. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Fong Tingwan pulled out a candy and handed it to Duo Duo. Orange flavor. The little girl's eyes curved delightfully, her smile forming 2 crescent moons. Is it sweet? Yes, it is. Fong Tingwan patted Duo Duo's head affectionately and led her upstairs together. Having checked the vegetables in the basement, she intended next to inspect the livestock being raised on the first floor. These were her hard work. Although space still existed within, keeping them nearby proved more reliable. It offered a legitimate reason to care for them openly. As Fong Tingwan planned, she reached the first floor, finding only the Zhou brothers there. One was inside, the other outside guarding the door. They were quite diligent. With nothing else left to do in the villa, they found tasks themselves and voluntarily took up the duty of guarding the first floor. The chickens and ducks outside were growing well too, and a children's bathing tub had been placed in the duck enclosure that they had brought back from a previous trip. Chapter 136. The temperature rises again. Meng Qi often changes the water, and the little ducklings swim happily. A few little pigs are getting fatter, but due to the scorching heat, they lazily lie there, unwilling to get up. Fong Tingwan cooled them down by watering them before returning. As it neared noon, the weather outside was getting hotter. Just standing there, sweat would flow continuously. She put down her things and hurried back inside. Mr. Liu, you've worked hard. Indeed, Mr. Liu was cooking again. Even with a fan turned on beside him, he still sweated profusely. This damned weather is getting hotter, as if it's trying to roast us dry. Feeling unbearable heat, Mr. Liu stopped his cooking, faced the fan for a while until slightly refreshed, then returned to work, repeating this cycle. The weather has indeed been hot recently, and it's getting even hotter. Is the temperature still rising? Fong Tingwan thought about going upstairs first to take a shower. When water hit her body, the sticky discomfort washed away, bringing a refreshing comfort. Jiang Yanshan shower gel had run out, so she took out her own stock of camellia-scented one. After using it, a light fragrance lingered around her nose. In the heat, she liked using it twice, enveloping her entire body, until she became fragrant and filled the air with this scent, only stopping when finished. After rinsing, she changed into loose, sweat-absorbing pajamas. Duo Duo was very well behaved. During the day, she trained herself or played alone. Sometimes, she also helped the older siblings with work. Just as Fong Tingwan came out of the bathroom, she heard a door sound. Then Duo Duo's small head peeked in. Sister, have you finished washing? Let's go downstairs to eat. Although young, she noticed how rare it had become to obtain food. Whenever meals were ready at home, she always remembered Fong Tingwan. Okay, let's go together. Fong Tingwan's hair was still wet. She merely used a towel to simply absorb some of the moisture, but didn't dry it fully. Such weather could help cool her hair, which she'd gotten used to doing these days. Many times, Duo Duo imitated her methods and did the same thing. The two went downstairs, where the dishes had already been placed on the table. I was planning to come up and call you, but Duo Duo saw and ran upstairs herself. Today's lunch consisted of green beans, brought back previously by Fong Tingwan. The vibrant green beans were paired with soft potatoes and golden-colored cured meat. Together with the rich soy sauce, it made an irresistible dish to eat over rice. Just thinking about it made Fong Tingwan uncontrollably swallow saliva. Beside her was pickled cabbage, offering a crisp bite, refreshingly sour yet sweet, perfectly appetizing. Lu Ji served himself a bowl of rice, then matched it with the dishes. Taking a bite, he praised enthusiastically with a thumb up. Mr. Su's cooking skills are getting better and better. Keep it up, he said sincerely. Not bad. Shui Er rarely praised others, but what he said was undoubtedly the truth. Surrounded by everyone, enjoying meals together was particularly joyful, with everyone chatting and laughing, making time pass quickly. After lunch, Fong Tingwan went out under the sun, feeling the heat again. The temperature was undeniably high, frighteningly so, and even the breeze carried the heat. Do you feel that the weather has been getting hotter lately? Is the temperature still rising? Unable to bear it, Fong Tingwan ran back inside quickly. Wang Lisha had already eaten and gone upstairs. Meng Ling and Xianyu left. Zhou brothers along with Lu Ji and Su Er returned to sleep. Meng Qi and Su Zong were still busy in the kitchen. Duo Duo obediently waited beside Jiang Yanshan. Sister, it's so hot. Let's go upstairs. Duo Duo gasped for breath in small mouthfuls. Despite being healthier now, her skin tone was still darker. What did you just say? Jiang Yanshan's attractive eyebrows furrowed, sensing something similar. He stepped out of the door too. Before even leaving the house, he was already drenched in sweat, but stubbornly reached the yard. Fong Tingwan and Duo Duo headed upstairs, with Jiang Yanshan following close behind. When no one else was around, he whispered, it's indeed much hotter than before. How much will the temperature rise? Arriving at his room, Fong Tingwan opened the door and entered, followed closely by Jiang Yanshan. Duo Duo rushed over to turn on the fan. Sister, are you cool enough now? The fan faced the bed, but she was still worried that Fong Tingwan wouldn't feel the cool breeze, so she manually adjusted its direction. That's fine. Duo Duo released her hand and immediately went to draw pictures. She frequently reminded herself to be a good kid who knew better, not to disturb her elder siblings when they had something to talk about. I don't know either. Fong Tingwan also frowned. This world she had reincarnated into was completely different from the last one. The last time the temperature had reached 70 degrees, it had stopped. But today, she clearly felt that the temperature outside had already broken past 70. To what extent would it keep rising? 80, 90, or even 100? She couldn't predict. You don't know either. How long will such weather last? He leaned back in the chair, his voice somewhat dispirited. But fortunately, he always knew how to self-regulate. If he couldn't change it, he would accept it proactively. He stood up and went over to teach Duo Duo how to draw. Her artwork had improved a lot recently. At least the picture of Jiang Yanqin she painted now was just some simple lines rather than an exact portrait. Duo was obedient and had memorized all of Jiang Yanqin's instructions. Look, sister, doesn't my picture of brother look so similar? Duo proudly held up her painting, which featured 3 people, a boy standing on the left, a girl on the right, and a child in the middle. From their silhouettes, they could be recognized as her, Jiang Yanqin, and Duo. The background appeared to depict the sea. Fang Tingwan squatted down while holding the drawing. Duo, do you want to go see the sea? The little girl relied on him and never asked for extravagant things. But lately, her paintings featuring the sea have been frequent. Duo nodded but then quickly shook her head. Sister, Duo can paint like this one. She held up her painting with a radiant smile, but Fang Tingwan said nothing. Fang Tingwan didn't say anything because these days were brutally hot, with dry climates and rapidly declining water levels. The streams had dried up already. To see the sea, they would need to travel to a coastal city, too far away. Fang Tingwan wouldn't agree to waste time on such a trip. Holding her gently, he whispered comfortingly, Duo, I'm sorry. Once the disaster ends, sister will definitely take you to see the sea. Speaking those words to Duo, he was also reminding himself. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, she still hadn't traveled too far from home, wanting to visit more places. Duo's longing was no less than his own. Waiting by the seaside for sunrise, watching sunsets, idly enjoying each day has been his dream all along. Once the disaster is over, if the sea is still there, he would surely go once. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the outside heat began to subside. Fang Tingwan drove out aimlessly wandering around the streets. Chapter 137. Re-encountering the Bald Man. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the heat outside began to subside. Fang Tingwan drove out and wandered on the street. She was looking for something sharper than glass bottle fragments to place around the villa's fence, so that no one would jump in again. With just one little bough at home, it was already enough to make her worried. The supplies were still abundant in the city center, though there wasn't much food visible, but the items for use were plentiful. She gathered some of them, thinking they might be useful for her, and then planned to go back. An important item among these was a map, which provided a detailed overview of the entire Qingda city. With it, wherever she wanted to go would be more convenient. This was an unexpected joy. Holding these things, she prepared to return. Fang Tingwan was staying in an apartment building, currently on the 8th floor. Since the elevator had stopped working, the main door of the stairwell had also been damaged. The area inside had been ransacked. She saw no food as she climbed up from the lower floors. As she descended from the upper floors and just stepped out of the unit door, disordered footsteps came from behind. The sounds indicated there were quite a few people. Without any cover within the entire residential complex, Fang Tingwan had no choice but to turn around and go back. Both room doors on the first floor had been ruined, easily revealing their interiors unsuitable for hiding anyone. However, the windows were open. Fang Tingwan rushed into one of the rooms and closed the door. A group of people appeared outside. Search for me. Damn it. I can't believe there's nothing left. There were approximately 20 men outside, all big and strong-looking individuals. They had fierce appearances, ones even capable of scaring off savage dogs. The leader among them was a bald man, whom Fang Tingwan would definitely recognize upon seeing. They encountered each other on the way to Qingda, sharing a certain past connection. The bald man had continuously been trying to track her down. 20-some people ran inside the building, filling up the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. In pairs, they took one room each, searching rapidly. Search thoroughly. No corner should be left unchecked. All the elderly used to live here in this neighborhood. They love hoarding stuff. There must be food here. The bald man yelled loudly from below, only lacking a megaphone. Fang Tingwan felt regretful, wishing she'd brought Jiang Yanqin with her. Big brother, this door is shut. Someone came over earlier, unable to pull it open despite several attempts using all their strength. Unbelieving, the bald man came over and pulled hard as well. 1 try, 2 tries, still unable to open it. This proved that the door itself was in good condition, indicating that someone was inside. There's someone inside. I'm going to break the door. He immediately called others, and as soon as they broke the door down and entered, Fang Tingwan had already escaped through the window. It's him, chase after him. The bald man, entering first, spotted Fang Tingwan. Some jumped out of windows while others fled through the entrances. Unfamiliar with the layout of the neighborhood, Fang Tingwan twisted and turned her way through. Behind her, the men kept chasing her without giving up. Her immediate thought was to abandon the idea of returning to the villa. Having Xia Jinyu and the others together was enough. The villa must not be discovered by others. Those who ran faster, including 2 ahead of her who had been overtaken and subdued. When the pursuing crowd arrived, they ignored the fallen brothers and saved time by stepping right over them. Did Fang Tingwan's lack of humanity indicate it had vanished entirely? Upon exiting the rear gate, she immediately got into the car. As those who chased grabbed onto the door, she swayed it left and right, shaking them off, before speeding away. Chasing out, the bald man's face blackened like coal. You filthy bitch, if I ever get my hands on you, I'll never let you off. Someone drove by, offering a ride. Boss, get in. Fang Tingwan drove for a while. Up front was a shopping mall, and vehicles were still closely pursuing her. She made a decisive decision to reverse into the parking lot. Inside the parking lot, there were a few scattered cars. Fang Tingwan drove further in, and, taking advantage of the absence of people, stored the car within a space she carried. Along with the car, she herself disappeared inside it as well. Of course, the pursuing bald man would find no trace of her and leave it at that. Once the others had departed, she planned to emerge again. Not long after she went inside, The bald man and his group also drove in. How can there be no one? I clearly saw his car drive in. The man continued searching everywhere, skeptical of its emptiness. There was much dust piled on the ground where Fong Tingwan's car had driven over, leaving clear imprints. The bald man examined carefully. According to the tire marks, how could he vanish into thin air? Leading his gang under him, they searched every corner of the underground parking garage repeatedly. Could he really have disappeared into thin air? Not only his subordinates, but even he had witnessed Fong Tingwan entering this place. Yet once they followed in pursuit, she couldn't be found anywhere. Hey, it's eerie. The bald man, clearly refusing to accept it, reviewed the places he'd already looked over once more. Boss, there really is no one. The brothers have already searched everywhere. How about we go back first? They had wasted a lot of time in this place, and the food in their team wouldn't last long. They came out this time to find some food, so they naturally couldn't stay in one spot for too long. Hey, I can't believe he could keep hiding. Fong Tingwan was also busy inside the space. The vegetables inside hadn't been taken care of for just a few days, but were already overgrown with weeds. She reached her hand to pluck them, weeded thoroughly, and then tended to the poultry she kept. She estimated the time and decided to leave 20 minutes later. The disordered footprints on the ground indicated that they had already left. Fong Tingwan took the car out from the space and sat in it. The bald man had waited outside for quite a while, and she was worried that they might still be there. So when she went out, she drove much more slowly. Sure enough, she saw someone loitering outside. Fong Tingwan had no choice but to turn off the engine and wait by the entrance. It wasn't until half an hour later that the people outside got into their cars and drove away. Only after they disappeared from sight did Fong Tingwan drive back to Villa number 21. The incident earlier was particularly perilous. If the men had held on a little longer, they would have probably been forced out of the space, directly confronting the bald man. At that moment, a crazy idea grew in Fong Tingwan's mind. How could she extend the time one could stay inside the space? Lu Ji opened the door. Why are you back so late today? Nothing happened outside, right? Every time Fong Tingwan went out alone before, she wouldn't stay out for too long. This was an exception. There was an accident on the way. Let's talk about it inside. Fong Tingwan briefly told them too about encountering the bald man outside. Since both of you should be cautious, if there's any hint of trouble, notify us immediately. After instructing them, she walked upstairs. She had to quickly inform Jiang Yanchen about the matter concerning the bald man, so that he'd be extremely careful in the future. Of course, she didn't intend to continue like this indefinitely. Chapter 138, Misunderstanding. Coming out of the bathroom, water still dripping from her hair, Fong Tingwan took out a towel to absorb the moisture and stood at Jiang Yanchen's door. The water on her head was mostly absorbed. She draped the towel over her shoulder and raised her hand to knock on the door. It didn't take long inside. The door was already open by the time she lifted her hand for the third time. Wan, when did you come back? Coming quickly. He seemed surprised, stepped aside, and made way for her. Duo is with Meng Ling. You don't need to worry. I know. I came here because I have something to talk about with you. Have you eaten? Asked Jiang Yanchen. Not yet. Only now did Fong Tingwan remember that she hadn't eaten anything tonight. She had been preoccupied with what happened during the day, which explained why her stomach felt so empty. I'll go get some food for you, just wait. As Jiang Yanchen got up, so did Fong Tingwan. Then let's go to my room. I'll wait there for you. She preferred to be in her own room. Considering that tonight wouldn't end too early, she simply let Jiang Yanchen follow her over. He opened the door and they went out together, just as their neighbor opened the door. Meng Ling was going out with Duo. Sister will be back soon. Duo, don't worry. With the sky darkening outside, Duo had been looking outside all along. Jiang Yanchen was at home, but only Sister Wan wasn't there, making her very concerned. Sister. Duo rushed over and hugged her tightly. The little girl was stubborn but couldn't help shedding tears this time. Having completed her task, Meng Ling was ready to leave. Duo has to sleep with you tonight. She was straightforward, waiting for Meng Ling to turn around. I have something to discuss with Jiang Yanchen, and won't be able to take care of Duo tonight. While explaining, Meng Ling had another interpretation. What important thing could there possibly be late at night, unless it was between them two? I understand, don't worry. Tonight I'll definitely not let anything happen. He forcibly took Duo back into the room. Be good, don't interfere with brother and sister discussing things. Though he said this, his lips were always smiling slightly. Xinyue inside didn't know what had happened, just thinking that Duo unexpectedly returned. Xinyue thought it might just be hard to find things outside and didn't give it much thought. He frequently went out and understood the situation outside better. The food had already been mostly scavenged. If one was lucky, they might find some. There were fruits on the bedside table, which he had found earlier. Wan said tonight she would discuss matters with Mr. Jiang. You're serious? Xinyue jumped up from the bed. They succeeded. There was indeed hope between the two. He had also won, and couldn't wait to go tell Su Zong. Jiang Yanchen brought the food upstairs, unaware that a gap had appeared in the opposite room's door. He lightly knocked on Fong Tingwan's door before entering. When the door opened, he walked in. Soon after, the door opposite was fully open, for heads popping out simultaneously. How do we calculate this? Eating time won't decrease, so we'll watch a little longer. The door was closed again, leaving just a crack. There remained only one person waiting at the door. An hour passed, then 2 hours. Unwillingly, Su Zong pulled something out of his pocket. How had he lost? 2 had already been won by Xinyue. What did you want me to come here for? While going downstairs, she heard her conversation with Meng Ling. Duo had even been sent away. So what was that important matter? Jiang Yanchen was somewhat distracted, wondering if he really had to move rooms. I ran into that bald man from in front of the gas station. This sentence quashed all her fantasies. He saw you. Fong Tingwan nodded. There were many people on their side. Just the ones brought out were more than 20. Including everyone in their villa, there were only 11 adults and 1 child. Zhou Jinyu's group also consisted of a dozen or so people. But their opponent, indeed, a large force. Once both sides had clashed before, and seeing Fong Tingwan would likely mean trouble, he would not give up easily. You came back late because you were trying to evade him. Fong Tingwan nodded. Too many people make killing tiring. She had indeed prepared for battle, but escaping when possible was preferable. A ratio of 1 against more than 20 was too terrifying, especially since there was fear of drawing others in. So what are you planning to do? After tidying up the bowls and plates after eating, he washed them downstairs and then came back up. Given the summer heat, leaving items unwashed for too long on plates would create trouble later. By the time they returned, Fong Tingwan had removed the face mask she'd been wearing. Lay one on yourself. I noticed its effectiveness last time. Although Jiang Yanchen was still darker in complexion, his skin looked much more hydrated. He didn't refuse, took the face mask and applied it in the bathroom. After both had finished, they sat down again to talk about the serious matter. The villa still needs to be reinforced. The walls around it should be a bit higher, and in addition to shards of bottles on top, I plan to put some other things there. I just haven't decided what yet. Fong Tingwan had been thinking about this all the way back. The bald man had already appeared and seen him, so it was only a matter of time before he discovered this place. If the other side wanted to forcefully take the villa, although that was impossible, a conflict would result in both sides suffering losses. When the clam and the sandpiper fight, the fisherman gains the advantage. Therefore, it was now necessary to upgrade the villa's surveillance and protection. All right, starting from tomorrow, I'll go with you to prepare the materials. Thinking about it made her shudder with fear. If today she hadn't managed to shake off that group of people, he didn't trust anyone else to guard her closely from now on. I intend to launch a counterattack. The bald man clearly wasn't planning to let him go, just as he also had no intention of letting go. The biggest flaw right now was the lack of clear information about the bald man's side. Jiang Yanchen asked, "Have you come up with a plan?" As they spoke, the two got closer and closer, discussing how to carry out a full-scale upgrade of the villa. They were so absorbed in their conversation that before they knew it, the sun had risen on the second day. Jiang Yanchen yawned and opened the door, while on the opposite side Su Zong also opened the door to head downstairs to cook. Seeing Jiang Yanchen come out in his pajamas, still half asleep, Su Zong gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang can really cut it. Jiang Yanchen was too sleepy to open his eyes wide and heard Su Zong's words without much thought. After Jiang Yanchen left, Fong Tingwan also felt unbearably sleepy. She gathered up the plans they had made, including the draft paper, and stowed them all away in her space, then found a comfortable spot on the bed and fell asleep. She had no idea that everyone at home already knew about their relationship. Everyone understood unspokenly, but they were secretly celebrating Jiang Yanchen's rise to power. The Zhou brothers and Lu Jisu'er were also happy. The 4 men living together were enduring sweltering summer weather, relying solely on 2 fans at night for cooling. Last night, even the fans seemed useless. Could Jiang Yanchen's success mean one room would be vacated? The 4 could split up. Chapter 139, Rules of the Power Plant. On the other side, the bald man looked around everywhere but couldn't find anyone. After leaving the basement of the mall, he went upstairs, which was basically already emptied. A thorough search yielded nothing. The weather outside grew increasingly dark, and now with no streetlights, it would be impossible to see anything at night. Not only were items hard to find, but going out was even more dangerous. People generally chose not to venture out in the evening. The bald man returned with his group. He now resided in a suburban power plant where there were quite a few brothers still stationed. In the basement of the plant, what used to be the employee cafeteria had now become everyone's living space. Basically, it was a large room crammed full of people. There were many beds placed tightly together, forming a massive bunk area. Although the power plant did have dormitory buildings, these were all exposed to direct sunlight, and thus turned into huge steam chambers that rendered them unlivable. This basement was the only place with electricity, so none of them wanted to leave. "Big brother, you're back," said several women lined up on both sides. About a dozen of them appeared pale and thin. They were waiting for those who'd gone out looking for food to return. Here, these people were called warriors. Those who ventured out could pick a woman as their reward for one night, according to their achievements. Wang Yin was among them, but she no longer exhibited her previous arrogance. Quietly, she let the bald man wrap an arm around her waist and take her into one of the inner rooms. That was a special area reserved only for a few leaders and their women. That day when he chased after Fong Tingwan, he walked for a long time but didn't find anyone. He knew the woman had a motorboat, and with water everywhere, she left no trace behind. After searching for a whole day and night, the bald man finally gave up, assuming they must have escaped quickly without considering that Wang Yin had tricked him. On the way back, he took Wang Yin with him and eventually arrived here. "Honey, did you miss me today?" "Of course I missed Big Brother," she replied, following it up with a kiss. This tactic worked well on the bald man, making him laugh heartily as he embraced her. Once the leader had made his selection, it was their turn. A group of men swarmed forward. There weren't enough women to go around, so they had to share 2 or even 3 men per woman. "Oh, right," the bald man turned and said, "Keep an eye on that woman. If I catch her, I'll kill her. And you, come over here." He pointed to a young girl standing at the front. "You look unfamiliar, new here?" The young girl hesitantly nodded, reporting to Big Brother, "I've been here for 3 days." Still a young girl, exactly his type. "Come serve me too." The young girl was ecstatic. She'd heard from some sisters about the benefits of following the Big Brother. only having to serve him with guaranteed food. To her, this was a great temptation. A few men clutching the young girl were momentarily stunned and hurriedly released her, joining another group instead. As the bald man talked about women, Wang Yin became more cautious. This group lit up upon seeing women, but there was only one person capable of arousing his anger to the point of killing her, Fong Tingwan. It used to be the largest factory nearby, covering half a county. Before the apocalypse, everyone hoped to secure a position there. After the flood hit, half of the place got submerged, trapping everyone inside. With too many people and insufficient food, fights soon broke out. When the flood receded, very few remained, and all the food was consumed. Eventually, most decided to leave. When the bald man first arrived, only a small group of people were left here, barely surviving on a minimal amount of food. He immediately struck a deal with them. They would bring in food and live together while jointly seeking more resources. Both parties agreed, leading to their current size. Since they slept late last night, Meng Qi felt sore all over and stayed in bed. Su Zong saw the time approaching and headed down to cook. I'll help. Wang Lisha, wearing a long skirt, stood at the staircase entrance. It was rare for her to come downstairs, yet there she was, spotting Su Zong busy alone in the kitchen. She remembered that he had a girlfriend, Meng Qi, who lived with him. Su Zong held a bunch of vegetables, freshly picked from the basement. He carefully plucked from the thicker parts to give the others more space to grow. Sure. He handed her the vegetables. Just wash them. The weather was getting hotter, greatly affecting his work speed, but Wang Lisha's arrival proved timely. For breakfast, they only prepared noodles, with green vegetables added, and fried eggs. As usual, each person got one egg, except Dodo who got two. Other than that, they ate salted pickles prepared themselves. Meng Qi dragged herself downstairs intending to help Su Zong with the cooking. Upon entering the harmonious scene in the kitchen, her heart ached a little. Su Zong, how could you bear to pick such small vegetables? These are our hard work, Meng Qi questioned. Lu Ji was rather careless and didn't notice the strange atmosphere in the living room. Fong Tingwan also came downstairs. She had just woken up in the morning, not wanting to eat, but Dodo insisted on dragging her down. The younger girl went upstairs earlier when she saw Su Zong taking some green vegetables, and she ran over to teach Fong Tingwan. Although they weren't lacking in food and drink, it had been a long time since they had eaten such fresh vegetables. The vegetables are planted too densely. They can no longer absorb nutrients. We must pick some so the remaining ones can continue to grow. Otherwise, they will only become older and start rotting. Is that true? Lu Ji was half believing, thinking, isn't Su Zong a big boss? How does he know this stuff? It's true. If you don't believe me, look at the fields in the countryside. Each seedling is left with a certain distance for better absorption of nutrients and air. Wang Lisha's hometown was in the village, and she often worked in the fields, so she knew these things. Su Zong sighed but patiently explained, my grandfather liked to eat what he grew himself. He would take me along when I was little, so I learned about this. Afraid they might misinterpret his knowledge, he added, don't worry. The remaining vegetables will continue to grow bigger. Then we'll just eat the outer leaves, and it will last us for quite a while. Moreover, I think we could dig more pools and sow seeds, so when one batch is finished, the others will be ready to replace them. There's no doubt, it was a good idea. Fong Tingwan hadn't paid much attention before. Su Zong had done a great job. She secretly made a note in her mind to implement this after eating. The two cooperated seamlessly, and Meng Qi felt increasingly jealous in her heart. When Su Zong handed her the bowl of noodles, she gave him a glare. Confused, Su Zong wondered why little Qi was acting like this. Fong Tingwan was extremely sleepy and fell asleep after finishing her bowl of noodles. Wang Lisha voluntarily stayed behind to clear the table. Su Zong turned around to wash the dishes, leaving Meng Qi feeling useless and even angrier. Finally, she stormed off upstairs as well. Chapter 140. The water flow becomes smaller. Xiao Qi, open the door. Su Zong finished tidying up and went upstairs to return to his room, only to realize Meng Qi had locked him out. He knocked on the door but didn't get a response from Meng Qi. Instead, he drew attention from next door. Mr. Su has been kicked out. Xinu poked her head out, bored, and watched the scene unfold like a drama unfolding right in front of her. Meng Ling was also attracted over. You guys had an argument. The man shrugged helplessly. I'm not sure either. Everything was fine last night. Thinking about how Meng Qi begged for mercy last night calling him Su Gij. Could it be that he'd gone too far? Xiao Qi, open the door and let me in. I promise you, next time I'll definitely go lighter. Shouting loud enough for everyone in the villa to hear, apart from Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen who slept deeply, everyone else heard it. Even Duo opened her door out of curiosity. The young girl didn't understand the implications. She just remembered how her father beat her mother harshly, assuming Sister Qi was also beaten. Her little face swelled up, tears falling down. Brother Su Zong, hitting people is wrong. Please don't hit Sister Meng Qi anymore. Su Zong stared blankly at her. How did he become someone committing domestic violence? Seeing Duo sobbing, Meng Ling hurried over and embraced her. Duo, don't cry. Brother Su Zong is just teasing Sister Meng Qi. He hasn't hit her. Knowing Duo's story, Meng Ling guessed she associated this with her parents' situation and quickly took her back inside. The commotion outside was heard crystal clear by Meng Qi inside, her face turning red as she unlocked the door, then grabbed Su Zong by the ear and dragged him inside. Xiao Qi, you finally opened the door. Ouch, gentle. As the door closed, the comedy ended. Xinu returned to her room. These two are really something. What happened? Meng Ling glared at her, then led Duo to draw pictures. Are you not embarrassed? I am embarrassed. Meng Qi grew even angrier, sitting on the stool, ignoring him. A prestigious big boss, When did he become so shameless? Xiao Qi. He approached. Meng Qi turned her head away. He came again. Meng Qi turned once more. All right, stop turning. He firmly held her shoulders. You'll get dizzy if you keep doing that. You should at least tell me where I've gone wrong, right? Seeing you makes me upset. Su Zong understood now, realizing it all stemmed from last night being too forceful. Now their relationship had changed. He couldn't focus solely on himself anymore. Meng Qi felt both angry and embarrassed. Perhaps they were just helping each other casually. Everything he thought was overblown, but she was genuinely furious. Everyone in the villa knew what they had done last night. She, after all, was a woman. How could she possibly face anyone now? Outside happenings weren't known to Fong Tingwan. Yet this sleep refreshed her completely. After waking up, her first act was heading down to the basement. Su Zong's advice needed urgent execution, given the present climate which would progressively worsen. Within the villa, only Su Zong and Wang Lisha understood such matters, so she called them both down. This morning you suggested planting in batches. Can you explain how specifically? These two were personally called down, while others were summoned by Zhou Zhou, eventually gathering downstairs one by one. In fact, what's currently planted works fine. These small crops have short growth cycles. Fresh produce lasts only for a few days. If planted together, they mature simultaneously. By separating them, once this batch grows old, the next will still be edible. Listening to their explanation made sense, so she left them to do their work. In the command of Su Zong and Wang Lisha, they cleared 2 additional plots beside the current ones. Fong Tingwan also brought out some seeds that matured quickly and spread them. By the time these were eaten up, the other side would be ready. During this period, they wouldn't worry about vegetables. As for other tasks concerning these fields, Lu Zong and Wang Lisha would handle them carefully. With the current timing, having several plots of land like these was their greatest treasure. Feeling recognized and engaged in meaningful work, Wang Lisha gradually began blending with everyone. Though not overly sociable, occasionally she would say a word or two, no longer maintaining the distant aloofness. Previously, you were also a boss. Since that day, Wang Lisha went daily to help prepare meals. Towards Su Zong, she showed more warmth than to others. Yes, the cement factory outside the city is my family business, passed down through many generations but destroyed by me. Su Zong sighed wistfully, though there was nothing to be done. In times of apocalypse, human lives aren't valued, let alone external belongings. Actually, my situation is similar to yours. When I left, only one person stayed by my side, and even he betrayed me for food. Su Zong said this aloud and realized he wasn't as affected by it anymore. Surviving, living better, those were the current priorities. Such trivial matters were mere luxuries under peaceful living conditions. She knew a little about Wang Lisha, but not much, hoping that she could take these words to heart. Wang Lisha said nothing, nor did she express her thoughts. The water flow. Wang Lisha turned the tap off and then on again. What's wrong? Has your sister noticed the water flow becoming smaller? Su Zong had noticed it, but hadn't paid attention. In the past, his home had also experienced similar situations, and he thought it was normal. Wang Lisha's intuition told her it wouldn't be so simple. Considering the high temperature outside, a bad feeling formed in her heart. You keep busy, I'll go upstairs. Wang Lisha knocked on Fong Tingwan's door, which was heard inside, as well as by the neighbors. Jiang Yanshan opened the door, leaning against the doorframe. Fong Tingwan opened the door and asked, "What's the matter?" Recalling the previous incident, she sent Jiang Yanshan back inside. The water flow is becoming smaller. I'm worried about water shortage. Fong Tingwan called Jiang Yanshan out again, and the three of them went back to Su Yan's room. The situation of the water flow decreasing had been considered before. The same thing happened in the last life, eventually drying up. However, Fong Tingwan hadn't lived to see that moment. If she hadn't remembered incorrectly, the decrease in water flow in the last life should have occurred a month later. In this lifetime, it happened earlier, possibly due to the high temperatures outside. There had been another rise in temperature these days, making it impossible to go out at noon. If the temperature continued to rise, it would no longer be habitable on the ground. Store more water. Add the bottled water we found earlier. Even if there's no water left, it should hold for a while. During this time, apart from reinforcing the doors and villa, the underground area should be expanded. If people can't stay outside, we will all have to move underground. With soil layers and the villa above, they could effectively isolate the heat. I just noticed something amiss and came to let you know. What to do next still depends on the two of you. Wang Lisha placed herself in a low position. Chapter 141, Release Xiao Bao. Fong Tingwan did not pay attention, nor would she try to mediate. Getting over this psychological hurdle was also one of the things he had to do himself. Now everyone was too busy fighting for survival all day, and no one had time to be a psychologist. Taking advantage of lunchtime, Fong Tingwan briefly held a meeting, the most important issues being the expansion of the escape route and reinforcing the villa. Since Xiao Bao could get in, there will likely be others in the future. I plan to increase the height of the wall, add shards of glass bottles on top, as well as some steel needles. From the balcony on the 3rd floor, we can see more than half of the villa. We can keep an eye on other places by opening the windows too. I plan to set up the balcony as the villa's watchtower and coordinate with that area to monitor the entire villa. Simply reinforcing it only forms external protection for the villa. They must also work together effectively. She even thought about placing a telescope there to observe far-off situations. But the walls couldn't be made so high that the item became too conspicuous once placed. Thus, she gave up on that idea. Ordinarily, we should store more water. Now with the hot weather, surface water evaporates too quickly, and later, there may be a situation where there's no water. We have bottled water, so we don't need to worry in the short term. Fong Tingwan always spoke frankly with them, and if anyone has different intentions, they could leave voluntarily, and she wouldn't hold them back. Everyone understood that conditions outside were bound to be worse than here. After setting down the basement tasks, after lunch, everyone ran down except for one person who stayed upstairs to guard the house and feed water to Xiaobao. This task eventually fell onto Lu Ji. As they dug deeper into the wasteland, they cultivated several plots of land, even researching how to dig some holes on the other side, planning to keep the chickens, ducks, and pigs below when the time comes. They are their food supply, and it can't go wrong. I certainly don't want to sleep every night smelling pig dung. You dislike it, then don't eat it. Meng Ling's words reminded Fang Tingwan that they needed to dig a few pits in the yard, where they would place those poultry, unable to let them truly die from the heat. They worked continuously until 5 o'clock in the evening when Duo came running down. Sister, someone's here. Everyone was busy, so she just grabbed a small knife and went to the third-floor balcony to watch. Luji brother called her down just now. Fang Tingwan wiped the mud off her body. These things couldn't be seen by Xia Jinyu and his people. Jiang Yanchen followed behind her. We'll go together, for safety. The two met separately. Jiang Yanchen was unhappy. Why haven't the people come out yet? How long are you going to make us wait? With the hot weather making people feel uneasy, their moods were irritable. Just standing under the sun for a moment, they already felt nearly faint from the heat. Shut up. Xia Jinyu looked upset, barking orders, and only then did he fall silent. The villa door opened and closed again. Jiang Yanchen and Fang Tingwan walked out. Wan, I brought the things you wanted. Take a look at Xiaobao. Behind Xia Jinyu's car, two men carried a generator down and placed it before her. Jiang Yanchen tested it, and it was working fine. Did you find the solar panels? She had instructed Xia Jinyu to do so last time she left. I found them. Wan, I remember every word you said. Xia Jinyu moved closer like a child seeking praise. She turned to look at Xia Jinyu. Xia Jinyu nodded at the entrance. Wait, they're going to fetch them. Remind your people to keep their mouths shut. Lu Ji emerged first, carrying the smaller generator. You try it. If everything is okay, take it away fast. Someone capable from the other side approached, studied it for a while, and confirmed that it was functional. Wan, where's Xiaobao? He was anxious because this time, Xiaobao was the key. At his words, Xinu led Xiaobao out by the collar. They literally dragged him out. Over this period, Xiaobao had grown extremely thin, getting only 2 cups of water daily and half a bowl of rice. He wouldn't die, but he would become unrecognizably emaciated. Isn't this a bit too harsh? Jiang asked as he stepped closer, looking at Xiaobao who had skin hanging loosely over bones, even hesitating to touch him. He broke in at midnight and stole things. If we hadn't discovered him promptly, this villa would already belong to you all. He voiced what everyone else was thinking. Who wouldn't want to move into such a great place? Don't waste time talking. Once you've taken Xiaobao, leave immediately. Don't make me change my mind. Others were secretly dissatisfied but also feared she would change her mind and hastily took Xiaobao away. Releasing Xiaobao was unavoidable. Xia Jinyu's group was quite large, but they didn't share the same heart with him. Xiaobao couldn't be killed since they didn't want to cause too much trouble, but they also couldn't keep her locked up in the villa forever. Therefore, she exchanged with Xia Jinyu. The lights in the villa had been flickering intermittently over the past few days. The sound of the generator was unbearable and often stopped operating. Clearly, it was almost broken. Hence, she was eager to negotiate an exchange with Xia Jinyu. Actually, that generator had no problems. At the same time, with the generator and photovoltaic panels, they wouldn't be troubling them for a while. Because they needed to reinforce the villa, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen went out early in the morning to find the necessary materials. The last reinforcement used quite a lot of stuff, and there was only some scattered items left in her space, just enough for a few days' use. Moreover, the steel needles that were supposed to go on the walls hadn't been found yet. Is the construction market here? Based on their map study from last night, there was a large construction market to the north of the suburban area, selling everything that could be used in building constructions. It's this one. On the adjacent rock, for big characters were written, construction market. The space inside was enormous, with several large factories situated within, along with a few smaller houses scattered around. Before the apocalypse, it was also extraordinarily prosperous. Most of the surrounding building materials came from here, and there were always big trucks loading and unloading. The large factories inside the market were all made of iron frames and sheet metal, completely exposed under the sun, making the temperature inside frighteningly high. Fortunately, it was early morning, so it was still completely possible for people to enter. The market was divided into small booths, each filled with racks of various items, both indoors and outdoors. Jiang Yanchen deliberately walked behind, maintaining a slight distance to keep watch. Fang Tingwan picked up what she liked and stored it in her space. Anyway, they would need it, but now he only thought the place was too small, unable to absorb everything. It seemed they would have to look for more gold after returning. Walking to the last booth, near the inside position, there was a pile of white rectangular boards. Fang Tingwan looked at them unfamiliarly. What is this? Attracted by the sound, Jiang Yanchen also walked over, equally puzzled by the pile of things in front of him. Look for it. See if there's a manual. The two of them searched through the items and really managed to find it. According to the introduction, this material was used for external wall insulation. With it, the house stayed warm in winter and cool in summer, keeping the temperature suitable. The most appealing sentence to them both was the last one. Chapter 142, found the insulation boards. Such a great item was an absolute necessity, and Fang Tingwan wasted no time claiming all of them without hesitation. Let's go, there's nothing else we need here. Fang Tingwan silently noted this place down in her mind, planning to revisit once there was more space available. It was still early, so neither of them were in any rush to return. They strolled along leisurely. As they passed by a mall, a big sign for a bookstore caught her attention. She had never thought before that she'd be interested in such things. Once upon a time, knowledge could change one's fate, but after the apocalypse, everyone was too busy fighting for survival. No one had the time or mood to read books. However, Su Zong's words from that day changed Fong Tingwan's mindset. Even now, learning was essential. The more one knows, the better one could survive in this post-apocalyptic world. This bookstore was on the 5th floor, escaping the fate of being submerged by water. The elevators were already out of use, so the two climbed the stairs to get there. The decoration of the bookstore was mainly white, paired with deep gray, exuding sophistication. Now covered by a layer of dust, it looked hazy. The crystal chandeliers hanging overhead hadn't been cleaned for a long time, standing alone and covered in dust, devoid of any luster. Inside the bookstore, everything remained neat, showing no signs of having been rummaged through or moved. In front of each shelf was a board indicating the category of books. There were even signposts at the entrance. The bookstore's layout was excellent, making everything clear at a glance. Fong Tingwan picked up some books from every type. Her selection spanned a wide range, including articles so sappy they'd make your teeth hurt and melodramatic novels. Back home, she could arrange a bookshelf for them, allowing these books to pass the time. She placed her focus on books about agriculture and technology, taking as many as possible. Afterwards, when the weather stabilized, she planned to find a suitable place to grow vegetables and crops. Here, take this. Zhang Yanchen held a book, not thick nor large, and handed it to Fong Tingwan. She glanced at it briefly and found it was The Art of War by Sun Tzu. So he liked that kind. She casually went over to the section on tactics and took other strategy books. Zhang Yanchen watched silently with a faint smile. As they left the bookstore, it grew darker outside. While driving back, Fong Tingwan found a secluded, deserted spot where she put the items from her spatial ability into the car. Zhang Yanchen didn't get out of the car, but feeling the increased weight, he knew the things were already loaded. By now, he wasn't particularly surprised by Fong Tingwan's abilities. When they arrived at Villa number 21, the night had already fallen. It had been 4 months since the apocalypse began, and all the electricity in the city had been cut off. Without streetlights, once it got dark, people basically couldn't see anything. Xinu stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor with a night vision telescope. From this perfect vantage point, combined with the equipment, most of the area surrounding the villa was within his line of sight. The approaching car was familiar, and Xinu recognized it immediately, but he didn't move. He was waiting, wanting to ensure that the people getting out of the car were who he thought they were. Hurry up and come out to take the stuff. Fong Tingwan shouted from outside, and Zhang Yanchen also got out of the car. We're back. The gates of the villa opened, and Zhang Yanchen drove the car inside again. Lu Ji and the Zhou brothers came out together. Once they saw what was in the car, they were greatly shocked. Sister Wan, Brother Chen, you two are just amazing. How did you manage to get these things? Lu Ji had a buddy whose family used to run a building materials business. Lu Ji had seen and knew about the insulation boards. Seeing them, he instinctively gave them a thumbs up, while Zhou's brothers started carrying the boards into the villa. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen also joined in, bringing inside the numerous boards they had brought back. Not only the outer walls of the villa, if possible, Fong Tingwan hoped the basement could have an insulating layer as well. Su Ergang came downstairs and commented, all these are thanks to Sister Wan and Brother Chun. Lu Ji was tired from carrying the boards, beckoning Su Ergang over. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and help carry. Su Ergang peeked inside from the doorway, realizing just how much there was. He quickly ran back to call others, except for the ones cooking like Mr. Su and Wang Lisha, as well as Dodo and Xinu. Everyone else was called out. With so many hands, a truckload of boards was quickly unloaded. Even the books and miscellaneous items at the bottom were finished soon after Su Zong and Wang Lisha finished their cooking and helped. Despite the large quantity of items, due to their small size, everyone could carry multiple items at once, making the speed of unloading faster than the insulation boards. I can't help but suspect if you two have some kind of cheat system to bring back things like this. This suspicion was accurate, but Fong Tingwan didn't reply and walked away. It was just by chance, no such cheats. You're overthinking, Zhang Yanchen said calmly, with no trace of lying visible on his face. Others knew it was a joke and didn't give it a second thought. After working up a sweat from labor outside, everyone decided to take showers considering how much they perspired. Vegetables were left in the pot without further attention. Fong Tingwan didn't linger in the living room. She went straight back to her room. Others followed suit and headed for their rooms as well. Su Zong put his arm around Meng Qi's waist. Sister Wan said we should conserve water, so let's shower together. Meng Qi remained shy and did not respond. Sister Wan was mentioned at this moment, but Su Zong rarely ever called her that before now. Meng Ling was contemplating whether or not to shower with Fong Tingwan. Though Su Zong had been teasing, what he said actually made sense. The water flow wasn't as strong as before, so it would be wise to save water. While lost in thought, someone grabbed her hand. Come over to my place. Fong Tingwan had already considered this issue carefully. Both of them looked at Wang Lisha, who gave a slight nod. The three entered the room, and when they came out, they were all fresh and clean. Lu Ji and the other men showered super fast, and were already sitting downstairs. Zhang Yanchen also came down, yet Su Song and Meng Qi were still missing. Still, Mr. Su sure is lucky. We men aren't that favored. Lu Ji liked to complain, but it was just a casual joke. He seemed unreliable, but in matters related to finding a spouse, he was more dependable than anyone. Why don't we find and welcome a few girls next time so everyone can pair up? Fong Tingwan secretly thought that there might not be enough family planning supplies locked in the space. It seemed like she'd have to look into this thoroughly. These things would be useful. Wang Lisha disliked such topics and quietly got up to dish out food. In the evening, they stir-fried shredded potatoes and made cabbage soup using the cabbage grown in the basement. It was exceptionally fresh. Fong checked on the vegetable pools in the basement the day before. They were growing beautifully. The remaining green vegetables were growing larger, and one leaf on the outside could match the size of several previous cabbages. They truly understood what they were doing, and entrusting the responsibility to them proved right. As soon as the potato shreds were dished out, Meng Qi descended. Put it down. Leave it alone. I'll do it. I'll do it. Chapter 143. Xiaobao has changed. He let go and ran over here, completely failing to notice the unpleasant expression on Meng Qi's face behind him. Su Zong held the pot with 2 hands and poured all the cabbage soup into the basin. Steam rose and dispersed, bringing with it a delicious aroma. Mr. Su's cooking skills are getting better and better. We're going to be well fed from now on. After spending the entire afternoon in preparation and with no special meal today, Fong Tingwan was already famished. Taking the bowl of rice handed by Wang Lisha, he dug into his meal enthusiastically. He couldn't help but feel that tonight's dinner smelled especially fragrant. Meng Ling picked up a bowl, but did not serve herself food. Instead, she found a clean iron pot, filled it with food, and carried it upstairs. Everyone understood tacitly that it was for Xianyu. Not stopping her meal even for a moment, Fong Tingwan glanced at Jiang Yanchen beside him. Upon finishing serving the meal upstairs, Meng Ling also ate together with everyone else. Fong Tingwan, who ate fast, was the first one done. He did not go upstairs but instead took a bookshelf nearby. It was smoothly taken along the way back. It wasn't large and was slightly crooked, but it suited the purpose of holding books, so he brought it back. The books she had retrieved were comprehensive, covering almost all subjects they could need. As Fong Tingwan organized them, he carefully placed 2 or 3 cookbooks out on display. Soon the bookshelf was ready. The remaining books would later be placed near the entrance on another larger bookshelf originally provided with the villa. Considering that the one he salvaged should have been placed upstairs but finding no room there, he abandoned the idea. These are your cookbooks. There are others inside as well. Fong Tingwan stood up, handing Su Zong's cookbook to him first. Su Zong asked, "Is my cooking not good?" Fong Tingwan paused. "Didn't you ask for it?" "It isn't bad." She felt the more she explained, the murkier it became, but leaving it unspoken also seemed improper. Su Zong didn't seem to care, taking the book and saying, "Thank you. I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Fong Tingwan didn't know what to say. Su Zong's manner didn't repel him. Subtly, he seemed to have changed. He wasn't opposed to such transformations. Even though he knew feelings weren't necessary in the apocalypse, one couldn't let life become stagnant. Meanwhile, after rescuing Xiaobao, Xia Jinyu was already stunned by the change in him. He apparently hadn't anticipated this sudden transformation, but he accepted it as reality. "Water, give me water." Pulling him back to reality was Xiaobao's weak shout. Food was limited, and when they came out, they only brought a little bit. Everyone agreed not to eat, saving it instead. Someone handed water, bottled mineral water. It was precious. Xiaobao didn't care, grabbing the bottle and drinking greedily until the whole bottle was empty. Still unsatisfied, he kept asking for more. As someone reached for more, Xia Jinyu stopped them. "Give him a bread roll first, no more for now." The person didn't understand, looking up at him. Eating too much too quickly will kill him. Without further argument, the other person followed his instruction. The bread was given, and Xiaobao devoured it quickly. Before realizing it, it was gone. "Give me a little more, please brother you. We'll head back first." All along the way, Xia Jinyu remained silent, while Xiaobao curled up silently in the back seat. At the beginning, he still begged Xia Jinyu, who promised he'd get more once they returned home. Xiaobao learned his lesson and tried hard not to irritate anyone further, quietly sitting without words. But the other men talked passionately. "Brother you, are we just going to tolerate this? That woman went too far, yet you think about her all the time." Caught up in their discussion, no one noticed Xia Jinyu's gloomy expression. Ever since yesterday, things had been like this. All Xiaobao wanted was food and water, avoiding all other talk. A group of people indoors seemed to be bursting with anger, unable to find an outlet. They could only grumble. "What do we do if someone comes to steal stuff? Kill them, dare to steal from me? Don't they want to live?" He spoke quickly mainly because these past 2 days Xia Jinyu had not spoken. When he suddenly opened his mouth, the man did not want to miss this chance, yet after speaking realized he'd fallen into a trap. "Brother you, what do you mean? Are you defending that woman?" He resented it deeply, particularly regarding Xia Jinyu's favoritism. Ignoring him, Xia Jinyu stood up and walked inward. Stopping at the doorway, he gave him an angry glance. People lowered their voices a little but continued talking. For the whole day, all the brothers left behind in Taozi gathered in the living room. There were fans here, with 2 working simultaneously. Last night upon return, they immediately installed the generator overnight. As for the solar panels, they had long been set up. Yang Danghai also squeezed out and sat by the fans. It had been unbearably hot these days, and his body was always sticky. How long had it been since he last felt a breeze? Unfortunately, there were too many people in the living room. The 2 fans had to swing back and forth to distribute the cool air. The brief sense of coolness soon disappeared. Without the breeze, he felt stiflingly hot and wished privately that he could have the fans all to himself, finding others in the way quite annoying. Fong Tingwan traded us for a big motor. If we had that, we could turn on more fans and feel cooler. Hearing that Fong Tingwan had obtained a big motor made him extremely uncomfortable. That ungrateful person would rather be with a group of strangers than care for me, her blood-related uncle. She truly has no conscience. The things that he couldn't enjoy, Fong Tingwan had them, making his thoughts increasingly distorted. He cursed at Fong Tingwan here frequently, but everyone was already used to it. Jiang Xiang silently poured a glass of water and sent it over to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao had become so thin, talking much less now. Even Jiang Xiang, who once knew him well, received no acknowledgement. No one knows how much he had suffered during this period. Jiang Xiang regretted it. They shouldn't have been so confused initially, listening to Xiao Zhou's persuasion. The next day, everyone woke up very early, almost as soon as the sky began to brighten. Fong Tingwan woke up her neighbor Jiang Yanchen and then went door to door knocking on each room. This routine both consumed time and energy. He pondered that after they finished reinforcing the villa this time, he must set up an alarm system. Wan, we are here. Meng Ling came down drowsily, still wearing Xinu's clothes. Heart Pleasure, Meng Qi, Su Song, Zhou brothers, Su Er Lu Ji, and Wang Lisha all came down together. None of the adults in the house stayed in bed longer than necessary. The night before, Fong Tingwan had told them about the plan to reinforce the villa. At least they had brought back some thermal insulation boards which could lower the indoor temperature by a few degrees. To be able to feel cooler, none of them would be lazy. Chapter 144, Out to find cement. But it's too early now, some people are still asleep. Fong Tingwan was also at a loss, as the weather outside is too high. It will be too hot after the sun rises, and there's no lighting at night, making it impossible to work. They wanted to speed up and could only take advantage of the early morning when everyone understood and no one complained. If anyone was really sleepy, they would go wash their face to freshen up. The insulation board thing isn't necessarily hard, but since none of them had done it before, they didn't know where to start. I'll do it. I saw my buddy doing it, but I've never actually tried. Lu Ji started working based on his memory, and the first one barely succeeded. Then came the second and the third. By the end, the success rate kept increasing. Jiang Yanchen followed along, learning from him. With strong practical skills, although he neither did nor saw it before, the results were also excellent. The Zhou brothers quietly joined in. The insulation boards they applied were better than the previous two because they helped out during the village's similar construction tasks. With 4 people over there, it was enough already. Let's mix cement. Meng Ling and Meng Qi, the 2 girls, took the initiative to shoulder the task. They both had done such work before and had experience. The others quickly found their own positions too. Even Duo went up to the 3rd floor balcony with his little knife and whistle. After 2 days of work, one side of the villa was already finished. There were enough insulation boards, but the cement ran out. After dinner, Jiang Yanchen called Su Zong and entered to see that Fong Tingwan was also there. Mr. Su, besides your cement factory, are there any other places with cement? Fong Tingwan got straight to the point. He and Jiang Yanchen had studied it carefully. The risk of the cement plant was too great, so it couldn't be the top choice. All the cement nearby comes from my cement factory. There are no more within a 5-day journey. Su Song's business turned out to be this big, which was indeed unexpected. But I have distributors under me. Before the flood, a batch of distributors took a lot of cement from me. Perhaps they still have some. Su Zong said while asking Fong Tingwan for paper and pen. He wrote down 7 addresses and handed them over. These are the ones I mentioned. He wrote a few more addresses. These took earlier batches and should still have some in stock. Su Zong put the paper down and capped the pen. The ones I marked with lines may have been affected by the flood. You can check the other places first. After finishing speaking, he cautiously asked, "Can you take me out?" He had long gotten used to this kind of life, and now mostly wanted to train himself and become more robust. Sorry, Mr. Su. Fong Tingwan didn't plan to take him. Since the cement bags were heavy, he wasn't planning on carrying each one faithfully. So, sorry Su Zong. Next time he would take him. Next time, I'll definitely take you when we go out again. Fong Tingwan didn't plan to trick him, but intended to bring him along next time when it wasn't something overly weighty. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. It was unclear whether he was angry or not. His expression remained unchanged throughout. After Su Zong left, the two quickly planned their route. The next morning, others were busy in the yard, while Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen set off in the truck, following the pre-marked action route to search. The first place wasn't far away, south of Daijing Haoyuan, a small warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The gate of the warehouse was locked, and it was impossible to tell from the outside. Jiang Yanchen didn't want to waste time, so he directly drove through it. Inside the house were shelves lined up row by row. These shelves had wheels underneath, and they were filled with cement. This was the first time Fong Tingwan had seen such an operation, more advanced than what Su Zong had. Once they returned, he had to talk about it. Seems like it was sold out. Jiang Yanchen glanced inside. However, those few racks over there seemed fuller. You begin, then. With ease, he headed outside and shouted into the warehouse after around 10 minutes. Tingwan, how's it going? After completing the last rack of cement, she noticed that the rack looked pretty good and added one into her space. Come in. First, casually placing it on the empty ground outside, waiting until there's time to go in and arrange everything properly. She walked out, and Jiang Yanchen came in to meet her. Where's the next place? The income here wasn't bad either, at least enough for use for a day or two. Jiang Yanchen took out the map and studied it carefully. Not far, just westward for a stretch. All the places marked by Su Song that weren't flooded were basically within this range. Combined, these two batches of cement contained only 5 destinations. Fong Tingwan was somewhat worried. The two rushed into the car and arrived at the second place soon after, another warehouse without the same stunning impact as the first one. Planks were laid underneath the layers of cement stacked layer by layer, but the quantity of cement here clearly exceeded the previous amount. Fong Tingwan didn't leave anything behind, not even the lumps of cement that had been affected by moisture at the bottom. Following that were a few more warehouses. The quantity of cement in each was similar, except for the last one. Judging from its condition, it seemed they hadn't had time to sell any yet, which turned out to be fortunate for their group. After collecting from these 5 locations, it was already noon. The outside temperature was scorching hot, unbearable despite the air conditioning in the car. Even the car couldn't withstand the heat. The two found a shady spot to rest. What do you want to eat? Fong Tingwan asked, having no particular idea today. Is there any cold noodles? With ice cubes. There was a period when this type of food became quite popular. One of his clients liked it, and he would always order some for him. He felt uncomfortable refusing every time, so he tried it, and ended up enjoying it a lot. Especially during the summer, eating this kind of cold noodles was just perfect. Fong Tingwan knew exactly what he referred to. Given the high temperature, she specifically stocked a few bowls, but not too many. There is. She took a few steps forward and then turned around. All set. When she turned back, the table and chairs were already prepared, with cold noodles placed on top. Considering the heat might make the ice melt fast, Fong Tingwan also added a plate of pickled crabs and raw shrimp marinated in brine. Come and eat quickly, the ice will melt in this weather. He took the chopsticks, sat down, and tasted a bite. This is exactly what I wanted. There's more, she said without hesitation after hearing his words. Seeing his hesitation, as if wanting to ask something but worrying about breaching the privacy of her space, she stopped him. Thank you for trusting me. He smiled happily, his eyes filled with delight, but didn't say anything more as he bowed his head to continue eating. Fong Tingwan also started eating her noodles, only to find an extra shrimp in her bowl, already peeled. Looking up, she noticed Jiang Yanshan had finished his noodles and drunk the broth completely. Yet, he still had half a bowl left. Is this the difference between men and women? Jiang Yanshan grinned. Yes, but there are plenty of other differences too. Tingwan may want to know. He was thinking about when he would have the chance to clear out a room for her. Chapter 145, Villa exterior walls complete. Fong Tingwan had a sudden thought and looked down at his lower half. What I mean is preference. What's on your mind, Wanwan? Jiang Yanshan smiled faintly, teasing her deliberately. Realizing how wicked her thoughts were, she suddenly stopped talking. I'll take a nap. Wake me up when the time is up. Despite the 78-degree weather, she said she wanted to sleep, and Jiang Yanshan didn't challenge her. You can sleep soundly, I'll watch over you. He smiled as Fong Tingwan pretended not to understand. After the hottest weather passed, the two continued searching. The remaining places, as Su Zong predicted, contained some, but not many. He was indeed an extraordinary boss. But since they had come, Fong Tingwan couldn't afford to miss out and decided to gather everything before heading back before dark. On the upper floor, besides Duo, only Wang Lisha was present. She explained upon seeing them. Everyone's been working hard these few days, so I plan to prepare something good. I came upstairs to get the dishes ready. These past days, to catch up with the schedule, Su Zong helped down below. Eating meals involved what was easiest to cook, truly exhausting everyone. Fong Tingwan wasn't sure who sent her upstairs, but the consideration was thorough. Wang Lisha only has one hand, making it inconvenient to work, and her speed isn't fast. Letting her prepare food upstairs is undoubtedly the best arrangement. Fong Tingwan nodded, indicating understanding. Though she was the leader, she never limited others too much, especially with kitchen matters. She would simply let things be as long as no one acted selfishly or wasted anything. It's whoever cooks that decides. Are they still downstairs? They brought back a truckload of cement, and relying solely on him and Jiang Yanshan wouldn't suffice for moving all of it. Wang Lisha also saw this and nodded at her. I'll go call some help. Soon, a group of people all came up, but Su Zong stopped Xinyue from helping. We've got it, go cook. He didn't want to eat bread again today. He missed normal home-cooked meals. Go ahead, Jiang Yanshan said, disliking the idea himself. Su Zong rolled up his sleeves and turned inward. As soon as he put on the apron, everyone felt relieved and worked harder. Wanwan, Brother Chun, I deeply admire both of you. Seeing the truckload of cement sparked genuine admiration. They were just talking about not having enough cement yesterday, but here it is today. How many could achieve such efficiency in today's world? Fong Tingwan said, neither of us deserves all the credit. If you're thankful, thank General Su. He provided the location. My brother and I merely transported it. Su Zong glanced over. That person was already bustling around hotly in the kitchen. Since entering the villa, their work speed had improved significantly. Finally, before nightfall, the entire cargo of cement was unloaded. Since it would be used the next day, there was no need to place it far away. All of it was offloaded into the courtyard. Learning from the transfer merchant's methods, they found a wooden board to lay underneath, stacking the cement layer by layer. As a precaution, they covered it with a layer of curtains. After finishing everything, everyone returned to the living room where dinner was ready. Knowing how everyone worked hard, Su Zong specially made preserved meat stewed with Chinese cabbage and potatoes, adding extra preserved meat. The moment they stepped inside, the aroma filled the air. Lu Ji was drooling, rushing over even before washing his hands. General Su, your cooking skills now match that of a 5-star chef. He raised both thumbs simultaneously, not joking, but genuinely finding it fragrant. He liked to eat, having gnawed on bread for 2 days, now feeling like devouring an entire cow. Su Zong carried the pot with both hands, pouring all the dishes into bowls. Hearing Lu Ji's words, he simply took it as flattery. Everyone should have washed by now. If you don't hurry up, you might not get any. He teased on purpose, although there was more than enough food. Knowing Su Zong was kidding, but as the rest had finished washing, he also went along. Fong Tingwan, following Meng Ling's example, brought some food up. He stayed on the 3rd-floor balcony, keeping watch through the night, letting Duo go down to eat. The little girl cared for her, worried she'd be lonely alone, so she also brought up some food. The two ate together. After cleaning up, Jiang Yanqin also came upstairs. Duo had already fallen asleep. He carried her downstairs, placed her on the bed, then grabbed a blanket to cover her belly and turned on the fan. Once everything was done, he went back up to call Fong Tingwan to return and shower before coming up again. Over the next few days, with everyone's full effort, the insulation panels for the exterior walls of the villa were all installed. For a period, Fong Tingwan hadn't allowed everyone to eat bread and other dry food again. Su Zong and Wang Lisha were mostly responsible for cooking and tending to the vegetables in the basement, while taking care of the chickens, ducks, and pigs outside. If they had spare time, they helped others. Once these tasks were done, Fong Tingwan planned to take 2 days off. Afterward, they'd dig several pits in the yard so the poultry could have space to go in. Then, the basement and the fence would follow. Why not let everyone continue? At noon, even with the sunshade, they didn't dare to go out easily. Their sweat broke out again and again. The little chickens and ducks in the yard were huddled in the corners motionless, and the 2 pigs lay in their feeding troughs where there was some water reserved for them earlier. I'm worried that if it continues like this, they won't be able to withstand it. If we keep working like this, I'm afraid everyone won't hold up. Concerned, Fong Tingwan stopped looking outside. Back in the living room, she turned on the fan and sat on the sofa facing it. Su Zong and Wang Lisha have gone to check the remaining materials. If there's not enough, we need to prepare in advance. Wang Lisha, Meng Ling murmured to herself and also sat beside her. Having electricity was great. The breeze from the fan felt so cool. Meng Ling couldn't help but think, if only there was an air conditioner. Wan, don't you think Su Zong has been getting closer to Wang Lisha recently? Several times, she had seen the two of them together. Considering their past identities, Su Zong as a big boss and Wang Lisha as a strong woman, it made sense. After the apocalypse, both ended up in their current situation with mutual interests. He was indeed concerned about problems between Meng Qi and them. Anyway, if such a situation were to happen with Xianyu, she wouldn't be able to endure it. These matters tend to destabilize people's emotions once they get entangled. That's why Fong Tingwan refrained from getting involved in romantic affairs. In the apocalypse, who had time to think about such things? They'd better manage themselves well. I won't solve these personal issues for anyone. If anything happens, then they'll just have to leave the team. She deliberately said this so everyone would understand. Regardless of who it is, no one should bring their own problems into the group. If unity is affected, they'd have to leave. Meng Qi overheard this when she reached the stair corner. Wan, rest assured, I will handle the situation properly and absolutely won't let it affect anyone else. She was very grateful to Fong Tingwan. Without her, life after leaving the cement factory wouldn't have been as good as it is now. On this point, Meng Qi knew clearly. Chapter 146, Reinforcing Steel Distribution Factory. As for the matters between him and Su Zong, he had to carefully consider them over these days. What impact? Just as the words fell, Su Zong and Wang Lisha came up from the basement. In their hands were paper and pen, on which they recorded the remaining construction materials inside the villa and other supplies, including water and food. Wan, take a look. Su Zong handed over the piece of paper. Currently, there is enough food, but we are running short on reinforcing steel among building materials. I've listed all the shortages above. Before letting them check, Fong Tingwan also went inside the space to see it herself. The reinforcing steel was indeed insufficient. Tomorrow, I will go out with Aiken and figure out a way to bring back some more reinforcing steel. Since they intended to strengthen the guards, the shortage of reinforcing steel couldn't be neglected. However, it was unknown whether there were any other places with a reinforcing steel factory. If you need to go out, you can try looking at the west side of the city. Fong Tingwan tilted her ears slightly to listen. There is a reinforcing steel distributor there. His business is big, and his warehouse has always been full. The chances of finding something are high. Su Zong pointed out the specific location on the map for Fong Tingwan. Being an influential person in Chengda's business scene, Su Zong naturally knew about these things. He had even visited that warehouse before. He once shared several meals with the distributor and listened to him talk about the situation there. That man even invited him to collaborate on projects back then, but due to insufficient working capital, he politely declined. Fong Tingwan believed him and decided to visit the place he mentioned the next day. If they could directly find reinforcing steel, it would be optimal. After staying in the living room for a while, she ascended upstairs. However, she didn't return to her own room, but instead went to knock on Jiang Yanqin's door. On her way down, she saw Duo heading to his place. She could pick up Duo and discuss the matter of reinforcing steel along the way. When she knocked on the door, Jiang Yanqin was teaching Duo how to read. It was one of the books they brought back from the bookstore. At the time, they hadn't paid much attention, but later, Jiang Yanqin noticed that there were textbooks inside suitable for Duo, so he taught her during his spare time. Truthfully, he still hoped that this apocalypse would end and everything would get back on track. By then, when Duo goes to school, she wouldn't lag behind others. How's the reading going? Fong Tingwan knew that Jiang Yanqin was teaching Duo to read. She didn't say anything, but neither did she refuse. Though uncertain if the apocalypse would ever truly end, hope must be kept alive, and reading more certainly isn't harmful. It's going pretty well. Duo really likes reading. Glancing inside, the little girl was focusing intently. Upon seeing her, she smiled sweetly. Sister, I'll finish reading this passage soon, then we'll go back. All right, focus on your reading. Sister isn't in a rush. Fong Tingwan found a spot to sit, keeping her distance from Duo to avoid disturbing her. Mr. Su said there is a reinforcing steel distributor's warehouse in the west part of the city. I thought about going over there tomorrow. Jiang Yanqin readily agreed. The two arranged to go together the following day. After Duo finished reading, she returned home with Fong Tingwan. As the weather became hotter, they started leaving earlier to bring the items back before noon. Is this the way? Since they had designated routes, they brought a map along upon departure. This map wasn't easy to read, as everyone used electronic navigation before. Fong Tingwan had never consulted it, thus being unfamiliar with the map entirely. It should be here, just drive slowly. He constantly watched closely, fearful of taking the wrong turn. Zhang Yanchen stopped the car by the roadside and took the map from his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. Here we are, almost arrived. Sit properly, 1-1. The nearby area consisted of various factories built with cement and steel plates. They went through each one, finally reaching the place Su Zong mentioned. At the entrance, there was only an old signboard inscribed with Yuanfeng Reinforcing Steel Distribution Plant. The factory was very quiet, covered with a thick layer of dust on the ground, filled with many footprints in varying conditions. Fong Tingwan squatted down and observed carefully, discovering that these footprints were both new and old. Zhang Yanchen also crouched down, and they exchanged glances. Seems like there are people here. Just as the words left their lips, the factory gate opened from the inside, revealing a stout middle-aged man. Who are you? What brings you here? This remote area was full of construction materials. Since the flood, fewer people remained around, and even those inside the factory had gradually departed. Only a few of them remained, struggling to persevere. It had been 3 or 4 months without a single outsider passing by. Noticing the man's defensive stance, Zhang Yanchen explained. We came to purchase reinforcing steel. Is there any left here? The man glanced at them. Their flushed faces indicated they weren't short on food, unlike his group, whose supplies were almost depleted. Everyone was conserving what little they had, and he hadn't tasted a full meal in what felt like ages. As he spoke, a few more people emerged from inside, men and women, all gaunt and pale. They wore the same deep blue work uniforms embroidered with the factory's name. It appeared that these individuals were previous employees of the plant, likely trapped here during the sudden flood and unable to leave. This place, however, exposed the workshops fully to the sun, turning the interiors into stifling ovens. It was unclear how these people managed to live in such conditions. We do have steel rods, but what do you plan to trade for them? The middle-aged man addressed them indifferently. At the same time, he turned to discuss with his companions how best to negotiate the deal. Money now meant little, and it might not buy much anymore either. After a short while, the middle-aged man looked up and asked, how much reinforcing steel do you need? How much do you have? The situation here had been mentioned by Su Zong before. Evidently, the stockpile of reinforcing steel must be significant. He again bent down to confer privately. After some discussion, he finally responded. We can sell you 5 tons of reinforcing steel. We require 20,000 yuan, but we would also like food and water. 5 tons, it didn't seem right. Glancing around, there were 3 warehouses occupying 2/3 of the entire factory premises. The amount of reinforcing steel couldn't possibly be so limited. Yet these people only offered 5 tons, indicating they intended to play the long game. All right, we can provide the 20,000, along with food and water, but we haven't brought it with us this time. You prepare the goods, and we'll come back this afternoon. Hearing their agreement, everyone there seemed exceptionally pleased. With the arrival of food and water, they could eat better daily and wouldn't have to endure hunger as they did now. Fine, we'll wait for you, but only today. If you don't come, then tomorrow's terms will need to be renegotiated. Chapter 147. A friend of Zhang Yanchen. Zhang Yanchen drove away, but didn't head back to Villa number 21. This was the suburban area, not far from the woods. Fong Tingwan planned to go over for a look. It was a good opportunity to check whether the trees were continuing to wither and if there were still water sources on the mountain. All roads were very rugged, so Zhang Yanchen was particularly cautious while driving. It looked similar to what the two had seen before. The peripheral trees were almost all dead, with only a few resilient ones left standing. None of them bore leaves. The tree trunks had wrinkly skin, clearly showing signs of dehydration. Further ahead, they finally started seeing normal trees, but their leaves were mostly gone. The two didn't venture deep into the forest. At a glance, it seemed greener inside, but dangers were also more abundant there. With time not being sufficient, the pair only found a shaded spot sheltered by trees. How about eating cold noodles? Fong Tingwan thought of the stock in her space. The cold noodles, once placed inside, she hadn't eaten even once. During her school days, she used to eat these street snacks frequently with classmates, so when she saw them that day, she bought some and stored them. Sure, Zhang Yanchen wasn't picky about food. As long as it wasn't bad and could fill his stomach, he would be fine. 2 servings of cold noodles, plus 2 bottles of ice green tea, and he took out some pre-cooked shrimp for flavoring. The taste was decent. The portion size was small, so he barely felt full after 1 serving, let alone considering Zhang Yanchen, who's a grown man. She then brought out fried chicken and burgers. Although neither had liked this kind of thing earlier, now it tasted especially fragrant. Zhang Yanchen ate quickly and began peeling shrimp for him. By the time Fong Tingwan finished eating, there was already a small pile of peeled shrimp on the table. He didn't refuse, picking up the chopsticks and slowly eating. Thus, one peeled while the other ate, passing through the hottest part of the day. Zhang Yanchen went to fetch the car, and Fong Tingwan packed the table, stools, and trash into the space. In a bit, you keep an eye out. If anything's off, come back to the car immediately. He wasn't sure about those people. Rest assured, I know my limits. They were almost at the location, and Fong Tingwan took out some food and water from the space, and placed it in the car. There were 2 cases of mineral water, 2 bags of rice, some potatoes and sweet potatoes, as well as corn. The last few items could self-produce within the space, so he didn't feel too much pity. After arriving this time, more people emerged, including those in work uniforms and others wearing regular clothes. Though they came out together, they were obviously split into two groups. Are the steel bars ready? Can you show us where? Fong Tingwan wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. All he needed were the steel bars. 5 tons of steel bars aren't many. It's unnecessary to drive over. I'll have someone bring them out for you. He directed the ones not in work uniforms to carry the steel bars, while they hid to one side, not allowing either Jiang Yanchen or Fong Tingwan to enter. Don't worry, they can handle it. These people, due to prolonged malnutrition, were weak-bodied. They stumbled under the weight of the steel bars, but persisted in delivering them to the vehicle. Fong Tingwan wouldn't feel sympathy. This was the reality of the apocalypse. Many were worse off than them. Do you usually live here? This place must have long been uninhabitable. How have you managed to survive? Among the group was a woman who was particularly chatty. Once she joined the conversation, she actively tried to find topics to discuss. Since discovering people here, Fong Tingwan had been quite curious. There's no one above ground left. We usually live in underground warehouses and only come out when the weather cools down. When the boss constructed these underground warehouses, it was for loading and unloading goods efficiently. Who would have thought one day it would serve as a refuge from the heat? At the mention of past events, everyone sighed in reminiscence. Who are they? He could tell. Those people weren't part of their group. Therefore, the dirty and heavy tasks fell upon them. They're outsiders who couldn't survive elsewhere and came here. The specifics he didn't elaborate on, but Fong Tingwan understood their role upon hearing. Jiang Yanchen. Someone called out. It was a young woman moving cement. Skinny and frail, with absolutely no energy. Her tattered clothes hung loosely on her body. Her hair hadn't been washed for days and clung in lumps to her head. Upon spotting someone familiar, she sought permission to talk with them, buying some time for reminiscing. The woman pulled Jiang Yanchen aside. Yanchen, I finally see you again. The woman proactively hugged Jiang Yanchen. She was Jiang Yanchen's former colleague, who had feelings for him before. A closer look revealed the woman wasn't bad-looking originally, but malnourishment had distorted her appearance beyond recognition. Yanchen, take me away from here. It's a living hell here. I can't stay any longer. She sobbed uncontrollably. They give us so little food and water every day, yet they don't even let us rest properly. If this continues, I'm going to die, Yanchen. It was already the apocalypse. Jiang Yanchen had seen many people die, and he himself had killed too many. Death no longer moved him. Sorry, I can't take you with me. Jiang Yanchen knew Fong Tingwan's rules, and deep down, he didn't want to bring this woman along either. Why? She looked at him in disbelief, clearly not expecting Jiang Yanchen to refuse her. Aren't we colleagues? Have you forgotten what we once had? The steel bars had already been moved. Fong Tingwan was calling him. He bid farewell to the woman and walked over. Let's go. It won't be safe if we stay too long. The two left the factory, but they both knew they would come back again. 5 tons of rebar wasn't enough for the villa. Unbalanced inside, the woman thought. If Jiang Yanchen and that woman had rosy complexions, it showed they certainly weren't short of food. So why did they ignore her and leave her there to suffer? After all, she liked him so much. What Fong Tingwan saw was a tearful reunion and mutual confession. She mocked him. Lawyer Jiang is truly one who values women. If you wanted to protect her before, I wouldn't have stopped you. He didn't notice the jealousy in her words and replied with the calmest tone possible. Not just me. Others in the villa are the same. Anyone who wants to leave, I won't hold them back. Jiang Yanchen felt almost heartbroken and kept explaining. I will not take her with me. She's unsuitable to be with us. Wanwan, I listened to her only because she helped me before. If you don't like it, I'll stop doing so in the future. No need. Do as you wish. I won't restrict anyone's actions, including yours. She thought she should wake up. Chapter 148, Jiang Yanchen's past. His name is Suyu. We worked at the same law firm. He came from a wealthy family, handsome and capable. Everyone in the office liked him, and he had many admirers. At that time, I could take cases on my own, but my income was not high. Compared with those who pursued him, I had no advantage. Recalling the past, Jiang Yanchen still showed no emotion. Fong Tingwan asked, so, you couldn't have him. The only one I couldn't have is you. Jiang Yanchen said bitterly with a smile. Not being able to obtain what one desires? Fong Tingwan stopped talking after that. Our meeting sounds a bit melodramatic. He was annoyed by his admirers at the time, and I just happened to be there, so I became his shield. After Jiang Yu confessed her feelings for him back then, both the company employees and his admirers set traps for Jiang Yanchen secretly or openly. Those days weren't easy. As for Suyu, Jiang Yanchen always found her somewhat annoying. She brought a lot of trouble and caused even more issues. Jiang Yanchen never liked her. It was because of many false important matters they lied about that made him go. Wanwan, from beginning to end, the only person who has ever made my heart race is you. This unexpected confession left Fong Tingwan unprepared. He didn't respond, and Jiang Yanchen looked a bit disappointed. Far from the factory area, Jiang Yanchen parked at an open place. Fong Tingwan put the steel bars into space, reducing much burden on the car. Now the weather outside was hot. The engine and wheels of this car had been damaged quite a bit after driving all day long. No one knows how long it can hold up. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Even with the air conditioning on in the car, it was still felt hot inside. But as soon as they got out of the car, a wave of heat immediately rushed over. Fong Tingwan felt every pore sweating profusely. She quickly returned to the car where the steel bars were. By contrast, inside the car felt really comfortable. The weather is getting hotter, and this isn't a good sign. Fong Tingwan handed over a bottle of water. It was taken out freshly from the storage space, and still cool. How long will this heat last? If it continues like this, people might not be able to survive on the ground. The temperature had risen quickly these few days. The temperature today was at least 5 degrees higher than 4 or 5 days ago. If the rise continued at this speed, they would have to move underground very soon. Let's go. The car started again and began to move. After 2 intersections, there was a very narrow road that only allowed one car to pass through. Just as they approached the end, Jiang Yanchen slammed on the brakes. The rapid jolt combined with inertia caused their bodies to lean forward involuntarily. Fortunately, they both saw the spikes ahead and had prepared themselves defensively in advance. But Fang Tingwan's head still hit the side frame of the car, swelling instantly into a large lump. Before they could tend to the wound, more than 20 menacing men were already heading toward them. Their leader was familiar, the bald man. Is this not considered bad karma catching up? It seemed the connection between the two wasn't something easily avoided. Get out, hand over the food, and we'll let you live. With numbers, the bald man spoke arrogantly. It was too cliché, something even cheesy TV dramas wouldn't say anymore. Fang Tingwan rubbed her forehead, which truly hurt. She knew she'd get him back sooner or later. Getting out of the car, Fang Tingwan observed closely. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to her. They were different from the ones she saw last time. She didn't know if these were new additions, or if the bald man simply rotated his team. If it were the former, fine. But if the latter, Fang Tingwan dared not think further. After all, Lu Feng from the cement plant was still around. Only now did the bald man realize who she was, hesitating for a moment before laughing heartily. Jiangwan, I've finally found you. Where will you run this time? When I catch you, I'll definitely kill you. A few of the men who had accompanied the bald man last time also recognized her. Last time you led us on a wild goose chase, wasting our time, and we barely got any food back. Some moved closer and examined her. This girl isn't bad looking. Let her use herself to repay us. These people were despicable and vulgar, their minds focused solely on base desires since the apocalypse. Fang Tingwan didn't bother wasting her time on them. However, the bald man referring to her as Jiang Wan aroused her curiosity. Judging by the situation, the bald man was addressing her, but who told him her name was Jiang Wan? Unaware of everything, the bald man seemed to be losing his mind trying to find Fang Tingwan, wishing he could spout every hateful thought from his brain. Last time, you ran fast. I searched north for a whole day and night without finding you. But this time, you won't escape. I want revenge. Jiang Wan gave him all the wrong information. Judging by the situation at that time, he likely encountered Wang Yin. He didn't know how that woman was faring now, but providing the bald man with incorrect information was probably to ensure she wouldn't be found. While lost in thought over there, people had already rushed over here. Instead of one man, multiple men came rushing forward. It was rather intimidating. However, within such close range, neither guns nor knives could unleash her full potential. Run! Fang Tingwan had already dashed out as soon as she spoke. Jiang Yanchen followed right behind her. They were currently between 2 residential complexes. Turning left and navigating through a series of twists and turns, they finally reached the furthest building unit. Fang Tingwan went in first, with Jiang Yanchen closely following behind. The bald man's underlings charged in immediately after them. Fang Tingwan turned around, and before the man could react, her Tang dynasty knife pierced deep into his body, opening up a long slash on his belly. The man who arrived half a step later than the other was impaled through the chest by Jiang Yanchen's blade. When someone else tried to attack from behind, Fang Tingwan wasted no time. She pulled the blade out from the previous victim's abdomen and severed another man's wrist. Within moments, 2 of the bald man's gang were dead, while several others were injured. Fang Tingwan stood at the entrance with the Tang dynasty knife ready, blocking any further attempts by the group to advance. It was an old apartment complex with narrow doors leading to each unit, allowing only 1 or 2 men entry at a time, making their number advantage useless. Only under these circumstances could the pair hold them off. Don't move. The bald man yelled urgently. Currently, the power plant wasn't peaceful either. The bald man and their rival boss hadn't started talks yet, but their followers were already fiercely debating which side's leader should dominate. Although the bald man hadn't spoken yet, he felt that the chance for leadership should belong to his own boss. As for the group from the power plant, they weren't even worthy of tying his shoes. Chapter 149, Looking for an Opportunity. He had witnessed the ruthlessness of Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen. They were like 2 demons, capable of killing without blinking. The brothers under his command had been painstakingly gathered over time and could absolutely not be lost here. I don't believe it that they can stay in there forever without coming out if all of us are guarding outside. All the henchmen of the bald man had retreated, but the doorway was blocked solidly by guards. Escaping through there was impossible, and Fang Tingwan wouldn't have entertained such a thought either. The possibility of jumping out of the window wasn't high either. Behind this building was the fence of a residential area, with 2 floors in height and a road separating them from the ground, and no foothold around. Even if the 2 people managed to climb up, it was likely that someone would be waiting below. Once they stepped out, they would immediately be spotted. The bald man had already scouted the terrain here, which is why he ordered his men to retreat. I'll go upstairs and grab something quickly, Jiang Yanchen said before heading up. Fang Tingwan tightened her grip on the Tang's sword, standing guard there. Regardless of whether the person could return or not, she had to hold onto this door, at least for herself. Jiang Wan, I advise you to stop struggling. Your man has already abandoned you. Leave on your own. A group of them haha laughed, venting their distorted psyches. As long as you come out now and hand over the food, then crawl under my crotch, I'll let you live. I suggest you think carefully. Do you want to live or die? Among those people outside, half were looking at her while the other half went to cool off in the shade. Those who were idle began eating. Fong Tingwan glanced over briefly. They ate all sorts of things: bread, instant noodles, steamed buns. Some people had dark, unrecognizable food in their hands. On the other side, the bald man enjoyed ham sausage and bread thoroughly. This was the rule of the apocalypse. Whoever had greater strength got better resources, while others could only look on helplessly. Fong Tingwan patted her stomach. She had eaten well at noon and wasn't very hungry yet. Behind her came some noise, and she turned to look. Jiang Yanchen was pushing the sofa from the house on the left side of the first floor downwards. Wan, close the door and move away. What are you going to do? Block the door. Some people outside saw this scene and shouted to the bald man. Fong Tingwan swiftly closed the door and then quickly hid in the farthest corner next to the door. Jiang Yanchen placed the sofa near the edge of the stairs, kicked it hard with one foot, and let the sofa tumble down the stairs. Fong Tingwan dragged another sofa to block the entrance horizontally. Then the two switched positions. Jiang Yanchen guarded the entrance, and Fong Tingwan went house by house collecting sofas, beds, tables, and large pieces of furniture into her spatial bag, and piled everything at the doorway when she returned to the staircase. After doing everything, the two ran upstairs. The bald man outside also noticed something was wrong. Stop eating. Keep watch over each window for me. If anyone can get out, even the chimney must be watched closely. He personally led people to the back, and the entire building was surrounded, but there was no sight of them. Boss, they might just want to stay in that building. Or we could just surround it, and they will come out themselves when they run out of food. That made sense, plus dealing with those two ferocious individuals was not easy. Alright, you take some people and guard properly. Anyone dares to stick their head out, cut them off directly. The bald man told them to guard, so they kept it up. Unable to move anytime soon, the two decided not to waste time lingering with the crowd downstairs, casually entering a nearby room. Fong Tingwan took out a portable stove and a grill pan and laid them on the table. She then retrieved various ingredients and seasonings such as beef, pork belly, sausages, large shrimp, spread generously over the entire table. There were also spicy Chinese cabbage, lettuce, and sesame leaves, all three indispensable items when she had barbecue. Her intention was clear, and Jiang Yanchen placed the grill pan on the portable stove and turned it on. As the grill heated up slightly and emitted warmth, he laid slices of pork belly one by one on top. Under the heat, the pork belly sizzled, its color changed, and the fat oozed out. Fortunately, both of them had shut all the windows in the room earlier. Otherwise, the aroma wafting out might attract the mob downstairs to climb up. He picked up the cooked meat with chopsticks and put it on a plate, then started grilling the beef. Fong Tingwan didn't hesitate, taking a piece of sesame leaf, placing kimchi and green pepper on it, picking up a slice of grilled pork belly, drenching it in rich sauce, wrapping it all together in the sesame leaf, and eating it in one bite. The flavor lingered delightfully in her mouth. Following closely after that was a second and third piece, all while she didn't forget to feed Jiang Yanchen a few bites. One by one, the items placed on the table were grilled by Jiang Yanchen and then consumed by both of them. When the last mushroom was eaten, this meal officially concluded. After eating his fill, he was especially happy. Mr. Jiang, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Fortunately, I didn't meet you too early, otherwise, you would have definitely fattened me up. He mumbled half asleep, but the words felt oddly sincere. If I ever get the chance, I hope to fatten you up. Round and plump means healthy. Fong Tingwan opened one eye to look at him. No wonder this guy didn't have a girlfriend before. He deserves it. She didn't speak, leaning against him for a light nap. When she woke up, it was already pitch black outside. Wan, we can leave now. Jiang Yanchen carefully pulled her to the second floor room at the back, by the left window where they set up the ladder retrieved from the spatial bag, spanning the windowsill and the fence. It was so dark they couldn't see anything, so they moved as quietly as possible. Once everything was ready, they climbed down the ladder to the outside. Fong Tingwan then retracted the ladder back into her spatial storage. The two ran forward along the wall until they reached an open space. Jiang Yanchen turned around while Fong Tingwan took out another vehicle from the spatial bag. It was an SUV that she had conveniently stored inside earlier. With no one yet chasing them, they quickly got in and drove straight back to Villa number 21. Su Zong and Meng Qi were on night duty according to the usual routine. Su Zong had gone to the third floor balcony. Dao Du, however, uncharacteristically refused to sleep all evening, staying downstairs with Meng Qi. There had been occasions when the two of them stayed out late into the night and didn't return, so the others weren't particularly worried. It was likely they had already fallen asleep. Finally back, Dao Du waited for you all night. Meng Qi led Dao Du out. This car, picked it up along the way. Fong Tingwan patiently coaxed Dao Du in her arms. Didn't Dao Du promise her sister to sleep well? Chapter 150, Fire by Friction. The young girl blushed instantly, lowering her head and shaking with sobs, which broke Fong Tingwan's heart. He quickly held her in his arms. Duo, be a good girl. Don't cry anymore. The little girl clung to him and cried even louder. Duo has been a good girl. I'm just scared, I don't know what happened. Fong Tingwan had heard elders mention when he was a child that family members could feel each other's emotions, sensing difficulties faced by their younger relatives. Before, he dismissed all this as fairy tales for children, but now he thought it made perfect sense. If something exists, it must have its own logic. Meng Qi came to get food, specially prepared for the two of them. Are you going to eat downstairs this evening, or take it back to your room? After having just finished eating roasted meat, her stomach was still full, yet she didn't want Meng Qi to notice, so she casually replied, I'll take it upstairs to eat. Meng Qi did not ask further questions. She served the food and reminded them, don't forget to bring it up tonight. If we wait till tomorrow, these things might go bad. After soothing Duo, Fong Tingwan briefly updated Meng Qi on today's situation. Again, there were robberies. It seems chaos outside is worse than ever. Since the end of the world, Meng Qi had rarely ventured outside. She was protected before at the cement factory by Su Zong, and after leaving there, they arrived at this villa. She had seen little of the ugliness outside, unable to say whether it was good or bad. Fong Tingwan asked, Chi, do you want to go out and take a look? Through Ming Qi, he also remembered an issue. The women in the villa trained too infrequently. Even Ming Shan from his dreams hadn't been outside in a long time. He only feared that staying too long would disconnect them from the outside world. They wouldn't understand those people. But he then thought, perhaps he could ask Meng Ling and Wang Lish's opinions. If they agree, next time Xinyue goes out, they could bring one woman along. With several strong men around. Even if something happens, they can act swiftly. I want to. Wan doesn't like being treated like a golden bird. Fong Tingwan recalled that he seemed to have said such a thing. All right, understood. Holding their meals, they climbed upstairs while Duo followed quietly beside them. Upon reaching the upper floor, Fong Tingwan coaxed Duo to sleep, and he went to Jiang Yanshan's room. Don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to store this meal away. It stands out too much outside. Here, it will seem like we've already eaten. I understand. Help me put mine away too. He was cautious, storing the 2 portions of food in another container inside the space, while placing the bowls on the table in the room. Go down and give them to Mingqi. It's so hot today. If we leave it any longer, it might breed bugs. We left behind the truck. Have you figured out what to do with it? Fong Tingwan pulled out some cashews, pine nuts, and chicken claws from the space, intending to eat them back home. That truck seems unusable now, which is a pity. It could have been used for a while longer. When I catch that bald man, I will certainly teach him a lesson and reclaim my car cost. Jiang Yanshan shared the same idea. The bald man probably hasn't realized they've fled yet, but the situation won't last long. By tomorrow morning at the latest, it will be discovered. Thus, going back to fetch the car would be akin to walking into a trap. If he were the bald man, he'd surely set up a web around the truck. I remember when we got that truck, there was another one next to him. That one appeared slightly larger, though not new. However, it wasn't important. As long as it worked, it would suffice. They simply studied the route for tomorrow. Whether or not to retrieve the truck isn't so urgent now, considering the rebar purchased recently was still in Fong Tingwan's space. It was heavy and numerous. Ordinary off-road vehicles couldn't haul it back. Fong Tingwan returned half an hour later. There was no helping it. The chicken claws were irresistible, and she couldn't resist indulging in a couple within her room. Afterwards, she cleaned up the garbage and returned it to the space, covering her tracks completely before heading back to her own room. Sure enough, the gang led by the bald man watched the house all night, but nobody noticed that the occupants had already left. What do we do now, brother? Should we keep guarding here? Conditions outside weren't peaceful, and if they stayed longer, they'd easily become targets for others. Bring some logs over, light them, make sure the fire isn't too big, and then throw them in. The little brother immediately perked up, giving a thumbs up with both hands. Brother, that's genius. Flattery works every time. Through clever words, this person managed to do well under the bald man. He called for others to collect tree trunks, and sent another group to find fire-starting materials. There was a 17 or 18-year-old boy nearby. His hair was matted together, clearly unwashed for quite a while. If you placed 2 eggs on top, they might hatch chicks. His face was dark, whether from sun exposure or dirt, and it was impossible to tell what he originally looked like. Big brother, I can make fire. Before the apocalypse, he was still a student who had heard from his teacher about the method of drilling wood for fire. You can. The bald man's face looked quite frightening when it turned serious, causing the young man to shrink back 2 steps. I can. Big brother, I can. He just glanced at him lightly, and then dismissed him to the side. Not until someone returned with a tree stump did he become useful. Without a magnifying glass, he made do with a glass bottle, smashing it to use only the thickest part at the bottom. He asked for a knife to scrape repeatedly on the tree. Enough. With many hands, it didn't take long before he had amassed a considerable pile of wood shavings beside him. He positioned his makeshift magnifying glass over the previously scraped wood shavings. With the hot weather, the brightness of the sunlight was sufficient. It didn't take long before there was a reaction. A faint wisp of smoke began to rise, soon followed by the glow of fire. When these preparations were more or less complete, he fetched a log. The bark was dry and loosely adhered. This was perfect. He carefully peeled away the outer layer of bark, placing it all onto the pile of shavings. The fire grew stronger, and he tried placing the log atop it, succeeding. The flames slowly consumed it as more and more logs were added into the mix. As the fire gradually died down, those logs that had been fed into the fire turned pitch black, emitting constant streams of smoke. This was exactly what the bald man wanted. The rest is up to you. That material, after being roasted at high temperatures, must never be touched with bare hands. After deliberating for a moment, they found a metal sheet, placed all the scorched charcoal pieces onto it, and carried them together towards the entrance of the residential area. Although the gate was blocked in the middle, they had forgotten about the window nearby. Chapter 151, Blocked Stairway. Throw it in, throw it all in. I don't believe they can stay in there. The charcoal-covered wood was still giving off thick smoke with visible red embers in some spots. Such items thrown inside could easily start a fire, but the bald man completely disregarded this. Taking previous lessons to heart, the other underlings ran to fetch suitable tools. Some used toy cars or shovels to shovel the wood and toss it inside. Unskilled at these tasks, they threw them in haphazardly. Many that were supposed to be thrown in fell out instead, raining down one after another. He stood by watching, his face flushed with frustration, as just one item made it inside, extinguishing itself shortly after. Fearful of being hit, people below scattered. No one got burned, yet in this sweltering weather, between starting fires and physical labor, everyone was drenched in sweat. If this continued, they would collapse from exhaustion. Truly incompetent. How have they gotten to today with such brains? Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen sat on the opposite building watching this absurd scene. After finishing breakfast, the two had set out driving yesterday's SUV. Upon reaching the underground parking lot where Hu Tu Bang kept their vehicles, she placed the truck into her space dimensionally, planning to release it upon returning. These large trucks consume a significant amount of fuel. While Fong wasn't lacking currently, such resources would become increasingly valuable for future needs. Best to save when possible. It was still early, and heading back home too soon might raise suspicion among their group. I wonder if those guys have noticed we've left. Let's go check. If the bald man is lurking nearby, he might be living close by. Finding his hideout would be ideal. Being watched was uncomfortable. The enemies surrounding them had already affected her appetite over these days. There was no issue from Xia Jinyu's side, but the cement plant was a threat, quiet now, but who knew when it would act? Yet, the bald man was troublesome, clearly bent on killing them, so Fong Tingwan didn't mind making the first move. Ice cream or drink? She rubbed her head, realizing she'd broken a sweat, feeling discomfort on her skin. An air conditioner would be great right now. Coke. Zhang Yanchen held binoculars, observing meticulously, adjusting the distance closer, able even to see the look of frustration on the bald man's face. He underestimated one thing. Fong Tingwan turned around, pulling out 2 cold Cokes. She took one for herself, handing another to Zhang Yanchen. This beverage could mean life-saving moments, like now. He probably wanted to mimic the effect of a military smoke bomb, but forgot that smoky wood is scorching hot. He also overlooked the fact that his men lacked proper training, incapable of delivering the intended outcome. Fong Tingwan remembered seeing something similar on TV. The results were indeed astonishing. If only we could get hold of a few of those things, it would be useful for emergencies. If this were earlier, I'd stop you. But now, it's worth trying. The farce over there was drawing to a close, with everyone scattering. Considered fortunate, a few received minor burns, but not severe. Zhang Yanchen sipped half of his Coke, placing the remainder on the windowsill, then sitting next to Fong Tingwan. Actually, her method could work, though it needs alteration. How? In enclosed spaces, using a few would certainly be effective, but the restrictions are too many, hard to arrange. Fong Tingwan grabbed the binoculars from him, looking across. The bald man stood with hands on his hips, contemplating the next steps. A thin, tall figure approached, long-limbed with a narrow face featuring prominent cheekbones and narrow eyes. Boss, the second-floor window behind us just opened. I suspect they fled. Standing at the edge initially, upon the scorching woods falling, he fled quickly, noticing. Mainly because that window connected straight to the perimeter wall outside the residential area. With a prop and a silent night, escaping wasn't hard. Running to the back, the bald man observed where the tall guy pointed, fearing the worst. They must have escaped. Fools, bastards. Likely, he cursed all known profanities, including every mother involved. Return. Open the entrance door for me. Since yesterday, when Fong Tingwan shut the unit door, it hadn't been opened. Witnessing the scene inside, the group stood dumbfounded, unable to utter coherent words. A long while later, a gasp broke the silence. Are those two human? It looks like they worked all night. Probably unnecessary anyway. The entire staircase was crammed so tightly that even flies and mosquitoes entering would need to thank the gaps present within. The moment the door was opened, it disrupted the original balance. Several sofas and stools at the front fell down, pinning some people underneath, while others suffered abrasions. Hurry up, move the stuff away. With more hands available here, 3 or 4 people lifted the sofas while the rest handled the stools and tables. This movement completely destabilized everything. They had to be cautious not only while moving things, but also to ensure nothing fell from above and hit them. There were large and small items placed in the stairwell, and it took about 20 people 2 hours to clear everything out. On the open ground ahead, they placed 2 sofas, for beds, a dining table, cabinets, and more, nearly blocking the passageway between the 2 buildings. The bald man immediately went inside. You guys check upstairs. Make sure you inspect every room thoroughly, even the corners. I want to see if those 2 are truly gone. About a dozen underlings went upstairs, with the rest staying close to protect him. He was somewhat cautious. While observing, Fong Tingwan thought that had she and Zhang Yanchen not left, she would have certainly gone over to kill that man. The tall guy followed him closely, heading together to the second-floor window. This time, they examined the interior of the room meticulously. The window was open, showing signs of wear, and one area clearly had much less dust. He stretched his body out of the window to take a look. There was an evident scrape mark on the top of the fence, indicating they had indeed escaped this way. Shit. The bald man slammed the window shut violently. Jiang Yin, when I catch you, I'll make sure you know what it's like to wish for death. The window frame had been neglected for years and was already unstable. The bald man's forceful action finished it off. The bottom of the frame deformed, causing the glass above to crash down with a clatter, scattering shards everywhere. Meanwhile, the underlings who had gone upstairs to inspect returned one by one. Everyone lowered their heads. Boss, we couldn't find them. Chapter 152, The Bald Man's Den. Although the bald man had anticipated the outcome, he still threw a big tantrum when he really heard it. Useless, a bunch of useless people. What use do I have for you? He cursed, and all the subordinates under him kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. Nowadays, without any system, if the boss got angry, he would kill someone. Speak up. What should we do now? They had been out for a day and night, but hadn't brought back anything. It was getting increasingly hard to find supplies lately, and there were already complaints at the power plant. Boss, shall we go check that car? This neighborhood wasn't far from where they had placed the tire-stopping nails yesterday. There had been no sound of cars starting at night, so that car should still be in the same place as yesterday. They had checked that car yesterday. There had been nothing in the carriage, and through the window, nothing had been seen at the front either. It was basically an empty car. The only valuable thing was the fuel in the tank. After those people left, Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanqian also came down from upstairs. They moved through the neighborhood to another building nearby, where the view was wide open, allowing them to see both the ambush spot from yesterday and also the direction they had departed from. Since this area approached the outskirts of the city, confirming the direction could help determine the general location of the bald man's hideout. Big brother, the car is still there, let me go check. That tall guy took a bottle of mineral water forward. This was currently the best tool they could find. The fuel tank of these kinds of cargo trucks is usually at the bottom. On top, there's a drain screw. After removing the screw, the mineral water bottle can catch the oil, which will flow automatically into the bottle. But such small bottles couldn't hold much, so someone had to stay outside to pass empty bottles while also taking out bottles full of oil. Those two worked very well together. Outside, for bottles were already filled with oil, and along with the fifth bottle, the tall guy also came out. Big brother, there's no more oil. The bald man had originally been sitting there eating a chicken leg, one of those sold in plastic packaging outside. Upon hearing there was no oil left, he became so angry that the chicken leg nearly fell to the ground. Just this little bit? Are you messing with me? The tall guy also looked helpless. Big brother, there isn't a single drop left. Upstairs, Fong Tingwan, who was watching through binoculars out of curiosity, was even more curious than them about how much oil this car could release. Yesterday, the two of them had noticed that the car lacked fuel and originally planned to refuel at an open area ahead. However, they got ambushed halfway. 4.5 bottles of oil, not bad, not too heartbreaking. The bald man didn't believe it and personally crawled underneath to check. The screw on the fuel tank wasn't tightened yet, but indeed, there was no oil left inside, not even a drop. He crawled out and kicked the car. What rotten luck. How much food did we bring? The guy with the afro came out. Big brother, we only have 2 steamed buns left. He held up the 2 hard steamed buns. We only brought enough food for one day, and it wasn't enough. Most people would return on the same day, so they carried little food when going out. This was the rule of the power plant. Even though the bald man was domineering and carried more supplies compared to others, they still could only survive until now. These 2 steamed buns are the ones I didn't eat, and saved deliberately. After saying that, he carefully put the buns away. Although they were hard, they filled one's stomach well. Half a bun paired with a bottle of water would make you full. As for the rest, he could slowly savor them. Leave 2 people here to keep watch around this area. The rest come with me back. He didn't completely give up since the car was still here, and Fong Tingwan might return. Although there were plenty of these kinds of vehicles in the power plant, there was no need to drive one from outside. However, there weren't many of these outside anymore, and what if the other side wouldn't want to part with it? Looking at the direction they were leaving, as they walked farther and farther out of sight of the binoculars, Fong Tingwan finally put them down. We should head back too. I also have something to ask Mr. Su. Near the villa, Fong Tingwan released the off-road vehicle from the storage space and put the steel bars onto the truck. Zhang Yanqian stayed still, waiting for Fong Tingwan to start the car and drive smoothly away before following behind. When they arrived at the villa, Lu Ji shouted loudly from below and everyone came down. On the other side, the bald man was especially furious, and after returning home, for the first time, he did not select a concubine. She understood deep down that she couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, her position in the power plant wouldn't be secure. After lunch, everyone went to the basement, where it was still quite cool. Fans were unnecessary, and it wouldn't get too hot. Fong Tingwan went to check the vegetable pools first. They grew better every day, but the first batch planted now looked somewhat old. These green vegetables have grown for a while, and I'm just planning to eat them, then plant the next batch. Wang Lisha had the seeds that Fong Tingwan gave her, and she could decide when to plant what. Since it was already handed over to her, Fong Tingwan wouldn't interfere. He looked at the radishes next to him. They were not small either, and it wouldn't be long before he could make a radish old duck soup. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Let's go. I have something to ask you about. Su Zong also came downstairs at this moment. They too used to be businessmen and understood the nearby situations better. Especially Su Zong. He was like a living map, which Fong Tingwan just realized recently. What's in the southeast of the villa area? Zhang Yanqian pointed out the rough direction on the map. They disappeared from here, and should have gone toward the southeast. Guessing that Fong Tingwan would inquire at this time, he took the map specifically when coming down. Su Zong stroked his chin. This area is where factories built by people from outside are located. The insides are complicated, doing all sorts of things. However, speaking of accommodating people, considering the weather now, only 4 places meet the conditions. He studied the map for a moment more. If I didn't forget, there should be a ranch inside making milk and yogurt, also a wine factory, a curtain factory, which Lisha is more familiar with. Next to it, there's also a power plant. The geographical locations of these places are relatively remote. They won't be scorched under the sun. Plus, they all have basements. As for other places, it's possible too, but less likely. Just judging from the known information now, Su Zong truly lived up to being a walking map and big boss. Fong Tingwan admired him in this regard. All right, I got it. Aiken and I will pay attention. It seemed he'd have to find time to check around there. Who knows, maybe he could locate the den of the bald man. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. It was still necessary to fully understand the situation there before acting. Chapter 153, Alarm Device. During dinner, seeing that everyone was present, Lu Ji took the initiative to speak up. Sister Wan, Brother Chun, when will we start with the work outside? We have all rested enough. How about starting tomorrow? We've also rested long enough. Starting earlier means finishing earlier. This ghostly weather is getting hotter and hotter. It seems like it's going to burn us alive. He had gone out at noon, and when he came back, he looked as if he had lost a layer of skin. The weather had been unusually hot these days, and Fong Tingwan had noticed it too. However, no one knew how long this high temperature would last. It wasn't just affecting travel, but also water sources. People can't survive without water. Wan, Brother Chun, you don't worry about the things outside. We'll take care of the digging. They were concerned that such weather might harm the chicks and ducklings, along with the few pigs in the yard, which were becoming less active. These were their food supplies, the stable source of meat for the future, and they certainly needed proper care. If not for the many people in the villa, they wouldn't mind bringing them inside. There wasn't much work to do in the yard, and they had originally planned to do it together with the basement. Let's wait another day. Nothing will go wrong within this period. The day after tomorrow, we'll do everything together. The two of them still wanted to go once more to see if they could buy some more steel bars. All right, then we'll start the day after tomorrow, and all of us will work together on it. Fong Tingwan had already finished eating. She was waiting for Dodo to go upstairs together. Under their careful care, Dodo's health was now absolutely fine. She even ate more than other children her age. Jiang Yanchen had also finished eating and happened to approach. Tonight, let's make the alarm device. I've already studied it enough. The thing was complex to make and had long been lost in knowledge, so she had spent quite a lot of time researching it before making its initial prototype. All right, since tonight it's our turn to stand watch, there's no harm in finding more things to do. On the other side, Meng Qi and Mr. Su entered one after another. Qi, is there something you want to tell me? She could sense that Meng Qi had been deliberately keeping her distance over the past few days. What exactly is your relationship with Wang Lisha? She asked directly. Meng Qi had thought it through. If they truly got along well, then she would step aside. Survival was most important in the post-apocalypse era, while romantic relationships were just extras. There is nothing between us. Mr. Su moved from the doorway into the room, sat down on the bed, and pulled Meng Qi's hand, sitting beside her. The most we can be considered is friends who admire each other. We often hang out because we've had responsibilities together recently, but he will try to avoid it in the future. He hugged her to comfort her. The reason you've been gloomy lately has been because of this matter, right? You shouldn't worry. Wang Lisha doesn't have this intention. His heart is set on his husband, who is already dead. Therefore, there's no possibility between the two of us. So, Qi, you can rest assured. Meng Qi didn't say anything. Whether she believed him or not was hard for others to know. I haven't changed my mind. When the time is right, we'll go get our marriage certificate. Mr. Su had mentioned this when they came out of the cement factory. Qi, when will you finally believe me? Upon being questioned, Meng Qi didn't answer, unsure how to respond. The situation between her and Mr. Su wasn't as simple as belief or disbelief. Brother Chun, being alone with a woman in the same room at night like this, you need to put in some effort. Because they still needed to freshen up, Xinu was asked to keep an eye downstairs for a while. When Jiang Yanchen came down with a fan, he intentionally approached him. During this period, what they had been paying the most attention to was the feelings between the two of them. Many bad ideas came to mind, but none were usable. Jiang Yanchen gave him a glare. Stop thinking about useless stuff. Since they would be busy tonight, both of them would likely sweat a lot, so he also fetched a towel, intending to remind Fong Tingyuan later. After doing this, he went back to shower. After Fong Tingyuan had finished preparing, she walked over to Dodo's side. Sister won't be able to sleep with Dodo tonight. Sister Mingling will come over soon to sleep with Dodo, alright? The little girl paused her cartoon and blinked her big eyes at her in confusion. Is sister going to sleep with Brother Chin? Fong Tingyuan blushed bright red due to embarrassment. What was this child talking about? Who taught her this? They would need to check tomorrow, but now the most important thing was to explain properly. Sister is keeping guard, not sleeping with anyone. Dodo didn't seem entirely sure if she understood or not, but she nodded anyway, though her interest was low. Hearing that they weren't sleeping together, she lowered her head again to watch cartoons. Actually, she really hoped Sister Wan and Brother Chun could be together because they were like a dad and a mom respectively. After settling Dodo down, he went downstairs. As Xinu climbed the stairs, she didn't forget to cheer Jiang Yanchen on. Instead of Jiang Yanchen, someone went over and placed the necessary items on the ground. Fong Tingyuan put down what she was holding. First, she listened as Jiang Yanchen tied all the bells with ropes, then fixed them onto a single rope. They also took a bunch of ropes to hang them from the ceiling, leaving only one rope hanging down. After doing all this, the simple alarm device was basically complete. Jiang Yanchen went over and pulled the rope, causing many of the bells to ring, but some still didn't move at all, showing there was room for improvement. The sound wasn't very loud. It could be heard clearly on the first floor, but not necessarily on the second. It's already done well, Fong Tingyuan said consolingly as she walked beside her. Tomorrow, I'll bring people to set up the upstairs as well so everyone can hear it. Indeed, if the technology wasn't enough, they could compensate with quantity. She wasn't a professional after all. Just as they were speaking, someone upstairs came rushing down with a thud thud thud. What's wrong? Are those bastards back? Xinu was still in her pajamas. Soon, several more people ran down, asking similar questions. Are you guys asleep? Fong Tingyuan and the others were initially a bit confused but quickly realized that the alarm device she designed had worked to some extent. Yes. Asleep. Not yet. Everyone gave different answers, but after summarizing, she found that generally everyone on the second floor could hear it. while those on the third floor who hadn't fallen into deep sleep or weren't disturbed by noise could hear it too. She was satisfied with this result, considering she was an amateur. It's nothing. You can go back to sleep. I just wanted to test it out. When these people came down, it was obvious they hadn't woken up fully, their eyes barely able to stay open. Jiang Yanchen was still studying the device he had made. After setting up the second floor, there was still the basement to deal with, so it would be better to have everything covered for peace of mind. Fong Tingwan was also a little surprised, not expecting how effective the thing Jiang Yanchen made turned out to be. Chapter 154, Before. Everyone went upstairs, and Fong Tingwan was also hungry. Let's go to the balcony on the third floor. Before it was set up as a watchtower, this place had almost been their leisure base, where they spent every night shift. With chilled drinks and all sorts of snacks, he felt that the night shifts weren't that tough. Alright, Fong Tingwan was much more proficient in setting up the table than before. Jiang Yanchen went up afterward, and by the time he arrived, everything was almost ready. Would you like something else? He took out the marinated beef that had been tucked away in the corner, found just a few days ago during tidying up. The beef was bought packaged from a mall when stockpiling, freshly made at the time. There were also beef balls, beef noodle soup with vermicelli, accompanied by several baked pancakes. A light bite crumbled easily, sesame sprinkled atop them. After eating 2 pancakes paired with a sip of soup, all the fatigue from a hard day's work seemed to fade. That's good enough, let's eat now. Jiang Yanchen was also hungry. It was rare for them to have such serious meal times without speaking during their night shifts. Do you want more? Could you fetch me another pancake? Jiang Yanchen looked up and asked. Having expended much effort today, his stomach was empty. 1 pancake simply wasn't enough. Fong Tingwan was the same. He turned around, taking 2 more pancakes from his storage space, handing each one a piece, finally managing to fill their appetites. The leftover waste naturally was all gathered into her storage space. As usual, he took out a tablet and headphones, but at the moment he picked them up, he put them down again. She couldn't help glancing curiously downward. There was no movement in Meng Ling's room, nor from Meng Qi's side. The two of them were rather compliant tonight. I'm not used to it. Jiang Yanchen smiled while looking at him. Knowing it's our turn tonight, Mr. Su and Xin will behave themselves. Thinking about the awkward sound last time, he still felt a little shy, putting on his headphones, turning to binge-watch shows. Could I borrow your headphones? Let's watch together. Jiang Yanchen already had a tablet which Fong Tingwan handed over earlier. Inside, videos, novels, and standalone games were downloaded. Yet, he still came closer. Watching alone is boring, and it wastes power. We don't have enough electricity now, so we should save some. He casually came up with an excuse, and Fong Tingwan didn't feel like objecting, directly handing over a headphone. A peaceful night passed swiftly. The next morning, both walked drowsily up the stairs. Su Zong unfailingly descended daily to prepare breakfast. Anyone who had finished their night duty would encounter him heading back to sleep. Mr. Su, good morning. Don't keep any breakfast for me. I estimate I'll sleep until noon. Su Zong looked up toward behind Fong Tingwan. Mr. Jiang Yanchen, how about you? My portion isn't necessary either. He yawned as he walked upstairs, passing by instantly hearing Su Zong mutter. Given the time difference is roughly the same, we might as well sleep together. This comment hit Jiang Yanchen right on the nose. He'd long wanted to move rooms. Secretly giving a thumbs up to the other party. Fong Tingwan knew nothing. Extremely exhausted, quickly returned to sleep. When she woke up indeed, it was already noon. The outside temperature peaked, and even with the fan on inside the house, she sweated profusely. The water flow in the villa area was getting smaller lately. Everyone was conserving water, taking a shower only once a day. She didn't want to squander her only chance on a noon bath. Taking advantage of Dodo's absence, she locked the door to her room from the inside, then entered her spatial dimension. Once inside, there was no rush to leave. The ewe from last time had given birth to a lamb, which was currently grazing beside her. The lawn she marked last time had indeed expanded upon inspection. Judging from this, her guess was correct. Increasing animals also increases space. This reassured her. There wouldn't be a problem housing more animals later on. The fields nearby were almost ripe. It wouldn't take long before she needed to harvest this batch and plant another round. After surveying everything, the time was about right, so she hurriedly went to bathe and got booted out of the system. Fortunately, she managed to wear clothes just in time. Sister Fong, are you in there? Open up, Brother Su Zong said it's mealtime. Dodo's tender voice sounded outside the door. Fong Tingwan went over to open the door, pulling her hand as they both headed downstairs. Sister, I've learned to recite poems. I'll recite them to you. The little girl slowly delivered the lines without missing a word. Who taught you these? It was Sister Meng Ling. Brother Xin, you also taught a couple of sentences, but he left quickly. Sister, how did I do? Dodo looked up at her full of anticipation. Dodo did exceptionally well, truly excellent. Since it was noon and the hottest part of the day, Su Zong prepared cold noodles paired with braised sauce and vegetables. Watching made everyone feel hungry, tasting made it even better. Is this really a normal life now? Honestly, before the apocalypse, I never had a proper meal. Every time my mom called, she always reminded me to eat well. I would promise her, but as soon as I hung up, I'd order takeout. After being busy all day, I just wanted to lie down when I got home. That's how it was for everyone back then, not just Lu Ji. Jiang Yanchen remembered how busy he used to be. Often, he wouldn't eat all day. When he was starving, he would randomly buy something from the street and eat it in just a few bites. He didn't know if it was nutritious or not, but as long as it gave him energy to work, that was enough. Actually, people like them looked shiny and clean on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were suffering, and only they themselves knew. Su Zong didn't interject. His experiences were different from everyone else's. His family already had enough wealth from the previous generation, which allowed him to live comfortably without worry. Moreover, with his own abilities, he could hire maids, have chauffeurs drive him around, and didn't need to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. At that time, he had many friends who surrounded him every day, but it was all for the sake of the profits in his hands. Every day after waking up, he was always on edge, guarding against both outsiders and insiders. Back then, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Now, even though it was tiring, he always slept soundly upstairs. Thinking about those past events, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Fong Tingwan finally spoke. I plan to go out and get some steel bars later, because once we start building tomorrow, there won't be time anymore. If he couldn't find any, that was fine, but if he did, he didn't want to let them go. The materials inside the villa, including the food, were mostly gathered by Fong Tingwan. Everyone admired her and listened to her. When he suggested doing something, no one else disagreed. They waited until the hottest part of the day had passed before heading out. The asphalt roads had softened under the heat, and their car picked up quite a bit of melted tar as it moved. Every so often, the two of them had to stop and scrape it off. Looks like next time we'll have to wait even longer before heading out. This is too much trouble. It was hot outside, and each trip out left them drenched in sweat. Although the car had air conditioning, it wasn't enough to handle this kind of weather. Chapter 155, Shi Yue's Relentless Pursuit. They barely managed to arrive after a long and difficult journey, only to find that the steel factory had also dispatched people to guard the gate. The last time they came, their presence made quite an impact, so everyone recognized them. The guards, seeing who it was, greeted them with particular politeness. Are the two of you here to inspect steel again? Didn't you buy a considerable amount last time? He had already called inside earlier, purely to make small talk. I have my own uses for it. There's no need for me to explain. All you need to tell me is whether you're selling or not. Upon hearing this refusal to explain, the other party gave up on trying to pry any information out of them. Are the two of you here to buy steel again? But just recently bought some. I really can't ask for a good price. The person who came out to greet them was the same as last time, but he clearly didn't have the final say. Doing business is about mutual consent. While I have use for this product, it's not indispensable. You decide on the price. If it's unsuitable, I'll leave. What he meant was wanting to raise the price, probably because they saw that these two possessed food supplies. Fong Tingwan wouldn't indulge him either way. If the price was too outrageous, he would simply turn around and leave. All right. The man clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. I'll go discuss it. Fong Tingwan waited outside. Another woman suddenly appeared before him, someone he found vaguely familiar. On closer inspection, this was Shi Yue, the former colleague of Jiang Yanchen. Judging by the direction she was going in, she seemed to be looking for Jiang Yanchen too. Instinctively, Fong Tingwan moved closer, positioning himself close enough to overhear the conversation between Shi Yue and Jiang Yanchen. Yanchen, please, save me. I can't take it anymore. They don't feed me and they abuse me. Just take me away. His tone was pitiful and gentle, exactly what most men like to hear. As he continued, tears started rolling down his cheeks, and before long, he even knelt down. Sorry, Shi Yue, I can't help you. Jiang Yanchen refused once more. He wasn't a savior. Under such circumstances, all he could do was ensure the safety of himself and Wanwan. There was nothing he could do for others. Seeing Shi Yue approach, a few others also joined the scene. Dude, looks like you and him have a deep relationship. If you want to take him away, I won't stop you. But since he's been staying here for so long, we expect some compensation. Let's say, a bag of rice. Does that sound fair? Exchanging a bag of rice for him? That guy certainly was asking for the moon. Nowadays, manpower wasn't scarce, neither were women. Even though Fong Tingwan hadn't purchased anyone before, getting someone would only cost him a few bread loaves at most. Thinking back to another lifetime, this person was worth no more than a single piece of bread. Sorry. Jiang Yanchen declined, moving towards Fong Tingwan. After some internal discussion, a result finally emerged. They wanted the same thing as last time, 5 tons of steel. The two of you are our returning customers, which is why I agreed. But next time, the price will change. Fong Tingwan ignored his explanation and took out items from the car, handing them over. Load it onto the vehicle. Do it quickly. We're eager to return home. It was getting dark, and both traveling at night and lingering here were unsafe. While the loading was being handled by the workers there, Fong Tingwan had nothing else to do but observe the quarrel between Su Yu and the man he'd encountered earlier. Drawn closer by curiosity. You said you knew her, and you could definitely trade something tangible. The man spoke harshly, making Shi Yu burst into tears, crying. Big brother, forgive me. I never expected him to be so heartless, without a sense of camaraderie. Shi Yu reached out to grab the man's arm, only to have it brutally shaken off. You cheap trash. Thinking too highly of yourself while being completely worthless. Don't you see how pathetic you've become? No one wants to look at you anymore. Why should anyone bother with you when they have plenty of food? Shi Yu tightened her fists, finding it unbearably humiliating. It's useless coming to me for help. If you don't bring back grain today, you'll get beaten. Once again, Shi Yu ran over, clinging onto Jiang Yanchen's sleeve and refusing to let go. Are you going to watch me die right in front of your eyes? Lifting up his shirt sleeve, he revealed numerous large and small wounds scattered across his forearm, both fresh and old. See Yanchen, if this keeps going on, I'll die. Really, they'll beat me to death. Jiang Yanchen retreated, shaking his head. I really can't help you. When the steel loading was done, he quickly pulled Fong Tingwan away, leaving Shi Yu standing dumbfounded behind them, abandoned once more. Money-losing goods, useless waste. These men had long since tired of her. expecting her to at least fetch some money for them. Yet, she ended up yielding nothing, leading to growing anger. A sudden slap followed, causing Shiyue's head to ring painfully. Don't act. Hurry up and get down and work. Don't think they still want you. She forced herself to rise, unsupported by anyone nearby, enduring harsher and nastier curses spewing forth. Shiyue clenched her fists tightly. She would remember Jiang Yanchen forever, and those who now rejected her. Every single one of them, she vowed to remember. The next day, Suzong got up early again to prepare breakfast for everyone. After eating, the group was divided into 2 teams and began working simultaneously. They dug down in the same 2 areas they had been riding circles around. It didn't have to be big, it just had to be large enough for them to stay in. The workload wasn't large, and within 2 days, they were pretty much done. Fong Tingwan wasn't idle either. Over these 2 days, he was in charge of the task of watering underground. As soon as he finished watering downstairs, he grabbed the bucket and planned to head upstairs. Right at the staircase, he ran into Zhou Zhou. Sister Wan, someone's looking for you outside. It's that group from Taoshi Garden. Xiaojinyu? Ever since the exchange involving little Zhou, this person seemed to have disappeared. So why was he showing up now? Where is he? She put down what she was holding, with Zhou Zhou trailing behind her. He's at the gate. He looks like he has something important to say, but insists on seeing you before speaking. Just as he was about to go out, Jiang Yanchen was already waiting outside. Fong Tingwan walked over. Zhou Zhou stopped, and Jiang Yanchen accompanied him forward instead. The people outside appeared anxious, pacing back and forth while waiting for them. When Fong Tingwan opened the villa door and stepped out, someone inside immediately closed it and pulled the chain lock tight. Wan, you're here. Xiaojinyu stepped forward, noticing Jiang Yanchen following closely behind her. Without delay, he tugged her away a short distance. Try not to go out these few days. There are quite a number of large animals appearing in the city. Before, they stayed in the mountains, but lately, for reasons unknown, all of them have come to the city. Recalling yesterday's situation, it was when he led a few people from his team out searching for food and accidentally encountered a wild boar with red eyes. That boar charged at anything or anyone it saw, behaving as if possessed. He was naturally fierce, and once he exerted his full strength, he became even harder to deal with. The team immediately scattered in chaos, falling and sprawling everywhere. Xiao Jinyu had never seen such an animal before and initially had no idea what to do except hide. However, that wild boar clearly didn't want to let them go. Chapter 156, Animals Pouring into the City. He aimed at one of them, intending to kill, but also gave others a chance. The group held various kinds of weapons in their hands. Shovels, electric batons, everything you could think of. Some people even picked up rocks and charged straight in. In any case, their target was that wild boar. How it died didn't matter. His focus was divided when someone attacked him from behind, striking his leg with a shovel. The injured leg instantly became immobile. The pain made him even more frenzied. Using his 3 still functioning legs to drag himself forward, everyone else simultaneously struck, and a variety of weapons landed on the pig's body at once. He let out mournful howls for quite a while. In the end, there were too many of them, and the wild boar, which hadn't eaten anything for a long time and lacked strength, was eventually subdued and became their meal. Fong Tingwan wanted to ask more about the red-eyed wild boar, but Xia Xiaoyin kept shaking her head. I don't know what happened either. We accidentally encountered it yesterday. It wasn't just that one. When they returned, they saw a number of sizable animals running around on the streets. These past 2 days, they had been busy working on buildings in the yard, and indeed hadn't gone out. They hadn't expected such a big change outside. All right, I understand. I'll be careful. Is there anything else you need me to do? Xia Xiaoyin didn't want to leave and lingered nearby. You can relax. I want to go back as well. It's too hot out here. Isn't it more comfortable inside? No problem. I was just worried. I came to tell you. As long as you're fine, remember not to wander outside recklessly. Fong Tingwan went back, and Xia Xiaoyin also left with her entourage. After the two returned to the villa, Jiang Yanchen activated the alarm system he set up for the first time. Actually, there weren't many people targeted. Most of them were already outside. Thankfully, the thing was useful after all, and upon hearing the sound, everyone rushed downstairs. Everyone found their own spot to sit, while Suzong went to the kitchen to cook. Thinking about helping another person, he adjusted his position slightly closer to Suzong. No worries, Mr. Su. Continue with your cooking. This way, you'll still be able to hear me. Suzong glanced up momentarily after hearing this, but quickly lowered his head and continued working. Fong Tingwan informed everyone about the issue of animals invading the city, and Xinu showed particular excitement. Really? If that's true, then we won't have to worry about food or drinks. He patted his chest proudly and declared, as long as they dare come, I'll make sure they become our meals. Her reaction was normal. Fong Tingwan initially thought the same. Animals were crazy, but people had gone insane long before. Since the apocalypse began, there have been numerous cases of people eating people. They couldn't even spare their own kind, so why would they spare those animals running down the mountains? Anyone who wants to go hunting, I won't stop you or oppose it. However, I want to find out first why these animals are coming down the mountain. Is there anyone willing to go with me? I will. Me. The first to raise a hand was Xinu, followed by everyone else raising their hands. We aren't that short on meat. Let those brutes handle it first. Once they can't take them down, we'll step in. Xinu gave herself an impressive-sounding reason, though she didn't mention the admiration she secretly harbored for Fong Tingwan. Others didn't even bother thinking up excuses, directly reusing Xinu's justification. Fong Tingwan was worried too. If the animals were moving down en masse, something must have happened on the mountain. She only hoped it wasn't what she feared it might be. The villa was their main base, and they absolutely couldn't lose it. Even if going out, Fong Tingwan didn't plan on taking everyone. Together with Jiang Yanchen, they selected Xinu and Su Er as part of the team, making 4 in total. Others would stay behind to guard the home. Meng Ling, take this. No matter who entertains any improper thoughts, don't hesitate. A black object was handed over from her hand. Everyone saw clearly, it was a gun. Everyone took turns holding it during night shifts. Though some people outside had ill intentions, they couldn't trust everyone within the villa either. Su Zong and Meng Qi spent their days cooking, growing vegetables, and feeding pigs. Wang Lisha had become much more active lately. The Zhou brothers remained quiet, doing work without much talk. From the outside, everyone seemed united, all working together to improve the villa. Fong Tingwan only hoped none of them had any malicious intentions. People shouldn't have ulterior motives, not outside nor within. Fortunately, she had Lu Ji to help. Wan, don't worry. I'll definitely guard our home well. Whoever doesn't watch where they're going and dares to come, I'll knock them out with one punch. And if that isn't enough, I can always fire another shot. With Meng Ling's assurance, she felt reassured. Once the team was confirmed, dinner was ready, and Su Zong called everyone over. What time are we leaving tomorrow? I'll prepare breakfast in advance. The mountain road was rugged and difficult to traverse. Though vehicles could reach some places, a large portion would still require hiking. They certainly couldn't move forward on empty stomachs. After a brief discussion among the 4 of them, the departure time was finalized. With 4 people heading out, Jiang Yanchen chose the off-road vehicle. It had a high enough clearance for mountain roads and no problem with internal space. They wouldn't feel overly cramped sitting inside. Su Er and Xinu went to the back first, taking up the left and right seats. The only spot left was the co-pilot seat, specifically reserved for Fong Tingwan. Once all the windows were rolled up, the air conditioning was turned on, and cool air slowly came through. This thing is still great. If there were 8 or 10 of these in the villa, it'd be absolutely refreshing. In the villa, they all used electric fans that blew directly on them, which felt cool but very uncomfortable. Once stepping out of the range of the fan, the heat would immediately return. Fong Tingwan could only roll her eyes at the idea of having 8 or 10 air conditioners. Air conditioners might be plentiful in this era, but they didn't have enough electricity. The mountain path was rugged and hard to traverse, so Jiang Yanchen tried his best to drive smoothly. Still, it was unavoidable to encounter some bumps. The ride at the front was relatively fine, but the empty bags occasionally bouncing around made Fong Tingwan stop talking. She shifted her position slightly, leaned against the side, closed her eyes, and waited quietly. Xinu's chatter gradually diminished as well. Su Er wasn't one to talk much anyway, and previously he was just listening. Now, his voice couldn't be heard at all. Suddenly, the car stopped. As Fong Tingwan opened her eyes, she heard Jiang Yanchen say, "There's no road ahead, we can't pass through." Looking forward, all she saw were densely packed dead trees, not a single pathway among them. Why are all these trees dead? They had seen quite a few trees earlier along their way, but every single one was withered and dead, leaving nothing but tree trunks standing there. So that's why I wanted to come check it out. Those animals ran into the city. Something must have happened on the mountain, Fong Tingwan mused aloud. Xinu also began to take the matter seriously. She had initially just thought about accompanying Fong Tingwan, but now it seemed the situation was more complicated than expected. After opening the doors, they all got out of the car and prepared to hike further into the forest. Chapter 157. Can humans survive? The scenery along the way was truly heartbreaking. Everywhere they passed, the grass and trees had long since dried up. Even the trees were dead. A light touch would make the branches fall. Xinu couldn't believe it and examined thoroughly, but didn't find even one living tree. Are humans really going to become extinct? It was a question that came from the depths of his soul. In such an environment, human life would only become increasingly difficult. Although staying in the villa beforehand was hotter, the food and drink were never a worry, and they had never seen things outside like this. Now, seeing how much had changed outside in just a few months, it was normal for him to have trouble accepting it. Floods, plagues, and heat. Haven't we all gotten through them? Humans are more resilient than we imagine. You don't need to worry so much, and there's no need to be overly anxious. Fong Tingwan could only say so much. Life ahead would only get tougher, testing human nature. If he himself couldn't accept it, then no one could help him. He couldn't possibly repeat the big truths every time by his ear. By then, even if Xinu wasn't annoyed, he would be. So, he could only rely on himself to move forward, and could only continue relying on himself to walk ahead. Xinu's spirit was listless. Though he walked with everyone else, his thoughts had already wandered far away. There are trees, some living trees. Su Er stopped, pointing ahead, and said. Between the shadows, greenery could indeed be vaguely seen, indicating that they were approaching the core area of the forest. Hurry. Unlike before, Xinu felt motivated instantly, running past everyone to take the lead. Su Er was shocked as well, and quickly ran after Xinu. On closer inspection, they confirmed that those were indeed living trees. A few leaves with faint green hues still hung on the branches, though most of them had already withered. But this gave them hope, especially Xinu. Let's go further ahead. Fong Tingwan knew that further ahead, situations like these would increase, and there might even be a glimpse of lush greenery. It was a place he and Jiang Yanchen hadn't been to before, and this time he wanted to see it. Xinu was already eager. He wanted to see more hope. As they moved further ahead, the number of living trees increased, growing more lush, suggesting the existence of water sources at the center. Rest first, then go check when it's not so hot. They had been walking for half the morning, and the hottest time was coming. At this point, rest was definitely necessary. Everyone found a relatively lush big tree. Its messy branches blocked out the sun, forming a cool shaded area underneath that was enough for all four of them. However, sunlight still seeped through the gaps, shining on their skin and immediately scorching it. They couldn't stay outside. When leaving, Xianu specifically took a tent, which was now being set up by him and Su'er. Just setting up one is enough. Leave 2 people outside guarding. With living plants around here, there might also be living animals. Jiang Yanchen made the suggestion as he approached. You can't trust anything anymore. Even scared rabbits will bite when pressed. Fong Tingwan shared the same thought. There are too many dangers here. We mustn't let our guard down. Alright, Xianu and Su'er had no objections. After all, in the apocalypse, where was there ever a safe place free from any danger? Even when they stayed in the villa, someone guarded daily. On this, they were already used to it. Sister Wan, Brother Chun, you two go inside first. Su'er and I will stay outside and guard. They put a layer of sunshade over the tent to minimize the sun's effects. No rush yet. After walking for so long, we should eat something. They had eaten before leaving the villa. Suzong had specially got up early to prepare the meal. It was still dark at the time, and he could only close all the windows and doors, draw the curtains, and turn on dim lights while working with Meng Qi. Everyone's backpacks contained instant food and water, bread, sausages, instant noodles, and DIY hot pot. There were still plenty of these items stored in the villa. Normally, people only carried them with them when leaving the villa. Xianu and Su'er ate very quickly, finishing their meal before heading into Fong Tingwan's tent. She first stayed outside with Jiang Yanchen on watch, and they'd switch once everything calmed down. Those two were truly exhausted but also accustomed to it, and soon snores could be heard within the tent. They slept until the afternoon, only waking up when the weather cooled down thanks to Jiang Yanchen calling them. Why didn't you wake us up? They had agreed to switch shifts mid-process, but now, only they had rested. Sorry, Brother Chun, we slept too soundly, Su'er said while scratching his head. It's fine, it's pretty cool outside too. I took turns resting with Wan Wan, and that was enough. After breaking down the tent, the group continued on their journey. The scenery ahead was getting better. There were more living trees, and they could even see green grass. That thing was different from trees. It had shallow roots, and if there were no water sources nearby, it would have already died of thirst long ago. So, everyone thought of a possibility and rushed forward eagerly. Sure enough, they found a small river nearby. The place they reached only had damp soil left, and the water level had already receded. But judging by this, it was obvious that it had just risen recently. They followed it further forward. The soil became increasingly wet, turning from soil into mud, and eventually, they could even see a layer of clear water on its surface. It should be here. We didn't make a mistake in our search. All around them, lush grass spread out, and occasionally, they could see a few wildflowers. The small river flowed with clear water. Everything before their eyes was real, and they hadn't seen such scenery since the apocalypse began. They momentarily felt as though they had returned to the past. It seems like humanity still has hope. Xianu spoke these words calmly, no longer showing the confusion and despair from before. That's right. Why do you think so much? Not to mention, heaven has left us a way out. But even if it hasn't, we need to carve out a path for ourselves. Fong Tingwan was surprised at Su'er's words. Normally, he seemed quiet and unassuming, but unexpectedly, his words carried great philosophical depth. Exactly. The most important thing for people is their mood. If you yourself lose faith in life and confidence in the future, then regardless of whether it's the apocalypse or not, the road waiting for you will only lead to one outcome. Jiang Yanchen rarely gave grand speeches about morality. He usually only puji-ed legal knowledge and informed people of the consequences of their actions. In fact, at that time, I was thinking about whether I should recruit more people, handsome ones, good-looking ones, to give Meng Qi more options. Fong Tingwan lowered her head and seriously reflected. No sis, I'm sorry. Xianu apologized quickly and his attitude was good, which was commendable. Since that's the case, I'll put it on hold for now, but if I see someone suitable, I will hire them back just in case. What just in case meant was keeping a backup option. Xianu dared not to say anything. After all, it was him who caused the trouble. Knowing he was joking, but also using this joke to teach him a lesson, Xianu touched his nose with the back of his hand as an excuse to go to the other side, but before leaving, he gave Jiang Yanchen a glance. The general meaning was that if you don't stop her, Fong Tingwan might leave with someone else. Xianu could tell that Fong Tingwan was joking. How could Jiang Yanchen not see it? But he still felt uneasy. Doesn't Wan Wan want more people around? Like Lady Shan-in. Su'er also left, giving Jiang Yanchen a chance to get closer. What is Wan Wan like? Would abs be a bonus? Thinking of his physique, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with 8-pack abs, Fong Tingwan couldn't help but look. Bonus points. Big butts also get points. If I can touch, even more points. He walked away from there, his heart still pounding. This was the first time she had teased Jiang Yanchen like this, indeed bold. Fortunately, she had managed to hold back earlier, without him noticing her nervousness. But what she feared most was, if Jiang Yanchen really wanted her to touch, would she reach out or not? Jiang Yanchen stood there for 3 seconds, then smiled helplessly. The extended area here wasn't very deep. Going further out, one could still see dead trees and withered grass. But ahead, a lush landscape stretched endlessly into view. At least, there was no end in sight for now. It seemed that their location was not the center of the forest, nor was it where the stream flowed strongest. Would you like to take a look higher up? Fong Tingwan was curious about how much habitable space lay ahead. Those two also approached. Have you noticed that it doesn't seem as hot as before? If we lived here. Indeed, it was a good place, with mountains and water. Even the temperature was different from outside. With rising humidity, this place seemed especially cool. Do you not want to go back? Fong Tingwan asked. Yes, I just fantasized. Su Air sighed. This place is really good, but it's dangerous too. If some red-eyed large animals came out, I'd be their food. And this dry place keeps expanding. I don't know how long this little river can last. Never mind, thinking too much is useless. Let's head upstream. Fong Tingwan turned her head to look at Jiang Yanchen. This man seemed to have no thoughts at all, not just this time, never before. What was his heart made of? Don't overthink, let's go. The group originally chatted happily, but suddenly they all stopped speaking, controlling their breathing carefully. There was a sound, messy footsteps, not human-like. Then gradually several figures ran towards them, getting clearer. Wolves, actually wolves. They could see more clearly as the wolves approached. There were 6 wolves, skinnier than those seen on TV, almost skeletal. The target of those wolves was them. Seeing so many people made the wolves especially excited. Clearly, they regarded the group as food. What should we do? Xinu and Su Air gripped their knives tightly, while Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen tightened their grip on the Tang's swords, ready for when the wolves attacked. None of them intended to hold back. Running was impossible now. In front of them was a slope that blocked their vision. When they realized, the 6 wolves were already very close. Even so, the group didn't feel confident. For people against 6 wolves, starving wolves, didn't seem like a winning situation. There's no time, attack together. The lead wolf was already pouncing. Fong Tingwan reacted promptly, urging everyone immediately. The other 3 also reacted and respectively darted aside. The head wolf's attack failed, but the 5 wolves behind rushed forward all at once, boxing in all 4 individuals. Unable to gather, they each fought fiercely against the wolves charging at them. Wan, are you alright? Jiang Yanchen swung his sword, forcing the wolf back a step. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward Fong Tingwan. Just 2 steps later, another wolf appeared and blocked his way, leaving him to tighten his grip on the Tang's sword and continue fighting. These 6 wolves appeared scattered, but they were capable of coordinating well. Their cooperation was extremely mature. Don't worry about me, just kill them first. At this moment, only fighting to the death would suffice. Either you die, or I perish. Fong Tingwan seized the moment, and as the wolf lunged, she plunged the Tang's sword hard. Blood spurted everywhere as the wolf attacking her was injured. She didn't pause, tightening her grip on the sword. The pain made the wolf even more invigorated. It roared furiously, wanting to immediately swallow these people whole. Its roar also drew the attention of the other wolves. They fought more desperately than before, their speed and strength in every attack aiming to kill the humans. Bang! In the quiet forest, the sound of this gunshot was especially clear. It was Xinu. He fired at the wolf in front of him. The wolf, hit by the bullet, thrashed a few times, but clearly lacked the strength to resist any longer. Immediately, another wolf rushed over. There was another bang, and Fong Tingwan had taken down one on her side as well. The situation shifted instantly. Of the original 6 wolves, 2 were dead and 1 was injured, leaving only 3 able to fight with full force. Another shot rang out. Xinu dealt with the wolf that was pouncing towards Su Air. That would be 2.5 wolves down. Jiang Yanchen's Tang sword pierced deep into the chest of one wolf. As it struggled, he moved with the momentum, leaving the front half of the wolf's body riddled with wounds. It couldn't move anymore. Only 1.5 wolves left now. Together, everyone went after the remaining wolf. Seeing things weren't good, the wolf turned back and ran, but another shot followed, killing it on its way home. The injured wolf dragged its weary body for just a few steps before being caught up by Jiang Yanchen and Xinu and finished off together. In the end, all 4 wolves were dead. The 4 of them were covered in blood, looking like vengeful spirits crawling out of hell, there to take lives. What should we do? Do we want to keep these wolves' bodies? Though thin, there was still some meat on them. However, wolves travel in packs, and there was concern that if they took the corpses, other wolves might come after them. Let's go. If we want more, we can get them in the city. Jiang Yanchen led everyone away. Having just killed 6 wolves, the danger here was too high. Their priority now was survival. Alright, Fong Tingwan made her decision almost instantly. Though she wanted to explore further ahead, she valued her life more and wanted to stay alive and thrive. Chapter 159. The truth about animals entering the city. Everyone ran back with all their might, exerting more effort than when they came. Soon, that green shade was left behind them, growing further and further away until there was nothing left to see. Unfortunately, this forest was large, and before nightfall, they hadn't managed to run out of it. Should we keep going? All 4 people stopped and asked Fong Tingwan for her opinion. What do you think? He looked at Xinu. On this matter, Xinu had more experience than her and all of them. He was an outdoor enthusiast who knew how to choose what would be more beneficial for their group. Xinu thought for a moment and held up 2 fingers. Now we have 2 options. One is to continue moving forward. We brought flashlights, so we can still walk, but the danger will be higher because animals' eyesight is better in the dark than ours. Additionally, there are many broken branches and rocks on the ground, which could cause us to slip or fall. So what's the second choice? Su Air couldn't wait to ask. To stay in camp here. Then we'll try to start a fire, leave 2 people to keep watch during the night, and if there's any movement, everyone wakes up. However, the tent might get damaged, and there's a high chance we'll be watched. In short, whichever option we choose, there are dangers involved. I can't decide alone. Let's think about it together. The second one. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen almost simultaneously said their choice. They were already exhausted. Even if they continued running forward, they'd only be depleting their energy reserves. If they truly encountered life-threatening danger, they wouldn't be able to resist. It was better to rest here and eat something to restore their strength. All right, then we'll stay. Su-air agreed. Without saying more, he went with Xinu to set up the tent. Again, they only set up one tent. You two go inside and rest first. Xinu and I took a nap in the afternoon, so we're not as tired. This time, Fong Tingwan didn't hesitate. Time was precious. There was no need to waste it on such matters. After a nap, it was already late into the night. They built a fire a little ways away, and the area around it was cleaned thoroughly to prevent the flames from spreading. Even though it became warmer after lighting the fire, doing so also effectively deterred wolves from approaching. You two go inside. We'll wake you when it gets light. Su-air and Xinu were already very tired, unable to stop yawning as they sat there, walking around several times just to stay awake. Okay. Once the others were asleep, Fong Tingwan finally took out his ice cream. It's inconvenient to carry anyway. He handed one to Jiang Yanchen, who accepted it. Jiang Yanchen smiled as he looked at him. He had noticed long ago that whether it was in the car or at lunch, Fong Tingwan wanted to eat something else. She used to have no such habit, but recently she had been acting alongside Jiang Yanchen all the time. Since he had storage space, there wasn't much point in hiding things anymore. It seemed one shouldn't be too indulgent. Resisting right now was truly difficult. Although the tent was laid out, it was left open at both ends without being zipped shut. Those inside could see them as soon as they opened their eyes. Fong Tingwan didn't dare to be too reckless. After eating just one ice cream, he stopped. Since they had slept well, they weren't that tired. The two chatted until dawn when they woke the others. Pack up the tent, and let's go. Even though the night had been quiet, vigilance was necessary. Moreover, the weather outside at this time wasn't so hot, making it suitable to leave. They all ran furiously, finally leaving the forest and rushing into the car. After driving for a while, they reached the villa's entrance by 8:30. On the third-floor balcony, Duo joyfully called out. Sister Wan, Brother Chen, you're back. Her tiny figure hid in the corner. If she hadn't called out, even the group probably wouldn't have noticed. He seems quite suited for being up there, Xinu casually remarked as he quickly got out of the car to open the door. Duo's voice alerted the people inside, and Lu Ji and Zhou Zhou had already come out. Jiang Yanchen drove the car inside. Everyone got out, and Ming Ling rushed out front. Wan, are you alright? His eyes were red-rimmed, nearly crying. Their appearances were definitely not okay. Ignoring their disheveled state covered in dirt and dried blood traces, lifting his head made him even more overwhelmed. He directly ran over and cried into Xinu's arms. How are you? Are you alright? Where are you injured? With a choked voice, Xinu checked everywhere and held his hand. I'm fine. This isn't my blood. Everyone looked on with concerned glances. Let's talk inside. As they entered the villa, Duo also rushed down from upstairs. Zhou brother has already gone up? He sent me down. The Zhou brothers usually had a low profile in the villa, so Fong Tingwan still thought of them as capable, but hadn't realized they could be so considerate. She went forward, holding Duo's hand, and sat down on the sofa. Others gathered around too. Some sat nearby, while others took stools to sit around them. The sudden appearance of many large animals in the city left everyone curious, but more afraid of what was to come. The apocalypse, harsh weather, and depletion of survival resources had already been severe blows for them. They had only just adapted to their current lives and did not want any unforeseen changes. There's still a water source at one spot on the mountain, but it's only in the center, and it evaporates quickly. When they were running back, Fong Tingwan had glanced at the area previously wet, which now had cracks appearing. In this kind of weather, any water spilled outside would also dry up very fast. We guessed that it might be due to water evaporation causing the plants on the mountain to die. Without food or water, those animals lost their habitats and were forced down the mountain. In fact, animals relied on their homes even more than humans did. If they hadn't been desperate to survive, they definitely wouldn't have moved. The group conducted a simple analysis on the way back, but this incident cast a faint shadow over everyone's hearts. If the temperature continued to rise and the villa became uninhabitable, where would they go? Everyone's mood wasn't good, and Fong Tingwan was worried too. She had invested so much effort into this villa and had come to regard it as home. Although she wasn't as attached to it as others, she still felt some nostalgia for it. Let's not think about these things too much. At least we're still alive now. Suzong stood up and headed toward the kitchen. You've just come back, so take a shower first. Come down for a meal afterward. It wasn't lunchtime yet, but after spending an entire day and night on the mountain and going through life and death situations, they must be very hungry by now. Chapter 160, The Attacking Herd of Deer. The massive influx of animals was both a danger and an opportunity for the people living in the city. It has been 5 months since the apocalypse began. Floods, human conflict over resources, and extreme heat have caused food supplies to become increasingly scarce. If new food doesn't appear soon, many more survivors will surely perish, leaving humanity uncertain about how much longer it can endure. Starving humans are often more terrifying than wild beasts. The large influx of animals competes with humans for the few remaining resources needed for survival. At first, people tried to avoid them, but even then, several attacks by animals on people had already occurred. Soon, the survivors retaliated en masse. Some even saw this as a gift from heaven, treating the animals as opportunities instead of threats. They began hunting the creatures indiscriminately. In recent days, there were many people out on the streets, including those who normally stayed hidden in the shadows for fear of being discovered. Most of the animals were either alone or part of groups based on their species, making it easier for people to hunt them due to familiarity with their behaviors. This gave the humans the upper hand quickly. Big Sister Wan, we've got enough meat to last us for a long time, Lu Ji said excitedly. pointing at the piles of meat stuffed into every available space in the vehicle. Indeed, there was more than enough, so much that in normal times they could have started a stall with this amount. Fong Tingwan never expected that she would bring back so much just from checking nearby streams and village wells. As she predicted, all the rivers had dried up. With a sense of disappointment, she turned back until suddenly, she encountered an enormous herd of deer advancing aggressively. Lu Ji was speechless. I didn't know that these animals would actually attack humans. Never heard of such a thing. Deer are typically timid creatures and prefer quiet environments, usually staying away from people. But under the influence of the apocalypse, nothing seemed normal anymore. Neither humans nor animals. Stop wasting time. If you don't act fast, we'll all be eaten alive, Fong Tingwan said sternly. Deer are social animals and move in groups. Whenever they appeared, it was always in large herds. This time, however, besides Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, Lu Ji and Su Er were also along. Regrettably, Fong Tingwan now realized she shouldn't have brought Lu Ji because he talked too much. I know. Let me gather myself. Lu Ji responded hurriedly. Su Er, ignoring the tension, couldn't help himself. I'm getting excited. Look at how much meat we're going to get. Instead of being afraid of so many deer attacking, Su Er's thoughts were only focused on the potential for meat. The deer had already launched their attack when Fong Tingwan gripped her long blade tightly and charged forward. Target their legs, Jiang Yanchen shouted loudly. These animals rely on their 4 legs for movement, and once injured, they'd lose mobility. His swift and precise strikes became more effective with each hit. Clearly, his skills had improved significantly through continuous training. After facing this large-scale animal invasion, his abilities would advance further. Fong Tingwan wasn't afraid of danger. She understood well that each peril was another chance to grow stronger. All the deer that were struck in the legs by knives or daggers lost their ability to move. Even though some still struggled to rise, the pain in their legs eventually forced them back down. Okay, let's wrap this up. Capturing around 15 deer proved quite a substantial bounty. Jiang Yanchen skillfully gutted them, cleaned off the bloodstains, and washed them with clean water, a process that conserved water while keeping things sanitary. Afterwards, they heavily salted the meat before placing it layer by layer on the roof of the vehicle, securing it tightly with ropes whenever necessary. With transportation already paralyzed, stacking the meat high wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. The weather was extremely hot. If left fresh, the meat would spoil easily. But cured meat lasts longer, allowing them to preserve it for extended periods. Let's go, it's time to head back. With so much loot, traversing the roads openly posed no risk to them. Currently, the city was full of animals, and everyone was busy hunting. No one would waste time stealing, considering that people were far more dangerous than the animals themselves. After entering the villa complex and taking 2 turns, they could vaguely see the situation near villa number 21 from afar. Although details were unclear, there appeared to be moving figures at the entrance. Today, the driver was Lu Ji, with Jiang Yanchen still sitting in the front passenger seat. These two were the first to notice the unusual activity near the villa. Tighten your grip on your knives. There's something going on at the villa entrance. We'll approach on foot shortly. Lu Ji parked the car in an empty neighboring villa where the garden, which once held flowers, had now withered and died due to neglect. They sneaked around to the rear entrance, passing quietly through villa number 17 to reach the 3rd floor directly. This building was not far from villa number 21, giving them a clear view of its entire surrounding area from upstairs. There was a crowd gathered below, holding 2 animal corpses in their hands. The person who came out should be Meng Ling, who was talking to the other party. This must be Xia Jinyu's grandson. Scared me half to death. I thought someone was causing trouble at our villa. Lu Ji sighed with relief and sat down on a nearby bed casually. Fong Tingwan also relaxed her guard but still held her saber as she walked downstairs. You go drive the car, I'll go back directly. Lu Ji, Su Er, after Xia Jinyu leaves, bring the car back. Jiang Yanchen reminded them, then followed Fong Tingwan. The vehicle carried those 14 deer, not an insignificant amount. Now animals were abundant and the others might not care much, but over time they would become scarce, and the meat they left would eventually run out one day. He feared that those people might have designs on these deer, just like what had happened with the previous boat incident. He didn't trust Xia Jinyu, nor did he trust the group of people behind him. After leaving the villa, the two took a different road to head back. Villa number 17 offered a view of their home situation, which Lu Ji had scouted beforehand. During that period, he inspected all the villas in the vicinity and found only a small window on the 3rd floor of villa number 17 could provide clear visibility. Although it was just the entrance gate, Fong Tingwan preferred not to let this knowledge expand further. She hadn't told anyone. Even those within the same villa remained unaware. Xia Jinyu. Walking behind the crowd, Fong Tingwan called his name, taking advantage of his turning moment to step forward. Seeing her, the group instinctively parted to make way for her. Wan, you're back. There are more animals lately, so I've brought you some. When coming earlier, he spotted them, apparently 2 goats already processed. No need, we can hunt ourselves. Xia Jinyu, if you have the ability, you'd better hunt more yourself, instead of worrying about food later. Jiang Yanchen quickly moved a few steps ahead to block Fong Tingwan, cutting off Xia Jinyu's line of sight. Anything else? We need to head back, Jiang Yanchen said, issuing a direct order to leave. Chapter 161. Only their villa has water. Wan, you set the terms, I need water. As he watched the 2 of them about to enter the villa, Xia Jinyu hurriedly said. He had no other options. Many people in Tao Creek Garden were waiting for water. Fong Tingwan stopped her steps and exchanged a glance with Jiang Yanchen. With the situation at stake, no one was in a position to be jealous. What do you mean? After asking, she felt something was off, so Fong Tingwan phrased it differently. Is there no water in Tao Creek Garden? Intermittently. There has been no water since yesterday. I estimate it will stop soon. As far as I know, it's not just here. Many places in the city have already run out of water. We went to the nearby stream, but that's dried up too. Thinking this area is a villa zone, we planned to come over and exchange some with you. The water has stopped. So after extreme heat, they were now facing a scarcity of water resources. She looked towards Meng Ling, who also helplessly shook his head. There's none left here either. When I came down this morning to cook, there was only a very thin stream of water left, enough to fill half a basin before it stopped completely. It seemed there really was no water. He helplessly said to Xia Jinyu. Did you hear that? There's nothing I can do. As he moved back, angry yelling came from behind. Bullshit. I don't believe your nonsense. Let us go inside and take a look. The voice came from behind Xia Jinyu, possibly one of the group of lackeys he brought along. With him shouting this, others gained courage too, and about 5 of them approached. Go back, Xia Jinyu angrily roared. Those men hesitated, took a couple more steps forward but stopped, though still discontented, grumbling. This girl doesn't even give you the time of day, and you treat her like a gem. In my opinion, you should call all the brothers and storm in. They wouldn't dare not hand over the water. You're dumb. Why would you come in if you're just going to leave afterward? This villa is perfect. Their conversation fully exposed their ambitions. They were clearly still eyeing the villa, causing Fong Tingwan's face to darken. Control your men. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Just as the water has stopped, everyone could endure now, but no one knows what might happen later on. She turned and walked back. If you think there's water here, you can try releasing it from the other villas. I won't stop you. Even though he spoke these words, he was calculating how to get more water stored for everyone. This plan she thought of, others could think of as well. There wasn't much water left in storage here either. If everyone else rushed in, it likely wouldn't last long. There's plenty in space theoretically, but bringing it out is troublesome. She was pondering this while walking into the villa. While closing the door, she could still hear them complaining loudly. Do you think I want to? I've gone through every villa around here, and none of them have any water flowing. They're all dry. Apparently, these people had designs on the water they stored. She didn't bother anymore, having someone guard the entrance. Whatever they did outside was fine, as long as they didn't come in. Where are Lu Ji and Su Er? Why haven't they returned? Out of 4, only 2 came back, and everyone was quite worried. It's fine. There's stuff in the car. I told them to wait outside. Jiang Yanchen removed his sun-protective jacket, sweat pouring down his body. The same went for Fong Tingwan. Cotton linen short sleeves stuck uncomfortably to their bodies. Is there any water left? Meng Ling asked curiously. Why do you need water? To wet a towel and clean ourselves. In a water-scarce situation, this is all they could do. Likely in the coming days, they won't even enjoy such luxury. Meng Ling chuckled. No need. You two can shower. That was me lying to them. Actually, there's water in the villa. That's not right. Fong Tingwan stood up, feeling something was off. Upon entering, she heard them say other villas couldn't release any water. Those people shouldn't be lying. There's nothing wrong. We went to the water room and shut off the water gates to other places beforehand. Now, only our villa in the entire zone still has running water. Imperial Scenery Mansion was one of the most luxurious villa zones locally, and its biggest selling point was the independent drinking water system, reportedly the purest natural water. So it made sense they couldn't release any water elsewhere. When did you do this? Fong Tingwan couldn't help but be curious. She hadn't known anything about this. Just a few days ago, when the water flow in the villa became increasingly small. I mentioned it to you then. There probably was an incident. After his night shift, he vaguely heard Xinyue saying something similar which he ignored at the time, not realizing it was related to this. No wonder she felt the water pressure had recently increased. It wasn't a hallucination. Fong Tingwan became animated. Who came up with this idea? Su Er. Xinu unexpectedly mentioned a name. That day, you hummed an agreement, so I thought you knew and agreed with it. He was also just waking up at the time, still groggy. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you in the morning. People don't use their brains right after waking up. He said this half-jokingly, mocking himself too. Fong Tingwan didn't blame him. She had never restricted anyone anyway. What you guys did was correct. You don't need to consult me for everything. I alone can't handle all these. She wasn't someone who wanted to control everything, make every decision herself. There were so many people in the villa, and all she hoped was that they could live better lives, have more hope for the future. Once Lu Ji and Su Er return, dry the venison and store it in the basement quickly. Don't let outsiders see it. Unlike others' extravagance, Fong Tingwan has always been cautious. She understood clearly that staying inconspicuous was the way to survive longer in this apocalypse. Lu Ji discussed with the other person, one would keep watch while the other rested on the sofa. However, the room was unbearably hot, being the 3rd floor with the entire roof exposed to the sun. Although the windows were open, the room felt like a big steamer. Without an electric fan, they couldn't endure the heat after lying down for a while. After searching downstairs without finding a suitable place to rest, he simply gave up on sleeping, and the two of them decided to stay alert together. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan had already gone inside the villa, but Xia Jinyu still lingered outside, seemingly waiting for something at the entrance. This kid is really annoying. His eyes are always glued on Sister Wan. What's his business? Sister Wan has Brother Chun by her side. Lu Ji was undoubtedly the diehard supporter of the pair, fully supporting Fong Tingwan being with Jiang Yanchen, and never having any favorable impression of Xia Jinyu. This delay caused them to return an hour later, driving the off-road vehicle into the villa, leaving everyone else speechless. Did you guys raid a whole herd? How many deer do you have here? Fong Tingwan did tell them about the deer meat, but she hadn't mentioned there'd be so much of it. Chapter 162, Reservoir. Layers and layers of items were loaded in the vehicle, all pre-processed. When had girls like Meng Ling and Meng Qi ever seen such a scene? But they were merely surprised, then helped others unload everything and spread it out on the ground one by one. An iron frame was placed on the empty land nearby, with a horizontal iron pipe above it. The iron pipes on both sides were deeply embedded in the soil underground. When touched, it swayed slightly but wouldn't fall. It looked much like a clothesline in the countryside, made by the two Zhou brothers. When the two were tinkering with it, no one interfered, but neither did anyone think this thing would be of any use. When they saw an entire carload of venison just now, the two brothers returned to the villa and came back shortly afterward, holding a bunch of ropes in their hands. What are you going to do with these? They couldn't figure it out and asked, only to see the Zhou brothers stab a hole in the middle of the deer's neck with a knife, then thread the rope through it. After all were done, they took those deer under the pole. The two brothers' movements were so skillful that they didn't need help from others. Soon they were finished. Hanging them up for wind drying will make it faster, Zhou Hai explained. Zhou Hai placed a ladder beside the pole, climbed up to the top, and Zhou handed him a deer from below. He received it and tied the rope around the pole. After tying 3 of them, Lu Ji understood a little and pushed Xinu to get the ladder. Hurry, I'll pass them up from down here. Previously, for building the wall, they made quite a few ladders, which were kept in the garage. By the time Xinu brought the ladder back, the brothers had already hung 5 or 6 deer. He set up the ladder, climbed up, and Lu Ji passed him a deer from below. He also imitated Zhou Hai and kept hanging them. When they were all done, the two climbed down, looking at the full rod of venison with an exceptional sense of satisfaction. So this is what you were making this pole for. Impressive. Xinu was genuinely impressed, without a hint of jest. The two brothers joined later. Even though they lived under the same roof, there was a gap between them, unable to blend in. This was the first time they felt valued. It's not much, every household in the village has something like this. We've just seen a lot, and it's not just meat, it's anything that can be dried on it. Drying with air circulation makes it faster, Zhou Hai modestly explained while scratching his head. By evening that day, they had already finished. Seeing the pole, she was also quite amazed. Su Zong finished cooking and called everyone over to eat together. It was preserved meat stewed with Chinese cabbage and a plate of cold mixed lettuce. The vegetables in the basement were growing better and better, now flourishing, and eating them in every meal didn't feel too painful. Should we try to make some food supplies, so we can keep them for lunch? Su Zong studied extensively. In his notebook were detailed records of food supplies that could be preserved for long periods. With the weather getting hotter, he could only cook things in the early morning and evening. Lunch was generally something quick to eat. As outside temperatures continued to rise, continuing like this meant they didn't know how future meals would turn out. In the past, during marches, when it wasn't convenient to cook, everyone carried provisions, and he wanted to emulate their methods. There were plenty of wind-dried meats in the villa, enough to last for a month or more. Vegetables could be eaten raw, but there were no main dishes. Fong Tingwan took the notebook, which contained extremely detailed records. Whether steamed buns or flatbreads, any food that could be stored for a long time was recorded. Additionally, there were analyses regarding preservation methods and how long each method would keep the food edible. What does everyone think? Fong Tingwan passed the notes to the group, who had little objection. We can try making some first. Grain is never too much. Others gave advice, and Su Zong knew what to do. After lunch, Fong Tingwan asked Su Air for directions to the water room. Taking advantage of the cooler weather, she and Jiang Yanqian quietly went there. Although the water gates elsewhere were shut off, and Xia Jinyu's people confirmed there was no water in the villa, who could have guessed about the independent water room at the Dijinghao Yuan? This was not a secret back in the day. He intended to go check where the water came from and assess how much remained in preparation. Is this it? At the edge of the villa was a small bungalow completely covered with flowers. They hid among the flowers, and if one didn't look carefully, it was nearly impossible to find the place. It was unclear how they discovered it in the first place. It should be, matches the description Su Air gave us. The two pushed open the door and entered. It was a common warehouse inside, dimly lit and empty of anything. According to Su Air, they moved a cabinet next to the wall to reveal the door leading into the reservoir. Once opened, another dark cave appeared. Shining the flashlight inside revealed only a small portion of the space ahead. Be careful, something's off inside. It's just a reservoir. Why build it so secretly? As they ventured further in, there was barely some light shining down from above. Only upon entering did they realize that the ceiling's outer edge of the water room was all made of glass, and this place seemed somewhat familiar. However, Fong Tingwan didn't care about this, focusing entirely on what lay beneath. There wasn't much unusual here. It was merely a common water room, housing a water storage tank and various filtration systems. However, those pipes buried deep underground could temporarily not reveal where the water originated from. The water tank was sealed. Without electricity, no display would show how much water was left inside. On the other side of the water room was another passage, though it was blocked by rubble, suggesting that might have been the usual entrance. Thus, the route they took must be an alternative. Why does this water room hold such secrets as to warrant building a separate path? Fong Tingwan was quite curious, using the faint light above to look around. The entire water room wasn't very large, and all visible objects were out in the open. If there really were any secrets here, they definitely wouldn't be hidden somewhere so obvious. Jiang Yanqian could guess his thoughts. Actually, he was pretty curious about this place too. Search carefully. If there truly is a secret, it might be hidden in a secret chamber. He used to deal with those rich people frequently, finding nothing strange about having a secret chamber in one's home. Many people's wealth didn't come from legitimate channels, their illicit gains too numerous to keep exposed. They always needed places to hide them. The two thoroughly searched the whole water room, but still found nothing. Could it be? Fong Tingwan redirected her attention to the small road leading here. If the secret chamber was within the water room, then what was the purpose of constructing this extra pathway? This path had no source of light, making it impossible to see anything. A perfect place to conceal a secret chamber. She remembered there was a high-intensity flashlight in the space they brought for use at night. Chapter 163, The Secret Room in the Boiler Room. The visibility of a high-powered flashlight was much better than that of an ordinary one. Even in a pitch-black tunnel, it could project some light. It was certain that the walls of the tunnel bore traces of manual excavation. From start to finish, it looked like there were no hidden doors. Could it be that we guessed wrong? This is really just an ordinary boiler room, Jiang Yanchen said, stroking his chin as he thought. Things shouldn't be this simple. They both felt they had overlooked something. Still here, what did they hide? It's so concealed. Should we search again? Things had reached this point, and if they gave up now, it would leave them quite dissatisfied. According to previous analysis, the focus was still on that tunnel. The two went back and examined it again, more carefully and meticulously than before. On the barren wall, there was a tiny protrusion. Pressing it down caused the entire cave to shake. After the rumbling sound, clouds of dust fell off. Half of the wall opened, revealing faint yellow light within. They'd found the right thing, even if by accident. At first, he didn't think that was a switch. It was only a small bump, something even a pebble could achieve. But they used this mechanism for the switch. It was indeed very secret. Let's go. Jiang Yanchen was also drawn over by the noise. At that moment, his eyes were filled with pure shock. This was the secret of the independent drinking water system for the Dijing Haoyuan Villa area, a secret room full of gold. In his shock, Fong Tingwan slowly stood up. The scene inside the room made her marvel. So much gold. We're truly lucky, aren't we? Inside was a whole wall of gold, and on the shelves on both sides lay countless quantities of gold. Wealth, so much gold all taken into the space. Perhaps the entire villa could be unlocked? Fong Tingwan almost ran in. She acted as quickly as possible. It had been a long time since anything had excited her this much. It was a not-so-big secret room, about 10 square meters. Besides the gold, there was cash, jewelry, and antiques inside. Owning such wealth in the pre-apocalyptic era, one would surely be considered rich. Now, it could only benefit her. What exactly do these people want to do? Digging a hole just to store money here. Jiang Yanchen knew the gold would be useful to Fong Tingwan, and he wouldn't take it. He instead focused his attention on the table in the middle. What secrets are recorded on the computer left here? That was what he most wanted to see. Fong Tingwan also turned around and powered on the computer. After so long, I don't know if there's still power. After speaking, the computer flashed a few times and then went completely dark. It's out of power. No worries, we can charge it at home before looking. Jiang Yanchen agreed with his idea, closed the computer, picked it up, and searched around for a charging cable, but couldn't find one. But in a corner, he saw a safe. Tingwan, come over. I can't lift this. He placed the computer on the ground and tried lifting it with both hands. The safe didn't budge at all. He didn't know what material it was made of, it didn't look big, but it was pretty heavy. Fong Tingwan bent down to lift it as well, but it still wouldn't move. Tingwan, can you collect it inside your space? We'll study it later. Both the safe and the computer piqued his curiosity. Placed alongside piles of gold, what records they held were probably not meant for outsiders to see. Perhaps this was the true secret of Dijing Garden. The two brothers from before might not have known of its existence. Fong Tingwan stared at him. Sorry, I got lost in thought. He carried the computer out. Tell me when you're done. Fong Tingwan took the safe into the space. Was it her illusion or not? But the space seemed to flicker. She was just planning to check when the safe disappeared, vanished into thin air, and the contents inside spilled onto the ground. What was going on? There must have been a change in the space. She hadn't noticed it yet. Fong Tingwan crouched down and gathered everything from the safe. Unable to resist her curiosity, she opened it and saw it contained everyone's secrets. For instance, the document she was currently reading revealed the president of the Thailand group had bribed officials over 10 billion yuan. His success in bidding for land in the southeastern region was secretly manipulated, and he maintained relations with various officials. Aside from bribery, there were private matters too, his public displays of affection with his spouse, while privately, they led separate lives. What was recorded on the computer? Were the secrets the same, or even more explosive? She felt a bit of anticipation. Rich people certainly knew how to play games. Fong Tingwan carefully stored the documents and exited her space. She now had more important things to do. Walking from one side of the room to the other, all the gold had been taken in. She concentrated on expanding the warehouse in her mind. Expand, expand. Indeed, she successfully opened up a huge warehouse, roughly hundreds of square meters. There was still a lot of gold left, all of which was collected into the space, including those antiques, calligraphy paintings, and jewelry. Although these things were not immediately useful, they didn't take up much space, so she conveniently gathered them in. As for the use of the remaining gold, that could be studied after returning. Here's the information you might be interested in. Take a look. As Fong Tingwan stepped out, she casually took out the materials from her space. The other person was still studying the computer, but then turned to see the suddenly appeared documents. He reached over and picked them up, shocked as he skimmed through their content. How did you manage this? At this moment, Jiang Yanchen's mind couldn't be described with just the word shocked. How on earth was it possible to open something as heavy as a box that couldn't even be budged? Was his curiosity about the data or the mechanism of the space? Fong Tingwan took half a step back and became alert. Do you know the password? Thinking about it, it seemed impossible. Had she known it, she would have asked him to help open it together, right? So it was achieved by her using her space. It was indeed a mysterious ability, and from now on, she wouldn't worry too much. Tingwan, don't misunderstand me. I was simply curious because I thought you had used a password to unlock it, and I wanted to know how you cracked it. Perhaps we can apply similar techniques on the computer. Jiang Yanchen hurriedly explained, hoping not to ruin their current progress again like last time. It was difficult enough for him to earn her trust before he accidentally shattered it with just one sentence. He stood up with the materials in hand. I won't ask again. We should head out now. Fong Tingwan reminded herself that what he said might hold some truth, and maybe she could try trusting him. Yet, fully trusting him at the moment still wasn't possible for her. Let's go. It becomes dangerous even inside the community once night falls. When leaving, they both carefully shut the door behind them. Su'er had been there earlier. No telling if they noticed the secret passage, but seeing such an open and empty room like this would definitely raise suspicion. Better to close it and let everyone remain clueless about the mechanism. Anyway, no one would know how it happened. Chapter 164. The temperature is rising. With the powerful flashlight shining, it was less strenuous leaving than entering. She turned off the flashlight only when she reached the door. There really was something inside that space, and it wasn't that she was unwilling to take it out. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, any useful item would be fiercely fought over. She didn't want to make herself everyone's target. Fong Tingwan's thought was simple, just to survive, to live well. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion or because it was cooler underground, but the temperature contrast became too great when they came out. As they approached the door, he felt the temperature rising with a stifling sensation. This clearly wasn't his imagination, for Jiang Yanchen also felt it. Is the temperature rising again? He was both asking and answering. They hadn't noticed it while underground, but now the feeling grew stronger. After emerging from the small door, the two of them basically confirmed that the temperature outside had indeed risen. It rose rapidly all at once. Compared to when they went in, it was now at least several dozen degrees hotter. A wave of heat surged as soon as the hidden door opened. The current temperature was similar to midday on a regular day. Even more terrifying was that this temperature had not stopped and was still increasing. No one knew how high it would go. Fong Tingwan tried taking out a thermometer to measure, seeing the needle quickly rise until it finally settled at 83 degrees, then 84 degrees. For every moment they delayed, the external temperature increased by another degree. Hurry! Jiang Yanchen pulled Fong Tingwan, whose reaction was a half-beat slower, and ran toward Villa 21. Exposure to such temperatures under the sun was undoubtedly suicide. The two of them had to move quickly to return to Villa 21 before the highest temperature hit. On the other side, those inside Villa 21 also discovered the abnormality in the temperature. Normally, they could sleep with the fans on, but now they were drenched in sweat. The chickens, ducks, and little pigs in the yard had already gone into the holes they'd dug earlier. Everyone go down to the basement. I'll wait here for Tingwan's return. Meng Ling rushed downstairs and rang the bell Jiang Yanchen had made, which was the coolest place in the entire villa. At this time, everyone was still awake, including Wang Lisha, who was alone on the third floor. No, you go downstairs. I'll wait here for Tingwan and Lawyer Jiang. In such weather, people were easily susceptible to heat stroke, so Meng Ling couldn't leave anyone upstairs. Don't waste time, hurry down. He pushed Xinyue and the others downward. His gaze swiftly scanned over, and there was Duo, hugging her strawberry bear as she ran down, still holding the tablet Fong Tingwan gave her in the other hand. Lu Ji grabbed the electric fan and blankets from the living room sofa as fast as he could and rushed down. The Zhou brothers ran into the yard and dragged down the more than 10 deer. Right as they returned, sweating profusely, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen came back. What happened? The two brothers looked like they were about to collapse, and others rushed out to help carry both the people and the deer back. A group of them rushed downstairs, and after arriving, they all collapsed on the ground gasping for breath. You two are reckless. Do you know we almost lost our lives for this? Lu Ji collapsed where he was, too weak to stand. We're afraid that later we won't have food. It was due to hunger in the past that they broke into the villa to steal food, and now food was most important to them. After resting for a long while, someone went to fetch water. Just as they shakily stood up, they hadn't taken a few steps when everything turned pitch black. The lights in the basement went out. Upon entering, Fong Tingwan deliberately glanced at the thermometer. It read 91 degrees. Don't worry, with weather this hot, the circuits probably can't handle it anymore. There are flashlights in the warehouse. Let me go find some. The only light source in the basement came from the laptop in Duo's hands. The smart little girl handed it over without waiting for him to ask, softly saying, Sister Tingwan, here you go. Meng Ling followed the sound over and picked up Duo in his arms. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen went over to the warehouse together. So, what was the temperature in the basement? He remembered seeing Fong Tingwan measuring it outside. Everyone was huddled near the stairwell, unable to see anything in the pitch-black space. Fong Tingwan confidently took out the thermometer. Since no one could see, she had no need to hide it. 49 degrees. Her voice lowered a bit, unsure if they heard her on the other side. This temperature wasn't low, but compared to their usual tolerance of temperatures around 60 to 70 degrees, it already felt quite cool. I plan to go up and check sometime. It seems the temperature inside the villa isn't as high. Maybe it was due to the external insulation work done earlier that kept much of the heat out, making the living room relatively cooler. Moreover, with such a large group gathered downstairs, eating, drinking, and living would all be challenges. They still needed to go upstairs and bring down those items. All right, I'll accompany you in a bit. The so-called warehouse was actually just a small room. It had been empty before they came here. Being underground, the temperature was suitable. Food stored there wouldn't spoil easily, so it was used as a storage space. At that time, Fong Tingwan had specially looked for a few shelves to place there. After that, Manchi took charge of maintaining it. They hadn't expected her to keep it so neat and tidy. The shelves were placed neatly on the ground, and the distance between two shelves was calculated perfectly. The items on the shelves were arranged in an orderly fashion. When light shone on them, only a thin layer of dust could be seen. In this dry weather, dust was everywhere. Achieving this level of cleanliness meant she wiped everything daily. Each shelf's contents were organized according to their use. Labels made of wooden boards indicated what each shelf contained, and nearby papers meticulously recorded every item, including their weights. Manchi did all of this. Her organizational skills are incredible. Unintentionally, Fong Tingwan seemed to have discovered everyone's unique strengths. Manchi had told her when they arrived that the flashlights were on the shelf storing miscellaneous items, in the second layer at the very back. Following his directions, Fong Tingwan quickly found them. There were 7 flashlights, divided into 2 neat piles. One pile was rechargeable, while the other required battery changes. Next to the battery-changing flashlights were the batteries themselves. There were 3 rechargeable flashlights, and Fong Tingwan picked them up and left. Her thoughts were simple. This kind of weather wouldn't last forever, and they'd eventually find ways to restore power. At that point, these flashlights might still come in handy. As for the battery-powered ones, they were consumables, and she didn't have a large stockpile in her spatial area. Chapter 165, The Basement Room. After grabbing the items, the two of them started heading out. With the flashlight in hand again, a sliver of brightness was restored. Oh, the Zhou brothers groaned softly as they huddled on the ground. Ugh. Fong Tingwan noticed something was wrong and immediately shone the flashlight over. Their faces were flushed red, sweat drenching their faces. They rushed over. Xinu had also arrived, reaching out to touch the two men's faces. What's wrong? What's uncomfortable? Zhou Haiming tried to open his eyes, but quickly shut them again. Ugh. He might have wanted to say something, but the discomfort from his stomach reacted faster than any words could form. It looks like they've been stricken by heat stroke. Go fetch some water. Lu Ji stood up to fetch it. Fong Tingwan tossed him one of the flashlights. There's Huxiang Jingqi water in the warehouse. I'll go grab it. Meng Qi also stood up. Besides the flashlight in use, there was one more remaining, which Fong Tingwan threw over. Meng Qi moved swiftly, returning shortly after with a box of Huxiang Jingqi water in her hands. She took out 2 vials and handed them over. There are plenty here. Everyone should drink some. Fong Tingwan remembered that this was brought back by Xinu's group from the warehouse of a pharmacy. At that time, 4 boxes were taken back along with another 2 boxes of other medicines. With urgency at the time, they didn't inspect closely. Even Xinu wasn't aware until Meng Qi saw it while organizing later. She passed each person a box. No one refused. In such scorching weather, heatstroke is no laughing matter. Meng Ling took 2 vials over and opened the first one to pass to Duo Duo. Duo Duo, be good. This medicine may not taste great, but it's good for your health. Earlier, she'd noticed Duo Duo wasn't feeling well either, though not as severely as the Zhou brothers. Her face still showed slight redness. After drinking the medicine, she should feel better soon. The little girl obediently took it, sipping a little before scrunching her nose. Sister, do you have candy? Duo Duo wants candy. Meng Ling didn't carry any. Besides, they were busy at the moment. She remembered there was some in the warehouse. Duo Duo, be good. Finish your medicine first. Then sister will go get candy for you. The medicine was too bitter, so she naturally craved sweets. Yet she could see everyone was quite busy. It's fine, sister. Duo Duo doesn't want candy. Duo Duo will drink medicine. Grimacing, she gulped down the entire vial of Huxiang Jingqi water in one go. It was the oldest style version brought back at the time, and also the hardest to swallow. Many adults can't tolerate its flavor, yet Duo Duo, a child, forced herself to swallow it down. How about it, Duo Duo? Duo Duo didn't speak, only nodding gently while extending her hand to take another vial from Meng Ling, offering it to her mouth. This gesture was urging her to take the medicine too. Obediently, Meng Ling drank it. Its taste truly defies description, especially when taking a breath. The taste was stronger. No wonder Duo Duo avoided talking. The symptoms of the Zhou brothers were somewhat severe, so Fong Tingwan asked Meng Qi to bring another box of Huxiang Jingqi water, giving half the box to both of them, and leaving the other half outside just in case. After doing all this, he and Zhang Yanqian also drank one each. After running around outside for such a distance, their heads were still slightly dizzy. After resting for a while, Lu Ji and Su Er were instructed to watch over the 2 Zhou brothers. He inspected the entire 2 basement floors. The first floor had a notably higher temperature than the second, but was still livable and convenient to move between. Only a few small rooms were made underground. Originally used as a study room, wine cabinets, and a music room. Now they were empty. Adding beds could make them suitable for living. Upon checking, there were a total of 5 rooms. Since couples definitely couldn't be separated, 3 rooms remained. He found himself rather perplexed about the arrangements. If he stayed separately with Duo Duo, the 2 left would obviously not suffice. But adding Wang Lisha into the mix, her ability to retrieve items from the storage space would be hampered, preventing easy access anytime. He also wanted to research how to use the gold bars that had recently been brought inside. Don't think too much. Let's all decide together. Zhang Yanqian was pondering the same thing. They'd constantly been planning to move rooms, but not in such an unplanned way. Seems like God only takes care of granting wishes, ignoring post-sale services. When the 2 returned, they explained the situation to the group. The Tuzhou brothers immediately stated they wouldn't need a room. A sofa nearby seemed pretty good. At the most secluded corner of the first floor was a lounge area set up before. When they came over, the furniture had mostly been relocated already. Recently, Lu Ji had transferred a leather sofa from another villa there. The sofa was spacious enough to accommodate 2 people easily. Lu Ji was a bit envious. These brothers had chosen a prime spot. Spacious and ventilated, with no overcrowding. What do you mean? Are the 2 of you also planning to live outside? He had this thought, but Jiang Yanchen immediately backtracked when asked. No, we 2 should still stay in a room, right? Wang Lisha carefully counted, leaving only 2 rooms left. I want to live alone. That would leave just him, Duo, and Jiang Yanchen. 3 people squeezed into one room under everyone's eyes. This was somewhat embarrassing. It's fine, Wan. Meng Qi and I can take turns taking care of Duo. Meng Ling immediately responded, followed quickly by Meng Qi. Duo was obedient too, murmuring agreement with hum. Fang Tingwan suspected these people were deliberate, but she had no evidence. Now there were only he and Jiang Yanchen left, so she timidly asked, would you like to sleep outside as well? There's another sofa over there. This is where everyone usually hangs out. If Lawyer Jiang stays here, what are we supposed to do? We need this space for meals and meetings. Su Zong reacted quickly. He had a bet with Xinu. If Fang Tingwan agreed, he could win back one of those things. These items were getting fewer and fewer, and he had been restraining himself lately. He planned to reward himself if he won the bet. Wan, are you asking me to sleep on the floor? How should one put it? This wasn't the tone or expression that should come from Jiang Yanchen. He hadn't been this aggrieved, even when learning about the apocalypse. But the words were justified. Everything that could be occupied was already taken, so where else was there to sleep? He glanced at Lu Ji, who waved his hands faster than a drum. Sister Wan, please spare us. That small room is already the limit for 2 people. If Brother Chen comes over, none of us will be able to sleep. All right. Fang Tingwan agreed. Isn't it just sleeping together? It's not a big deal, is it? They've slept together before, haven't they? And merely living together doesn't imply anything needs to happen. At least Jiang Yanchen knows about the storage space, so she wouldn't have to hide anymore. Chapter 166, Moving into the Basement. Others went into various rooms to move things out and clean. The 5 rooms in the basement weren't very large, and all movable items had to be removed for people to barely fit in. Wang Lisha was on her own, so she automatically chose the smallest space, which had previously been used to store wine, with full cabinets around it. After Li Jinghaoyuan was breached, everything inside had been cleared away. All the wine in the cabinets was also taken, but the cabinets remained. There was only a small area in the middle surrounded by them. In such a small place, there was no room for a bed. She considered setting up a sleeping mat on the floor when the time came. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen didn't participate directly. Each holding a flashlight, they went upstairs. It was uncertain how long this extreme heat would last. Perhaps they would need to live in the basement for an extended period. The bedding, clothes, and some daily necessities from each room needed to be brought down. I'll start from the 3rd floor. I'll go to Wang Lisha's room while you can head to the rooms of Lu Ji and the other 3 downstairs. On her way up, Wang Lisha had told him which items to take and where they were located. Women are always meticulous, and the organization here was impeccable. She collected what Wang Lisha needed according to the places she was told. Without even pressing the bell yet, she just returned to her room and picked up some not too heavy things. The remaining items could be moved next time they come. Once everything had been thoroughly checked, the bell finally rang, and he dragged that pile of things downstairs. A group in the basement had already cleared 2 rooms, their speed quite fast. Before nightfall, they should be able to have all supplies gathered. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen rested briefly after going downstairs before heading back up again. On their second trip, they visited their respective rooms. I've already taken quite a few things down earlier, and now there isn't much left. You focus on collecting more items while I check other places. She stayed downstairs and took several books from the shelves nearby. On impulse, she measured the indoor temperature. It read 84 degrees. She then went outside and checked the temperature there, still at 91 degrees. It seemed like the high temperatures had stabilized without further increase. Apparently, the insulation layers installed before had taken effect, effectively isolating some of the intense heat. Besides those books, she also went to the kitchen. In such weather, cooking should be impossible. She simply took a few bowls as precautions. She put all the items at the staircase before heading upstairs again to collect the remaining things from the rooms. She used the method Jiang Yanchen taught her, wrapping everything in the largest bedsheet to carry it downstairs bundled together. She had used this approach while taking Wang Lisha's belongings, and it indeed saved effort. As she carried things out, Jiang Yanchen emerged too. Are you done? There's still space in my side, indicating the spacious single behind her. Do you really have so little stuff? How is that possible? I didn't bring any luggage. The room probably won't fit 2 sets. You forget it. Just take care of the things downstairs. After sending things down, they took the same short break before climbing back up. For the final 2 couples' rooms, they divided tasks clearly and quickly finished packing. When going down, the 5 rooms downstairs had almost been fully tidied, and the sky outside began to brighten slowly. The light wells around the basement provided enough dim light without using flashlights. They had already allocated the rooms, reserving the largest one for Jiang Yanchen and Fang Tingwan. It had been used as a study before, with sufficient size, only a row of cabinets lining the innermost wall. For their group of 3, it was ample and not cramped. With no beds, everyone spread their luggage on the ground. In such hot weather, it wouldn't feel chilly. Jiang Yanchen worked swiftly and completed his part without requiring much help from Fang Tingwan. Meng Ling approached him. Her previous assigned room had been a small warehouse. After cleaning, It remained entirely intact, but too small. Once the blankets were laid out, there wasn't any space left. Her room was on the edge, almost opposite Fong Tingwan's through the door. Peering through the gap, Xian Yu was busy inside. Here, you take this. I don't have much left, but as you said, absolutely avoid getting pregnant, especially you. Meng Ling came closer and whispered softly near him, handing over the box given to her before. It was still completely packed. Be careful, you just started with Mr. Jiang. Slow down a bit. Both were immersed in love and shared quarters daily. Where would they find that much self-restraint? Just like him and Xian Yu at the beginning. When they first got together, they couldn't help being glued to each other every day. Fong Tingwan looked at the item but didn't take it, while Meng Ling was urging her. At that moment, Meng Qi also rushed over. Wan, I don't have much left. I kept some for myself. You can use this first. What he handed over was also a completely unopened box. Fong Tingwan refused both of them. What are you two doing? Who said that Jian and I? Well, even if I say it, you wouldn't understand anyway. In short, I don't need this thing. The two glanced at each other knowingly. Wan still had some in her possession, so they wouldn't need to worry about her. Fong Tingwan naturally didn't know their thoughts and went upstairs again. The temperature on the first floor was gradually rising. It had just been measured at 87 degrees, and the temperature outside was also increasing, having reached 94 degrees. Fong Tingwan put on 4 layers of sun-protective clothing, filled 2 buckets with water, and dragged them into the yard. The pigs in the yard couldn't bear the heat and had run underground. Although it was still uncomfortable down there, at least they were all still alive. She pushed the feeding and water troughs closer to ensure the animals could reach them by sticking out their heads. Most of the fish in the pond had died, so she fished out the fingerlings and left them aside without further care, planning to preserve the fish pond and restock when the weather stabilized later. Anyway, she still had enough space inside. The chickens and ducks were all doing well and had all taken refuge underground. She successively poured water and fed them before heading back. Just from going around once, she was already soaked. Back in the basement, she quickly grabbed a bottle of Huxiang Jingqi water and drank 2 cans. Thankfully, there was plenty of it to last. Otherwise, how could they afford such consumption? Jiang Yanchen handed her a damp towel. You should wipe yourself off first. It will make you feel much better. He turned around and waited outside as Xian Yu happened to come out. Hey, brother Jiang, what are you doing here? Wan is changing clothes, so I'll wait outside. He stepped closer. Come on, you two don't need to be so proper. It's just changing clothes. What's there not to see? Anyway, he just couldn't comprehend it. How could Jiang Yanchen resist with such beauty right next to him? Chapter 167, Coming Up with Ideas. Unless. He looked down, and Jiang Yanchen directly reached out to drag his chin. Don't look around. In fact, he also wanted to become a real couple, or even husband and wife with Wan. Although it was impossible to get married now, he still yearned for it. Something he hadn't even considered before the apocalypse. Don't talk nonsense, Wan, and I haven't gotten to that point yet. He remained calm and composed, and on this matter, he would certainly follow Fong Tingwan's thoughts. Okay, I can't understand the two of you. Anyway, I have a ling, having food and drink is enough. After speaking, Su Zong also walked over. Are the two of you being driven out by your girlfriends? Why are you all gathered outside the door? Meng Qi also came out from behind him and came over to join in the fun. Xian Yu's heart, which had been suppressed, started stirring again as he called Su Zong over. Wan is changing clothes. Brother Jiang came out to wait. He seemed much more calm. It's just the beginning. Everyone is shy. It will be fine once they get used to it. Meng Qi leaned her ear in to listen, hearing Su Zong's words intermittently. It's like me and Qi. At the start we were both constrained. She always changed clothes with her back to me. It's normal. He reached out to embrace the person beside him and kissed Meng Qi lightly on the cheek. Now it's much better. Qi no longer rejects me. Meng Qi gave him an angry glance but ignored him. Su Zong had become increasingly uninhibited after becoming familiar. The depth and moderation he showed when he was the big boss can no longer be seen. Su Zong only cared about giving advice to Jiang Yanchen. What women can't stand most is men chasing them relentlessly. When I pursued Qi, I used this method. Now we are so happy together. Why don't you try? Jiang Yanchen didn't say anything, and he continued chattering. Sometimes forcing matters is more effective than pleasing someone blindly. Who knows, maybe after Wan experiences it, she might just like it. Forceful? What kind of suggestion is this? Jiang Yanchen's face flushed involuntarily. Fong Tingwan opened the door after getting dressed, intending to call Jiang Yanchen back. Unexpectedly, there were so many people outside the door, and more unexpectedly, she happened to hear Su Zong's outrageous sentence. Later, Su Zong might have to work hard. This place doesn't soundproof. You two should keep your voices down. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they were startled when they heard a voice from behind. Wan, you've come out. I didn't. He ignored Jiang Yanchen, his eyes fixed on Su Zong. I just want to check on those chickens, ducks, and little pigs. They're all doing well. The only issue now is who will feed them during this period. We originally thought everyone could take turns, but now it seems Su Zong alone can handle this job. Feeding wasn't a difficult task, but in such hot weather, it was definitely a torture. And Fong Tingwan did this on purpose. And, I'm so sleepy. Am I sleepwalking? I need to go back quickly. Qi is waiting for me. Su Zong ran faster than anyone else, disappearing in a flash, leaving Jiang Yanchen all alone. Wan. He tried to please her, but Fong Tingwan turned around and went back inside. Fortunately, the door wasn't closed, so he still had a chance. They were all very tired after a long day. She simply didn't have the energy to quarrel with them. The bed was already set up with 2 blankets pressed against each other. I remember you sleep very quietly, don't cross boundaries. Jiang Yanchen agreed. Wanwan still didn't trust him enough, so at this moment, he wouldn't think about those things. There were no windows in the basement, and now without electricity, fans couldn't be used either. She didn't sleep well and tossed, and turned for a long time before finally dozing off. When she woke up, it was already evening. When she woke up, Jiang Yanchen was looking at her, and the distance between them was quite close. Jiang Yanchen, I said not to cross boundaries. She sat up suddenly, gripping the Tang knife tightly in her hand. Wanwan, I'm on my side. Weak, pitiful, helpless. These words used on the current Jiang Yanchen somehow made perfect sense. And also, it was you who put your hand on my body first. I didn't dare move. Following his hint, she saw her own hand resting on Jiang Yanchen's thigh, thinking that he was hugging a doll. Last night he had even kissed it. Recalling this, her face instantly turned red. Aye. She wanted to ask if she had done anything overly impulsive, but the words stuck in her throat and couldn't be spoken. It's nothing. You kissed my face last night, not my leg. You don't need to be shy. Fong Tingwan froze on the spot. If this isn't something, then what did she do? It was all Dodo's fault. Lately, she kept running off to others' places, only leaving behind a strawberry bear for him. She had grown accustomed to sleeping every night while hugging it. Last night, Dodo took away the strawberry bear, and because he had none to hug, that's why. I didn't mean to, sorry. She had never moved so quickly, as if she wished she had a few extra limbs. She even wondered if there were any methods to erase memories. These embarrassing memories would be better gone. There's no need to apologize. If Wanwan likes, tomorrow we can also get out. When she stepped out, her face was still flushed, and she happened to bump into Meng Qi. What's wrong with you? You and Attorney Jiang. Meng Qi's face was full of gossip. No, you're thinking too much. It's just that we ran out of rooms. She tried to stay calm, making herself appear as if nothing had happened. I know, but why are you explaining so urgently, Wanwan? Aren't you feeling guilty? Meng Qi seemed completely certain. There must have been significant progress between the two last night. Fong Tingwan was always composed. When had she ever lost her cool? What do you mean guilty? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything to him. Meng Qi quickly seized the key point in her words. Oh, so it was you who did something to Attorney Jiang? After trying to cover up for half the day, she gave up explaining altogether. I've said nothing happened, stop guessing randomly. Both floors of the basement had bathrooms, so there was no worry about washing up or using the restroom. At this moment, aside from her and Meng Qi, everyone else was still asleep. While Meng Qi continued gossiping behind her, Fong Tingwan rushed to occupy the bathroom first. By the time they came out, Jiang Yanchen had also arrived. When he looked over, it was still somewhat awkward. The obvious avoidance made Meng Qi more confident that their guess was correct. Something definitely happened last night, and she chuckled mischievously. Actually, it was already afternoon, but due to last night's sudden situation, they ended up having reversed days and nights. Since there wasn't much happening now, most of them slept until there was nothing left to do. Suzong called everyone over. The sofas on the second floor had already replaced the dining table on the first floor, where they ate meals and held meetings. Chapter 168, Records in the Computer. Things happened too fast, and suddenly. I didn't have enough time to prepare, so I only have these dry rations. A pile of pancakes, a pile of steamed buns, and some dried meat. Fong Tingwan asked Meng Qi to collect and record them, then evenly distribute the food later on to everyone for eating, combining with the packaged foods from the warehouse. They should be able to survive through this period. We can only hope that this extreme heat passes quickly. After solving the food distribution problem, he then spoke about the weather conditions above. Based on the measurement, the daytime temperature might reach 100 degrees Celsius. It's equivalent to putting a person inside a steamer, where you'll cook in no time at all. Even during the night, the temperature would still be around 90 degrees Celsius. Everyone should try to stay in the basement and not go outside. Wait until this period is over. If it's absolutely necessary to go out, wear multiple protective suits. Meng Qi's notebook indicated there were still some suits available in the warehouse, and she took out several sets, placing them near the door. The chickens, ducks, and little pigs will be fed by all of us taking turns. Feed them when the temperatures drop at night, and give them more food then. Additionally, I remind everyone, if anyone gets seriously injured due to unauthorized actions, they will have to leave the group. Although we have an ample supply of Huaxiang Jingxi water, serious cases of heat stroke cannot be resolved by medicine alone. Everyone was familiar with Fong Tingwan's personality and habits. She was intentionally telling everyone the most severe scenarios. However, such situations were common in the apocalypse, and her intention was to let them mentally prepare ahead of time. After finishing explaining the matters, she again asked Meng Qi to take out some food from the warehouse and distribute it equally to everyone. This amount is enough for 3 days. Dodo had slept at Meng Qi's place last night. As Meng Qi and Suzong said, it was to give Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen a chance. The little girl seemed to understand somewhat, but was also trying hard to grasp the meaning. Just now, after waking up, she saw that there was no one beside her and drowsily walked out holding that strawberry bear. Sister, Dodo is hungry. Running over, she hugged Fong Tingwan in a childish voice which made her forget about scolding her soon. Dodo, have this bread first. This was the food Fong Tingwan had left for Dodo. Although a child, she received slightly more than others. Everyone had no complaints about this, as they always acted like this. Seeing the sky getting darker again, Fong Tingwan took Dodo back inside, and Jiang Yanchen followed behind. As soon as they went in, he picked up the computer, asking, "Can you find a way to charge it and turn it on, Tingwan?" Currently, everyone has nothing to do, so he was even more curious about what secrets lay hidden in this computer. Indeed, Charging a computer was possible inside the space he observed. The villa did have electricity, yet she was still contemplating whether or not to let Jiang Yanchen know this fact. It's fine, you go ahead, I'm going out. Dodo couldn't figure out what was happening, but she neither questioned nor asked anything, just quietly eating her food. Jiang Yanchen proactively opened the door and left. After thinking for a while, Fong Tingwan still decided to charge the computer within the space. The charging speed inside there was faster than outside, and she charged it for just a small part, which was enough to allow them to power on the computer and see what was inside. Afterward, she let Dodo run and opened the door to call Jiang Yanchen back. Chen brother, sister wants you back. Jiang Yanchen turned back, asking, is it turned on? Not yet, I don't know the password. You solve it yourself. She handed the computer over to him. However, instead of receiving it directly, Jiang Yanchen walked over to the cabinet, leaned against it, and then picked up the computer. Upon examination, it was discovered that the computer had a self-destruction mechanism. It would explode automatically if the password was entered incorrectly 5 times. Jiang Yanchen didn't dare mess around carelessly, quickly grabbing the stack of materials. The content recorded in this computer should be similar to what's written on here. Perhaps this material contains clues. He searched through and tried each discovery he found one by one, finally succeeding in entering the password correctly on the 4th attempt without any prompts showing errors. They succeeded. After entering, they realized the entire computer was very empty. Apart from a few software programs pre-installed on the computer, there was only one file folder on the whole page. Opening it showed only floor plans and underground wiring diagrams of the entire Dijinghao Yuan residential complex. Incredibly ordinary stuff. There wouldn't be a need for a self-destruct feature just for these kinds of things, thus indicating there was something else. Check if there are any hidden folders. Secrets certainly won't be placed blatantly like this. Previously watching TV dramas, they could always find hidden folders in computers, although it's uncertain if Jiang Yanchen has the ability to discover them. As she pondered, his movement stopped. I found it, it's this one. Opening the file revealed hundreds of videos, audio recordings, photos, and other information stored there. These were categorized with labels like 21, representing content from Villa number 21, with detailed timestamps marked on top. Out of curiosity about the contents inside, Jiang Yanchen randomly picked one and clicked into it. In the footage, only a woman appeared at first, but soon after, the door opened and a young man entered. The two embraced and went into the room. Then the computer screen went black. This is due to no power. Maybe it got infected by a virus. The computer quickly lit up again, with the view now shifting inside the room. Fong Tingwan's face turned red as she watched. She hastily looked away. What on earth are these records? Turn it off immediately. Unbearable images and sounds filled her vision and ears. Her immediate reaction was to cover Dodo's ears. Jiang Yanchen didn't expect this either, so he quickly closed the video and muted the sound. He skimmed through them again. All these recordings are leverage held against various families. Beforehand, the entire Dijinghao Yuan residential area had been under surveillance. Not a single move by these rich individuals escaped their watch. So the money, jewelry, and gold should all be results of threats they imposed. But there was still the biggest issue remaining. How did they carry out this kind of surveillance? These wealthy people were highly cautious about their privacy, making it impossible for them to overlook such a thing. It seemed that even in this finest villa district, a shocking secret was hidden, discovered only by the two of them with the arrival of the apocalypse. Fong Tingwan handed over an earphone. Let's look at it later. Wear this for now. This material involved quite a number of illegal acts. Jiang Yanchen was extremely curious. It was his profession to explore cases which couldn't possibly be cured just by treatment. Since that day, every night when he finished listening, he would take the computer to charge it inside the space. As the computer had an automatic power-off protection function, she wasn't worried at all. The next morning when they woke up, they would retrieve the fully charged computer. Whenever Jiang Yanchen was free, he would remain cooped up in the house studying it. He also used paper and pens to organize the findings. About half a month later, everything was sorted out. There were indeed plenty of recorded contents. Some included couples who feigned affection yet harbored disdain and coldness beneath the surface. There were instances of bribery, accepting or giving bribes. A piece of land in the southern city recently was obtained through bribery and covert manipulation. Chapter 169, Time in the Space is Longer. The extreme heat lasted for an entire month, and no one dared to go out whether it was day or night. People had all moved their lives underground, and everyone had grown accustomed to this during this time. After dinner, Fong Tingwan prepared to sleep as usual, while Jiang Yanchen was pulled away by Su Zong, Xinu, and a few others to chat. With no electricity or light and nowhere to go, everyone was idle, so the time spent together also increased. They chatted from amusing anecdotes to memories of the past and childhood, and practically everything that could be talked about had already been discussed. Fong Tingwan thought that when there would be nothing left to talk about, she might as well let them gather together to write a book. Whether it's a novel or a biography, it doesn't matter. It's not for publication. They can just read it themselves and have some fun. Lying down and feeling bored, she was thinking about whether to have some bedtime snacks. Boom. A loud sound came from outside, followed by continuous booms. Fong Tingwan got up. She could confirm that the sound came from outside. The sound sounded like thunder, but with 100-degree heat. How could there possibly be thunder? While she was thinking, the door opened, and Jiang Yanchen appeared at the doorway. It seems something has changed outside. Do you want to go take a look? Fong Tingwan nodded, getting up and going out with Jiang Yanchen. Out of curiosity for the strange sounds, everyone gathered at the staircase entrance. Even Duo, who usually didn't enjoy joining the commotion, was tiptoeing to look outside. It was pitch dark outside, occasionally lit up by flashes of lightning which would then instantly disappear. This is thunder. Is it going to rain? Half a year into the apocalypse, after a heavy storm without a single drop of rain, even the rivers in various places had dried up. Rumbling. Another massive thunderclap echoed, startling the group, who huddled together. You stay here. I'll go check outside. Already outside, there were crackling sounds heard. Rain must have started falling. There was also a bit of coolness appearing indoors. He first grabbed a flashlight and found a broom. At the door, he did not rush to step outside but instead extended the side of the broomstick out first. After allowing the rain to drench it for a while, he brought the broom back inside. When he pulled it back, he saw nothing unusual, just that the part extended out was soaked by the rain, and the rest remained normal. Even so, Fong Tingwan still couldn't fully relax. Before stepping out, he reached out his hand first, letting the rain fall on his palms. It felt cool and slightly itchy. There was no abnormality on his hands. He took it back, examined carefully. It wasn't red, nor swollen, meaning this rain was an ordinary one. Reassured a bit, she cautiously stepped further out, the rain instantly striking her head and body. The others held their breath as well. The rain was both strong and rapid, making it somewhat painful. His whole body instantly became soaked from the rain, wet clothes clinging to his body, revealing a delicate curve. How are you, Wanwan? Jiang Yanchen handed over his clothes, indicating for her to wear them. I'm fine. It's just regular rain. Fong Tingwan hurriedly went back in. Such sudden weather worried her about whether it might be acid rain or highly corrosive rain. Hurry up and come in. Jiang Yanchen urged her. Outside, thunder and lightning continued unabated since the first crash, flashes continuously lighting up the whole night sky. It's unclear how long this rain will last. Leave someone upstairs watching, so any unexpected situations can be detected promptly. Jiang Yanchen remembered the flood at the start of the apocalypse. It had also rained heavily, even during broad daylight. Clouds blocked out all the light. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but starting from that rain, the world began to change. After confirming it was just regular rain, Fong Tingwan quickly returned, but the others were captivated by the sight. Under the high-temperature weather, what everyone liked most was water. Some were timid and only dared to tentatively stick their heads out from beneath the eaves, whereas those more daring had already rushed into the rain. Surprisingly, it is rain. Never expected that such weather could also bring rain. These abnormal conditions are truly odd. Since the end times, where's anything right? Regardless, stop worrying too much. Exactly, why not enjoy thoroughly? Who knows what's coming next? Just, don't you feel it? The weather isn't so hot anymore now. No matter what it is, whether it's flooding, extreme heat, or other extreme weather, he was already prepared to face it. Still holding the flashlight, his hands fumbled with the thermometer to ensure clarity under its faint glow. Indoor temperature, 42 degrees Celsius, almost the same as the outdoor reading. The rapidly rising temperature plummeted again just as quickly. Let's see how long this lasts. Looks like someone's keeping watch, so I'm going back to sleep. She was uncomfortable with the clothes sticking to her body and decided to quickly return and change. Let's go back together, we don't need to worry about these people. The two of them went downstairs together. Wait outside for a moment. After giving the instructions, Fong Tingwan closed the door and locked it. Having done all this, he could finally enter the space in peace. She wanted to take a bath. She had been drenched like a drowned rat, and now was the perfect time. As for other things, she didn't bother to think about them since Jiang Yanchen was outside. During the past month, whenever she had the chance, she would come into the space to work, tilling the land, harvesting crops, and storing the grain. Thankfully, all of that was already finished. He also planted some seeds, half of which were stored from before the apocalypse, and the other half freshly harvested. He wanted to see if the grain grown inside could be used as seeds. The seeds had just been planted not long ago, but had already sprouted and successfully broken through the soil. After taking a quick look, she returned to the villa. The bathtub was already filled with water. He stripped off his wet clothes and got in. On the shelf lay snacks she had brought over earlier. There were beef jerky, spicy strips, boneless chicken claws, a small bunch of grapes, and a glass of orange juice in a highball glass. She had originally planned to drink wine but decided against it, thinking the smell might lead to suspicion if she left the room. Life inside this space was too comfortable. It would be great if she could stay here forever. She relaxed so much that she slowly fell asleep, only waking up after being ejected from the space. It was quite frustrating. Everything in this space was wonderful except for the short amount of time, and upon coming out, she checked the time after grabbing a towel from inside the space to dry herself. 3 hours. Based on the time she entered, she had spent 3 hours inside. Why had the time increased? The only difference was that mysterious safe that had disappeared. If he had known it could increase the space's duration, he would have collected more by now. If he remembered correctly, there was another safe at Wang Lish's house. Chapter 170. A rainstorm that lasted the entire night. When she could finally go out, she had to check on things. Jiang Yanchen, outside the door, could only quietly return to the couch upon seeing the closed room door. In the meantime, everyone returned after their activities. Lawyer Jiang, what are you doing here? Lu Ji came over to him, without competing with the others. I couldn't sleep, so I came to wait for you all. How was it outside? As for what Fong Tingwan was doing inside the room, he roughly guessed, but couldn't say it out loud. His casually spun lie managed to conceal the truth without making himself look bad. Lu Ji was simple-minded. He was curious, but didn't ask, and didn't say more. After they washed up, he said to Jiang Yanchen, Lawyer Jiang, please stay put. I'll go wash first, then I have to change shifts upstairs with General Su and Xinu. Since they'd played in the water, he and Su Air volunteered to keep watch at night, so they were sent down first to bathe. He bathed quickly and went upstairs. When the two who came down later saw Jiang Yanchen, a strange smile appeared on their lips. Lawyer, don't tell me you're out here just listening to the rain. That's right. XINU planned to chat later, deciding to head downstairs first to freshen up. Su Zong took one floor faster than XINU. Got kicked out again, I'm angry. His hair wasn't even fully dried yet, but he hurriedly passed through. During this time, it was too boring, and everyone's curiosity grew stronger. Every day besides eating, sleeping, and chatting, all eyes were fixed on them. No, I came out here to listen to the rain, worried about all of you getting washed away. If that happened, I could rescue you in time. XINU's excuse sounded much better, and it shouldn't be wasted. The person who gave the idea also showed up, even more anxious than Su Zong. Without taking the time to change clothes, only slipping into a pair of pants, they said, all right, stop hiding it, Lawyer Jiang. Listening to the rain, why not do that upstairs? Why are you down here? You make a good point, Jiang Yanchen somewhat agreed. The sound is clearer upstairs, let's head up there. Those two, left standing there helplessly without finding out anything, glared at XINU. Just you making nonsense. XIN, you didn't have time to deal with him. His eyes were solely on Jiang Yanchen. She ran forward quite quickly behind him. Su Zong was discontented as well. A little extra effort might earn some rewards. The original number of people on night watch increased from 2 to 5. Lu Ji also joined in. Only Su Er remained uninterested, lying by the doorway observing the situation. For comfort, they moved a small sofa earlier. Now that Lu Ji was gone, Su Er occupied it entirely. Although his feet stuck out a bit, he could still lie down comfortably. The thunderclaps and lightning outside the door never ceased, one after another, each getting louder. With the high temperature mixed with water, a mist rose swiftly. When Fong Tingwan came out, it was very empty outside. There was no sign of Jiang Yanchen. Only occasional sounds could be heard from upstairs. She couldn't distinguish clearly, but knew someone was discussing passionately above. Climbing the stairs, the voices became clearer. We're waiting. You and Wanwan hurry up together, until the end of the world. Let's set up a Wawachin, arranged marriage. It was XINU's voice, an idea only he would come up with. Accelerating such progress has been a daily task for them. They weren't annoyed by it, but rather became increasingly dedicated. Who knows when the apocalypse will end, if we can even survive till then. He was just sighing when Fong Tingwan peeked her head out. I see you two brimming with energy. Your voice is carrying all the way to the basement. Stay and take the night shift, saving everyone else from having their sleep disrupted. Seeing her, Jiang Yanchen felt relieved, rising from his seat to head downstairs. Wait a second, it's not our turn to watch tonight. The flash of lightning illuminated the house. No one was by the door anymore. It seemed Lu Ji ran upstairs at some point. It's your turn now. Fong Tingwan pulled Jiang Yanchen downstairs, leaving the other two standing there stunned like wooden poles. The heavy rain lasted the entire night, the thunder and lightning persisting through the dark hours. Two individuals conversed back and forth. While the sounds were audible from downstairs, they were bothersome, and Fong Tingwan brought out earplugs. Distributing them, the volume decreased significantly, allowing her to finally get some rest. Unfortunately, those upstairs weren't as lucky. The flashes of lightning accompanied by thunderous booms echoed like being in a nightclub. Tormented throughout the whole night, neither of them got any sleep. When they woke up, it was 6 in the morning. The weather had cooled down considerably, especially in the basement. Fong Tingwan measured it. 20 degrees Celsius, cooler than even before the extreme heat started. Curious about the upstairs temperature, and without time to fuss over other things, she hastily put on a piece of clothing and went up. It had only been half an hour since the lightning and thunder stopped, and the two upstairs had just fallen asleep. Just as it was convenient for Fong Tingwan, she measured the indoor temperature. 45 degrees, slightly higher than the previous night, and it would be even hotter at noon. However, according to the current situation, everything was cooler compared to before the extreme high temperature occurred. She went outside to measure the temperature. It was 49 degrees, only slightly higher than inside the house. Mengling also came up. Wanwan, how are the chickens and ducks doing? He was most worried about those animals kept in the yard. During the month of extreme heat, she never gave up on them. Last night, she even specially covered them with plastic to protect them. After all that effort, they mustn't have anything happen to them. Fong Tingwan just remembered the animals being raised in the yard. Mengling lived closer, so he walked over first. The chickens and ducks were scattered inside their pens. The plastics covering them were damp with water vapor. She pulled them off, releasing a plume of steam, but there was no water left in the basin. What happened? Are they okay? Fong Tingwan didn't know either. She'd never raised these kinds of animals. Inside the storage space, the temperature was comfortable. As long as the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep were placed inside, they could survive fine. Go check if Wang Lisha has woken up yet. She has more experience and might know what's going on. Whether it was chicks, ducklings, or those few pigs, they all had their heads drooping, appearing lethargic and refusing to come near water or food. When Meng Ling went down, Wang Lisha had just awakened. He immediately pulled her upstairs while explaining the situation along the way. Fong Tingwan waited outside with some anticipation. These animals could soon provide food. During this period, they had only eaten canned food, dried meat, and biscuits. He wanted to eat fresh meat, hot rice straight from the pot, and green vegetables. So, can we save them? Both she and Meng Ling were anxious and hovered around Wang Lisha on either side. After inspecting, Wang Lisha said, there shouldn't be a problem. They've suffered from heat stroke. But do we have any medicine? She curiously asked. Considering the apocalypse, animals were already scarce. No one should need veterinary medicine anymore, right? Perhaps they could go out and look for some now. Rural areas often had animal pharmacies in cities, which should make them easier to find. Chapter 171, Celebrating the New Year Early. There's Huaxiang Zhengqi water in the basement, Fong Tingwan blurted out. She had stockpiled too much of it before, and during this month, they hadn't used up much. They only consumed some at the beginning until they adapted, then they basically stopped taking it. Will it work? After saying that, she asked weakly again. Since it was medicine for humans, there was uncertainty about its efficacy on animals. We can give it a try? My elders at home used to do this, and it was effective. Meng Ling ran very fast. By the time Wang Lisha finished speaking, Meng Ling was already at the door. The commotion outside finally woke up the two who were sleeping near the entrance. Ailing, where are you going? He mumbled as his hand was directly passed over. Suzong rubbed his eyes and unsteadily got up. Other people from downstairs also gradually came up. With such pleasant weather, everyone was reluctant to go back inside. Duo was more cheerful than usual and voluntarily took on the task of delivering the medicine. Jiang Yanchen led a few people to the kitchen to cook. After eating dry rations for a month, who wouldn't long for a proper meal? The only challenge was with the utensils, as due to the power outage, all the high-tech products in the kitchen couldn't be used. Meng Qi planned to go down and fetch the camping stove. There were still 2 gas tanks downstairs, which would definitely be enough for cooking. Qi's sister, Uncle Chun, can we try? The usually quiet Zhou brothers spoke up. We studied electrical engineering before. Jiang Yanchen stepped aside, allowing them to proceed. Given the situation, how much worse could things get? After some effort, they succeeded. The generator that was left and used downstairs was brought up as well, but only a small part of the kitchen had power. There were still issues with other areas' wiring. Just after listening and studying, he thought after finishing dinner, let the two have a look. Hopefully the whole villa can be powered up. Dinner was quickly prepared. It was pitiful for Su Zong and Xinu though, as they were woken up not long after falling asleep. They slept in the room previously occupied by Jiang Yanchen. Now, only this room upstairs still had luggage. The double bed was large, and they both slept soundly. When Meng Ling came to wake them, they groaned and didn't want to get up. She sat on a chair. There's old duck soup stewing upstairs, fried deer meat, stir-fried cabbage, and cold mixed lettuce, and steaming hot rice. If you two don't want to eat, then we'll have it all. After Meng Ling introduced it, without caring if those two were salivating or not, she went downstairs first. Everyone else had already gathered around the kitchen, just waiting for Jiang Yanchen to lift the lid and crowd onto the table to dish food. By the time Xinu and the others came downstairs, there were already 2 dishes of meat on the table. Zhou was carrying the cold mixed lettuce over. Actually, the lettuce was blanched, originally supposed to have garlic paste sauce steamed on top. But now there was no garlic, so it was simply mixed simply. Even so, everyone looked at it, and couldn't help but drool. In the pot, Jiang Yanchen was stir-frying baby bok choy that had been picked fresh from the basement. This month's high temperatures had not caused them to wither because Wang Lisha sprinkled water on them daily. Now they were growing wonderfully, and eating them abundantly wasn't heartbreaking. The vegetables in the pool next to it had also sprouted. 4 dishes, it feels like the new year. You could hear Xinu swallowing his saliva. Alright, consider this your early New Year celebration. Jiang Yanchen handed a bowl of cooked rice to each of them. Thinking about it, he returned and dished out the entire pot of rice into a basin, placing it on the table, washing the pot, adding rice, and making another one. Today, cost is irrelevant. Eat as much as you want. Although there was a lot stocked in the villa, they had always been conservative in eating. Today's happiness made this rule temporarily obsolete. 1 bowl of rice eaten, then another, 4 dishes and 2 pots of rice. Everyone ate it all up, licking their lips, wanting more. After eating full, it was time to talk about the important matter. Looks like the temperature has stabilized. Everyone choose whether to stay in the basement or move back upstairs. Of course moving back. Lu Ji was almost impatient. How great it is up here, spacious and bright. I'll move back. Though the basement was cool, it wasn't ventilated, and space was cramped. Even in the daytime, there was only a little dim light. If it weren't necessary, nobody wanted to live a life without seeing daylight. Others agreed too. Actually, Fong Tingwan had the same idea. But I'm not planning to abandon the basement. Later, when you guys go out, bring back a few sets of bedding and give them to Meng Qi to store in the warehouse, just in case. As for who wants to move upstairs, handle it yourself. Go back to your previous rooms. This sudden change in weather exposed many problems in the villa. She intended to go up and study, improving each deficiency one by one. At the same time, another thought crossed her mind, but she was unsure whether to voice it or not. As she hesitated, Jiang Yanchen nodded at her after tugging on her clothes, indicating, let me. Everyone was curious, and he began. Before, I discussed with Wanwan that the current weather doesn't behave as expected anymore. If we're experiencing extreme heat, then might there be extreme cold? Everyone realized this possibility, with Zhou Hai voicing it first. Rainstorms, plagues, extreme heat. All of these were unforeseen, so what will come next is uncertain. Indeed. So, Wanwan and Lawyer Jiang, do you think we should prepare for an extreme cold snap? Suzong quickly understood the implication behind Jiang Yanchen's words. Jiang Yanchen shook his head. Not exactly. It's more than that. What I'm trying to say is that we need to consider other possible calamities. Now would be a good time to start preparing. Not intentionally or conspicuously, just casually and conveniently along the way. Space within the villa was limited, and given the unknown quantity of natural disasters they might face, storing supplies for everything would simply be impractical. I warn everyone that even if we must prepare, it needs to be done carefully, drawing no undue attention. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, we'll certainly become targets. This was the reality in a society without law and order. People would fight each other to survive. He revealed this thought primarily because recent events had shown him that no matter how capable one person may be, there are always gaps in their planning. For instance, the Zhou brothers, Su Zong, Xinu, and every individual in the villa possessed strengths he lacked. He hoped that by pooling resources and preparation efforts, they might stumble upon unexpected surprises later. We get it, don't worry. Fortunately, no other situation has yet occurred, giving them time now to prepare gradually. After the meeting concluded, Xinu eagerly wanted to go out. Su Zong, Lu Ji, and the Zhou brothers also wanted to tag along. But if they all left, the number of people staying inside the villa would become dangerously few. Chapter 172, Being Followed. Go out, I will stay with Aiken. Fang Tingwan didn't plan to go out today. The temperature had just dropped, and there were many people more eager to go out than them. She did not want to join the rush. Going out now could easily get them followed, and besides, he still had things to do, so there was no rush. The thunder was too loud last night, and everyone didn't sleep well. After eating, they all went back to bed for a nap. Meng Ling was worried about the chickens and ducks in the yard, and those few pigs. After everyone returned to their rooms, she went outside to check on them. The medicine they had given worked. Their spirits were much better now. They made some sounds when someone approached. Seeing that they were fine, Meng Ling wasn't worried anymore, so she yawned and went back to her room. Fang Tingwan slept well last night and wasn't tired yet. However, Duo was so sleepy that her eyes couldn't open properly, and Gaga fell asleep as soon as they got upstairs. She took out paper and pen and wrote down the urgent things that needed to be done. Seeing Duo sleeping soundly, she opened the door and gently knocked on the neighbor's door. Jiang Yanchen opened the door and saw it was her. He stepped aside to let her in and closed the door again. I just came over to get some snacks. Duo is sleeping, and I don't want to wake her up. Jiang Yanchen understood and turned around automatically. The person behind him took things out without hesitation. Chips, spicy noodles, instant noodles, soda, and jelly. That was about it. If they took more, the two of them wouldn't finish. You're recalling your childhood? He only turned back when she told him she was done, but the pile on the bed confused him. Not really. I've been eating a lot of packaged food recently, and my taste buds have become heavier. She couldn't say she watched a show yesterday and was attracted by the snacks inside. Try this. These chips are very good. She casually handed over a bag. It was her favorite cucumber flavor. No thanks. Jiang Yanchen refused. I'm not interested in snacks. Fang Tingwan didn't mind, and she started eating herself. Jiang Yanchen sat by the window reading a book. When she was almost finished, she gathered all the trash and stored it in space. I noticed the Zhou brothers understand circuits and electricity quite well. How about letting them connect the villa's wiring? Having lights at night would be convenient, and everyone can use fans. Those fans were treasured items, and on the third day of extreme heat, they secretly brought them upstairs to take them away. I also thought about it. I'll let them know when we get back. Fang Tingwan got off the stool and walked around the room, but couldn't find what she wanted. Where's the water? I'm thirsty. There was a set of cups here, but he didn't see any. Here. Jiang Yanchen opened a cabinet next to him, revealing a variety of cups and a kettle. She took it, drank a cup, then poured another one. The snacks were too dry, leaving her parched. Jiang Yanchen also poured himself a glass and sat opposite Fang Tingwan. Is this rise in temperature a good or bad thing? Lately, have you considered recruiting more people? He had thought about this before, but whether or not to recruit had its downsides. In the future, opportunities for individual fighting would decrease. People are social animals. They naturally look for their own group. So there will be more groups in the future. Their combat strength might not be high, but they have numbers. And these people are unreasonable, relying on their numbers. They dare to do anything, even rob others. Actually, she was concerned about losing when facing them. Recruit more people? She also fell into a dilemma. Don't think too much. Those thoughts are far away. Though Jiang Yanchen's worries were something she'd considered as well, the situation hadn't reached that point yet, and neither did he know how to deal with it. Let's leave it to fate. Since there was no clear answer, they could only wait. Fang Tingwan prepared lunch, simply boiling noodles and cooking some vegetables. When Jiang Yanchen went downstairs, he originally intended to help, but she stopped him. No need. I can handle it myself. I haven't cooked in a while, let me practice. Jiang Yanchen didn't argue much. He went upstairs to call people, but those few hadn't woken up yet. After knocking on each room door, he came downstairs again. Meng Ling was already waiting downstairs, and Duo was sitting on a chair reading a book. As they descended the stairs, Meng Ling and Wang Lisha were also walking down. He was about to get bowls when the villa's main gate rang. Everyone immediately entered an alert state. Meng Ling picked up the kitchen knife lying on the table. It's us. Open the door quickly. Xinu's voice. Meng Ling turned around, holding the kitchen knife, and rushed out. The villa's door opened, and Xinu first saw a kitchen knife pointed at him. Hey Eiling, I haven't done anything wrong to you, right? There's no need for this. The ones behind him were also bewildered. Meng Ling hurriedly put down the kitchen knife and apologized with an awkward smile. Sorry, it's a reflex. I thought someone was coming to cause trouble. Fang Tingwan and the others also came out. Just come in for dinner. The Zhou brothers and Su Zong kept looking behind them as they brought up the rear. Xinu helplessly explained. Someone noticed us, and we had to run quite a distance to finally shake them off. There wasn't much on the car. All that could be seen were just a few quilts. It seemed that those people from the other side assumed they had hidden something valuable, so they pursued them relentlessly. It was our impulsiveness. We didn't expect there to be so many people outside today, he said with a touch of regret. Jiang Yanchen pulled the others away to give them space, creating a path for them. Come in first and talk. Standing here is too noticeable. Lu Ji drove further inside, and the others quickly followed. The group took down all the quilts from the car. Beneath them were wooden planks, about 30 or so, which were then unloaded as well. Zhou and Zhou said they could make beds. We thought placing a few beds in the basement rooms wouldn't be bad, so we brought them back. Fang Tingwan glanced at the two brothers, not expecting them to have this skill. Actually, we're not really good at it, just muddling through, Zhou hastily explained. Originally, Fang Tingwan only prepared meals for the people in the villa. Now that they've returned, he went back to the kitchen and cooked all the remaining noodles. After everyone gathered around and finished eating, Xianyu and the others recounted what they encountered outside today. The few of them left with high spirits. Besides being cooped up for too long, they also wanted to check the situation outside, particularly the dried-up water sources and rivers, along with the animals in the city. Xianyu had intended to bring back a few animals for captivity. His idea was agreed upon by others. Raising these animals would not only allow them to eat fresh meat, but there might also be a chance for reproduction. This way, they could achieve self-sufficiency, and they wouldn't have to worry anymore. But they never expected that after going out, they barely saw any animals, but saw quite a lot of people instead. Chapter 173, Wilderness Conflict. Not long after stepping out, they spotted an off-road vehicle. There were 4 men and 2 girls in the car. It was clear that those 2 girls had been coerced, looking particularly unwilling. When they saw our group, the girls tried to signal for help. Even before the apocalypse, one would have hesitated before getting involved in such situations. But now, everyone was struggling just to survive. No one wanted to meddle. After just a glance, they turned their vehicle around and left. None of them gave much thought to what had happened. As they drove away from there, they headed directly out of town. The previously cleared streams and rivers were now filled again, though not with much water. Based on animal behavior, creatures were bound to come by. Everywhere was barren now, so they settled into a low-lying area and took turns keeping watch. About 2 hours later, animals really did show up, a herd of goats, not too many in number and scrawny, but to them, this was a prime opportunity. All they needed to do was wait for the goats to walk into their pre-laid traps, and they'd be successful. None of them anticipated what happened halfway through. A net, dark green in color, rose suddenly, and nearly all the goats were ensnared within it. Realizing their inferiority, they prepared to wait for another chance. Just then, 4 goats came over. Though not many, they didn't complain and decided to claim these goats using their own net before leaving. However, the other side disagreed. The first to emerge was a sturdy man wearing a dark green short-sleeve shirt, his chest and abs muscles subtly showing. Those are our goats. If you return the goats and hand over all your food, we'll let you leave. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, flexing his muscles conspicuously. This was blatant intimidation, but he picked the wrong targets. They may have been small, but that didn't mean they were incapable. You guys over there, don't be so cocky. These 4 goats are what you failed to catch yourselves. Why rely on threats of mere muscle now? Judging from the look, it seemed like they had pulled stunts like this multiple times. With composure, a few more people stepped out behind the muscle-bound man. The scene felt familiar, and it struck someone that 2 of them had been seen somewhere before. It's the people from that car earlier. The little blonde guy and the one in the windbreaker were among them. Altogether, there had been 6 people inside that car. With the addition of these muscle-bound men, the other side numbered at least a dozen. No wonder they acted so arrogantly. Kid, I see you prefer punishment rather than cooperation. If you anger me, it won't end well for you. Seeing that neither of them responded, 2 more individuals stood up from behind the muscle man, making it a total of 8 people who had shown themselves so far. On their side were 6 grown men, yet they remained uncertain about the hidden strength of the opponents. Moreover, it was evident that the other party knew them quite well. Xianyu did not dare to act rashly. Mr. Su, stop watching and tell us, what should we do? Just stall for a while. I need to study the situation. Their current location was near a cement plant, surrounded by familiar terrain. It wasn't hard to shake off pursuit, but carrying the goats meant they wouldn't get very far. Zhou family brothers and Lu Ji among others gathered together as well. Being under close scrutiny, Lu Ji suddenly felt immense pressure. We only have 3 options right now. First, fight hard against the other side. You've seen the chances of success. The second option is to run, carrying those 4 goats together. But the odds of success are slim. Goats were not obedient. Having them along would be cumbersome, and they would likely be caught sooner, something everyone already realized even without Su Zong stating it explicitly. The third option is to set the goats free and make our escape. Given my knowledge of the area, it's fairly easy to succeed, but feels humiliating. No one spoke, aware deep down that the last option was the best, yet it made them reluctant. We still have a 4th option, Xianyu suddenly interjected. Release all the goats. This was a tactic he had initially intended not to use. But now, with no other solutions, it appeared to be the best choice among the available options. Good, good, good. Everyone agreed, including Su Zong, who gave him a thumbs up. From now on, I will never claim to be experienced in business dealings again. Compared to you, I've only been playing small games. Xianyu's spirits soared upon hearing his jest. Did this count as gaining the recognition of a big boss? If time weren't pressing, Xianyu might even have wanted to discuss things further with him. They squatted down to plan their move while letting Lu Ji go to negotiate. On the opposing side, the goats had been captured but not yet killed. At present, they were enclosed within the same net used earlier. Several people held onto the net's edge, securing it firmly with iron stakes driven into the ground. All they had to do was tear the net, and the goats would run off by themselves. So Xianyu let their own goats loose, allowing them to scatter in different directions. The opposing side clearly wasn't pleased with this. Kid, did you do that on purpose? Those animals are running so fast. How am I supposed to chase after them? Since it's like this, then you guys will have to compensate us. A bald man along with his group charged at them angrily, prompting a few of them to bolt immediately. Since they were more in number, they had set out in a small truck. Upon returning, they realized the other side had 2 off-road vehicles, which gave them a natural advantage, making things easier for them. The group chased after them, yelling and blocking the path in front of the car. "Get down here now, you bastards." 2 others were frantically rushing over with tire spikes in hand. It was clear they intended to keep them here for good. Drive straight through. Suzong remained exceptionally calm. Just before the other side placed the tire spikes, they charged forward, smoothly reaching the other side. As Suzong spoke, Luji had already started the vehicle and sped away. The tire spikes weren't in place in time, forcing the group to jump out of the way. After the car passed, they regrouped and ran behind the vehicle. With the windows down, they could faintly hear the shouts of the muscular man. "Stop them, don't let them escape." The 2 vehicles from the other side blocked their inevitable route. "Right now, make the turn." Luji drove while Suzong sat in the passenger seat, and behind him was Xinu who tightly gripped his knife. Luji made a sharp turn, narrowly grazing past the opposing off-road vehicle, removing quite a bit of paint in the process. But this was no big deal since, in the apocalypse, just having a functioning car was already great. No one cared much about its appearance. However, their actions clearly annoyed the other side, and the opposing party simultaneously recognized their intent. "Block them quickly, they're going after our goats." This trap had been set up long ago, and after guarding it for hours, they saw it on the verge of destruction, so someone panicked and immediately drove towards them. Chapter 174, Enhanced Patrol. As they approached the iron rod, Xinu opened the car door, holding onto the handle with one hand and gripping a dagger with the other, dragging it along the ground. The flock of goats had been lying on the ground, but now, startled, they got up and started rushing around chaotically. The entrance had already been blocked off, and even a little force from inside would send goats running out. "Great job, excellent work," Suzong praised. 1 or 2 goats ran out first, more following behind, and Suzong relayed what he saw in the rearview mirror to everyone in the car. Having completed this, Xinu used her arm strength to climb back into the car. The driver of the other side was no less fierce. He suddenly appeared, but after Lu Ji crashed their car and backed away quickly, they left the scene. Even if the goats escaped, they destroyed 1 vehicle, and there was 1 casualty, but they managed to escape successfully. They didn't have any intention to bother further about the animals, and just wanted to fulfill Fong Tingwan's request by picking up some blankets and pads from the mall and heading back. It was hot these days, so those items were thrown everywhere and no one cared for them. However, on the way back, they encountered the same group not too far away at an intersection. This time, the opposing side had more people, about 15 or 16 men. Some squatted while others lay on the ground nearby, obviously waiting for them. Holy crap, these guys mean business. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Xinu turned around immediately, and the others began pursuing them with cars. There were 4 off-road vehicles, but in terms of speed, their car couldn't match theirs. Xinu chose roads that were difficult to traverse, bumpy ones, or ones blocked ahead. They forced their large vehicle through with sheer determination. The other party seemed dead set on annihilating them and relentlessly pursued them. With the fuel gauge nearly empty, Xinu pulled out a gun and fired 2 shots towards them. The tires of one of their leading off-road vehicles were hit, causing it to sway uncontrollably on the road. The opponent hesitated to use lethal force against their own property, allowing Xinu and her group to escape during this opportunity. We've returned, but the other side must know we live around here. They will probably come looking soon. That group doesn't seem like easy opponents. If necessary, let's leave for a while. Lu Ji didn't want to go, none of them did, but Fong Tingwan had warned them beforehand. If trouble arose, they should disband voluntarily. Rather than being forced to leave later, they might as well depart now. If you all leave, there'll be only a few women left. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? I remember you mentioned before that 4 men forced themselves on 2 unwilling girls. In the villa, including me, there are 4 women. Do you think they will leave us alone? Fong Tingwan coldly scanned over the group and asked. No one spoke, similar to when Lu Ji initially suggested leaving. They hesitated. To run every time something happens. That's how I treat all of you. A group of grown men were scolded until they couldn't lift their heads. One, that wasn't what we meant. We just thought if they came, it wouldn't involve you. And I trust you. Though they were women, they also had the ability to protect themselves. Fong Tingwan, as their leader, certainly wasn't someone that group of bastards could covet. Fong Tingwan scoffed. We've already been implicated. Therefore, it's not the time to hide or flee now. When they come, they probably won't just want us women. They will also want this villa. He could have fled like Xin Yuan and the others, but so much effort went into building this villa, and he had accumulated considerable wealth here. It wasn't intended for those beasts. She might not have shared their determination, but she wouldn't easily give up unless it came down to the last resort. Don't lose your cool every time something happens. Let's focus on discussing how to deal with this instead. Jiang Yanshen called everyone over, knowing this issue was tough, yet manageable since the opposition sounded more like a disorganized mob. Their numbers, however, presented an obstacle. Dealing with them would likely take some twists and turns. The current protection system of the villa is very secure already, and I don't plan on changing anything soon. The walls had been reinforced twice, the main gate fixed securely, and there were chains on it now. Without large weapons, the enemy wouldn't breach it easily within a short period. Thus, there was no worry regarding defense capability. What needed consideration was the internal setup. Besides overnight watch duties, we need to enhance patrols during the day too. From the 3rd floor balcony and 2nd floor rear windows, One can see the entire villa and its surroundings clearly. In the future, 2 people at a time should go up every hour for checks. Once anyone is seen approaching the villa, notify everyone immediately. Fong Tingwan had noticed the broad view from the 3rd floor balcony earlier. As for the 2nd floor, she discovered it thanks to the inspiration from the previous villa complex. 1-1. So it's just the 2 of us today. Meng Ling volunteered and tugged Xinu along. It didn't matter who went in front or behind. Everyone was taking turns. Our physical abilities need improvement. The dangers ahead will only increase. Besides the group Xinu encountered, there will be many others like them. In the morning, he had made a simple division. Shi and Jiang Yanchen, Meng Ling and Xinu were the fighters, while Meng Qi, Su Zong, and Wang Lisha could handle logistics work, although their physical fitness was also what needed the most improvement. As for the Zhou brothers and Lu Ji, they had strength but lacked systematic training. Meng Ling, this matter is up to you. You practiced Sanzhou before, so you should know how to teach everyone. Meng Ling nodded and agreed to take on the responsibility. Besides that, we need better coordination among ourselves. I haven't figured out how yet, so everyone can focus on other training first. She wasn't a saint and couldn't possibly protect everyone. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement, fully aware this wasn't something to joke about. And in this apocalypse world, the only person one could rely on was oneself. Strengthening their bodies would help them protect themselves better. Thus, no one opposed Fong Tingwan's plans and accepted them willingly. Zhou Hai, since you 2 brothers are skilled at carpentry, build a knife rack by the door. List out the materials needed, and I'll go out and find them. She had just thought of this idea after realizing earlier that when Xinu knocked on the door, no one had weapons ready, forcing Meng Ling to raise a kitchen knife in urgency. In a fleeting moment, she even saw Meng Qi raising a broom. In real combat situations, they would be at a disadvantage like this. Having a knife rack by the door meant people could grab a weapon as they entered or leave. The Zhou brothers didn't question why. If Fong Tingwan said to do it, they did it. Chapter 175. Convenient to hit people with a shovel. Shovel, let's prepare a few more shovels. They're very handy for fighting. The 2 Zhou brothers said sheepishly. Fortunately, no one paid attention. The 2 brothers were young and couldn't suppress their anger when things happened. They had fought many times before in the village. Neither of them had learned any technique. They just relied on brute strength and swung wildly. For them, a shovel was more convenient than a short knife. The shovel had a larger striking area, and it was basically accurate every time it struck. Even if it missed, there was always a stick, and hitting someone with it would cause immense pain. Fong Tingwan brought over a notebook. Write down anything else you need here. Everyone will see it when they go out, and bring it back. The Zhou brothers had many tasks. After having lunch, they rested briefly and then appeared downstairs. First, they inspected all the wiring in the house. There are too many damaged places, we don't know the condition inside the walls yet. If we want electricity, we need to rewire everything, but we won't be able to hide the wires again. For aesthetics and safety, the electrical wires in urban houses were usually placed under the floor and inside the walls, but redoing this would require a huge workload, as it would involve tearing up the walls and floors, rerouting the wires, and then restoring the floor to perfectly hide everything again. They didn't know much about that process. Even if they really tore up the floor, they wouldn't be able to handle the complex wiring inside the house. We don't need to hide it, as long as it works. That would make it much easier. All they needed was enough wire. During the stockpiling, they hadn't considered this matter, so there was no wire in the space. Alright, I understand. Everyone should pay more attention to finding wires when they go out. As long as we have the wire, our villa can be reconnected to electricity. Upon hearing there was no electricity, the group of big men laughed with joy like 3-year-old children. After all, the weather was quite hot now, and they had gone through great efforts to protect the fans. But without energy consumption, these devices just sat idle, causing frustration. Moreover, the current weather was truly hot. After finishing inspecting and studying the wiring, it was already close to evening. Su Zong took charge of cooking while Jiang Yanchen enjoyed his leisure and went to the backyard. The dog that Xia Jinyu had found for him was kept here. Jiang Yanchen had even specially built a doghouse for it. He really listens to you. When you tell him not to bark, he doesn't. He had never raised a dog and wasn't familiar with the habits of this little guy. But before the apocalypse, many dog owners could be seen on the streets, and he had never seen such an obedient dog. Maybe it has some kind of spirit. He also found it inexplicable. This little guy was surprisingly obedient. While Jiang Yanchen played with the puppy, Fong Tingwan quietly watched from the side. The interaction between the man and the dog was pleasant, making her happy, and she couldn't help but join in the fun. After playing for a while, Jiang Yanchen put the dog back into its kennel. Why did you come over? Is there something? No. Fong Tingwan stretched lazily and sat comfortably on the nearby step. I'm bored, so I came to see him. She looked at the puppy. There were too few tranquil moments in this apocalyptic world, and she always cherished them deeply. Sister. Duo ran over from the front of the villa, being well taken care of by Meng Ling and Meng Qi. Now every day, apart from exercising with Meng Ling, she either sat on the 3rd floor balcony reading books or came here. How did you come here? Did Brother Su finish cooking? The little girl stood panting heavily in front of him. No, Brother Su's food will still take a bit longer. Duo wanted to play with Xiao Tangyuan for a while. Xiao Tangyuan was the name of the dog Jiang Yanchen had raised, but Duo hadn't named it. Children like these things more. The time he spent with Xiao Tangyuan was more than the combined time Fong Tingwan spent with He Jian in the village. Duo walked over, and the puppy came out of its pen by itself. They quickly rolled around together, and the sound of their cheerful laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. If only Duo could always be this happy. Having just heard it, he suddenly felt moved. In Duo, he saw what he himself had lacked during childhood. Yes, the apocalypse will end one day, and we'll all return to normal life. Will it really? Duo played with Xiao Tangyuan for a short while, then Meng Ling came over to find them. You guys are sure relaxed. How did you all end up here? Let's go back, the meal is ready. Duo bid farewell to Xiao Tangyuan, waving her hand with a radiant smile. Once back in the living room, the meal was already prepared and laid out on the table. That bookshelf is really valuable, especially the book teaching how to cook. Suzong's meals have been getting better and better. The radishes were washed and cut into pieces, stewed with cured meat until transparent. At this point, the radish had absorbed all the soup, and with one bite, the unique flavor of cured meat and the fresh scent of radish exploded in the mouth. Fong Tingwan liked it, whether it was the old duck soup or the stewed cured meat. She enjoyed both. There was also a cold dish of marinated lettuce, soaked in warm water for a while to remove some of the bitterness from the lettuce, then dressed with her own homemade oil and vinegar dressing. Each bite was refreshingly delicious. Great. Suzong's skills are almost on par with a 5-star chef. After the apocalypse ends, we can open a restaurant together and we'll definitely make a lot of money. All right, I'll take that as a good omen. Suzong casually agreed and turned back to continue working. Lu Zhichang was envisioning the future, while Xianyu heard him and curiously asked Meng Ling, what will we do after the apocalypse ends? And Meng Ling felt a bit lost. She had never thought about what would happen after the apocalypse ended. Ever since the heavy rain destroyed everything, she was rescued by Fong Tingwan. After the plague ended, she went to see her parents but only managed to meet them for the last time. Later, she reunited with Fong Tingwan and came here with them. She had been busy all along without ever thinking about the future. In fact, much of the time, she thought there might be no future, so she cherished every day in the present. Why don't we grow crops? Even if the current situation ends, food will still be scarce. We could also raise some chickens, ducks, geese, and perhaps a few pigs. Or maybe continuing their current life would be fine too, as long as they lived peacefully and stayed together. Lu Zhichang had originally just made a casual remark, but he didn't expect everyone to seriously discuss it. It seemed that everyone was looking forward to the end of the apocalypse. Fong Tingwan didn't say anything because she clearly knew the apocalypse wouldn't end so soon. But she didn't want to disrupt everyone's thoughts. It was necessary to give them hope. When she left the next morning, it was still early. Suzong was halfway through preparing breakfast and directly handed over 2 eggs. Take them for the road so you won't go hungry. Chapter 176. A safe that cannot be absorbed. Seeing Suzong like this, she actually remembered the mothers of her classmates from before. She, too, was just as gentle when giving food to her own daughter and talking with her. Fong Tingwan had gotten some food from Meng Qi last night and did not plan on coming back at noon. Although she rarely ate those things, with Jiang Yanchen around as a great chef, there were simply too many choices available, but she still needed to act like this. It seemed she would have to carefully think about what to eat for lunch. Fong Tingwan took the eggs and went out. To be honest, she was already quite eager, not knowing how many safes she could absorb today or how much time it would extend. Apart from Wang Lisha's, there should be quite a few more in the Daijing Mansion complex. Such things should be standard equipment in rich households, where each person has a few. It appeared that after coming back today, she could wander around this villa area a bit more. There was fog in the morning, forming an endless white expanse, obscuring everything outside. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since the apocalypse. The others in the villa were curious. Fong Tingwan's door was knocked on early in the morning. A group of people surrounded her, chattering away until the fog started to dissipate slightly. Then they left, leaving her feeling very sleepy. She fell asleep again for quite a while. Looking now, the fog outside had dissipated mostly. There was still a bit of haze 10 meters away, but it wasn't hindering them from driving. Wang Lisha's old house wasn't far from Daijing Mansion. Based on memory, the two accurately found that room. The door was locked. It was deliberately locked by Wang Lisha when she left last time. She only wanted to give her home, even if it was once her home, another layer of protection. Did you ask for the password? Jiang Yanchen had already pulled off the external protective cover and prepared to press. I didn't. She didn't know how to bring it up. Mainly because it was embarrassing to say. She had taken their gold and was now interested in their safe. In that case, let's dismantle it. There was no other way now. They had already arrived. That wouldn't be necessary. Fong Tingwan hastily stopped him. Let me try first. I was nearby when he pressed the password last time. If I still can't open it, you'll take action. After carefully recalling, Fong Tingwan pressed the buttons on the password lock. The password lock emitted a sound indicating she had entered it wrong. Fong Tingwan thought for a moment, adjusted the order in numbers, tried 5 times continuously, yet it was still incorrect, even though it was seemingly close to what Wang Lisha had pressed last time. The alarm sounded, and the door was locked. The end time for the first attempt was 3 minutes. With no other options, the two stood aside waiting. During the second attempt, Jiang Yanchen entered the password. After pressing it 3 times, the door lock opened. How did you do it? Luck. A little part luck, but there were marks on some of the numbers. All that needed to be done was rearrange them in a different combination. She really thanked her lucky stars that Jiang Yanchen was a lawyer before the apocalypse. Otherwise, the police would be busier. After opening the door, Fong Tingwan rushed to the area where the safe was located, while Jiang Yanchen stood guard by the entrance keeping watch. He placed the safe inside the space. But nothing changed this time. Could it be that a choice needs to be made? In her heart, Fong Tingwan kept chanting, extend time, extend time. But the safe still stayed right there, without any change. She didn't understand why. Trying several times more all ended in failure. How is it going? Jiang Yanchen asked from the entrance, knowing it involved space, and thus refraining from rushing in. After another failed attempt, Fong Tingwan reluctantly accepted the reality. The safe was left within the space. She got up and walked out. Let's go. The two drove around on the streets, searching for agricultural stores and hardware stores simultaneously. Currently, there were only 2 items recorded in the notebook Fong Tingwan had brought out: wires and shovels. There were a few shovels in the space already, not many, and they were all useful. If she could find some, she temporarily didn't want to take them out. The situation outside was exactly as Xinu and the others had said. Indeed, there were a lot of people, and cars passed by occasionally. Fortunately, these people were all busy, having no time to deal with others. The hardware store was found in a semi-underground location, lined with various shops, and it was situated in the corner. This area included several residential zones. Each shop suffered damage, and this one was no exception. Yet inside, items were neatly arranged. Except for the bar counter area, almost none of them were touched. This shop was not large. There were cabinets mounted on both walls, and the front was a glass-covered bar counter. One could see everything from the outside. Besides wires, she also loaded up on a few power outlets and cutters. You can take these as well. Perhaps Xiao Tangyuan and the others can use them. Zhang Yanchen pointed at a pile of iron racks on the ground. Since the space was enough, Fong Tingwan directly took everything in. The agricultural store wasn't far from here, and there were several in a row. The shovels absolutely would suffice. He also grabbed a few dogs and forks, picking up anything he thought Xiaoyan could use. Most of these shops were semi-underground, which blocked much of the sun during hot weather. This one, the two chose a shop that functioned as a tea room since it had small private rooms. Once the door was closed, no one would know what they were doing inside. She quickly set up the tables and chairs, placing the portable stove and ingredients nearby. Fong Tingwan wanted to have chicken pot, having drooled at the sight of it on a video she watched yesterday. Zhang Yanchen handled the cooking while she browsed around casually. This place was one of those least damaged. An entire wall of tea had only been taken away in boxes. It made sense. After all, this kind of thing wasn't very practical in the apocalypse, and not many people wanted to take it. But she liked it. As she passed by, all the remaining tea ended up in her space. What bugs? The tea house didn't have much left, so it was searched again. Except for a few remaining boxes of tea, there was nothing else. Given its size, the whole place was toured within moments. Just as they returned to their chosen small private room, they heard Zhang Yanchen's voice. What bug? Where? Curious, he ran over and sure enough saw a small insect, with 2 long hard projections from its head, entirely black with fur claw-like legs and 2 wings folded under a shell, making it unclear to see accurately. The insect looked strange, something she had never seen before. Zhang Yanchen shook his head too. He didn't know much about it either. Fong Tingwan wondered why, on such a hot day, the insect came out. For a long time, she hadn't seen these creatures anymore. Stop studying it. How's the taste? Various ingredients had been placed in the red-hot pot, sesame sprinkled on top, just as it was served, looking temptingly delicious. Chapter 177, The Girl Who Smelled. Fong Tingwan couldn't wait to take a bite. The chicken was tender and flavorful, and the other ingredients were all soaked in broth. Those troubles were soon thrown to the back of his mind, and his eyes and thoughts were all on the dish in front of him. After this was done, Zhang Yanchen also sat down and ate with her. He had made a large pot of chicken stew, and both of them felt extremely satisfied. Have you ever thought about what you want to do after the end of the world? After eating until full, Fong Tingwan easily started thinking about other things, and her thoughts somehow drifted to here. Shoo! There was a sound outside the door, and both of them heard it. They quickly moved to the door, pressing their ears against it to listen. The soundproofing in this tea house wasn't very good. Even with the door closed, they could hear the conversation outside clearly. It can't be wrong. I smelled the aroma coming from this direction. Someone is eating something. This smell. It's not instant food. It's cooking. There should be someone cooking. It smells like chicken stew. The speaker was a young girl, who sounded not very old, but never expected her nose to be so sharp. She could smell it. Let's go. Even if someone is cooking, they won't give us any. Besides, what if there are many people? What if we can't fight them? It was another girl speaking. Let me just smell it. I don't want anything. Just let me smell for a bit longer. The little girl was attracted by the aroma and moved forward. Let's go quickly. There are people inside. You see, there were shadows moving at the entrance, and the girl behind was holding on tightly. Don't rush. There aren't many people inside. Perhaps we have a chance. Then came the laughter of 2 boys. Let's not cause trouble. Let's go. The 2 girls tried to persuade them, but those 2 in front were, as if bewitched, ignoring their advice and insults, and didn't care that the 2 girls had already left. Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen exchanged a glance. It seemed that the others had bad intentions. Let's go. If they want to see us, there's no point in hiding anymore. Fong Tingwan opened the door and went out. On the opposite side stood 2 boys, not very old, with exceptionally slim bodies. The 2 girls had already walked to the entrance, and when they came out, they happened to hear one of them scolding. What did you promise me, Chin-sun? Weren't we supposed to stop causing trouble? Come back quickly. There was another girl beside her who had already started crying. I beg the 2 of you. Come back. We still have something to eat at home. What do you 2 women know? That little bit of stuff won't last long. If we don't find a way, we'll starve to death. You 2 practice Sansho, yet you're scared of such a small situation. What use are you? All 4 of them held knives. Judging from their attire, they might not have been ordinary people before. Hurry up and come over. There are only 2 people on the other side, and one of them is a woman. They're easy to deal with. The 2 girls really came over, and Fong Tingwan also gripped the Tang knife in her hand. It seemed that blood would be shed today. Don't be impulsive. Let's search a bit more. Maybe there's more food. He quietly moved closer, almost sticking to the ears of the two boys, and said, "These two are not people we can offend." He saw many people during his daily trips out to competitions, and he was more experienced than others. There was a sense of calmness about these two. Facing their four, especially after Chen Sun mentioned that she and Miao Miao practiced Sanzhou, the two opposite showed no sign of fear. This indicated that the two were confident. Although they had more numbers, their mindset was clearly inferior to the others, and their experience was insufficient. Even if they were to fight, it would be difficult to win, especially with the girl opposite looking around their age, but her demeanor resembled an elder in the family. Even if all four of them combined, they couldn't defeat either of them. The two boys obviously didn't listen, raising their knives and pointing at Fong Tingwan. "Hand over the food. My lord may consider sparing your lives." His eyes kept moving up and down. "Or you can come with us, don't worry, we'll definitely make sure you don't starve." "What do you mean, Chen Sun?" The girl obviously wasn't happy and reached out to grab her. "Explain yourself clearly." The boy lost his patience and no longer wanted to deal with her. With one movement, he pushed her far away. "Don't bother talking nonsense, thinking too highly of yourself." They've spent so much time together, and he was already tired of her. He chased her fiercely before, but now seeing her face again, she found better options. "One of my buddies is extremely capable. He has quite a few people under him. Beautiful lady, follow me. I will take you along, and we won't have to worry about food or drink afterwards." Their parents were close friends and good brothers, so the two of them had played together since they were young. After years of friendship, "If it wasn't for you looking down on my buddy, I would have sought refuge with him a long time ago, and I wouldn't have to worry about food now. Now that you dare to stand in my way, it was really bad luck when I found you." The man, determined, said whatever came to his mind. "If you listen to me now, I can consider taking you along later. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." His words suggested he intended to leave her behind. As a girl, even with some martial arts skills, she would find it very hard to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, yet he showed no concern for her fate. They had been together for many years, and it was the first time she realized what kind of person her boyfriend really was. "I didn't let you go to Lu Hao because he's not a good person." When the two of them first got together, Chen Sun took her to meet his buddies, including Lu Hao, who kept looking at her suggestively. Privately, he touched her inappropriately, but when she confronted him, he denied it and falsely accused her. If it hadn't been for the video evidence back then, she feared she could never clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. When they tried to expose him, he brazenly shifted the blame onto her, saying, "She seduced me first." Fortunately, Chen Sun believed her at that time, and their connection with Lu Hao gradually diminished, which allowed their relationship to improve. Since the apocalypse began, the four of them had wandered together. Thanks to her and Miao Miao's martial arts skills, though life was tough, they still managed to survive. They met Lu Hao while searching for supplies just before the extreme heat struck. He looked powerful, surrounded by women on both sides. He did offer them a chance to join him, but his leering eyes made Sun Lulu feel extremely uncomfortable. Based on her knowledge of Lu Hao's character, Sun Lulu refused to join. She thought Chen Sun shared her thoughts, but unexpectedly, he had always blamed her. "It's my mistake. Starting now, we part ways. You do what you like, and I won't neglect you either." Chapter 178, Internal Conflict. Enough talk. Chen Sun and Lu Xian were obviously upset. He frowned tightly. "Don't say so much. That's our business. You two come over first and finish today's matters before we continue." Though his loyalty had changed long ago, he persevered for one reason: Sun Lulu and Zhang Miao Miao's fighting skills. He couldn't abandon them. He looked at him with some disappointment. "Chen Sun, you're crazy." She shook her head and ignored him, turning to leave. "Hold it." The boy was also running out after her. "What about you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the other two people in the room also ran out. Fong Tingwan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This wasn't his fault, as he hadn't done anything yet. The sound of fierce arguments came from outside the door. It was Chen Sun and Sun Lulu who ran out earlier. Soon, the voices of the other two joined in, leading to an all-out argument involving four people. The group inside the house had already finished their search. Fong Tingwan and his companion were walking forward when they arrived outside, only to find the four of them had transitioned from arguing into a fight. The two boys were ganging up on the girls, and their strikes were brutal, especially from the one called Chen Sun, showing no regard for past feelings. On the side of the girls, Sun Lulu continued fighting, while Zhang Miao Miao tried to mediate. Fong Tingwan sighed helplessly. They just wanted to have a simple meal, never expecting to witness such a scene. But that girl truly had something interesting about her. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, she held her own against them, even maintaining the upper hand, although she clearly held back during her attacks. "You want to win?" That girl, Sun Lulu, showed both excellent martial skills and a good nature. She reminded Fong Tingwan of herself, sparking some mutual respect. "Forget it, let's go." The situation now was fine, and he didn't want unnecessary complications. Up ahead, the fight was almost over. Zhang Miao Miao intervened, ultimately defeating Sun Lulu. While Sun was dazed, the two men worked together to throw her to the ground and proceeded to pummel her. He had sustained injuries to both his body and face. "Defy me? I'll kill you." Chen Sun's foot repeatedly struck down, kicking him without pause. After the apocalypse, conflicts between couples were frequent, and Fong Tingwan had seen and heard many similar incidents. He had become desensitized to these events. Turning away, they started to walk back when a man's curse behind them interrupted their departure. "Stand still. Did I say you could leave?" Surprisingly hearing the outburst, Fong Tingwan turned around, realizing that another car had arrived. 6 or 7 men sat in it, all male, while Chen Sun and Lu Xian were gesturing toward the new arrivals. So, Chen Sun's betrayal wasn't sudden. He had planned everything carefully. These should be the good brothers he mentioned earlier. As the car stopped, several big men got out. The one leading them looked to be around Chen Sun's age, but exuded more cunning and arrogance than him. Sun, you finally contacted me. Upon meeting, the two shared a large embrace. Those two must have real items on them. Today, I smelled food on them. Freshly cooked food, he said, and then swallowed audibly. Though Fong Tingwan wasn't very close to the speakers, he could see that Chen Sun and the one called Lu Hao kept talking, though he couldn't hear the content of their discussion. You contacted him? Sun Lulu couldn't believe what she'd heard. She thought it was a coincidence, but turns out, he too was involved in the scheme. Your girlfriend seems pretty disobedient, Lu Hao teased, making Chen Sun feel embarrassed. Shut up. When did it become your turn to speak? She's no longer my girlfriend. Hao Zi. You look at Hao. He noticed earlier that Lu Hao's eyes had been drawn to Sun Lulu's figure. Though it made him uncomfortable inside, this was actually good for him. Lu Hao had told him before that to join, one needed contributions. The greater the contribution, the higher the status and resources received would be. He couldn't contribute goods, but he did have women, two attractive, voluptuous ones. This gave him the confidence to reach out to Lu Hao. Furthermore, if he managed to find something valuable on the newcomers he discovered, his status with Lu Hao would rise significantly. Can you let go? I remember those days. Don't bring up those days. Back then, I was young and foolish, all deceived by this whore. For Sun Lulu, he had lusted after her for years. Damn you. Chen Sun, you bastard. Overwhelmed with frustration, Sun Lulu screamed. She tried to break free, but she was restrained by two muscular men. Let's not waste time with words. Business is important. As they moved forward, the crowd behind Fong Tingwan also moved closer. He didn't stay because of Chen Sun's shouts, nor did he want to watch this big show. The main reason was that all roads ahead and behind were blocked. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. They could only be forced to watch the performance. You two stop struggling. Hand over the items willingly. Come with us, and I guarantee you won't lose anything. That line was truly familiar. No wonder they grew up playing together. Their skills at deception were the same. Fong Tingwan stopped. People had surrounded them from front and back, trapping the two in the middle. Leave any alive. Jiang Yanchen gripped his Tang knife tightly, leaning against her back to back. Not in a hurry. Let's kill as we go. As soon as the words faded, the other group charged forward. Fong Tingwan's knife slashed down, and the Tang knife plunged directly into someone's body. Another person appeared right after. She hesitated not a moment, pulling it out instantly and swinging it toward the man's head. Nowadays, her use of the Tang knife was already effortless. Those who charged at her were either dead or injured, everyone's bodies covered in blood, just like Jiang Yanchen's side. Monster, devil, these two aren't human. The scene ahead was too devastating. Those behind who hadn't rushed forward immediately froze in terror, their legs going limp. A disgusting stench filled the air as they looked around. There was already a wet patch on the ground. Lu Hao also clenched his fists. He'd seen fighters before, but ones as monstrous as these two. This was his first encounter. Damn it, we've met our match. Let's go. He retreated towards the car, the other henchmen following him closely. Brother, what about me? To walk with me, quickly get in the car. Don't argue. Chen Sun and Lu Xian didn't hesitate for a moment as they sprinted toward the car. Lulu, let's go. Only the two of us girls can't survive in this world. She had lost faith in her sister and boyfriend. You go, don't worry about me anymore. The group was almost back to the car by now. Afraid of being left behind, Jiang Miao Miao said nothing more, turning and running over there. Chapter 179, Go Get the Grain. The crowd surrounding them ran away, and Fong Tingwan clapped his hands and put the Tang knife on his waist. With too many opponents, otherwise he really wouldn't let them escape. Brother, sister. Sun Lulu came over at an unknown time and stood not far behind the two of them. Seeing that they both turned their heads, she suddenly knelt down. Brother, sister, take me with you. Fong Tingwan found it curious, hugging his shoulders and asked, what benefit can keeping you bring to us? I am very good at fighting. This was the greatest use he could think of for himself. She figured out that between the two people, it had always been Fong Tingwan who made the decisions. So she scooted forward with her legs and grabbed Fong Tingwan's hand. Sister, please keep me. I have food and some gold, which I can all give to you. I just hope you'll let me live. Gold. Fong Tingwan was indeed interested. She didn't expect this girl to have such things in her possession. Where are they? He had already decided to keep the girl. The gold is hidden, and the food is where I live. Suddenly, she grabbed Fong Tianwan's hand again. Sister, let's hurry up and leave. If we're late, everything will be taken by Lu Hao. Fong Tingwan also thought about this. The four people were together, so those provisions should be with them as well. Without saying anything more, he pulled the girl towards the car. The place where the four people lived was a villa area located north of the Daijing Garden residential complex. Since it was newly built, many of the houses were still unfinished. They lived in one of these houses. When the few of them arrived, there were indeed two cars parked at the entrance. Those same two cars Lu Hao drove earlier. Lu Hao wasn't inside yet. Chen Sun was chatting with him about something while in the other corner, there was Jiang Miao Miao cradled in his arms. Chen Sun, that bastard, even Lu Xian. She stopped talking then, recalling what happened between herself and Chen Sun, realizing they had ended up in the same situation. At that moment, she was once again at a loss for words. Never mind, it's all her own choice. He can't interfere. Fong Tingwan kept watching this girl. She seemed rather open-minded. Whether it was betrayal or any other issues, she could always quickly disengage herself from them. Well, if we're any later, there really won't be anything left. Just when Lu Hao finished kissing Jiang Miao Miao and looked up, he saw them. How did you get here? His alertness kicked in immediately. Chen Sun also noticed the trio and started cursing at Sun Lulu. Why did you bring them here? A two-faced rat like you actually wants to share the food with others. Sun Lulu, I warn you to forget that idea. Those things belong to us, and they have nothing to do with you. Lulu, Jiang Miao Miao's face turned red. Why did you come back? To secure food and leave with them. She just submitted to Lu Hao. Now this embarrassing matter has been seen by Sun Lulu. She felt anger and fury, losing all sense of dignity, and believed all this was caused by Sun Lulu. If she hadn't returned, nothing would have been seen. The expression on the girl's face gradually shifted from initial shyness to anger. I've come to reclaim what belongs to me. What belongs to you? Chen Sun refused to acknowledge. I am the leader. Things go the way I say they should. Is that right? Sun Lulu countered. I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to retrieve what belongs to me. Also, she stared at Chen Sun for quite some time before speaking. Without me, what exactly do you think you are? These words struck a nerve with Chen Sun, though seemingly the boss among the four of them. In reality, during tough times, Sun Lulu always took charge. Having his thunder stolen by a woman irked him. Even Lu Xian and Jiang Miao Miao laughed at him behind his back, increasing his resentment. After being called out on it publicly, he could no longer accept it and slapped her directly. I'll beat you to death. Before he could lose control, Lu Hao calmly said, if the goods are divided among her and others, the rewards we agreed upon will need reevaluation. Remember, your status and identity depend on contributions. Sun Lulu sneered at him coldly. That's your best buddy. Chen Sun was furious, having lost face completely. He never expected Lu Hao to act this way toward him. Given their friendship, the other side should have taken care of him 100-fold. But after bringing the person along, things weren't like this at all. However, for the sake of maintaining his position and surviving, he compromised. After observing enough of the drama, neither could they afford to truly lose the grain. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen stepped forward. Seeing them, Chen Sun was so scared that he retreated several steps back. It seems you don't intend to seize what belongs to Lulu. In that case, fine then. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the three of them walked inside, and no one blocked their way. Those who had been beaten earlier by Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen even instinctively backed away upon seeing them. It was clear that in this world, fists were still the most effective tool. There was a considerable amount of food inside the house. If they conserved it, the four of them could eat for half a year without issue. Sun Lu only took what belonged to her, leaving the rest of the grain untouched. Fang Tingwan had been observing her all the way. This girl was very calm, but she also intrigued him more. Don't you hate them? It's not about hatred. At first, I was angry and resentful, but now I'm much better. Everyone made their own choices. Starting from now, we'll go our separate ways. When we meet again, we'll just be strangers. For someone her age to have such thoughts showed that her parents had raised her well. All right, it's time for us to leave. All three of them knew what they were going to do, but with so many people watching, a group surrounding them ahead, they couldn't say it outright. Those people clearly resented letting them take the food, but out of fear for the previous threats from Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, they didn't dare to speak up or take action. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. Every step they took forward caused the others to retreat a step. This continued until they reached the doorway. Lu Hao, dissatisfied, asked Chen Sun, brother, this concerns your status in the gang in the future. What do you think? Lu Xian also asked beside him, big brother Sun, what should we do? He had sacrificed so much, even given up his girlfriend, to secure Lu Hao's promise of making him a team leader and securing a 6-person dorm room. Now, with the food being taken away, he worried whether he would lose everything he had obtained so far. Chen Sun gritted his teeth. Let them go. Brother, have you thought this through? If so, then both of your statuses will drop by 1 level. Chen Sun didn't waver. If possible, he would have kept them long ago instead of waiting until now. He was fully aware he couldn't fight them. Chapter 180, made the right choice. He pinched Jiang Miao Miao's slender waist and asked, honey, what do you think? At this moment, she was glaring at her former good sister. Why should he be better than her in everything? Lu Hao liked him because they were close friends, but couldn't get Sun Lulu, so he put his attention on her instead. She endured Weiqi just to secure herself a place to stay. However, in the end, Sun Lulu turned around and found a better place to settle down. That man was tall and handsome, obviously much better than Lu Hao, who would want to stay if they could follow him. Jiang Miao Miao clearly regarded Jiang Yanchen as the leader of the other side. She felt dissatisfied, just like before when she tried so hard, but couldn't surpass Sun Lulu every time. How good? Don't joke like that. What can a little girl like me do? Look how ferocious they are. While saying this, she shed tears. Lulu, must you be so heartless? You've taken all the food with you. What are we supposed to do? Are you going to let us starve to death? Actually, they hadn't planned to leave anything for Sun Lulu in the first place. Moreover, they had 3 people ganging up on her. If it weren't for encountering Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, according to Lu Hao's insane possessiveness towards her, one day he might have forcibly brought her back and made her live a life worse than death. Back then, he didn't see Jiang Miao Miao crying. Why was she so distressed now? Since both of you practice kickboxing, why don't you give me a performance? After these words, Jiang Miao Miao was also pushed out. Lu Hao looked excitedly at her. Come on baby, you won't disappoint me, will you? These people were really boring. Sun Lulu didn't bother with them anymore and directly kicked away the 2 people blocking her way. She took the lead while Fang Tingwan and He Jiran followed behind and walked out. As they left, they could still hear Lu Hao's complaints. What a bunch of waste, unable to handle such a small task. Jiang Miao Miao's cries became louder. He had hidden the gold under another villa. In some bases, gold was their circulating currency. This was something he had been quietly accumulating over time. Originally, he planned that once things outside got too unbearable, he would take them there and use this gold to enter the base. All the gold was in an iron box. There were 5 or 6 pieces weighing 50 grams each, along with some scattered jewelry, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. The heaviest piece among them was a pai shou, about the same size as Wang Lix's. Sister, I'll give you all these. Can you keep me? Fang Tingwan took the box. In front of everyone, she naturally couldn't put it back into the space, so she held it in her hand for now. If I didn't intend to keep you, I wouldn't have let you lead us here. But I need to state this up front. My team doesn't keep useless people. No one could destroy her long-held principle. Thank you, sister. I will show my worth. The little girl sweetly said, calling her sister repeatedly, which reminded him of Duo. They would definitely get along well. When they reached villa number 21, Lulu looked in surprise at the wall of the villa. So high. No one should be able to climb in, right? Seeing the other two looking at her, she explained shyly. In the place I lived before, people often climbed over the wall to steal food. At night, no one dared to sleep deeply, fearing that they would lose their lives without realizing it. Zhou opened the gate, and Jiang Yanchen drove the car inside. The sight inside the villa thrilled him even more. There were lights lit up in the place. There's electricity. After the apocalypse, power went out quickly. It had been a long time since he'd seen a light bulb lit. Only the dining room of the entire villa had electricity. It wasn't clear who placed a little table lamp there. The light was dim, indiscernible from the outside, but crystal clear inside. It revealed Duo sitting there reading a book. Don't get too excited. Soon the whole villa will have power again. She had already retrieved the wires. She kept them in her pocket earlier. Unexpectedly meeting Sun Lulu, Jiang Yanchen specially detoured to the empty lot beside them. Fang Tingwan pretended to say that something was hidden there, but in fact, it was putting the items from her pocket onto the ground. Then the three moved them to the car. There wasn't much, only a few trips by Zhou and others. Fang Tingwan led Sun Lulu into the villa. Except for Su Zong and Meng Qi observing on the 3rd and 2nd floors, the others had come down. Meng Ling went to fetch the dinner prepared specifically for Jiang Yanchen and Fang Tingwan, but unexpectedly, there was one more person. Picked her up along the way. Not bad skills. The ones carrying things entered afterward, leaving shovels and wires upstairs. Those foods were placed aside, waiting for Meng Qi to descend and hand them over. For dinner, they made shredded potatoes and egg lettuce. The few little chickens outside had been laying eggs particularly well these past few days, producing several more eggs each day compared to before the extreme heat. Wow, so much delicious food. Sun Lulu swallowed her saliva but didn't rush forward. Since she had just joined, she wasn't sure what the rules were here yet, but she had heard of other gangs and bases' rules. People like her probably wouldn't get such good food there. After observing, Su Zong and Meng Qi also came down. There's a new person. Seeing that the food on the table was a bit scarce, he asked Meng Qi to go downstairs and fetch some noodles. You guys eat first, I'll cook some noodles. What are you standing there for? Go and eat. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen had already washed their hands and were ready to go, but Sun Lulu still stood there motionless, just continuously swallowing her saliva. Can I eat? Of course, come on, we always eat together. In that instant, Sun Lulu knew she had made the right choice. These older siblings were not only kind, but also very capable. Such fresh meals were rarely available in other bases or gangs. Upon hearing that she could eat, her eyes lit up with stars, and she hurriedly washed her hands. Knowing how hungry she was, Fang Tingwan didn't compete with her and passed over the bowl of rice in her hand. You eat first, I'll wait for the noodles. Jiang Yanchen looked and gave half a bowl of his rice to Fang Tingwan. Eat some first. Fang Tingwan didn't refuse. Sun Lulu ate very quickly, finishing the bowl of rice in no time. She hadn't eaten something this good in a long time and was extremely craving it. Lu Ji and the others dared to eat even rotten meat, causing everyone to contract red-eye disease. Relatively speaking, Sun Lulu was in better condition. Sister, can I have more? He regretted eating so fast, not having tasted it properly. If you're hungry, eat. We've said we won't let you starve. It's so good. In that moment, she felt as if she had arrived in heaven. Chapter 181. The cabbage was eaten by bugs. After eating another half bowl of noodles, Sun Lulu finally reluctantly put down the chopsticks. He was too full to eat anymore. This situation was not unusual for him. Fang Tingwan knew that after waiting for a period of time, his appetite would return to normal. She did not say anything about this, but was instead preoccupied with another issue. There are fewer rooms in the villa, and no more rooms left. It's fine, sister. I can sleep on the couch in the living room. There would be people taking night shifts, so it was clear he wouldn't get good rest. In fact, what he wanted to do was suggest Sun Lulu go sleep in the basement first, leaving the other issues for later. Just as he was troubled about how to proceed, the young girl continued to speak. Don't worry, sister. I understand the rules. I can stay outside if needed. Meng Ling couldn't help but smile at how cute this girl was. Where did you learn all these rules? We don't have such rules here. You might have to stay in the basement though. There are several rooms there that we've already cleaned up. Last month when it was really hot, everyone stayed there. It was cool enough, but there's no sunlight and it could get humid. It's already great that there is a room available. It's much better than where I lived before. There are more rooms downstairs. You can choose whichever one you like. Alternatively, you can sleep on the sofa near the door. That area has ventilation and light, but people going up and down the stairs may disturb you. Meng Ling led her down to the basement, while Meng Qi carried the food supplies she had brought along. Each room in the basement had labels or wooden signs outside indicating its primary function. These were set up during their regular stay in the villa. Meng Ling guided her through all 5 rooms. This one is the best. It's spacious and also has storage space. This is where Wan Wan and Lawyer Jiang used to stay. Starting from this room, they arranged things accordingly. A simple skeletal bed made from welded iron bars with wooden planks on top lay on the floor. The wine cabinet inside was modified by removing the middle partition, turning individual compartments into larger storage spaces. At the edge of the bed, there were some homemade shelves for stacking items. These last couple of days have been hectic, so we only managed to make one bed. The other rooms will require you to lay your luggage on the ground for now. This one, Sun Lulu decided almost instantly. There are always people on night duty at the villa. Since you've just arrived, take a few days to rest. Once everything settles down, we'll discuss further. Just remember the bell sound, because whenever there's something happening upstairs, someone will ring the bell. That's pretty much it. Don't stress, relax as you wish. Meng Ling explained the basic rules of the villa to her, but the instructions were brief and simple. Meng Qi then called over the Zhou brothers and Shirley. If there's anything you're missing, let me know from now on. Sun Lulu quickly nodded in agreement. He realized that everyone inside the villa was very kind. When everything was settled, everyone went back upstairs. The electricity in the villa was expected to be restored tomorrow. Originally, the group intended for the Zhou brothers to fix it today, but it was already too late, and they were worried about making mistakes, so they decided against it. Early in the morning, everyone was sleeping soundly, when suddenly Meng Ling shouted loudly. All of them woke up groggily and rushed to the basement at the same time. Fang Tingwan was coming out when she coincidentally ran into Jiang Yanchen also heading out, so both descended together. When they arrived, Sun Lulu and the 4 others who were already downstairs had come out. Behind Meng Qi and others, they also came out promptly. The first thing everyone did was to ask Meng Ling anxiously, "What happened?" A wave of concern appeared on everyone's faces. Nowadays, every small disturbance in the villa could cause high attention among the group. Bugs. So many bugs. After asking that question, everyone turned to see the situation in the vegetable field. They saw that green cabbages, previously lush and vibrant, were completely covered in insects. The green parts were nearly entirely engulfed, and even around the edges of the water pools, there were quite a few bugs. Fang Tingwan walked closer and examined them carefully before suddenly saying, "Aiken, come over here quickly. These bugs look very similar to the ones we saw yesterday." He had been puzzled by those bugs the day before, but hadn't thought they would appear in such numbers today. Hearing Fang Tingwan's call, Jiang Yanchen approached and looked closely at the bugs. Sure enough, he saw several bugs moving non-stop, exactly the same as the ones they had seen the previous day. They are indeed the same type. Looks like these pests are starting to multiply uncontrollably. Once pests reach an uncontrollable level, they usually appear in swarms. In the past, these outbreaks mainly affected food supplies, but nowadays, edible resources were already scarce. So, what would these creatures target instead? What should we do? These things are about to eat all the vegetables. Meng Ling spoke anxiously. After feeding the chickens in the morning, he had come down, planning to water these green vegetables, but instead encountered this sight. Meng Ling looked at Wang Lisha for advice. As such matters were concerned, he knew more than Fang Tingwan. Fang Tingwan also glanced at him, and momentarily all eyes were on her. "If you want to get rid of the bugs, you can bring back some insecticide, but with so many insects, I'm afraid the vegetable garden has already been eaten clean." He sighed helplessly. He had taken care of these plots for quite a while, putting in a lot of effort for their sake, and now it was all wasted. As he spoke, a sound resembling goo goo goo, along with splashing noises came from behind. They followed the sound, and saw Zhou Hai and Zhou Zhou coming around the corner, each holding a chicken. Wang Lisha suddenly realized something. That's right. Chicks love eating bugs. Using them would be better than using insecticides. Hearing this, the others hurried upstairs. Duo ran slowly, thus trailing at the end. The chickens and ducks were carried down to the basement, reminded by the Zhou brothers to shut all other room doors. Confronted with the bugs, the chicks were extraordinarily excited, pecking away non-stop without pausing for a moment. Most people in the group had grown up in the city, and though they'd heard that chicks ate bugs, very few had seen it. This was the first time witnessing it for real. After watching for a while, and confirming there were no major issues, they allowed Xinu and several boys to stay behind. Su Zong and Meng Qi went upstairs to prepare the meal, while others went to wash up. The girls finished washing up and then relieved the boys, who joined them after everyone was done. Once again, they all gathered in the basement. Duo was particularly curious about these events. She stood at the edge of the pool carefully observing. These little things look so scary. I've never seen anything like them before. Fang Tingwan shared the same feeling. She had noticed when she saw one yesterday. At that time, there was only one, and it didn't seem significant. But now, the entire vegetable patch was full of them, making it feel incredibly unsettling. Indeed, I've never seen bugs like these before either. They're too ugly. Lu Ji couldn't help but comment. Chapter 182, Catching Chickens. Everyone was talking, and no one paid much attention to the situation over there. It wasn't until Meng Qi came down and said that dinner would be ready soon that everyone started preparing to take the chickens and ducks upstairs. The only problem was that the bugs hadn't been eaten yet. They were crowded densely in the vegetable patch, and there was a fear they might crawl elsewhere. Fang Tingwan thought she should still bring back some pesticide. She had some in her space, which was given by a vendor when she bought seeds. After breakfast, she could find an excuse to go out and get it. The lineup had already been arranged. Zhou Zhou and his brother Zhou Hai were responsible for catching, while others surrounded and intercepted them, each holding one chicken or duck. Suddenly, The group gathered closer, and the chickens and ducks finally panicked, flapping their wings and running around here and there. The Zhou brothers were quick-eyed and agile. Each grabbed one and handed it over to the nearest person. The chickens and ducks, scared by this, ran to the opposite side where Lu Ji stood. He lifted a foot lightly, sweeping them back towards the Zhou brothers. They once again caught one each and passed them on. This cycle continued. Whoever the chickens and ducks were close to tried to drive them over. Soon enough, most of the chickens and ducks were caught. Only 3 remained on the ground. Zhou Hai wanted to grab 2 at once, but he kept failing, only catching 1. Zhou Zhou shared the same thought, but also failed. The last chick saw its chance and flew over Duo Duo's head. "Sister, save me!" Duo Duo shouted loudly. Her courage was remarkable. When the little chick came flying towards her, she did not dodge but instead reached out to catch it. Her fingertips touched the chick's body, but due to her height, the chick managed to escape. The crowd stopped caring about the chicken and gathered around Duo Duo. Fong Tingwan, Meng Ling, and Meng Qi surrounded her closely, each checking different parts of her. "Are you okay? Did you hurt anywhere?" At such a young age, only 5 or 6 years old, the child had to do these things, which made everyone feel sorry for her. Fong Tingwan encouraged her to be strong but would definitely find ways to give Duo Duo the best. "I'm fine, sister," but the little chicken escaped. Her voice carried a tinge of regret, clearly disappointed with herself for failing just now. "It's all right," Fong Tingwan consoled her, rubbing her head. "We'll catch the chick and bring it back." She nodded firmly. "Then let's hurry up, sister." After the other 2 finished their checkups and confirmed she was fine, they took her by both hands while the rest followed behind. That little chick ran to the corner of the place. It was the lighting shaft, and it was flapping its wings trying to fly up from there. Severely startled, as soon as the others approached, it started flapping even harder. Everyone reached out to catch it, but it reacted quickly, and everyone missed, including the usually capable Zhou brothers. Chasing after such creatures was too physically exhausting. Some people slumped sitting down, some squatted halfway, others stood there coldly observing, but none stretched out their hands. Since they weren't attempting to catch it, the little chick also stopped moving. A group of people all shared the same thought about the single chicken. "Let's take a breather to regain our strength before another attempt." After resting for a bit, everyone got up for another round. But this chicken surpassed the rest in terms of alertness and stamina. In 2 rounds, only a few managed to even touch it, let alone capture it. "I will surely catch it today and take it upstairs for Mr. Su to make a soup," said one of them. This chicken had been raised for a long time, and no one had slaughtered it yet. But there were quite a lot of eggs from it recently. That's a good idea. The scent of fresh chicken meat is very inviting, and even Fong Tingwan felt like eating it, causing everyone to swallow their saliva just hearing about it. Sun Lulu exaggerated even more, swallowing several times. After the 3rd round of pursuit ended, Mr. Su had personally come down to call them, but the chicken still huddled in the corner. What should we do? No one knew how to deal with it, nor did Fong Tingwan have any plan in mind. "Let's go eat first." A morning chasing it had wasted so much energy, and now stomachs began growling. "Well, let's try one more time, and if it still doesn't work, we'll go up to eat." Xinu was hungry too, but still felt reluctant. After all, they had all gone through the apocalypse. How could they possibly be thwarted by a small chicken? "Here's what we do. Everyone stands outside and gradually closes in, avoiding giving it any escape routes." Under Xinu's command, everyone found their positions, and as his hand fell from being high up in the air, they carefully moved forward, looking very much like thieves in their own home. The little chick didn't notice at first, but as people drew closer, it realized something was wrong, and it flapped its wings running around every which way. "Hurry up, it's going over there." Meng Qi was reminded, and only then realized the little chick had squatted down. When she tried to grab it, it scurried off to the other side. "Wan, catch it quickly, hurry." Fong Tingwan bent over, caught the little chick, but it slipped from her grasp, leaving just a few feathers in her hand. The little chick used her hand to escape out of the encirclement. "Hurry, it's right behind you." Xinu turned around upon others' prompt, but still wasn't as fast as the little chick. It swiftly darted to the corner on the other side. With that, the 3rd round of pursuit ended in failure too, and everyone gave up the chase, ascending for their meal. Today Suzong steamed buns, stir-fried potato shreds, and bean curd skin. There were also homemade pickled vegetables. The pot contained porridge and eggs. With recent high yields, they basically made them once a day. So abundant. Sun Lulu thought last night's food was already good enough, yet today's breakfast amazed him again. Now he knew the smell of chicken hot pot he had detected that day was real. One's sister and brother Chun must have eaten it. He wondered why they ate secretly. Was it because there wasn't enough food? But it didn't seem so. Curiosity got the better of him, so he couldn't help but steal a couple glances. Fortunately, Fong Tingwan didn't notice, allowing him to quickly retract his gaze. Fong Tingwan wouldn't be able to see this from her angle, but Jiang Yanqin did. For this girl's scrutiny, he quietly noted it down. They could rescue someone, but if the rescued person harbored improper thoughts, he wouldn't mind clearing things up himself. "What is it? What are you looking at?" When Xinu passed by and noticed him staring intently at Sun Lulu, he came closer with curiosity and asked, "Lawyer Jiang, aren't you thinking something inappropriate?" Chapter 183, Surrounded. Jiang Yanqin directly hit back with his elbow. "Don't talk nonsense. You should keep a closer eye on him in the coming days." As soon as they began to discuss serious matters, he became formal. "Are you suspecting that she might have an issue?" Jiang Yanqin had paid too much attention to Sun Lulu, which led him to such suspicions. When Wang Lisa joined, he didn't focus so intensely. "I may have misjudged it. Just keep a closer watch on her." The others had already sat down, and Jiang Yanchen stopped explaining further and walked over. After breakfast, someone found an excuse to take Jiang Yanchen out while the rest stayed at the villa, working with the Zhou brothers to set up power lines. Son Luolu, you should be more vigilant. I noticed him checking you out yesterday. I'm not sure what he's planning. After considering, Fang Tingwan felt it was still necessary to inform herself. It was obvious that this person was targeting her, so she needed to remain alert. I know, don't worry. Hearing his response, Jiang Yanchen finally felt reassured. He had overthought things. How could Fang Tingwan easily trust anyone? Not even he himself was completely trusted yet, let alone Sun Luolu, who had just joined them. Where are we going? The steering wheel was in his hand, but no address was mentioned. Let's go around near the farmer's market. Generally, there will be pesticides sold in places like that. Jiang Yanchen had little knowledge about such things and offered no advice. She had also asked the others back at the villa, and the Zhou brothers haltingly mentioned a location, but truly, everyone else knew nothing. There were still many people near the farmer's market. Previously, a lot of food was stored here. Even though it had been raided multiple times, people still held some hope for this place. In this post-apocalyptic world, not only was food in short supply, but all resources were scarce. Nearly everyone came on foot, their clothes tattered, their shoes worn out. In contrast, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen drove up in a car and got out without breaking a sweat, indicating the air conditioning inside must have been on. Their rosy complexions and neat clothing formed a stark contrast with those fleeing the disaster. When they saw these two individuals, the originally aimless crowd raised their heads and stared. All of them had red eyes, their gazes filled with intense greed. Everyone was thinking that if they could claim those items as their own, then they, too, could live comfortably. Be careful and avoid losing your head to these people. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen both understood the thoughts in these people's minds. They had encountered similar situations more than once or twice. Both tightened their grip on the knives in their hands. Though they pitted them, having one's life reduced to that of a mere ant by the sudden apocalypse wasn't justification for robbery. Fang Tingwan wasn't merciful either. In the post-apocalyptic world, there was no right or wrong. Everyone did everything to survive better. You go first, I'll cover the rear. Fang Tingwan moved forward with Jiang Yanchen following behind. Each step made both carefully look around. Those previously scavenging individuals were gradually closing in on them. In her memory, the shop selling seeds was outside the farmer's market. At the time, her memory was jumbled due to panic, and she couldn't remember clearly whether it was on the left or right side. But there shouldn't just be one shop here. Other areas might have seed shops as well. They searched each shop individually. The original stores selling food were basically emptied out, with nothing left inside. They weren't interested in the food, so they bypassed those shops entirely. Finally, at the end of the street, they found a shop selling seeds, but it wasn't the same one she had visited before. Let's check it out. There might be something we need inside. The contents inside had already been rummaged through, with various goods scattered on the floor. Whatever remained in complete packaging was picked up. This batch of vegetables had been eaten by bugs. After clearing all the insects from the soil, the vegetables still needed to be replanted. There were numerous types of pesticides in the shop for different kinds of pests. Although every bottle had detailed instructions, looking through them all would waste too much time. Outside, a group of people waited menacingly. Fang Tingwan dared not linger too long, so she took a little bit of each kind. Recently, space wasn't an issue, so a few bottles wouldn't take up much room. To the back. As she was about to say, that group of people surrounded the house entrance. Although they said nothing and did not shout, each one held weapons. Judging from their behavior, it seemed they planned to use brute force with numbers to overpower the pair. No need. Let's go together. It would be troublesome for you to handle them alone with too many people. Seeing the two heading out, those people didn't retreat, but instead moved forward. The two doors of the shop were made of thick glass. One had already been broken, but still hung there precariously, while the other showed some cracks. Fang Tingwan swung her knife and completely shattered the already precarious glass door. As the glass shards fell, a group of people instinctively stepped back. With a lack of medical supplies and drugs, everyone feared getting injured or sick. Often, a small illness could cost one their life. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen also walked out. The originally scattered formation gathered again. Stand still. Since you came, you should at least leave some food behind. Among the crowd, someone unknown yelled, giving others more confidence. Yeah, you live so comfortably with plenty of food. We're almost starving to death. Hand over some. That's not too much to ask, is it? Exactly, share some. We can endure hunger ourselves, but we have children at home who are the hope for the future. Without food, they'll starve to death soon. Please leave some for us. Begging you, give us something. We don't ask for much, just enough for each person to survive. Threats, vulnerability displays, moral coercion. Everything was being tried by the crowd, all aiming to get the food without bloodshed. We indeed have no food. Even if we did, we wouldn't hand it over. Fang Tingwan's voice turned cold, ignoring these unreasonable requests as she and Jiang Yanchen walked towards their car. The food hasn't been handed over yet. We cannot let them leave so quickly. Everyone, surround them. There are so many of us, they won't stand a chance. The same people who acted weak earlier now ran especially fast, quickly surrounding Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen in the middle. Chapter 184, Leaving the Farmer's Market. You two, people shouldn't be too selfish. You clearly have plenty of food. Do you have to watch us starve to death? The speaker was a middle-aged man who appeared to have lived well in the past, with a face full of fatty cheeks, but now he was so thin that his skin clung to his bones. The fat that once piled on his face had turned into loose skin hanging from his cheeks, covering nearly everything except for half-open eyes. Everyone here is human. How does watching us starve to death benefit you? Why can't you help us? From the other side, a woman began wailing loudly, as though she'd suffered some tremendous injustice. This trick had been used for so long, and nothing more came from it. If these two refused their demands, the next step would be an attack. Regardless of any harm inflicted upon Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen, even if they died right there, the group could blame it all on them, on their lack of compassion, on the opportunities they were supposedly given. In such logic, those who killed wouldn't bear responsibility, nor would their consciences feel troubled. Why should I help you? Fong Tingwan retorted. In the post-apocalyptic world, humanity had no moral bottom line. All he could guarantee was not initiating conflict against others. Fong Tingwan was tired of wasting words with them. As they hesitated to leap forward again, his Tang sword swung out immediately. You can try if you want. See who wants to be the first one to die. A collection of individuals driven by greed all hoped to gain at someone else's expense, thus none dared step forward. Previously, the crowd didn't believe that Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen could remain unafraid amidst everyone's attacks. But after his decisive move, showing genuine intent, doubts arose. They glanced at each other and slowly retreated. They had come to observe, hoping for survival or perhaps a better life, not to throw their lives away. What are you doing? Are you really going to be scared off by just the words of a woman? The middle-aged man was dissatisfied with the crowd's retreating behavior. If they withdrew this easily, how could he profit? He knew what worried them, so he encouraged hastily. Don't be afraid. As long as we cooperate properly, they won't hurt anyone. Coaxed by his persuasion, the crowd began to believe again, thinking they truly could handle Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen. I'll give you one last chance. Leave some food behind, and we'll let you go. Upon hearing the word food, greed flashed in the eyes of all present. Daydreaming. The man's calculations were clear, yet his voice carried far enough for Fong Tingwan to hear every detail. Our intention wasn't to make things difficult for you. However, if you persist in blocking us, don't blame us for being rude. Jiang Yin Village spoke up, keeping his knife in front of him while pulling Fong Tingwan forward steadily. Afraid of getting injured, the others all retreated, watching as the two approached the car almost effortlessly. Growing restless again, the middle-aged man urged. Attack. Attack quickly. If you don't act now, they will escape. Do you still want the food, or do you plan to starve? Encouraged immensely by these words, the group forgot about their fear and grabbed whatever weapons they could find, rushing forward in unison. Mostly strong young men were stationed up front in the attack. Although somewhat thin, they still retained strength. Together, the fight became challenging. As cries of agony and pain filled the air continuously, the group of refugees finally ceased their assault. You killed people. Someone within the crowd shrieked with horror. Others all retreated backwards rapidly. When Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen struck earlier, there was no hesitation, making them appear like devils, terrifying. Come back. Come back quickly. Having seen success near its peak, something went awry, leading to failure before comprehension. Unsatisfied, he considered trying again might yield results. These people showed clear fear, unwilling to advance again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen walked straight toward the car. Damage their vehicle. That way, they can't leave. The man seemed to have finally figured out a solution, unable to suppress a laugh while speaking. If that's your suggestion, why don't you take action yourself? As they left, Fong Tingwan reminded him, pointing out not only from earlier when fighting occurred, he had stepped back and remained at the edge, always part of the masses. With everyone distracted by the actions of the man, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen seized the moment to depart. Judging from the rearview mirror, the man had already been surrounded by many others, and in such a scenario, it would be very hard for him to break free. Without stopping along the way, the two returned to Villa number 21. Only Su'er came over to open the door, and no one else was seen on the first floor. The cages for chickens and ducks were already empty. Taking them down again, they waved the insecticide in their hands. Should we try it? Fong Tingwan thought. They couldn't keep using the chickens and ducks forever, could they? What would happen when the animals ran out? With the insecticide, that's good enough, not just in the basement, but there are quite a few in the backyard's grass as well, scaring Xiao Tangyuan from going outside. Su'er gestured, trying to act out what happened, but didn't manage to look realistic. Without hesitation, Jiang Yanchen immediately ran off. During the period of extreme heat, most of the grass had withered. However, upon Fong Tingwan's last visit, some blades had begun recovering, slightly green tips showing. Looking today, indeed, they were recovering, yet infested by those insects. You see, it's exactly this situation, and I think these bugs are multiplying. Clearly, the chickens and ducks we have at home aren't enough anymore. Fortunately, you brought back the insecticide, Su'er said while taking a bucket and spraying insecticide toward a cluster of bugs in the corner. Fong Tingwan furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why so many bugs appeared suddenly. When he and Jiang Yanchen were outside, they hadn't noticed such an infestation. Could it be unique to their household? After pondering, he dismissed the idea as impossible. It must be due to some detail they overlooked. Jiang Yanchen dashed to Xiao Tangyuan's doghouse, where bugs had invaded too. The little guy was fighting against them fiercely. The puppy's claws were sharp, quick in action, swiping bugs away one after another, continuing on to the second, third. Only after stepping closer did Jiang Yanchen realize the little area was densely packed with bugs, surrounding Xiao Tangyuan. Some had even made their way onto him, biting viciously. Fong Tingwan stood still, pondering deeply about this sudden surge in bug population. Chapter 185, More Bugs. AI Chun, let's take Xiao Tangyuan out first, and we'll put it back after we've cleaned up. Seeing so many bugs, Fong Tingwan's eyebrows immediately furrowed into a chan shape. There were too many of them crawling and wriggling back and forth, which made her feel both irritated and physically uncomfortable. Jiang Yanchen obediently took Xiao Tangyuan out and cleared off the few bugs on its body. Fong Tingwan held the insecticide and sprayed it directly inside. It was as if she were venting her anger, without considering the amount used. One bottle finished, and then another opened, until it became damp inside, and the bugs started to wither before she stopped. He then took the broom and cleaned everything inside thoroughly. The smell of insecticide spread throughout the area, making it impossible to stay inside anymore. Jiang Yanchen carried Xiao Tangyuan back to the villa. Mr. Jiang, you're back. Did you find the insecticide? Su Zong walked upstairs holding his phone, just as he encountered Mr. Jiang. Seeing what she was carrying, he curiously asked, "Why did you bring Xiao Tangyuan here? Could it be that there are bugs there too?" Su Zong quickly figured out the situation and asked in surprise when seeing Jiang Yanchen remain silent. "Is it really infested?" He carried Xiao Tangyuan towards the sink. The little one had become dirty due to the earlier intense activity. It wasn't an issue outside, but inside the villa, he worried about bacterial infections. Following behind Su Zong was the rest of the family, each holding one animal. Lu Ji and the others, being physically strong, each carried two and returned them all. When Meng Qi and the others came up, they had nothing in their hands, truly fulfilling the saying that when there are enough men at home, women don't need to work. By the time they entered, Jiang Yanchen had already given Xiao Tangyuan a bath and dried him off. While he was doing this, Duo had been busy following beside him, and now she was playing with Xiao Tangyuan. "Sister Wan, Brother Chun, can we keep Xiao Tangyuan inside from now on? I want to play with him." The little girl was negotiating with them, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Yes, sister can let Xiao Tangyuan stay indoors, but can Duo take care of him well?" Fong Tingwan walked over and rubbed the little girl's cheek. There was only one child in the villa, though everyone cared for her. Children have their own needs, and they are more easily attracted to people their age and prefer to play with them. Having another child was something Fong Tingwan could not handle. He knew how difficult it was to take care of a child. Duo was different to him. He didn't think of her as a burden. Instead, he had come to see her as part of the family. However, other children were different. He couldn't accept them or treat them like he treated Duo. But it was still fine with Xiao Tangyuan, and with the number of bugs outside, they wouldn't know when it would end, meaning they probably couldn't return anytime soon. Really, when the little girl heard that Xiao Tangyuan could stay, she jumped and hugged Fong Tingwan, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Sister is so nice. I like her so much." Children's nature is simple. They don't hide their emotions. Their happiness is real, and their sadness is genuine as well. Fong Tingwan teased her intentionally. "Do you like sister because Xiao Tangyuan is staying? Then if sister said no, would you stop liking me?" Pretending to be hurt, he bowed his head, his body shaking slightly. No, sister isn't like that," the little one explained anxiously, her small feet moving incessantly, her hands waving around. She seemed genuinely worried, even crying in her voice. "I never hid from it. I like playing so much. Sister has always liked it." She collapsed onto Fong Tingwan's shoulder, her small body trembling, visibly heartbroken. What Fong Tingwan hadn't expected was that things would turn out this way. Initially, she just wanted to play a joke with her. Now she could only hurriedly explain and console her. Duo, be a good girl and don't cry. Sister didn't mean it. Sister just wanted to tease you." Wah! The little girl's cries became louder instantly. "Sister, don't be sad. Duo will be good, very good, and won't upset you anymore. Sister, please don't discard Duo." The more she cried, the sadder she became. No matter how Fong Tingwan consoled her, it was ineffective. He realized Duo was thinking of her parents. The shadows of abandonment still lingered. She feared being abandoned again. During this time, Duo never mentioned, nor talked about, her parents. She thought Duo had forgotten these memories, but he forgot that Duo was merely a child. A child's thoughts are sensitive, and many matters aren't so easy to heal. Fong Tingwan placed Duo on the ground to stand face to face with her. "Sister will apologize to you first, Duo. It was my mistake. I just wanted to play with you and didn't consider your feelings." The little girl shook her head vigorously, but Fong Tingwan still apologized solemnly. "I'm sorry." Duo also imitated Fong Tingwan and apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. Duo knows sister is good to me, but I don't know why I behaved this way. I'm so scared." The little girl's red, swollen eyes looked like a small rabbit's, which was heart-wrenching to see. Meng Ling and Meng Qi came running over as well, all consoling Duo around her. Duo's crying gradually subsided, and Fong Tingwan sat back down on the sofa holding her. Su Zong returned too. All 5 bottles of insecticide had been sprayed, killing a great number of bugs at the back. They just needed to sweep up the dead ones later. "How's the situation in the basement?" She'd been so busy comforting Duo that she'd forgotten about this matter. "Sister, there are still a lot of bugs down there. The chickens aren't eating them anymore." The little girl spoke with a heavy nasal tone but was still making an effort to recount what she knew. Meng Ling added to what Duo said. "The chickens and ducks have already eaten their fill, but the bugs seem to be increasing endlessly." After hearing this, Fong Tingwan hurried over to check below the stairs. Sure enough, she saw quite a few bugs remaining in the vegetable pond, almost the same amount as when he left in the morning. But logically speaking, by the afternoon, the chickens and ducks should have continued eating for a while longer, and it shouldn't have stayed this many unless the bugs were emerging faster than they could eat. If this was true, he couldn't bear to imagine how bad it could get, calling out to everyone. "Quick, check if there's a bug nest somewhere." If it wasn't due to a bug nest, he couldn't fathom where these bugs were coming from. Upon hearing this, the group once again began bustling about, hastily checking everywhere. The bugs only gathered in certain places, the vegetable pool and the backyard. Chapter 186, Endless Bugs. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, they found quite a few holes with bugs continuously crawling out from the tiny openings. The insecticide that the two had brought back was placed on the first floor. The Zhou brothers went up to get it, and son Lulu helped them out. One box was moved to the basement, while the other was taken to the backyard. They also found many more places besides the shops they'd previously visited. As they returned, they spotted 2 additional locations. Everyone grabbed the insecticide and sprayed it furiously over the holes, watching as the insects fell helplessly. They continued spraying as new ones crawled up, only stopping once all the visible holes were completely clear of any sign of the small bugs. Then, they moved on to the next pet. Every single bug-infested spot inside the villa that could be found was cleaned out. Afterward, they mixed some cement and sealed off all the holes, making sure no more insects could crawl out. Only then did they finally give up. By the time all this was done, it was already nightfall. Everyone was exhausted, so they simply ate something and went to rest in their rooms. Even though things seemed thoroughly clean, Fong Tingwan still felt uneasy. He thought these bugs wouldn't be so easily dealt with. Indeed, during the night, his dreams were filled with swarms of insects. He woke up before dawn. Duo was still asleep. Without turning on the light, he picked up the phone by the bed and turned on its flashlight feature to examine the situation. First, he tiptoed down to the basement where the tanks were located. Everything looked clean except for some green vegetables which were eaten down to just the stems, along with some dark soil. Upon closer inspection, there didn't appear to be a single bug visible anywhere. It seemed that they really had eliminated all of them. Reassured by this, he thought to himself that it was perhaps an unnecessary concern. Feeling at ease, Fong Tingwan decided to go back to sleep for a little longer. This nap turned out to be extremely restful, so much so that when Duo came to call him for breakfast, he didn't wake up. When he finally awoke, it was close to noon. Finding no one else in the house, he headed upstairs to freshen up before coming down to the first floor. The air was thick with the smell of insecticide, exacerbated by the high temperature, making the odor particularly strong. In the yard's corner, Luji was still holding the insecticide and carefully spraying around the edges. Is there something wrong? Are there still bugs? It seemed strange since earlier when Fong Tingwan checked the basement, there weren't any bugs left. He even double-checked the grassy areas behind, finding no further signs of infestation from those bug holes either. Luji paused upon hearing the voice and, upon seeing Fong Tingwan, patiently explained, "Forget about it, late sister, Wanjia, but the streets are currently full of bugs. Although we've successfully eradicated them from our home, there's no way to prevent outside ones from coming in." Chen Ge said that the entire area should be coated with insecticides, creating a kind of quarantine zone. With the insecticide in his hands, almost depleted, he walked to the cool shaded side and grabbed another bottle. Chen Ge has already gone out with everyone. He should be finished by now. Fong Tingwan also grabbed 2 bottles of insecticide and began to spray every unattended corner Lu Ji had missed. Just as they were about to finish, there was a knock on the main gate outside. Fong Tingwan cautiously put away the insecticide and became alert. Lu Ji, hurry and open the door. It's Xinu. Fong Tingwan, standing closest, walked over first and peered through the gap. Leading the group stood Xinu and Jiang Yanchen, with others following behind. After confirming the visitor's identity, Fong Tingwan opened the door. Are you all done? How does it look outside? Are there still many bugs? All the people who entered had traces of insecticide on their bodies. However, both inside and outside the villa smelled strongly of insecticide, so it didn't seem too unusual. It's pretty much handled. All areas near the villa have been cleared, but the streets are overrun with bugs. In the future, we need to carry more insecticides when going out. Xinu murmured while brushing dust off his body. Everyone, I'm going upstairs to take a shower and then come back to cook. Thanks for your hard work. Su Zong led Meng Qi up the stairs. Seeing this, everyone followed suit, including Fong Tingwan. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, especially Duo whose hair was wet. Recently, this young girl had been particularly diligent, trying to keep up with whatever tasks the adults undertook. Neither Fong Tingwan nor anyone else discouraged her. They didn't think just because she was a child that she shouldn't participate. Under such apocalyptic conditions, no one could guarantee being safe or protected forever. Perhaps one day, they would become separated or even die. If Duo couldn't handle anything on her own, who then would protect her? Quickly go up with Sister Meng Ling and take a bath. Fong Tingwan wondered if she should administer some medicine to Duo considering the amount of chemical content in the insecticides. She worried about possible harm it might cause. When everyone had finished washing and came downstairs, she expressed her concerns. Both Meng Ling and others hesitated. Even they were startled when they saw Duo moments ago. Jiang Yanchen inspected Duo. Holding onto Fong Tingwan's hand, Duo insisted. Sister, Duo doesn't need medication. Duo is fine. She proudly showed off her sturdy little arms. Big sister, brother, Duo is very strong. Her little face was raised high, an expression of pride on it, as if showing off. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing at her antics. Good. Duo is the best. Duo doesn't need medicine. Then Duo must promise big sister that if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you'll definitely tell us, okay? Meng Qi said gently. Duo obediently nodded her head. Sister, rest assured. If there's any discomfort, Duo will surely say something and won't make sister worry. With the little girl's assurance, everyone felt reassured. Fong Tingwan had always taken a hands-off approach with duo without spoiling her, which now seemed to be making her stronger every day. During lunchtime, Sun Lulu's eyes swept over the group, lingering on each person's face before finally resting on Fong Tingwan's. Sister, she ventured cautiously, when can I take my turn for night watch? Meng Ling had mentioned this matter, and these past couple of days, she had noticed that every night, she could hear people moving around inside the villa. During the daytime, there were also occasional checks made from the third-floor balcony and the second-floor windows. Yet none of this seemed to involve her, and Sun Lulu wanted to integrate quickly. She wanted to do something, to show herself capable sooner rather than later. In her previous time outside, she had seen many people and heard many stories. Among them, some had already joined various gangs or small groups. Others had gone to the bases. But afterward, due to making no contribution or too little contribution, they were kicked out again. She didn't want to end up like that. This villa was too wonderful. There was enough food, plenty of choices, electricity, even though the lights couldn't be overly bright. Each room had a fan, so it wasn't unbearably hot at night. There was no constant fear of being killed either. To her, this place was like paradise. She did not wish to leave again. Chapter 187, Regrouping. Song Ling appraised him, finding this little girl too amusing, her ideas always differing from others. Why are you in such a rush to take the night shift? Me. It can't be that you're afraid we'll kick you out again, right? After saying that sentence, an idea immediately popped up in her mind. Sun Lulu hesitated to speak further, blushing and lowering her head after her thoughts were revealed. Is it really true? Meng Ling shouted in surprise. My sister once said she wouldn't keep anyone useless around her. Sun Lulu's voice was very low but determined. She admired Fong Tingwan, so all Fong Tingwan's words would leave deep impressions on her. After hearing Sun Lulu's words, Fong Tingwan couldn't help but support her forehead. I know you're useful, so there's no need to be so anxious. Really? The young girl asked with shining eyes. Sister, do you really think I'm useful? Of course. Fong Tingwan didn't conceal anything. If you weren't useful, you wouldn't have been here from the start. Fong Tingwan valued her combat skills. In the apocalypse world, this was very important. In general, whoever had bodyguards could gain authority, so he valued Sun Lulu, and also appreciated Meng Ling. That's good, she joyfully repeated. For Sun Lulu, being useful was the most important thing. As long as she was useful, she wouldn't be driven away. The young girl's thoughts, he neither guessed nor could guess. Sun Lulu reminded him that they indeed should reorganize the night shifts. Just as everyone was eating, he took the opportunity to ask everyone's opinions. Sister Wan, can I be grouped with Lulu? Zhou spoke up, and upon hearing his brother's intentions, Zhou Hai hurriedly stopped him. What nonsense are you talking about? He bent down to scold him, and then explained to Fong Tingwan. He's just speaking nonsense, Sister Wan. Everyone please ignore him. The Zhou brothers usually talked little, yet this time their taking charge piqued his curiosity. After a few looks, he realized Zhou's gaze kept returning to Sun Lulu, and Fong Tingwan understood the situation right away. Fong Tingwan looked somewhat serious when she spoke. The rest also bit their lips in silence. Sun Lulu immediately grasped the matter and politely said, I don't want to go with him. Sister, you decide. After her brief speech, Zhou's mood noticeably dampened. Fong Tingwan disliked meddling in other people's affairs and pretended not to see what was happening. The two couples remained unchanged. I'll take Sun Lulu. The rest of you can pair up yourselves. Upon hearing Fong Tingwan's words, Wang Lisha hurriedly said, I will be with Lawyer Jiang. As for those matters, she wanted to stay far away. With Fong Tingwan already beside Jiang Yanchen, naturally, there would be no improper thoughts towards her, so Jiang Yanchen was who she trusted the most. This left only the Zhou brothers and Lu Ji and Su Er. Zhou Hai quickly indicated he wanted to follow Su Er, realizing his younger brother preferred staying close to Lu Ji. With his choosing Su Er, Zhou naturally was paired with Lu Ji. It seemed everyone had reached a silent understanding, knowing who to follow, and they soon distributed accordingly. A short meeting was held, and by the time it finished, everyone was already soaked with sweat. The current weather was cooler than before the extreme heat, having dropped by about 10 degrees Celsius. Even so, the temperature outside was still 60 degrees Celsius. Gathering together, the two fans were not enough for everyone. When discussions were nearing conclusion, Fong Tingwan sent them back immediately, herself eager to return for a shower, discomfort by the sticky feeling on her skin. After showering, she turned toward Jiang Yanchen's room. Sun Lulu came upstairs to look for him, just catching sight of her wearing pajamas at the next door knocking, startling her back instantly. Soon the room door opened. Fong Tingwan entered, followed swiftly by the door shutting behind her. Then, he emerged, patting his chest repeatedly. Phew, that was a narrow escape. When Su Zong and Meng Qi finished tidying up and went upstairs, they happened to see her. What are you doing? Sneaking around like a thief. Having been seen, she hastily pulled Meng Qi aside and whispered close to her ear, Sister Qi, I saw Sister Wan enter Lawyer Zhang's room. She had a boyfriend and knew what might happen between couples. Hearing this, Meng Qi also smiled knowingly, giving her a reassuring look. Do you have something to discuss? Ask me. Your sister Wan is busy, don't disturb her. She enjoyed helping others, especially regarding Jiang Yanchen. Since these two remained ambiguously attached day after day, it caused impatience among observers like themselves. Fong Tingwan was unaware of what happened outside. When she passed by Jiang Yanchen's place, she handed over an ice cream, which had almost become a tacit agreement between the two. Basically, every time she came over, she would bring him something to eat, whether it be ice cream or chilled drinks. Occasionally, there would be other things, but rarely, and mostly it was whatever was the coolest option. She walked over and sat down on a nearby chair. Jiang Yanchen pulled over a stool from beside and sat down. You've come to talk about something. Fang Tingwan pondered how to broach the subject. It's about Zhou Zhou. You think he likes the new girl? Indeed. He had also been observing Zhou Zhou for quite a while today. Practically everything Fang Tingwan saw, he saw too. That look was far too familiar. Exactly the same as when he first fell in love. What do you make of it? Do you trust the Zhou brothers and Meng Qi, Su Zong among others? He knew Fang Tingwan found it hard to fully trust people. Even Meng Ling back, then took a long time to break her defenses. As for the Zhou brothers and Meng Qi, they seemed steady now, and the new girl appeared fine as well. She didn't mind giving them a chance. They should be trustworthy. I just want you to remind Zhou Zhou about Sun Luo's situation. Though I'm not afraid of falling out, I don't want to see that happen either. Many times unrequited affection turns someone into an enemy, which he'd witnessed before. If anyone's personal issues start affecting the team, they'll have to leave. AI. Chun, you know my principles. She deliberately emphasized this point, truly leaving no room for leniency on this matter. Fang Tingwan once again retrieved some dried fruits from her space pocket and incidentally brought along a couple of candies. Duo had been studying and training hard recently, so he decided to reward the little girl. Wan. Seeing Fang Tingwan already at the door, Jiang Yanchen hesitated briefly, then finally spoke up. Can you help me change the curtains? He still remembered how quickly and efficiently Fang Tingwan last helped him with changing the curtains, much better than if he did it himself. Sure. Fang Tingwan agreed readily. Chapter 188, wanting to hug every day. The curtains that were previously washed and dried, Jiang Yanchen took out from the cabinet and handed them over to Fang Tingwan. He was in a hurry to leave and finished quickly, smoothing out the curtains neatly. He then handed the dirty ones back to Jiang Yanchen. You can wash and put these away yourself. I'll go first. Fang Tingwan. This time, he didn't hesitate. At the moment Fang Tingwan left, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. The instant Jiang Yanchen pulled her into an embrace, Fang Tingwan's body stiffened. What are you doing, Aiken? You know I will fight back. Jiang Yanchen nodded while resting his head on her neck. I know. Tingwan, I won't do anything. I just want to hold you for a while. Hugging tightly without letting go, Fang Tingwan remained rigid until his pitiful voice sounded again. Now even the night shift has been changed. Tingwan, after this, the chances for me to see you will become fewer and fewer. Fang Tingwan's heart softened instantly, again and again. It turned out that his abnormal behavior today was because of this. Actually, Fang Tingwan didn't want to switch either. When she was with Jiang Yanchen, she always felt incredibly relaxed. And without the delicious food during the night shifts, she truly didn't know how she would get through the night. Her body gradually relaxed, and she raised her hand to pat him. Reluctantly, Jiang Yanchen let go, until Fang Tingwan hugged him from the front. Since you want to hug, then let's hug a little longer. She didn't know what had come over her, suddenly becoming so bold, but once she hugged him, all those worries vanished. Was it possible that she actually liked Jiang Yanchen? Liked him a lot. Tingwan, can we every day? Shut up. Had he moved too fast? Indeed, he hadn't fully controlled his feelings, but he really wanted to move house. If Zhou Zhou and Sun Lulu really got together, they couldn't have the couple live in the basement, could they? Thinking about this made him realize there were really too few rooms in the villa. If everyone had girlfriends, then the villa probably wouldn't have enough space. All things considered, it was a long way off, so he only thought about it without much stress, but helping Zhou Zhou and Sun Lulu was something worth considering. The next day, Xianyu took Sun Lulu and a few others out. When they returned, they mentioned that bugs were crawling all over the streets outside. Many bugs were crushed by passing vehicles, and they sprayed countless insecticides, almost drenching their clothes to stop the swarm. Too many bugs really affected travel, so Fang Tingwan thought that staying inside the villa for a few days might be better until the situation stabilized before heading out. 3 days later, there was another large surge of bugs inside the villa. Fang Tingwan scratched her head, and then led everyone in a thorough extermination similar to the previous method. After this incident, initially, they had to carry out exterminations almost every 3 days, or the bugs would resurge. Later, it gradually decreased to twice, then once. The effectiveness of the insecticides was diminishing, but the family chickens and ducks grew stronger. Now, they were fat, and even producing more eggs. Su Zong used methods recorded in books to pickle the duck eggs into salted eggs, which allowed them to store longer without spoiling. During this time, Xianyu and Lu Ji took turns each day to gather supplies, more to observe the external situation. The sound of knocking came from the villa gate. Fang Tingwan stood on the third-floor balcony and clearly saw the entrance through the telescope. Go ahead and open the door. It's Lu Ji and the others returning. In his hand, he held a walkie-talkie found a few days ago by Xianyu. There were 5 total walkie-talkies. 1 was left on each floor, the remaining 2 given to the night shift and patrol personnel. The walkie-talkie for patrols was kept on the bookshelf and picked up whenever someone needed it. After surveying the 3rd floor without finding any issues, he descended to the 2nd floor where Sun Lulu was waiting for him. Over this period, he realized that the young girl had grown particularly close to him. Let's go down and check the situation for today. When he went downstairs, the other 3 had gone to clean up. Lu Ji headed to Jiang Yanchen's room, while the 2 Zhou brothers occupied the bathrooms on the 1st and 2nd floors respectively. Su'er was deliberately left behind, standing guard at the doorway. The resources are getting harder and harder to find now. Originally, some places still had supplies, but now they've been taken over by the bugs. We spent nearly half a day today and didn't find much. The supplies they brought back were placed near the door, only consisting of a few potatoes that had already sprouted. This wasn't strange at all. After the apocalypse, with no productivity or planting capabilities left, everyone relied on leftover supplies to survive, and those resources were bound to decrease. Eventually, they'd have to think of ways to grow food or procure it from nature. It would be great if there weren't any bugs. These potatoes could be planted, so we'd have a continuous supply of them. This item was precious in the post-apocalypse world, easy to store and with good taste. Wang Lisha's words reminded Fong Tingwan. If the ground couldn't be used for planting, perhaps other places could be utilized instead. She remembered seeing people growing plants in flower pots before, even in polystyrene boxes meant for seafood and fruits and vegetables. Even though she saw them already dead, their stems were thick, indicating that they had been growing well before. Maybe we can try to plant elsewhere. She mentioned this after washing up, and Lu Ji also chimed in. Yes, my mom has done that before. Then he scratched his head. But our family didn't do well. Not many came out. All eyes turned to Wang Lisha and Su Zong, thinking that the two of them could manage it. After all, under their care, the vegetables in the basement grew more lush over time. Sun Lulu didn't quite understand, but mimicked Fong Tingwan's movements. I haven't done it either, but I can give it a try, she said excitedly. Still unsure about doing it alone, she glanced back at Su Zong. Mr. Su, think about it. Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes, we'll do it. From this reaction, it was evident everyone was eager. Through these past interactions, Meng Qi had noticed that there was mutual respect between Su Zong and Wang Lisha. Their shared experiences helped them connect, and with Su Zong's influence, Wang Lisha began opening up, no longer content to remain isolated in the attic quietly. She possessed extensive knowledge and proved highly beneficial to life inside the villa. Chapter 189, Studying Vegetable Cultivation. So, both Meng Zhuchong and the grasshoppers were no longer being rejected. Su Zong was clearly interested. Just like Sun Lu, he also wanted to show himself off. The previous incidents had a big impact on him. In this apocalypse, he didn't want to be the useless one who got abandoned. Meng Qi herself also secretly anticipated it. During this period, everyone lacked vegetables, which made their stomachs uncomfortable. Hence, she quickly agreed. Well, then let's study it. But I must say, I have no experience with this, and I can't guarantee its success. It's fine. We have plenty of seeds. You two can feel free to study. There are still quite a few seeds in the shops outside the farmer's market, though we don't know if they've been taken over by those bugs. Let's check tomorrow together. Zhang Yanchen knew that there should still be a lot of supplies left in Fong Tingwan's space, but they couldn't rely on that space for everything. If they already knew some things, they had to go find them anyway. By the way, the Zhou brothers had finished taking their bath, and now Su Er went upstairs. I haven't said it yet, you three can research it. After saying that, he rushed upstairs without giving those downstairs a chance to react. Lu Ji clenched his teeth in frustration. You coward, what's there to say? I'll say it. He seemed ready to talk loudly, but not a single syllable came out. Finally, he turned towards the Zhou brothers. You two say it. As the master, they respected Lu Ji somewhat, so the pressure was transferred to them. Both hesitated and pushed responsibility back and forth. Finally, as the older brother, Zhou Hai stepped up. When we went out today, we saw many people catching insects. Actually, even before going out, they had seen people catching insects, just small groups, thinking it was for driving those insects away. Today we saw a lot of people catching insects. Curious, Brother Lu went down to inquire, and those people told him that these insects could be eaten. They were catching them to satiate their hunger. Eating insects wasn't too strange, as there were already a lot of edible insect dishes before the apocalypse, like the bamboo worms and grasshoppers that Fong Tingwan knew about. After catching these insects, they would wash them with water, remove the internal organs and mouths, and then wrap the remaining edible parts in flour before deep frying them until golden brown. Then they'd take them out and eat them. Some places even ate spiders or centipedes. She had heard about it before, but she had never actually seen it. Insects indeed can be eaten. I once had a client who loved this kind of food. He said it smelled delicious and was high protein, very nutritious. What the man said wasn't wrong either. Just looking at the chickens and ducks at home confirmed it. Yesterday, when she passed by, one of the little chickens had placed quite a few eggs under her body. According to Wang Lisa, the chicken was incubating eggs. Fong Tingwan was considering whether to absorb some insects into her space to give the chicks and ducklings a taste of these insects. Both Zhou Zhou and Zhou Hai grew up in the countryside and once roasted grasshoppers on the mountain when they were kids. But what they saw today still chilled them. They were eating them raw. Without any cleaning or cooking, they just grabbed raw insects from the ground and stuffed them into their mouths. As they ate, they could even see the insect juices spraying out. Even these well-versed individuals were scared by that sight. Many people nearby who were capturing the insects backed off. In the villa, there was a momentary silence as none of them knew what to say. In the extreme state of starvation, people will eat anything. Their actions couldn't really be judged as right or wrong. They were simply trying to survive. You shouldn't worry too much about it. This is after all a minority situation. However, this business of catching insects, we can try it too. After catching them, we can dry them, grind them into powder, and keep them for later as snacks for our chickens and ducks. We didn't have any grinding tools at home since we didn't use them often, and there weren't any prepared in her space. Although he thought they should still make a trip to the mall to get a couple of blenders back. What do we need to dry and grind into powder for? The chickens and ducks could just eat fresh ones. Wouldn't that be better? Meng Ling leaned against the sofa armrest, still stuck on the image of people eating insects raw. An overwhelming discomfort rose up within her, which she forcefully suppressed. But she was also incredibly relieved. Luckily, she had met Fong Tingwan. Otherwise, would she end up becoming one of them? Are you worried the insects will disappear? Meng Qi asked. She had done some thinking too. Too many things around them disappeared, causing a feeling of anxiety and loss. Fong Tingwan neither confirmed nor denied. She didn't want to make too many predictions lest it cause suspicion among them. I actually think what Wanwan said is correct. Over the past 8 or 9 months, the weather has been changing frequently, and many things have appeared and disappeared suddenly. No one knows how long these insects will last, so it's better to stockpile as much as we can while they're still around. I originally planned to clean out the next room to use as a warehouse. Lately, everyone had been bringing back more and more items, and the small warehouse was already full. The adjacent room was slightly larger than the original warehouse and had also previously served as a storage space. However, there were many cabinets inside. She was considering how to remove all the unnecessary parts to free up as much space as possible so that they could store even more items. The people gathered in the house were particularly skilled at stockpiling supplies, and the small warehouse wouldn't last long. Meng Qi's words made everyone pause in thought, recalling recent events. It was exactly as she had described. Well then, let's do it. These bugs are everywhere now. Quite a few are surrounding the villa. Seeing that everyone agreed, Jiang Yanshan stepped in to make the final decision. With the current hot weather, drying would be no issue. Previously, dead bugs would dry out within 2 to 3 hours. The group acted quickly. After 4 o'clock, everyone grabbed their tools. There were brooms, buckets, bottles. Each person carried different items, selecting whatever they found most convenient to use. If someone disliked using something, they simply returned to swap for another tool. Everyone treated this first day as practice. The Zhou brothers had mentioned earlier how those insects should be caught. Easier said than done. Upon arrival, they felt somewhat intimidated. What's there to fear? They're just a bunch of tiny bugs. Meng Ling's hands trembled slightly as she held the broom, but still mustered her courage to swing it down forcefully, killing quite a number of bugs with one strike. Duo hastily used her small shovel to scoop the dead bugs into her bucket one by one. Even the children were so enthusiastic that the adults felt embarrassed and stopped being afraid too. Equipped with various tools, they began to recklessly attack the bugs en masse. For a moment, the scene became rather bizarre. Chapter 190. Someone is banging on the door. Su Zhong swung the shovel, hitting left and right. Because he couldn't control the strength well, quite a few insects were squashed. The person responsible for collecting them saw this, but no one came over to his side. He was also worried. After trying many times without success, he could only go and help them collect together. Fong Tingwan had never done this before either, sweeping the bugs into the bucket with a broom, but they kept crawling all over the place after being transferred. It was the same situation with Jiang Yanshan. Normally elegant in demeanor, he was now flustered by the bugs. The most steady were the Zhou brothers. The two of them worked extremely well together, and they were also the fastest at collecting. As it was their first time doing this work, everyone was already so exhausted they couldn't stand up straight. Seeing their condition, the Zhou brothers voluntarily offered to finish cooking. Until the smell wafted over, everyone marveled at the skills of the two brothers. You two have been keeping your abilities hidden. Xin, you couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. A bowl of preserved pork ribs, a bowl of potato soup, simple dishes, yet they smelled incredibly appetizing. It's just a quick effort. If everyone likes it, that's great. The two humbly responded, blushing when praised. Zhou turned around and brought chopsticks over to pass them out to everyone. The group gathered together, eating quickly and deliciously. In the following days, when everyone had nothing else to do, they would gather around the villa catching bugs. In this process, everyone became increasingly proficient. Later on, they even became almost as skilled as the Zhou brothers. Not just them, there were many people outside catching bugs too. Among them, discussions about recipes emerged. Knowing all of this was entirely due to Lu Ji and Sun Lulu's efforts. It wasn't a mistake. Those who ate the bugs seemed to have become exceptionally strong, falling ill much less frequently. After hearing this, Su Zhong became particularly curious and asked Lu Ji for detailed recipes, successfully researching them himself. Cold mixed, boiled water, and deep fried styles were complete. At first, such dark cuisine was hard for everyone to accept. But Su Zhong not only often cooked it, but also persistently promoted it to others, gradually getting the rest to accept it. Everyone was enjoying breakfast happily when suddenly, loud bangs echoed from the villa's front gate. It didn't sound like normal knocking. Rather, it sounded more like someone kicking or throwing something. I'll go check. Zhou ran faster than a rabbit, rushing over and peeking out from the door. Since they had moved into the villa, something like this had never happened before. Everyone was fully alert. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanshan also came out behind him. Who are they? Do we know them? Zhou slowly shook his head, uncertainly saying, they should be strangers. That person has never come here before. His position blocked his view, so he could only see the leader. From Fong Tingwan's angle, there were a lot of them, all equipped very well. Seeing their hesitation to open the door, the other side lost patience. A tall man nearby grabbed a megaphone and handed it to the young man standing in the center. He raised the megaphone and shouted loudly into the villa. Listen up inside. Hurry up and get your asses out here. Did you hurt my brother and plan to hide inside forever, acting like a cowardly turtle? The young man shouting in the front was exactly the good buddy of Sun Lulu's ex-boyfriend, named Lu Hao. He and Jiang Yanshan had met this man briefly back then. At the time, feeling wronged, they had come looking for trouble today. It looked like another unavoidable fierce battle today. This was completely barefaced provocation and foul language. The several people inside couldn't take it anymore, all running out. Xianyu and Lu Ji also went over, peeking outside through the cracks. Phew. After glancing a couple more times, the two exchanged nods. Those are them. Those outside our villa include the blonde-haired guy in there and the big man next to him. These two stood directly behind Lu Hao, standing out noticeably when seen. That sure is karma. Both of us crossed paths with them, but now it saves some hassle. We don't need to deal with them individually. Seeing Xinu and the others looking at her, Fong Tingwan explained, that's the good friend of Luolu's ex-boyfriend. Everyone knew about son Luolu's matters, so at this explanation, everything instantly made sense. Sister Wan, Brother Chen, what do we do? Should we open the door? Their opponent was heavily armed and in great numbers, so Xinu feared that if they opened the door, they'd be at a disadvantage. At this point, the insults from outside had become increasingly intense. Lu Ji shouted just once before handing over to others, and now it was the yellow-haired guy's turn. He even dragged his mother into it. After finishing these few sentences, probably exhausted from all the cursing, he stepped back, allowing another person to take over. As they looked out, they noticed that those hurling insults were being treated rather well. As soon as the yellow-haired guy stepped back, someone came up to offer water and food. After observing for a while, the group had a pretty good grasp of the number of people and their equipment outside. They quickly made a simple plan. Let everyone take their walkie-talkies. Have Duo stay on the third floor to report any developments through the walkie-talkies. Let Wang Lisha go to the second floor. These two were the weakest fighters in the villa, so relying on them for combat wouldn't work. But when it came to coordinating and observing the surroundings, they were the most meticulous and attentive among the group. Have Meng Ling lead a team to the rear. If Sun Lulu is unwilling, then let Su Zhong go. You guys make sure you have everything ready, and take your guns along too. I'll go first with Aiken. Xinu and the rest rushed back to call the others and prepare the equipment. Fong Tingwan took the opportunity to pull out a gun and hand it to Jiang Yanchen. Take care of yourself. They had calculated earlier that the other side had at least 5 capable fighters, plus some strong men assisting. Compared to their own group, which included both women and children, they would definitely be matched in strength. With their Tang knives tightly gripped, the two unlocked the iron chains of the villa gate and walked out. The sound of the swaying iron chain brought silence to the curses, and 18 pairs of eyes looked over swiftly. Upon seeing only one man and one woman come out, the crowd started laughing loudly again. I thought they were all tough, but they just sent out 2 sacrificial lambs. Looks like they're scared and don't dare to come out. The others hiding inside won't help either. Once we deal with these two, we'll go inside and drag them out. Hey, you two are here getting bullied but don't even say a word. How about this? The girl over there seems quite nice. Send her over to entertain our leader, and we'll kindly spare your lives. Chapter 191, Fake Brotherhood. The crowd of brothers from the other side were talking cheerfully, but Lu Hao's eyes were fixed on the two of them without moving. Shut up, all of you. Among the people in the other group, a few junior members recognized Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen. They were the ones who went out with Lu Hao that day and got beaten. The memory of that day was too painful. They wanted to forget it, but couldn't at all. A few brothers who didn't know why were still shouting from below. What's wrong, big brother? Do you know these two? Lu Hao ignored them, his face twitching as he gritted his teeth. Damn, I ran into these two plagues again. Today, Lu Hao had brought along more brothers and quite a few hired toughs, which gave him some confidence. He was not as afraid of Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen as he used to be. Listen up everyone, these two guys aren't easy to deal with. All of you need to take this seriously. Lu Hao was arrogant and overbearing, except for the leaders of a few gangs. He had never paid anyone much attention. These two were the exception. Despite not having followers, Lu Hao treated them with special caution. As such, those guys dared not shout anymore. They were not real brawlers after all. Dealing with commoners was fine, but when they encountered someone truly capable, they instantly became timid. What's the matter? Faced with Fong Tingwan's inquiry, Lu Hao changed his mind temporarily. He held up 2 fingers to gesture. 2 things. First, your brother stole several sheep from my brothers. We need to settle this properly. And then there's son Lulu and the grain you took away that day. If you hand these over, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Even though his requests could be considered lenient, Fong Tingwan rejected them outright. Dream on. Lu Hao, being the leader, felt embarrassed when publicly rebuked, looking at Fong Tingwan with even greater anger. You really prefer punishment to compromise. I'll kill you. Just as he was about to call on his followers to attack together. Rattling chains. The sound of iron chains colliding echoed, and the gates of the villa were opened again. Xin, you led a group of people out, and Sun Lulu followed behind him. Seeing Fong Tingwan, she hurriedly came forward. Sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault I caused trouble for you. The others also approached to comfort her. What nonsense. If anyone says we've offended them, there's no escaping it, so don't blame yourself. Remember, they are our common enemies. The young girl was deeply moved by the comfort. When they were all 4 together before, they often argued about such matters, but now, they were free of these concerns. Sun Lulu, do you really believe their sweet words? They're just trying to pacify you to make you help them do things. I'm different. I genuinely like you. Why don't you come here? I've already said it. As long as you come, I will definitely not let you down. There's also Chin Sun. I know you're still angry with him. If you come, I'll bring him to you, and let you deal with him as you wish. What do you say? Isn't he friends with Chin Sun? Yet, he's willing to sell him out so easily. This is pure plastic friendship. He pretended to be passionate, but all his thoughts were written on his face. Wanting to obtain Sun Lulu through a few sweet nothings. Not only could he get a beautiful woman by his side, but also gain a brawler. It was a plan that hit 2 birds with 1 stone, and he admired himself for it. To Sun Lulu, this man seemed mentally ill. Those meaningless sweet words he wouldn't have believed even before the apocalypse. So how would he trust them now? Isn't this mental illness? I look down on you. Sun Lulu tossed nothing but a disdainful glance at him, cool and stylish. Now the situation was fully confronted on both sides. Things were developing according to their previous analysis. Without guns, there wasn't much to worry about. On Fong Tingwan's side, there were 13 people total in the villa. Duo and Wang Lisha were observing from the second and third floors. Meng Ling brought Su Zong to the back. In front, besides Fong Tingwan, there were also Sun Lulu, Xianyu, Meng Qi, Lu Ji, Su Er, and the Zhou brothers. In terms of numbers, it was 1 to 2. In terms of hired hands, they were still short by one person. Looking at the situation, it didn't seem like they would win. Safe. 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 At the moment Fong Tingwan raised her hand, 3 voices spoke simultaneously in the walkie-talkie. First Duo, then Wang Lisha, and finally Meng Ling. This was the prearranged code word, meaning the entire villa was safe except for the front. Under such circumstances, Meng Ling and Su Zong would also come over. The situation instantly shifted to 11 versus 18, giving them a higher chance of victory. Lu Hao was originally hesitating, but now regretted attacking late, giving them the time. They had also heard the voice in the walkie-talkie. If 3 more people joined, the fight would surely require more effort. There could be no waiting for him to give another signal and let the goons behind him swarm forward. Lu Hao himself also swung his blade. The 2 groups quickly grappled together. At the start, 1 henchman surrounded Fong Tingwan with 2 burly men, while a similar situation happened around Jiang Yanchen and Sun Lulu. It seemed that the other side knew their situation well, but underestimated Xianyu. After quickly subduing the man in front of him, he rushed over to help Lu Ji nearby. That guy was unlucky, as he had tangled with a hired tough and suffered quite a bit at his hands. His face had already taken on purple bruises and was now being forced further back. The same went for Zhou Hai's situation. The hired hand he faced was exceptionally hard to handle. Zhou Hai was swinging his shovel and barely holding out, but it wasn't long before his opponent found an opening and wrested the shovel away. Realizing things weren't going well, he started running, circling the villa, short of breath. Don't run. That person couldn't catch his own breath either, but still tried to grab him. His condition was relatively better. Back in the countryside, he'd done this kind of thing more than a few times, though he needed to stop and take a deep breath after exerting so much effort. I won't chase if you stop running. Fat chance. After catching his breath for a moment, the 2 continued, one running, the other chasing. 3 grown men circled Fong Tingwan, not closing in but preventing her from breaking through, so she could only keep dodging them. Meng Qi was in even worse shape. Having trained under Meng Ling these past few days, she had improved a lot, but lacked a solid foundation beforehand. Now, she had met a professional hired thug and was almost cornered by the wall. Chi, Su Zong and Meng Ling came rushing out the door directly to her side, immediately shifting the situation. With both working alongside Meng Ling, they managed to knock the hired thug down. With Xianyu around, others could hold on for a bit longer. They took some time to wait for Zhou Hai. Once he joined them, they finished off the henchmen behind him too. Chapter 192, Fleeing in Disarray. By the time they arrived, Xianyu and Lu Ji had already incapacitated those dealing with Su Er and Zhou Zhou. Fong Tingwan also took the opportunity to disrupt the formation of the 3 men. With everyone else's help, it didn't take long before the 18 opponents were either dead or injured. Lu Hao was also wounded. His wrist was cut, his face bruised from a punch, one eye swollen shut, and all the bravado he had on arrival was now gone. Not only had Lu Hao lost this battle, but his losses were significant. 2 out of 5 henchmen were dead, 3 critically injured, probably unusable for any future fights. He glared at Fong Tingwan and Sun Luo with hatred. You wait, I'll come back to settle this score sooner or later. In response to his threats, the group paid no attention. They were there to survive, not to make enemies or agree to duels. Let's go back to. Everyone was covered in injuries that needed immediate treatment. Especially Xianyu, who had a slash on his arm. It wasn't deep or long, but in such hot weather, further delay could lead to infection. Once the opposing side had largely withdrawn, Meng Ling quickly pulled him toward the villa. Meng Qi also led Su Zong back since the medical supplies were downstairs, and he couldn't manage everything alone. Qi sister, I'll go with you. He ran over hastily, handing the radio to Fong Tingwan as he went. Sister, they've all left. I just checked, the surroundings are clear. As soon as she received it, Duo's voice came through loud and clear. Duo, good job. Keep an eye out for a little longer. If everything is fine, you can come down afterward. The young girl beamed after being praised. I know, sister. I'll keep checking. After retrieving the walkie-talkie, Fong Tingwan returned to the villa, instructing the injured to sit down immediately. Those uninjured helped tend to the wounds. Apart from Xianyu, everyone else only sustained minor injuries. He had Meng Ling attending to him, so others weren't needed. As for the rest, simply applying medicinal alcohol and massaging their bruises would suffice. It'd be great if we had catapults, just like in the TV dramas. Place stones into the machine, throw them out, and we wouldn't even have to step outside, yet they'd get utterly defeated, said Zhou while resting his head. Previously, he often saw these contraptions in historical dramas, which seemed trivial at the time. Now, however, he deeply regretted not having one at hand. If we had that thing, we wouldn't have gotten hurt today either. But alas, all he could do was imagine. Such devices belonged in TV shows. Realistic versions likely weren't something they could fabricate themselves. It's not impossible, Jiang Yanchen said thoughtfully. For a while now, he had been pondering about some deficiencies within the villa's arsenal. The villa's patrols and defenses were strong now. Outsiders finding a way inside was highly unlikely. However, they still had to step out during attacks. Zhou's suggestion was indeed practical. A weapon like that would allow them to disperse opponents without venturing outside. It seemed like a beneficial plan. You think it's possible? Do you have confidence? Fong Tingwan tilted her head and asked curiously upon hearing his tone. Jiang Yanchen admitted honestly with a shake of his head, "Not yet. But we could look into it. Didn't we bring back quite a few books last time? Maybe there's something useful in them." Indeed, research was viable. She agreed. It was necessary to study up. The villa lacked offensive weapons, and such tools would prove highly effective during the apocalypse. If feasible, the neighboring villas could adopt similar architecture once the population grew, distributing living space accordingly to reduce housing pressure here. All right, let's all work together on this. Anyone interested can participate. As usual, materials depend on collective efforts. Note them on the logbook at the entrance. Whoever sees the required items brings them back. That notebook had been repurposed ingeniously during bug-catching expeditions, with people spontaneously listing many things on it. Some listed items had been found and crossed off, though plenty still remained unavailable within the villa. Lu Hao fled far away in utter disarray. He didn't dare to stop or turn around, fearing that Fong Tingwan might not let him off the hook. Should she chase after him with her current band of fighters, there'd be no hope for resistance. Fong Tingwan did indeed consider chasing after him, but both she and Xianyu understood that Lu Hao must have other people waiting in the wings. Capturing all of his followers today could easily invite retaliation under false pretenses, causing more problems for their group. It would be better to let Lu Hao leave. The lesson he learned today should deter him from harboring ill intentions against them anytime soon. Lu Ji and the rest kept running until they were breathless far from the scene, almost forgetting they had abandoned their car. When they confirmed nobody pursued them, they finally felt relieved. Upon returning, Chen Sun, Lu Xian, and Zhang Miao Miao were waiting by the door. Life didn't get easier after joining. While nominally officials, Chen Sun and Lu Xian had no real power or followers. They couldn't accomplish much either, thus constantly faced resentment. Zhang Miao Miao was in a slightly better position since she was not only novel to Lu Hao but also served as his enforcer. Most people found it difficult to get close to her. Yet, her timid nature stopped her from striking back at anyone, as all she wanted was to depend on Lu Hao for her livelihood. Now the trio had to flatter Lu Hao, which was why they were waiting at the door when he returned. "Brother Hao, what?" Zhang Miao Miao started, then abruptly shifted her tone upon sensing something off. "You must be tired, Brother Hao. I've prepared some soup to nourish you." Lu Hao ignored her and turned instead toward Chen Sun, whose scalp tingled under his gaze. "Anxious?" he asked. "What's wrong?" "How?" This was the term of endearment used between brothers, consistently employed by Chen Sun without objection from Lu Hao during this period. "Damn it. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to call me by my name? Have I pampered you too much?" With that, Lu Hao struck him hard across the face, leaving Chen Sun thoroughly confused. "How? Big brother, what's going on?" Fuming more with each thought, Lu Hao slapped him again, swelling both sides of Chen Sun's face symmetrically. "It's all your fault. That son Luo, I won't let her go unpunished." Not bothering to explain further, Lu Hao stormed off. Covered in blood and mud, stinking and dirty, he still held on to Jiang Miao Miao's waist as he left. Despite feeling repulsed, he didn't dare shake her off, allowing her embrace silently. After taking a quick shower back in his room, indescribable sounds soon emanated from inside. The door was open so Lu Xian outside heard everything clearly, his face alternately flushed and pale. Those around them all burst into laughter hearing the sounds. Everyone in the gang knew about these two brothers' issues perfectly well. Chapter 193, So-Called Brothers. "Sun Gu, say something. Didn't you say you would bring me here to enjoy luxury? What's this all about now?" Lu Xian patted his shoulder and let out an unusual sound. He didn't dare offend the people around him who mocked and humiliated him, but he mixed all of his resentment into his tone. It was Chen Sun's suggestion that he joined in. At first, he hesitated, but Chen Sun persuaded him for a long time. Chen Sun said that his brother was doing well. Following him would not only make life enjoyable, but also raise his status. Attracted by the future he painted for him, he agreed to Chen Sun's request at that time. But now, not only has he lost his girlfriend and eats worse than before, he must endure the looks from others and face daily mockery and derision from those around him. Chen Sun was confused as well. He couldn't figure out what had happened. He and Lu Hao were brothers who grew up together since childhood, sharing a close relationship. When they were young, both sets of parents were busy working, so the two often ate together. Lu Hao had a bad temper and disliked studying. Chen Sun helped him finish his homework when they were young and always covered for him when trouble arose. That way, the two brothers have been best friends from childhood through adulthood. Later, Chen Sun went to college, and Lu Hao also went to university, though it was a private one without much value. After the incident with Sun Lulu, their contact became less frequent, but secretly, they were still in touch until the end times. He was delighted to meet Lu Hao again this time, so he came regardless of Sun Lulu's opposition and even thought she was bothersome. He gambled everything to be here. He also had selfish intentions, thinking that after arriving based on their previous bond, Lu Hao would definitely take good care of him, just like how he used to care for Lu Hao when they were children. But why is everything so different now, completely unlike what he imagined? He decided to ask Lu Hao. On the other side, Lu Hao had just come out, his injuries already treated, but he still looked quite terrible, especially on his face, where the purple and blue bruises were very prominent and noticeable. Intending to speak, he remembered Lu Hao's earlier warning and quickly changed his tone. "Big brother, can we talk? Maybe there's just some misunderstanding between them. If they clear it up, things will be fine." With such thoughts in mind, he approached. Lu Hao just looked him over disdainfully. "What do you think you are? Daring to give me orders? Do you still think you're the big young master everyone used to revolve around?" Before, he acted a bit more polite, but now that mask was gone. "You're so capable, aren't you? Your parents always praised you and told me to learn from you. Tell me, if they see you now, would they still tell me to look up to you? He laughed with disdain and arrogance, clearly not taking Chun-sun seriously. After saying these words, he felt quite relieved inside. In the past, his parents frequently told him to emulate Chun-sun, saying how obedient and thoughtful he was, which made him endure a lot. When he built his nightclub, his parents strongly opposed it. But because they couldn't convince him, they gave him a small investment. If it weren't for the cooperation with a few good brothers, how could he have enjoyed such good days after the apocalypse? Seeing Chun-sun reminded him of the old days when his parents scolded him, and deep down, he held a grudge. The original invitation was just a casual remark. Who knew that fool would actually show up? It would have been fine if he brought Sun Lulu along, but he didn't. He remembered the investment matter and talked about it with Chun-sun, but instead of bringing money, Chun-sun scolded him using the tone of an elder, making him want to crush him underfoot and humiliate him thoroughly. How can you say such things? I genuinely regarded you as a brother. Have you forgotten the friendship we built growing up together? Chun-sun tried to explain, getting emotionally agitated, and his voice rose slightly. Lu Hao found it annoying and kicked him. Who said I'm your brother? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. As he walked away, he complained to other brothers. He really thinks highly of himself. Without Sun Lulu, what is he? Lu Hao gradually walked further, leaving Chun-sun slumped on the ground in despair. It turned out Sun Lulu was right. He shouldn't have come, but now it was too late. The next morning, when he went downstairs to the living room, Suzong was already bustling about. Seeing her come down, he greeted her warmly. Breakfast will be ready in a little while. Please sit and wait for a moment. Fong Tingwan yawned as she went out. No problem. I'm not in a rush. I'll check how the bugs outside are doing. These pests are currently exterminated almost every day to ensure that no bugs appear in the villa. She inspected the places most likely infested with bugs outside. Indeed, there were already signs of bugs emerging, but not as densely as before, scattered sparsely. These past few days have been the same. It wasn't a sudden decrease, but rather likely due to people's extensive catching efforts. Not even the Xiao Longsha escaped this fate, so it was unsurprising for these bugs too. Upon discovering this, she didn't panic much. After all, anything that becomes associated with eating tends to disappear quickly. He sprayed pesticide around Chengdu and waited for a while before collecting and disposing of the dead insect carcasses. Halfway through, Zhang Yanchen came out to help him clean up. I thought about getting little Tang Yuan a comfortable cage to place inside. I asked everyone earlier, and Wang Lisha mentioned there used to be a store selling pet supplies in the mall where she previously had her shop. I plan to go over there later to check it out. They'd already promised Duo that little Tang Yuan could stay at the villa to keep him company. In these busy bug-catching days, they had simply arranged a nest for it using an advanced silk blanket fetched from another villa. Although the setup was decent enough and little Tang Yuan seemed comfortable, Zhang Yanchen still wanted to give him his own home properly. There was no need to dismantle the current one, just keep it beside him. The choice of where he stays would ultimately be little Tang Yuan's decision. Alright, Fong Tingwan readily agreed. After all, it's just a cage. If he wants to set it up, she'd help him bring one back. They might also look for suitable boxes for planting vegetables. If it's possible, he intended to grow more crops like corn and potatoes. As staples, these two ingredients can be stored for a long time. After finishing clearing the bugs, they took the hose to water the grass in the backyard. The heavy rain after the extreme heat brought new life to the earth. The dry grasses that he had removed were replaced with fresh buds sprouting from the ground below, though not abundant yet, but still visible as scattered green spots here and there. Once Duo finished cleaning up, she came over to call them both. Sister Wan, Brother Chun, it's time to eat. Chapter 194, Restoration of Planting. In the morning, Suzong made spring pancakes. Afraid that everyone might not be used to eating them, he also specially boiled porridge and eggs. He had been particularly fond of making flour-based foods recently. Relying on the knowledge from books and videos, he actually managed to make them quite well. During the meal, he asked Xianyu and the others, and they all indicated that they had no intention of going out. The group was extremely interested in the trebuchet that Zhou mentioned yesterday, and all of them planned to stay behind and study it. As for the few girls, Meng Qi found 2 boxes, and they intended to research planting vegetables. Only Sun Lulu hesitantly raised his hand. Sister Wan, can I go out with you? Having been at the villa for some time, he also knew that Fong Tingwan and Zhang Yanchen mostly just went out together, rarely bringing others. Sure, after finishing the meal, you can prepare to go out with us. There were still quite a few bugs outside, but compared to the previous situation where there were 2 or 3 bugs piled on top of each other, it was much better. There were still quite a few people catching bugs. During the journey, several groups of people were seen, all busy looking down. According to memory, the 2 came to the mall where they had previously saved Wang Lisha. The items sold here were all high-end goods, except for the supermarket underground. There were no other food items, so everything here was well preserved. After going upstairs, they first went to a few stores they had visited before. There are curtains and bedding here. Lulu, which one do you need? The items he had taken back before had already been distributed, and there wasn't much left. Sun Lulu lived in the basement, so he didn't originally need these things, but since he was here now, it would be better to stock up more. With so many items here, his eyes were dazzled, and he was only focused on shopping, not even noticing when Fong Tingwan had left. It was inconvenient with Sun Lulu around, but now that he was gone, she could confidently load things into the space. Fong Tingwan turned and went upstairs. This floor was filled with home appliance supplies. As she passed by, she put a few grinders in her space, along with air conditioners that would be useful during the upcoming cold weather. She also took a few small table lamps marked as gifts in the corner, and then went to the warehouse at the back. There were scattered foam boxes of various sizes. She selected a few of similar depth and stored them in the space, and when she left, she casually picked up a few items that she thought might come in handy. When the time was about right, she hurriedly went downstairs to meet up with Sun Lulu and Jiang Yanchen. Sister Wan, where did you just go? I didn't see you, he said, his feet stacked with bed linens and 2 curtains. Being a young girl, the decorative dolls on the beddings had also been taken by him. It was a particularly large white rabbit, along with some decorative cushions. Fong Tingwan glanced indifferently. Just wandered around, checking out which pet supply store is nearby. She said it offhandedly. She had seen the entrance when she came back just now. The little girl was excited upon hearing that. Let's go quickly then. After taking a few steps, he became somewhat reluctant and looked back at the stuff on the ground. No problem, just leave it here for now. We'll come back for it later when we leave. The pet supply store wasn't far away, just a couple of shops further, and then a turn. It was rumored that his family business was doing well before the apocalypse, and now looking at the shelves, it was clearly in a state of stock shortage. Jiang Yanchen immediately spotted a green dog cage in the middle with an additional pad. This is nice too, Sister Wan. Brother Chun, can we take this one back? He pointed at a beige-colored dog cage. Fong Tingwan casually pointed at the black dog cage behind her and said, this one is pretty too. Let's take it back together. Hearing her say this, Sun Lulu no longer felt inferior and lifted the green dog cage alone and walked out. The two exchanged glances and smiled. The little girl's thoughts were pure. If not for the apocalypse, he would have lived happily. There wasn't much grain around here, and since fewer people came, there wasn't much concern for Sun Lulu's safety. The two of them wandered around the store a bit more. These dog foods should also be useful, along with these dog snacks. The two of them grabbed some from the shelves, as well as some dog pads and cat litter. Taking advantage of Sun Lulu's absence, Fong Tingwan quietly went to the warehouse at the back and collected some snacks and dog pads to put in her space. When she came out, Jiang Yanchen had already packed the small items like snacks in bags, carrying the white dog cage on his shoulder. Let's head downstairs. The other items were already prepared by Jiang Yanchen, and Fong Tingwan reached out and grabbed the black dog cage. The two headed downstairs, and when they left, he casually stopped by the place where beddings and curtains were stacked and picked up a few items. Since there was no electricity, the elevator had become a staircase. Sun Lulu happened to come up, standing downstairs and waving at the two of them. The three were carrying the dog cages down when they just happened to meet Xia Jinyu, bringing his gang over. How come you're here, Wan? As soon as he saw the dog cage in her hand, he instantly understood. After all, it was him who helped find that dog back then. You came for a dog cage too? I did the same thing. When I was helping you find a puppy, I kept one for myself. It's very obedient. I named it Pudding, do you remember? Back in school days, Fong Tingwan used to love eating pudding at night, so Xia Jinyu just called the puppy Pudding on a whim. I like eating pudding, and you named him Pudding. Tingwan asked, feeling somewhat creepy at the thought. He seemed not to notice anything amiss and came closer with a grin on his face. Wan, would you like to come take a look? No need. I have something else to do. I'm going home first. She declined patiently. Given the help he'd provided these past few days, as the saying goes, if you eat someone's bread, you can't badmouth them, and she indeed couldn't criticize him coldly like before. But that's as far as it went, no more. I heard that people are scrambling for land in the east of the city. Aren't you going to check it out? Fong Tingwan was utterly baffled and questioned in confusion. What is everyone scrambling for the land to do? It was mentioned by one of his men yesterday upon returning. He had raised the same question at the time that Fong Tingwan now did. Apparently, it's for farming. Although the temperature hasn't returned to the pre-apocalypse level yet, it won't be too hot either. So some people are considering restoring planting. Fong Tingwan frowned. They were already thinking about restoring planting with the temperature having stabilized only recently. No one could foresee what might happen next, even though the situation this time differed slightly from the last lifetime. The extreme cold weather that occurred last time should come again, and the insect plague hadn't ended yet. Chapter 195, Information Lag. There might still be other extreme weather events in the future, so planting now would obviously be too early. It's unclear who proposed such an idea or what their motives are. She, however, wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. All she could think about was accelerating her previously researched farming plan and her catapult project. Once such thoughts arise, there will inevitably be people who come forward one after another to seize land ownership. The villa area where they lived would surely become a focal point. She had witnessed twice how terrifying human nature could become during the apocalypse. People could kill mercilessly even for a small piece of land. As for resuming cultivation, she thought it unlikely. If the weather really stabilizes, the authorities should not sit idly by. All right, I understand. Thank you. Do you need to dig a well over at your place, Wan? Seeing he was about to leave, Xia Jinyu quickly asked. What do you mean digging a well? Fong Tingwan felt like she couldn't quite follow Xia Jinyu's meaning today. Xia Jinyu explained. Recently, a group of people came to Qingda. They have professional equipment that can reach up to 100 meters underground. Fong Tingwan understood now. This was what they referred to as digging wells. Indeed, over the past few days, the water level of nearby rivers had dropped significantly. Some areas were starting to experience water shortages again. Combined with the previous water outage, this made everyone nervous. Now is indeed the best time for business. But somehow, this whole well-digging idea didn't sound very reliable. How much do they charge? Seeing Fong Tingwan respond, Xia Jinyu perked up again. Of course it's not free. These people not only charge, but do so extravagantly. Besides fuel, they demand food and water. My men inquired earlier, and digging just one well would probably drain most of my savings. How many people are on their side? There are around 30 people altogether. Fong Tingwan sensed something odd. Finally, after asking further, she uncovered the inconsistency. Their number wasn't particularly large. Even the group led by Lu Hao yesterday likely consisted of more than 30 people, not to mention the Tiger Head Gang or those smaller bases they'd mentioned before. No matter which group, they all outnumbered them significantly, yet these people with their machines had managed to avoid being robbed thus far. This could only mean one thing: there were others backing them. As for the purposes of these backers, she had some guesses, but not enough concrete information. Thanks for letting me know. Now that we've settled everything, we should leave. Jiang Yanchen stepped forward, his face grim, pulling Fong Tingwan out the door. After placing the items in the car, he turned back upstairs. Although Sun Luo had chosen quite a lot, part of it had already been taken downstairs earlier, and the rest, the three of them could easily carry in one trip. As they passed by, Xia Jinyu smiled at the trio. He looked like he wanted to say more, but Jiang Yanchen stood in the way, effectively cutting him off. Sun Luo watched quietly. It seemed like she had discovered something extraordinary. She'd definitely have to share it with everyone once they returned. You don't think our intelligence is too outdated? We rely on others telling us everything, Fong Tingwan mused. Initially, she only wished for a peaceful life, wanting no involvement in outside affairs. But now it appeared this mindset was impractical. Living in the same post-apocalyptic world meant she couldn't stand alone. When there was no way out, if she didn't think of others, others would certainly think of her. Seems a little, Sun Luo admitted slowly. In the past, when food was scarce and we went out every day, whatever happened outside, we found out pretty fast. But now, she realized their lives had grown too comfortable, causing them to neglect the outside world. Yet, she liked this tranquil life. Maybe in the future, we can slip out occasionally to gather more information. Jiang Yanchen also noted this problem upon hearing Fong Tingwan's words. Perhaps we can collaborate. Fong Tingwan looked at Jiang Yanchen. She doubted he hadn't considered this approach. By deliberately choosing not to mention it, he must have known that the collaboration target would undoubtedly be Xia Jinyu. It doesn't have to be me personally dealing with the negotiations. Luo can do it too, he said. Sun Luo immediately jumped in to help. Sure, I can handle it too. Regardless of whether Fong Tingwan herself took charge or not, he did not want any ties with Xia Jinyu's group. That guy may claim to be good-natured, but the people under him weren't trustworthy. The previous incident involving Xiao Zhou was bad enough. If another similar situation arose, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them all. Your uncle's family is still with him. Do you truly feel at ease? This was indeed a rather annoying matter. However, it was clear that Xia Jinyu was still quite good to them. Otherwise, based on the personalities of Yang Danghai and his wife, they wouldn't have stayed there so long in such peace. No worries. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We can ask for everyone's opinions once we get back. There might be better ways. Unconsciously, she had also undergone some changes. Before, regarding these kinds of matters, she usually made her decisions independently, while others only executed them. This mall probably won't need to be visited again. Jiang Yanchen muttered with regret in his voice. Xia Jinyu's gang would likely raid everything inside thoroughly. The stuff in this mall was actually pretty good. He regretted not taking more earlier. He should have asked Fong Tingwan to store all the items from the mall into her dimensional space. Sun Luo didn't quite understand what he meant. She moved closer to Fong Tingwan and asked, Sister Wan, what does Brother Chen mean? Fong Tingwan smiled without answering, thinking some things were better left for Sun Luo to figure out herself. The group drove away from there. Behind them, Jiang Xiang grumbled unhappily. Brother you, why do you bother? If you want a woman, our brothers can just find one for you. There are plenty of women outside now. That Fong Tingwan obviously doesn't care about you at all, yet you still keep clinging to her like a fool. Upon hearing Jiang Xiang's words, the smile faded instantly from Xia Jinyu's face, replaced by anger. Shut up. Tingwan isn't someone you should judge lightly. He initially wanted to explain, but thought better of it. It was enough if Tingwan's virtues were understood solely by him. Even if he did say something, his brothers wouldn't comprehend anyway. All the subordinates had complaints about this matter. Xia Jinyu's obsession with Fong Tingwan had become a common grievance among his team, yet he constantly shielded her, leaving his men with no options. Well, let's go inside soon. Seeing what their previous raid had accomplished, the dog cages, bedding, and curtains, the whole group was now eager to get started again. Chapter 196, Sketch of the Trebuchet. There was no generator, but there was electricity at home. However, they still dared not turn on the lights at night, fearing that others would notice. But with those strong blackout curtains, there wouldn't be a worry about being seen. With this thought, everyone felt invigorated. When Fong Tingwan and others returned with the materials, the people inside the villa were already studying the blueprints. Out of curiosity, Fong Tingwan specifically went over for a look. She couldn't help but doubt, will this thing really work? It's no wonder she had such thoughts. On the paper, it looked like a cross, with two sides having legs that were fixed to the ground, and on the other end, a ladle was added. This is the trebuchet? It's so rushed. He was also someone who watched TV shows, and he hadn't seen the trebuchets in those shows looking so crude. After a whole night of research, the few men all sheepishly covered their eyes. They didn't know what the thing actually looked like. They just drew it according to their own understanding. It's not yet finished. Sister Wan, you go freshen up first. Zhou quietly hid the drawing away, though he had said before that this wasn't going to work. But none of those few others had listened to him. What is it? Let me see. Sun Lulu was especially curious and eagerly ran over. Hey, where's the thing? Having seen nothing, he naturally wasn't satisfied. Seeing everyone glancing at Zhou from time to time, she also walked over. Is it with you? Can I take a look? She eagerly extended her hand, but Zhou, gripping the blueprint, refused to produce it. If it's drawn well, why are you so afraid to show it? Fong Tingwan didn't forget to add fuel to the fire at the right moment. Zhou looked toward Jiang Yanchen for help, never expecting him to actually side with the others. It's quite good. Bring it out. In an instant, all expectant gazes fell on Zhou. Under the pressure from everyone, he clutched the blueprint tightly. What's the big secret, hiding it so deeply? Seizing the moment, Sun Lulu rushed forward and snatched the blueprint out of his hands. By the time he reacted, she had already opened it. Is this a giant swing? The analogy was rather apartment. Fong Tingwan laughed while covering her mouth. Jiang Yanchen couldn't hold back a laugh either. Sun Lulu laughed unrestrainedly. When Zhou turned to seek help, Su Zong and the others had already quietly distanced themselves, making every effort to show they had nothing to do with this matter. What are you guys doing? A few women had also finished their research and came up from the basement. Didn't you say you were working on that trebuchet? Let me see how it's going. Meng Ling and the others were curious about it too. Before anyone could stop her, Sun Lulu excitedly handed it over. This is the result of your entire morning's work? Meng Ling asked incredulously. Following this, laughter erupted throughout the room. The group in the villa laughed for a long time. None of the men managed to escape. However, this spurred their competitive spirit. There's no need to mock us. Although we didn't draw it well, as long as it's recognizable, we'll follow this blueprint from today on and build a trebuchet. Additionally, he mentioned gathering information. It's not hard, just ask around when you're out. Though Lu Ji usually took care of asking for information when they went out, things weren't as easy as he made them sound. After all, this was the apocalypse, and no one was eager to divulge much. You can certainly go out more, but gathering information isn't something just anyone can do, Su Zong admitted helplessly. And indeed, he himself wasn't very good at it. Basically, everyone except Lu Ji stepped back. Since that's the case, I have another method. Perhaps she had anticipated such a result and was now grinning mischievously. We can collaborate with Xiaojinyu. They provide information, and we can offer water and food in return, or maybe something else. As for the details, there's no need to share everything here. I'll handle the specifics with them. I oppose it. That person's intentions are unclear, and they might not be beneficial to us, Fong Tingwan said decisively. As soon as her words fell, Jiang Yanchen quickly chimed in. His gaze scanned the rest of the people present, and no one spoke up. While they understood Jiang Yanchen's position, this time, they couldn't help him further. Ultimately, the second situation Fong Tingwan described prevailed. Upon learning these two messages, she wasn't anxious. She intended to wait some more time before discussing the cooperation with Xiaojinyu. Their plan to make a trebuchet based on that blueprint turned out to be true. Over some time, several people kept adjusting and tinkering with it, addressing deficiencies. If something was missing and couldn't be found in the villa, they would go outside to find it. After hearing this, the others downstairs also started working. Especially in the light well area, they laid out quite a few foam boxes filled with wet soil and sowed seeds inside. The area was divided into two parts, one for growing leafy vegetables. Using the same method as before, some were planted first, allowing them to sprout before planting the rest. On the other side, she planted corn and potatoes, foods with longer growth cycles. In their spare time, they would catch bugs, and their days passed rather full. When the men finally finished researching the trebuchet, they proudly rang the bell on the first floor. As everyone came down, they saw a large structure placed in the courtyard, with those men gathered around it. Sister Wan, we succeeded. Would you like to take a look? Zhou's smug expression was the first he'd shown since entering the villa. When everyone was present, they demonstrated by placing a stone in the large ladle at the front. Everyone, the view will be clearer if you go outside. Though they said this, they were already too eager and launched the first stone. It flew over the raised wall, and everyone rushed to the door. Through the gaps, they checked, and there was no one outside. Duo opened the intercom from the third floor. Sister, you can go out and check. I've observed carefully. There are no enemies nearby. This term, enemy, was taught by Sun Lulu, who explained that anyone coveting their resources was an enemy. Though young, Duo had an excellent memory, and since then, always referred to unknown individuals as enemies. Through training during this period, Duo became the scout of the villa. While everyone else was busy, he would go up to the third floor to observe everything around. Li Shawang kept watch at the second floor window. They worked excellently together. No situation surrounding the villa escaped their eyes. Fong Tingwan thought about it, and considered training both of them further in this capacity. In the apocalypse, reconnaissance skills were an essential attribute. Chapter 197. Success in making the stone launcher. In many situations, having a teammate who can scout significantly increases their chances of winning. Clearly, this was not the time to be thinking about that. He opened the door, and everyone followed him out. Sure enough, the big rock was right outside, about 10 meters away from them. Shen Jiqiao estimated that it was roughly the distance of the front rows during the day when Lu Hao and his group were there. Good. However, if they were standing further away, then there's nothing we could do. Fong Tingwan's point was something they had also considered. Currently, we can only achieve this range, but we plan to continue researching. Perhaps we can adjust the distance to make it even farther. This time, the men felt a small sense of pride. Just as they were reveling in their success, Dodo's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Brothers and sisters, 2 men are approaching the villa. Acting stealthily, I don't know what they're planning to do. They quickly ran to the gate and peered out through the cracks. Sure enough, 2 figures were slowly approaching. Curious and puzzled, the others looked over, but Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen exchanged a knowing smile. The 2 men soon reached the outside of the villa. Lu, are you inside? That voice was so familiar. Even if it turned to ash, Sun Lulu would recognize it. Not just that, the 2 men curiously inspected this villa. According to what the other person had said, it should be this one. The high walls and gates surrounding it were at the very back of the entire Dijinghao Yuan compound. They hadn't gone wrong. Thinking of this, the two men became excited. Their new life was about to begin. After their excitement, one of the men suddenly fell to his knees. Lulu, I'm Chen Sun. I made a mistake. Give me another chance. As he spoke, he slapped himself on the cheek. I'm an idiot. I didn't appreciate what I had. I'm sorry to you. He truly hit hard, and the slaps resounded sharply. Who is this? What kind of tragedy show is this guy putting on here? It had been a long time since anyone had seen such grand performances, and everyone was now intensely focused on the scene outside. He's probably Lulu's ex-boyfriend, the bastard. Zhou kept her eyes fixed on Sun Lulu, all of her anger and struggle clearly evident, which made Zhou deduce who this person must be. Sun Lulu did not deny it, tacitly confirming the identity of the man outside. An ex-boyfriend labeled as a jerk. It was the first time they'd seen him in person after hearing about him for so long. This must mean that he couldn't handle things on the other side, and came shamelessly begging for mercy. It seems their brotherhood wasn't as solid as they thought. From the look of it, they've suffered quite a bit over there. The two men outside both bore various injuries on their faces, thinner and more haggard than the last time Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen saw them. Outside, one of the men kept rambling. Lulu, I'm the bastard who took your kindness toward me for granted, making it feel like a burden. It was me who made you sad. Curse me, hit me. This time, I won't fight back or retaliate. Chen Sun grew increasingly distressed as he spoke, tears streaming down his face, causing a murmur of pity among those gathered in the courtyard. To get Sun Lulu to change her mind, he seemed willing to do anything. If you want to leave the team and go with him, I won't stop you. Some food will also be given to you, but you should know my rules. These two, I will not keep. Chen Sun and Lu Xin are different from Sun Lulu. Not only are they incapable, but they have dishonest intentions. If I let them stay, there's always the risk of betrayal, and information about the villa could be leaked. Including Sun Lulu. I will not mistreat you, but if you dare to reveal anything about the villa, I won't forgive you. In this world of devastation, killing someone is far too easy. Fong Tingwan spoke sternly, warning not only Chen Sun but also informing everyone present. If they chose to leave the team, she wouldn't stop them. But if they dared betray her by leaking information about the villa, she would show no mercy. Sister, I won't leave. Since the moment I joined you, I made up my mind. As long as you don't drive me away, I'll never leave. Here is different from outside. He doesn't just enjoy the peaceful and wonderful life inside the villa. Here, there's no discrimination, no competition, no invasion. Fong Tingwan and everyone else here are good people, and he wouldn't choose to leave. Sister, don't worry. I'll deal with those two outside. When Sun Lulu opened the gate, Zhou went out again to make sure everything was safe since there were two men outside. Forget it. Let's stay here and watch for a while. You guys prepare the stone launcher. If Lu Hao dares to charge up, I'll definitely make him regret it. When Chen Sun saw Sun Lulu come out, he crawled over and hugged him. You finally come out, Lulu. I knew you're the best. You wouldn't let me suffer anymore. Sun Lulu didn't say anything, but Chen Sun kept talking nonstop. You don't know Lulu. Lu Hao is a devil. He tortures me every day, doesn't give me food, and beats me. Look, he showed his entire face to Sun Lulu, looking even worse than when he was inside earlier. He's so ungrateful. I used to treat him so well, and now look how he repays me. I regret not listening to you back then, Lulu. The grown man cried bitterly, while Lu Xin also squatted down crying, constantly condemning Lu Hao's sins. Sun Lulu remained silent the entire time. After a long while, the two realized something was off. Chen Sun didn't let go with his hands, but he raised his head, speaking in intermittent sobs. Lulu, what's wrong? It's me, Chen Sun. Don't you recognize me? Why aren't you saying anything? Zhou also looked worriedly over, her hands gripping tightly, as if they might rise at any moment. She feared that Sun Lulu would soften her heart, especially seeing someone she once cared about cry this way. If it were her, she'd likely break. Are you done? If you are, let me go. His tone was calm, as if speaking to a complete stranger. Lulu, what are you doing? Chen Sun was already uneasy deep down, and seeing Sun Lulu's expression made him even more afraid. He stood up, staring into Sun Lulu's eyes, seeing unfamiliarity there. This couldn't be happening. Chen Sun had planned on exploiting Sun Lulu's softness, thinking that if he complained enough, he'd gain forgiveness just like before. But this time, he saw a different Sun Lulu from the past. He couldn't fail. He couldn't return to Lu Hao. Give me one more chance, Lulu. Just this last time, I promise I'll always listen to you. Suddenly, he hugged him tightly and whispered passionately into his ear. Lulu, I love you. I can't live without you. Chapter 198, Sun Lulu's shameless ex-boyfriend. This time, not only Zhou but others also clenched their fists tightly. This guy was really something. For such a long time, even though this duck's head had never said it out loud, everyone living and working together knew about his little thoughts. You really can't live without me because I can fight, I can grab things so that you won't starve. I can be the one you yell at when you're unhappy, and when you want to have self-respect, I can let you take all my credit. Sun Lulu looked down, staring seriously at Chen Sun. It's not because of how much you love me that you cannot live without me, but because only by my side do you feel like a human being. So, you pretended to love me so much, pretending until you even deceived yourself. But actually, Chen Sun, you don't love anyone. You love yourself the most. This harsh reality wasn't something she hadn't felt before, but she refused to believe it, and kept telling herself, no, years of feelings with Chen Sun wouldn't turn out this way. In fact, you are just selfish, leave now. From now on, Our relationship is severed, no entanglements anymore. After all, Sun Lulu remained clear-headed. A group of people in the yard also relaxed their grip on their hands. How could this not work? This method used to be extremely effective. Chen Sun focused his gaze on Zhou Zhou, who came out with them, looking at him resentfully. It's you. What kind of enchantment potion have you given to Lulu that made her ignore our feelings of so many years? He suddenly thought of something, pointing at Sun Lulu accusingly. Sun Lulu, you cheated. You like this guy, right? What a messed up thinking process this bastard has. Aren't they already broken up? Asked Zhou Hai, unable to contain himself. Everyone continued watching. Even Sun Lulu herself was almost laughing from anger. You're right. We are together now. Facing the astonished looks of everyone, Sun Lulu grabbed Zhou Zhou and kissed him on the cheek, then turned to Chen Sun and asked, satisfied yet? The person was still stunned from shock when he reacted again, pulling someone close to kiss him on the lips. What about this one? Sun Lulu, how dare you cheat? What is so good about this boy that makes you neglect so many years of our feelings, letting me die in front of your eyes? After a loud bang, everyone covered their ears. He is shameless indeed. Clearly these are things he has done, yet when it happens to him, he can't bear it. The door of the villa opened. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen emerged with Zhou Hai and Lu Ji. Just moments ago, Dodo informed them that some people were coming, but there weren't many, 3 or 4 people, too far away to see clearly. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanchen had left quite an impression regarding their combat capabilities. Seeing these two emerge, he instinctively stepped back. Lu Xian was scared as well, but to stay, even coaxing Sun Lulu back would be fine. He endured the fear in his heart and pushed Chen Sun forward. Big brother Sun, don't be afraid. Our future entirely depends on you. Jiang Miao Miao, that despicable woman, was no longer reliable after following Lu Hao. Those two were always behaving indecently. Passing by them, 8 out of 10 times, one could hear inappropriate sounds coming from inside, and sometimes, there were more than just the two of them. Women like that, he wouldn't want back, except for those who could support him. Me. Perhaps we should come another day. Brother Sun, did you forget? We secretly ran away. If caught by Lu Hao's men, we are dead for sure. Though the two whispered, Fang Tingwan heard everything. He understood why these people were here. Deserters, they were deserters wherever they went. Lu Xian's words brought Chen Sun back to reality. Indeed, he couldn't retreat. He no longer had the choice to retreat. Lulu, I know you're angry at me. I had no other options then. I know Lu Hao is interested in you. Originally, I wanted to move first, establish ourselves, and then bring you over. Treating you the way I did was only to keep you from suffering alongside me. He took tentative steps forward, seeing no one stopping him, became even more confident. Be a good girl, Lulu, forgive me. I truly love you. As he was about to approach, Fang Tingwan reached out and pulled someone down. Still frightened, Chen Sun squatted on the ground covering his head. Don't hit me, don't hit me. This was a conditioned response formed from prolonged mistreatment. His days with Lu Hao were undoubtedly tough. Realizing he was no longer with Lu Hao, he slowly stood up. Fang Tingwan pointed behind him. Someone has come to fetch you. 3 big men came panting. Among them were familiar faces. They were also aware of the fighting capabilities of the few individuals residing in this villa. Upon seeing them standing outside, they naturally halted their steps. Folks, we mean no offense. It's just that these two have stolen from us, and we must take them back. We hope you won't make it difficult for us. Whatever, 2 pieces of trash aren't worth our effort. Jiang Yanchen directly stepped aside to let the 3 pass through. As those 3 approached closer, Sun Lulu remained silent, neither speaking nor gesturing. This made Chen Sun and his companion grow anxious. Lulu, you can't do this. You're not considering all the years we've shared, are you? If they take me back, I will surely die. No matter how fiercely he shouted, no one paid him any attention. In the end, they were dragged away like kittens or puppies. Sun Lulu, you wicked woman, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you. Their words grew increasingly vulgar, eventually bringing up family members. Fang Tingwan fished in his ears. It's too harsh to listen to. Plug his mouth. Otherwise, these two might never leave here. Even the 3 burly men on the other side couldn't bear it anymore. They took out some unknown substances, poured them into the mouths of the 2 men, and tightly bound their mouths shut with thick ropes, silencing them finally. Whatever those things were, Fang Tingwan could smell the foul stench from such a distance. How did those 2 manage to endure it? But indeed, they had no right to refuse. Let's go, the show is over late, and we should head back for dinner. She rubbed her belly. I'm starving. It was only now that she noticed her hunger during the interlude of watching. After all, humans loved nothing more than gossip, be it before or after the apocalypse. It remained unchanged. How about it, are you alright? Do you want to find an isolated place to cry? Fang Tingwan didn't know how to comfort. Chapter 199, the grand finale. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced heart-wrenching love even once. In fact, he could not even understand how Sun Lulu was feeling right now. No need. He took a deep breath and paused for a moment. I'm fine now, sister. Let's go inside. So soon? Actually, Fang Tingwan still had some hesitation. The group turned around and returned to the villa, starting to study that catapult again. Make a few more. Place them at every corner of the villa. If people come, we won't have to act personally. He chuckled, imagining such a fortress in this apocalypse, which brought him inexplicable peace. The group acted very quickly, finishing it shortly after his words. They made 4 more catapults, adding them to the previous one, making 5 in total. They placed 2 machines in the front courtyard and 3 in the back courtyard. This time, the catapults were upgraded, two mainly handled close range, and the other two dealt with long distances. In this way, they covered dozens of meters in all directions around the villa. Fong Tingwan studied and suggested they make 2 more catapults to be placed on either side, so when someone comes, they could attack from all sides, leaving no blind spots for the opponents. However, operating 7 catapults would require more than a dozen people. If that was the case, there wouldn't be enough hands, so for now, it remained only an idea. After completing the catapults, the group went outside and brought back a pile of stones, along with some dead branches and trunks. Others didn't understand, thinking it was to build houses, so they paid little attention. Lately, everyone's focus was on what was happening outside the city. The area in the east had been mostly divided up, as well as areas south and north of the city. The temperature gradually began to stabilize. It had dropped a bit in the last few days, approaching the temperatures from before the apocalypse. For people, this was good news. Perhaps this meant the apocalypse would end soon, and they could return to their old lives. Speaking about it often made even those in the villa believe that the end of the apocalypse was near. Seeing their excited discussions, Fong Tingwan said nothing. Perhaps it really would end. After all, so much was different in this lifetime. Extreme cold might not come, and the suffering of the people could end here. What are you thinking about? Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Yanchen walked over and, taking courage, hugged him from behind. Wan, after the apocalypse ends, let's get married. No matter what happened in the future, he had already decided on this girl. His body stiffened for a second when embraced. What are you saying? Then he smiled. Do you also think the apocalypse will just end like this? Is it over? Jiang Yanchen didn't know either, but hearing everyone say so, he couldn't help but be moved. Actually, whether it was those survivors outside or himself, including Fong Tingwan as well, none of them wanted to endure the apocalypse. In their hearts, they inevitably hoped to return to normal life sooner. I don't know, but whenever it is, will you marry me? Let's get a marriage certificate, and you'll become my real wife. Jiang Yanchen was a lawyer, an excellent lawyer. He always believed in the law and had set it as the highest principle. In his heart, receiving legal recognition was the greatest protection for Fong Tingwan and their marriage. In fact, many times he insisted more than Su Song, wanting to register their marriage even more. During this period, he reflected a lot. He couldn't deceive himself. He loved Jiang Yanchen. The commotion below improved everyone's mood because of the stabilizing weather. Dodo came up to call her. Sister Wan, Brother Chen, it's time to eat. The two went downstairs where everyone was already seated at the table. Su Zong had stewed a chicken today and stir-fried some vegetables. Recently, the number of bugs had decreased, but chickens and ducks outside grew particularly strong, some even hatching baby chicks and ducklings. In the last few days, everyone was in good spirits, so he specifically slaughtered one to celebrate. The greens were from the batches Fong Tingwan and others planted in boxes. The first batch had matured, and now the second batch was sprouting. This method was great. For a while, they would no longer lack greens. The potatoes and corn he planted had also grown quite a bit. Soon they could be eaten. Recently, everyone ate well. Although meat was not scarce, fresh meat like this was rare. At the last meal, everyone left a portion unconsciously for Dodo. With nothing to do, his eyes roamed around the people inside the house. Something seemed off between Sun Lulu and Jojo. After dinner, he noticed Jojo going down to the basement. Out of curiosity, and without drawing attention, he quietly followed. You should not get into the habit of sneaking around. When did you start spying? A faint sound came, and a gentle breeze brushed past his ear. Jiang Yanchen's face had also leaned in from behind. You came too, didn't you? And now you're saying this to me. Fong Tingwan grumbled unhappily, but her eyes stayed fixed on the two people below. Unaware of their exact conversation, Jojo suddenly embraced Sun Lulu passionately. The sight above made Fong Tingwan cover her mouth with delight. It seemed the two were about to enter a good phase soon. In the next second, her eyes were covered. Maybe the scene right now is not suitable for viewing. Do you still want to see it, Wan? Fong Tingwan was furious at being deprived of her view and shook off Jiang Yanchen's hand. Down in the basement, the two were locked in an impassioned kiss. She glanced and quickly closed her eyes. Truly, it wasn't appropriate. Jiang Yanchen chuckled softly, finding Wan truly adorable. It seems that their good days are approaching. Fong Tingwan's mood lightened, and she quietly stepped out of the basement. Wan, shouldn't we reserve one room? They can't stay in the basement forever, can they? Although inexperienced, Fong Tingwan could still sense the meaning behind Jiang Yanchen's words, and her face reddened slightly. No rush, let's wait. Wait for what? Jiang Yanchen sounded a bit anxious. Until those two come to find me. Jiang Yanchen understood then. Waiting for them might take who knows how long. So he thought about taking initiative and went down to the basement. That night, just as he drifted off to sleep after listening to everything, a massive noise outside startled him awake. Duo also woke up, trembling with fear and clinging closer to him. Listening more carefully, it was thunder, an unusually loud rumble like nothing they'd heard before. When he pulled back the curtain, all he saw was pitch blackness. As the thunder struck again, it directly aimed at a villa not far away. Soon after, heavy rain poured down. He immediately hugged Duo and rose to call everyone down to the basement. Another storm began. The apocalypse started with a rainstorm, and the extreme heat ended with another storm. But after that storm, the temperature plummeted by 40 or 50 degrees. What would this storm bring? Extreme cold, or would it return to normal weather? The end.